A pot of food is being simmered in a pan. A girl wearing an apron is chopping onions and putting them in a pot of food. After waiting a while, she took a spoon and tasted it. After speaking, she quickly went into a room. In the room, a person was sleeping. She climbed up, gently shook him and said, "Wake up, you will be late, Dad." The so-called father lying on the bed was still quite young. He opened his eyes, then jumped out of bed. Then he turned to look at the girl, raised one hand to scratch his head, smiled and said, "Ah, okay." Hearing that, the girl also smiled and replied. Then I stood up and said, "Let's go have breakfast." The young man didn't get out of bed yet. He sat still and thought, 2 months ago, through the fatherhood contract, I had a daughter. 10 years ago, cracks began to appear on the earth. Countless monsters came out from those cracks. Human strength could not resist them. But there are certain people who gain abilities through awakening. They possess supernatural powers, defeat monsters and are called hunters. Every hunter has a status window where they can see their stats and skills just like in the game. Lee Do-jun, an ordinary person, is studying a 3-year program after completing his military service. Joined the crack management department and became a new employee of a team here. Do-jun is absent-minded and disorganized, but was still accepted into the team after more than a year of joining, because Jun was very excited about his first job. He went to Gangdong district to check if any cracks had appeared, but on the way he was hit by a truck. When Do-jun opened his eyes, he found himself in a Miram world. Do-jun was killed countless times in that world, but was able to stand up again and again because he possessed the skill that had awakened in this Miram world. A skill that allows him to return to the previous day every time he dies is called pocket watch. Back and forth, and by the time his memory faded, even his name, Lee Do-jun, had become the strongest. Everyone in the Miram world calls him the Heavenly Devil. After fighting with a group of enemies, Lee Do-jun, covered in blood, slammed his sword against the ground. His hair was now very long. Even though he won, Lee Do-jun was not happy. He thought to himself, even if I become the strongest, what do I have left now? And just as suddenly as he was transported to the Miram world, now he has returned to the real world. In a hospital, Lee Do-jun decisively walked forward. The doctor saw this and asked, "Are you really okay?" The nurse standing next to me also worriedly said, "Please come back here if the wound causes pain again." Lee Do-jun did not respond but continued to leave. Looking at his back, the nurse asked the doctor in a low voice if he was the one who had just undergone a 17-hour surgery yesterday. "I heard he had a truck accident." Hearing that, the doctor standing next to him shook his head and replied, "I don't know anymore." Stepping out onto the main street, looking at the scenery here, Lee Do-jun opened his status window to take a look and thought to himself, memories of life here are so vague, it must take a while to get used to it. Again, I've become so strong that food and money aren't a problem, but these hands were stained with the blood of so many people in the old world. Having been betrayed so many times, I can no longer trust anyone. This is the outcome of dying and coming back to life. Yes, at this moment, I really want to live a normal life, without problems. Seoul City Hall, Lee Do-jun walked into the office and said hello, "Good morning." When everyone in the office saw him, they were extremely surprised and stood up. The manager couldn't hide his fear and stammered out, "Hey, are you okay?" Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately nodded and replied, "Yes boss, as you can see, I am completely normal." Hearing these words, the manager immediately walked up to Lee Do-jun, watching him as he spoke. Unbelievable, he looked like he was not injured at all. "Wait, it seems you don't stutter anymore." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun scratched his face in doubt and asked, "Did it happen before?" The people around also started to come and ask, "Mr. Lee, it seems like your body is more muscular and solid. What happened? Before you looked like a dry branch of firewood. And it seems like he's grown taller too." Hearing everyone say that, Lee Do-jun immediately remembered all the information and replied, "I understand, thank you for providing the information." The manager heard that and spoke up in confusion. Was it really because of June? Wasn't it someone else? Lee Do-jun shrugged and calmly replied, "As you can see, I may have changed a little but I am because of June." After saying that, he turned to the people around him and asked, "Where is my place? I forgot a few things after the accident." When the manager heard that, he crossed his arms and said, "Have you lost your memory? That's really suspicious. You're not June's fault, right? Hey Hyunwoo, bring the fingerprint scanner here." A female employee standing next to Lee Do-jun, her eyes suddenly glowed, exclaimed, "She looks just like Do-jun, but more handsome." Very quickly the fingerprint scanner was brought in. The manager put the device on the table and slowly said, "Here, put your right thumb in the scanner, we will believe it if it identifies you." Lee Do-jun listened and followed. The next second the notification from the fingerprint scanner rang out. The staff of the Rift Management Department, Lee Do-jun, confirmed. The manager still didn't believe it and asked Lee Do-jun to try again. The confirmation message from the scanner rang out again without any errors. The office suddenly fell into silence. A moment later, the manager still said in disbelief, "No way, how could one person change so much in just one day?" The female employee standing next to him almost rubbed his eyes. It seemed like his dementia had helped him cure his stuttering. The manager heard that and immediately turned around and said, "Even so, it wouldn't help a person grow taller that fast." The female employee shrugged and shook her head and replied, "How would I know?" Listening to these people talking gave Lee Do-jun a bit of a headache. He pressed his temples then asked, "Can you tell me where my seat is?" Hearing that, the manager quickly waved his hand and said, "No, go home and rest. You've already been asked for permission to be absent, so you can go back to work tomorrow." Lee Do-jun was about to say something. Then the manager reached out and turned him around, pushing him out the door and saying, "I'll take you home, let's go." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately smiled and refused, "It's okay, I can go home by myself." Leaving work, Lee Do-jun walked slowly on the street, looking at a building in the distance. He thought to himself, "Oh, this seems to be my house." Step by step up the stairs in the apartment complex. Go to the door of an apartment. Look at the electronic code in front of you. Lee Do-jun mumbled quietly, "What is the password?" Before I could remember what the password was, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came out from the speaker on the electronic lock. This voice asked, "Who is it?" Lee Do-jun was a bit startled. The next second, suddenly a girl's head popped out. She raised her voice and called out to Uncle. Lee Do-jun was a bit startled when he saw a stranger in his house. He asked incredulously, "What? Who are you?" Outside, the sky is incredibly blue. The girl invited Lee Do-jun inside and poured him a glass of water. Lee Do-jun raised his glass to drink while paying attention to the girl sitting across from him at the other end of the table. After observing for a while, Lee Do-jun immediately spoke up and said, "According to what you said, you are the daughter of my brother and his girlfriend, right?" Hearing that, the girl sat up straight and immediately replied, "Yes, that's right." Lee Do-jun put the glass of water on the table and continued, "But his mother died in an accident and he had nowhere to go, so I took care of him. So I know the password and transferred it today." After listening to everything Lee Do-jun said, the girl obediently nodded and said, "That's right." Lee Do-jun didn't say anything right away. He held his chin and thought for a moment before asking, "Have I ever met you?" The girl shook her head and said, No, we have never met in person and today is the first time." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun was a little helpless and let out a long breath. He rubbed his aching head and said, "Do you have another family?" The girl sitting opposite bowed her head in thought and said, "My mother is an orphan so I have no one to rely on." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun remained silent and said nothing. Suddenly his eyes noticed a plate of food placed on the corner of the table and he asked, "What is this?" "It's egg rolls and rice," the girl said. "I just thought I should make it for you when you finish work." Lee Do-jun nodded then said decisively, "First of all I can't let him stay." The girl was a bit stunned when she heard that. She stood up and said, but it was clear that he had said. Having said this, she immediately raised the phone in front of Lee Do-jun's face. He looked at the screen in confusion and asked, "What is this?" The girl said, "This is the text message we exchanged 2 days ago." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun gasped and said, "So I said that." The message on the phone with the content that Lee Do-jun asked the girl to stay at his house for a short time. Raising the glass of water to take another sip, Lee Do-jun said, "I was in the hospital until yesterday because of a car accident and was just discharged today." Hearing this information, the girl stood up and exclaimed, "A car accident?" Lee Do-jun nodded slightly. He stood up and continued, "Not only that, more seriously I also have some memory problems." Looking at Lee Do-jun's back, the girl shouted a little worriedly, "Are you okay?" Lee Do-jun said as he washed the glass of water, "My body is completely healthy. The problem is the memory. It seems like it will become an obstacle in my life. So I can't afford to worry about anyone else anymore. I still have to readjust my own life." The girl was a bit frightened when she heard this. She stammered and said, "Contract, let's make a contract." "Contract?" Lee Do-jun turned around and asked incredulously. The girl nodded and said, "Please become my father until I graduate." "What?" Lee Do-jun asked confusedly again. The girl was afraid that he would refuse and quickly approached and grabbed Lee Do-jun's arm and said urgently, "Didn't you tell me that you have memory problems? Then living alone is even more difficult. It will be very difficult to live alone. I clean, do laundry, and cook myself, so let me help you. I just need you to let me stay here until I graduate. No, just half a year, at least until I move into the dormitory." The girl begged very sincerely. Lee Do-jun remained silent. He looked at the girl and thought to himself, the conditions are not bad, actually quite good. I've been in the old world for so long that it will take me a long time to get used to life in this world again. If there's anything I don't know, I can always ask her. So wouldn't both sides benefit? Thinking like that, Lee Do-jun immediately went to the table, opened his briefcase, pulled out a piece of paper and said, "Okay, then let's make a contract." Contract. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. She stared at Lee Do-jun, who was quickly writing words on the paper. Very quickly a contract was completed. Lee Do-jun pushed the contract in front of the girl. The girl read the contract in front of her. It said, "We include side A Lee Do-jun and side B Sol Yun-hee. Party A will let Party B stay until December 31st, 2020. Party B will have to keep meticulous records and keep receipts for daily expenses that Party A must pay. For amounts that are not received or certified, Party A is not obligated to pay. During this period, Party B is responsible for taking care of the house." While reading Sol Yun-hee and listening to Lee Do-jun speak, "Just tell me if there is any part you don't understand or want to change." Sol Yun-hee heard that and nodded and said, "Okay." Waiting for a while, Lee Do-jun asked again, "Is there any part you don't understand or want to change?" Sol Yun-hee shook her head and stammered, "No, no, no." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately brought a pen in front of Sol Yun-hee and said, "Then sign here." After everything was finished, Lee Do-jun stood up and said, "Please take care of me in the future, Miss Yun-hee." Sol Yun-hee immediately bowed and obediently replied, "Yes, I will try my best not to disappoint you." As if remembering something, she raised her head and smiled and said, "Oh, from now on I should call you Dad." Lee Do-jun didn't object but just said, "If you want." Hearing that, Sol Yun-hee was extremely happy and said, "Please just call me Yun-hee and talk to me naturally." Lee Do-jun opened the bedroom door and walked in, nodding and saying, "Okay Yun-hee." Standing outside, Sol Yun-hee held the contract in her arms, feeling deeply moved and thinking, he really arranged this quickly. After saying that, she immediately walked to the front of the bedroom door, poked her head in and called out, "Dad." At this time, Lee Do-jun was changing his shirt. Seeing that, Sol Yun-hee quickly turned away and then exclaimed, "I'm sorry." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun asked in confusion, "Huh, why?" Sol Yun-hee scratched her face and said, "There's not much left in the refrigerator. I think I need to buy some more." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun nodded and said yes. He took out his wallet and gave Sol Yun-hee a bank card and said, "Here, just use this card from now on." Looking at the bank card in front of me, Sol Yun-hee cautiously took it and asked, "Don't you have problems with your memory, so do you want to go to the grocery store nearby with me, in case you remember something?" Hearing her say that, Lee Do-jun nodded and said, "Sounds good, yeah, let's go." Both father and son quickly went to the supermarket downstairs. Inside the supermarket there is a promotion announcement. "Today we have a special discount, only 10,000 won for 600 grams of pork belly." Sol Yun-hee led Lee Do-jun to a stall. As she walked, she said, "Dad, according to your eating habits, I'm thinking of making some vegetable dishes, okay?" Lee Do-jun heard that and nodded and said, "Thank you Yun-hee." At that moment, there was a rumbling sound in the middle of the supermarket lobby. Lee Do-jun and Sol Yun-hee were both startled and turned around to look. Lee Do-jun frowned and said, "What's going on?" "I just saw a black hole appearing from nowhere in the middle of the supermarket lobby." People around were extremely scared, running away screaming, "Run, run." Sol Yun-hee seemed very familiar with this image. She was extremely calm and immediately took out a gun from her pocket. Then seriously shouted, "Crack, Dad, this place is very dangerous, run away quickly." A green goblin rushed out from the crack and screamed loudly, causing people in the supermarket to run away in fear. Lee Do-jun stood still with an extremely bored expression on his face. But Sol Yun-hee opened fire at this time. A powerful beam of light shot out from the tip of the gun, straight through the body of the goblin that just appeared. Having been shot through a hole in the front, the goblin screamed in pain. Then, without any strength left, he immediately fell straight to the ground. Everyone around was both scared and alert. Approaching it, some people cautiously spoke up, the goblin was dead. Luckily there was a hunter nearby. Lee Do-jun silently observed Sol Yun-hee. He softly muttered, "Oh, it turns out she's a hunter." After defeating the goblin, Sol Yun-hee let out a breath. She put the gun away and said, "Didn't you tell me to run away because it's dangerous? What if I get hurt?" Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately said, "Sorry, I will be more careful from now on." "Really?" Sol Yun-hee asked suspiciously. "Really, Yun-hee?" Lee Do-jun replied seriously. Very soon the police arrived at the scene. They recorded the situation and said, "A goblin, no victims." After taking notes, the police approached Lee Do-jun and asked if I was the one who handled the goblin. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately pushed Sol Yun-hee forward and said, "No, she's my daughter." The police were a bit surprised when they heard that, but then nodded and said, "Ah, I understand. Please show me your ID card. If you provide your phone number, home address and bank account, we will send you a compensation." "Compensation?" Lee Do-jun asked the police in confusion. Hearing that, the police nodded and explained, "It was for dealing with the goblin and the cost of the magic stone. Plus, since you protected the people, the government will transfer the compensation to the police." The police stopped talking for a while, then asked Lee Do-jun again, "It seems like you are the guardian, so please read the account number. We will transfer the money to Alpha Nu Eta." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately turned to Sol Yun-hee and said, "Yun-hee, give him your account number." Sol Yun-hee was a bit surprised by this. She cautiously asked again, "Really?" Lee Do-jun nodded and said, "Well, I was the one who destroyed it." Hearing the father on the contract say that, Sol Yun-hee was extremely touched. Her eyes suddenly became extremely sparkling. The two quickly settled the compensation and returned home. At this time it was already dark. Sol Yun-hee immediately started cooking dinner. While cooking, her phone had a new notification. She was suspicious and ran out to pick up the phone to see. I only saw a new message sent. The content on it was, "Please confirm the amount of money transferred to the loophole closure company is 50,000 won. The compensation fee is 100,000 won, total 150,000 won, from Seoul Area Police Department." I don't know when Lee Do-jun was standing behind Sol Yun-hee, scrolling through the text messages on the phone. Lee Do-jun immediately said, "That's a big amount. If you can earn this much money just from hunting a monster, why should you stay here with me?" Sol Yun-hee was a bit startled. She turned around and smiled and said, "It was just luck. The possibility of loopholes appearing randomly is very high, and it's not guaranteed that it will always be a weak goblin. The dungeon can only be entered by recognized hunters and parties, and I don't have a hunter's license, so I can't go in there." Lee Do-jun was very interested in this. He immediately asked his daughter, "Is there any proficient technique that you want to learn?" "What is it?" Sol Yun-hee asked suspiciously. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately said, "That's when you have the ability to receive and absorb outside energy." Halfway through speaking, he suddenly stopped, then quickly waved his hand and said, "Never mind." When Sol Yun-hee heard this, she understood what her adoptive father wanted to say. She smiled slightly and said, "Dad must be very surprised. Actually, I passed the National Hunter Academy." At this time the food on the pan was cooked. Sol Yun-hee slowly poured it onto the plate and said, "Although I haven't awakened yet, I can use mana. I'm not an official hunter, but I still have using a mana gun, so you're allowed to carry it with you." Hearing her say that, Lee Do-jun immediately exclaimed, "That's great, not everyone can become a hunter." Hearing that, Sol Yun-hee immediately turned around, narrowed her eyes, and said, "That's why I have to treat you well, Dad. Because I have a plan to become extremely famous." A hearty table of rice was quickly cooked by Sol Yun-hee. Lee Do-jun said gratefully, "Thank you for the meal." Sol Yun-hee smiled and replied, "Don't leave any leftover food." As if remembering something, she immediately asked, "What does Dad do?" Picking up a chopstick of food and putting it in his mouth, Lee Do-jun said, Dad works at the city hall." Hearing this answer, Sol Yun-hee suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, so Dad is a civil servant?" "Yes." Lee Do-jun nodded and asked, "Why do you ask that?" Sol Yun-hee smiled and said, "It's nothing, I'm just worried about you doing something dangerous. Here, eat it all, Dad." The next morning, Lee Do-jun showed up at the city hall on time, entered the office. He said, "Hello, good morning. The manager saw you coming and immediately stood up to greet you." "Oh, Lee Do-jun. How do you feel? Are you okay to continue working?" Lee Do-jun nodded and replied, "Then boss, thank you for worrying. You can see I'm completely normal." Hearing that, the manager immediately sat down on the chair. He crossed his arms and said, "If you feel unwell, you must notify me immediately. Health should always be the top priority." "That guy's desk, remember, Do-jun?" Lee Do-jun sat in the position the manager indicated. The male employee next to him immediately turned around and said, "Just ask me if you forgot anything." I'm Kwon Hyuk-soo, your senior. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Do-jun quickly bowed his head and said thank you. At this time, the manager suddenly glanced at the clock, frowned and said, it should have come now, right? Kwon Hyuk-soo heard that and immediately continued, try to wait a bit, after all, they are great hunters. Hearing that, the manager immediately hated and said, TCH, even an F-ranked person is considered great. Kwon Hyuk-soo did not evaluate anything further but just said, after all, they are still hunters. While talking about this, an extremely urgent voice called out outside the door, I'm sorry, I'm late. An extremely beautiful red-haired girl stood outside the office door wiping her sweat. Seeing that, the manager immediately came out and warmly said, oh my god, I should have gone to the lobby first to pick you up. Hearing that, the girl quickly bowed her head and said, oh no, chief, I'm sorry for being so late. Seeing Lee Do-jun still sitting in one place, Kwon Hyuk-soo immediately turned around and whispered, go say hello to Do-jun, she is the new contract hunter. Seeing that the other party was still bewildered, Kwon Hyuk-soo immediately pulled himself out to where the new hunter was standing and introduced, you probably don't know, come here. Our department has just taken on the responsibility of exploring rifts, so we will have to regularly go into battle with the hunters. This is Hunter Father Yeji. Previously, you were responsible for this. Lee Do-jun evaluated the girl in front of him for a moment then said, nice to meet you. Before the other person could answer, Kwon Hyuk-soo who was standing behind spoke again, but with your current condition, I will take over. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun frowned slightly and asked, what he meant was that this was originally mine. Kwon Hyuk-soo smiled and nodded and replied, that's it, however it would be good if I received it for you, you seem fine but we don't know if you have any side effects right. While talking about this, the department head also spoke up, at first we were worried about whether you could do the job well, but now you have a head injury. Hearing these people say that, Lee Do-jun was a bit annoyed and thought, what is this, am I being bullied? Thinking like that, he said very decisively, no, I will do it. Kwon Hyuk-soo heard that and immediately waved his hand and said, hey, you don't need to try too hard, Do-jun. The manager saw that and got a little angry and shouted, hey, I already sent you on vacation, but you can't even find me at my workplace, and we've already reported it to our superior, Hyuk-soo, we'll take care of this. Hearing this, a fierce anger flared up in Lee Do-jun's heart. He glanced at these two people and said coldly, I will do my work myself, that's it. Kwon Hyuk-soo was a little scared by Lee Do-jun's cold eyes, his face was covered in sweat and he didn't dare say anything else. After work, the department head and Kwon Hyuk-soo sat at the bus stop waiting for the bus. The manager said, is he crazy, who knows what other accidents will happen? Kwon Hyuk-soo heard that and tilted his head back to drink a can of water and said, I understand your boss's worries. But just give him a chance, he is still a member of the team after all. Hearing what the other person said, the department head was silent for a moment with confused thoughts. Then nodded and said, sigh, okay. In a taxi, Lee Do-jun and Yeji's father were in it. Sitting next to the co-pilot's seat, Lee Do-jun opened the notebook and thought to himself, I think I roughly understand this. Even though I had limited time, I was able to read it 5 times, hopefully it's enough to handle this case. The main goal is to receive as much information about the loophole as possible. This was originally equipped for hunters, but many fake documents were spread between headquarters, causing dozens of problems, leading the government to take action against it. Father Yeji sitting in the back suddenly coughed a few times and said, I'm Father Yeji, thank you for working with me, I'm 21 years old. Hearing her say that, Lee Do-jun politely turned around and replied, sorry, I'm checking some work documents, it's okay. Yeji's father shook his head and waved his hand. At this time, Lee Do-jun's eyes noticed what Yeji's father was holding in his arms. He asked curiously, what is that? Yeji's father quickly replied, this is my suitcase, there are costumes and weapons in here, all the necessary items when fighting monsters. At this time, the driver next to him suddenly lowered the window and observed outside for a moment, then said, we're here. Getting off the bus, Lee Do-jun and Yeji's father did not forget to thank the driver. Cha Yeji picked up his suitcase and opened it. She took out a blue ball, held it in her hand and pressed it directly to her body. Lee Do-jun saw this move of the other person and looked closely curious. Just a second later, the blue ball faded and then a blinding light flashed. Waiting for the light to dissipate, Yeji's father was dressed in a hunter's outfit. Lee Do-jun was quite surprised by this and exclaimed, Hearing that, Yeji's father immediately turned around and said, "Hee, you must have never seen this before." Lee Do-jun nodded and replied yes. Cha Yeji smiled and walked away. As she walked, she said, "This is the cheapest set and it cost me 3 million won. It's quite expensive." Lee Do-jun followed after hearing that and asked, "What about that sword?" Father Yeji replied, "It is a grade D sword made from warrior bones. This one is not very expensive." "Ah, how should I call you?" "It doesn't matter." Lee Do-jun shook his head and said. The two quickly approached the door of the area they wanted to enter. Yeji's father gave the suitcase to a security guard guarding the gate and then said to Lee Do-jun, "Then you will call me manager, because I manage loopholes." "It's okay." Lee Do-jun doesn't refuse this form of address. At this time, another security guard, after completing the check, immediately shouted to Lee Do-jun. It was confirmed, he could come in. Lee Do-jun and Yeji's father quickly went inside. Approaching the giant black crack. Looking at the cold light that the crack emitted, Yeji's father said, "This is the first time you're doing this alone." As soon as she finished these words, a man's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Oh, look who's there. It's been quite a while. I thought you quit your job, but it seems that's not true." Hearing this voice, Yeji's father immediately turned his head to look back, only to see a group of 3 men slowly approaching. The tall and muscular leader was the one who had just opened his mouth to mock. This person glanced at Lee Do-jun and then smirked and said, "You also joined the team." Yeji's father seemed a bit afraid of this person and quickly nodded yes. Hearing that, the man continued to open his mouth to look down on her. "Oh, it turns out there is a place that accepts you. You can't even use mana." Being ridiculed like that, Yeji's father silently bowed his head without saying a word. At this time, a guy behind me continued, "Getting to this point is truly amazing. I'm praising you." Lee Do-jun was a bit annoyed by the attitude of these people. He immediately turned to ask Yeji's father, "Do you know him?" "Yes." Father Yeji still bowed his head and said, "We study at the same academy to prepare to become hunters." At this time, the leader of the group of 3 suddenly glanced at the business card that Lee Do-jun was wearing. He curled his mouth and laughed, "Ha, you're working as a contract hunter again. Makes sense, there's no way any team would accept you. Going there proves that you're only worthy of F rank." Hearing the other person say that, Lee Do-jun angrily shouted, "That's enough, it's very annoying." Hearing that, the person in the front laughed even harder. He pointed at Lee Do-jun, then turned his head to look at the 2 teammates behind him and sarcastically said, "What the hell is this guy talking about? Sigh, kid, this pig." As soon as these words finished, this person immediately reached out and grabbed Lee Do-jun's collar and pulled it up high. Seeing this situation, Yeji's father quickly shouted to the manager. The other person paid no attention to her but rolled his eyes and said to Lee Do-jun, "What can you do if your eyes are itchy? Civil servant, ha, what can you do?" Hearing the other person say such provocative words, Lee Do-jun's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. He stared at the enemy in front of him, seemingly about to take a retaliatory action. The other person suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure pressing on his body. Before he could react, he heard Lee Do-jun coldly shout, "I'll leave it alone if you give up on this in the next 3 seconds. As he finished speaking, a thick black aura appeared around this person's body, making it impossible for him to breathe. He stammered and cried out, "I'm sorry." At this moment, one of his accomplices found it strange and came forward, patted him on the shoulder and asked, "Na Han-jung, what's going on?" Being slapped once, Hannah Han-jung was startled and fell to the ground. Seeing this, his teammates worriedly asked, "What's wrong with you, Han-jung?" Now Han-jung cannot answer a complete sentence. He is extremely scared and stammers the words pants. I only saw on the ground, under the crotch of Hannah Han-jung's pants, a yellow liquid was constantly flowing out. When the 2 accomplices saw this, their eyes widened and they exclaimed, "What the hell, you idiot, what did you eat? He just pooped his pants." Yeji's father, who had been silent all this time, could not suppress his surprise and covered his mouth with his hand. After solving the problem, Lee Do-jun exhaled and smiled. He acted as if nothing happened and bent down, reached out his hand to Na Han-jung and politely asked, "What's wrong, can you stand up?" As soon as he bent down, Lee Do-jun's eyes turned red. He looked straight into the other person's eyes and muttered, "Na Han-jung, you low-class guy. If you still love your bullshit life, you better not get in our way." Scared and extremely scared, Hannah Han-jung quickly cried out with tears in her eyes and snot, "Sir." The onlookers had absolutely no idea what was going on. Lee Do-jun didn't pay much attention and immediately told Yeji's father, "Let's go before something despicable happens again." Cha Yeji heard that and quickly regained her composure. She replied and immediately followed Li Dujun into the crack. Inside the crack is a green hilly area. Below the two people's feet was a large grass field. In the distance, an elf saw a stranger intruding and running away. Li Dujun looked around for a moment and then exclaimed, "Oh, so this is an F-level loophole, it's so simple in here." Li Dujun took out his tablet to register for a new loophole. Very soon, a successful registration notification rang out, welcoming you to log into the loophole management system. You have registered a loophole at Seoul City, Gangdong District, Mueungil Ward 002. Please choose the level of the gap. You have selected level F. If you feel this loophole is more difficult than the chosen level, please refer to it. The ping map is now online. After completing all the steps, Li Dujun said, "Okay, looks like we're ready. Can you go now?" Father Yeji nodded and replied, "I will lead the way." The two quickly moved forward. Li Dujun looked at Yeji's father walking next to him. Father Yeji is very determined right now, she thought to herself. Maybe before I was just a guy who specialized in hugging things, but now I have the responsibility to protect others. Also, I need to prove to the manager that I'm more than just a contract hunter. After walking a while, both Li Dujun and Cha Yeji stopped when they saw a group of people ahead. At the feet of this group of people are several goblins that have been dealt with. It seemed like the leader of this group of people said, "Okay, today ends here." Hearing them talk, Li Dujun immediately said, "There were quite a few hunters who came in first." Yeji's father was not as calm as him. She impatiently cried out, "Oh no." Then he sat down, holding his sword, sniffling and saying, "I want to prove that I am very trustworthy." Seeing her like that, Li Dujun immediately comforted her. This is good. Without having to deal with annoying goblins, I can move along the map faster, so I'll be able to return early." As Li Dujun spoke, he looked at Yeji's father's profile on the computer. Information includes, name, Father Yeji, level 4, title, no, strength 6, dexterity 11, health 8, mana 0. Looking at this, he frowned and thought, aren't these the stats of a normal person? Scrolling down a bit, Li Dujun's eyes suddenly opened wide because of the content above. Yeji's father's skill is passive type swordsmanship scholar with rank S. The benefit is, learning the sword scholar skill, current stage 1 and no ability to gather mana until reaching stage 3. Seeing this, Li Dujun immediately asked, "Miss Yeji, is your post-awakening skill that you are a swordsmanship training scholar?" Hearing that, Yeji's father nodded and said, "I saw your status in the window." "That's right, at first I was extremely happy because it was a rare S-tier skill. I was also the best student when I first entered the academy. I completed all the written exams with perfect scores and did not lose any practice matches. That was truly my peak period. But I'm stuck in the skill stage. I don't know what to do when I don't even have mana. It says I'll be able to collect mana from stage 3, but I don't even know how to get to stage 2. What can I do but try my best? No matter how hard I try, I will probably fail." Cha Yeji said as he immersed himself in his glorious past without even hearing Li Dujun's call. It wasn't until Li Dujun came up and lifted up Yeji's father's hands and shouted loudly at Yeji's father that she regained consciousness. Li Dujun pulled Yeji's father back to avoid an attack from the front. On the ground, a sharp mace was sticking straight there. Father Yeji raised his head to look at a group of goblins appearing in the distance, stammering, "Love, goblin, since when?" Before he could finish his sentence, Li Dujun reminded him, "Don't stand frozen in place like that, Cha Yeji. Let's start dealing with this group now." Hearing that, Yeji's father quickly nodded and said, "Yes boss." Li Dujun was satisfied and pushed Yeji's father forward. She held the sword tightly in her hand and told herself, "I need to concentrate and control it." Father Yeji quickly rushed forward to attack the goblins that had just appeared. Each sharp sword strike caused these goblins to suffer a lot of damage. Father Yeji's intense mental concentration combined with his sharp blade took the heads of countless goblins. Putting her sword on the ground, she turned and said to Li Dujun, "You see, even if I can destroy the goblins easily." While speaking here, she suddenly paused for a moment, then widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Manager, there is a goblin coming, be careful." Hearing this, Li Dujun nodded slightly but did not look up. He let out a breath. Wait for the goblin to come closer, then gently dodge to the side to avoid its attack. The goblin lost its momentum and did a somersault. Then fell straight down into the deep mountain abyss. Seeing this scene, Yeji's father couldn't help but praise it. It was so cool. Li Dujun didn't show anything but just spoke, still in the middle of the battle, focusing on that enemy. Hearing that, Yiji's father immediately grabbed the sword that the goblin had been gently approaching and started to attack. Yiji's father was a bit surprised and was suddenly beaten, so he had to step back a bit. Seeing that, Lee Do-jun immediately said, "You've just finished dealing with 2 children and you're already tired." Hearing that, Yeji's father quickly shook his head and replied, "No, I'm fine." At that moment, the goblin swung his iron mace and hit Yeji's father. She reacted quite quickly and immediately retreated to avoid this attack. Seeing that, the elf smiled cunningly. This smile of his made Yeji's father extremely angry. She tightly grasped the sword in her hand, immediately gritted her teeth and rushed forward, hitting hard at the goblin. Standing behind, observing the situation, looking at Yeji's father shaking hands, Lee Do-jun let out a long breath. He said, "Miss Yeji, surely you must know that the basic form of swordsmanship is not aggressive stances. She should take advantage of the enemy's movements, thereby creating attacks that use the least amount of effort. Now take a step back and take a deep breath." Her recent swing was unstable because her breathing was uneven. Hearing this, Yeji's father quickly obeyed and stepped back and began to breathe evenly. Lee Do-jun's voice continued to ring out, paying attention to the enemy. "You see, it's as tired as you are, it can't fight much longer. Concentrate on its next attack, you'll find your chance." Cha Yeji answered yes for 1 minute and then focused intensely on observing the goblin's movements. Lee Do-jun continued to instruct, "A quick and powerful counterattack was ideal for the current situation. The most important thing now is to know when the enemy will attack. Miss Yeji, I want you to show me the nature of a sword scholar." Hearing Lee Do-jun say that, an enthusiasm in Yeji's father suddenly flared up. Her eyes now became more determined than ever. The moment love rushes in to attack. Yeji's father quickly leaned aside, the sword in her hand placed firmly on the goblin's neck. She turned her wrist once. Immediately, fresh blood followed her movements like rain, knocking down this goblin. Looking at the fallen goblin, Lee Do-jun immediately praised him, like a true swordsman scholar. "The sky is now golden." Standing in front of the crack, Lee Do-jun said, "Good job, thanks to you we were able to complete the crack exploration easily. Come back." Cha Yeji was now lying on the grass. She said intermittently, Let me rest for a moment." Lee Do-jun nodded. He took out his tablet and looked at it once, then said, "Today she hunted a total of 17 goblins. You must earn a lot of money if you go alone. Why?" Hearing that, Yeji's father immediately sat up, smiled and said, "I'm not doing this for money, I just want to join a team. By the way, manager, you're hiding your job, right?" Hearing this question, Lee Do-jun immediately put away his tablet and shook his head and said, "No, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yeji's father didn't believe it. She said, "You know so much about swordsmanship, that's strange." Before I could finish my sentence, the other person had already run into the crack, leaving Father Yeji with only one sentence and I would go first. Seeing that he was gone, Yeji's father folded his arms and silently stood in the same place. Seoul City is now lit up. Lee Do-jun slowly walked on the way back home. Lee Do-jun knows someone is following him behind him. He came to a fairly deserted intersection and stopped. Turned his head back and said, "I won't get angry if you walk out in 10 seconds. Waiting until the last second, a red-haired figure quickly ran out and stood in front of Lee Do-jun. Seeing the other person bowing his head and breathing heavily, Lee Do-jun frowned and asked, "Why are you following me?" Cha Yeji raised his head and said honestly, "Because I hadn't heard your answer yet." "What's the answer?" Lee Do-jun asked. Cha Yeji spoke hesitantly, about whether he was hiding his strength. Lee Do-jun looked at Yeji's father. He didn't answer this question but turned around and said, "If you followed him all the way to the house like this, then go in and eat something before leaving." Cha Yeji was hungry now. Hearing the other person say that, she was extremely happy. She followed Lee Do-jun and smiled and said, "Thank you, manager." Leading Yeji's father into my apartment. Lee Do-jun walked up the stairs first. At this moment, Yeji's father suddenly stopped and hesitantly said, "Manager, thinking about it, it's already late, maybe you should go home." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately turned around and said, "We're almost there, it's time to eat, dinner is probably ready." "Huh, are you ready?" Yeji's father opened his eyes wide in surprise. Lee Do-jun put one hand in his pocket and explained, "Well, I live with my daughter." This information made Yeji's father extremely surprised and gasped. She couldn't believe this. Her beautiful face was covered in sweat and she cried out, "My daughter." Lee Do-jun did not answer this question but continued walking. Soon the two of them reached the door of the house. Lee Do-jun pressed the door code and turned around to remind Father Yeji, "And remember to keep our work a secret. My daughter thinks I'm just a civil servant, just a normal job." Hearing that, Yeji's father immediately bowed his head and replied yes. After saying that, she thought to herself, he really got married early. Is it okay for me to keep touching like this? I feel quite bad because maybe they are just a newlywed couple. While thinking deeply, the door opened. Sol Yun-hee poked her head out and happily greeted her father, welcoming her home. As soon as he saw the other person, Yeji's father couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Oh mom." She couldn't hide her fear and thought, father and daughter, why is his daughter so big? I thought he was 26, or that she was some kind of kindergarten superhero, or that his name at home was Dad, which was absurd. At this time, Sol Yun-hee was also a bit surprised and asked, "Who is it, Dad, colleague?" Lee Do-jun replied. Quickly regaining her composure, she raised her hand and waved, then smiled and said to Sol Yun-hee, I'm the manager's colleague, I mean Do-jun." "So what?" Sol Yun-hee asked suspiciously. Father Yeji immediately nodded and replied, "Yes." Sol Yun-hee still didn't seem to believe it, so she turned around and asked Lee Do-jun, "Is it true?" Lee Do-jun nodded and replied, "She works at the same branch as Dad, so can we come in now?" "Okay." Sol Yun-hee smiled and narrowed her eyes to make way for the two of them. Stepping inside, looking at the layout inside the house, Yeji's eyes sparkled and exclaimed, "Wow, your house is really clean." Sol Yun-hee next to her smiled and said, "We're about to have dinner, it's best to go home after drinking tea." As soon as these words ended, Lee Do-jun spoke up and said, "She will eat with us, please prepare the food." Hearing her father say that, Sol Yun-hee's smile disappeared. She replied yes, then turned around and went into the kitchen. Seeing that, Lee Do-jun immediately asked, "Is she in puberty?" Sol Yun-hee turned her head and exclaimed, "I don't have it." Seeing this attitude of the girl, Yeji's father seemed to understand something. She mumbled a few words, "Don't say anything." Very quickly the table was set. Yeji's father immediately said thank you for the meal. After saying that, she looked at the sumptuous table in front of her and couldn't help but praise, "Wow, you're a really good cook, you know how to make kimchi soup." Hearing that, Sol Yun-hee replied leisurely, "Buy it." Cha Yeji was a bit choked up, then asked again, "Side radish, seaweed soup, rolled eggs?" Sol Yun-hee calmly answered one by one, "Supermarket, instant food company, side food store." At this moment, her eyes focused on the object standing in the corner of the wall. She asked Yeji's father incredulously, "Is that a suitcase?" Yeji's father nodded and said, "That's right, I'm a hunter, even though it's only an F rank. Although not very valuable, it is made from Schwartz Lab, and also..." Having said this, Yeji's father suddenly fell silent. She covered her mouth with her hand. Suddenly I felt a cold killing intent behind me. Cha Yeji turned his head to look at Lee Do-jun, then said seriously, "I'm sorry." Sol Yun-hee suddenly asked, "A hunter, but Dad is just a normal civil servant." Lee Do-jun took the soup ladle and slowly explained, "It's just her side job, she'll get in trouble if people find out, keep it a secret." Cha Yeji silently bowed her head, not daring to say a word. At that moment Sol Yun-hee slammed the table. Then she stood up suddenly, making her jump. Sol Yun-hee grabbed Yeji's father's hands, her eyes sparkling, and said seriously, "That's great, I also want to become a hunter. I've been studying at the National Hunter School for 3 months." Looking at the form that Sol Yun-hee handed over, Yeji's father immediately nodded and said, "It's not that special, I'm the only one with an F rank." Hearing that, Sol Yun-hee immediately objected, "So what, you're a hunter, that means you passed the test, right?" "That's right," Yeji's father said. Hearing that, Sol Yun-hee continued to ask, "What kind of person are you, close combat or long range, or a magician?" "Ah, a doctor, right." Standing behind watching the two of them talk, Lee Do-jun helplessly let out a long breath. Soon dinner ended, it was already dark outside. Standing in the apartment lobby, Yeji's father said, "Sorry for staying so long, manager, I mean it's June, I'll go home myself." Sol Yun-hee narrowed her eyes and said, "Today is very fun." "Me too, Yun-hee." Yeji's father smiled and said, "Next time I will come." "No, rest well," Sol Yun-hee said, keeping her smile. Hearing that, Yeji's father was puzzled and asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" Sol Yun-hee answered honestly, "If you don't like it, it's hard to leave." "That's right," Yeji's father said, sweating. At this time, Lee Do-jun suddenly spoke up, cutting off the two girls' conversation. "Go home, Yun-hee, Dad will go with her to the pier." Hearing that, Sol Yun-hee immediately smiled and said, "Dad, remember to come home early." Lee Do-jun and father Yi-ji neither quickly nor slowly walked to the pier. Cha Yi-ji looked around while speaking his thoughts. Yun-hee is not your biological child, right? Hearing this, Lee Do-jun suddenly exclaimed, "What are you saying?" Cha Yi-ji calmly analyzed, "Their ages don't match at all. He's 26 and she's 17, he doesn't wear a wedding ring, and there aren't any wedding photos in the house. Not only that, Yun-hee's last name is Sol, so that means she's not your biological child and you're not married yet, right, manager?" Lee Do-jun didn't object but just said, "You're quite sensitive in this case." Hearing that, Yi-ji's father immediately took out his phone and dialed 112. She turned to look at Lee Do-jun and said, "What is the relationship between you and her? It's not something dangerous, right?" Seeing the other person's actions, Lee Do-jun calmly said, "That's exactly what you did. She is my niece. Due to circumstances, my brother cannot take care of her now." Hearing that, Yi-ji's father was a bit surprised and she cried out. Then apologetically said, "I understand, sorry for intruding." Lee Do-jun was not angry at all but just said, "Depending on the situation, remember to keep this a secret, okay?" Dad, Yi-ji said. The two walked in silence for a bit longer. Seeing the pier in front of them, Lee Do-jun immediately stopped and said, "Let's go there." Cha Yi-ji also stopped. She raised her hand to wave goodbye. "Thank him, have a safe trip." Looking at the back of Lee Do-jun leaving, Yi-ji's father seemed to remember something and mumbled softly, "Wait, so his brother's last name is Sol." Having said that, Father Yi-ji didn't think too much anymore. She walked towards the pier ahead, thinking to herself, "Anyway, let's go home." Approaching the dock, Lee Do-jun immediately turned around and said to Yi-ji's father, "I just brought you here." Cha Yi-ji heard that and immediately waved goodbye and said, "Thank you, please be careful when you go home." Watching Lee Do-jun leave, Yi-ji's father suddenly remembered something and opened his eyes wide and said, "Wait, does that mean his brother's last name is Sol?" Having said that, Father Yi-ji didn't think too much anymore. She walked towards the pier ahead, thinking to herself, "Whatever, let's go home." The next morning, Lee Do-jun walked to the office, looked at his report. The manager asked suspiciously, "Did you do all this in one day?" Hearing that, Lee Do-jun asked confusedly, "What's the problem?" The manager shook his head and replied, "No, that's not it. It's perfect. Did you really do it yourself? Normally it takes several months to get all this data." After saying that, he turned to Kwon Hyuk-soo and asked, "Kwon Hyuk-soo, will you help make this coin?" Kwon Hyuk-soo shook his head and said, "Of course not, I was quite surprised myself." After saying that, he immediately gave Lee Do-jun a thumbs up and praised, "You did a great job, Do-jun. It seems like I will have to try harder." Hearing him say that, Lee Do-jun bowed his head and replied, "Thank you." Cha Yi-ji walked up behind Lee Do-jun and smiled and said, "Wow, I didn't know the manager was so good at his job." Hearing this voice, Lee Do-jun was startled and turned around to ask, "Why are you here? You don't need to come today." The head of the department saw people coming and excitedly asked, When did you come?" Cha Yi-ji smiled and said, "I just dropped by on the way." Lee Do-jun didn't pay much attention and sat down at his desk. He just said, "It's up to you, because the salary will stay the same." At this time, Kwon Hyuk-soo suddenly handed over a letter and said, "This is from June." Receiving the letter, Lee Do-jun curiously asked, "What is it?" Kwon Hyuk-soo said, "It's a hunter ranking assessment plan. Now that you've managed one person, you need to know about this too." Lee Do-jun nodded and opened the letter to see. What was written on it was, "Hunter ranking assessment." Each hunter was required to take a ranking assessment test once a year. Depending on the score achieved, the ranking can increase or decrease. Therefore it is a big day for hunters. After reading it once, Lee Do-jun frowned and asked, "Is it similar to a value determination system?" The content below continues as follows. In Korea alone there are hundreds of teams. Teams compete with each other with the purpose of recruiting members with higher rankings. So this was also the time when countless hunters moved from one team to another. So the day of testing and rating is also the opening day of the transfers. Reading this, Kwon Hyuk-soo suddenly turned around and whispered to Lee Do-jun, "It's what the boss is most worried about." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately asked in doubt, "Because if contract hunters get a higher rank, do they tend to leave and join another party?" Kwon Hyuk-soo nodded and replied, "Correct, no need to correct. In any case, it would be better if Cha Yi-ji gets an average score, then we can continue working." As he spoke, he looked up the information on the system, then said, "Let's see, Miss Yi-ji plans to take the exam in a week. This will be the first exam." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately turned around and asked Yi-ji's father if she intended to transfer if she won a higher rank. Cha Yi-ji waved his hand and shook his head and replied, no, actually I want to extend the contract. Hearing her say that, Lee Do-jun calmly said, I can't decide that for you. In any case, it would be good if you could raise your rank before the evaluation. It would make the exploration easier for me, but, not only that, you would get an increase in your annual salary. As soon as this sentence ended, Father Yi-ji said, no matter what I say, I will always be in the F rank. Lee Do-jun was a bit startled when he heard her say that. He turned his head to look at Yi-ji's father. Then thought to himself, a curse cannot use mana. Hunter ranking is determined based on level, statistics and average combat experience. The sum of all those indicators will determine the hunter rank. However, the most important factor is still the amount of mana that person possesses. Hunters can use mana stones to enhance their physical condition. It's called mana cultivation, but to Yi-ji's father, things like that are redundant. If she already had no mana in her body, raising her level to E rank would be impossible. Thinking for a moment, Lee Do-jun immediately spoke up to encourage her. However, we wouldn't know if she didn't try. Cha Yi-ji bowed his head and hesitantly said, you understand yourself too clearly. You were born to receive F rank. She stopped talking at this point. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun huffed and said, then it seems like I only get F-type missions. Since you're the only hunter I've been assigned to, your rank also determines the level of openings I'll work in. Cha Yi-ji still bowed her head. She hesitated for a moment then said again, but if he accepts someone else, he will be able to do more. That's right, Lee Do-jun said slowly thoughtfully, maybe I should do that. I can announce that I'm looking for a hunter. Miss Yi-ji, you are my only hunter, come with me. At the door of the hunter training room, Lee Do-jun and Yi-ji's father walked inside. Yi-ji's father curiously asked, this is, Lee Do-jun explains, this place used to be an office. Now we're renovating it into a training room. Actually, it's my first time here. The materials used are provided by the Hunter Bureau, so it is virtually unaffected by attacks. About why she had no mana. Have you tried strengthening your body yet? Hearing the question, Yi-ji's father nodded and replied, yes, but I know you have to reach stage 3 of swordsmanship scholar to get mana. That's the worst part. Lee Do-jun nodded a few times. He crossed his arms and said, can you show me? Cha Yi-ji nodded and said, wait a minute, I wonder if you have a notepad. Here, Lee Do-jun took the notebook that Father Yi-ji gave him and said thank you. When he opened it, he said in surprise, she wrote down a lot. Cha Yi-ji shyly said, yes, but you don't really understand all that. On the back I also drew illustrations of movement techniques. Following Yi-ji's father's words, Lee Do-jun opened the back page of the notebook. All I saw on it were countless strange human figures. Seeing that, Yi-ji's father quickly said, sorry, I can't draw very well. Lee Do-jun took a look, then frowned and said, I'm not sure, but it looks similar to the threefold sword technique. Three-body swordsmanship, Father Yi-ji asked suspiciously, not a swordsmanship scholar. Lee Do-jun nodded and replied, swordsmanship scholars also originate from the threefold swordsmanship. After saying that, he thought to himself, Jin So-woon, Sword Saint. He was a royal scholar who appeared suddenly like a comet across the sky. After defeating the strongest warrior under the heavens at that time in a Baimu battle, he left without leaving a trace. He was able to reinterpret the contemporary understanding of threefold swordsmanship and was a genius among geniuses. He called it swordsmanship scholar. Legend has it that he disappeared after passing on that sword technique to the defeated warrior. Thinking of this, Lee Do-jun let out a long breath. Then he raised his head and called Father Yi-ji. He placed his hands on her shoulders. Very seriously, no one is as lucky as you to receive that ability. Cha Yi-ji was a bit surprised, a bit confused but still agreed. The clock in the office is ticking by 1 second, the department head focused and observed without blinking. Until after the hour has struck. He immediately stretched his shoulders and stretched his muscles. Lee Do-jun stood up and said, I'll go home first, then went out the door. The next second, Cha Yi-ji also hurriedly chased after him, leaving only one sentence, see you all later. Seeing that, the department head immediately poured a glass of water, slowly drank it, walked to where Kwon Hyuk-soo was sitting and asked, what's going on? They've only met for a few days but they often go out together. What do those two have to do with each other? Kwon Hyuk-soo heard that and immediately raised his head to judge. I thought the girl probably liked him. Do you feel that way too? The manager asked. Kwon Hyuk-soo stood up, put on his jacket and said, only an idiot wouldn't notice. The head of the department pondered for a bit and then spoke contemptuously, but it seemed like June didn't pay any attention. At this time in the hunter training room, Yi-ji's father had changed into his hunter outfit and was constantly practicing. She held the sword tightly in her hand. He threw himself up and slashed out extremely sharp sword strokes. Suddenly feeling something strange, Yi-ji's father stopped moving. She put down her sword, then lowered her head to observe her hands for a moment. A moment later, she was surprised and thought, I can feel it, it's mana. Yi-ji quickly opened her stats panel to check. Her mana has now reached 10 and has entered stage 3. Lee Do-jun saw that and immediately said, you have advanced to stage 3 in just 1 week, very good. Hearing that, Yi-ji's father was extremely happy and shouted, Manager, I'm really lucky to have met you. Lee Do-jun smiled and said, sure, we will mention this when renewing the contract. Yes, Yi-ji's father said with narrowed eyes, also. Seeing her hesitation, Lee Do-jun immediately asked, what's wrong? Yi-ji arranged his words for a bit and then asked, are you hiding your strength? Hearing this question, Lee Do-jun let out a long breath. He didn't answer but turned around and said, see you at the Hunter Bureau tomorrow. Not receiving an answer did not surprise Yi-ji's father. She looked at Lee Do-jun's leaving back and smiled and said, yes, be careful when you return. The next day, the Hunter Bureau. There were many people gathered outside the hall. Stepping inside, Lee Do-jun turned to ask Yi-ji, is this your first rating review? Yi-ji nodded and replied, I did a similar test when I took the Hunter exam but this is the first time since that time. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately cheered, her hard work will definitely pay off, keep up the good work. Yi-ji was extremely grateful for this encouragement. She smiled brightly and confidently said, yes, thank you. While talking about this, the surrounding crowd suddenly burst into discussion. Someone shouted loudly, ah, there's Kang Min-hyuk. There's also Han Min-ji, 2 S-rank hunters. Lee Do-jun followed everyone's gaze and looked out the door, only to see 2 people appearing side by side walking inside. Han Min-ji narrowed her eyes, smiled and said, excuse me, I'll go now. Lee Do-jun asked suspiciously, are they very popular? Yi-ji was a bit surprised to hear that. She said, don't you know them? They are ranked 7th and 10th in the world and come from the state of Icarus. Those 2 are one of the strongest hunters in the world. Hearing these words, Lee Do-jun's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. But observe the 2 people who had just appeared. After looking at it for a while, he leisurely said, it's okay, if you try hard, you can catch up with them within a year. These words made Yi-ji's father extremely shocked and his eyes widened. The people around heard Lee Do-jun say that and found it extremely funny. They immediately started talking and mocking, catching up with them within a year. Have those 2 saints lost their minds? Yi-ji also whispered in fear, Manager, don't say such embarrassing words. On the other side, Han Min-ji suddenly spoke up and said, Min-hyuk, why do we have to be in this place? Kang Min-hyuk kept a smile on his lips and reminded, be careful with your facial expressions, there are many cameras around. Hearing that, Han Min-ji immediately adjusted her facial muscles and stayed for 1 hour. At this point Kang Min-hyuk continued, isn't it more interesting than just fighting with monsters all day? Besides, this time a super genius will appear, right? Hearing that, Han Min-ji got a little angry and said, I was fooled all the time. As soon as these words ended, Kang Min-hyuk rushed forward and said, I can't lose that talent to another state, go quickly, otherwise if I'm late I'll be sitting on the ground now. Wait a minute, Han Min-ji quickly called out and quickly chased after her. And at this moment, from behind, Na Han-yong and his teammates walked out. He stroked his chin and laughed, did you hear me? It seems the person they are talking about is me. I'm so looking forward to it. The 2 accomplices standing behind heard that and immediately burst out laughing and said, remember to bring your pants to change, or maybe you'll pee in your pants later. Na Han-yong was extremely annoyed when he heard these words. He couldn't do anything but just rolled his eyes and shouted and shut up immediately. Entering the hall, the host stood on the stage and began to speak. Let's start with the measurement part. Hunters please advance in order. Standing below, Lee Do-jun turned around and said to Yi-ji, it's started, let's go in. On the other side, Hannah Han-yong also spoke up very confidently, preparing to welcome me, Bang Icarus. People started lining up to take measurements. A man measuring C rank is extremely happy. His teammates standing behind also happily congratulated him, he knew he could do it. At this time, a manager quickly came forward and gave a business card and said, "Hello, I am the Human Resources Manager of the Balkans, Go Gildong." The person who got C rank just turned around and smiled and said, "I'm Cho Yun Jin from Buffalo State." Go Gildong continues to introduce, "My clan's hunters are mostly C rank or higher and we provide free weapons and costumes. The lowest is D rank for new members. We will also pay double your current salary." While talking about this, Yi Ji's father pushed forward and shouted, "Please get out of the way." Cha Yi-ji had difficulty walking to where Lee Do-jun was standing. She put her hands on her knees and breathed heavily. Seeing that, Lee Do-jun immediately asked, "Have you finished measuring yet?" After taking a few hours to catch his breath, Yi-ji's father raised his hand and said, "Okay, I'm ranked E. Strength 6, Dexterity 11, Stamina 8 and Mana 10. My mana has increased significantly." Lee Do-jun said with great satisfaction, "Congratulations. Just come in." "Yes," Yi-ji's father nodded in response. Stepping inside to observe the arena below, Yi-ji's father immediately exclaimed, "Wow, it looks quite difficult, right? It's a C-level loophole." Standing next to Lee Do-jun, he said, "Get ready, it's your turn next." Cha Yi-ji turned his head, his hand holding the sword tightly and asked a little worriedly, Manager, can you really challenge the C-level loophole?" Lee Do-jun scratched his face and nodded, "No need to worry, she can handle it." At this time, Yi-ji's father trembled a bit and asked, "Why do you look so sure?" Lee Do-jun said with his chin in his hands, "If you believe it is so then it will be so." Cha Yi-ji is not so optimistic, she exclaimed doubtfully, "How can she believe that?" While talking about this, the loudspeaker announced that the 3 C-level loopholes would be activated immediately. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately said, "Go in and get ready." Cha Yi-ji trembled a few times. She answered yes after an hour, then opened the door and stepped inside. The lights were shining brightly on the arena. Yi-ji's father stood in one place, holding his sword tightly, observing the surroundings for a moment. She thought to herself, "Is it because many people are watching that I'm getting more and more worried?" Sweat was now wet on her face, and at that moment a voice rang out and called out to her. Right after that, Na Han-yong walked over and frowned and said, "What's going on? Why are you here?" Cha Yi-ji was startled and stuttered a few times, unable to say a complete sentence. Na Han-yong saw that and was confused and asked again, "What was that?" Cha Yi-ji bowed his head and said, "I am here." Seeing the other person hesitate like that, Hannah Han-yong immediately asked, "What is the purpose of being here?" "Challenge," Yi-ji's father said. As soon as he heard this information, Hannah rolled her eyes and exclaimed, "Challenge, but want to challenge the loophole, stupid." Cha Yi-ji didn't know what to say, she just said sorry. Hearing that, Han-yong suddenly burst out laughing and scoffed, "Since I was born, this is the first time I've seen an F-rank kid dare to challenge a C-rank loophole." Hearing these words, the surrounding hunters all turned around suspiciously and looked back, curiously discussing, "What's that? Is there an F-rank hunter here? F-rank, huh? That outfit looks so familiar, wow, so reckless, there are so many stupid kids who don't know how to control themselves." At this moment, Hannah crossed her arms in front of her chest and curled her mouth as she said, "This kid is really crazy, you don't have any mana yet you still want to challenge level C." Having said this, he suddenly stopped speaking. As if remembering something very scary, he quickly looked around and stammered and asked, "Is that devil around here?" The evil Lee Do-jun in Na Han-yong's words is outside waiting. At this moment, Han Min-ji slowly walked up from behind and said, "Soul Crack Management Department. Father Yi-ji, Contract Hunter, Responsible Officer, Lee Do-jun, 26 years old." "That's right," Lee Do-jun replied leisurely. Hearing that, Han Min-ji frowned slightly and said, he didn't look surprised at all, "Right. I just briefly mentioned your name." Lee Do-jun observed the other person for a moment and then asked directly, "What was his purpose in talking to me?" Han Min-ji said, "I want to bring you Cha Yi-ji to join the guild. The mana injection only happens once. In Phase 1, level F mana stones are given to anyone who receives their first hunter certificate. Yet she raised her mana by 10 just from injecting F-level mana stones. After that, mana injection could not be performed again, so the Yi-ji increased to 10 mana in a strange and unreasonable way." Hearing the other person say that, Lee Do-jun thought to himself, "It's not because of the mana injection." At this time, he heard Han Min-ji continue, "The Icarus clan will give her wings. If she joins the clan, she can reach rank A or even more. We will pass on the knowledge of our seniors, expose her to high-level rifts and raids, and equip her with real combat experience. As for management, what can you do for her? Raise her salary. A person with no experience yet, you guys dare to let her challenge a sea-level loophole. I want to ask, what are you thinking? Do you think the game is easy? While talking about this, the announcement speaker rang out and the sea-level rift was activated. For this challenge, kill the orc soldiers within the allotted time. Inside the arena, Na Han Yong pulled out his sword and said with great excitement, finally starting, ha ha ha. Cha Yi-ji also raised her alertness to a high level. She tightly grasped the sword in her hand and took an offensive stance. But outside, Han Min-ji's voice continued to echo, our guild can turn her into a real hunter. If you want her to stand firm in this world of meat-hungry hunters, please leave it to us. If you really think about her. Lee Do-jun stood still, listening to the other person's words, then reached out and scratched his neck a few times. He curled his mouth and said very seriously, firstly, whether or not to join the Anu Ada clan is up to her to decide. Pausing for a moment, Lee Do-jun flashed a dangerous smile. He looked straight into Han Min-ji's eyes and asked, do you want to bet with me? Hearing these words, Han Min-ji suddenly became highly alert. He stared at Lee Do-jun, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, not saying anything but as if thinking. At this moment, 4 goblins appeared, each of them holding a weapon. Han Yong said confidently, come here my dears. He reminded Father Yi-ji who was standing behind him. Father Yi-ji, prepare yourself. Yi-ji quickly replied, okay. The goblin suddenly screamed, baring its sharp teeth. Han Yong's tone was sharp. Are you trying to challenge a C-rank hunter? The goblin raised his weapon high and gathered momentum to prepare to attack. Han Yong looked surprised. The goblin didn't hesitate any longer to attack. Han Yong's quick reflexes used his weapon to block it. The goblin's power is extremely terrible. Han Yong had to use all his strength to block it. He started to feel bad. How could it be? It was much stronger than him. The goblin attacked non-stop. Han Yong tried his best but couldn't do it again. Both of his legs collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on anymore. The goblin gained momentum. It raised its fist and punched him straight in the face. He leaned back, the weapon falling out of his hand. Han Yong fell to the ground, his hammer flying away. When he saw that, he immediately panicked and used his hammer. Han Yong noticed and looked forward to see the demon preparing to attack him again. He was scared and panicked, stopped, hey wait. Suddenly, Father Yi-ji appeared from the left, kicked straight at the goblin's body, and took this. But Yi-ji's father's actions had no effect at all. The goblin was not scratched at all, and Yi-ji fell straight to the ground. Han Yong regained his composure and lifted himself up. He looked in front of him with a surprised expression. Father Yi-ji. Yi-ji's father raised his sword forward into an attack position to block the demon from Han Yong. Yi-ji's tone was instructive. Stay still, I'll handle this one. Han Yong was not moved by those words. He hated saying, what nonsense are you talking about? The goblin suddenly screamed. Attack towards Yi-ji. Yi-ji quickly backed away. Every attack she gently dodged. She also realized one thing, I understand its attack pattern. If that's the case then let's do it. Yi-ji suddenly appeared behind the goblin. She slashed her sword straight into its body. The goblin cried out pitifully. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Yi-ji didn't understand when he was up there. Yi-ji uses swordsmanship scholar, first skill. Scholar blow. Yi-ji slashed its body lengthwise. The goblin was just like that, divided into 2 halves. Everyone witnessed in the stands. And all her teammates were surprised and widened their eyes. Outside the stadium, Lee Do-jun nodded to something. Kang Min-hyuk was also standing right next to him. His tone seemed unbelievable, impossible. Do-jun sighed, what's so great? Kang Min-hyuk fell into thought. Each hunter has 3 methods of using mana. One is to infuse mana into the weapon to strengthen the power of the weapon to enhance the weapon. The second is to fake mana release through mana-emitting weapons. Third, replacing mana with factors other than mana. Infusing mana into the universe is not difficult at all. However, the difficulty lies in controlling it. Kang Min-hyuk said, she used weapon enhancement perfectly. The announcement rang. The test was over. Hunters who have completed the examination may exit the examination room. Some of Han Yong's teammates immediately complained, oh, it's so difficult. Yeah, I almost died too. Han Yong still stood there stunned. Why did he feel like something was wrong? Please look at the results display board in front. Han Yong shouted loudly, ah, damn, that's it, the bulletin board said. Father Yi-ji destroyed 8, Sung Ho Yang 4, Kim Hee-soo 3, Park Chan-il 2, Na Han Yong none. At that time, Yi-ji's father left the exam room with the sword. She saw Lee Do-jun calling out, manager. I can really do this, Do Jun complimented. Yes, you practiced very hard. Cha Yi-ji's tone was cheerful. No, it's all thanks to the manager. Suddenly, Kang Min-hyuk stood before her eyes. Yi-ji is surprised. Wait, what? Kang Min-hyuk congratulates her. It was truly a great match. Yi-ji was embarrassed. No, for an S-rank hunter. Before he could finish speaking, Kang Min-hyuk interrupted. You used the weapon enhancement skill perfectly. Did someone teach you? Yi-ji was about to speak when Jun spoke up. First, Yi-ji practiced on her own. I was so surprised that I replied, yes. She laughed and scratched her head. I didn't know it was that great. Kang Min-hyuk said, Hunter Cha Yi-ji. I'll get straight to the point. I hope you'll join the Icarus clan. Kang Min-hyuk said sincerely, if you wish for anything, as long as it is within my ability, I will get it for you. While talking, Yi-ji's father interrupted. She replied in a cheerful tone, it's really a great offer, but I'd like to decline. Yi-ji's father did not hesitate to refuse at all. Kang Min-hyuk is beyond surprised. Ma'am. Yi-ji's father turned his eyes to Lee Do-jun and said, yes, manager. Do-jun nodded and let's go. Kang Min-hyuk immediately looked confused and tried to hold on to Yi-ji. Wait, please think again. There is not always an opportunity like this. We can give you more things than the city hall, Seoul. Yi-ji's father scratched his face and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I'd rather work at Seoul City Hall. Yi-ji and Do-jun immediately turned around and walked away. Yi-ji's father even turned his head and bowed and said, hello. Kang Min-hyuk couldn't utter a single word. Lee Do-jun also turned his head and said, don't forget to contact us. Kang Min-hyuk seemed to realize something. Then nodded and smiled. He remembers talking to Lee Do-jun earlier while Yi-ji's father was competing. Lee Do-jun said, do you want to bet with me? I bet Yi-ji will kill at least 5 orc soldiers. If I lose, I will tell Yi-ji to let her go to Icarus State. Lee Do-jun continued to speak but his eyes showed a cold look. And if I win, I will send you a grade A outfit, okay? Kang Min-hyuk thought for a moment and then agreed, okay, accept the bet. Back to the present, within the company. Yi-ji's father happily showed off to everyone, now you're a C-class hunter. Everyone saw that and was extremely happy for her. Everyone congratulated her. Wow, the jump from F rank to C rank is amazing. Kwon Hyuk-soo scrolled through his phone with a worried look on his face. But Yi-ji, are you really okay? A lot of people are talking about you right now. The department head stood next to him and asked curiously, what's wrong? Kwon Hyuk-soo read the news from his phone. Hunter Cha Yi-ji refused to join the Icarus clan, even though Kang Min-hyuk really wanted her. Hunter Cha Yi-ji, what is her personality like? Yi-ji's father blushed embarrassedly. Kwon Hyuk-soo said, Icarus is one of the best guilds in Korea. The department head gave her a like button, but our city hall is not the largest in Korea. Kwon Hyuk-soo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. To be honest, if I were her, I would think again and join the Icarus clan. The head of the department laughed cheerfully and told Father Yi-ji, of course all your decisions will be supported, because we care about you. Kwon Hyuk-soo suddenly said in a serious tone, however, it's truly a sin of the world to refuse to join Icarus. This is truly a rare opportunity for a talented person like her. The head of the department is still bewildered. Why are you still there? While talking, Lee Do-jun came in from outside. Yi-ji's father wondered, manager, what do you think about my decision? Do-jun just smiled and looked at her. She won't regret it. Yi-ji smiled brightly. An answer like that was more than enough. The department head sent a heart to everyone. Do-jun suddenly said, me and Hunter Cha Yi-ji will go to the factory for a while. The largest hunter equipment store in Korea, located inside the Hunter Bureau. This is where hunters buy and sell costumes, weapons, and many other personal items. When the department head heard that, he trembled while Kwon Hyuk-soo quickly explained to you, Dojin, I know equipment is really important, but you don't have enough money to buy even one thing. I think I will. It's better if you save for a few more years and then buy later. Do-jun immediately reassured him, don't worry, I'm not going to buy anything. I just came to pick up the things. A moment later, 2 people, Do-jun and Cha Yi-ji, were present at the factory. This place is extremely majestic and beautiful. Do-jun couldn't help but exclaim, much bigger than I thought. Yi-ji also replied, yes, because there are many things sold in the factory. A staff member saw the 2 of them and immediately warmly greeted and welcomed the guests. Do-jun introduces himself, I'm Lee Do-jun from Seoul Unit Loophole Management Department. Hunter Kang Min-hyuk must have mentioned me. The employee immediately understood, yes. Everyone, please take your time and look at me and call me if needed, Yi-ji says, thank you. The two went deeper. They stood in front of an extremely sparkling golden outfit. Then the two continued to look at other outfits. Yiji's tone is annoying. It seems like there's no outfit that suits you. Suddenly Yiji noticed an outfit. Manager, red outfit, outside is a white cloak. Yiji is excited. Look at this, a silver wing outfit. I think this suits me. I see people say it's made from the wings of queen ants. Dujun is curious, do you want this? Yiji had tears in her eyes. No, it's very expensive. Dujun immediately said, let's look at something else. The sky started to get dark. The two of them were still in the factory. Dujun's face was filled with listlessness. Oh my god, why did we have to hang around here for 4 hours? If only she had bought that silver outfit. Yiji's expression was the opposite of Dujun's. She chose a few bags. Well, this one looks good and the packaging is so pretty. Dujun suddenly saw something interesting. Are piled up daggers, a sign above, a one-day-only sale with a 50% discount. He asked the staff, what is this? The employee, an older man, replied, it's an E-class weapon, but it's still very useful. Take these, they're all super cheap, only 1 million a bar. Dujun's eyes widened when he heard that. What's a million? Yiji smiled wryly. Even though it's my level, hunter weapons are still expensive. This stuff is all grade 1 so it's super cheap. Dujun turned around and left. That's it. Suddenly, he noticed something. He rummaged through that pile of E-level weapons. Why is it here? Ladouhun held that weapon in thought. Why, this item that should be in the world of Miram, why is it here? The sword I used to rule Miram. The sword has a tag, it's worth 50,000 won. The old employee came out and quickly said, oh no, why did this get mixed in here? Sorry, I accidentally put it in. Dujun asked again, boss, is this really 50,000 won? The other boss smiled and said, ah, that's right, I accidentally put it in. Yiji's father is curious. Manager, I'm planning to buy it. Dujun didn't hesitate to answer, yes, I'll buy it. The old owner was a little skeptical. Oh, you really want to buy it? It's just a scrap iron bar with only one hand holding it. Dujun said, it's okay. The scene changes. Night falls. Lee Dujun is at Wumyonsan. He held the sword he had just bought in his hand. Then exclaimed, as if he said his sword was only worth 50,000. Dujun held the sword tightly. Suddenly it glowed. Then a light erupts out. That thing shoots straight forward. Suddenly, as Jun took the sword back, he suddenly remembered, oh shit, forgot, Yun-hee said she would prepare dinner. He picked up his phone to search, looking for the nearest subway station. Dujun disappeared quickly. At that time, Dujun was already at home. Sorry, Dad came home a bit late. Entering the house, he only heard the sound of the television. The regular television broadcast would be paused, for the latest emergency news. Around 1920 today, a large gap was detected around the Wumyonsan area and it disappeared. Dujun took off his shirt and looked around the house to see where she was going while the TV was still on. Suddenly, Dujun saw Yun-hee's room door open. In here, Yun-hee sat on the table. There was a piece of paper. The paper was a tuition notice. The sender was the National Hunter Academy. The recipient was Seoul Yun-hee. The total revenue was 50,600,000 won. Yun-hee complained with a sad face, I didn't think about tuition fees when I moved in, equipment rental fees, teacher trust fees, facility maintenance fees. Why is it so expensive? Because it's a National Hunter Academy. The total revenue is over 50 million won. Should I ask my dad? No, this is not part of the product terms. The letter also stated that if the application is not submitted by January, the application will be cancelled. Yun-hee sighed deeply. It was enough for him to let me stay here. If I asked him to pay more tuition, I would only bother him more. Dujun entered the room and asked, what are you doing? Seeing you. Yun-hee was surprised. When did you come in? Yun-hee quickly turned the letter upside down on the table to prevent Dujun from discovering it. She quickly explained, it's nothing, I'm just rearranging the lesson. Dujun pointed outside the room door and asked, are you ready for dinner? Let's eat. Yun-hee frantically explained, I don't want to eat right now. Dad, please eat first. Dujun thought for a moment then agreed, okay. Yun-hee took out some pens and said, let's clear the table, let's clear the table. Dujun stood outside the door looking at her with thoughtful eyes. Dujun said into Yun-hee's room, Yun-hee, where is the sesame oil? She replied, in the compartment below the induction cooker. What do you use sesame oil for? Dujun said, just add flavor to the dish. Yun-hee also walked out of the room. Whatever. Dad, can you still fry eggs? Do-jun agrees. Okay, just watch TV. After Yoon-hee watched TV, Do-jun suddenly entered her room. He picked up the paper on the table and read, tuition fee. After reading it, Do-jun was amazed. Now, it's time to sleep. Do-jun lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. If the admission fee is 50 million pot, how much more is the 3-year fee? Do-jun jumped up and took his phone to check his account. Do-jun came up with an idea. I thought I should go to a loophole to earn more level of mana, then sell it to make easy money, but I have to ask EG first about the price. He decided to pick up the phone and call. He looked out the window. Do you want it too much? Suddenly, EG on the other end picked up the phone and asked, yes, manager, what are you doing? Do-jun wondered, EG, why are you still awake at this hour? Don't you have anything to do tomorrow? It seems like EG on the other side was sleeping and was woken up by the bell. Yes, no. Do-jun gets to the point. By the way, how much does a level A mana pill cost? EG said, sir, I don't know, although it will vary depending on the size of the mana stone, but I heard that a grade A mana stone usually sells for 100 to 200 million. Do-jun was surprised. 100 to 200 million won, then it will be held on Saturday without any hesitation. EG on the other end of the line wants to explain to manager Jun, thank you for taking care of me, but I think I'm not qualified enough to enter a rank A loophole, I just became a rank C hunter. Do-jun has no idea, what is she talking about? He said into the phone, I understand, take a break now. EG replied, yes manager, thank you for the outfit. After speaking, she pulled the blindfold off and went to sleep. The next morning, Do-jun puts on a knitted coat, prepares clothes, hat, sunglasses, mask and gloves. That's enough. And also a fake ID card. That's enough to get to the top of the Gyeongsan mountain, then enter a crevasse in 2 hours. Let's go. Before leaving, you even put a note on the door, Dad, let's go out and exercise. At that time, Lee Do-jun was at Gyeongsan. Right in the forest there was a sign printed in big, dangerous, prohibiting entry. Of course Lee Do-jun didn't care about that. He put on his sunglasses. Rushed straight into the forest quickly. Lee Do-jun has finally arrived at his destination. In front of him was a Class A loophole. Lee Do-jun quickly swiped his ID card for verification. The announcement sounded, identity confirmed, Hunter Young-woo Kim. But the reminder notification still sounds, warning, the current loophole level is very difficult compared to your rating. If you want to enter, please swipe your card again. Lee Do-jun didn't hesitate anymore. He swiped the card again. The announcement sounded the final sound, confirmed. Lee Do-jun entered the crevice. This place was completely different from outside. The sky here was covered by night. Lee Do-jun walked leisurely, his hands in his pockets. I only had an hour or two for this trip. It was the weekend. I had to quickly finish it and go home. Lee Do-jun suddenly discovered a group of people entering through the gap, consisting of 3 people of 2 years and 1 woman. When they saw it was Jun, they were surprised. Who is there? What is that? Do-jun didn't say anything. He was full of hate. Oh, so black. The girl in the other group had a sarcastic tone. Wow, it turns out everyone can still wear clothes like this, but he doesn't even bother to wear that battle outfit. The man behind reminded, Mira, don't say that right in front of others. Turns out the other girl's name is Mira. Another man spoke up. Didn't he bring any weapons or clothing into the gap? The other man speculated that it was probably because he didn't know that this was level A. The man with the weapon behind him immediately moved forward. The guy wearing glasses reminded me to speak kindly. The other guy walked up to Lee Do-jun and introduced himself. I'm Han Dong-yun from Bangmazai. What's your name? Do-jun just stared at him without answering. Han Dong-yun immediately asked, well, you don't want to reveal your identity, but do you know how dangerous this place is? Do-jun now replied, yes. When Dong-yun heard the answer, he continued, are you a hunter? You can't come here dressed like that, it's like looking for death. Do-jun's tone was cold. Thank you for your concern, but you don't have to worry, because I don't need costumes and weapons. This guy hangs around here. After hearing that, he was amazed. Oh my friend. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The sound stream appears, the rift transformation begins, an ogre queen prepares to appear. The exit will be locked until the warriors inside destroy it, or, the rift will open automatically when all challengers die. Some people can't help but curse, damn it, oh no. Han Dong-yun reminded everyone to turn on all their cameras. In a certain room, an elderly man observed what was happening in the gap through the computer. That person is Hunter Young Chol-jong. The assistant standing next to him reported to him. After checking, there were a total of 4 hunters in there, 3 rank A hunters from the Mazai state, and 1 rank F hunter. Young Chul-jong was surprised to hear that. F rank hunter, the assistant said. Yes, it's Hunter Kim Yun-woo. Due to the emergency camera function we can't hear the sound. It seems like they are trying to deal with the small monsters by attacking from behind. And they're also armed, so if you're lucky, this tactic is worth a try. Young Chul-jong listened and thought for a while, then asked, Which one is the boss? The assistant replied, My Lord Orge. Young Chul-jong's eyes were thoughtful. Then that's impossible, go straight to the control room. Back inside the crack, the Mazai group fights with all their might, no rest, must keep running, speed is life, drink all your energy pills. Mira, continue to locate the monsters around here with your eagle eye. Han Dong-yun calculates, Mira is an excellent long-range fighter, with the ability to shoot down enemies within about a kilometer. Jong-ho is the most talented medic I know, and I am strong in leaf armor, tomato. We are strong enough. Just do as always, and be luckier than usual. Do-jun suddenly told him, I think I should separate and go another way. Dong-yun was so angry that he was fuming. Shut up, you want to die and be eaten, just listen carefully and follow us, that's all. If you keep talking too much, everyone will die. Do-jun looked at him with hateful eyes. Jong-ho quickly went to explain, sorry, he himself is a good person, sometimes he is a bit impatient, understand. Mira panted and sounded worried, can I really survive? Only an S-rank hunter can defeat the Ogre Lord. Han Dong-yun reassured, don't think about anything, just focus on the mission right now. Suddenly he came to a place, he called everyone to stop for a moment. In front of us is a dark ogre, let's deal with this one first. Mira, look around to see if there are any more. Mira replied, clear. Her eyes turned bright yellow. Dong-yun instructed, Mira and Jong-ho covered the back, I would go first. Dong-yun reminded Do-jun, as for you, sit still and don't do anything on your own. Dong-yun and Jong-ho were about to move forward, but suddenly Mira stopped them, wait a minute. The two of them didn't understand why she said that. Mira replied, what's so strange? These guys are all moving to the same place. Countless ogres appeared. Mira realized something was wrong, they were gathering near the Ogre Lord. The Ogre Lord is many times bigger than normal ogres, so Jun sits still with indifferent eyes assessing the situation. It is difficult for this group to defeat the ogres, because the 20 ogre disciples have all returned around the boss, but where are they? They're coming back more and more. Jong-ho in this situation can still consider this place as a toilet. Mira hates holding her nose. Are you just relieving stress? Jong-ho quickly explained, sorry, I was too nervous. Do-jun firmly affirmed his guess, it will take a long time for these guys to destroy the Ogre Lord. Do-jun suddenly stood up, he was thinking, really angry, but there was nothing else he could do. Dong-yun saw Do-jun standing up and quickly pulled his shirt. Then pushed you to the ground. Brother, I told you to sit still. Do-jun replied with both hands on the ground, I know, but... Before he could finish speaking, Dong-yun interrupted, if any ogre saw him, he would chop you up, so sit here and hide. Do-jun just wanted to say, but... However, Dong-yun interrupted and reminded me, no buts, just stay here and watch us from behind. Since Jun can't speak, he puts his hands behind him and sits comfortably, okay if he likes. Dong-yun stood up, holding weapons in his hands. If they have gathered in one place, there is no time to hesitate. I will distract them, and you guys attack the ogres from behind. Everyone get into position, let the battle begin. Dong-yun stood in front of an orge 3 times bigger than him. Behind were Mira and Jong-ho. The ogre screamed loudly. Dong-yun slashed his sword towards the ogre. But it was ineffective. His sword was easily held in the palm of the ogre's hand. Behind it, Mira and Jong-ho continued to attack. It cried out in pain. Jong-ho called out, Dong-yun, hurry up. Dong-yun ran behind him, he knew. Dong-yun slashed his sword horizontally at its leg. It cried loudly. The whole person collapsed to the ground. Dong-yun jumped up, stabbing his sword straight into the ogre's back. Fresh blood spewed out. It lay sprawled on the ground. Dong-yun wiped his sweat with his hand and asked, great, where is the next one? Mira replied, not far from here. Dong-yun has no intention of retiring. Okay, let's go. Bong Jong-ho discovered that Do-jun was nowhere to be found. Huh, that guy is crazy. Dong-yun said angrily, that psycho. At that time, because June was busy dealing with the ogres. You did it without any effort at all. While dealing with them, June also found some level A mana stones. You looked at your bag. I thought this was enough. But you can't go back without killing the ogre lord. The exit will be locked until the warriors inside destroy it. June put on his bag and prepared for action. He couldn't waste any more time here. He had to go kill that ogre right away. Dong Yun has found you, he said in a scolding tone, and you, sit still and don't do anything on your own. June didn't say anything. He sighed and then stretched out on the ground. Okay, we can do it later. The sounds of fighting rang out endlessly. Dong Yun climbed onto the orge's neck, intending to cut its neck. It was finally destroyed. The three people, Mira, Jiang Ho and Dong Yun, were all tired. I don't think I can continue like this. Mira was still full of questions. Just why did the ogres gather so close together? Dong Yun thought, we've only killed 7 of them, but it's almost too much to bear. It's good if the ogre queen gets separated from the group. Not even possible, Dong Yun forced his mouth to say, damn. Jiang Ho spoke up, Dong Yun look this way. He immediately turned to look. Ahead were countless hordes of ogres and ogre lords. Orge lord, there it is. Dong Yun didn't understand why they were gathered together in one place. Why were they here? He, Mira and Jiang Ho stood up, each holding weapons in their hands, everyone, ready to fight. Dong Yun advised everyone, be careful not to get hit as much as possible. I will hold them off, and you guys cover the rear end. Dong Yun seemed unable to continue speaking. He fell into his own thoughts. How could he win against those guys? No matter how much he thought about it, it was useless. Suddenly, Jiang Ho flew straight back and fell flat against the tree trunk. The person attacking the community was an ogre. Dong Yun looked worried. Jiang Ho. Suddenly, the ogre lord roared as he waited to hear his sharp teeth. Mira looked at it fearfully and said, is this the end for us? Dong Yun didn't say anything. Take a few steps forward. Now straighten the sword in front of you. I'll hold them off. In the meantime you run away. Mira smiled wryly. I didn't have the strength to run anymore. Dong Yun immediately said angrily, ah, damn it, go take care of Jiang Ho. And you have to cover me from behind. Dong Yun shouted loudly and rushed towards the ogres. In front of him there were countless such children. Swords of beauty passed by. The ogre kept screaming in pain and then collapsed. But this is not Dong Yun's doing. Menstruation means not understanding what is going on. What is going on? Mira, who was holding Jiang Ho on her shoulder, didn't understand either. Turns out it was June. He stood in front of the 3 of them. Dong Yun asked curiously, were you the one who just did that? June didn't say anything. He created a barrier to prevent the 3 of Dong Yun and his group from entering. Don't yell here. Dong Yun immediately realized, this is a retaining wall. However, who can make a huge retaining wall like this? June inside was facing the ogres. One pointed its weapon straight at him. June didn't panic. He picked up a tree branch. One shot the ogre shattered into pieces. Jiang Ho, who was tired, also seemed to wake up. What was going on? Myra's mouth was open. The branch he threw pierced the ogre. The ogres inside were screaming loudly. June he pulled out his weapon. We should finish this. This guy took out his weapon and a light line appeared. The ground shook unexpectedly. Dong Yun's group is unstable because of that. What is this tremor? Mira stated her speculation. I don't think it was just a normal tremor. Jiang coughed and couldn't help but vomited on the spot. The ground shook more and more. The ogre screamed at you even louder. June didn't hesitate to waste any more time. Swords passed by. Dong Yun's eyes widened. Was that a piece of metal? And then that thing passed through the ogres towards the ogre lord. The screams grew louder and louder. June takes back his weapon. In front of him now was an extremely deadly scene. The ogres were covered in blood and collapsed to the ground. The announcement sounded. The ogre lord had been successfully destroyed. The challenger could get out of the box. June sighed deeply, finally going home. Dong Yun stood up straight and said with a surprised tone, he cried and died of all of this group in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ho was still lying on the ground. Mira rubbed her head. Oh, where am I? Dong Yun quickly walked towards June and asked, hey, what did you just do? June nonchalantly replied, I only killed the ogre lord. Besides, you guys can take the remaining mana stones. Dong Yun didn't understand. Huh? Jun rummaged through his briefcase to check the pile of mana stones he got and said, "That's not good for your career. If you sell this pile of stones, you'll get a lot of money." Dong Yun quickly explained, "No, that's not what I want." Jun coldly said, "You want to repay me for saving your life? No need, I'm a good person." "So I'm here." After saying that, Jun immediately disappeared on the spot. Mira was full of curiosity. He's gone." Dong Yun's tone was full of regret. He sighed, "Party Lao, I should give you my business card." Mira laughed heartily. By the way, weren't you supposed to protect him from the ogres?" Dong Yun said shyly, "Shut up." At that time, everything that happened was witnessed by the group of people through the screen. Everyone was extremely surprised. Young Chuljiang ordered, "Showing me the moment the ogre lord appeared." The screen immediately rewinds to that moment. The ogres gathered all together in one place. Dong Yun is in the lead, the ogre lord is there. "Everyone, get ready to fight, be careful not to get hit as much as possible, don't come out here." Young Chuljiang rubbed his chin thoughtfully, pausing. On the screen came the part where Jun pulled out his weapon. Young Chuljiang speculated, "Is that a sword? If not that sword I would still buy the handle." He ordered, again. Voices rang out on the screen. "What is this tremor? I don't think it's just a normal tremor," the ogres called in. His assistant reported that other cameras could only record this part. Young Chuljiang wondered what his name was. The assistant replied, "Kim Yun-woo." He still wants to know more. "Is there any other information about him?" The assistant faltered, "About that." Young Chuljiang's tone was angry and he spoke quickly. The assistant had to answer, "Couldn't find any information." Young Chuljiang surprised, "What?" The assistant explained that all the information about the social security number and address were all fake. And the card registration date was last year. He propped himself up and continued asking, "Were there any witnesses? Someone must have seen him when he came out of the crevice. Didn't you call Kang Min Hyuk and Han Minji there? They must have seen him." The assistant replied, "No, they said they didn't see the man." Young Chuljiang rubbed his temples and thought, "No one saw." Needless to say, that must be an S-rank hunter or even higher, and I have never seen anyone skilled in using enhanced weapons like him, not to mention he also created a giant barrier. As far as I know, there are no S-rank hunters with the same skills as him. Young Chuljiang was also helpless. After all, if he was that good, sooner or later he would appear, just wait until then. At that time, Jun came home from the gap. When he returned, he didn't see anyone. Just at that moment, Yun-hee came in from outside the door carrying 2 bags of clothes. Jun asked curiously, "Where did you just go?" Yun-hee took the reading to the kitchen and replied, Dad's home. I just went to the market for a while." Jun immediately praised her. "That pile must be very heavy, well done." Yun-hee asked, "Have you had lunch yet? If not, I'll go prepare it right away." Jun immediately said, "No need, it's night, Dad will go clean the room." After speaking, he opened the door and entered. As soon as he entered the room, because Jun was lying straight on the bed, he sighed, "There's nothing to clean up my room. I've been working since dawn and now I have no direction to do anything." Suddenly while lying down, Jun sat up. "That's right." He opened his drawer. Inside there were some mana stones and a notebook. Jun took the notebook in his hand. "I earned a lot of money from the hunter's workshop after selling a mana stone." Jun recalls that at that time, the staff member, after checking the stone, said, "This mana stone is worth 250 million won." Jun was immediately surprised. Back to the present time, Jun said to himself, "Only selling one pill, because its price is much higher than I thought. And now what should I do with the remaining core?" Jun took it all out and juggled it, just kept it for future emergencies. Jun stretched out his arms and legs. Next to him was a pile of mana stones. Night fell, dinner was served. The two people, Jun and Sol Yun-hee, sat facing each other. Yun-hee happily said, "By the way, if you think the portion is too small, tell me and I'll cook it right away." Jun suddenly handed out a piece of paper. "This." Turns out it was a notice of tuition fees. Yun-hee's tone was sad. "Dad, read it." Jun asked sternly, "Why didn't you tell Dad?" Yun-hee had no choice but to answer, "Because Dad letting me stay here is more than enough. If you ask me to pay more tuition, that's too much. And it's 50 million won, so I don't want you to pressure me anymore." Jun was silent for a long while. Just replied, "Don't worry, besides, if it's not included in the contract, it's okay to add it." Yun-hee didn't think he would say that. She was surprised. "What? Since when did you have a labor contract?" Du-jun did not hesitate to add Article 5 to the contract. All tuition fees related to Sol Yun-hee's academic studies must be paid. Du-jun's tone was commanding. Please sign too. Yun-hee panicked, but at Jun's urging, I'll wait for you to finish signing, but I'm in a hurry so please do it quickly. Yun-hee couldn't help but shed tears. Du-jun sighed, the sooner the better. Yun-hee is so touched, thank you Dad. Du-jun gave her a piece of paper. Hey, wipe your tears, stop crying, eat. The next day, Du-jun is putting on his vest to prepare to go out. Dad, I'm leaving. Yun-hee heard this and quickly said, oh, Dad, wait a minute. She adjusted Du-jun's clothes. Dad's tie was askew. Next, she gave him a whole bag of things, and Dad brought this along too, so I did it. Du-jun took the lunchbox. Thank you, then let's go. Yun-hee smiled and said, yes, and remember to be careful, Dad. Du-jun walked out the door full of doubts. This is the power of 50 million won. At that time, Du-jun walked tiredly to the company. As soon as I walked in, I heard Kwon Hyuk-soo's voice. Wow, Bang Mazai is doing well these days. Du-jun saw him and said hello. Good morning, senior. When Kwon Hyuk-soo heard that, he replied, good morning. He suddenly asked, have you read the newspaper? 3 Ranka hunters from the Mazai clan defeated a boss monster in a Ranka crevice. Du-jun looked surprised. Oh, is that so? I didn't know. Kwon Hyuk-soo rested his chin in thought. If it was a Class A loophole then they must be around S rank, but the 3 hunters under him managed to destroy it. I don't understand anything. Well, there was also a guy in there. There's an F rank too, but whether or not it makes any difference doesn't make any difference. Du-jun heard his eyes widen. Kwon Hyuk-soo looked at him and asked, Du-jun, what do you think? Du-jun stammers and says, well, it's Bang Mazai so it's not impossible. Kwon Hyuk-soo seems unbelievable. Yes, the Mazai clan is so big, they have to equip hunters with high-level tools and equipment. He said, with this Du-jun, I think you should learn more about the loopholes from rank C and above. Pay attention to Yi-ji's progress rate and you'll see, if she gets to rank B then it's just a matter of time. Our team has never had a B rank hunter before, so I don't know what preparations need to be made. Oh right, I forgot to give you this. Kwon Hyuk-soo gave him a file with information about the loophole management department. Du-jun took it and asked, what is that? Hyuk-soo replied, the new loophole document is in Deokyeonggu. Last time I went there on a business trip, and was there for a while, I saw a few orcs. The estimated rating is C. Miss Yi-ji is also ranked C now, so you two should go there at least once, right? It's your boss's order, you can't escape. Du-jun smiled and replied, no, I have to thank everyone for trusting me. Hyuk-soo was surprised. Fortunately you think so, but, are you taking on too much work? Du-jun replied, don't worry, it's just a lot of fog. Hyuk-soo stood up to get a cup of coffee and said, if you don't know, just ask me, I will answer everything to the best of my knowledge. Suddenly Yi-ji's father rushed in, I'm sorry, I'm late. Hyuk-soo saw that and immediately reassured Hunter Cha Yi-ji, you don't have to come here every day, we will call you when you need us. The head of the department immediately showed his face and said, oh, I'll come whenever I like, and you two should also welcome the hunters if they come. Yi-ji stood there smiling, when were you here? Hyuk-soo is coming. You're welcome Yi-ji, come anytime you want. Yi happily replied, yes, thank you. After a while, Du-jun put on his vest and wondered, senior, can I go home early today? Kwon Hyuk-soo was curious, what's wrong? Du-jun explained, me and Yi-ji will visit the sea level gap earlier. Kwon Hyuk-soo smiled and said, well, let's ask the boss first. The department manager was there immediately and gave Du-jun a like button. Of course he agreed, he could leave now. Yi-ji standing behind heard that and jumped up happily. Thank you, chief. Suddenly, the department head became serious. Wait a minute. He handed out a stack of 50,000 won bills. Take this, you have to feed the hunter as much as he wants. Du-jun was surprised and didn't know what to say. At that time, the scene changed. Du-jun and Yi-ji just walked out of a restaurant. Yi-ji hugged her stomach and said, it's really delicious. Du-jun replied, it's all thanks to the boss, it seems like the boss is more lenient with us. Yi-ji sounded surprised, really, I don't know, maybe he wanted to encourage me a little. Du-jun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Unfortunately that's not the case, even for the department head, 150,000 won is still a large amount of money. Yi-ji laughed senselessly, hee hee. Du-jun thought, but there's no need, I have 200 million won. The two continued walking. Do-jun pointed forward. Let's go. The gap is right in the other area. Yi-ji agrees. Okay. Two people have arrived. The opening was guarded by a number of hunters. Yi-ji was surprised to see that. There are many people here, right? There was an employee of the Hunter Bureau, and several famous B-class hunters. Asked by June, grade B. Yi-ji explained, well, usually people will hunt in crevices one level below their rank to ensure safety. Seeing that Yi-ji didn't say anything anymore, Do-jun asked, are you worried? Yi-ji immediately smiled wryly. Yes, it was my first time entering a sea-level loophole. She pondered, besides, I also have someone to protect. This time I won't make any more stupid mistakes. Do-jun immediately said frankly, if you're worried about me then that's fine, please, I can take care of myself. Yi-ji advised, manager, if you are in danger, remember to run away. Do-jun said, not long, with her current skills. I'm sure you can defeat an orc easily. If you walk carefully, you won't be in danger, so just believe in yourself. Yi-ji is shy, yes. Do-jun wondered, it seems like the teams are recruiting new soldiers, can I join? Yi-ji continued, yes, just wait a while. Do-jun pondered, come to think of it, those guys really get along well, except for their personalities. The other people are Dong-yun, Mira, and Jong-ho, and the weird personality is just Mira and Dong-yun. At that time, Yi-ji had already dressed in the outfit he bought from the factory. What was he thinking as he sat in a deep posture? Do-jun saw her and immediately came out of his thoughts. Oh, you're back. Seeing his eyes, Yi-ji was worried. Why are you looking like that? Does it not suit you? Do-jun suddenly got serious. Yi-ji, suppose you wanted to recruit members to your team, what kind of style would you want? Like there's artillery that will distract this monster, there's snipers that will support you from afar. Yi-ji's eyes filled with tears after hearing this. I forgot what I told you. Do-jun rolled his eyes. Huh. Yi-ji's tone was sad, saying that I would be your only hunter. Turns out it was a lie, or were you planning to find someone else? Yi-ji looked at Do-jun with sharp eyes. Do-jun quickly explained, wait, signing with another hunter doesn't mean the contract between me and you is cancelled. Yi-ji's tone was scolding, manager, I don't need it, let's go. After saying that, Yi-ji turned around and left. Seeing that June refused to leave, Yi-ji turned to blame, what are you doing standing there, didn't you say you came here to work? Do-jun came 3 points to her. A few hours ago, it was revealed that a person named Bune Target, a tattoo artist was managed by an intern. He thought while scrolling through his phone, the hunters who participated in the crevice exploration on the second day had not returned yet. The first team on the first day came out after 8 o'clock. 32 hunters entered shortly after, and by 8 o'clock, there was no sign of returning. Normally, hunters will return after 8 hours of hunting, but not to mention this loophole, there is no place to eat or rest. Could it be that they are still continuing the hunt without any rest? Bune Target was thinking about it and finally came up with an idea, should I report back together? Suddenly, he thought about it and laughed to cheer himself up, oh there's no need, let the guy take over for me later, but no one would believe the words of a native-born child. Do-jun's 2 people came up to him and introduced themselves, hello, I'm Lee Do-jun, the Loophole Management Unit in Seoul. This is Hunter Yi-ji, my contract hunter, Bune Target replied, ah, hello. He scratched his head and said warmly, perhaps today you two came to join the crevice exploration. Lee Do-jun verified his identity with his fingerprints, the sound of the notification being posted, Lee Do-jun, Seoul Department of Loophole Management, confirmed. Bune Target looked at Yi-ji and immediately realized, ah, you were the one who refused the invitation from the Icarus clan. Yi-ji's head bowed slightly, she scratched her face with her hand, yes. Do-jun interrupted and said, can it be me and you two? Bune Target replied, sure, haha. Do-jun turned to look at Yi-ji and commented, she looks like a celebrity. Yi-ji's tone is hateful, stop it, it's embarrassing. Bune Target suddenly said loudly, ah, wait, I forgot to remind you two of something important. But before he could say anything, the two of them entered the crack. Once they entered, would it be okay? Once inside, Do-jun also discovered it, he seemed to say something, Yi-ji don't understand. Do-jun also let it go, ah, it's nothing, the notification sounds, Lee Do-jun, welcome to the Loophole Management System, loophole registered. Looking at the scene ahead, since June came up with a plan, let's start making a map. Yi-ji suddenly noticed the front, wait, look at those people over there. It turned out that there were many hunters lying tiredly on the ground. Yi-ji is full of wonder. What's wrong with them? Do-jun continued, just go there first. The two continued to move forward. There was a hunter who saw the two of them and immediately said, another victim. Ha, someone is not even this hunter, what are you doing here? Introduced by Jun, I am Lee Do-jun of the Loophole Management Department Seoul Unit. The other hunter sounded tired. Oh, you're the civil servant who manages that loophole, so that girl must be your contract hunter. Do-jun replied, yes, if you don't mind, can you tell me what's going on in here? I see many people are in quite bad condition, why don't they leave here? The other hunter smiled wryly and said, well, we couldn't go out even if we wanted to, look over there. The two immediately followed the direction the man pointed. That place is the loophole that the two of you just entered, the loophole is closed. Is this a transformation? No, if it was then we wouldn't have been able to enter. Yi-ji wondered, maybe it's because of a loophole trap. Do-jun was surprised, huh? Yi-ji explained, I don't think it's a transformation, because if so it would have to be level B or higher, so it's probably just a loophole trap because any level can be difficult. Crevice trap, a phenomenon that occurs when a crevice encounters special conditions. Yi-ji turned his eyes towards the other hunter and continued asking, please tell us the mission. The hunter then turned into a notice board. Mission, currently the number of challengers is 25, destroy all the remaining normal monsters in the rift and defeat the beam and its supporting monsters. Do not go out until the mission is completed. The reward for the mission is an increase in 5 stats of strength, dexterity and stamina. Secondary rewards such as level B weapons or higher will be randomly given to the killer as excessive in the monsters that support it. The remaining normal monsters are 280, the number of support monsters is only 3, the remaining number is only 1. The other hunter coughed while she reassured herself, it would be fine if we tried to wait until help arrived. We've been locked up here for a few days, so sooner or later the Hunter Bureau will eliminate these guys. Do-jun couldn't understand and asked, could it be that you guys joined forces and still couldn't kill 280 animals? The other hunter said seriously, you would be right, if they were just C-class monsters, but do you know what kind they are? Guessed by Jun, orc, just like what you said, yes, it's an orc. But only near the exit. The two people were amazed. If you go a little deeper, there will be some B-class trolls. Yi-ji couldn't believe what he just heard. Trolls, fighting orcs you have to be confident, but trolls. The hunter man also understood completely what she meant. Yes, trolls are many times stronger than orcs, now you know why we are sitting here. Yi-ji was silent and thoughtful. A troll cannot be killed by consecutive small wounds, because it has the ability to heal itself very quickly, it must be dealt with in one blow. The biggest problem is, I don't know if I can guarantee safety for management. Yi-ji exclaimed, yes, you're right, it's too dangerous. Do-jun doesn't look scared, just waiting here for a while. This is a good opportunity for her to get a new weapon. Extra rewards like level B weapons or higher will be randomly given to everyone, the one who kills the monster and the monsters that support it. Do-jun comes up with an idea and says to Yi-ji, Yi-ji, if my safety is guaranteed, will you go troll hunting? Yi-ji replied, yes, I don't object to that either. Suddenly a group of hunters appeared. Hello, those were 3 men. The one holding a bow and arrow in his hand was named Park Sung-min. The one wearing bulky armor was named Choi Ho-jun. The other was named Kang Tae-sung. Park Sung-min was the first to speak. Do you two want to join us in troll hunting? Choi Ho-jun continued, if you want, pay attention and follow me. I guarantee no one will die. The two Do-jun agreed to follow them. He scrolled through his phone as he walked. Choi Ho-jun curiously asked, by the way, why are you here? You're so brave. Do-jun didn't bother to reply. Choi Ho-jun saw that and was immediately upset. Do you know of someone? Do-jun interrupted and said, there are 30 trolls ahead, get ready to fight. Choi Ho-jun doesn't understand anything. What are you suddenly saying? I don't see any trolls here. Just then a group of trolls suddenly appeared ahead. It screamed. Choi Ho-jun can't stop listening to music. Nothing. This is real. The sound on Do-jun's phone rang. Less than 5% completed. Continue setting up the map. Choi Ho-jun brought out his white carrier with a challenging tone. Over here you ugly trolls. The trolls immediately rushed at him. Yi-ji standing to the side can see that this is a plan to provoke the general. The trolls cried incessantly. Choi Ho-jun shouted loudly, these guys are really annoying. He ran straight into a troll, sending it flying away. Then continue using the cassava shield to destroy another one. Choi Ho-jun reminded his teammate, Sung-min, to focus on the one on the right. Park Sung-min heard that and immediately took out his bow and arrows and prepared to shoot. He knew. A circle appeared right in front of the troll. That is the mark of the attacker, a skill that significantly weakens the enemy's defense and increases damage by 50%. The arrow immediately hit the troll's shoulder blade. But it was not harmed at all, it pulled the arrow out of its body. But the marks of the person who attacked appeared countlessly around it. Park Sung-min smiled confidently, by the way, it's going to hurt a bit, because you're about to get hit 20 times in a row. Having finished speaking, arrows continuously shot at the troll. It used all its strength to help the arrows come out. Park Sung-min couldn't believe what was in front of him. Why is he still alive baring his teeth, or is it because his attack is still weak? The troll screamed and ran forward. Park Sung-min was scared and wanted to run away. Just run. Just then, Yi-ji appeared in the way. She continuously used her moves. Finally the troll couldn't take it anymore, its head fell off its body. Yi-ji breathed a sigh of relief. Park Sung-min happily said, "We cooperate well, right?" When Kang Tae-sung heard that, he sarcastically said, "Good cooperation, you didn't do anything." Sung-min tried to justify, "Didn't you see I attacked that troll?" Tae-sung worship, "Yes but weak." Sung-min is upset. What are you talking about?" Tae-sung laughed cheerfully, "Ha, not embarrassed." Yi-ji walked up to Do-jun and asked worriedly, "Manager, are you okay?" Do-jun immediately replied, How could I get hurt? I'm not with trolls like you." Yi-ji said with a gentle face, "Hey, I'm just worried about you." Do-jun immediately reminded Yi-ji, no need for him to say more, she understood, yes. After saying that, Do-jun immediately ran to the other side and warned, there was someone behind. Right behind Yi-ji a giant troll appeared. She reacted quickly and dodged it. Choi Ho-jun immediately came out and said, "I'm sorry, it seems like my encouragement plan didn't work on him, my fault." Yi-ji escaped the dangerous situation and breathed a sigh of relief. "It was too dangerous. If the manager got hit like that, I would kill you." Her eyes showed anger. She tightly grasped the sword in her hand. After a few hours, there was no longer a single person there. Cha Yi-ji ran as fast as flying forward. Cha Yi-ji prepares to attack. The monster didn't seem to expect her to rush in so quickly. Cha Yi-ji swung his sword up and slashed towards the monster. It also quickly jumped back a few steps to avoid injury. Strange sounds emitted from the monster's mouth. Suddenly he saw something. The monster immediately screamed loudly. Lee Do-jun raised his eyes and looked around, his eyes focused intently on the monster. Choi Ho-jun was also confused and turned around to look and said, "Why is he suddenly screaming?" He looked at the sand dunes in the distance and shook his head and said, "Don't tell me it's probably not what I think." Choi Ho-jun was sweating all over his body and was extremely quiet. There was a very loud roar over there. A group of goblins were coming this way. Choi Ho-jun said with a black face, "Damn, that's what I was thinking. A group of orcs like a swarm of ants are screaming here." Seeing that, Kang Tae-sung and the two Choi Ho-jun Kwang Dao ran immediately. There were too many of them, just run, they couldn't stop them. Cha Yi-ji's face was covered in mud and looked silently ahead. Then she slowly exclaimed, "There are only 9 children." She swung the sword to the ground without fear and said, "No one could hope to live in his hands." On this side, when Park Sung-min heard that, he quickly turned his head to look. He turned back in panic and said to Kang Tae-sang, "Wait, what's wrong? She hasn't run yet." On this side alone with only one sword, Father Yi-ji walked straight towards the orcs. Behind Park Sung-min loudly said, "Are you crazy?" Park Sung-min said, "What should I do?" Choi Ho-jun also said in confusion, "I think I should just keep running, if I turn back I might die too." Suddenly Park Sung-min saw something. He opened his eyes and looked at Yi-ji's father and said, "Oh, look at her." The sword Yi-ji's father was holding in his hand emitted a large amount of power. Park Sung-min silently assessed, it was radiating a lot of mana. In the distance, Lee Do-jun was hiding behind a large rock. He stuck his head out and said, The weapon enhancement has made quite a bit of progress, even though he's still very chicken." On this side, Ho-jun also spoke up, "Hey, keep running and want to die here, Wolf official, look how many trolls there are." Park Sung-min didn't listen. He ran towards Yi-ji's father and said, "Shut up, just listen to me." Choi Ho-jun was so angry that he said, "What?" The orcs also quickly ran towards this side. They raised their sharp hands to attack Yi-ji's father. On this side, Cha Yi-ji has already taken a stance to prepare to attack. One of her eyes looked sharply at them. Just a second later, both Yi-ji's father and the orcs rushed at each other. A ferocious orc bared his sharp teeth as he roared at the attack. Even Yi-ji's father swung his sword quickly. A loud noise rang out, smoke and dust flew everywhere, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly inside. Choi Ho-jun exclaimed, "This is crazy," Kang Tae-sang replied, "It's the first time I've seen a crazy person like that." Then Choi Ho-jun said helplessly, "Come on, the other guy should come along." Return to outside the space gate. Inside the house, Sol Yun-hee is standing in front of the refrigerator. She looked at the food boxes inside and happily said, "I cook a lot of side dishes and Dad will definitely be happy." After saying that, she closed the cabinet door, stretched her arms and walked out of the kitchen and said, "Now let's go clean the house." Sol Yun-hee took the vacuum cleaner and started cleaning every corner of the house. Then next Sol Yun-hee took the clothes in and folded them neatly. After folding the clothes, she took the vacuum cleaner and opened the door to Lee Do-jun's room and said, cleaning her father's room as well. "Go inside the room and clean for a while." Suddenly she noticed the bookshelf next to her. Looking at the blue book above, Sol Yun-hee wondered, this book looks so strange. She conveniently took down the book and said, "It seems like Dad is trying to remember the things he forgot. Amnesia is really scary." Then she quietly read the book 50 Ways to Become a Good Father. As she read, her eyes filled with tears. Sol Yun-hee said sadly, "Her father even marked so many words." Staring at the book for a long time, Sol Yun-hee frantically picked up the vacuum cleaner to clean the room. She determinedly said, "It's not reading time, she's cleaning the house, hurry up." Sol Yun-hee said seriously, "I have to graduate quickly, then become a hunter to repay my father 20 times, but I have to clean the house first." Suddenly she noticed a black bag in the corner of the closet. Sol Yun-hee bent down and said, "Ah, there's a trash bag on the floor." As soon as I put my hand on the handle, my palm felt a rough feeling. When she opened it, she was surprised to see what was inside. Holding the crystal in her hand, Sol Yun-hee said bewilderedly, "This is a mana stone." Sol Yun-hee looked intently at the mana ball in her hand and said, "No matter how long you look at it, it still has mana." She fiddled with it in her hand for a while and then decided, it looked quite expensive, could it have fallen out of a drawer? Then Sol Yun-hee frantically opened all the drawers in Lee Do-jun's room to check. Seeing what was inside, she was extremely surprised. From outside also heard Sol Yun-hee's loud scream, "What is this?" Then she lay blankly on the bed, speechless in shock. Sol Yun-hee scattered the crystals on the bed. She picked up one of them and said, "There are 9, how much money will I get if I sell this coin?" Then Sol Yun-hee unconsciously picked up a black bar to observe and said, "Why is this scale mixed in there, should I throw it away?" Then she looked at the card on the left and speculated, "Well, this is a hunter's ID card." On that card was written temporary admission and also had Lee Do-jun's name. The scene changes to inside the cracked space. Father Yi-ji is frantically swinging his sword and slashing at the orc goblins. One of her sword strikes earlier hit an orc, and it screamed in pain. Behind Yi-ji's father, there were 2 more orc goblins rushing towards him. She immediately noticed and quickly jumped to another place. The orc's hands immediately caught in the air. Cha Yi-ji retreated quite a distance. She used her feet as a base to stand firmly on the sand. Yi-ji's father once again took a defensive stance and said, "Damn it." Then right after that she swung a sword towards the nearest orc. Next to him were the lying bodies of the orcs, and the other orc was struggling to block his father Yi-ji's sword. On this side, Kang Tae-sang is crushed under the sand, an orc is strangling him. Kang Tae-sang used all his strength to block the orc's huge hand, not forgetting to scream, "Ho-jun save me." Over here, when I heard Kang Tae-sang calling for me, Choi Ho-jun took out his shield and said, "Slowly I'm coming, hurry up Tae-sang and say." Park Sung-min didn't know when he grabbed the orc with both hands and said, "Sir, why are you so strong?" Seeing this, Kang Tae-sang frantically kicked the orc. Park Sung-min shouted from behind, "Hurry up, he stepped on my foot." Father Yi-ji on this side also looked over to observe. She breathed heavily and thought, "I'm exhausted." Then looking at the 2 orc goblins coming, she silently lamented, "Am I going to die here?" The first person that appeared in her mind now was Lee Do-jun. She silently called out, "Manager." Then in the next second, Yi-ji's father tightly grasped the sword thinking, "No, not yet." Then she rushed towards the orcs and said, "She can't die here." Cha Yi-ji threw himself into the air, swung his sword towards it and said, "Take this." The sword very quickly crashed into the orcs below. A huge explosion rang out, smoke and dust everywhere scattered around, but nothing could be seen. The sword was stopped by the orc's arm. Seeing that both were unharmed, one of them was about to attack. Cha Yi-ji turned her head to the side in alertness. That orc seemed angry, screaming and rushing towards Father Yi-ji. But suddenly his whole body trembled, and sounds of fear came from his throat. Its movement to attack suddenly stopped, the orc's body staggered. Then the orc fell to the ground. His brethren and Yi-ji's father were also extremely surprised. It turned out that the person standing behind to deal with that orc was Lee Do-jun. At this time he still hadn't recovered his movements. No one would have expected that the person who had just strongly and decisively killed the orc was crawling back towards that rock to hide. Lee Do-jun did not hide it and said, "Let's continue to hide." Seeing that, Yi-ji's father did not care, she focused on using her sword to attack the orc next to her. Turning to the side of Kang Tae-sang and Park Sung-min, the two of them still joined forces to torment an orc. After a while of fierce fighting, Yi-ji's father finally defeated the orc. She held the sword and sat down on the ground. Her face looked slightly tired. She let out a breath and thought, "Luckily, if it weren't for that moment, I might have died." Later, Lee Do-jun, without any dust on his body, came over and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yi-ji's father looked up and quickly replied, "Yes, I'm not hurt." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Luckily it's over, you should rest a bit." The other group seems to be resting too. On the other side, the group of 3 players finished dealing with the last orc, and all 3 lay on the ground, breathing heavily to regain strength. 2 hours after resting to regain strength, they continued to fight. Cha Yi-ji and Choi Ho-jun's group of 3 joined forces to defeat the orcs. Fighting for a while, a notification appears in front of Choi Ho-jun. Trap loophole. Currently the remaining number of normal monsters is 171, the remaining number of support monsters is 3, the remaining number of boss monsters is 1, advance quickly. Really, that's what he's thinking in his head. Then Choi Ho-jun glanced at Yi-ji's father and thought, "It's all thanks to that girl." He stared at Father Yi-ji again thinking, same class but so strong. Choi Ho-jun suddenly thought, if my intuition is correct, she has the ability to jump to S rank in the future. Seeing Park Sung-min smiling and happily praising Yi-jin's father, Choi Ho-jun thought, but it seemed like Seong-min also recognized it. He started clinging to her again. Over here, Park Sung-min smiled and asked, "Do you have anything to do after work? If you're free, let's go have dinner." Hearing that, Yi-ji's father walked backwards towards Lee Do-jun's side and shyly said, "Sorry, but I have something to do at the city hall." Seeing that his teammate was rejected, Lee Do-jun quickly walked forward and said, "Father Hunter, don't listen to this guy's barking. I invited you to dinner to repay the favor of saving my life. How dare you?" Park Sung-min glared, eyes looked back. On the other hand, Lee Do-jun acted as if nothing happened, pulling out his phone and pressing the button. Looking at his phone, he thought to himself, the map for the loophole has been completed 602. On the surface, Lee Do-jun spoke up, "At this rate I will finish it today." After saying that, he looked at Yi-ji's father who was enthusiastically invited to dinner by the others. Lee Do-jun thought to himself, but Yi-ji has improved again. His mana amount doubled compared to last time. Looking at her smilingly refusing the invitation, I wonder how strong she can be in the future. Just wait until then, he thought to himself, then turned his head to look at the 3 people playing Ho-jun. Lee Do-jun gave a friendly reminder, "Everyone get ready to fight." Choi Ho-jun replied, "Take a break to regain your strength." Lee Do-jun flatly refused and said, unable to rest his head, there were enemies 200 meters ahead, and in that group there was a very strong monster. Suddenly, there began to be violent shaking underneath their feet. Choi Ho-jun and the other 2 people were startled and looked around. As soon as I looked up, I saw a giant orc with 3 heads angrily walking towards this direction. Kang Tae-sang in shock and said, "Is it a troll?" Maybe, Choi Ho-jun replied. Yi-ji's father didn't say anything but she looked very tense. To this side, the 3-headed orc began to scream loudly to threaten the people below. From the mouths of the 3 heads spewed 3 balls of light. The head in the middle launched that ball of light towards where Yi-ji's father was standing. She couldn't help but stand still in surprise. Lee Do-jun's eyes looked coldly at that orc. He thought to himself, too strong, if he got hit, Yi-ji would definitely die. Seeing that the situation was not at all, he quickly rushed away. Lee Do-jun stopped in front of Yi-ji's father. At the same time, a shocking explosion rang out, and Yi-ji's father was forced back a few steps by that power. She covered her eyes with her hand to prevent dust particles from flying in. But suddenly she thought of something. Father Yi-ji's eyes opened wide and looked forward. She looked around and couldn't see Lee Do-jun anywhere. She started calling, "Ah, manager." Cha Yi-ji kept calling out to the manager, but no one responded. In the distance, Park Sung-min's rock poked his head out and asked, "Hey, what's wrong? Who got hit?" Behind was Kang Tae-sang breathing heavily. Seeing that it was too dangerous, Choi Ho-jun immediately went to press Kang Tae-sang's head down on the stone surface and said, "Duck down quickly, idiot. If one person is discovered, they will all die." At the same time, behind them there was a loud explosion. Cha Yi-ji stood in the middle of the burning flames. She was looking for Lee Do-jun's figure, calling out, "Manager, where are you?" As she walked and searched, she suddenly stopped in front. That's where Lee Do-jun's whole body was limp, leaning on the rock with no movement at all. Cha Yi-ji quickly ran over there to call the manager, but Lee Do-jun didn't react at all. Cha Yi-ji shook Lee Do-jun's body with his hand to wake him up, not forgetting to worry and ask if he was okay. Park Sung-min on the other side also saw the situation, saw that there was about to be another explosion. He shouted loudly, "Cha Yi-ji, be careful of danger," to remind Yi-ji, and Kang Tae-sang was holding his head and said, "Run quickly." On this side, Yi-ji's father didn't seem to hear the reminder. She fell into silence thinking, he is no longer breathing. Cha Yi-ji held Lee Do-jun's pale face without any blood in his hand. Cha Yi-ji cried sadly and said, "Manager, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you." After saying that, she suddenly hugged Lee Do-jun's body. She kept crying and said, "I'm really sorry." Seeing the ball in the orc's mouth was about to rush towards the two of them. Park Sung-min saw that and stood up and said, "No, Cha Yi-ji." The next second he ran as fast as lightning towards Yi-ji's two fathers, cursing in his mouth, "Damn it." Choi Ho-jun saw his teammate running away, so he stood up and said, "Sung-min, what are you doing?" Park Sung-min didn't turn around and replied, "Just follow me." He looked very serious and said, "There will definitely be a break before it attacks again, during which time you will provoke it, and I will attack from the side." Hearing that, Choi Ho-jun didn't hesitate any longer. He picked up his shield and weapon and said, "Damn it." He looked at Kang Tae-sang, who was bewildered, and said, "Let's go." Choi Ho-jun rushed towards the three-headed orc and divided the work, me in front and you two on each side. As soon as he ran to play, Ho-jun was provoking the orc, cheering him on. The orc's mouth began to spit out those balls of light again. Choi Ho-jun silently groaned in his heart. He gave up. I thought it would take a while before he attacked again. The ball from the orc's mouth shot directly towards Choi Ho-jun, causing him to shoot backwards. Just now, Choi Ho-jun used his shield to block that ball. Now he fell to the ground. His shield was only half gone. He cried out in pain. At this moment, two beams of light shot towards the three-headed orc. He angrily turned his head to look back to see who had just shot him. That person was Park Sung-min. He smiled deceitfully and said, "I'm your opponent. Be careful with your eyes, otherwise I'll skewer you and you won't make it in time." Over here, Yi-ji's father is drowning in painful memories. She remembers when she first met Lee Do-jun. At that time he said, hello to her. "Nice to meet you, I'm Lee Do-jun." Then comes the moment when Lee Do-jun teaches Cha Yi-ji to practice, still in the middle of the battle, focus on the enemy. Then there are the meals before entering the crevice of the two people. Then when he saw Lee Do-jun's face he said very seriously, "Yi-ji, you are my only hunter, so I rely on you completely." Remembering those memories, Yi-ji's father cried even more sadly, "I thought I had found a place to rely on." Suddenly a system appeared next to her. She was a bit startled when she looked at the contents inside. A notification sounds, "The conditions for unlocking a new skill have been met, the skill has been received, and the oath has been taken." On the other side, Park Sung-min was diligently fighting the three-headed orc. He kept raising his bow and arrow to shoot at the orc, but it didn't seem to do anything. Being attacked made the orc extremely angry. It let out a shrill scream. Park Sung-min continues to provoke it to increase the time. "That's all you can do." The orc's middle head immediately ejected an amount of power and shot towards Park Sung-min. He quickly bent down to avoid being hit. The rocks on both sides of Park Sung-min continuously exploded and flew towards him. Before he could react, the orc's power approached Park Sung-min's body. He didn't have time to dodge and was shot straight at him. Park Sung-min was thrown away and fell to the ground. Just after falling, Park Sung-min hugged his aching body and cried out, "Oh, Ho-jun, that guy saved me." Over here, when Choi Ho-jun heard the cry for help, he was helpless. He was lying on the ground, cursing silently at Sung-min, saying, "If you're stupid, you'll die. Why complain? It's your fault. Who can you blame, you idiot? I won't save you." This side doesn't know where Kang Tae-sang fumbled and appeared next to Park Sung-min, concerned and asked, "Sung-min, are you okay?" And Park Sung-min was crying angrily, thinking to herself, she said she couldn't help, what? Switching scene to Yi-ji's father's side, the system gives a notification, oath skill, S rank, passive type. Request to appoint a subject as the ruler and swear allegiance to that person. If your ruler is within a radius of 500 meters, the wish's blessing effect will be activated. Look at the lines, the words were popping out continuously. Yi-ji seemed very surprised. The system informs you, however, that if your ruler dies in an enemy attack, you will suffer a terrible penalty. The wish's blessing increases all stats by 100%, reduces damage from enemies by 50%, is immune to all negative effects, ranks penalties and skills return to the starting line. The owner has not have. Hearing that, Father Yi-ji quickly chose Choi Ho-jun as the master. The system reminds you if you are sure to choose Lee Do-jun as the master, you will not be able to change your choice. So, Yi-jin was surprised but couldn't hide her joy and said, "The manager is still alive." Cha Yi-ji is very excited. She immediately raised her hand to hold Lee Do-jun's hand. Suddenly, 2 bracelets appeared on their wrists. Immediately after that, the system notified, confirming the owner. If you choose the owner within a radius of 500 meters, the blessing of the vow will take effect. The bracelet gradually melted away, and Yi-ji's father held his hand tightly. On this side, when the explosions continued to happen, Choi Ho-jun was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, frantically running and crying. His hat had also disappeared a long time ago. Choi Ho-jun was now lying flat on the ground and said, "Hey, that guy wakes up quickly and saves Sung-min. Is he really going to die here?" On the other side of the hill in the distance, Kang Tae-sang was using healing techniques to treat Sung-min's injuries. Park Sung-min lay down and recited Buddha's name. "Slow down, I'm still very tired. Calm down," Kang Tae-sang said. "Thunder will be watching, look at you." Just at this moment, Yi-ji's father rushed past them and said, "Hunter Kang Tae-sung, please protect my manager, he is still alive." Seeing that, Park Sung-min quickly picked up his bow and arrow and stood up, saying, "Cha Yi-ji, it's dangerous to go alone, wait for me." Hearing loud movement here, Ho-jun stopped his running and looked over. His hand trembled as if he was very angry, pointing towards Park Sung-min and saying, "You bastard left your brothers because of a girl." As soon as he finished speaking, the explosion blew Choi Ho-jun far away. So Choi Ho-jun didn't bother to move anymore. He lay on the sand with a very unwilling face. Kang Tae-sang also quickly ran towards there, sighing and saying, "He still looks fine." Then Choi Ho-jun grabbed Kang Tae-sang's arm and said, "Just sit here and wait until they finish dealing with the other one." Choi Ho-jun firmly said, "Don't leave me alone, just treat me too." Hearing that, Kang Tae-sang broke out in a sweat and said, "I have goosebumps, Dad, please let me go." The scene changes to Lee Do-jun. After being in a coma and not waking up, he has now slowly opened his eyes. Just as he woke up, he heard the announcement, "Yi-ji's father appointed you as the owner." He thought to himself, what just happened? Lee Do-jun looked at Yi-ji's father's strong back and thought, Yi-ji has become a little stronger, but it seems like it's doubled or something. Hiding behind the rock that Lee Do-jun planted the stones, he played and thought, isn't it unusual for me to be this healthy? Over here, Yi-ji's father is fighting the 3-headed orc alone. She clicked very impatiently and looked at it. Cha Yi-ji rushed quickly, creating a line of lightning around the orc. He angrily used his red eyes to stare at Father Yi-ji. Then, at full power, it spit out a real flame from its mouth towards Father Yi-ji. She was startled and turned around to look, then quickly rushed to the side to avoid being injured by the fire. But it seemed like there were still quite a few injuries on her body, so she trembled and cried out. Suddenly she saw something, her eyes were very alert. The 3-headed orc from this moment came to Yi-ji's father's side, intending to raise his foot and stomp her to death. But it didn't work, someone was attacking behind it. Park Sung-min stopped the orc to save Father Yi-ji. He said awkwardly, Cha Yi-ji fighting, Cha Yi-ji fighting, I always support her, so he successfully attracted the attention of one head. It angrily shot fire at Park Sung-min. He jumped up quickly and said, Miss. Taking this opportunity, Yi-ji's father pulled out his sword and moved it gently towards the orc, thinking, here is the opportunity to attack. So she quickly swung her sword towards the three-headed orc's arm. He screamed in pain and turned his head to look at Yi-ji, not forgetting to hug his bleeding arm. It attacked Yi-ji's father. Luckily she was able to avoid it in time. She was shot back a distance, then she used her feet to reduce friction. Just then, Yi-ji's father saw the attack of the orc rushing towards him. An explosion spread across 5 meters surrounding Yi-ji. She risked her life, grabbed her sword and rushed into the dust. Yi-ji rushed towards the orc saying, die. Mana passed through the orc's body as it screamed in pain. Yi-ji and the sword stopped behind the orc to observe the situation. The power that Father Yi-ji left on the orc was now exploding continuously. The three heads gathered together and groaned in pain. Taking this opportunity, Father Yi-ji swung his sword a few more times at it. Cuts were visible on its body. The orc couldn't believe it and turned his head to look back. Then it used its big hand to hit Yi-ji. Its arm rushed straight towards where she was standing, then Yi-ji turned 180 degrees to avoid it. She jumped into the air and threw a kick towards the orc's head. That blow broke the orc's tooth, and blood spewed out from its mouth. Not one pair of orc's legs had to kneel on the ground for support. Before he could regain his composure, Yi-ji's father threw another kick, causing him to scream. Then he collapsed to the ground. When Father Yi-ji saw it no longer moving, he gasped for breath. She held the sword and walked towards the orc and said, the battle is over. She held the sword vertically and stabbed straight at the merciless orc. A beam of light from the sword pierced the orc's body. Afraid that it was still alive, Yi-ji's father gave him a few more blows to make sure. On this side, Park Sung-min also saw that his side had won. Then he sat down on the ground and said with a sigh of relief, everyone is alive. Lying next to Choi Ho-jun, not forgetting his teammates, said, that's right, thanks to your blessing, we all almost died. In the distance, Lee Do-jun also saw Yi-ji winning. He stroked his chin and silently assessed that she was becoming more and more proficient in using sword energy, even though she was still very young. Then Lee Do-jun sighed and looked at his beloved shirt, which was now in tatters, and said, Haze, I have to buy a new shirt to wear after work, otherwise when I get home, she'll screw me up. Thinking about the scene where Sol-yoon held the torn shirt and tearfully said angrily, Dad, are you being abused at work? Let me shoot them all for you. Thinking about this, Lee Do-jun is quite sneak. He stood up, took off his shoes and shook out all the sand inside. There was sand everywhere. Seeing that Lee Do-jun was not injured at all, Kang Tae-sang wondered why he was still showing off like that. Hearing that, Yi-ji's father quickly turned around to look. She was both sad and happy with tears in her eyes. She even threw away the sword in her hand and ran towards Yi-ji's father, saying, Manager. She rushed back and hugged Lee Do-jun, sobbing. Seeing that scene, Park Sung-min was very irritated and said, Hey, does this look itchy? Kang Tae-sang ran to Lee Do-jun and asked, Hey, how could you recover so quickly? He quickly replied, I don't know either. Choi Ho-jun had been lying down for a long time before he finally sat up and said, I thought we were all dead. It really took 100 years to live. Kang Tae-sang used his healing technique and said, Even so, just in case anything goes wrong, I will still treat you. Suddenly he was surprised. Kang Tae-sang's therapeutic hand rubbed Lee Do-jun's front but didn't see any effect. Park Sung-min behind him asked, What's wrong with you? Kang Tae-sang looked at his hands in confusion and said, It cannot be cured. Yi-ji stood behind Lee Do-jun and asked, Manager, are you hurt anywhere? He replied, I don't know, maybe that's it. Seeing the anger of Yi-ji's two fathers, he also said with disdain, Never mind, just live. Seeing that, Choi Ho-jun spoke up and said, I think we should stop here, what do you think? Lee Do-jun looked down and nodded, Yes, maybe we should do that. Lee Do-jun said, How should we divide the magic stones and monster bodies? There are 4 hunters here, just divide them into 4 parts. Seeing that Lee Do-jun had finished dividing everything, Choi Ho-jun was surprised and asked, What about you? Lee Do-jun replied, It would be against the law for me to make money from this place. Hearing that, Choi Ho-jun smiled happily and said, So that's it. That application you held in your hand just now seems to be very useful. He happily continued, Only civil servants can use it, almost like that, Lee Do-jun replied. He just pointed his finger up and said, Well, since I didn't accept the distribution, can I ask everyone here a favor? As soon as Lee Do-jun finished speaking, the group of 3 Choi Ho-jun were all shocked. What did he want to ask? Lee Do-jun turned his head and pointed in the far direction and said, "Over there." Choi Ho-jin looked over in confusion. Seeing the sword floating in the air surrounded by a stream of mana, Lee Do-jun said, "The extra reward from catching the troll, can everyone give it to Hunter Cha Yi-ji?" The 3 people next to Choi Ho-jun turned around and exchanged glances with each other. Then finally the representative Choi Ho-jun said, "Okay, agreed. Anyway, if it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been able to deal with the trolls just now." Cha Yi-ji held the sword in her hand, her eyes sparkled as she looked at it and said, "Thank you very much, everyone." Park Sung-min stood on the other side, smiling and praising. It was true that another available poem gave the weapon a grin. Suddenly Lee Do-jun heard the noise and glanced back. On the other side, 2 people just walked in. Kang Min-hyuk spoke up, "Hello everyone." Han Min-ji stood next to her and opened her mouth to speak. What a surprise! Hunter Cha Yi-ji and manager Lee Do-jun were also present here. Then he turned to look at the 3-headed orc lying motionless on the ground. Han Min-ji walked over there and said, "You've gotten a lot stronger now. Hunter Cha Yi-ji is surprisingly strong." Hearing that, Yi-ji's father shyly scratched his face and said, "Thank you for your compliments." Suddenly Lee Do-jun rushed to Yi-ji's father's side and said, "Thanks to the outfit you gave me, Hunter Kang Min-hyuk." Han Min-ji frowned and said with a fierce face, "It's nothing, since I lost the bet, I have to give it away." Kang Min-hyuk quickly walked over to stop Han Min-ji and said, "Senior, let's go quickly, there's a lot of work waiting for you." Han Min-ji angrily turned around and said, "Well, see you all another time, I'm busy so I'll go first." Behind Lee Do-jun smiled evilly. After a while, Kang Min-hyuk pulled out a piece of paper and said, "But if you change your mind, please contact me anytime." Lee Do-jun was a bit confused, then he said, "You understand what I mean?" Kang Min-hyuk smiled and said, "Please transfer Hunter Cha Yi-ji to our guild." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun was silent for a moment and then said, "You are Hunter Han Min-ji, right?" After saying that, Lee Do-jun tore the paper in his hand and said, "I'm just like everyone else. Not caring about other people's affairs, who buys what, who sells what has nothing to do with me," he said. The group of 3 people Choi Ho-jun, Park Sung-min and Kang Tae-sang were extremely shocked. They couldn't believe that Lee Do-jun tore up that piece of paper. Lee Do-jun threw the pieces on the ground and said, "But you want to take my people away, that's a completely different story." Kang Min-hyuk's whole body trembled, his eyes opened wide in disbelief, thinking, how is this different? Han Min-ji gritted her teeth and said, "This is the final warning not to go beyond the limit." Lee Do-jun coldly glanced at him and said, "I'm starting to feel uncomfortable." Returning to the real world, night has fallen, vehicles are moving on the road. Lee Do-jun had finished work, he was walking on the street while talking on the phone, apologizing to everyone for leaving midway. "I have something to do so I have to leave early." The other person on the other end replied, "It's okay, you must be very tired today." The scene changes to this side. Yi-ji's father and a group of people in the same room were eating and drinking. Yi-ji's father was drunk and said, "So at that time, the manager, the department head also said, 'Now you're going to throw a bomb at me, then it's okay to run away.'" Cha Yi-ji picked up a glass of wine and said, "If it was my person, I would protect it to the end." While Kwon Hyuk-soo clapped and cheered for Yi-ji's father, and the department head was still enthusiastically telling Lee Do-jun, "Because we have an excellent hunter, now even if you bomb the police station, you're still carefree, okay, it's okay." Kwon Hyuk-soo immediately snatched the phone and said, "I'm by June." On the other end of the line, Lee Do-jun said something. Kwon Hyuk-soo nodded with satisfaction and said, I think it's a bit too much for you to tear up someone's business card like that." On this side, Lee Do-jun stopped on the side of the road and said, "Now I feel very guilty." On the other side, Kwon Hyuk-soo said, "But doing so makes me feel very happy, right?" Hearing that, Lee Do-jun let out a surprised sound. On the other end, Kwon Hyuk-soo said drunkenly, "Do-jun, I'm telling you, when you have to bow your head, but when you're angry, you have to show it on the outside." He said seriously, "The Icarus Guild is indeed a powerful guild, but that doesn't mean we have to automatically give people to them." Kwon Hyuk-soo stood up and said, "Who the hell are they to tell us to hand over Hunter Cha Yi-ji to them? Play now David, the official partner of Wolves, you did it right." Cha Yi-ji sat next to the edge, chimed in and replied, "That's right." The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. They could invite a hunter, but they were not allowed to treat her like an object. It was unacceptable. The chief waited for the conversation and called over and said, "That's right, now we can even kill some S-level good hunters." Well, Kwon Hyuk-soo nodded. Then he covered the phone and whispered, "Do-jun." "Yes, senior," Lee Do-jun replied. Kwon Hyuk-soo said, "Can you put me on your list of my people, not next to the department head and Father Yi-ji who are cheering enthusiastically?" "Over here," Lee Do-jun stiffened listening to him say, "Okay, ignore that guy who ran away before, let's have a drink, 1 2 3 do." Lee Do-jun shrunk his neck and said as he walked away, "I'll hang up the phone and see you again someday." Looking at the darkening phone screen, Lee Do-jun breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly walked home. The lights are on at Lee Do-jun's apartment. As soon as he entered, Sol Yun-hee happily ran out to greet him. "Dad is home." Lee Do-jun nodded and replied, "Have you eaten yet?" "Oh, something." Sol Yun-hee noticed something different about her father. She immediately questioned and said, "Did you buy a new shirt?" Lee Do-jun avoided Yun-hee's eyes. He started to explain, on the way Dad saw an old lady selling clothes that seemed quite poor. She looked very pitiful. Dad was also a bit cold and was selling so. Sol Yun-hee wondered, there is an old lady who sells costumes like this." Lee Do-jun was silent at Sol Yun-hee's question, not knowing how to respond. He fought the fire by saying, "Give Dad a cup of tea." "Oh yes." Hearing that, she also turned around and went inside. As she turned her head, Sol Yun-hee's face flashed with sadness, thinking, "I really wanted to ask," but she remembered the crystals in the access card and immediately became silent. Pour water into the jar and think, is it possible that during the day my father is a civil servant and at night he is a hunter? A scene flashed in Sol Yun-hee's mind. The butler said, "Master, it's time to act," and Lee Do-jun transformed into a superhero and replied, I'll go for a while and then come back." Just thinking about it made me extremely shocked. Sol Yun-hee covered her mouth and thought, "That's right, Yi-ji is also a hunter. Picture the cool scene of the two of you. Let's sweep them all away, partner." "Okay, my partner." The two fathers, Yi-ji and Lee Do-jun, who worked together extremely well, said, "Our chemistry is really great." Do-jun replied, "That's right, partner. No, don't call me partner anymore, just call me Oppa." "I know, honey." Thinking about this, Sol Yun-hee blew her nose. No way, this sentence just popped into her head. Sol Yun-hee was so angry that she was shaking. Next to her was a kettle of boiling water. Just then Lee Do-jun came in and said, "Yun-hee, the water is boiling." Sol Yun-hee was startled and said, "Sorry." As soon as she moved, the hot water kettle fell down. Lee Do-jun quickly observed. Then he quickly put his hands out to pick up the steaming hot kettle. Sol Yun-hee was still unable to react. Lee Do-jun said, "You have to be careful or you almost got hurt." At this time, Sol Yun-hee had time to react and she panicked and said, "Dad, be careful, you're holding a boiling kettle." "Huh?" Lee Do-jun still asked confusedly. Suddenly he looked down at his hand holding a kettle of boiling water. Lee Do-jun gently placed it on the dining table and said, "Oh, why isn't it hot at all? I guess I have to boil it a little more." Sol Yun-hee looked at the boiling kettle and said, It's really not hot at all. The kettle is just about to explode." Then she immediately took Lee Do-jun's hand and put it in the cooling water faucet and said, "Dad, keep your hand like this." Lee Do-jun said, "Dad is really okay." Sol Yun-hee said with teary eyes, "He really looked okay." She said sadly, "I'm sorry, it was just my negligence." Lee Do-jun used a towel to wipe all the water from his hands and calmly said, "It's okay, but it seems like you're worried about something." Sol Yun-hee shyly said, No, it's nothing." Suddenly she shouted, "Oh yes." Sol Yun-hee ran like a chipmunk to her room in Lee Do-jun's confusion. When she left, Sol Yun-hee was still holding an envelope in her hand. She hesitantly brought it in front of Lee Do-jun said, "This." Lee Do-jun picked it up, looked at it, and announced the admission ceremony. Sol Yun-hee quickly nodded and said, "I just want to tell Dad, Dad will consider it." She spread both her hands to wave away and said, "It's absolutely not what you asked for. Dad's work has been quite busy lately and the school admission ceremony took place on a weekday." Lee Do-jun acted thoughtful. He held his chin in thought and said, "Next Monday. Maybe Dad can join," he said. Hearing that Lee Do-jun had free time, Yun-hee happily said with bright eyes, "Really?" She had to ask a few times to believe it. Sol Yun-hee smiled brightly, her whole body glowing and said, "Thank you very much, Dad." Time transition is still in the crack. After Lee Do-jun tore up the business card, Kang Min-hyuk said, he actually tore up the business card right in front of Hunter Han Min-ji. Han Min-ji said, with your character Do-jun, there has never been such a thing like that. Park Sung-min replied angrily, waving his arms and legs, that's what he said. Kang Min-hyuk came closer and said, but, you came all the way here just to say these words. Even Hunter Han Min-ji didn't say anything. Park Sung-min looked at him silently for a few seconds, then, tears falling, he said, please do something about that Do-jun guy, he makes me feel very upset. Lee Do-jun picked it up, looked at it, and announced the admission ceremony. Sol-yoon-hee quickly nodded and said, I just want to tell Dad, Dad will consider it. She spread both her hands to wave away and said, it's absolutely not what you asked for, Dad's work has been quite busy lately and the school admission ceremony took place on a weekday. Lee Do-jun acted thoughtful, he held his chin in thought and said, next Monday. Maybe Dad can join, he said, hearing that Lee Do-jun had free time. Yoon-hee happily said with bright eyes, really, she had to ask a few times to believe it. Sol-yoon-hee smiled brightly, her whole body glowing and said, thank you very much, Dad. Exactly 9 a.m., the next morning at the company. Lee Do-jun tiredly staggered into the office. He went to say hello to the department head. The manager asked, what's wrong? Lee Do-jun said, next Monday morning, I want to ask for leave. The manager wondered, what's wrong with you? Lee Do-jun replied, it's just a personal matter. The head of the department's head spun around, then said in confusion, why is it so difficult to say? Lee Do-jun bowed his head and replied, yes. So the manager's face was a bit thoughtful and he said, that's difficult, Hyuk-soo has to go on a business trip next Monday. Officer, Lee Do-jun asked. The department head didn't hide it and said, that's right, we have an event next Monday. He leaned back in his chair, put his hands on his head and said, there was an official request for participation between the relevant agencies so he couldn't help but go. He said in one breath, so I decided to send Hyuk-soo to attend the Hunter Academy's admission session. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun opened his eyes wide in surprise. The head of the department glanced at Lee Do-jun and said, you have to focus on the Hunter, so, Lee Do-jun replied, yes, I understand, then I won't ask for leave for the time being. Trong was a bit embarrassed so he said, this will make it very difficult to get approved, even if both of you are absent, our room won't have anything to do with it. The head of the department's face was gloomy. In his mind he thought, what should I do alone? Of course I won't approve, I want to kill him too much, it's selfish. Lee Do-jun's face turned black and he didn't say a word. He said, it's okay, don't worry too much, the manager said with satisfaction. Okay, go to work quickly. During break time, he went to the cafe downstairs to buy a drink. Lee Do-jun said, thank you for buying me a drink. The two sat facing each other. Lee Do-jun asked, next Monday will you attend the Hunter Academy's admission ceremony? Kwon Hyuk-soo replied, how do you know that? Kwon Hyuk-soo held a cup of coffee so he drank and said, from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., after eating and drinking, he would go home. Lee Do-jun asked straight to the point, can I go instead of you? Kwon Hyuk-soo was startled and asked, why did you suddenly say that? Lee Do-jun let out a slightly embarrassed sound. The blue sky outside looks very beautiful. Below, Kwon Hyuk-soo had just taken a sip of coffee and before swallowing it, he was so shocked that he spat it all out. He asked in surprise, you have a daughter? Lee Do-jun calmly told it, it's complicated to say but that's the way it is, I hope you'll keep this a secret from me. Kwon Hyuk-soo suddenly wondered, Do-jun, how old are you this year? Lee Do-jun answered honestly, I'm 26 years old. Hearing that, Kwon Hyuk-soo looked skeptical and said with a stiff face, but you have a 17-year-old daughter, when did you get married? Lee Do-jun very calmly replied, no, not his biological daughter. Kwon Hyuk-soo laughed twice. He was sweating all over and stiffened in disbelief, unable to utter another word. Waiting until they calmed down, the two of them walked outside. Kwon Hyuk-soo wondered, does Yi-ji know about this? Is there something wrong? Lee Do-jun said. He said without concealment, Yi-ji has been to my house before so everyone knows each other. Hearing that, Kwon Hyuk-soo breathed a sigh of relief. Kwon Hyuk-soo asked again, but Yi-ji didn't say anything. Lee Do-jun honestly replied, yes, didn't say anything. Kwon Hyuk-soo said, anyway, if there is such a thing then Do-jun, you go instead of me, I will tell the department head. He said very generously, of course I will also keep it a secret for you. Thank you senior, Lee Do-jun replied. Next Monday, warmly welcome you to the National Hunter Academy admission ceremony. Lee Do-jun stood on the sidewalk watching the crowds of people walking back and forth. He thought to himself, it is indeed the most expensive university, it's too crowded. Suddenly there was a noise behind him, he turned his head to look. In the distance, the crowd was gathering and shouting, "There's Han Min-ji." Inside, there was a girl in a red shirt holding a notebook and pen and said, "Sister, sign for me, sorry I'm in a bit of a hurry," Han Min-ji said smiling. Lee Do-jun thought to himself, why did that person come here? He snorted then turned away and said, anyway, it's not a good thing. Han Min-ji also paid attention to this side. He happily called out, "Manager Lee Do-jun." Lee Do-jun thought darkly, damn. On this side, Han Min-ji also ran to his place and said, "Manager Lee is also here." Lee Do-jun also nodded and replied, "Oh yes, hello." Han Min-ji bowed 90 degrees and said, "At that time, I was really sorry. He honestly said that I acted rudely for immediate gain." The people around saw Han Min-ji bowing to Lee Do-jun and said in surprise, "Well, what is this? It seems like he is in a much higher position than Hunter Han Min-ji. He is an S-level hunter, star." Han Min-ji still bowed her head and said, "You are right, we should not arrogantly say those words." Han Min-ji said in a slightly sad tone, "But since we don't have any bad intentions, we hope you'll forgive me." Lee Do-jun quickly said, "Stand up quickly, everyone is looking." Seeing that, Lee Do-jun said, "At that time I was a bit harsh, sorry." "Yes," Han Min-ji jumped up and happily replied. The corner of Lee Do-jun's mouth twitched. He silently groaned in his heart, it seemed like he was being set up. Passers-by also criticized him. Who is he to dare to force Hunter Han Ji-min to shut down and get tired of living? I miss that old man's face. Suddenly Han Min-ji's slim hand held a business card and said, "Here, I hope you will accept it this time." Looking at the business card, Lee Do-jun asked, "What do you mean?" Han Min-ji replied, "Celebrating reconciliation." Lee Do-jun said, "This and Yi-ji joining her guild." She smiled brightly looking at Lee Do-jun said, "This has absolutely nothing to do with Hunter Cha Yi-ji." Lee Do-jun frowned and asked, "Unrelated?" Han Min-ji said, "You just need to keep it, if you need help, just contact me anytime." "I already said it, it's just a celebration of reconciliation," she said, and Lee Do-jun looked at the business card in silence. Finally, he nodded and replied, thanking her. Then Lee Do-jun said, "Well, I have to go inside, the entrance ceremony is about to start." Han Min-ji replied, "Yes, see you soon." In the hall, the admission ceremony and new student orientation were taking place. The host opened the ceremony and said, "The admission ceremony will begin now. Thank you all for coming to the admission ceremony. Study today." The students are standing in neat rows below to listen. New students, please stand in their assigned positions. Sol Yun-hee was also standing there, shining brightly. Standing above the stands, Han Min-ji coldly glanced down. The expression on her face was no longer smiling. She glanced in Lee Do-jun's direction and thought to herself, that must be it. Remembering Lee Do-jun's cold eyes at that time, Han Min-ji affirmed that last time she felt it very clearly. There was no way a normal person could say those words. Below, Lee Do-jun turned around looking for something. Han Min-ji thought to himself, "Manager Lee Do-jun, it seems like you are deliberately hiding your identity." She looked at him for a moment, then turned around and left. She said, "Should I just ignore it and wait? Sooner or later, he will be exposed." Below, Lee Do-jun was looking at the crowded crowd, thinking, where is Yoon-hee? Looking from afar, he saw Sol Yoon-hee among the group of people. He secretly happily thought, there it is. The thought had just come out of my head when Lee Do-jun slapped his hand on my face and thought inexplicably, why am I looking for her so intensely? Is this how a father feels? Above the stage, the host introduced, "First of all, we would like to respectfully introduce the distinguished guests who took some time off their busy schedules to attend today's admission ceremony. Director of the Hunter Management Department, Mr. Young Chol." He stood up and bowed to everyone. "Next," I said, "Hunter Han Ji-min of Icarus State." On the observatory, Lee Do-jun looked at his phone, tapping, thinking, Yoon-hee said he wanted to eat ribs. Is there any good restaurant nearby? On the stage, the host spoke loudly and took the oath. Lee Do-jun raised his eyes and looked up. Above, a female student raised her hand to swear and said, "1. As a student of the National Hunter Academy, we are extremely proud." Below, the parents were excitedly discussing in whispers, "That child is Qian-chi's younger sister, right? That level 1 hunter's younger sister. She's already ranked A. Oh my god, she's already a hunter as soon as she entered school." Above, that girl is still taking the oath. 4. Always standing side by side with her fellow students, protecting honor and trust. Lee Do-jun raised his eyebrows and said, "Is that girl talking?" Remember the beautiful and lovely Sol Yun-hee once said, "Dad must treat you well, because in the future, you will definitely become a famous hunter, only then will Lee Do-jun be satisfied." Nod. It wasn't until a long time later that the host said, "We would like to end the National Hunter Academy admission ceremony here." At this time, Lee Do-jun had already gone outside the hall to wait for a long time. As soon as Sol Yun-hee came out, she saw him. She quickly called out, "Dad." Sol Yun-hee happily shook her hand and asked, "Dad, you've been waiting for a long time, right?" Lee Do-jun replied, "What kind of admission ceremony lasts 2 hours?" Then he took out the bouquet of roses he had prepared in advance and said, "Congratulations on the entrance ceremony." Looking at that beautiful bouquet of flowers, Sol Yun-hee was moved beyond words. She hugged the bouquet of flowers very respectfully and said, "Thank you very much, Dad." Sol Yun-hee cried and said, "Dad's spending too much again and this can't be eaten." Lee Do-jun looked like he was used to this and calmly asked, "But do you like it?" "Yes," she replied. After a while, the two of them walked out of the school. As they walked, Lee Do-jun said, "When will I start going to school?" Sol Yun-hee walked behind and replied, "From the day after tomorrow, Dad. Class placement is complete." Lee Do-jun asked, "What class are you in?" Sol Yun-hee shyly scratched her face and said, "Class D." She poked 2 fingers together and said in a low voice, "The school arranges classes based on academic achievement and divides them into classes from A to F. You will try your best to study so you can get to Class A." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun nodded with peace of mind and said, "Well, that's how it should be." He patted Sol Yun-hee's head and comforted her, saying, "Study hard, you will soon be in grade A." Sol Yun-hee was comforted and all her sadness disappeared. She smiled and said, Hi, are you hungry? Let's go eat." Lee Do-jun was about to take Yun-hee out for a barbecue, so he said, "Well, I see beef ribs." Before he could finish speaking, Sol Yun-hee rushed forward like a gust of wind and said, "Near here there is a mixed stew soup shop. It's delicious, Dad." Before she could run much, she stopped for an hour. Looking at the crowd gathered in front, Sol Yun-hee wondered, "What's going on?" A pair of shiny leather shoes appeared. He said, "Please get out of the way." Sol Yun-hee was surprised. They weren't the head of the hunter department. On the other side, Director Young-Chol and Han Min-ji are being protected by bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards keep saying, "Please get out of the way, thank you for everyone's cooperation." The crowd cheered loudly, some said, and even Hunter Han Ji-min of the Icarus State, the red shirt guy, still wanted to get Han Min-ji's autograph, but she said, "I'm so sorry everyone." In the distance, another man appeared. As soon as he arrived, he looked around once. Sol Yun-hee exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that swordsman, Hunter Lee Kang-yun?" On this side, Han Min-ji also paid attention to Lee Do-jun and his father. She went to say hello. "Manager Lee, you haven't had lunch yet, right?" Lee Do-jun replied, "I'm planning to eat too." Hiding behind Lee Do-jun, Sol Yun-hee was shocked like lightning struck her ears. She wondered, Dad knows Hunter Han Ji-min. Hearing that the 2 of them wanted to go eat, Han Min-ji immediately suggested, "Oh, so do you want to go eat with us?" She also turned to Sol Yun-hee and asked, "Come along, little girl." When her name was called, Sol Yun-hee frantically nodded and said, "Yes." At this time, Director Young-Chol came over and asked, "Who is this person?" Han Min-ji quickly introduced himself. "He is Lee Do-jun, an employee of the Gap Management Department. I already mentioned it to you last time." Director Young-Chol, "I understand after 2 hours." He looked at Lee Do-jun, who was in charge of that hunter. Then Chief Young-Chol came up and shook hands with Lee Do-jun, said, "Nice to meet you. I'm the director of the Hunter Management Department." Young-Chol. He bowed politely and replied, "It's an honor for me to meet you like this. I'm Lee Do-jun, officer of the Gap Management Department at the City Hall, Seoul." Waiting for the 2 of them to finish getting acquainted, Han Min-ji walked over and hugged Sol Yun-hee's shoulders and said, "This girl is your sister, right?" Yun-hee stiffened and didn't know how to answer. And Lee Do-jun didn't hide it either. He scratched his face and said, "That's my daughter." But Han Min-ji smiled kindly and looked at Sol Yun-hee, who was stiff. She asked, "What's your name?" Sol Yun-hee was startled for a moment, then introduced, "Yes, I'm Sol Yun-hee." Han Min-ji must have been quite shocked, so she said random things like a series of numbers. Lee Do-jun calmly explained, "Well, it was a bit personal, but that's it in a nutshell." Director Young-Chol nodded repeatedly and said, So that's it." over here, Lee Kang-yun told the blue-haired girl. Hurry up, because of me, everyone is waiting there, the girl said angrily. What am I doing? Why are you always blaming only me? Director Young Chol looked at him and introducing to everyone, this person is swordsman hunter Lee Kang-yun. As soon as Lee Do-jun heard this name, he seemed quite stunned. At the same time, Lee Kang-yun also looked at Lee Do-jun in surprise. He then walked towards Lee Do-jun and smiled. Lee Kang-yun's eyes suddenly flashed with sharpness and then quickly withdrew it. At the same time, Lee Do-jun and Seol Yun-hee also bowed and said, I'm Lee Do-jun from Seoul City Hall. Lee Kang-yun also replied, yes, nice to meet you. Chief Young Chol walked over and patted the blue-haired girl's head and said, and this is his younger sister Lee Yoon-ju. Lee Yoon-ju's hair was all messed up and she got a little angry and said, you did it and your hair is gone, it's yours. On this side, Seol Yun-hee was still surprised. She looked at Lee Kang-yun and thought, Lee Kang-yun is the first hunter. Her eyes flashed with admiration as she thought about the person who created the magic of actual operation, projection, and chanting that today's hunters are using. Seol Yun-hee was still surprised. She couldn't believe that the swordsman hunter Lee Kang-yun was in front of her. Looking at Han Min-ji's adorable expression, she burst out laughing. Lee Kang-yun stroked his chin and walked closer to Lee Do-jun and said, you're not a hunter, right? But you have a figure very similar to that of a hunter. Lee Do-jun replied, no, I'm not a hunter. Hearing that, Lee Kang-yun suddenly sighed regretfully and said, what a pity, if you were a hunter, you would definitely be very successful. Lee Do-jun seemed very satisfied with this statement. He secretly gave a like in his heart and thought, he has eyes for people. On the surface he still politely said, thank you for your compliments. Lee Kang-yun then noticed his sister behind him and said, Yoon-ju, come over and say hello too. Lee Yoon-ju replied without moving her cold eyes, I'm not interested in people weaker than me. Hearing those harsh words, Lee Kang-yun turned around and glared at his sister and then called her name, Lee Yoon-ju, making her tremble in fear. Even though she didn't really want to, because she was afraid of her brother coming up, Lee Yoon-ju still slowly walked over to say hello. Hello there, hello. The girl glanced at Lee Do-jun and said, saying hello doesn't mean I recognize you guys. He didn't accept that and said, nice to meet you. Director Young Chol breathed a sigh of relief and said, after everyone said hello, let's go eat quickly. At a certain luxury restaurant, I hope everyone has a delicious meal. This place is a VIP restaurant so the food is very delicious. Lee Kang-yun said, it is also very famous among hunters. Han Min-ji replied, I have wanted to come here many times but now I have the opportunity. Director Young Chol looked at the food table and said, I just finished eating here this morning. Lee Yoon-ju stubbornly replied, I don't care about that. No one asked. Over here, Han Min-ji looked at Lee Do-jun and asked, by the way, this is the first time I've seen the manager in this building. She continued, I heard the story from my senior about the level assessment battle. Lee Do-jun replied a few times. Lee Do-jun immediately changed the topic of the conversation. He asked, is Hunter Kang Min-hyuk still okay? Han Min-ji replied, oh well, I still keep complaining about this and that. Next to him, Seol Yun-hee was eating and thinking, clearly Dad just now said he was in the Rift Management Department, so he was also in a rift. As soon as she finished swallowing the spoonful of soup, she was extremely surprised. Seol Yun-hee's food was so delicious that she couldn't describe it and said, oh my god, how can it be this delicious? On the other side, the director calmed down and nodded slightly and replied, haha, you should eat a lot. Okay, I eat it every day so it doesn't taste good at all. Lee Yoon-ju saw Yoon-hee's overreaction and sighed and said, oh my god, what a country girl. Hearing that harsh sentence, Lee Kang-yun glared at her and said, shut up. Han Min-ji also continued, sorry sister. Being reminded, Lee Yoon-ju looked unhappy and said, why do you do this to me every 2 days? Lee Kang-yun apologized on behalf of his sister to Seol Yun-hee, I'm truly sorry, if Yoon-ju were half as good as Yoon-hee. Seol Yun-hee quickly waved her hand and replied, no, I'm really grateful that thanks to everyone, I can eat delicious food like this. Then she turned to ask Lee Do-jun, right Dad? Lee Do-jun kept putting food in his mouth and replied, the food here is so delicious. Looking at the bowl that Lee Do-jun had finished eating next to Seol Yun-hee, he was speechless. She immediately enthusiastically said, Dad, I will work harder to learn how to cook. Lee Do-jun replied, well, try your best. Han Min-ji then spoke up, Yoon-hee, come here by the way, do you want to try to measure your ability? She said, or did you measure it? Lee Do-jun asked again, measuring the ability. Next to Lee Yun-ju, he explained, they were talking about using a special device to measure potential and predict skill level. The girl rested her chin and looked at Lee Do-jun and her father, with a hidden smile saying, even if you're not a hunter, you can still use it, but the cost is very expensive so not everyone can use it. Lee Kang-yun turned his sharp eyes to the girl again. Lee Yun-ju shrugged and said, what else, you're explaining to them. Sol Yun-hee shyly said, thank you for your suggestion. Director Young Chol snapped his fingers and pointed at Yun-hee and said, we will bear all the costs. Sol Yun-hee said excitedly, I want to measure. I'll be honest, you haven't been measured yet. Lee Yun-ju glanced at her and thought, oh my gosh, you must really like it. Lee Kang-yun said, that's good, the manager will try to measure it later. Lee Do-jun shook his head and refused saying, I don't need it. Han Min-ji wondered why, if the results were good, you could even become a hunter. Lee Do-jun replied, I'm not interested in that. Director Young Chol said, you should try this, this is a very rare opportunity. Even Lee Kang-yun said, I'm also very curious about you. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun was no longer reluctant and said, okay. Finally, the whole group of people arrived at the measurement area. The first person to enter was Sol Yun-hee. She was lying in the engine compartment. The mechanical system next to her was transmitting her voice and outputting the results. Han Min-ji went to look and said, let's see. The result sheet she held in her hand, skimmed through it. Han Min-ji exclaimed in surprise, potential ah, expected awakening skill level ah. Hearing that, Sol Yun-hee raised her head and asked, ah. Lee Kang-yun was also quite surprised by this result. Wow, level A is very rare, your potential is not bad at all. He honestly said, in the future, she will have a prosperous life. Lee Do-jun immediately huffed. Lee Yun-ju still looked arrogant and said, that's fine. Sol Yun-hee happily said, thank you. Lee Yun-ju blushed and didn't dare look straight at Sol Yun-hee. She thought to herself, why does he always do stupid things like that? Han Min-ji looked at Lee Do-jun and said, manager, it's your turn. Lee Do-jun nodded as if he knew. Lee Yun-ju looked at Sol Yun-hee holding the results and said arrogantly, what a waste of time, should I go make a hot cup of coffee? Seeing her joking attitude, both director Young Chol and Lee Kang-yun looked over. She angrily asked, why, what's the matter again? On this side, Lee Do-jun is already in the measurement compartment, the system is examining him. Lee Do-jun silently lamented without expression, it's really annoying. The system is still examining Lee Do-jun's body. Inside, Lee Do-jun thought dejectedly, I should have refused to the end, it would have been a headache if it gave a strange result. Looking outside, Han Min-ji's three people were like tigers staring at their prey. Staring here, Lee Do-jun sighed silently, the other people seemed to have felt something too. Looking at the light particles penetrating inside his body, Lee Do-jun was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that so he thought to himself, this machine can scan even the mana in the body. Lee Do-jun frowned and thought, I didn't know it had this function. Then he used a secret power to prevent those light particles from penetrating again. The tester buzzed with small electric sparks. The system announced the end of the measurement. Lee Yun-ju, standing nearby, took out the test paper and said, it's just scrap paper. Han Min-ji was very surprised and thought, is nothing already done? Lee Do-jun walked out of the engine compartment to check and asked if there were any results. Han Min-ji held the results sheet and hesitantly said, yes, but... She hesitantly spoke up, the result was unfathomable, what nonsense was this? Lee Kang-yun said in surprise, is there even such a case? He looked at director Young Chol and asked, should we do it again? He scratched his forehead and replied, no, there's no need to do that. Lee Yun-ju saw that what he said was true, then he curled his mouth and stomped his foot and said, it seems like he's not suitable to be a hunter, I told you so. Han Min-ji still stared at the results thinking, there was no way it could be like that. She bit her finger nervously and thought to herself, no matter how weak she is, she can at least be graded E or F. Cases like this are extremely rare. No, it should be said that they are impossible. After thinking about it, she quickly ran to Lee Do-jun and said, please try measuring again, it seems like there was some error in the measurement. Director Young Chol signaled to stop and then repeatedly said, no, remeasuring is not that easy, continuous measuring for normal people will seriously affect their health. Lee Kang-yun looked puzzled and said, but I also feel like there's something wrong with this result. He turned to look at Lee Do-jun and said, next time you have a chance to measure again, try to train your body, the results will be better. Director Young Chol also spoke up and said, "Of course there are many cases where people have awakened and become hunters after training." Lee Kang-yoon consoled them with a few words, "Don't be too sad." Han Min-ji was still extremely shocked and thought, "He clearly looked like he had potential, there was no way I could have looked at him wrong." They still intended to continue comforting. "What a pity, what a pity." Lee Do-jun didn't seem to care much about this. He said, "Can I please leave first?" A few days later, it was evening. In the office, the clock ticked to 10:30 p.m. The head of the department's entire body was atrophied. He groaned a few times because he still had to work overtime at this hour. The manager was frantically typing on the keyboard while swearing a sentence. He would die. Besides, Kwon Hyuk-soo is standing in front of the notepad flipping documents. He turned to look at the department manager who was still moaning and said, "Department manager, when work is over, do you want to go take a sauna?" The manager looked at his hand, which was shaking because he had to type too much, and replied, "I don't think I have enough strength to walk there, I'll just sleep here." Kwon Hyuk-soo also looked disheveled. His face was dark and said, "I should also sleep here." The manager without thinking about it immediately agreed and said, "That's it, I will also sleep here." Sleeping alone in the cold, very. Kwon Hyuk-soo replied, "And I will go home." At that moment Lee Do-jun's phone vibrated. He answered the phone and asked, "What's wrong?" Sol Yeon-hee on the other end asked, "Dad can't come home today either." Lee Do-jun glanced at the dense pile of documents next to him and said, "No, I don't know today either." Sol Yeon-hee worriedly said, "How about you buy some late-night food for Dad?" Lee Do-jun replied, "No need, if you're hungry Dad will buy rice." She continued asking, "What about a change of clothes?" Lee Do-jun replied, "It's not really needed yet." Sol Yeon-hee sighed deeply and said, "Dad, do you need anything? How about your socks?" Lee Do-jun saw that it was quite late and said seriously, "It's okay, Dad will call you back later. Dad's a little busy right now, it's late, if there's nothing going on, don't wander out there." After that, Lee Do-jun quickly hung up. At home, Sol Yeon-hee looked at the black phone and immediately turned to stone. The department head saw Lee Do-jun talking on the phone for so long and asked, "Are you Cha Yi-ji the hunter?" Lee Do-jun replied, "No." The department head did not give up and said, "I am also a very observant person, tell me the truth." Kwon Hyuk-soo spoke up to relieve Lee Do-jun. The department head, "Have you seen the file on the rift in Inwang?" He immediately groaned. After speaking, the department head pursed his lips and turned back to look at the computer and typed a few times and said, "Well, let's see, this damn busy season." He stretched his arms to relieve fatigue and did not forget to complain, "Why did the National Academy of Obstetricians send students here to practice?" Kwon Hyuk put his hands in his pockets and said, "Then let's do it, Chief. If we don't do it, who else will?" The chief replied with a sigh, "I don't know, anyone can do it as long as it's not us." Over here, Lee Do-jun secretly thought, Yoon-hee will probably come here too, should I tell her in advance? He thought silently. He had also been discovered by her that he was working in the rift management room. In the middle of the night, Sol Yeon-hee called her father. Her eyes were dark and sleepy as she spoke, "You startled me. Next time if you're late from work, remember to tell me in advance, Dad." Looking at Sol Yeon-hee carrying a pillow, her head still in disarray, Lee Do-jun replied, "Ah, sorry." Sol Yeon-hee regained her composure and said, "Oh yes Dad, from next Wednesday I will go to the rift to practice." Lee Do-jun replied, "Is that so?" Sol Yeon-hee said, "It was just an F-grade crack but since it was my first time I was very nervous." She glared at Lee Do-jun and said, "But Dad is in the rift management room, right? Last time you said what your job was." Lee Do-jun stiffened when he heard that. He did not dare to look straight and speak, "Manage the rift and related terms." Sol Yeon-hee asked curiously, "But have you ever been in a crack?" Lee Do-jun didn't dare to hide it and immediately replied. Then, she stared at her father and said, "Ah, so that's it, so Dad had already entered the button slot." Sol Yeon-hee continued to ask, "But what are you doing in the crack?" Lee Do-jun was sweating and didn't say a word. Lee Do-jun began to explain repeatedly, "Well, learn the terrain, determine what types of monsters will appear, how many of each type, consider the difficulty of the rift and rate it, give it is recommended that hunters with lower levels not enter that crevice, it is not forbidden to go into crevices alone, but usually you will go with contracted hunters, with the town hall, if danger occurs, they will accompany the hunter run away or even let the hunter buy time to escape the crack alone, after leaving, call for help to ensure the safety of both parties." After saying that, he added one more sentence, "You don't need to worry too much." Sol Yeon-hee started pouting angrily. She stomped her feet on the ground, looking very angry and questioned Lee Do-jun. How could you not be worried? Dad had to go into a crack like that. Lee Do-jun looked at him but didn't dare to argue back, half a word. Sol Yun-hee continued to lecture her father. Every year, many hunters died in the crevices. Did you know that? The neighbors below saw the noise and shouted, "Will you guys shut up? Can't I sleep?" Sol Yun-hee looked at Lee Do-jun and said, "Dad, it's not okay." Lee Do-jun saw that something was about to happen and asked, "What's going on?" Sol Yun-hee confidently said, "You have to train Dad." He reminded her, "You don't need to worry too much." This also made Yun-hee angrily stomp his feet and say, "How can I not be worried? Dad had to go into such a crevasse. Every year, so many hunters die in the crevasse, do you know?" She screamed loudly, causing the floor below to shout in annoyance, "Will you guys shut up and let them sleep?" Do-jun was also frightened by her mouth. Yun-hee shouted loudly at Do-jun, "Dad, this is not possible." He also panicked and asked, "What's going on?" She said sternly, "You have to give me special training." Do-jun's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly unable to believe what he was hearing. Do-jun pointed at his daughter and pointed back at himself, "I train you." She is full of confidence. "No matter what you say, you are also afraid of hunting. Your potential is level A. I am determined to motivate Do-jun well. From now on, I will train you every weekend. I will teach you slowly from the most basic level. Dad, you have to register to increase your stamina at the Rift Management Bureau on Monday, so mana will appear." Do-jun sweated as he thought about it. If the people in Murim knew that, they would probably faint. Without waiting for June to say anything more, Yun-hee gathered the necessary things in her bag and pushed the door out, following her child. Seeing that, he was a bit confused and said quickly, "What are you planning on doing at this hour?" The road was dark and the father and son walked to a deserted park. Yun-hee led Do-jun to the only light in the park. "First of all, Dad, check your status. Open the status window." Do-jun followed Yun-hee. He opened the status window. Yun-hee said again, "Please read each one." It is the personal strength index information of Do-jun at the present time. Do-jun could only hum to Yun-hee. After that, he kept talking. Level 1, Strength 10, Agility 6, Stamina 9, Internal Strength 0, no skills. Yun-hee didn't understand and just let out a sigh. Suddenly she was afraid to remember something and said, "Wait, the combination of father's strength, agility, and physical strength is equal to 25. Absurd, it's almost equal to the standard of an F-rank hunter." So June also wondered, is that high? Yun-hee shyly said, "Even Dad's physical strength and strength are higher than mine. How can a normal person be like that?" Yun-hee sums it up, "Overall Dad's body is good." She remembered, "But, Dad just said internal strength, right? I don't even have that stat." As soon as Yun-hee finished speaking, June wanted to hide something and spoke quickly and stammered, "Ah, I saw that wrong. Mana is 0, what a pity." Yun-hee just laughed. Maybe she thought her father was stupid. He was an ordinary person, so obviously his mana was 0 and of course he had no other stats. She also began to inform her father that, among the training methods, chanting was the easiest way, but it required skill to use it, so it was too much for him. Next, the easier way is to banish the monster immediately to stay safe. Yun-hee teaches Do-jun how to use a gun. "You don't have mana now so you can try this. I'll teach you the theory first." Yun-hee used the gun to breathe a bit before starting to fire. The bullet was fired. She also spoke very eruditely. Taking the mana from the body and putting it into a mana gun is called charging. If you can do it, it's considered half successful. Please try it once. Although it is not displayed in the status window, a little mana will appear in our body. Do-jun held the gun and looked at it for a long time. Yun-hee spoke softly next to him. "First, close his eyes, feel the very small flow of air spreading throughout his body," he also said in a low voice. Yun-hee continued, then thought and controlled it to transmit to the mana gun. Do-jun thought to himself, "I'll just pass it on a little bit." Then he used the gun to shoot. Yun-hee was surprised because it was her first time and she was able to shoot to an almost perfect level. Do-jun quickly stopped. "Oh well, this is enough." Yun-hee said in surprise, "Dad, you have outstanding talent." Do-jun is humble, "Thank you, it's just luck. If I try again, it probably won't work." Yun-hee said helplessly, "I also want to eat it right away like that, but it only takes a month to do that." Yun-hee suddenly became serious again. "Well, I'm against Dad being a hunter. It's very dangerous, because June also said he doesn't think about being a hunter. I'm so tired, let's go home and rest, there's nothing interesting." Yun-hee responded, "Yes." The next morning at headquarters, Hyuk-soo just entered the room. He accidentally passed by Do-jun and was surprised. He saw Do-jun looking at the physical enhancement results form and asked with wide eyes, Do-jun, what are you doing? Are you planning on catching monsters, Do-jun, at the Department of Management Jang-in's office? Do-jun said leisurely, who knows, maybe Hyuk-soo will go crazy, catching monsters, are you sure? Why in the end, what is the reason? Do-jun was silent and made no sound. When the two walked out of the convenience store, Hyuk-soo seemed to know why Do-jun did this. He said as if comforting, it turned out to make money to make ends meet, really. Hyuk-soo continued, this time your daughter will come here to practice, right? Do-jun honestly replied, yes, that's right. Hyuk-soo asked again, are you going to hide it? That day the three of us including the department head came there. Do-jun's face was probably so dark, he could hide it as long as he could, because Jun had the feeling that everyone already knew. He seemed to be relieved of his burden, so I was worried for nothing. Ah, that's right, there's going to be a big deal next week, cause Jun wondered, huh? Hyuk-soo quickly explained that it was a coordinated test for the Hunter Management Bureau. It was said that the management of a grade B crack would be transferred to the Management Bureau. Hyuk-soo looks tired, we have to pass the appraisal first, this is the problem. The department head said that if he can win this, he will be promoted, so he is trying very hard. Do-jun did not object at all. If we don't receive the transfer, what should we do? He miserably replied, we will probably have to temporarily stay away. In the first training session, the instructor announced, everyone, gather this way, concentrate, concentrate. He began to introduce to the students, these are members of the Seoul City Hall's Crack Management Department, they will help us in today's practice session. The department head smiled and said, hello, welcome everyone. I will simply explain today's training session. This place is an F-class rift. At the goblin level, people probably won't be very interested, but no one can know what will happen in the rift. So everyone, please pay attention to the following key issues. First, safety. Second, also safe. One of the students whispered, why did the city hall bring him here? The manager excitedly continued, okay, if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. No one responded, so he had to continue, so let's go. Do-jun pondered, how can civilians go in and out of the crack? The department head boasted to Hyuk-soo, his speaking skills I made the children excited, but the reality is different from what he said. At the first training session of the rift, everyone is excited to participate. Everyone was extremely interested in exterminating the goblins. These young hunters trampled on the goblins and laughed in excitement. Their smiles gradually lose their humanity. The chief of the Rift management team was extremely apprehensive. I felt more afraid of these young hunters than monsters. Hyuk-soo agreed, that's right. The head of the department continued, if any of these people graduate, will any of them sign a contract with us? What he said at this time was the complete opposite of his initial words of appreciation. The Hyuk-soo next to him calmly replied, I don't know, anyway, I'll just have to wait. Do-jun next to Yoon-ju asked, aren't you going to join the lesson? Yoon-ju replied, I'll practice with the biggest goblin later, the goblins here are only small kids. She turned to Do-jun and asked, are you the one in charge of us? Do-jun said clearly, he is not in charge, just a support person. Yoon-ju gasped, not trustworthy at all. Do-jun said in a low voice, do you think no one heard? The department head standing nearby must have misunderstood something. He immediately came over to comfort him. Oh my god, this first practice session seems to scare you. It's okay, you guys are behind me so just fight as much as you like. Yoon-ju was a bit disdainful, what are you talking about, you don't know who is protecting who, you don't even have the strength to run away. The head of the department was so embarrassed that he became angry and shouted, hey, go play with the other kids, where the adults work, what's wrong with glancing sideways and up and down? The Hyuk-soo nearby squeezed his shoulder to comfort him. Chief, the department head calmed down. Yoon-ju, Lee Yoon-ju, that girl is swordsman Lee Kang-huk's younger sister. After hearing this, the head of the department panicked and ran to Yoon-ju to comfort her. Yoon-ju, it turned out to be you Yoon-ju, you like apple tea. Hyuk-soo next to him said to Do-jun, the department head must work hard today. He also sighed, retribution is indeed retribution. Hyuk-soo asked Do-jun, so which one is your daughter? Do-jun immediately pointed towards Yoon-hee, there you are. Hyuk-soo saw her and immediately complimented her, wow, so pretty, much prettier than I thought, she must be very loved by her friends. Yoon-hee seemed to feel her father talking about her. She immediately turned towards Do-jun and waved at him. The commander started giving out the rules of the contest. From now on it's time to hunt slowly. After 1 hour, everyone gathers here. You can hunt individually as well. Hyuk-soo looked at the situation and said to Do-jun, "Oh, I think you should run to see your daughter." He looked back and said, "Ah yeah." Do-jun ran away, "So I'll go for a while and then come back." Hyuk-soo admires the audience. What a taste, it's been a long time since I've seen Do-jun's haughty appearance. After a while of running after his daughter, he arrived. Do-jun ran to see his daughter Yoon-hee shoot the gun. "Don't forget to compliment me. Now I see that your shooting skills are really good." Yoon-hee is humble. "It's not like the target is goblins, so wherever they are you can hit them all." "Actually, I practiced on my own butt." Before Yoon-hee finished speaking, Do-jun applauded, "Very good." The bright sky suddenly turned dark in the blink of an eye. This situation makes Do-jun feel that something is wrong. She was worried. The sky suddenly. One day, a goblin suddenly appeared in front of them. "Oh goblin, why suddenly?" The colors are also strange, the atmosphere is also a bit different. Yoon-hee rushed forward to shield Do-jun. "Dad, please step back." Then she picked up the gun and pointed it straight towards it. Yoon-hee shot continuously at the goblin on the opposite side. The bullet flew straight into the goblin's body. When she saw that, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was easier than she thought. Yoon-hee walked towards the goblin and observed. She happily turned around and said, "It seems it's over, it's okay now." But suddenly Jun shouted loudly, "Yoon-hee!" An earthquake broke out, several loud signals sounded. "You destroyed the guardian of the fissure. You are qualified, a special rift has arisen, the difficulty of the rift is set randomly." Do-jun shouted worriedly, "Yoon-hee, come here quickly." But she seemed to be being sucked in by that thing. Yoon-hee was scared with tears in her eyes and called her father. But Yoon-hee couldn't run towards Do-jun because the place had sucked her in. At that time, her hand was not yet sucked in, that hand was still open to reach her father. He lost his temper and rushed towards her, continuously calling, "Yoon-hee." And then because Jun didn't care about the danger and rushed inside the black hole. Immediately after that the black hole gradually closed. And finally disappears. The sky has also gradually darkened. The people outside were also extremely confused, the weather had become extremely bad, they were so scared. The department head also turned pale. He was scared and quickly told Hyuk-soo to quickly return to the headquarters. When Yoon-hee was about to be swept away, Do-jun ran to hold her hand and as a result, they were both transported to another world by that strange thing. Everything around is stone, there is no one here. Yoon-hee collapsed on the ground and he stood there looking around for a while. Yoon-hee was shocked and her whole body kept shaking. You analyze the surrounding situation, is this a loophole trap? A notification appears, you are in Ise's cave, Do-jun thought seriously. The bulletin board continues to appear, target, try to survive for 30 minutes. Defeat the Ise's monster if possible. A real monster appeared and it was 10,000 jong taller than the two of them's normal form. This made her not dare to open her eyes and her mood fell into crisis. Looking at her condition, he thought to himself, she must have been surprised. Do-jun took a breath, neither long nor short, hiding his job was enough. He picked up the gun on the ground and said, Yoon-hee, Dad, please borrow the gun. Yoon-hee suddenly asked, what are you planning to do? Do-jun reassured Yoon-hee, just sit here, Dad will go for a bit and then come back. But she was extremely worried, Dad, wait a minute. He walked straight towards the monster, making it surprised, not understanding what he was doing. The monster blew his nose and chuckled. That guy said contemptuously, where did this brat come from? As soon as he finished speaking, he exhaled so much fire that he wanted to die because of Jun and Yoon-hee. Mouth shouted, immediately and immediately. Yoon-hee was afraid that something was wrong with Jun and shouted loudly, Dad. Do-jun stood facing the big fire with the monster without fear. He just sighed. And put his hand out in front, the fire immediately spread out to both sides. This made her gasp in surprise. She was stunned and couldn't believe her eyes, the fire had spread out, what could happen? She thought to herself, maybe it was because of that dragon. But looking at the naive dragon who didn't understand what Do-jun could do, Yoon-hee immediately abandoned that thought, no way, that means Dad. But Dad doesn't know how to use a gun. While Yoon-hee was thinking about her own nonsense, Jun was talking to the monster in front of him, I just shot you, now it's only fair if you shoot me back. The Ise's monster showed a bewildered face like a chicken with hair stuck in its hair. Jun pointed the gun straight at his face. Then he started preparing to pull the trigger. Seeing this, the monster was terrified and sweated profusely. He was scared and shouted, "Ah, don't be rash, time's up, time's up." Jun is uncompromising. If you have something to say, hurry up, don't let your father have to use force. Monster is more vile than the word coward. Let me ask just one question. There's a reason why you forgive me, right? Jun was really confused with this guy. What a stupid question. The monster immediately replied, "Now your life is mine." Jun didn't let it wait too long. He of course had to act immediately. Wow, an accurate shot. He could only scream loudly, "Oh Dad, please help me." When people think they are about to die in a movie, the audience sees a sudden turn that shows that character is still alive because the bullet was deflected into a different trajectory like the monster in the movie. This story. It created a huge explosion behind the monster. Jun didn't kill him. It was equally as startling as outsiders. What was so horrifying? He sweat dropped and looked at Jun and said, "Are you human or something to do something like that?" He said to the monster, "You want to know why I forgave him?" The monster obediently replied, "Yes." Jun silently, "That's all. So now let's try to warm up a bit." Jun jumped on top of the monster. He didn't understand what he was doing, so he just looked blankly there. Then he gave the monster a few blows to the head. His punch caused its head to hit the ground hard. He held his head in pain and said, "Ah, why did you hit my head?" Jun looked like he had nothing to say. "Now I have to teach you to be a good boy." The monster had tears in his eyes. "What do you want to do to me?" Jun said briefly, "If you are good you will get hurt, if you are bad you will be punished. Let's start with obedience training. From now on, there will be no more evil dragons in this world." Thought by Jun, 3 years ago, when the Marsalis dragon clan appeared. Countless hunters were eager to hunt, but almost no one could stop it, and among them, 3 S-rank hunters died in battle. He exclaimed, "I heard that, clearly I heard it." But right now he was busy training the dragon. Jun stood on top of him and taught him, "Oh my god, haven't you eaten yet? Lower his chest a little more." The dragon didn't protest at all but obeyed. Seeing it so weak, Jun lost his patience and shouted angrily, "Let's kick it again." The dragon heard that and was scared and screamed, "Oh no, don't kick it." He continued to teach, 1 breath in, 2 breaths out. The bystander saw this and was stunned. Who exactly was his father? Jun crossed his arms and asked the dragon, "So you are a very strong type, better than the ogre lord?" The dragon replied while holding his head, "Of course, you are very useful." When he heard that, his face was expressionless. So what? In his heart he was calculating, maybe it would be a good fit for him to keep the house. Although he's a bit stupid, he's more obedient than I thought. If I'm with Yunhee, I can feel secure. After a while, Yunhee gently walked in front of him and said, "Dad, you don't plan to go home?" When Jun heard that, he jumped down from the dragon's back and ran to her. "Okay." He continued talking to Yunhee. Before that his father had something to say. When she heard that, she pretended to be quiet to listen. "Yunhee, about this." Before the words were finished Yunhee smiled and replied, "Secretly. Dad will say it's a secret, right? I absolutely won't tell anyone else." Jun hummed and let it go. "You understand quickly." She scratched her head and said with a forced smile, "I'm sure Dad has some reason to hide it like that. We are family. I will join forces with Dad." Jun heard that and said with peace of mind, "Thank you, then let's go back." Jun glanced at the dragon and asked for its opinion, "Are you going?" Hearing that, the dragon was a bit confused. "What?" It was Jun who said, "Can you transform? This is so outstanding. Don't forget to threaten here. Once you're out, if you dare to act rashly, it won't end well for you." The scared dragon stuttered and replied, "Ah, I know, I'll transform right now." Soon the dragon began to transform. From a huge appearance, it turns into a small dragon. Its body is shiny, its big round eyes are extremely adorable. Even Yunhee exclaimed in delight, "So cute," but because Jun said it so expressionlessly, "That's so cute." But at this time, the dragon glanced at Yunhee. Seeing that, the smile on her lips quickly disappeared and she apologized. Looking at its attitude, Jun raised his fist threateningly. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Do you like the bumps?" The dragon saw that and was scared and quickly asked, I'm sorry. Yunhee likes you doing cute things, always doing cute actions." Hear that, the dragon felt helpless lying on the ground and wriggling. "Yes, I remember." Jun pleasantly told his daughter, try touching it again, it's more whiny than you thought. Yoon-hee excitedly looked at the dragon. She couldn't help but sit down and rub the dragon in satisfaction, hee hee. Seeing that, the dragon felt a bit angry inside but couldn't do anything. Outside the black hole, the sky now also turns blue and brighter. Chol-soo felt relieved and said, the sky was back to normal, and there were no problems with class. Speaking of this, he put on a furious face, but why can't I see Arrow Do-jun's face? Hyuk-soo next to him shook his head, I don't know, he's probably just nearby. At this time, the two also heard a noise behind the bushes. At this time, Do-jun and his daughter also came out from the black hole. Seeing this, the department head couldn't help but shout loudly, where did you get out? Do-jun quickly defended, sorry I'm a bit busy. He said a few times in boredom, then said, class has to end now, so let's get ready. But at this moment, seeing Yoon-hee next to Do-jun, he was surprised and asked, are you an acquaintance? Do-jun did not hide anything and said, this is my daughter. The department head was a bit surprised to hear that, oh so it turns out, so it's your daughter. But suddenly Chol-soo felt like something was wrong. What? Looking at the bewildered face of the department head, Do-jun immediately said, I can't tell you in detail, my situation is a bit complicated, sorry. Chol-soo laughed and said, oh it's okay, everyone can be like that when they're young. It turns out when you were young, you already ate before dinner, right? Yoon-hee now bowed to say hello. Hello, my name is Sol Yoon-hee. Hello, I'm Chief Kang Chol-soo, City Hall Rift Manager, Seoul. Knowing that this boss was curious and was about to question his daughter, Jun immediately interrupted, I said I couldn't give details. Hyuk-soo also introduced, he is Kwon Hyuk-soo, Do-jun's senior. She was very welcoming when she heard that. I've heard a lot about you. I heard that you helped my dad a lot, right? Dad and I are always grateful to you. He smiled and said haha, it's not the opposite, it's Do-jun who helps me a lot. But at this moment Chol-soo saw the dragon in front of him and frowned, what is it, where did you bring the puppy from? What's going on? Just put some color on it. Now how do we know what breed it is? This is animal abuse. Because Jun was afraid of being discovered so he signaled for the dragon to be quiet. The department head stretched the dragon's cheeks and complained, wait, this dog seems a bit floaty. Hey, you have to take it to the hospital first. As soon as Chol-soo picked him up, the dragon growled aggressively, startling him. Hey, it bites, it's so ferocious. Hyuk-soo didn't even bother to tell the manager, it's not like a dog. Do-jun explained, this pet will help me in the future, it will take quite a while to tame it. The two of them were stunned when they heard that. Chol-soo asked worriedly, really, you tamed it, so now, Hyuk-soo next to him also spoke up, you Do-jun, you plan to be a hunter. Do-jun scratched his head and replied, no, it's not like that, but, it will help me when I go to explore the crack. Hearing that, the department head took a deep breath and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were quitting your job. I was so scared. I already had a shortage of people. After saying that, he dropped the dragon to the ground and told everyone, no way, let's go drink after work today. I have to feed you a lot of greasy food so you won't be able to quit work. Yoon-hee will come with me. By the way, I'll advise you on your future. You know a lot about the Rift Management Department, right? It's a bit difficult for me to answer. But then he started to manipulate her with beef and beef. Yoon-hee heard these two words and her eyes lit up, yes. Suddenly a voice exclaimed, wait, getting everyone's attention. Yoon-ju suddenly appeared from nowhere. She looked at the dragon with a confused expression, what is this? The dragon immediately looked at her with cheese-like eyes. Yoon-ju lifted the dragon up. She happily said, this is yours, it's crazy, it's so cute. Yoon-hee saw that and ran to stop it. Yoon-ju, don't touch it. Do-jun walked over and said, it's my pet, I tamed it. After hearing it, she exclaimed in disbelief, did you tame it? With the ability to tame it, but that is a very rare ability. When I scanned my body, why didn't I see anything? Is this the case again? So are you going to become a hunter? Do-jun shook his head and replied, no, I have no such intention. Yoon-ju asked confusedly, how is that possible? People with taming ability receive many incentives in all guilds. Do-jun insisted, I only use it when it is really necessary, like when I go to explore cracks, for example. Yoon-ju said disparagingly, using it for exploration, really surprising, he has no will advance anything. The trainer also felt regretful and said, why did you refuse? If you have the ability to tame, you can earn a lot of money just lying around. Chol-soo was afraid that Do-jun would change his mind so he jumped in and said, oh my god, he already said he wouldn't do it, don't bother me anymore, let's go, Do-jun, we'll go our separate ways. When Do-jun saw the manager so worried, he seriously said, "Don't worry, I won't quit my job, as I said earlier." When he heard that, he was moved to tears. "I was so excited that I couldn't help but hug him. Do-jun, I love you." Do-jun saw that and was thinking about his choice. He was upset, avoided leaving. It was so annoying. The department head also forgot the image of hugging him because Jun didn't let go. "Oh yeah, I don't like it. Let go, let you run away." Yoon-ju scoffed. "Oh my god, it's so horrible." Even the dragon felt scared and covered his eyes. He thought to himself, sure enough, leaving the crack there was only storms. After that, everyone went back together, quickly finished and let's go drinking. We have to buy delicious food for Yoon-hee. Yoon-ju begged as she walked, "Uncle, give me this child." "No, it has to keep the house." The next day at the headquarters building. The atmosphere right now is extremely tense. Do-jun said helplessly, "Then I already said sorry." Next to that is Yeji sitting there. She angrily lied down on the table, staring at what Do-jun said. It was too much. "How could you leave me behind? Not a single missed call." She blamed me sadly. "Once in a while I went to work on time, but I had to wait like this." Jun saw that and calmly said, "No, you cannot go to work." Hearing these words, she screamed loudly, "Why can't I go to work? I'm also from here. I heard that some people still go out to eat pork belly and drink soju." When you hear that, you're confused. "Huh, pork belly?" Yeji shouted. "I also like to eat meat and drink wine, so I cleaned up and waited the whole time." Do-jun reacted when he heard that. "It's not like that, Yeji. We're going to eat beef." These words immediately scared both the department head and Hyuk-soo. Yeji heard that and was filled with disappointment. She didn't expect them to be willing to treat her like that. Her eyes were filled with tears and she couldn't say a word. Seeing that, the department head and Hyuk-soo ran to cover up. "What are you saying, Do-jun? That's pigs raised on acorns, so it tastes just as good as beef." "That's right, we ate pork." But Do-jun honestly replied, "It's not obvious that we ate special Korean beef. It was the manager who paid for the meal." "Were you too drunk yesterday?" At this point, there's no way for the department head to save you. "Seriously, your eyes have evaporated with the alcohol, right?" Yeji was full of anger. "You guys lied and said you were going to eat grilled pork belly." Seeing her angry, Chul-soo quickly calmed her down. "Cha Hunter, Cha Yeji, calm down, let's go eat grilled pork belly today." But Yeji was angry and didn't care. He stood up and walked out. "Okay, I'll go eat the special Korean beef alone, even if the manager tries to hold me back." The worker, the hunter. Hyuk-soo saw that and took out a candy from inside. "Okay then, I'll use my final move." Then he hurriedly chased after her. Hunter father Yeji, we didn't abandon you yesterday." After a while Hyuk-soo also comforted Yeji. She sucked on the candy he gave her and said, "Anyway, I'm also a member of the Rift Management Department, please remember." Hyuk-soo happily said, "Of course, Father Hunter. There will be a coordination test next week, thanks for that time," Yeji replied while munching on the candy. "Well, I'll try." Suddenly the manager's irritable voice rang out. "What, you said to cancel the schedule?" "No, why suddenly there are only B-level hunters? We already have a schedule." I don't know what the other person said, but Chul-soo was extremely excited. We don't meet the conditions. Hey. Hello. At this time the person on the other line has hung up. When he saw that, he angrily shouted, "You bastard." Then hurriedly left. "Sorry, I have something to do. I'll be gone for a while and then I'll be back." The three of them looked at the boss's hasty appearance and knew that something bad was about to happen. Do-jun just asked Hyuk-soo, "Haven't they decided to cooperate with us?" He nodded and said, "Well, this isn't the first time." "That's okay, we're on your side." At the same time, at Do-jun's house, the dragon and Yoon-hee were arguing. The dragon crossed his arms and said, "Hey, you're on A's side, I'm on B's side. Why did you make such a unilateral decision?" Yoon-hee quickly explained, "That's not true, Long. I'm busy cleaning right now so I can't go out. Also, who knows what will happen when I go out." When Long hears that, he refuses. "Hey, I have a sister, what else?" She let out a sigh. "Because I have you, I'm worried, how can I stop you alone?" Long let out a dissatisfied sigh. "Really, you mean you're afraid I'll go out and cause trouble, right?" Yoon-hee comforted her. "When dad comes back we can go out," but Long refused and immediately lay on the floor and threw a tantrum. "Oh, he won't, he wants to go out. And at this time Do-jun also returned from outside. Dad is home." When Long saw that, he was dumbfounded. Because Jun was so angry, his blood boiled. "It seems like I pampered you too much, so you became upset, right?" When he saw that, he was scared. I'm sorry." You squeezed its head. You're itching for a blow, aren't you? Face the wall, raise your hands, quickly. I'm scared when I hear that, yes. Dujun then said, Yunhee, let's eat rice, yes. What about Long Long? When Long Long heard that, he secretly turned around. Dujun immediately said, Dad bought his own food. Hearing that, he faced the wall again. The two of them sat down to eat, and June praised him for cooking very well. Hearing that, she felt a bit shy and said, It doesn't taste bad, right? Yes, it's delicious so Dad can wash the dishes for you. But Yunhee panicked and quickly stopped her. No, I'll wash the dishes for you. He found it difficult to understand. It was nothing, but she became even more panicked. I will do it, let me do it. Dujun didn't understand what was going on so he agreed. After saying that, Yunhee quickly took the dishes to wash. Seeing her scared of him like that, it was because June said, Yunhee, just be as usual, nothing has changed. Yunhee nodded and replied, yes yes. She said that, but right now her heart was about to jump out. She thought to herself, even though Dad said that. The image of when she was in the black hole came back and was imprinted in Yunhee's mind. How can I treat my father comfortably like before? She remembered how confident she was that if she became a hunter, she would be there to protect her father. No, from now on every weekend I will train Dad. Yunhee is in pain and torment, I can't do it. Thinking about the words that from now on I will train my dad every weekend, I covered my face in shame. Looking at Yunhee's appearance, Dujun wondered in confusion, is she okay? But suddenly he heard the TV sound. How could you do that to me? Stop, I'm so bored. When I looked over, I saw Long Long secretly watching TV. The TV sound came out. I stood behind to help, hoping you would pass the judicial exam. Now that you've passed, why should you change to another lover? He was so focused on watching TV that he forgot he was being punished, and said, asshole. Dujun exclaimed sitting on the chair. Hey, Dragon has regained his composure. Dujun shouted angrily, I told you to face the wall, I didn't tell you to watch TV. Long Long immediately covered it up and said, I'm sorry. Seeing that, Dujun asked again, what are you sorry for? Long Long immediately bent down and put his face on the ground with his butt up. I will change, I will do it right away. But at this moment he couldn't bear it anymore. His hungry stomach growled loudly, his arms and legs trembled and stammered, he was hungry. Dujun saw that and said, stand up. Yunhee worriedly asked, Dad, Long Long's food, he hasn't eaten anything since noon. Dujun immediately said, the food in the hallway. Yunhee opened the black bag and was stunned. Dad, this. She took out a food container. It was dog food. The dragon behind heard that and was confused. Dujun coldly asked, what's the problem? Do you want to eat with us? His words were full of murderous intent, making Long Long's eyes tear up. He said sadly and indignantly, do you also have human rights? I mean dragon rights, but you said indifferently, there is no such thing, eat that. I bought it so I should eat it, he said as he poured out the food. Then turned around and said, Yunhee, Dad is going to take a shower, don't let him near the refrigerator, you hear? Yunhee immediately replied, yes. Long Long looked at this unswallowable food unhappily. But because it was so hungry it had to pick it up and put it in its mouth. But as soon as I took the second piece, Yunhee took it away, don't eat this. Long Long saw this and said indignantly, hey, you even stole this. Yunhee looked at it with pitying eyes and said, shh, be quiet. Then she took out a bowl of delicious ribs. Long Long saw that and was happy, ram ribs. It was as happy as a child hurrying to eat quickly, before Dad comes out again. Yunhee took out a glass of water and drank it. Long Long accepts her heart. Looking at Yunhee, she was no different from the angel who descended to earth in her life. Tears filled her eyes. Yunhee's sister. I'll protect you, what's wrong? Suddenly like that, no thanks. The scene changes to the Rift Management Bureau. Colleagues all surround Hyuk-soo to congratulate, so this time the B-level hunter will sign a contract with us. Oh my god, is a level B hunter satisfied with a salary of 300 million won? Hyuk-soo has such a great friend. Hyuk-soo saw that and said a little embarrassedly, he was my high school friend, so he was a bit exaggerated. He said he already made enough money, and that he signed a contract with us because he wanted to help me. Hearing that everyone was happy, thanks to Hyuk-soo, Department Head Kang is very happy now. That's right, now we have also determined the right to manage the B-level rift. From afar, I saw the manager running towards me happily like Tet, Hyuk-soo, I love you. He came closer to investigate. Is he your high school friend? Hyuk-soo immediately replied, yes, I haven't contacted him for a long time, naturally we met again today. First of all, head of department, please meet and talk to that hunter again. Very good, very good. He said he would buy something expensive for me. The department head came with me. As soon as he said this, June came forward and said, I'm going. Compared to the boss, if you go with a junior, you'll be able to present yourself better. The manager can just stay here. Chul-soo feels a little dead in his heart. I know, I was about to say that too. Then they both arranged to meet their partners. As soon as he stepped into the elevator, Hyuk-soo was overwhelmed with this place. It was so high. June next to him wondered, are you going to a pub during the day? Hyuk-soo smiled and said, that's good, how can we get to such expensive places with such petty positions as we know? It's not a bribe, it's simply friends buying food for each other. June didn't care much and replied, yes. He said so, but in his heart he thought, simple. The two of them then arrived in front of the bar. This place was extremely luxurious and aristocratic. A girl spoke up, do you have anyone to go with? Hyuk-soo immediately said, have you come Choi Young-hoon yet? The girl was happy when she heard this name. Ah, it turns out you're with Hunter Choi Young-hoon. Follow me, I'll guide you. The two immediately followed the girl, suddenly passing by a room where a strange sound was emitted and they were startled. Do-jun wondered what he was doing inside. At this time, the girl also led the two of them to the place. This way, I hope you two have a good time. Hyuk-soo quickly spoke up, thanking her. From inside a voice said, oh, you're here. Hyuk-soo smiled when he saw that. In front of him were three chubby guys waiting there. Young-hoon spoke up, hey, Hyuk-soo, are you busy or why are you here so late? Long time no see you. Do-jun looked at each person's face. His expression immediately showed his attitude. Hyuk-soo shyly said, ha ha ha, sorry, I should have taken a taxi. Young-hoon spoke up, next to you is your junior. Seeing that, he immediately introduced, yes, this is Lee Do-jun, he's worked with me for a year. When he heard that, he warmly said, sit down, right next to me. Sit aside so these officials can come in. Yes, yes. Hyuk-soo sitting next to him cautiously said, thank you. Ah, it's nothing. He gestured enthusiastically, come on, let me buy you a drink. That guy should have a drink too, but Do-jun only said 2 words, thank you. Young-hoon spoke up, but how long has it been since we last saw each other? 11 years, right? After Hyuk-soo went to Seoul, I lost contact. Have you had a good life lately? Hyuk-soo smiled and said, yes, good colleagues, work is also going well. Ah, that's right. What about Young-hoon? I heard you're a level B hunter now. You've succeeded. It's really good to be able to do this. When he heard that, he immediately said, it's not normal. In fact, working as a salaried worker like you is stable. Haha, it's true that a civil servant's salary is a few dong. At this point, he teased, no, regretting the taxi fare so taking the subway, saying these words is a bit too much. Hyuk-soo could only laugh it off. Young-hoon pointed to the person next to him and introduced, ah yes, these people are all level 3 hunters in his guild. Hyuk-soo saw that and bowed politely, nice to meet you all, I'm Kwon Hyuk-soo. These two guys immediately looked at him with half an eye. Yes, nice to meet you, one guy said contemptuously, let's not get acquainted. Young-hoon saw that and laughed, hey, these people work for the government, why are you so disrespectful? Seeing the arrogant attitude of these guys made June a bit uncomfortable. After talking for a while, Hyuk-soo immediately got to the main issue. Ah yes, about the contract, when can you come to the city hall? My department head wants to meet you, get to know you and say hello. Hearing that, the 3 crazy guys all burst out laughing, of course. When Hyuk-soo saw that, he remained silent, because June also saw what they meant. As expected, we were just bait for them. The average income of a level B hunter is 4.7 billion, there's no reason to come to me. Young-hoon later said, Hyuk-soo, I will sign the contract, tomorrow I will go to the city hall. I was extremely happy when I heard that. Really, he continued, of course. As he said, he put the half-smoked cigarette into the glass of wine. You have to drink all of this first. The guys next to me saw this and laughed out loud. Haha, Young-hoon, you're too much, are you still human? After all, the two of them were close in high school, just be gentle, this civil servant will cry. Looking at their rude behavior, Hyuk-soo could only pity and endure. Do-jun saw that and softly said into the phone in his pocket, you can come in now. Young-hoon brought the glass of wine in front of him. What are you hesitating for, Hyuk-soo? If you drink all this I will give you a stamp. Seeing their contemptuous attitude, Do-jun couldn't help but stand up and speak out, "Our seniors, let's go. We still have one more meeting." Hyuk-soo was extremely surprised when he heard that. Huh? Do-jun continued, "So, you don't need to talk to these dirty trash guys." Hearing that, Young-hoon was so angry. "What did you say?" Hyuk-soo looked at Do-jun confused. Seeing him confused, Do-jun immediately explained, "Hunter Han Minji that senior talked about last time, has decided to sign a contract with us." I couldn't believe my eyes when I heard that. "Huh?" Do-jun said, "Let's go, she's near here." Young-hoon sees that. It's ironic and ridiculous, an S-level hunter signed a contract with you guys. Do-jun couldn't help but reply, "Yeah, what if that's the case?" One of them was surprised. How could such a thing happen? Hyuk-soo is still confused. "You, Do-jun, this. Are you discussing with Hunter Han Minji? Senior said that last time." It was at this moment that the door opened. The person who walked in was Han Minji. She quickly spoke up, "Hello, Kwon Hyuk-soo, I've been waiting for you for so long so I came here." "What's going on? It turns out you made me wait so you could go meet these scoundrels. Compared to these guys, shouldn't you focus more on me?" When the three of them saw you, they froze for 5 seconds. "It's really Han Minji." Do-jun looked admiring and gave a thumbs up and said, "As expected, you are truly a senior that I respect. You even signed a contract with Han Minji." Hyuk-soo gasped, "Oh yes." Han Minji smiled, "There is a coffee shop nearby, let's go there." As she spoke, she glanced at the three scumbags with disdain and said, "Or you still want to stay here, but I don't want to stand here like this at all." When Hyuk-soo saw that, he quickly grabbed his things and followed. "I'm sorry." The two of them walked out of here. Jun spoke up behind them, "Can you order me a glass of Americano? I'll come later." Hyuk-soo was a bit confused. "Huh?" Han Minji replied, "Yes I know." "Hey, wait," but Han Minji immediately pushed him away. Let's go. Hey, why don't you check my messages?" The door closes. Do-jun growled, "Young-hoon, that glass of wine, you better drink it, or..." Then he turned his head and said with murderous eyes, "You choose death." Scene changes to a coffee shop. Minji sat opposite Hyuk-soo. Hyuk-soo was extremely nervous. He kept pressing his fingers on his knees. A series of thoughts ran through his head. Was Jun planning to avenge himself? He tore up the business card. Maybe they would fight. Minji looked at him thoughtfully. He was so gloomy, his pride must have been hurt. I have to comfort him, or is it better to pretend I don't know? Minji doesn't know what to say. She really wanted to leave. Fortunately, to break up this awkward atmosphere, both of their water generators rang. Seizing the opportunity, Hyuk-soo said to Minji, I will go get water." He was fast but Minji was faster. She ran to the reception desk. The staff brought water with a very professional service attitude. 3 glasses of Americano already. Minji pondered in her heart. She still had many thoughts, thinking with Hyuk-soo, it's really awkward. Hyuk-soo at the table is also extremely confused at this time. Is she flying? "You Do-jun, I want to get out of here." Minji brought water and comforted him. "Do-jun will be fine, don't worry." Hyuk-soo sweated and clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you for forgiving me." Minji rolled her eyes. Hyuk-soo also made the same pose and reacted exactly like her. He had no choice but to explain the situation clearly to Minji. He pushed up his glasses and said, those guys are B-level hunters, if anything happens to him." Minji heard that and chuckled to lighten the atmosphere. "Are you worried about Do-jun fighting with those B-level hunters? They're so pitiful." Hyuk-soo was extremely worried about Do-jun, but when he heard Minji say that, he suddenly felt like he was lost in a fog. Maybe his knowledge about Do-jun was too little. Hyuk-soo could only shout. Minji raised the cup of coffee and drank. "Please wait a moment, my intuition has never been wrong, not even once." Do-jun was in that room. He was the one standing outside the stage looking at that bunch of bratty kids. Young-hoon was facing him. As soon as he heard the disdain from him, he got mad. "What did you say?" Do-jun honestly told him again, "Drink, if you finish drinking I will forgive you." Young-hoon leaned close to Do-jun. "What if I don't drink? What will you do to me?" He rolled his eyes. His face turned blue. Tell me, what are you planning to do to me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was attacked by Do-jun and fell backwards. He panicked and grabbed his leg. "Damn it, I can't move." Do-jun came closer to his blue, red, green face. He pulled his head towards him and said, "Young-hoon, I told you to drink." His words were extremely gentle but contained extreme danger. Just because of a light grip on Do-jun's neck, his whole body was tingling, looking extremely scary. The blonde guy, Young Hoon's side, saw that and immediately warned Do Jun, "Hey, what are you doing?" He asked Do Jun, but without waiting for him to speak, he rushed over and tried to sneak attack him. But Do Jun immediately discovered it. Although his reflexes are fast, they are not as fast as Do Jun's bright male protagonist's aura. With just one hand, Do Jun gently knocked him off his feet and flew him far away. The other guy saw his brother like that, of course his face turned pale. Do Jun warned harshly, "Whoever gets in my way, he must die." When the fat man heard that, his mother's sweat and his child's sweat flowed like a waterfall. He squeezed Young Hoon and said, "You're so cocky." Then Do Jun added a blow to that guy's abdomen. He successfully lost consciousness. Do Jun comforted him, "Your organs are broken, you better find another job." Also, because Jun turned to warn the rest of them, "You guys should be smart, so watch your mouth, understand?" He walked closer to the best guy in the group at the moment. "If any trouble happens in the future, I will definitely come and cut your tongue out." He heard that and quickly replied, "Yes, yes." After that, Do Jun steadily walked away, leaving the other guy's cries to his senior, "You Young Hoon, you Young Hoon." At the cafe, Hyuk-soo asked Min-ji, "Hey, are you really going to sign a contract with us?" Min-ji shyly said, "Yes, it was actually Do Jun who asked me to trick those strange guys." Seeing that, Hyuk-soo quickly bowed his head and apologized to Min-ji. "Sorry, it was me." Min-ji shook his hand and said, "It's not that, you don't need to apologize. I also have my own purpose, that's why I came here." When I heard that, I could only laugh. The two chatted for a bit, then Jun arrived. "You quickly apologize, sorry for being late." Min-ji friendly invited Do Jun to sit. Hyuk-soo saw Do Jun and worriedly said, "Do Jun, are you okay? Nothing happened?" Do Jun smiled and said, "No, I'll stay and eat some snacks and then go." Min-ji smiled brightly and said to Do Jun, "I scored points in your eyes today, right?" He smiled and said, "Yes, thank you very much." Hyuk-soo seemed to see the sunlight again. He happily thought, "How lucky." It was almost tragic. "Luckily I didn't go alone. Do Jun invited you too. Are you free tonight? My family has something to do." Yoon-hae said she wanted to practice cooking, so she bought a lot of ingredients. Anyhow, leftover food will spoil. Hyuk-soo immediately responded, "I'm free." Min-ji also agreed. "Me too." Yoon-hae helped out a lot. Do Jun laughed. "Yes, she's a very good girl." In a corner of the cafe that Hyuk-soo and Min-ji couldn't see, Do Jun was silently listening to the two of them talking. Hyuk-soo said unhappily, "It was me." Min-ji comforted, "It's not true, the manager doesn't need to apologize." Hyuk-soo sadly said, "After all, it was because I was slow to understand that so many people were involved." Min-ji doesn't know what to do other than continuously comfort Hyuk-soo. "No, it's okay. Do Jun calls Yoon-hee right now." The girl on the other end of the line picked up the phone very quickly. "Yes, Dad." Do Jun then asked her, "Yoon-hee, when someone is sad or depressed, can things like food comfort them?" Yoon-hee was at home lying on the bed and said softly, "I don't know, but if the food is delicious, maybe it really is." Do Jun said, "You cook very well." She immediately knew something was up. She immediately asked her dad, "What's wrong?" Do Jun immediately replied because he was afraid his daughter would worry, "No, it's not like you're my Hyuk-soo senior." Yoon-hee sat up and said loudly, "So, do you know what the manager likes?" Do Jun said clearly, "I don't know, just do the dish you're most confident in." She smiled and said, "Yes." Added by Jun, "Oh, there's Hunter Han Min-ji coming too." Yoon-hee immediately woke up when she heard that. "Hunter Han Min-ji." The little girl ran and said loudly into the phone, "Hunter Han Min-ji, 2 hours, just give me 2 hours, I'll do it all." Do Jun happily said, "Yes, thank you, see you later." After a while, everyone went home to Do Jun. Yoon-hee happily opened the door and replied, "Yes, wait a moment, please come in." Min-ji waved at her, "Hello, we meet again." Just in time, Do Jun's partner walked out. "The owner is back." Min-ji was surprised to see Long Long's adorable baby dragon partner. "What is this, manager?" Hyuk-soo reluctantly explained, "Well, he is my partner. Last time on a field trip with the students, we went to the rift. Do Jun awakened it. I don't know if it was a summoning or taming skill." Min-ji was sweating in surprise. No way, that's what she felt. Natural awakening is usually done through special abilities or connections related to one's life. As for summoning skills, other than physical strengthening, there are absolutely no cases. Other taming skills will sometimes appear when taking care of a pet or when working at a zoo. Minji thought to herself, I know a few cases but this is a special case. Long Long now kept looking at Minji. Minji had to look at it and say, what are you looking at? Minji saw the symbol on the little dragon's body. This symbol, 3 years ago on the forehead of a dragon that appeared in Busan, was also marked with the number 10. The 3 S-rank hunters died horribly. Minji smiled gently at him. Her heart was confused. How could it be a dragon? Hyuk-soo is currently on the phone with the department manager. He sadly said, I don't have the face to meet the department manager anymore. The department manager on the other side comforted him. It's okay, don't lose everything because of those people, Spirit. Rest well this weekend, we'll see you again on Monday. Hyuk-soo, be polite. Yes chief, please go home. Do-jun told Hyuk-soo, let's eat senior. He smiled at him. Ah, sorry. Suddenly Hyuk-soo saw something. He was surprised to see a very sumptuous dinner table. He was very surprised. Do-jun usually eat like this. Do-jun politely said, yes, our Yun-hee can cook anything. Yun-hee smiled wryly and scratched her head. Hyuk-soo sat down at the dining table and said solemnly, thank you everyone very much anyway. Today almost became a bad day. Thanks to you Do-jun I was able to end everything smoothly. Thank you very much. Do-jun humbly, no, I'm the one who should say thank you to you. All this time without you I wouldn't have been able to easily complete my work at work. Minji smiled and said, Manager Kwon, Hyuk-soo is really good juniors. Hyuk-soo was extremely radiant and said yes, no one is better than him. Do-jun picked up the chopsticks. Let's eat, before the food gets cold. Yun-hee cooked it very hard. At night, everyone had enough to eat and left. They happily greeted each other. The food was delicious. See you next time. At night, Do-jun on the computer. He clicked on the search for opponents to hunt in the newbie level large rift. Do-jun saw the message, hello, I'm a Cusick hunter of the Solomon Guild. I'm posting to find people who can hunt in a large rift similar to the level B rift that the Hunter Management Agency Hunt announced. Do-jun crossed his arms. He guessed that because not many people knew about it yet, it would be the perfect hunting place. 2 healers and 1 tanker were on duty. Notice section welcomes beginner hunters. Contact 010123456778. Asked by June. Welcome beginner hunters. I mean, level C is also accepted. But if the monsters that appear are mermaids, then, I know they're a target that hunters usually avoid. However, this will still accumulate quite a bit of experience. My department only has cracks below level C. Do-jun calls someone and says, yes hello, sorry for calling you so late. I saw the announcement so I called. Do you accept level C? The other end of the line said, yes, new people are fine. The tanker is a level A hunter so it's easy to protect, including the healer. There are 2 people, it's very safe, you don't need to worry. Do-jun was confused. What did he say? In the world of hunters, there are many cold-blooded enemies. On the other hand, healers and tankers are in short supply compared to the guild's needs. But, due to Jun's deep speculation, only level A tankers and 2 healers welcome level C hunters. Then he leisurely replied, I will join, tell me the time and place to go. The other party informed me if he could come to Seo Bingo Station at 10 a.m. Do-jun sure, yes I understand, see you there. He was confused, that's all, looking for members but no need for interviews. Hunting in crevices is very dangerous, being able to die at any time is not too strange. So above all, understanding the strength of the hunting member with you is always the most important thing, so giving an overall assessment during the interview is extremely important. Do-jun is suspicious, but why don't they do any interviews? Do-jun is researching some information he just found. The Solomon group only has 3 members. This smells a bit wrong. Do-jun called someone. The person on the other end picked up the phone very quickly. Yes manager. Sorry Yeji, I'm embarrassed to call you at this hour but can I have a few minutes to talk? Yeji on the other end of the line happily said, it's okay, just ask, I'm free anyway. It's not too long because June gets straight to the point, so can you go to Shobingo Station at 9:30 tomorrow morning? Yeji is very curious hearing that, don't say it. But she still replied to Do-jun, yes I will come, even if there is a storm I will come on time. Do-jun politely said, thank you, then see you tomorrow. Yes, manager. Then he packed his clothes and disguised himself carefully, just in case he had to check first. He observed himself one more time. Yeji on the other side was excited, it was a date. Do-jun sneaked out, he had to deal with it quickly, he couldn't let anyone else see him. He went to a place, in front of Do-jun appeared a gate. Do-jun without thinking immediately walked through the strangely lit gate. The gate leads him to a cave. Jun started calculating. Cave, it will take quite a bit of time to get here. Notification system, you have registered to the translation portal in Seoul City, Yongsan District, Yongsan Suburb. After walking a short distance, Jun discovered that there was a lot of mucus. Jun picked it up. It seems like this is a poison, not enough to kill people, but it's quite tiring to stick to it. Wait a minute, he discovered something again. As far as he knew, there was a part of the mermaid tribe that had such a toxic mucus layer. There was a strange noise, because Jun was extremely alert. A mermaid monster appeared from the darkness. Jun was quite surprised because it was the first time he saw the real thing, at least not in books. Jun saw the monster everywhere covered in mucus, so this stupid fish was the cause of the mucus. The one-eyed goofy fish screamed in front of him. Jun sharpened his cold, knife-like gaze. It seemed like it felt a dangerous flow of power. The silly fish immediately shut its mouth again. Because Jun threatened him, if he moves, I'll tell you. The two faced each other for a long time. The monster also broke out in a cold sweat. Jun immediately acted first. He reached out and grabbed its head tightly. Tilt back and forth for a while. Jun then forced it to open its mouth, and the monster obediently did as Jun said. He looked in its mouth. There was anesthetic. It was not like the mucus from before. The key point would be to remove the mucus from the skin, but that would be too difficult for hunters below rank B. Jun looked and thought, perhaps there was a gland that could secrete such a huge amount of mucus. The monster is moving here, because Jun is angry. Hey, just stand still, or do you want to turn into fish salad? He continued analyzing, so this is where that sticky mess was secreted. If you want to fight these guys, it's best to cut off your hands first. Jun let the scared fish go first. Good, let me leave, if you still want to live. It's better to hide in the deepest corner of this cave and not show your face. Jun's calculations. Next is to find the last room of the dungeon. The system now informs Jun that you have become the target of the fish people. Jun wondered, did they smell him? The system immediately said, if the mermaid detects him within about 50 meters, his stats will be reduced by 30%. Jun has explored 99% of the cave. You only have this one room left. The way the room door opens. Jun walked inside without hesitation. He was not at all afraid to face the giant monster before his eyes. Jun pushed the door to the last unexplored room. As soon as he opened it, a fish mouth with giant fangs opened wide as if to rush in to attack Jun. Jun didn't panic much. He stood still and took a breath, then opened the notice board. The content on it was written, Special Mission Sacrifice. If you step over the red line on the ground, Sharktus will attack you. After crossing the red line, if you can withstand 5 minutes, the tribute index will be calculated. If you reach the target index, the Sharktus will be sealed within 1 hour. And the reward received is the treasure box of the target Sharktus 9 out of 10. After looking through the content on the bulletin board, Jun thought to himself, probably no hunter can fight it for 5 minutes, 9 people have already died here. So that's why he didn't ask my skill level or age. I get it. Where did those trash guys go? While thinking like that, Jun raised his foot and slowly walked across the red line on the ground. Immediately, Sharktus opened its mouth wide with sharp fangs and rushed to attack him. Jun didn't bother to pay attention. He raised his head to look at Sharktus, then said in a cold voice, Dad is upset, go away. When Sharktus heard that, he immediately closed his mouth tightly, his tail lowered and he cowered in fear and hid deep inside. Jun turned around and walked to the treasure chest, then sat down. He took out his tablet and turned on the flashlight, checking the information and saying, I just have to collect a little more data. Soon the data was collected. Jun stood up and put the tablet away. A notification immediately appears on the virtual screen. You have completed the special tribute mission. Now Sharktus will be sealed for 1 hour. The restriction line has disappeared forever. You can get loot. Is a sword made of Sharktus bones, grade A. Jun bent down and picked up the sword from the treasure chest. He tried doing a few simple movements and then exclaimed, this sword is quite good, I'm sure Miss Yeji will like it very much. Go home first, think about it later. Soon, Jun arrived home. Opening the door, looking at the little dragon lying on the ground, he mumbled dejectedly, asking for the dragon to look after the house, but in the end it fell asleep like the dead. Jun bent down and shook his hand. Hey, go lie down in the corner, it's an eyesore. The little dragon, half awake, half asleep, said hesitantly, Yun-hee, cover the beef with pet food, if it's exposed he'll chew your head off. Hearing him say that, Lee Do-jun suddenly pondered for a moment. Then he exclaimed, oh my god, what the hell is he thinking? Or throw it away. The baby dragon did not know that its owner intended to throw it away, so it hummed a few times. I sat up and groaned, it's so cold, I'm going to catch a cold, Yun-hee. The baby dragon slowly walked to Sol Yun-hee's bedroom. He climbed onto her bed, reached out his hand to shake her and said, have you turned off the living room heater? It's still winter. Animals also need a heater, the baby dragon said as he crawled into Sol Yun-hee's blanket and lay down. One person, one dragon slept soundly. The next morning, Yeji's father wore a very beautiful outfit to the pre-rendezvous with Lee Do-jun. She looked at herself in front of the glass of a roadside restaurant. Scared the baby sitting with his mother inside and cried loudly. Father Yeji shyly took a few steps back. At that moment Lee Do-jun came from afar and spoke, Miss Yeji came so early. Father Yeji turned around and smiled to say hello, manager, why are you here so early? Lee Do-jun heard that and immediately said, I came a little early to handle some of the cracked documents. Hearing the other person say that, Yeji's father was a little shocked and stammered, what do you mean? Lee Do-jun stood still and confused, looking back at Yeji's father. Yeji's father was startled and thought, could it be because of work? While panicking and not knowing what to do, Lee Do-jun took out the sword made from Sharktus's bone, brought it in front of Yeji's father and said, this is for you, this sword's features are better than the one you used. Receiving the Lee sword given by Jun, Yeji's father rolled his eyes and said, Grade A, manager, where did you get this? Secretly, Lee Do-jun said smiling, anyway it will help you get a little stronger. Pausing for a moment, Lee Do-jun pointed in one direction and said, let's find somewhere to sit for a while, before the other hunters come, I'll tell you a little about the rift this time. Hearing these words, Yeji's father's happy mood suddenly plummeted. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, as expected, you didn't call me here today to hang out. Hearing her say that, Lee Do-jun's eyes suddenly opened wide. He observed Yeji's father for a while then thought to himself, this is the first time I see her wearing such expensive earrings. There's also a necklace. And this suit is not suitable for combat. There's also a lunchbox, so she probably won't bring it into the crack, right? While thinking about this, Yeji's father suddenly called out to the manager from the opposite side. Lee Do-jun was a little nervous and sweating and said, yes, Yeji. Father Yeji smiled, but his voice was extremely cold and said, this is clearly your fault, right? Well, with things that go beyond the job of a contract hunter like me, you didn't notify me at all. Isn't this a breach of contract? Please take responsibility. The first time he saw the other person so angry, Lee Do-jun quickly waved his hand and said, I'm sorry, I should have informed you in advance. I will pay you over time. Father Yeji tightly grasped the handle of the lunchbox in her hand. She gritted her teeth and trembled and said, no, I don't need money, so what do you want? Lee Do-jun asked cautiously. Cha Yeji tried to suppress her anger. She let out a long breath. Then he said, next time you have dinner with me, the manager must invite me. Hearing this, Lee Do-jun nodded and replied, this. Before he could finish his sentence, Yeji's father interrupted and said, just the two of you. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun did not refuse but immediately said, I know. Receiving his promise, Yeji's father happily turned around and walked ahead. After a few steps, she turned her head slightly and winked and said, remember, let's go. The sky at this time is extremely clear with gentle yellow sunlight. Lee Do-jun and Father Yeji sat under a resort hut. The lunchbox was placed between the two of them. Lee Do-jun was slowly eating the food in it. Lee Do-jun said, it would be a shame to throw all this away, it was all prepared by you. Seeing him eat so well, Yeji's father happily said, but if you do that, you will be late for your appointment. Lee Do-jun didn't care too much and said, I texted them back, it's okay, we'll meet them in front of the rift at the station. I want to tell you something about the mermaid tribe. The characteristic of mermaids is the slime they excrete. So it will use its teeth to inject paralyzing poison into the hunter and make them unable to move anymore. Are you listening to me? Cha Yeji opened his eyes wide and nodded. Yes, of course, but what do you think of the sandwich? Lee Do-jun munched and squinted his eyes in praise. It was delicious. He stopped for a moment and said, anyway, for this kind of mermaid who is a paralyzed hunter. Before he could finish his sentence, Yeji's father interrupted him, please eat one more. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun was silent for a moment, then hesitantly said, "I'm full." Hearing that, Yeji's father smiled coldly and said, "What's wrong? I didn't know I would work on the weekend, so I worked hard to prepare the sandwiches. I don't want to throw away the leftovers." Hearing her say that, Lee Do-jun's sweat dropped and quickly nodded yes. Yeji's father raised a cake and squinted his eyes and said, "Eat quickly, when we're done, let's go." After a long time, the sky was now extremely blue. Outside the crack, a large number of hunters had gathered. Lee Do-jun led Yeji's father to greet everyone. "I'm Lee Do-jun, the person who contacted you guys." A hunter received Lee's business card from June, looked at it for a moment, then said, "Ah, you too. Looks like there's only one person coming. Looking at your clothes, you're an ordinary person." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately said, "She is the hunter Cha Yeji, and I am the one in charge of the hunter." When the other hunters heard that, they turned around and looked at each other in silence for a moment. Right after that, a person suddenly spoke up and said, "The Seoul City Hall's crack management department, are government officials also doing this these days?" Lee Do-jun shrugged and replied, "Our management department has been established for 5 years. Currently we are managing cracks below level C." Hearing this, the person who spoke was suspicious and asked, "Is that so? But the place we are going to is a level B crack." Lee Do-jun didn't show anything and just slowly said, "Don't worry, my hunter is also level B. Moreover, I will go with everyone into the crack." Hearing you say that, the hunter was a little surprised and let out a loud noise. He came closer and observed Lee Do-jun once, then hesitantly said, "But normal people cannot enter the crack." Lee Do-jun crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "Employees of the management department can enter, you can't, no need to worry about this." The other hunter still spoke cautiously, apologizing, "But we thought." He hadn't finished his sentence yet, when a hunter with red hair walked up and narrowed his eyes and said, "So today it's all up to you, manager, reason." After saying that, he pulled the other hunter along, saying as he walked, "Let's go." The hunter didn't understand why he was confused and called out, "Hey, wait a minute." The red-haired hunter leaned into his ear and whispered softly, "Don't complicate things like that, we can kill them both." When the other hunter heard that, he fell into deep thought. A moment later, he exclaimed, "But I felt so upset." Soon everyone entered the crack. The notification immediately appeared on the virtual screen, appearing within a radius of 500 meters. The blessing effect of the pledge was being activated. Seeing these announcements, Yeji's father suddenly smiled brightly. She turned her head slightly to look at Lee Do-jun walking behind. Seeing that, Lee Do-jun immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Father Yeji heard that and immediately waved his hand and replied, "Ah, it's nothing." After walking a few steps, Lee Do-jun suddenly called out, "Hey Cha Yeji." Cha Yeji was startled and stammered, "Yes, what's wrong?" Lee Do-jun leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The mermaid tribe I was talking about earlier. When I talked about the mermaid tribe, it seemed like you weren't paying attention at all." Hearing him say that, Yeji's father tried to smile and said, "How can that be? Wrist, right?" After saying that, she immediately turned away and said, "Don't worry, I'm very confident." Hearing this, Lee Do-jun didn't say much anymore but just said yes. The other hunters had also gone deep inside. After walking for a while, they frowned and turned around to discuss with each other, "What's wrong? I don't see any mermaids. We've been in this crack for a while now, it's normal for 20 mermaids to appear at this time." While they were talking about this, Lee Do-jun suddenly opened his mouth to remind him that there were 5 mermaids 10 meters ahead. The red-haired hunter was a bit confused when he heard this. He frowned and asked, "What are you talking about?" As soon as these words ended, the space here suddenly shook. 5 mermaids rushed out from the intersection, growling and moving towards the group of hunters standing. They hurriedly prepared to fight. The hunter who spoke first seemed to realize something was wrong and quickly shouted, "Wait, wait." At this moment, Yeji's father tightly grasped the sword in his hand and rushed forward to slash hard at a mermaid's hand. Seeing this scene, the hunter thought in horror, if they died before meeting the boss, it would be miserable. Thinking so, he shouted loudly, "Everyone followed me." The red-haired hunter was confused when he heard this order and cried out. But he didn't think too much, and immediately followed other hunters to surround and kill the mermaids. Fresh blood immediately poured out like a stream. Lee Do-jun stood on a cliff, focusing on watching a hunter fighting. He thought to himself, the way he held the weapon didn't look like a healer at all. Thinking so, he immediately reminded him, 15 meters ahead there were 7 mermaids. The hunter who heard that was a bit surprised and said, "What? Saying that, he noticed that Yeji's father was rushing forward, so he quickly shouted, "Hey, wait, Miss Yeji, there are 7 children ahead, it's very dangerous." Yeji's father didn't stop walking but just said yes. Her hand tightly grasped the sword. Father Yeji rushed towards the mermaids that had just appeared. The sharp blade shot out, slashed straight at them, causing them to fall to the ground in pain. Other hunters stood far away to witness this scene. The red-haired hunter couldn't believe it and stammered out, "Why, how could this be possible?" At this time, Lee Do-jun said again, Yeji, there are no more children nearby, please adjust your breathing and continue." Father Yeji listened to the command and nodded and replied yes. The red-haired hunter thought in horror, who exactly are they? Thinking that, he gritted his teeth and scolded angrily, "Damn it, everything is so messed up." Father Yeji continued to raise his sword to attack the group of other mermaids that were rushing in. Each sharp sword slashed her way continuously. The space here echoed with intense rumbling sounds. Yeji's father opened his mouth and shouted loudly 2 times to die. The countless blades as sharp as shuttlecocks that she unleashed made people's eyes dizzy. The mermaids were quickly attacked, and they screamed in pain. Resisting for a moment, these mermaids immediately lost their strength and fell straight to the ground. Father Yeji took back his sword. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her face. The other hunters who saw this scene were speechless. One person's eyes widened in admiration. Her swordsmanship was amazing. The red-haired hunter standing on one side also thought in horror, "Is she a sea-level hunter?" He thought so and shook his head muttering, "No, at least he was a B-level hunter, maybe even as capable as an A-level hunter. A level B hunter who can continuously launch neat attacks like her is truly rare." Having said that, the red-haired hunter gritted his teeth and scolded softly, "She was too strong." At this time, on the other side, Lee Do-jun approached Yeji's father and praised her, "You worked hard." Yeji's father narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems like I've grown up a bit." Hearing her say that, Lee Do-jun also nodded. The head said, "Yes, I see that too." While talking about this, a hunter walked up to Yeji's father and cautiously said, You are very good." Yeji's father turned around and smiled and replied, "Hee, thank you." While talking about this, a hunter walked up to Yeji's father and cautiously said, You are very good." Yeji's father turned around and smiled and replied, Hee, thank you." Father Yeji nodded and said, "If you cut off the mermaid's wrists, they will lose all their strength, that's what the manager told me." Hearing these words, the group of hunters nearby could hardly believe it and exclaimed, "Is there such a method?" Before receiving an answer from the other side, Lee Do-jun called out, "Let's go." After walking some distance, the cave suddenly shook slightly. The hunters quickly pulled out their swords and slashed the wrists of the mermaids who had just appeared, causing them to fall to the ground. The red-haired hunter said suspiciously, "Clearly there were fewer mermaids than usual, with only a few strong ones in key places." The hunter next to him heard that and immediately said, "Let's just relax, it will be fine." While talking about this, his eyes noticed Yeji's father not far away. He walked closer and asked, "Are you wearing high heels?" Yeji's father heard that and nodded and said, "It's okay." Pausing for a moment, she narrowed her eyes and said, "Please protect the manager for me, he needs to be taken care of." After saying that, Yeji's father turned to Lee Do-jun and asked, "Where are you injured?" Lee Do-jun shook his head and replied, "It's nothing, I'm just standing behind and observing." The red-haired hunter stood in a corner listening to the two people talking. He thought to himself, "Things I didn't expect kept appearing, surely there will be many things that will give me a headache in the near future. First is that hunter, the 3 of us can deal with her. But with this situation, maybe I will be at a disadvantage, if so." Thinking of this, he suddenly stiffened, the corner of his mouth slightly raised into an extremely dangerous smile. At this moment, Lee Do-jun turned to look at the red-haired hunter. He asked, "Aren't you going?" The red-haired hunter quickly exclaimed, Sorry," and hurriedly chased after him. The group quickly set out. Together they went deeper into the cave. After walking a long distance, 2 turns appeared in front of everyone. Lee Do-jun observed for a moment then said, "It's better to go left." A hunter heard that and immediately said, "Manager, I know this place very well," but before he could finish his sentence, Yeji's father nodded and said yes, then turned to the left to follow Lee Do-jun. Seeing that, the other hunter immediately called after him, "Father Hunter, you have to go right." Father Yeji heard that and said in confusion, "Manager, if you say turn left then I will go left." Hearing that, the hunter froze on the spot, unable to say a complete sentence. After a while he said, "Hey, the manager and hunter Father Yaji are both here for the first time, and we've been here a few times. Who do you think you should listen to?" Father Yaji heard that and opened his eyes wide and said, "So you guys go to the right, me and the manager will go to the left." The other hunter was about to say something when the red-haired hunter stopped him and said with a smile, "Then you two lead the way, we will follow. Wait for Lee Do-jun and Cha Yeji to go a little ahead, then behind them two hunters start to discuss with each other. Let me give you the last shot, I will kill them with these hands." After this group of hunters finished speaking, they immediately chased after them. When they reached a certain distance, they widened their eyes in horror at the scene in front of them. One person looked at the towering door in front and stammered, That's impossible, are we near the boss?" After saying that, he thought to himself, "Normally it takes us 2 hours to go, but now we have arrived in just 10 minutes. Thinking like that, he immediately glanced at Yeji's father who was smiling extremely happily. At this time, the red-haired hunter walked closer and said to Lee Do-jun, "Now there is only the boss left, what should we do?" Hearing this question, Yeji's father immediately said, "Manager, it might be dangerous, shall we go in?" Lee Do-jun looked at her and nodded and replied, Let's try it." Hearing him say that, Yeji's father immediately picked up his sword. She took a few steps forward and smiled and said, "Let's go in, you can't leave my side." After saying that, Yeji's father immediately volunteered to go first, but after taking a few steps, her body suddenly trembled strangely. A notification rang in her ears, minus armor, reducing the opponent's skills by 30%. In the background, a hunter, after using an infamous skill on Yeji's father, immediately withdrew his hand. He curled his mouth and thought, even if she had abilities close to A level, being in this situation would still be difficult. I won't fight against the three of us. Before I could be too happy, a new notification rang out, thanks to the blessing effect of the commitment. The effect of armor reduction on the enemy has been neutralized. Hearing this announcement, the hunter couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Has he been stopped?" Right at this moment in front, Yeji's father said in a cold voice, "You guys don't seem to be in a good mood. As expected, you guys are the ones who specialize in harassing other people." Hearing these words, those hunters no longer hid but immediately revealed their true nature. They held up their swords and swore, "Damn it, kill them." Before these hunters could act, a cold voice rang out, telling them not to move. Cha Yeji felt something was wrong. She turned her head to look at the source of the voice. Her eyes immediately opened wide. I only saw that there, the red-haired hunter was holding his sword to Lee's neck, threatened by June. "If you don't want to see this guy's neck fall apart, then stand still." Yeji's father was extremely scared and quickly shouted, "You, manager." She was stunned on the spot, guiltily thinking, "I was so careless, I should have protected the manager first." But Lee Do-jun, who was being threatened with the knife at this time, was not very scared. He glanced at the red-haired hunter and gently asked, "What are you guys planning to do?" The red-haired hunter, hearing that, curled his mouth and said, "Because we have something to use you for." After saying this, he raised his head and looked at Yeji's father and said, "If you want to save this guy, you should stand still and wait." Yeji's father was shocked when he heard that. She was so scared that she didn't dare to move. She stood still, watching the hunters bring Lee Do-jun into the last room. After a long time, Yeji's father regained his composure. She panicked and cried out, "No way, the manager," but all she got in response was silence. But right now, deep inside, the hunters along with Lee Do-jun are moving forward. The red-haired hunter suddenly turned to look in one direction. I just saw Sharktus rushing from that direction with his mouth wide open as if he wanted to attack at any moment. But before he could do anything, this Sharktus suddenly closed his mouth and curled his tail. Seeing that, the red-haired hunter was extremely puzzled and said, "What is it? Why is it reacting like that?" At this moment, a hunter walking in front suddenly let out a shrill cry. The red-haired hunter saw this and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" The hunter who had just cried out was so scared that he couldn't stop talking. The red line had disappeared. These words shocked the red-haired hunter and he completely did not understand what was going on. Another hunter also couldn't believe it and ran over asking, "What? How come?" The hunter who had just cried out quickly opened the mission notice board. His eyes suddenly widened as he finished reading the content on it. The content was written, "The special tribute mission had been completed before." This made him hardly believe it and stammered, "How did this happen?" Another guy who ran over to check the reward box also widened his eyes and exclaimed. The box was also opened. Hearing this, the red-haired hunter immediately cursed a damn sentence. Then he muttered again, "What is the meaning of this?" Lee Do-jun next to him curled his lips and said, "You guys must be very curious, because you guys spent all your effort to sacrifice 9 people here." What Lee Do-jun just said made the red-haired hunter startle and turn his head and exclaim, "What, you, this?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Do-jun interrupted, "You guys also saw the object in the box, now it is being used by Hunter Cha Yeji." When the red-haired hunter heard that, he was so scared that he couldn't close his mouth. Lee Do-jun continued to say, "I came here yesterday after talking to you." Hearing him say that, the red-haired hunter frowned and exclaimed, "This is a big crack, not a place to enter." Lee Do-jun shrugged, he took a deep breath and said, "I think so too." This statement made the red-haired hunter extremely angry. He grabbed Lee Do-jun's collar and questioned, "You bastard, stop talking nonsense." Lee Do-jun curled his mouth and said, "I don't have time to argue with you, you haven't forgotten anything, have you?" The only thing that disappeared was the red line on the ground in the trophy, and the sharkness was still here. Being reminded of such a sentence, the red-haired man's face suddenly became distorted. At this moment, Sharktus silently appeared behind him. It opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and rushed forward. Sharktus bit down, completely swallowing the red-haired hunter inside, leaving only a scream of pain from him. The other hunters who witnessed this scene widened their eyes in horror and cried out, "It was impossible," and immediately ran away. On this side, Lee Do-jun glanced at them and said to Sharktus, "Deal with the remaining guys, I will spare your life." Sharktus croaked a few times as if responding to Lee Do-jun's words. Then it quickly rushed towards the group of fleeing hunters, opening its mouth and starting to attack. Lee Do-jun stood still, listening to the miserable screams of these people, his face extremely calm and completely expressionless. At this time outside, Yeji's father was bowing his head, sobbing and calling for the manager. She raised her hand to wipe her tears and stammered, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault." She slammed her hand on the ground and mumbled apologetically, "I should have protected you." Right at this moment, a strange phenomenon happened. A red bracelet suddenly appeared on Yeji's father's wrist. Startled, she lowered her head and looked down at her wrist. Suddenly, a sound came from her head, "I had to protect her." Hearing this sound, Yeji's father grabbed his hand tightly. The sound continues, "I will kill them all." Right at this moment, Lee Do-jun came out. He saw Father Yeji bowing his head and sitting on the ground and called out, "Father Yeji." Not seeing Yeji's father answer, Lee Do-jun sensed something was wrong and walked over. He shook her body and worriedly said, "Yeji's father, are you okay? Why are you under this spell?" As soon as these words finished, Yeji's father raised his head. She called out suspiciously, "You, manager?" Lee Do-jun nodded and replied, "Yes, it's me." Cha Yeji couldn't hide his feelings and rushed over to hug Lee Do-jun tightly and sobbed to call his manager. Let Yeji's father cry for a while, then Lee Do-jun softly asked, "Are you okay?" Yeji's father nodded yes. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun said again, "I'm still healthy, don't cry anymore." Yeji's father sobbed and didn't answer but still hugged the other person tightly. A moment later, Lee Do-jun helped Yeji's father stand up and said, "Let's go out." Yeji's father bowed his head apologetically and said, "I'm sorry." Lee Do-jun shook his head and said, "No, you've worked hard all day today, I'll buy you delicious food." Yeji's father wiped his tears and nodded and replied yes. The two quickly went outside. Lee Do-jun frowned as he walked, thinking about the power that was on Yeji's father just now. He thought to himself, what is that ferocious power? Does she have any other abilities? Outside the crack, it was now dark and the city was lit up. Sol Yun-hee was cleaning the house while paying attention to the baby dragon. Seeing that he was standing on a cleaning machine, she curiously asked, "Does our house have a cleaning robot?" When the baby dragon heard that, he shook his head and said no. He said, "That's my soulmate, we had a fateful meeting." Hearing him say that, Sol Yun-hee immediately said, "Where did you come from?" Pausing for a moment, she laughed again and said, "It's probably not like its owner is eagerly looking for it, right?" The little dragon heard that and quickly objected, "It has already decided to work with me." Sol Yun-hee shrugged and said, "But take it when no one knows." Before she could finish saying this, the baby dragon pouted and cried out to the robot at her feet, "This is the bad guy who is preventing our unity and attacking." Sol Yun-hee followed suit and quickly ran away. As she ran, she turned her head and squinted her eyes and said, "Ah, I know, you have to manage it." Sol Yun-hee smelled the baby dragon's body smelling again, so she asked, "But what does it smell like? Did you take a bath today?" The baby dragon nodded and replied, "Yes, I used the dog soap that I bought for you." Sol Yun he pulled the baby dragon into the bathroom. She turned on the shower and said, "Dragon, the smell coming from you is very bad." Baby dragon heard that and grimaced and said, "I hate bathing but still sit still while she rinses the water." Sol Yun he smiled and said, "I'll clean the vacuum cleaner later, now let's take a shower." After bathing Long, Sol Yun he grabbed the vacuum cleaner and went out to the living room. As soon as he saw Lee Do-jun, he immediately asked, "What's going on? Are you busy?" Sol Yun he shook her head and replied, "Ah, it's nothing, I'm just taking a bath." Hearing her say that, Lee Do-jun let out a depressed breath and then frowned and asked, "How old is he that he can't bathe himself?" Glancing at Long in the bathroom, he continued to say, "Throw it away, useless thing." Sol Yun he heard this and quickly shouted in panic, "Dad!" Long heard it. Lee Do-jun didn't want to say more so he turned away. Seeing that Sol Yun he quickly called after him, "Yes, that's right Dad." She smiled and hesitantly said, "If Dad is free tomorrow, let's go to the Hunter Festival." Hearing the other person say that, Lee Do-jun turned his head and asked curiously, "Hunter Festival?" Sol Yun he nodded and replied, "This festival is held every year." She stopped for a moment, her eyes sparkled, her hands clasped together before continuing, "They will display and sell hunter equipment and supplies, they will also organize performances and competitions, and more. Experienced hunters will give advice and..." Without waiting for his daughter to finish his sentence, Lee Do-jun nodded once, then raised his hand to rest his chin in thought. Seeing that, Sol Yun he quickly said, "If you're tired, you don't have to go anywhere, it's already hard for you to go to work today." Seeing that Sol Yun he misunderstood what he meant, Lee Do-jun quickly said, "Let's go." Hearing this, Sol Yun he could hardly believe it and exclaimed, "Really, really?" Lee Do-jun smiled and nodded in confirmation. He remembered the content in the book 50 Methods to be a Good Father. To develop father-son relationships, it is best to have the same interests and experience cultural life, become together. Sol Yun he happily said with sparkling eyes, "Thank you Dad." At that moment, Long suddenly rushed out of the bathroom. He hurriedly shouted, Me too, I want to go too, I have collected every penny to go there." As soon as these words finished, Lee Do-jun angrily raised his legs and screamed. Water splashed all over the floor. Long was scared and quickly dodged back. As a result, the money he had saved was thrown everywhere. Lee Do-jun's small house was filled with laughter. The next morning, at the Hunter Festival, people gathered here extremely crowded. Long sat on Sol Yun he's shoulder and excitedly exclaimed, "There were so many people." Walking next to him, Lee Do-jun nodded and said, "Yes, this event is bigger than I thought." At this time, Long bent down and whispered to Sol Yun he, "You can walk by yourself." Sol Yun he shook her head coldly and said, "No, there are too many people here, you might get trampled. Also Long, you're planning on sneaking out to buy food, right? You know that lately I've been picking up change, and I've also picked up the vacuum cleaner, right?" Hearing her say that, Long remained silent and did not respond. He carried his change bag on his back, thinking to himself, I have worked hard to save money for today." Seeing that the little thing didn't say anything, Sol Yun he continued to speak, "Hey, if you're good I'll buy it for you, save the money." Long heard that and asked in doubt, "Really? Speaking of this, Lee Do-jun suddenly turned around and said, "Yun-hee, it must be very heavy, give it to Dad, Dad can carry it for you." Hearing that, Sol Yun he quickly shook her head and said, "No, it's not serious at all." Long sitting on her shoulder also joined in, waving his hand and saying, "No, Master, she's fine." Two people one dragon quickly found a snack shop during the festival. Looking at the braised goblin ribs in front of him, Lee Do-jun asked, "Do you want to eat this?" Sol Yun he nodded and said, "What's wrong?" Long sat on one side and couldn't control his saliva. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the food in front of him and said, "It's so delicious, I sometimes eat it, but it's the first time I cook it like this and eat it like this." Hearing that, Sol Yun he immediately took a spoon and scooped up a piece of goblin ribs for Long and said, "You should try it first." Long opened his mouth to receive the spoonful of food. As he swallowed, his eyes suddenly opened wide because this dish was so delicious. Sol Yun he turned to Lee Do-jun and said, "Dad, please try it." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately placed a piece of goblin ribs in front of him to observe. At this moment, I don't know where a small dog came running, barking loudly. Sol Yun he saw this and immediately exclaimed, "It seemed like this dog had lost its owner." Long turned around to look at it and asked, "What are you, a monster?" As soon as I saw Long, I immediately trembled back. After a few steps, Long continued to threaten, "Hey, why don't you go away? Barking at something, do you want to be scolded?" After being yelled at for a few times, my child was so scared that he quickly turned his tail and ran away. Seeing this scene, Sol Yun-hee burst out laughing and said, "Should we bring a collar for Long Long? I see a lot of pets wearing such collars on the street." Hearing her say that, Long Long quickly objected, "Hey, wait, I'm not a pet." After saying that, he immediately stood up on the table, patted his body with his hand and said very proudly, "If seriously speaking, I am a professional bodyguard hired to protect the property and safety of my owner and Yun. Isn't that right?" As soon as I said this, a cold voice rang out, "Get off the table." Lee Do-jun glanced at Long Long, extremely disgusted and said, "Wait, you come to my house, besides eating out the refrigerator, do you do anything? Every day Yun-hee bathes, plays, lulls, feeds you, who protects whom? Let's eat quickly, we have to go visit other places." When Long Long heard this, he obediently sat down and nodded, "Yes, master." Very quickly, 2 people and 1 dragon finished eating and were walking on the crowded main street. Sitting on Sol Yun-hee's shoulder, Long Long said in a low voice, "I can still bear to wear a leather necklace, I absolutely won't bring cheap things." Hearing him say that, Sol Yun-hee nodded and replied, "Sister, already know." Passing by a shooting game stall, they heard 2 people next to them say, "Wow, that's no good, haha, get out of the way, I'll play for you." A new shot was quickly fired but still missed the target. The other 2 players were bored and dragged each other away. At this time, the shop owner walked towards Sol Yun-hee and smiled and said, "Try playing, students, just use the monogun to hit 10 targets, this monogun is enough, can shoot 3 shots at a time." Hearing him say that, Sol Yun-hee curiously asked, "How much is it?" 1,000,000 won. The shop owner smiled and narrowed his eyes and said a number. This number was too huge. Sol Yun-hee and Long Long quickly turned away, leaving only one sentence, let's go, I'm going." The shop owner saw this and immediately said, "What's wrong? The first prize is won the Elder Elf's ring, worth 800 million. Having said that, he immediately turned to another human and shouted, "Oh my god, there are 2 hunters who have passed, the prize also includes a bottle of buff poison worth 3,000,000 won. This player looked at the gun in his hand and asked suspiciously, "This isn't a scam, right?" The shop owner quickly waved his hand and said, "Of course, I'm not a scam, we do business completely cleanly." Saying such a sentence, he thought, "No, I'm cheating, this is a custom-made steely, especially the last steely is also made from the bones of S-class monsters. Half a month ago, the most anyone could shoot was 5 shots, even if Lee Kang-yun came here, he wouldn't be able to destroy them all." Lee Do-jun had been silent all this time, then he went up and gave the boss a bank card and said, "Let's play," subjectively took the card, respectfully said, "Yes sir." Sol Yun-hee in the back rolled her eyes, rushed forward to stop Lee Do-jun from catching a cold. Long Long sat on his shoulder trying to mutter in disgust, "There, you're wasting money again, telling people to save money and only feeding people dog food, but now you're playing around like this." After mumbling a few words, he suddenly raised his hands high and said, "Enjoying life so much, it's so angry." Sol Yun-hee also advised in a low voice, "Isn't that too expensive?" Lee Do-jun didn't bother to say anything. What with 1 person and 1 dragon, he picked up the gun and shot 3 times in a row. Seeing this scene, Long Long said in confusion, speechless, "What did the owner shoot?" The shop owner next door also said, "Oh my god, you didn't hit anything. I'll give you a teddy bear, wait here, I'll choose a nice one for you." After saying that, he immediately went into the counter and bent down to look for the teddy bear. But before finding the bear, the shop owner's eyes suddenly opened as wide as possible and let out a gasp. Seeing that the last steely was broken, he couldn't believe it and stammered out, This, why is it all broken?" Still not surprised, Lee Do-jun walked over and smiled and said, "Boss, my child doesn't need a teddy bear." The boss couldn't believe it, he thought in horror, "Wait, according to the script, what is the price for this? I only paid half of the money I borrowed to buy an Elder Elf's ring, that's it." I waited for a while but didn't see the boss say anything, so Lee Do-jun said, "Can I get the low-rank dexterity ring?" Hearing this sentence, the boss's eyes sparkled and he turned around suspiciously and asked, "Really?" After settling with the shop owner, outside, Sol Yun-hee looked at the ring on her hand and asked with interest, "Can I really have this?" Lee Do-jun nodded and replied, "Just thank you, that's all." Hearing that, Sol Yun-hee quickly felt grateful and thanked her. Long Long sitting on her shoulder curiously reached out and said, "Give me some." The whole family, 2 people and 1 dragon, quickly left. The boss stood there looking at their backs. At this moment, an old player came forward and said, "Hey, let me try again, why didn't I receive the ring?" The sad owner turned around and shook his head and said, "We are closed." Hearing that, the other person gasped in surprise. The boss continued to say, "Go away, if that guy ever comes back again I will stop doing business." Having said that, he bent down and took out a pink rabbit, gave it to the other person and said, "Take this and go play." This person looked at the pink rabbit and then cautiously asked, "Do you have any other colors?" Outside, Sol Yun-hee was still extremely excited looking at the ring on her hand. They quickly approached a gathering crowd. The host spoke up and said, "As you know, the loopholes appeared 10 years ago, and what you see here." While listening to this, Sol Yun-hee suddenly turned around and asked, "Dad, this is like a history museum, do you want to go see it?" Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately said, "Why?" Sol Yun-hee smiled and explained, "It was about the hunter. If Dad listened, maybe he could recover his memory, but until now his memory still hasn't really recovered." Hearing his adopted daughter ask this question, Lee Do-jun was dumbfounded and couldn't say a word. After a long while, he raised his hand to support his forehead and said, "Yes, nothing yet, Dad was too focused on work. And you're the only one who does the housework, like cleaning, laundry, cooking, and keeping tabs." Dad was really relieved because you were here. When Long Long heard that, he was suspicious and said, I thought Yun-hee was the one living there, so it turns out he was helping." Hearing him say that, Lee Do-jun immediately glanced over at him. Long Long met the other person's sharp eyes and quickly turned his head away. The host above continued to talk. "Now, the first question, the first loophole that appeared in our country was at Gumjang Mountain, Pusan City." As soon as these words ended, someone shouted, "I know the answer, first break." "Absolutely correct, please accept this gift," the host said smilingly. Seeing this scene, Sol Yun-hee immediately exclaimed, "Wow, how lucky." Long Dragon on her shoulder poked his head out and asked, "Can we go eat something? It's boring here." Hearing him say that, Sol Yun-hee immediately nodded and replied, "Okay, wait a minute." At this time the host continued to ask the second question. The loophole appeared in an apartment in Pusan 3 years ago, because it was a quite famous story. Hearing this question, Sol Yun-hee immediately said, They seem to be talking about Mazelis." The host pointed to a nearby glass cabinet while concentrating on speaking. A level 5 monster appeared, killing 857 people and injuring 1,494 people. "Dear, you can see this as its claw." Sol Yun-hee heard this and immediately frowned and looked up to ask Long Long, "Long Long, do you often do those things?" Long Long completely did not understand what she meant. He let out a confused sound. A moment later, as if understanding the problem, Long Long shook his head and said, "No, only idiots are like that. Maybe now it will be like that, but still." Long Long suddenly stopped talking here. He raised his head and looked up, sadly saying, I miss home so much, I want to go home." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately turned around and asked, "Oh, enough to miss Yun-hee's stewed ribs." Long Long hugged Sol's neck tightly. Yun-hee shook her head and replied, "Not to that extent, and being with Yun-hee, quite fun too." Sol Yun-hee narrowed her eyes and said, "I also like to live with Long Long, hee." Long Long heard that very happily and said, "Right, let's go see other places." The Dragon Man left the crowd and went outside. Lee Do-jun pointed in one direction and said, "It seems there is an event over there, let's go see." Sol Yun-hee nodded and said, "Let's go." All three quickly walked forward. Lee Do-jun's eyes suddenly noticed a few familiar people in front of him. He mumbled, "That's it." Sol Yun-hee recognized these three people. She exclaimed, "Wow, there are those people from the Magi Guild." Finally Lee Do-jun recognized these people. He asked Sol Yun-hee, "What, do you want to take a picture with them?" Sol Yun-hee asked suspiciously, "Okay." Lee Do-jun nodded and smiled and said, "Yeah, just go, it's only today." Hearing you say that, Sol Yun-hee was extremely happy. She took her dragon and rushed forward, leaving only one "Thank you, Dad." Sol Yun-hee ran to the other group. She looked at one member and cautiously said, Can I take a photo together?" This member nodded once then turned around and called, "Of course, Mira, Young-ho, come here." Having received permission, Sol Yun-hee immediately turned around and urged Lee Do-jun, "Dad, to hurry up and take a photo with us." Lee Do-jun nodded and walked over. He was extremely dissatisfied and thought, "They might thank me again, should I take the photo?" Thinking so, Lee Do-jun still quickly walked over to take a photo with them. After finishing, Sol Yun-hee happily bowed her head and said, "Thank you very much." She approached a member of the group, softly said, "I'm a big fan." Hearing her say that, this person immediately waved his hand and said, "No, we are also very grateful that you are interested in magic." Hearing the other person say that, Lee Do-jun thought to himself in disgust, numbly, "That poor guy is not that kind of person." Quickly saying goodbye to this group of people, Lee Do-jun immediately asked Sol Yun-hee, "Do you want to go anywhere else, Yun-hee, or do you still want to eat something and rest a bit?" As soon as his voice spoke, the other member opened it, his eyes widened as if realizing something. He looked at the leaving backs of the three of them. On the other side, Long Dragon stood on Sol Yun-hee's shoulder and said excitedly, "Goblin, Goblin Dumpling, over there." Hearing him say that, Lee Do-jun coldly said, "Say it again and I'll bury you." On this side, Mira saw that the other person was still standing there without moving, so he went over and asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing her question, he hesitantly said, "This voice." Before the words could be finished, this person rushed towards Lee Do-jun, who had just left. Mira was startled by this action of the other person. She quickly reached out and called out, "Hey, hey, where are you going?" The other person quickly chased away Lee Do-jun. He quickly shouted, "Wait." Lee Do-jun heard the call and turned around to ask, "Can I help you?" This person looked into Lee Do-jun's eyes and said very seriously, "Are you Kim Young-woo?" Young-ho and Mira chased after him. Hearing that, Young-ho opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Young-woo, is he Kim Young-woo?" Sol Yun-hee was startled when she heard this name, as if she realized something. At this moment, Long Long spoke up, "I don't have time for this, Yun-hee, there's a restaurant downstairs." Hearing him say that, Sol Yun-hee quickly covered his mouth and said, "Shh, be quiet." Sol Yun-hee turned to ask Lee Do-jun, "Is there something wrong, Dad?" Lee Do-jun shook his head and replied, "Dad, not sure." After saying that, he looked at the other person again and said, "Sorry, but I think you must have the wrong person, I'm not Kim Young-woo." Hearing this, the other person was still quite suspicious but did not press him but bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry, maybe I was wrong." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun smiled and said it was okay, then left with Sol Yun-hee and Long Long. Standing behind, Mira said, "You said he was Kim Young-woo." Young-ho shook his head and replied, "He said no." Hearing that, Mira immediately said, "It was because he didn't want to reveal his identity that he wore a mask." "There, you idiot." The group of magi were deep in thought when a voice behind them said, "Can you take a photo with my kids?" "Okay." The person who just recognized Lee Do-jun exhaled and smiled and said, "Okay." He stood in line to take pictures and thought to himself, "Surely we will meet again, if fate exists." The TV rang with the sound of a movie. "Mother-in-law, Dong-woo is not your son." "What? Son-in-law Jang, what do you mean by that?" Yun-hee was chewing her food while intently watching TV. Long Long is standing on a circular moving roller. Do-jun saw this and immediately asked him in disgust, "Where did you come from, this piece of trash?" His eyes were filled with judgment and he replied, "Ha-hoo, this precious body of mine can't always walk. There's this guy at home, but when he goes out there's Yun-hee, he's so puffed up." Hearing that, Do-jun clenched his hands into fists and said in a threatening tone, "Yun-hee, is this your private car?" Long Long immediately knew the situation was not good and quickly fell down. He ran to where Yun-hee was sitting intently watching TV and said, "Yun-hee is watching a movie, we have to keep quiet," because Jun was upset so he didn't know what to do. "The movie on TV seems quite interesting. Son-in-law Jang, actually, Dong-woo is my son." What? Long Long also joined to watch. "He immediately took your food and ate it." "Okay, how about a review?" "This is too cold, not delicious at all." Yun-hee disagrees. "Huh, it's delicious." While watching, Yun-hee noticed that Jun was standing nearby. She curiously asked, "Why is Dad wearing a suit?" Do-jun's eyes avoided. "No, it's just that Dad has something to wear." Suddenly the TV broadcast a news, "Urgent news right now, a giant crack has appeared in the mountains of Woomyun." Yun-hee was watching a movie and was interrupted. Annoyed, "What is it? They interrupted my movie." Long Long suddenly asked, "Master, if it was Woomyun Mountain, wouldn't it be near that place?" Do-jun could only sigh and reply, "Yes, that's annoying." Suddenly a loud noise rang out. Yun-hee and Long Long went out the window to look. Do-jun receives a call. He answered the phone on the other end. "Yes, senior, yes, I'll be right here." Yun-hee just stared at him with a face full of worry. At that crack, it looked extremely large and scary. Compared to other cracks, it was much bigger. There were many people appearing here, including Han Min-ji. Her whole body was resisting the strong wind emitted from the crack. Han Min-ji can completely realize that every half day, this door grows twice as big. She opened her notification panel and scrolled through it. Not knowing what she had discovered, her eyes widened. Turns out that's it. The measurement index is increasing continuously. It's past 2000, the complement wave index is increasing. She thought to herself, "Please, the Marsalis case is only at 2200. Han Min-ji turned her head back to take inventory. After a while, she counted and realized that the maximum number of hunters gathered was only about 100 people, most of whom were level A and B. There are also S-level, Senior Min Hyuk, and more, including Hunter Kwok Young Ho. There are a total of 7 people. However, everyone's morale plummeted. Everyone was weighed down by the scale of the rift even though the conquest had not yet begun. Kwok Young coughed in a worried tone, just when there was no behemoth guild of Sword Emperor Lee Kang-yun, when a crack with huge stats appeared. He thought, first I have to give my mother the bank account password. At the temporary command post near Woomyun Mountain, Kang Min-hyuk was chatting with young Chul-jeong through the screen. He asked him, "How is the situation?" Min-hyuk quickly replied, "We have arranged our forces, currently waiting in the temporary strategic area. Time." Chul-jeong's tone was serious. "You know it right, this is a quite dangerous operation. We will carry out the evacuation of people and control the rift. We have to prepare for the worst-case scenario." Min-hyuk also completely understands this. "I know, I will consider this issue." In addition, young Chul-jeong also informed him that this time the Marsalis Guild cannot help us. Your Icarus Guild plays a key role, so it must succeed. In the rift, only you can take on the position of Commander-in-Chief. Can you do it well? Seeing his trust in him, Min-hyuk pondered. At the same time, the outside also announced that we were the Hunter Management Department's monitoring room for crack control. Currently, after observing, we have issued a warning order for cracks that have just appeared. If you hear this warning, please move to a shelter in the nearest basement. According to the instructions of the competent authority, we will notify you again. Back to Min-hyuk after a while he replied, "I will try my best." Chul-jeong made a request again. "No, you have to do it well." Min-hyuk was a bit worried after hearing that, but... Outside, Han Min-ji was standing and observing the two people talking. Young Chul-jeong said seriously, "According to the information I received, this water change has been broken for more than 2 hours. The accuracy of this information is 70%. If we can't stop this crack tray, female monsters will spread across Seoul. There may be a disaster even more devastating than the Marsalis incident. Even if we sacrifice, we must block this rift. I will send you the sign-in. Please wait until then." Min-hyuk hesitantly replied, "Yes, I know." Han Min-ji was outside. After listening to the conversation, she opened her phone to see. I don't know what made her so surprised. At that time, in Do-jun's apartment, he announced to Yoon-hee, "Dad will go for a while and then come back." Yoon-hee wondered, did Dad go because of the news? Do-jun quickly replied, "I have to go to the company first, only then will I know." The TV keeps reporting what's going on. Currently, the wave index of the water gap has exceeded 2,000, after the Marsalis incident with the index being 2,200. The current index of this water gap is the highest among the gullies we measured. Long Long immediately spoke up, "The owner will not go to the company but will go right to the crack. If I go there I will handle everything quickly." While speaking, Long Long's eyes immediately became sharp. "Or you can't go," Do-jun said. You think for a moment, that's a good idea. But then decided it was still impossible. "Well, no way, you going there would only make things more confusing." Dragon heard that he was doubtful. Do-jun walked closer to the door. He thought as he walked, not to mention there was also Hunter Lee Kang-yun there. Before leaving, Do-jun told Long Long, "I have to go to the town hall. You have to protect its Yoon-hee. At the same time, he also warned me that I would go home immediately after work, if the house was destroyed or Yoon-hee got hurt. Surely you know what will happen next." Long Long heard it and his whole body trembled. He walked out the door, even looking in to warn me, locking the door for me, obediently. "Yes." Yoon-hee also said goodbye to you. "Yes, Dad, be careful." Do-jun was leaving when he received a phone call. He picked up the phone. "Yes, Hunter Han Min-ji." The lady on the other end of the line sounded worried. "Manager, I want to ask you a favor, okay?" When Do-jun heard that, he knew something was wrong and left her. Han Min-ji told him everything. The manager probably already knew about this. A large S-class crack in Woomyun had opened. If it explodes, all the monsters inside will rush out. There are only 2 hours left until then. We plan to go in to stop them from inside. So-jun heard that and replied, "Yes." Han Min-ji continued to say, "Originally, these rifts larger than S-level would be directed by the Commander-in-Chief, Senior Lee Kang-yun. But right now he's attacking the deepest part of another crack, about 3 weeks before he returns, as June is full of indifference." As he walked, he held the phone close to his ear to hear clearly. Currently, according to the instructions of Director Young Chul-jeong, Senior Kang Min-hyuk was authorized to be the Commander-in-Chief of this rift. We have 11 combat teams, of which 7 team leaders are S-rank hunters. The rest were A-level hunters, and the lowest members were B-level hunters. If we concentrate highly, it's not like we can't destroy an S-class rift, but this time it's not like the Marsalis incident. I think there will be many sacrifices. Minute G's voice became more worried than ever. Jun, the guy on the other end of the line continued, yes, you say it. I don't know what Jun heard, but he was thoughtful. He stopped at a chair on the side of the road and sat down to think. Then he stood up and let out a sigh. Jun picked up the phone to call someone and left. The other person picked up the phone and asked, what is it, Jun? He continued, Senior, sorry but I can't go there now. Turns out, he called Hyuk-soo. He was sitting and arranging documents full of understanding for what Jun said. I know, I heard the department head say. Jun said, I'll be right there when I'm done. Hyuk-soo replied, yeah, see you later. The company received a notification not long ago. We are the situation monitoring room. This is the situation, in fact, everyone in charge. After making the call, Jun put the phone in his pocket. He remembered the words Han Min-ji said to himself. He must have some reason to hide his ability, but just this once, I want to ask you. Jun, you should be our commander-in-chief, please protect my colleagues. Somewhere, Kang Min-hyuk leaned tiredly against the wall. Suddenly Min-ji's voice rang out, Senior Kang Min-hyuk. He slowly opened his eyes. Minute-ji asked curiously, the elder department assigned him to the commander-in-chief, right? Min-hyuk was not surprised. Did you hear that? Minute-ji immediately made his request, if the senior allows it, I would like to nominate someone to be in front of the commander-in-chief. Minute-hyuk was surprised after hearing that. Minute-hyuk asked in a cold tone, Han Min-ji, are you kidding me? She looked down, I was completely serious. Minute-hyuk wondered, the other hunters probably believe this. Minute-ji immediately said, no, they wouldn't believe it, so senior and I had to talk together. Just say that this is an order from Director Young Chol-jong. Min-hyuk's tone of doubt, do you know what you're saying now, and also, how could he do this? Minute-ji didn't answer right away but said, he will come soon. Min-hyuk is so upset. No, what's wrong with you today? He was confused, things were already confusing, who knows? Jun appeared immediately, hello. When Min-hyuk saw him, he was extremely surprised, he really came. Minute-ji saw him and quickly ran out to greet him, thanking him for his time, the manager. Minute-hyuk spoke up, but I want to ask something. His tone was serious, did he really come here to be commander-in-chief? Jun immediately said frankly, if I don't need it, I will return to the city hall. When Han Min-ji heard this, he was extremely upset, Senior. This made Min-hyuk startled, you're all in my face. Jun didn't care anymore and came to ask Min-ji, when will we enter the crack tray? Min-ji told him the whole situation, according to the director's instructions, we will enter now. We have to get to the water tray before the monsters rush out, we'll be there in about an hour and 30 minutes. Suddenly a voice rang out, who is it? It turned out to be Young's voice coughing, he was full of doubts, Cam is a commoner here. Han Min-ji quickly introduced, he is Lee Jun, crack tray manager at Seoul City Hall, he will command this battle. Yoon-ho was extremely surprised, huh? Are you kidding me now? Jun saw them noisily taking money to a corner. Young-ho can't accept it, S-level hunters can't even command, we'll all die, Min-ji had to say, this is the director's instructions. Young-kof is still full of frustration, has the director lost his mind, the other hunters will not agree, their morale is already low. Suddenly Kang Min-hyuk spoke up, what he said was not wrong, I really want to know. Why did he give this instruction? Han Min-ji heard what he said and was silent for a long time. Jun said through the window to Min-ji, Hunter Han Min-ji, I have to go prepare for a moment, you're surprised, huh? Jun advised, everyone just discuss, I'll be right in. Young coughed and saw his attitude, his face was full of blue veins, he was doing it as he wanted, really. Kang Min-hyuk is gritting his teeth, damn it. At that time, before it cracked, it was June. He decided that he had to go check inside the crack first. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed inside. Inside the crack, the whole sky was covered with a layer of red. Jun moved quickly to observe everything. Below the ground there are countless monsters. Jun jumped on a rock and looked down. He started calculating, the number of monsters in the S-level water slot was quite a lot, but they weren't all level 1. I wonder what surprised Jun, huh? That one. Underneath there was a monster that was extremely different from the rest. It had purple skin. Dujun quickly jumped over another rock to take a closer look. Isn't it a normal goblin? He tried to hit it on the head with a rock. Because it was so stupid, it could only cry out, "Uck." Right after that, the goblin looked around to find the person who threw the stone on its head. Finally it found it. It pointed towards Dujun and said, "Ah!" He immediately exclaimed, "Oh, it discovered me." The goblin quickly rushed to the rock where he stood. It tried to climb up but failed. So the screams started again, as June filled with hate saying, "You can't climb up, you idiot." As soon as he finished speaking, the goblin's whole body suddenly became full of veins. Dujun couldn't believe what he just saw. Right there, it exploded. A loud bang echoed across the sky. Due to Jun's quick reflexes, he jumped over another rock. The other side of the rock has now crumbled into ash, leaving a large hole in the ground. Dujun realizes that, this explosion, the other hunters will probably be in danger with this. Below the ground the goblins were screaming non-stop. Since June decided to leave, I had to avoid this place. Right after that, you fly into the air and move. I'll go somewhere else. Dujun found a giant goblin. He saw it swinging a stick haphazardly at the ground. But then he moved to another place. The goblin should not be bewildered in place. Dujun assessed as he moved. As expected, these were the only monsters that were not in the encyclopedia. If they were in there, it would definitely be very dangerous. Dujun jumped to the ground and hit a yellow line. Suddenly a light emitted. What happened next? A loud bang rang out. Light spread throughout the sky. Dujun once again promptly moved to another place. It seemed like he was angry this time. As expected, he was S-level, and quite tough. At the Hunter Management Bureau, it was an extremely tall building. Google assistant Young Chul-jeong's assistant came to report the situation. "Director." He put his chin in his hand and happily asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The assistant replied, "No, that's not it. Not long ago, the water gulls fluctuation index was gradually decreasing, so the breakage phenomenon was extended for another 15 minutes. Young Chul-jeong was not surprised but just asked, "So what?" The assistant replied, "There are two possibilities. One is that the water tray will self-destruct, two is that the number of monsters in the water slot is decreasing. But if it's the first ability, it will cause all the fluctuations of the water slot to decrease sharply." Young Chul-jeong understood that. I understand. Let's carry out the operation according to the plan." The assistant is a little worried. But now the commander-in-chief. Young Chul-jeong rested his chin and asked, is something wrong?" The assistant was about to say something but shook his head. "Nothing." Then as you say, in 30 minutes we will begin the operation. Kang Min-hyuk's side also received this notice. "What will happen in 30 minutes? Min-ji replied yes. Min-hyuk was upset and vented his anger on Dujun. But where did Lee Dujun go? He was gone for an hour. Lee Dujun needs to grasp the reality of the situation a bit. Maybe he should run away. Min-ji will be upset when she hears some bad words." She shouted, "The manager is not that kind of person. If that was the case, he wouldn't have come here in the first place." Min-hyuk was no slouch and shouted back, "Why do you always raise your voice at me? So? Also, how do you know that? Are you very close to him?" No, right from the start. The fact that she called him over, was talking when June appeared from behind and interrupted, "Thank you for worrying about me, but I'm not running away." Min-hyuk was immediately scared. "I didn't feel his presence behind me." Dujun gave a piece of paper after Min-ji. "Miss Min-ji, because I don't have much time so I can't print this much, please give this to the captains." Min-ji took it and replied, "Yes." As for Min-hyuk, he stood silently to the side. The eldest brother trembled and thought, "I, Kang Min-hyuk, have been a professional hunter for 8 years, ranked 7th. I couldn't feel him standing behind me. Was I too stressed? No, it couldn't be. Who is this guy anyway?" Dujun asked. "When are we going to the creek?" Min-ji reported, "About 30 minutes. Dujun's tone was serious. "I'll summarize simply. Please gather everyone for me." Min-ji was surprised and didn't understand anything. All the hunters were here after all. The hunters said suspiciously, "I heard he is the commander-in-chief, so are we going to die?" "That's an order from the damn director, you old dotard." The hunters sounded annoyed. "Stop making us angry. Call Hunter Kang Min-hyuk here." Han Min-ji frantically explained. "He will say it simply. Everyone focus for me." The hunters are still talking. What the hell are they talking about in this situation? Where is Hunter Kang Min-hyuk? What time will Dujun speak up? Everyone. Concentration, your words are extremely influential, causing everyone to feel dizzy and sweat and tremble. Due to Jun's cold eyes, I'll start by summarizing. I don't know what everyone saw, but they all widened their eyes, including Kang Min-hyuk. The bald guy who was criticizing Jun a while ago is now covered in a layer of blue light. Has his defense skill been activated by him? After finishing his work, Jun said to everyone, "Thank you for your attention." Then he told Min-ji, "Please divide this printout for each team captain." Min-ji immediately replied, "Yes." She gave everything in the heart that Jun gave her earlier to all the captains. He informed everyone, "What I gave everyone was the map of the inside of the rift." When everyone saw that, they were amazed. He continued, "I divided the combat area into 9 parts, in order from A1 A2, finally Area A9. The order of attack was." While talking, the bald guy raised his hand to express his opinion. "I have a question," because Jun didn't feel angry at being interrupted. "Yes, say it." The bald head asked in a suspicious tone, "Is there anything to prove that this is a map of this creek?" Jun quickly replied, "If I said I went in there, you probably wouldn't believe it. Does anyone have any other questions?" The bald head immediately shivered after hearing it. "What?" Kang Min-hyuk saw that and immediately retorted, "Manager Lee Jun, you have to answer correctly. Believe it or not is up to us. And I'm also very curious about who your real body is." So Jun just calmly said, "I'll tell you that story later if I have the chance." He continued saying what needed to be said next. The public affairs staff of the Rift Management Bureau could use an application called the Rift Management System. This app can find information about registered rifts, of course, and information about Wuzen's S-Class Large Rift, which is contained in the tablet I'm holding. The bald guy started saying nonsense again. "Do you think we will believe it?" Jun replied, "Yes." Kang Min-hyuk was extremely frustrated at this moment. "Don't joke, we are risking our lives to carry out this mission." Below, the hunters were also looking at Jun with extremely cold eyes. Jun was not afraid at all. He sighed and said thoughtfully, "I understand. It seems everyone is very confused. This is the most difficult crack after Marsalis. The fact that a mediocre person holds the position of commander-in-chief and comes here to give a summary and draw a few pages of amazing maps like this. After all, this map has not been clearly verified. Just entrusting everyone's lives to me is unfair to everyone. But here no one can guarantee success in this battle, no one. Moreover, some people quickly jump to the conclusion that we will lose our lives." Everyone who heard these words was silent and did not say anything. Jun turned his eyes towards the crack ahead, "But even so, as long as everyone believes in me, I can help everyone win against this development." Suddenly the ground shook again. Jun's voice rang out, "As long as everyone trusts me, I will. Truly responsible for everyone's lives." At that time, all the hunters, as planned, entered the rift. Young Ho was also given a map. He walked and observed the map. His tone was extremely surprised. "This is real. Every terrain is accurate to the monsters in it." The captains will be assigned a headset, so Jun will inform everyone. Team A includes Team 1 and the men's team develops in Area A7. Team B consisting of Team 6 and Team 10 and is easily responsible for Area A9. There are hunters carrying large boxes of goods on their backs. Jun said, "I want a team of 11 essential items to follow. If anything happens, please report to me immediately." Kang Min-hyuk's team at tone was full of determination. "Team is started." Young Ho's B team is no less competitive. "B team, starting." Before leaving, Han Min-ji turned around to look at Kang Min-hyuk. Immediately after that, teams A and B split into 2 paths. Seeing Min-hyuk standing still and refusing to go, the next day he asked, "Group leader, are you not going? Everyone is waiting." Suddenly Min-hyuk's headphones brought up the voice of Han Min-ji, "Senior. Thank you, I'll cook dinner when I get back." Min-hyuk's face turned red when he heard these words. "Your Group A is appearing at the designated location." Min-hyuk rushed forward first, holding his sword and rushing down to the goblin below. Bald Head immediately said in fear, "You crazy guy, is he planning a surprise attack? Did he drink rat poison by mistake?" Team B can also know what's going on in Team A. Young Ho cowered in a corner. Team A has already started fighting. What is the new Kang Min-hyuk? He raised his hands to show his determination to win. "We can't lose, Team B." Sending them off to hell, the whole B team immediately took their swords and rushed forward to tear apart the goblins below, killing them. Jun stood on a rock observing everything that was happening below. He secretly hoped that it would be nice to get off work early. Young Chul-jeong observed everything happening in the rift through the screen. He couldn't believe what was going on. Who was commanding them? Back inside the crack, Kang Min-hyuk pushed hard and swung his sword straight at the goblin. The other hunters were the same. Everyone used all their strength to attack the monster. With that person is their incessant cry of chickens. Kang Moon-hyuk jumped up high and slashed a group of monsters and flew away. The bald guy gasped and said, "Indeed, it was Kang Min-hyuk." The bald guy said, "Oh, so tired, it seems like everything is ended." Kang Min-hyuk said into the headset, "Team A, wipe out Area A7. Do-jun immediately nodded when he received the notification, "Everyone has worked hard, let's return to Area A8. The bald guy said, "Remember that as the director, I will tell you to become a commander right away. That old man doesn't know the situation here." Kang Min-hyuk only replied, "Stop talking, focus on the battle." The bald head immediately sighed and complained, "Oh my god, you have no human feelings." At that time, in Kang Min-hyuk's head, only Han Min-ji's words rang out, "Senior, thank you, when I come back I will invite you to eat." While thinking that he was extremely happy, Lee Do-jun told everyone to stop. He looked towards the goblins below and continued, "I will let everyone know the next points to pay attention to. That black goblin down there will bomb and attack us." Do-jun said to everyone's surprise, "Even if we wear protective armor, at close range it can still cause death. Everyone must remember this." One guy also noticed that the one that Jun was talking about was the biggest goblin. After saying that, Do-jun turned around and walked away while talking. Luckily, it didn't attack first. As long as everyone pays attention to this point, there won't be any problems. Let's go. Everyone formed a long line and left. Suddenly, Do-jun discovered a yellow line on the ground. He reminded everyone that this line is a lightning trap. If you step on it, you will die immediately. I hope everyone will pay attention. A guy with no hair looked suspicious and asked, "Is this really a trap? No one knows who stepped on it." Do-jun immediately took action. He threw a stone inside. There was no need to step on it. The stone had just touched the mark when it exploded, a ray of light shooting into the sky. Everyone who sees this is scared. If they get caught up in this, they will surely die, even S-level. The bald guy from before opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Do-jun spoke up, "But the biggest problem isn't the goblin firecracker or the lightning trap, that's why everyone doesn't understand." Do-jun pointed to a dark cave ahead. "Right there is a monster," as Jun said. "There's that one-eyed monster, it's level S, I hope everyone will kill it with just one hit. Its attack power is strong but its movement is slow, it's worth a try. It will be like that if we fight well. Some people will be scared when they hear it, it's worth a try." Do-jun seemed to think of something and asked everyone, "Does anyone have blocking skills?" A guy holding a huge box panted and said, "Although I don't have any skills, I have a wire mesh gun." He opened his box. Inside there was a gun with bullets. Jun observed and advised, "You should shoot this sticky net, this can hinder its movement." Do-jun asked, "I just need you to do that. How many do you have?" He answered, "I have 6. Do-jun answered, "That's enough." Do-jun glanced at the goblin opposite him. They appeared behind it, ordered by Jun, "Let's start hunting." On the front side, give Team A, Kang Min-hyuk and the bald guy behind the rocks. The side that the back intersects with degree B. The sniper team will block this giant's vision, and try sending monsters due to the noise. Everyone who received the quest immediately obeyed. Jun observed everything and directed, "Her direction is now surrounded by lightning traps, so we must maintain defense. The primary target is the firecracker goblin that is approaching the frontline hunters." Do-jun's final advice about himself, "Finally, I will directly command the members of Team 11 except you with the wire mesh gun, so let's begin." Everyone moves to their assigned task. The firecracker goblin was surprised to see the small creatures on the ground moving so quickly. It stopped growing bigger and raised its weapon up high. But before they could act, the gunnery team repeatedly attacked it. The goblin continuously received attacks that made it scream in pain. Kang Min-hyuk rushed up and continued to push it back. Besides being hit by the bullet, the goblin was now slashed again. The bald guy makes a move. He punched the goblin repeatedly. Suddenly, it heard its sharp teeth coming out. The bald guy used his hand, apologizing, "Okay, am I being too arrogant?" At the end of that sentence, he was thrown away by the singing monster and rolled on the ground. The bald head couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, how can I catch this monster?" At that time, the guy holding the wire mesh gun under the command of Do-jun activated it. The wire mesh reached the goblin's feet, making it unable to move. Kang Min-hyuk breathed a sigh of relief. Great, we've tied his leg. After speaking, his face became more serious. At this moment, Min-hyuk jumped up from the ground. Finally stops at its tip. Kang Min-hyuk now raises his sword high. If we break its vision, we can win, whatever you decide. But before he could act, a huge hand appeared, making him extremely surprised. Han Minji will be there in a few hours to block the goblin's hand. We just need to focus on the target. He did not hesitate and stabbed straight into the monster's hand. It screamed. Kang Min-hyuk breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Who taught who?" The sword stabbed straight into the goblin's head, blood spurting out. Suddenly the ground shook. People didn't understand what happened. Countless goblins rushed from nowhere. The gunnery team quickly used guns to deal with them, and more monsters were coming here. We couldn't defend anymore, because June fully understood their situation and said, "Team 11. All supplies are exhausted, stop saving, shoot them all." The scene before my eyes was like a rain of bullets. Monsters were continuously attacked. Loud explosions sounded. The sky became quiet. Only the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. Kang Min-hyuk still couldn't believe what happened. No one died. Could he really complete the mission? Do-jun told everyone present to encourage them. Everyone just try harder, the mission is almost complete. Now just need to eliminate one more guy, this rift will be eliminated. A large, sharp weapon appeared. Everyone saw what was in front of them and seemed to have collapsed. They seemed to be about to lose all hope. The man in the orange hood said in a trembling voice, This is, originally we were not able to clear this crack. Because June was not discouraged by the fear of the people around him, he glanced coldly at what was before him. What was before their eyes was a giant goblin holding a weapon in its hand, clearly the Titan boss, Monarch. It used its red eyes to look down below. It was like looking at tiny creatures. Suddenly a notification sounds, choose the first person to challenge Titan Monarch. Only 5 people are allowed to enter the boss area. Everyone was so panicked, they couldn't believe it. But the sound rang out again, and the remaining people would be forced to leave the crack. In case the attack fails or cannot defeat the Monarch within an hour. One guy cowered and trembled with fear in his voice. That's it, 5 people or 100 people can't win against this thing. Kang Min-hyuk stuck the sword in the ground and leaned on it, then thought and calculated, now all the S-level people, including me, Lee Jin-gu, Kwak Young-ho, Han Min-ji, the last one is. Do-jun appeared and interrupted and told him, it's me. He looked surprised. Kang Min-hyuk announced, Hunter Lee Jin-gu, Kwak Young-ho, Han Min-ji, prepare to attack. Han Min-ji immediately nodded, okay. Kang Min-hyuk wondered, Lee Do-jun, do you have any solution? Do-jun walked up to the yellow line ahead and said, the entrance is inside this yellow line. The 5 of them immediately followed Do-jun and then entered the yellow line. The announcement rang out, the challenging team had been chosen. The remaining people will be forced to leave the rift area. When the sound ends, the remaining people will immediately disappear. Lee Jin-gu, Kwak Young-ho saw the scene before them in surprise and widened their eyes. Lee Jin-gu's tone was determined, our goal is to prolong the time, everything else is up to the manager. Kwak Young-ho also continued, wait, you think so too? I also believe we will win, then we must eat pap and have a few drinks. Lee Jin-gu is full of will, I have no regrets because I have lived a life of dedication. Kwak Young-ho noticed Do-jun and said, why does this officer have to suffer so much? After all, he is not a hunter. Do-jun replied, because no matter how much I thought I still couldn't find a way. Young-ho didn't understand. Do-jun continued, so that 5 people can win against this big guy without me. When Kang Min-hyuk heard that, he was surprised and speculated, perhaps he was hiding his ability. The 5 of them looked up at the giant boss in front of them, now we have to confront him. The announcement sounded, Titan Monarch had escaped the seal. Lee Jin-gu said, let's start. Young coughed, tears welling up, goodbye beautiful life. The sound rang out, you were affected by the Monarch's power, you fell into a state of immobility. Kang Min-hyuk's whole body was stiff and he couldn't move. What? Additionally, you cannot use skills. Young coughed and shouted, it was obvious that it was a scam. If he didn't move like this, there would be no point in fighting. The Monarch raised its weapon, preparing to attack. The weapon was close to the 5 of them. Han Min-ji clenched her eyes tightly. But after a while, nothing happened. Han Min-ji opened her eyes. It turned out that June gently blocked that giant weapon with one hand. Everyone was surprised by this action. The Monarch was also surprised. Jun took the rock. He threw the rock straight at the sword. Cried the mnemonic. The notification sound appeared once again. The mnemonic's power had been broken. Having restored the ability to use the skill, everyone seemed to feel the change in their bodies. Kang Min-hyuk stared at Jun with surprised eyes. How was that possible? Jun turned his face downward. He saw that on Young Ho's shoulder was a mini camera. Jun warned in a cold tone, "Are you recording? Delete it." Young coughed and sweated. Jun also said, "This is the only time, Miss Han Min-ji." Jun steps forward. Suddenly his whole body was covered with blue light. Jun raised his hand high. Follow the hand of that beam of light into the sky. Even the mnemonic's eyes widened as he followed that light. Everyone's faces were illuminated by the beam of light, with surprise evident in their eyes. Kang Min-hyuk didn't believe what was happening in front of him. How could this be possible? Jun raised his hand first. The light rushed forward, cutting through the mnemonic's body. He still doesn't know what will happen to him. A black thing shot out from the boss's body. The sound rings out, "You have successfully conquered the crack. The rift has been destroyed. The challengers will be brought out of the rift." Suddenly Han Min-ji struggled to find Jun, the manager. Everyone saw that and looked around but couldn't see him. What, did he leave alone? That's probably it. Kang Min-hyuk sighed and then said, "It's okay for him to clean up this place, let's go back." He urged, "Hurry up, we have a lot of things to report." Before leaving, Young Ho said, "Min-ji, let's go out for a drink after work." Min-ji quickly refused. "I'm sorry, I have an appointment." Kang Min-hyuk sighed. At that time outside the crack, it was already dark, so Jun called Yoon-hee. "Yes, Yoon-hee, Dad is off work, do you want to eat anything?" Long Long immediately answered for him, "Master Pizza." Jun immediately said in disgust, "Long Long, please be quiet." On the loudspeakers, the announcement brought the news that recently, the government lifted the emergency order. People, Jun also heard the dish that Yoon-hee wanted, kimchi soup, delicious, at my house. Can fish stop being canned? Jun said, "Okay, Dad will be home soon." In Jun's apartment, Yoon-hee's voice rang out, "Long Dragon, let's eat." The dragon immediately waved its wings and appeared. He found the pile of food in front of him extremely happy and thoughtful. "Oh my gosh, it was so delicious." Long Long cried while eating because it was so delicious and soggy. Yoon-hee's rice was always the best, and Yoon-hee was sitting with her chin resting on her hands. She was full of thoughts, not knowing when her father would return. Long Long understood Yoon-hee's thoughts and immediately said, "Master probably won't come back today, I'll eat all of this too." Yoon-hee immediately glared at Long Long. Yoon-hee picked up the bowl of food and reminded her, "No." Long Long had already eaten his share. Long Long immediately waved his hand and said, I'm just kidding. Besides, you don't have to worry, mister, the cause is so unmatched." Yoon-hee teased, "Really?" Long Long quickly explained, "Of course, I saw it too, crazy guy, no." Long Long still did not give up reaching for the bowl of food. His master's strength was terrifying. Finally, Long Long also succeeded in getting the food. Yoon-hee saw this and her tone was gentle. "Who knows, there's still a lot of spicy chicken stew. Please eat more." Long Long happily danced. Really, sister, don't go back on that word." Long Long was jumping and fell. Yoon-hee realized, what was the commotion just now? Long Long panicked and held the bowl of food in his hand, almost losing his food. On TV the news was on. The host announced, "Quick news, in Bangor Ward, District 50, a dragon appeared. This is the same type of dragon as the Masalis dragon that appeared in Busan 3 years ago." The shock appeared again. Both Long Long and Yoon-hee fell to the ground. Long Long couldn't hold back the entire bowl of food that was dumped on him. He couldn't help it but tears flowed down. Soup roared in his throat. Long Long was still extremely angry, not afraid, even avoiding meals. Long Long immediately rushed outside. "You're the one who died with me." Yoon-hee worriedly asked, "Long Long, where are you going?" Yoon-hee tied her shoelaces and prepared to go. Why do all the incidents happen when her father is absent? Outside the giant dragon appeared. The cars of the loophole management agencies quickly appeared. The voice rang out. The Mesa Guild had arrived at the scene. The department head exclaimed, "So fast." A group of 3 people, Mira, Jong Ho, and Dong Hun, appeared and informed everyone present that from now on the Mesa Guild would seal off the scene and handle everything. Jong Ho asked the person checking the basic information, "What about the stats, similar to Masalis?" The other person replied, "Yes for now." At that time, Mira pulled out her bow and arrows and prepared to shoot. Seeing that, Dang Yun quickly stopped her. What are you planning to do? Mira quickly replied, destroy it. What else should you do? Since you've encountered it, I believe this problem will be easily resolved. Kwan Hyuk-soo immediately ran to stop. Hunter Mira, Dong Yun said, why are you suddenly so aggressive? Do you know how many civilians live around? Kwan Hyuk-soo also agreed. Hunter Dong Yun was right then there. I understand your feelings, but attacking now is a bit much. Suddenly there was a noise. Everyone immediately paid attention to it. Kwan Hyuk-soo sounded surprised. Is there something else over there? There was a ray of light in the sky. Long Long rushed down from there, his face extremely angry. It turned back into its original form, a giant dragon. The other dragon saw the dragon's appearance and his eyes became completely round. Long Long roared loudly. Dong Yun was surprised. There was another dragon. Kang Chul-soo leaned on Hyuk-soo's shoulder and asked, Hyuk-soo, I think I've seen that new dragon somewhere before. Hyuk-soo immediately said, Chief, there's no way that's possible. But he looked at the dragon and suddenly thought, wait, that code, isn't it the one that Do-jun raised? Do-jun once said, this is a pet that will help me in the future, I have tamed it. Long Long immediately rushed forward to give the other dragon a slap. The dragon kicked its body repeatedly, creating a strong shock. Then Yun-hee appeared. She called out, Long Long. Hyuk-soo saw her surprised. Yun-hee. Yun-hee rushed forward, using her hands to block the wind. Now, the dragon and that dragon have entered a crevice. The other dragon rubbed his head angrily and said, how dare you, who are you? Long Long immediately said, it's me. That dragon immediately recognized something. Oh, this voice isn't it? The other dragon looked at the angry dragon and finally realized, Sir Isis. Long Long's tone was serious. You have committed 2 serious crimes. That dragon trembled silently. A serious crime. Long Long bow. First. Why don't you dare leave the nest without my consent? The dragon said as he punched the dragon in the head. Long Long waved his hand and commanded, come here. Do you know what is called spicy stewed chicken? The other dragon cried and rubbed his puffy face. Yes, I don't know. Long Long immediately scolded, of course you don't know, that is your second serious crime. Long Long said, today you are sure. Suddenly a call rang out, Long Long. It turned out to be Yun-hee. She waved and called, Long Long. Long Long was surprised and asked, why did you come here? Yun-hee immediately said, of course he was afraid that something would happen to me, so he followed. Why else? Long Long clasped his hands and apologized, but Ma, if you follow me all the way here, if Master finds out, I will definitely die. The dragon immediately transformed into its original self with a threatening tone, an ordinary human that dared to speak rudely to Mr. Isis. Long Long immediately covered his mouth. What are you planning to do with my master's family? That dragon doesn't understand. Family, master. Long Long explained, this is the owner's daughter, the one who made the spicy chicken stew for me, yet you dare to threaten her and beat you to death right now. You've been very rude lately, come here quickly, I only hit you 5 times, and the dragon's whole body trembled, 5 times. Turns out, Long Long did push-ups. Long Long sat on him to let him do push-ups. Come on, pay attention to your posture. The other dragon trembled and said, Sir Isis, when do I have to do this? Long Dragon scolded, talking too much. Yun-hee feels a bit sad when she sees that. Long Long, she looks so pitiful, stop and go home. Long Long doesn't agree, you have to let her taste a little bit of the bitter taste of society before she can grow up. Yun-hee couldn't help but say, I'll make you some spicy chicken stew so let's go home. Long Long heard that and quickly jumped away from the dragon. The dragon turned smaller and stood on the other dragon's head, his tone still annoyed. This time luckily the house is full. In the future if you take the liberty of leaving the temple, don't blame me for being heartless. The other dragon immediately said yes, I will keep what you taught me in my heart. Yun-hee is still advising Long Long. He looks so pitiful, I can stop now. Or do you have nowhere else to go so you came to this place? I can go to the house. Oh, but I have to ask my dad first. Long Long heard that and crossed his arms to express his anger and protest. I object to this. Our house is not an orphanage, sister. Yun-hee smiled and said, she will be as gentle as a dragon. The other dragon quickly replied, yes. Immediately after that, it became smaller. Yun-hee immediately patted its head. Okay, oh my, it looks so gentle and adorable. First, please follow me home, but if Dad objects, I have no choice, you understand. The dragon was moved to tears. The master's daughter was truly an angel descending to earth. The group of people Dong Yun, Mira, Jiang Ho were blocked by Hyuk-soo and Kang Chul-soo from entering the crevice. Dong Yun wondered, why weren't we allowed in there? This guy clearly understood me. I also saw you guys bringing a civilian in there. Hyuk-soo, she came up with a reason to explain. The number one priority hunter right now must be to protect this place. Dong Yun refused to stop. Stop saying stupid things. Suddenly, a ray of light caught everyone's attention. From the gap, Yun-hee, Long Dragon and the dragon from before stepped out. Everyone saw that and immediately said, the student from earlier is out of there. Hyuk-soo, the teachers were moved to tears. Yun-hee, Dong Yun still couldn't believe what was in front of their eyes. What was that? How did you get your mother out of there? Hyuk-soo ran to Yun-hee with a worried tone. Are you hurt anywhere? Seeing her still so calm, I was full of doubts. She used her flesh and blood body to go in there. How could she be safe and sound like this? Yun-hee scratched her face with her hand. Ah, yes, Hyuk-soo had to say. Lucky, so lucky. Hyuk-soo stopped thinking nonsense. Anyway, fortunately he was safe and sound. Compared to that, there are more important things that need to be checked. Hyuk-soo leaned into her ear and whispered to her, I don't know those kids, but I made those dragons. Yun-hee had to shyly say, I saw it last time too. Hyuk-soo looked at the silhouettes of the two dragons. The dragon was still very cold, the other dragon was full of bewilderment. Seeing Hyuk-soo's surprise, Yun-hee wondered in her head, what, Banana doesn't know anything, but I thought he knew but pretended not to know anything. Mira now also appears to observe the dragon. It's impossible, no matter how you look, it's the same. This is a dragon, right? Hyuk-soo quickly leaned closer and explained, pet, it's just a pet, it's the pet of employee Lee Do-jun in our department. Hyuk pinched Long Long's cheeks, look at their adorable appearance, how could they be cages? They're clearly dogs, right? Long Long heard that. Hien looked at him with eyes full of hatred, crazy. Yun-hee quickly reminded, Long Long, it's not okay to dare to speak rudely to my father's colleagues. If you do that, I won't cook for you anymore. Long Long let out a breath. Hyuk-soo let out a sigh. Mira heard that but was still full of doubts. It wasn't obvious from the numbers on their foreheads. Hyuk-soo heard her words and panicked and said, oh yeah, Yun-hee, if you come home late, June will take care of it, calm down. Yun-hee widened her eyes and didn't understand. Yes. Hyuk-soo is the sign, please leave here quickly. If these kids are found out to be gay, South Korea, not to mention the whole world, will be in chaos. Yun-hee immediately asked, yes, I thought everyone already knew. Hyuk-soo immediately, explain, if it were exposed, it would be a big deal. Do-jun would get into a lot of trouble. Yun-hee heard that and immediately acted urgent. That's right, Dad is waiting for us, you have to go home right away. Mira immediately called out, wait a minute. These animals look like copper no matter what. Hyuk-soo immediately stopped her. I already said they were dogs. Mira confronted, how do you look at them like that? Yun-hee panicked and hugged the two dragons and ran away. I'll ask permission to go home first. Mira didn't give up. Hey, wait. Dong Yun was standing there thinking even more. The person Kim Young-woo had faced in the dungeon was Lee Do-jun. Did he have two pets like that? Dong Yun thought and wrinkled his eyebrows. He had to rub his head. I don't know. Behind him was Mira still full of doubts asking Hyuk-soo, what uncle, you said it looks like that but it's a dog. At that time, at Do-jun's apartment, Yun-hee reminded Long Long, you must not bully your friends. Long Long seemed to ignore those words. It was because of you that all my chicken bone stew was spilled. That dragon kept explaining, why, I can. Seeing that the house was messy, Yun-hee smiled and said to Long Long, you should clean the house before Dad comes home. It immediately changed its expression. I'm also planning to clean up. Yun-hee asked, you can do it, right? The dragon in the broom cleaned endlessly. The other baby dragon also helped. The dragon had to clean the house and was stupid. Suddenly, Yun-hee's phone rang. Was it Dad? June asked on the other end of the line. Yun-hee, Dad is getting off work. Do you want to eat anything? Yun-hee happily replied, no Dad, please go home and eat kimchi soup. Do-jun replied, kimchi soup, okay. The can of tuna is empty. While we were talking, Long Dragon jumped on Yun-hee's shoulder and said into the phone, Master, I want to eat pizza. Do-jun's tone was hateful. Forget it. I didn't ask you. Yun-hee regained the conversation. Dad is almost home. Do-jun replied, almost there. Tears flowed from my eyes and fell. Why did the owner discriminate like that? Yun-hee turned off her phone. At the place where Do-jun was standing, it seemed like he was also thinking about buying pizza. Right up here in front of the TV screen turned on the news. Fast news. In Bangbi Ward, another dragon continued to appear and disappeared. In the rift, this is the end of the news. Do-jun heard that and immediately paid attention. Dragon. The TV screen showed a scene of Long Long and the other dragon, one dragon entering and the other a red dragon entering the crack. Do-jun was immediately upset, wondering why he was causing trouble again. Do-jun came home and brought pizza. The movie was over and Yoon-hee immediately came out to greet him. Dad, are you hurt anywhere? Do-jun smiled. Dad is okay, thank you for worrying about me. When Long Long saw him coming back, he immediately sold his leg. The master has returned, he has worked very hard, dear master. Do-jun was observing Yoon-hee's whole body, no injuries anywhere. Do-jun used sharp eyes to look at Long Long. Fortunately your lifespan was extended for a few more days, right? When the dragon heard what he said, it turned to stone on the spot, and the purple dragon, the next moment, saw the scene in front of him and showed surprise. This guy made Isis Dragon Emperor feel scared like this. Muscle. If Isis calls this person master, he is truly a great existence. The monarch that I have to bow to is this one. He immediately got down to the ground to greet Do-jun. Hello great monarch, I am dragon number 9, my name is Karseer. Yoon-hee now remembered and hurriedly explained, Dad, we can adopt this child, right? He had to live alone in a very bad place, very pitiful, even being alone was very sad. Do-jun said without thinking, well, it's okay if Yoon-hee likes it. Do-jun asked, your name is Karseer, right? He respectfully replied, yes. Do-jun immediately said, the name sounds good, let's live happily together in the future. The dragon in the back was extremely surprised. Karseer thank you master. Do-jun said, Dad, let's go take a shower. Yoon-hee is also busy, I'm going to prepare dinner too. Only Long Long stood there stunned. Why did Long Long come to pull Yoon-hee? Sister, Yoon-hee replied, then Long Long. He asked, why don't you give him a nickname? Yoon-hee explained, Dad said that name was good. She picked up Long Long who was upset. Your name is also good. That's right Long Long. She let Long Long sit on the chair. He was still whining. No, don't worry, I'm Isis. Yoon-hee said, I know, Long Long, go watch TV, I'll go prepare dinner. Long Long sat stunned, tears streaming down his face. Do-jun stared at the door before his eyes. Do-jun could immediately guess the culprit. It was you who damaged the balcony window, right? Long Long was startled. Do-jun threatened, no pizza today. Long Long shouted loudly, no. Night falls, it's time to go to bed. Everyone wishes each other good night. Good night Dad, good night. Good night master, little master. Only Long Long didn't say anything. Long Long and Karseer fell asleep, Long Long still thinking about pizza. My pizza. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Long Long's body. Turns out it was Yoon-hee. She was holding a plate of pizza in her hand. She reminded Long Long to be quiet. He saw 2 pieces of pizza and immediately bought them. Immediately moved to tears and hugged her. Yoon-hee. Long Long said while eating, you are truly an angel. Do-jun is in his bedroom, sleeping soundly. The phone is full of notifications. 80 missed calls, 281 messages. In countless news reports right now all focus on one event, the miracle of 100% of hunters returning alive from the S-Class dungeon. Who is the civil servant in charge of the Malaranyu dungeon? A civil servant in charge Rift at Seoul City Hall. When comparing the salaries of civil servants and hunters managing Rift at Seoul City Hall, what the legendary civil servants' whereabouts were after that. Do-jun's phone has countless notifications, 96 missed calls, 321 messages. Outside the apartment, Long Long and Karseer sat attentively watching the news on TV. The host mentioned the event that 2 dragons appeared last night in the Bangbi Ward area. In the emergency response agency, Long Long lay down with his head resting on his arm to watch TV, while the Karseer sat and watched with sparkling eyes. Because June woke up in the room, he decided to pick up the phone and turn it off. You turned it off. At the dining table, Yoon-hee held a glass of water and happily said, Dad is famous. Do-jun sighed, fortunately they didn't come to my house. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Yoon-hee stood up, go see who it is, because June told you, don't open the door, see who it is. If it's someone you don't know then just act like you don't exist, go home. Yoon-hee followed Do-jun's words and looked through the camera to see young Chol-jong. She was extremely surprised and said, I think you've seen this person somewhere before, right? Dad, the director of the Hunter Management Department is coming to my house. Du-jun also saw that that person was young Chol-jong. At that time, Long Long and Karsier stood seriously. Seriously, master, is it time for lunch yet? Du-jun replied, there's an important person coming to the house right now, so you two should hide in the room. Karsier clasped his hands together to obey Du-jun's orders, and Long Long felt extremely disdainful of that. You keep doing this, let's see how many times I got attacked. When Du-jun saw the Karsier's actions, he smiled and clasped his hands respectfully. It's been a long time since I saw that. Seeing that June didn't do anything anymore, Long Long pouted and rolled his cheeks. What is it? Why isn't the owner angry at the Karsier? I just broke the window and didn't get to eat pizza. Why? June reminded the two of them to go inside quickly. Karsier bowed his head and replied, yes, master. Yoon-hee opened the door. Young Chol-jong and his assistants saw Du-jun and immediately bowed their heads. Hello, Manager Lee Du-jun. Du-jun asked curiously, how did you know my home address? Chol-jong replied, I know it's rude, but I used my personal relationship to find out about you. Du-jun coldly turned his back and walked away. It was really rude, but after all, he had come here a long way, so he came here first. Yoon-hee heard what he said and immediately jumped. Oh, Dad. Yoon-hee prepared tea for the other two people. Chol-jong said to Yoon-hee, I came by suddenly like this and was also offered tea. Thank you, niece. Yoon-hee shyly replied, no, if I knew you were coming like this I would have prepared some dishes already. Du-jun asked straight to the point, what are you doing here? Young Chol-jong was a bit hesitant. That's it. First of all, I would like to thank you. Thanks to you, the hunters were able to return alive. I watched the dashcam record, and the more I watched, the more I admired what he did. If it weren't for the manager here, Du-jun took a sip of water and said, Director. His tone was cold, I'm about to go to work, can you go straight to the main part? His assistant pulled out a pad of paper. Oh, okay, then I'll get straight to the heart of the matter. Those are images related to Du-jun. While reviewing the Mesa Guild's dashcam during my visit to the Level A dungeon, I discovered something. The man who saved the members of the Mesa Guild, is this Lee Du-jun? Du-jun was a bit suspicious. Had he been discovered? Du-jun nonchalantly said, if so, is there a problem? The assistant immediately explained, we didn't come here to expose you, actually we did. He pulled out a piece of paper with the words hunter contract written down, wanting to send him an offer. Do you want to become an official hunter? If I become an official hunter, because June didn't let him finish speaking, he interrupted and said frankly, I refuse. Both the assistant and young Chol-jong were surprised. Just listen to the terms first and then decide. Du-jun replied, I am the type of person who is not ambitious about money or fame, those things are enough for me now. Yoon-hee looked sideways. The school department directly made this suggestion. Thought by June, a person who once smelt of blood when roaming around the Central Plains like me. Was ambitious and lived fiercely. But when you can step on everything to stand at the top of fame. What's left in me is not money or fame, it's just nothingness. Money and fame cannot change the peace like now, because June didn't waste time thinking and said, I don't care about money. But if the director here can show me some sincerity, I will think about it. Young Chol-jong heard that and his eyes immediately lit up with hope. Du-jun set the conditions. Please allow our Seoul City Hall Rift Management Board to manage the B-level rift. Is that okay? Du-jun City Hall has been rejected several times. This time we will not qualified enough. Chol-jong was a bit worried. This was a bit against the law. Du-jun immediately said, then I have no other choice. Chol-jong quickly explained, if you can meet our conditions, I can grant you permission to manage the button slot as you request. Either way, I will definitely meet the conditions. That case. His tone suddenly changed, so the project I proposed. Du-jun interrupted, I'm not a hunter, civil servants don't get many jobs. Chol-jong was startled. The assistant immediately signaled to him, the director, the reason the crack appeared was most likely due to the central part. If he wanted to break through the central area, Du-jun must be there. He also replied, signal, I know that, but now is not the time for you to say that. Du-jun suddenly said, but if the school really needs my strength, I will agree because the director is really sincere. The two of them were extremely surprised. Young Chol-jong's tone was happy, I was just waiting for this sentence from you. Looking at the faces of the other two people, June immediately said, so as not to waste time, let's start discussing, right? In the loophole management room, a surprised tone rang out, what, are you serious? Turns out, Hyuk-soo is calling Du-jun. He can't seem to believe what he just heard on the phone. Mesa Guild has agreed to sign a contract with us. Jun on the other end of the line replied, yes, thanks to that, we now have the right to manage the B-level rift. All the employees jumped up and down with joy. Kang Chul-soo immediately came up with an idea. Let's open a party today, guys, let's eat beef too. Trong Fan, of course, the second order will be tuna. Kang Chul-soo took the phone and excitedly said, when will my beloved Jun come? Come quickly, let's go to the party. Jun hesitantly replied, me. After finishing the meeting outside, I will come right away, the department head said. Then we are waiting for you to come to the party, so please get there quickly. Jun was present in the meeting room. The other assistant asked, it seems like the atmosphere of his team is very lively. He immediately replied, yes, all the members are very gentle and good, Count. The assistant immediately invited Jun to come forward, so let's go in. The hunters we invited from abroad have already arrived at the airport, they will be here soon. Jun slowly walked away. At the airport, a man wearing sunglasses and a lollipop in his mouth looked around. This is the country I'm trying to protect, it's so peaceful, everyone can move around normally and leisurely. The man blurted out, it seems that eliminating the world's #1 hunter is easier than I thought. I hope you can hold out a little. First hunter Lee Kang-yeon. That man was already in the meeting room. He took out his sunglasses and smiled and said, I'm here. He looked around and said, what, there is no Lee Kang-yeon but only some incompetent people here. Lee Jin-gu saw him and immediately stood up with his mouth open. Is he crazy? He waved goodbye to everyone. He thought Lee Kang-yeon was there, so the four of them planned to joke around, but there's no need to panic. Lee Jin-gu silently scolded this crazy guy. Lee Jin-gu rubbed his head. What are you talking about? Kang Min-hyuk and Han Min-ji, the two people sitting next to each other, were speechless. The other man used his hand to check his pocket. Well, it seemed like the interpreter device hadn't been opened yet. It turned out that the man had been speaking English. He pulled out a translator and asked everyone if they could hear me. He walked up to the long-haired man and said, hello, I'm Yang Cho-ki. It turns out the other man's name is Yang Cho-ki. Kang Min-hyuk looked at him and evaluated him. He already spoke rudely when he first met him. Yang Cho-ki silently assessed that although there was no one like Lee Kang-yeon, the rest probably weren't that bad either. Han Min-ji doesn't understand what's going on. What's going on? Why is he staring at me like that? He was busy thinking, haha, I really want to have a match. Lee Jin-gu pointed at Cho-ki and asked the other two, what was he laughing at like that? Kang Min-hyuk replied, how could I know that? Yang Cho-ki noticed Lee Do-jun and immediately judged, what is this guy wearing a suit? You can tell from the look that he is not S rank. Isn't it calling people here to fight? Why does the Korean government bring a civil servant here? He sat down right next to Lee Do-jun's seat and complained, hey za, at least let's call someone who knows how to fight a little. Sure, he has to carry the team. Young Chul-jeong smiled wryly with a sweaty face and said, haha, it seems like everyone has finished greeting each other, so let me start the meeting now. The meeting has officially begun, so I would like to start the meeting now, but I would still like to briefly explain the current situation once again. 10 years ago, a large hole appeared in Sade Mountain. In other words, Korea had a central area. With the aim of conquering the central area, hunter Lee Kang-yeon joined the Behemoth Guild. Within 3 years, he and his team had fiercely entered the central area no less than 20 times, but each time they invade, the difficulty and dimension change, so conquering the central area is still impossible until now. Every time they entered the trees, the bushes rose from the ground, floating in the air. Right after that, the whole ground shook, making Lee Kang-yeon's team unable to stand. At the same time, a giant bird appeared along with the goblins. Ryu Junyol realized, damn, this is another dimension. The bird suddenly appeared in the sky and then swooped down. Above, everyone was careful. Lee Kang-yeon used the momentum to rush upward. As a result, this central area was considered an area that could not be conquered even after another 100 years. The assistant spoke on behalf of young Chul-jeong of the reason for gathering all the excellent hunters here, so this time I want to gather you all here because I want you to act as reserve members in this war. After hearing that, Cho-ki laughed contemptuously, so the Behemoth Guild has failed. Kang Min-hyuk raised his hand to express his opinion, how would you compare this central area to Milanohu? Young Chul-jeong replied, we already have the estimated indexes. But really, Milanohu is just a mosquito. After hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale. Han Min-ji asked worriedly, so Lee Do-jun will come with us, right? She received the answer, whether he will join or not has not been decided yet. Lee Jin-gu and Han Min-ji immediately looked down when they heard that. Yang Cho-ki saw that he didn't care and looked at me with an angry face. I personally came to Korea and no one paid any attention. But who is the guy wearing a suit who is not on this list? Is that what everyone cares about? The assistant announced to everyone. The detailed content will be explained to everyone more clearly after the Behemoth Guild returns. Suddenly Yang Cho-ki spoke up. Wait a minute. He pointed at Do-jun and asked, who is this guy? Kang Min-hyuk saw his actions and immediately made a judgment. If he keeps like that, he will probably cause trouble. Young Chul-jong wiped his sweat and replied, you can just call him Manager Lee Do-jun. This is the commander who accompanied the hunters in the level 5 rift last time. Cho-ki immediately imagined the appearance of Do-jun, the commander, the type of person with some commanding skills, right, the type who wears a suit and hides behind his mouth while giving orders to himself. He immediately said, it's just the kind of light nudge that breaks bones. If you dare to talk too much, even I will kill you. I don't know. Kang Min-hyuk got angry and immediately stood up and banged on the table to question, brother, what did you just say? He has a few words of warning. He leaned closer to Jun's disdainful tone. I've seen many weak commanders trusting themselves as commanders and being arrogant and even doing bad things behind their teammates' backs. He pointed at his forehead and scoffed, this kind of need, if you don't want a hole in your forehead, then go away quickly. Do-jun let out a sigh. He adjusted his tie and stood up. Seeing that, he immediately confronted him and even dared to laugh. Do-jun said coldly, it seems like he only knows how to fight. He got angry when he heard that, the arrogant bastard. Cho-ki grabbed Do-jun's shirt and raised his fist to attack, you dare to look down on me. Yang Cho-ki grabbed Lee Do-jun's shirt and raised his fist towards him. Seeing that, Han Min-ji showed surprise along with worry. She appeared to stop him. He stopped. He was always sarcastic. What is this guy so talented that people take him so seriously? Han Min-ji immediately reminded, this place is just a normal meeting room. If this keeps up, normal people around could get hurt. Minute-ji gave a suggestion. The basement of this building has a training ground, where everyone can freely exercise. How would you feel if you two went there and had a duel? Yang Cho-ki was surprised. What? He suddenly laughed loudly. I think this guy can't stand even a light touch from me. There's no need to move to another place. Lee Do-jun doesn't care about what he's saying. He's just paying attention. Adjust your flap. Cho-ki immediately pointed to young Chul-jong's assistant and ordered, hey, that guy, lead the way. The assistant immediately worriedly asked young Chul-jong, the director, what to do if Mr. Yang Cho-ki was seriously injured. He turned his eyes towards Do-jun and asked, is Manager Lee okay? He immediately nodded. Young Chul-jong stood up and said, I know, the assistant is panicking. What, director? He said as he walked, I will lead the way for everyone. The assistant quickly followed and asked curiously, director, is this true? Yang Cho-ki saw that and immediately flexed his arm muscles. I don't have the hobby of bullying the weak, but at least I have to show some personality. At the Hunter Association training ground, young Chul-jong saw his assistant's worried appearance and immediately reassured him. Are you planning to continue like this? Manager Lee will adjust himself, the assistant replied. But even if that's the case, he said as tears fell, if anything happened to the training ground, the operations team leader would kill me. She would ask him, why did the practice field turn out so boring? Please write a copy, report the incident and send it back to me immediately. At that time, Yang Cho-ki's tone was mocking. That guy in a suit is not too late. If you kneel down and beg, I will be gentle with you. Do-jun, full of hate, said, really? Do-jun's tone was cold. How long was he planning on repeating those words? When he heard that, he was immediately upset. Until now, you still don't know how high the heavens and the earth are. Don't let anyone interfere. This guy will definitely die by killing me. Lee Do-jun walked up to the ring with his hands in his pockets. Everyone below cheered loudly. Kang Min-hyuk stood below, judging, fighting. Yang Cho-ki immediately made his move. This arrogant guy. But Do-jun quickly dodged it gently. Yang Cho-ki was extremely surprised. Did he avoid his attack? Seeing Lee Do-jun's indifferent eyes. He's upset with me, you bastard. Do-jun only needs to move a little bit to avoid his attack. His tone is angry. Why do you keep dodging like that? If you only get one hit, your life will be over. Do-jun didn't say anything, just dodged and thought, I have to do it again. Another dodge, but this time it caused Yang Cho-ki to fall. Do-jun immediately seized the opportunity. Do-jun's hand was cut down. The group of people Kang Min-hyuk, Han Min-ji, Lee Jin-gu were all surprised. Manager. Who knows? Do-jun just lightly hit his neck. He immediately slipped a bit. Jun sighed and left. Yang Cho-ki couldn't believe what just happened. This. Immediately after that, he fell to the ground. Jun with his hand in his pocket explained to young Chol-jong, I hit him lightly, so he will probably wake up in a few minutes. The assistant also came out to check and reported to you, he didn't have any broken bones anywhere. Seeing young Chol-jong's stunned expression, the assistant called out, Mr. Director. Lee Do-yun passed by Kang Min-hyuk. Seeing him he immediately thought, sure enough. He's on a completely different level, because Jun told everyone, I'm a bit busy so I'll have to leave first. At that time, at that restaurant, a shout rang out, come on, the glass is empty, it's exactly this taste. The four people Hyuk-soo, Hae-young, Kang Chol-soo and Do-jun met up for a drink. Hyuk-soo exclaimed, the beef the manager bought for him was always the best. Hae-young suddenly asked, oh yes, why is the Hunter Management Department looking for you, Do-jun, is it to recruit talent? Do-jun immediately replied, no, it's just that they have something to ask for my help. Hyuk-soo and Chol-soo heard that and breathed a sigh of relief. Chol-soo warned him, Do-jun not to leave us anywhere. He smiled and replied, of course. Hyuk-soo while eating voraciously wondered, but that's strange, the Mesa Guild is also a level A guild, why did they sign a contract with us? Although this is a good thing, Chol-soo continued, but honestly I'm quite confused. The level A hunters never even talk to us anymore, it's not like they're making fun of us. Hae-young also agreed, if it's a Mesa Guild then that's very likely, they have character. Chol-soo immediately rubbed his head, that's right. He looked at Do-jun and asked, well, anyway Do-jun you will be in charge of Mesa Yu-jong-ho Guild with Yi-ji right? Do-jun answered, yes. Chol-soo advised, remember not to let Yi-ji get lost, from tomorrow Yi-ji will be fighting side by side with the Mesa Guild, I'm sure she will be very happy. Come on, let's start together one more time. The next day, at Seoul City Hall. Yi-ji pouted and said, I don't like it. Everyone in the office heard her say that. Everyone was surprised, especially Hyuk-soo and Chol-soo. Did I hear correctly? It seems like I was also in the mood today. Hyuk-soo asked curiously, but why don't you like it? Yi-ji answered frankly, I will protect the manager, so there is no need for more team members. Hyuk-soo immediately explained, no matter how strong you are, how can one hand block the other 10 hands? If monsters appear from behind, what should Do-jun do? Yi-ji heard that and felt it was reasonable. Thinking about the past, it seemed that manager Kwon Hyuk-soo was not wrong, she said, but. Do-jun immediately spoke up, I'm fine, Yi-ji is not much different now than a level A hunter. Chol-soo immediately said, this guy, even you are the same. Do-jun laughed in a gentle tone, right, Yi-ji? She immediately blushed shyly and used her hand to fix her hair, ah, yes. Do-jun thought to himself, she's acting so childish, but after all, she's still young so she can ignore it. Hyuk-soo said, Do-jun said it's okay, so it can't be helped. Suddenly the room door opened. A staff member appeared and reported, Hall, the Mesa Guild is here, I'll bring them here. The schoolroom immediately rushed out, so Hyuk-soo also hurriedly prepared, leaving me to make tea. Chol-soo announced, all the Rift managers gathered here. Chol-soo put his arms around Do-jun and Hyuk-soo's shoulders and then put their heads together and said in a determined tone, although signing a contract with Mesa Guild is a great thing, let's not lose too much value. He also advised that if they prove too overwhelming, let me handle it. I will bear all the humiliation alone. Hyuk-soo was moved to tears, Chief. At that time, the Mesa Guild entered, including Dong-yun in the lead followed by Mira and Jeong-ho, all three wearing formal suits. Chol-soo tried to remind everyone, to have strong eyes, not to be too tense. Hyuk-soo immediately agreed, because Jun saw that and thought to himself, he is the most stressed person right now. They stared at each other. Big Dong-yun stood in front of Kang Chol-soo and asked, Kang's schoolroom, right? He immediately stammered and replied, oh yes, I'm department head Kang Chol-soo. Dong-yun's group bowed respectfully, hello, we are the Mesa Guild. Everyone who lost their position was surprised, their jaws dropped, hee. The group of people Dong-yun, Mira, Jeong-ho respectfully greeted Kang Chol-soo, nice to meet you, we are the Mesa Guild. Chol-soo and Hyuk-soo were both startled, what happened to you? Oh, I was so startled. Chol-soo immediately turned towards Do-jun and whispered loudly, why are those people so serious? Do-jun is not clear, I don't know either. Dong-yun stood sternly and reminded himself, no mistakes are allowed, if anything goes wrong I will definitely die. He remembered the time when director Young Chol-jong reminded him what kind of person manager Lee Do-jun is, everyone probably knows it already, right? That's why we all have to bring all our enthusiasm and strength to do it well. Dong Yun tensed up and thought to himself, I cursed those people their last time, damn it, why did we do it then, getting angry like that. Young Chul-jiang threatened, if after this, the relationship between me and Manager Lee deteriorates, it will be all because of you guys. Remember, don't do anything to make Manager Lee Do-jun angry, please, remember what I told you. Back to reality, Do-jun spoke up, first you guys come sit here, I'll bring tea for everyone. Jiang Ho and Dong Yun both trembled. Dong Yun volunteered, let me go make some tea for me. Do-jun was surprised, huh, Dong Yun stammered, if you need it, I'll make you tea. No, I'll go make tea right away. Do-jun immediately said, everyone being guests like that will make me feel awkward. Dong Yun and Jiang Ho immediately panicked, yes, it's awkward, so what should we do? Do-jun saw the strange behavior of the guys and immediately understood, the director must have said something to them before coming here. He said, you just need to read the contract carefully and check the terms carefully, then stamp and sign it for me and that's it. Dong Yun was surprised, then. Finally, Dong Yun and Yi Ji's group of people sat together in one place. Department head Kang Chul-soo brought a contract to everyone. Dong Yun gave orders, everyone paid attention. The three people each held a pen in their hand, signed, and signed. Seeing the three of them struggling to sign, Manager Kang Chul-soo immediately said, oh, you guys have to read the contract carefully before signing. Dong Yun replied, we have finished checking. Hyuk-soo didn't understand what was going on and asked Do-jun, what was this about? Night fell. At the apartment, as soon as Do-jun opened the door, he said loudly, Yoon-hee, Dad is home. Seeing your voice, Yoon-hee was extremely happy. Dad is home. Karseer Ong-long also said hello. You are back, dear master. Long happily ran out, Master, do you know that I've been waiting for you for a long time? When Jun heard that, he immediately understood, oh so you guys probably haven't had dinner yet, so you should eat first if you're hungry, let's go. Long was able to continue speaking, that's fine, Master, then I'll do it. Do-jun walked away coldly without saying anything. Yoon-hee immediately said in disgust, Long, why are you like that? He stood there stunned, rooted to the spot, I was just joking. Do-jun sat at the dining table, thank you, Dad, I'm here to eat, thank you. Long looked around and asked, can I eat yet, Master? Yoon-hee put the bowl of food in his place, you eat, Long is so happy, so let's invite you all to dinner. Long eats for food. When Jun sees it, he is extremely appreciative. It's true that the more he looks at it, the more magical it becomes without knowing it's because it's strange. Or is it because Karseer is special? Turns out you're talking Karseer. It's sitting in a corner eating quietly. Long bow. Of course it's because Long is special. Long ate so fast that he choked. Yoon-hee, water, give me water. Do-jun didn't say anything. Yoon-hee suddenly asked, Dad, do you have time tomorrow? Tomorrow there will be a tour with parents at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I don't know if Dad can attend. Yoon-hee shyly rubbed her head, probably not, Dad, it's still a weekday so Dad probably has to go to work, because Jun replied without thinking, Dad will go. Dad will try to finish everything and take half a day off to go there. Yoon-hee is so happy to hear that. I'm sorry Dad, this observation session is related to the rift that suddenly appeared 2 weeks ago, so there aren't any monsters. Do-jun smiled while eating, she seemed quite excited about this tour, looking at her like that, how could I not go? Long heard that and said, I want to go too, so Jun saw that and told me, swallow all the food before talking, you're too dirty. The next day, inside the crack, Yoon-hee, Do-jun, Long and Karseer were all present. There were many events held here, hot grilled corn, buy 2 or more and get a free promotion, be great forever, brothers and sisters. Yoon-hee went to the fish cake stall, boss, give me 3, yes, right away. After getting the fish cake, Yoon-hee immediately shared it with everyone, 1 for Long, 1 for Karseer, but Karseer refused, I won't eat it. Yoon-hee wondered, I hate sweets, Karseer replied, thank you for buying it for me but this type of food doesn't really suit my taste, especially the Long is extremely delicious and even gave it to Yoon-hee, like Mark. Seeing Long's hungry face, oh my gosh, it's so delicious, Jun is full of judgment, TSK, Yoon-hee is about to change Long's entire eating habits. The loudspeaker sounds, come on, everyone concentrates. This place is a completed Milanoho rift so there will be no monsters, and this place has been renovated to become a training location for you to become more proficient in using mana. Your task is just to figure out this missing piece of the map puzzle. Parents will stand on the platform to observe the students and help them. The students will find the map piece and then put it in a cup in the middle of the empty lot. Additionally, each parent will receive an assistant. Dujun held it in his hand and asked, "What is this?" Yunhee happily answered, "Well, this is an ancient artifact that has been discovered. Dad, it will be very useful. Also, if you add mana to it, you can change its shape according to your wishes. Its color also changes depending on the amount of mana as the level increases from red to purple." Dujun immediately thought, if I add too much mana maybe it will break. Suddenly it turned black. Seeing that, Yunhee was amazed. It seemed like the two of them were transported to another space covered by a blue-black light. As June exclaimed, "It's really magical." Yunhee thought, "Black, I've never heard that this thing can it turns black." Returning to the original space, the teacher announced, "Come on, all the students are starting to leave." Yunhee was surprised. "Is it already time? I will ask the teacher about this later." Yunhee said goodbye to Dujun. "I'm going now, Dad." Dujun also waved back. Please be careful when walking." Suddenly Dujun's face stiffened. "Just now I felt a very strong source of power from that empty land. Is that the power emitted from that cup?" He decided to check. He couldn't let Yunhee be in danger. He had to go there and check. Dujun releases mana towards the cup. A purple light appeared and shot up into the sky. Dujun noticed, it was absorbing air inside. Everyone present here was extremely scared. "What is this? Where are you, Yunhee?" They were a little frustrated and angry at the teacher. "Why are you lewd people training my daughter in a dangerous place like this? Are you crazy?" The teacher trembled and explained, "No, that's not the case. Everyone calm down." Seeing that there was no more strangeness, "Oh, mu omicron iota," it stopped. "We should take the children out. What are you guys still standing there doing?" Dujun was standing there rubbing his chin thinking, is it absorbing air inside? Long panicked, "Ah damn, I still haven't eaten all the food here." Dujun was still lost in thought. No, on the contrary, what spewed out from that cup became more and more intense. Suddenly the system screen appears. "Nerges is looking intently at you. Special Mission Central Area. To protect the Central Area, the manager Nerges broke the law of the Central Area. They massacred the people participating in the challenge and were sealed. Your mission is to find all the if the piece of the participation ticket is successful, you will be able to dissolve the Menges seal and receive recognition from that person. The cumulative progress is 9,934 out of 10,000. The reward is the participation ticket for the Central Area. Mind, open the tutorial land within your limited time, unable to leave the crack. The remaining time is 21 hours 38 minutes and 2 seconds. Dujun finished reading and calculated. "What is this? That cup is the key to the Central Area. Will it be okay to let Yunhee stay here? That means all the things that the Behemoth Guild has done up to now. Doing everything is useless." All the frustrated parents said, "Who is in charge here? Should we report this to the Education Ministry? Please take our child out quickly." "Oh my god, what should we do with Jinhee and June?" Dujun stood behind silently and didn't say anything. Long stood on his hands and grumbled. It wasn't a big deal but just kept making a fuss. Karseer also stood and complained. "Except for the owner, humans are really weak. I'm so weak." Dujun stood thoughtfully looking at the notification screen. "Is the center paying attention to me? If he is the one who killed the attendees, then I can't let him approach Yunhee. There's not much time left until the seal is released. The remaining time is 21 hours, 38 minutes, not 2 seconds. Because June is so determined, I have to try to collect a few pieces of the map first." Dujun turned to Long and asked, Long, can you find Yunhee?" Long quickly replied, "Yes." He heard that and immediately ordered, "Follow Yunhee for me." Long wondered, but only Long and Karseer went. Dujun crossed his arms and replied, "Well, I still have other things to do. You two go first." Long happily thought to himself, "Haha, I have to take advantage of the time to eat all the things I haven't had time to eat yet." Okay, Karseer is the complete opposite. He is extremely serious, obeys orders. "We will definitely use our lives to protect young master." Long immediately led the way for Karseer. Long whispered in a cunning tone as he walked, "Hey, let's stop by here for a moment." Karseer asked worriedly, "Yes," but it was clear that just now, Long had not finished speaking. Long interrupted, just for a moment. If neither of us said anything, no one would know." Dujun also understood Long's personality. He had guessed it before but he still had full confidence in Long. Long would know to stop playing at the right time and then go to Yunhee's place. He heard that he could find the puzzle pieces with the "Hey, let's go find the map pieces and see what happens." Yunhee was now in the forest, full of attention. She was searching and worried. "Where are the map pieces? I don't want Dad to be embarrassed in front of her friends." Yunhee whined and begged, "Please appear." Suddenly Yunhee's floating ball suddenly flashed in the direction of the bushes. Yunhee immediately exclaimed, "Oh, what is that?" Yoon-hee immediately groped her way there. This time it wouldn't be for nothing anymore. But in the end, Yoon-hee only found a dog bone. Yoon-hee's excited face immediately turned sad. She complained in a tone of voice, "What is this? It's like that again. There are no monsters here. I don't know who brought this here." Suddenly a loud noise rang out behind her. Yoon-hee looked behind her in panic. It turned out that person was none other than Yoon-ju. Yoon-ju immediately crawled out of the bushes. She was also surprised to see Yoon-hee. "Ah, Sol Yoon-hee." Yoon-ju walked and brushed off the leaves on her head and asked, "What are you doing sitting there? Where are you injured?" Yoon-hee immediately explained, "No, I was just looking for a piece of the map." Yoon-ju immediately crossed her arms and complained, "Is that so?" making people confused. Yoon-hee heard that in surprise and her mouth opened. "Oh, are you worried about me now?" Yoon-ju blushed and explained, "Who would worry about someone like you? If you got sick, I'm sure uncle would be very worried." "Ah, no, it's nothing. Talented people usually take care of you guys, just weak. So don't make him worry." Yoon-hee was talking behind him when suddenly a very loud noise rang out. Long Long and Karseer rushed forward like the wind. Yoon-ju was extremely alert. What was that? It seemed like something had just passed by. Long Long and Karseer rushed straight and landed on the ground. Yoon-ju quickly pulled out her gun, tried to pin Yoon-hee's head to the ground, and bent over. Long Long and Karseer were shot directly by the laser. Long Long didn't understand what was going on, so he rubbed his belly and absent-mindedly said, "What's wrong?" Yoon-ju realized that Dragon was a bit familiar and asked Yoon-hee, "Oh, that is, it seems to be the pet I saw last time." Yoon-hee was stunned and rubbed her head. "Oh god, it almost happened." The eardrum fell off. Long Long hooked his abs and called out, "Yoon-hee, oh! Why are you lying on the ground like this?" Yoon-hee just now had time to calm down in a surprised tone. "Is that a dragon? Why are you here?" Long Long saw this and immediately looked at Yoon-ju with sharp eyes. "What is this? That long-haired guy? Do you dare to harm my Yoon-hee?" Karseer is no less threatening. "Today I will extort your liver, you." The two glared at Yoon-ju, creating a murderous aura. "You will surely die today." Yoon-ju seemed to feel that her body was extremely strange. "What's going on? I can't move anymore." Yoon-hee quickly reminded Long Long, "Please stop, this sister is my friend." Long Long was still full of doubts and asked, "Friend?" Yoon-hee rubbed her head and replied in a gentle tone, "That's right, last time she even called you cute. Have you forgotten?" Yoon-ju finally said yes. The door moved. She rubbed her chest and panted. Yoon-hee angrily reminded Long Long, quickly apologized to Yoon-ju. Long Long was upset when he heard that. He didn't want to. He didn't do anything wrong. Yoon-hee immediately threatened, "So later on, you and Karseer will eat dog food." Long Long was so scared that he couldn't stop talking about his weak point. "What?" She quickly ran to Yoon-ju and knelt down. I'm sorry sister, I made a mistake and I'm dead. From now on I definitely won't be able to do it again." Yoon-ji was also startled. She waved it away. Karseer sighed and complained, "From next time you have to know in advance." Long Long was angry when he heard that. This guy was really awake. He guessed that Long Long was planning to get involved with Karseer. Yoon-hee said loudly in a serious tone, "Long Long." Yoon-hee stood in front of Karseer. Long Long angrily said, "But, it's obvious that Karseer is showing off to you." Yoon-hee doesn't agree. "She's right, but if you keep being like this I won't cook dinner for you. I'm not there anymore." Yoon-ju stood watching all the stories thinking, "What is this? How can this girl treat monsters like pets like this?" Suddenly Do-jun was surprised by Yoon-ju. "What's going on?" Yoon-hee saw that he was also surprised and asked curiously, "Why did dad come all the way here?" Do-jun replied, "He just came to see if I was doing well or not." Long Long was standing there extremely scared. Hick. "Today probably won't be the last day I get to meet Master. If he finds out that I just came here, then Master will find out. I just came here. The owner discovered that I attacked Yoon-hee's friend. If that were the case, I would be dead." Contrary to Long Long's fear, Yoon-hee was extremely happy. "Really?" Do-jun asked. Is Long Long protecting you well?" Yoon-hee replied, About that." As she was talking, Long Long hugged her and covered her mouth to prevent her from speaking. Of course." He continued to walk towards Yoon-ju, then took her hand and placed it on his head, stammering and saying, "Me and Yoon-hee's friend are getting along, Do-jun stared at her. Yoon-ju hugged Long Long tightly. "Oh, that's right." Do-jun sighed and smiled and said, "From now on, please be very close to everyone in my family." Seeing that, Long Long can breathe a sigh of relief. Do-jun stood in one corner looking at his bulletin board. The number of puzzle pieces he found had a total of 66. Perhaps that was enough. I'll come up here at night to undo the seal. Yoon-hee is upset and says to Long Long, Long Long, please come here quickly. He's hiding behind Yoon-ju and won't come out. Yoon-hee, please forgive me one just this time. Do-jun put the map in his pocket. He walked up to Yoon-hee and said, it's time to gather, let's go. Yoon-hee is sad, lol, but I still haven't found a single piece. Do-jun rubbed her shoulder to comfort her, it was just bad luck, next time I believe you will do better. Do-jun came up with an idea, I've worked hard all day, let's go eat something delicious next time. Long Long was excited, hi, what do you think about the beef? Do-jun said, seeing that you've eaten a lot today. Long Long was startled, yes, you know everything, he said in a cheerful tone, oh, wipe your mouth. After returning home, Do-jun announced, Yoon-hee, Dad has something to do so he's going out for a while. Long Long took a bunch of popcorn and watched a movie with the car seer. Yoon-hee, who had just finished taking a shower, wondered, yes, now, it's already 10 o'clock at night, isn't it? Do-jun replied, well, Dad will be home soon, you don't have to wait, just go to sleep first. Yoon-hee's tone was worried, but Dad, can you not go today? Yoon-hee stammered and said in a worried tone, Dad, is it okay if you don't go? Do-jun observed that Yoon-hee's whole body was shaking. He looked at Long Long and Karseer who were attentively watching the movie. Do-jun could immediately guess that he couldn't watch a horror movie alone. The movie showed extremely scary scenes. Yoon-hee and Long Long screamed in fear and quickly hugged Do-jun's leg. Yoon-hee hugged her legs tightly, trembling and begging, please don't go, Dad, Long Long is no less good, hoo, Master save Long Long. Do-jun realized there was something different, wait a minute. He bent down and whispered into Long Long's ear with a scary voice. Long Long heard that and broke out in sweat, stuttering to explain, no, that's not true, Master. Do-jun ordered him, come out with me. Long Long wondered, it's raining heavily outside, Master. Yoon-hee quickly came up with an idea, you should go with Dad too, don't complain, I hate being caught in the rain. Do-jun heard what Yoon-hee said and refused, it's too dangerous, you can't go, Dad will go quickly and come back. Yoon-hee was full of questions, how long did it take? Do-jun quickly replied, Dad took a taxi for about 1 hour, going there and back was probably about 2 hours. Yoon-hee then trembled and clasped her hands together, no way Dad, it took 2 hours, I might actually faint. Do-jun asked, then how long can Dad be gone? Yoon-hee immediately held up the number 2, 30 minutes, no, 20 minutes. Long Long's tone was teasing, it took 2 hours but she shortened it to 20 minutes, where is her conscience? Yoon-hee immediately glared when she heard it, her eyes were extremely scary. Long Long, you? Long Long looked at Yoon-hee's expression and his face immediately changed, if not Master, Long Long would bet his life on this case. Do-jun patted Yoon-hee's head and reassured him that Dad would go as quickly as possible. He walked out the door. Before leaving, he warned, there is also a car seer, you don't have to be too scared, Dad, let's go. My whole body was full of fatigue and followed. Yoon-hee is still very scared, yes, Dad goes quickly and comes back, Karseer doesn't care what's going on and just watches the movie intently, it's so scary. Yoon-hee saw the other two leaving, ran to hug Karseer and shouted loudly. Karseer asked, can we see something else? It's raining a little outside. Do-jun hugged Long Long and rushed out in the rain. Long Long was pinned tightly and complained, Master, you look at me like an object. No, should I say it's luggage to carry around like this? Do-jun explained, I have no other choice, I have to hurry up. Long Long continued, then, it's better for Master to ride me. Do-jun nonchalantly replied, it's too obvious so it's not okay. Long Long's whole face changed, Master, I feel so uneasy. He wondered, where do we have to go? Jun informed him, at the crack in the morning we need to deal with a monster there. He sounded worried, Yoon-hee seemed very scared, so we have to catch it within 5 minutes, I don't know if it'll be okay. Long Long heard that and thought to himself, if there is someone who can withstand you for 5 minutes, then he is a god, not a monster. Inside the crack, Long Long searched the stalls, there weren't any pubs open, I was looking forward to it, because Jun hated it, of course they would have gone home by now. Do-jun walked towards the bowl in front of it, emitting a blue aura. Long Long rubbed his tightly clamped cheeks and said, but there was no sign of the monster anywhere. Do-jun pulled out the map, he said, wait a little longer. The map fell into the bowl. Long Long felt something, oh, this bowl, there was something about it that made me not in a good mood. Suddenly, the piece of stone below the cup shattered, and the cup gradually rose up. Long Long hugs Do-jun's leg and exclaims, I've seen this scene in movies, now it just needs to emit light and it will be exactly the same. As soon as I finished speaking, a blinding light flashed there. Ah, my eyes. From there appeared a fairy. She slowly opened her eyes. She said to Do-jun, "Who are you, oh you who awakened me from within the seal? I'm the manager of this Central Area's tutorial territory, Neges. Thank you for waking me up after an endlessly long time. It's your duty to check your character." While she was talking, Long Long interrupted, "Hey, who are you?" Nerges immediately said angrily, "Brat, who are you to dare to interrupt me like that?" Suddenly she seemed to realize what she shouted. "Why are you here? Haven't the entire dragon clan gone into eternal sleep?" Long Long didn't bother to answer and stuck his nose out. "You son of a bitch." Long Long excitedly asked Do-jun, "Master, as long as we catch this guy, we will be able to go home, right?" Do-jun nodded. Long Long said in a scary tone to Nerges, "I saw it." She panicked. Wait a minute." She pointed at the dragon and asked, "Aren't you a great dragon clan born in the Central Area? How can you be under the command of that person?" Long Long scratched his ear. "What does that have to do with anything?" Nerges was surprised. Long Long's tough, majestic tone and self-esteem can be used to make rice. Can it be used to make rib soup and chicken soup with ginseng? Huh? Nerges couldn't believe what he just heard. What? So Jun took out his phone to check the time and said, "Do you have anything else to say?" "I really don't have enough time." Do-jun held the ball tightly in his hand and then poured mana into it. A black light emitted. It turned into a sword. Nerges are confused. Wait. She tried to justify, "If you kill me, people will not be able to attack the Central Area first." Do-jun also stopped and asked, "Can attack?" Nerges explained, sweating profusely, "If I die, the tutorial area will be unmanaged and the path to the next floors will also be closed. Now you know, I am a very important person, there." Do-jun raised his sword high and replied, "Never mind, I just need to get the consultation ticket." Nerges was scared. "Ah, no, why do you need that vote? If so, we have this way." Nerges flew down to the ground. "I knelt down and apologized. I'm truly sorry for being rude. Please spare my life." Suddenly a notification sounds. "You have received recognition from Nerges." Do-jun wondered, this is actually a poll, right? The notification sounds again. "You have received a ticket bag. The Central Area's tutorial area has been opened." Do-jun stabbed the sword straight into the ground, making Nerges jump. Long Long took a slip and licked it, but it turns out it's inedible. Nerges knelt down on the ground in fear and thought, "Will they spare my life? Probably not. Once they get the vote they will kill me. How can I survive?" But why does the atmosphere seem so quiet? Nerges opened his eyes and saw Do-jun hugging Long Long, carrying a bag of ballots and leaving. What? They just left. Do-jun thought as he moved, "I just need to hand over this pile of petitions and consider my job done. The other hunters will know how to handle the rest." The hug dragon complained, "I was taken away like luggage again." Right at that moment at the entrance to the central area of Sade Mountain, it was pouring rain with thunder and lightning. Group of people Moon A-kyung, Lee Kang-yun, Ryu Jun-yol. A-kyung lamented, "Damn, when will we finally be able to get through the entrance of this place?" Jun-yol continued, "What the heck is the point of going around like this? The entrance still doesn't really show any heart." Kang-yun had to give an opinion. "Okay, for now let's just go back and say report to the association president first." Jun-yol wondered, "What, we have to go now? We also need to rest, boss." Kang-yun replied, "There will be new members joining, so there will be plenty of time later to rest more. I'll just try to bear it a little longer." Jun-yol. He was surprised. "Newbie." Kang-yun explained, "Not new people but new members who joined. They are people from other guilds. Don't think so casually about them." Jun-ryul complained, "You talk too much. Even your mother doesn't talk as much as you do." So A-kyung was sarcastic, "That's why your personality is like this." Jun-ryul immediately laughed and teased back, "What, are you scolding my mother now? I will sue you for defamation." A-kyung could only sigh, "Where did you learn that kind of speech? Like that, it's really torture, honestly." In the quiet office, suddenly the phone rang. Kwon Hyuk-soo picked it up. "Yes, Kwon Hyuk-soo, manager of the crack department. Please listen." Yes. I will pass the message to manager Lee Do-jun right." After hanging up the phone, he quickly moved his chair back towards Lee Do-jun and said, "Do-jun, I just received a phone call from the Human Resources Department. You haven't attended the crack training session yet, right?" "Yes," Lee Do-jun replied. Kwon Hyuk-soo excitedly ran over and said, "So next Monday you should come to the Hunter Management Department to participate in the training event." Lee Do-jun replied, "Yes, I know." After that, he concentrated on returning to work. Lee Do-jun thought to himself, "It's just the right time. I was also planning to go over there to deliver the petition." At the same time, Yi-ji's father appeared like a whirlwind. She said, the second brother has a B-level examination. Lee Do-jun said, of course I know that, we can go together. Cha Yi-ji calmly replied, so I wonder if we can have dinner together. Lee Do-jun suddenly asked again. Lee Do-jun remembers what Yi-ji's father said before, next time let's go have dinner together, I'll invite you, just the two of us. Lee Do-jun suddenly woke up and quickly agreed, okay, Yi-ji's father said with a smile on his face, really, so when you're done, meet me at the main door. The weekend is over, Monday at the Hunter Management Bureau, thank you for being here today, the morning training session is here. The lecturer stood on the podium and said, everyone who goes to lunch, remember to be here when the afternoon training session begins. Everyone left in a hurry. Standing outside, Lee Do-jun thought to himself, it's time to transfer this participation vote. Inside the room, voices were still echoing, I told you I'm tired, please. Outside, Lee Do-jun was still deep in thought. It seemed like there was a guest inside, can I just put it outside the door? Behind him, someone came and saw him in surprise and called out, oh, Manager Lee Do-jun. He breathed heavily and came to the side and said, what's the matter that brought you to the director's office? If you need anything, just call me. Lee Do-jun replied, oh, by the way, I'm accepting it, RIF training is here so I just stopped by. He couldn't hide his surprise and said, yes, training. Lee Do-jun replied seriously, is there a problem? No, he said. Then Lee Do-jun put down the bag he was carrying on his shoulder and said, then can you pass this on to the director for me? He received the bag in a confused state. While looking to see what it was, he saw that Lee Do-jun was about to leave. He asked, manager, Lee Do-jun is about to go to the answering machine. Class is about to start. It's started. I have to go back to class. He was holding a bag and stood there hesitantly, not knowing what to do. Manager. He sighed, then opened the bag. A pale pink light radiated out. He said, what is this? As soon as he looked inside, he was startled. Seeing the card inside, he stiffened and didn't know how to react. The afternoon training session took place. The lecturer came in holding the documents and said, so I would like to start the afternoon training session now. Below, Lee Do-jun looked intently at the documents, and the girl next to him also looked curiously. She saw Lee Do-jun writing endlessly on paper, so she thought to herself, from now on, he's been taking notes so diligently. So she had to put her chin on one side and ask, you there? After all, this is just a lesson about things that everyone knows and we came here just to be present, but why have you been copying all this time? Something. Lee Do-jun answered very seriously, I was hospitalized and not long since my reinstatement, so I'm still not very good at these things, and my mind is not in good shape, so if I don't write it down, it's useless, can't remember anything. When the other girl heard that, she lay down on the table and replied lazily, what's the point of working hard? After all, we're not the manager of Lee Do-jun. Who is Lee Do-jun? The girl seemed to hear something, raised her eyes and asked Lee Do-jun again, what is that? Is he a civil servant whose manager Lee Do-jun you don't know, really? But then she found a stimulating point. The girl kept talking, a legend in the civil service world, someone who deserved the respect of all employees in the industry, an S-class dungeon with a high death rate, up to 99% were guided by him with the result being 0% mortality. He deserves the title of Legend of Legends, and the owner who is called a legend is dumbfounded. The more that girl talked, the more excited she became. In other words, he was a superstar and I had to get his autograph. At the same time, the man talking to Lee Do-jun ran to the training room, then looked back and said, it's in this room. He pointed to Lee Do-jun who was sitting in surprise and said, he's really here, so it's true that he came here to receive training. The lecturer who was enthusiastically writing on the board suddenly stopped because he saw Director Young Chul-jeong coming and asked, Director, what is the matter that you personally came to the training room? Director Young Chul-jeong said coldly, sorry for not informing you in advance, I was in a bit of a hurry so I had to come here suddenly. Lee Do-jun below silently sighed and thought, surely he knows how much I hate being in the spotlight. I thought he was a smart person but turns out he's not. Director Young Chul-jeong went straight to Lee Do-jun's place. The man next to him asked in surprise, what is this? What did that guy do? Director Young Chul-jeong stared at Lee Do-jun and said seriously, Manager Lee Do-jun first, I would like to apologize to you for this suddenness. As soon as they heard this legendary name, everyone shouted, Lee Do-jun, Alpha Nu Eta Tau Alpha is Lee Do-jun. He is the legendary civil servant, the one who took on the role of commander-in-chief of the school during the war, visiting that S-class dungeon. I have to ask for his autograph. Lee Do-jun was extremely calm. He lowered his head a bit and thought helplessly, it seems I can't listen to the lecture anymore. He stood up and walked towards the lecturer and said, "Sorry, but can I be absent for a while?" He looked at young Chul-jong emitting murderous aura behind him and said, "Oh yes, of course." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately left and said, "Let's go to the director's office." Director Young Chul-jong replied, "If you would go, that would be great. Everyone in the training room still doesn't understand what's going on." The girl from earlier regretfully said, "At first I just thought he was a strange, handsome guy, but it turned out he was manager Lee Do-jun." This side of the training room door slammed shut. Lee Do-jun went straight to the point and said, "If you keep appearing like that, our cooperation will be a bit difficult." Director Young Chul-jong nodded and said, "I'm sorry, but the attendance card the central area is a very important thing, so I have no other choice." He heard that and said, "Then later please apologize properly to the people who participated in the lesson." The director did not want to go against his word, so he agreed, "Of course, thank you for understanding me." Watching director Young Chul-jong leave, Lee Do-jun glanced at the situation. He seemed to understand. He thought to himself, "But I need to be like this so that things like this won't happen again in the future." Director Young Chul-jong led the way to his room and said, "I know it's inconvenient for you, but this matter really needs your presence." He said, "Just now the Behemoth Guild returned." At the same time the red-haired guy asked, Will he come here soon?" The blonde girl couldn't hide her surprise and said, "Normal person," and Lee Kang-yoon looked at the familiar person for an instant. The red-haired guy also glanced over to evaluate. Lee Kang-yoon said happily, "Manager Lee Do-jun." He happily ran back to shake hands with Lee Do-jun and said, he couldn't believe it, the person who found the attendance card for the central area was manager Lee Do-jun. Lee Kang-yoon said, "We didn't think that the poll would be outside." Lee Do-jun humbly replied, "I was just lucky," and the red-haired guy kept grumbling and saying something. The blonde girl said coldly, "Ryu-jun-yeol, aren't you going to stand up and say hello properly?" Being called out, Ryu-jun-yeol held up the card and said contemptuously, "You said this is a consultation card, you can tell it's fake by looking at it." Hearing this sentence, director Young Chul-jong stepped on the table and said, "Ryu-jun-yeol, stop it, apologize to me right now, Do-jun," but he didn't pay attention and said, "Hey over there." Ryu-jun-yeol just pointed at himself and said threateningly, "If you dare to trick me, don't blame him." Director Young Chul-jong got angry and shouted, "Ryu-jun-yeol, I told you to stop now." The girl with the short hair angrily turned to say to Lee Kang-yoon, "You should look at your teammates, who would say those words to someone they just met for the first time." He quickly turned back to look at Ryu-jun-yeol said, "Truly sorry, he's not a bad person, he's just not good at speaking." Looking at Ryu-jun-yeol's stupid expression, Lee Do-jun silently assessed that he looked exactly like the kind of trash in the market that he saw when he was still wandering around. On the surface he still calmly said, "No, what's wrong?" Ryu-jun-yeol was angered by Lee Do-jun's attitude. He turned it into a weapon and said, "Do you know what terrible things bringing in fake consultation cards will cause? I'm talking and you still dare to laugh." He stroked his hair and laughed loudly. "Oh right, the civil servants are just the ones behind the hunters and have never been beaten, so they don't know what pain is, so I will let you know directly." After speaking, he held the weapon and accompanied it with lightning bolts. Rushing towards Lee, Do-jun said, "What a scary person you are." Lee Kang-yoon and the blonde girl called out his name in panic, "Ryu-jun-yeol." The sharp tip of the spear stopped between Lee Do-jun's eyebrows, but he didn't even move his eyes. As for Ryu-jun-yeol, he confidently said, "What's wrong? Do you have any feelings yet? Who are you to dare to deceive me?" He put away his weapon and rushed straight towards Lee. Jun patted his shoulder and said, "Are you scared? Why are you standing still like that? Anyway, I don't hit normal people, don't be so tense." "What?" Director Young Chul-jong was so scared that sweat poured down his face. Ryu-jun-yeol arrogantly whistled as he left and said, Our government even trains these scammers. Being too gentle is a sin." Only at this time did Lee Do-jun call out coldly, "Director." Director Young Chul-jong said in fear, "Ah yes." Looking at his smiling face, Young Chul-jong worriedly thought to himself, he wouldn't mind, would he? Lee Do-jun spit out a few words, "This son of a bitch has no manners at all." Lee Kang-yoon and the blonde girl were both stunned. Ryu-jun-yeol angrily said, "You dog." He pointed his finger straight at Lee Do-jun and shouted, "Do you want to die at the hands of this dog?" Lee Do-jun said coldly, "What's wrong with you?" Then his whole body radiated an extremely intimidating aura, staring at Ryu-jun-yeol, who was bewildered and said, "You killed me." Ryu-jun-yeol's whole body stiffened and couldn't move at all. He panicked and thought, What's going on? My body can't move anymore." Lee Kang-yoon and the blonde girl only now reacted. The two of them nervously called out Jun-yeol's name. On this side, Ryu Jun-yeol knelt down on both knees under Lee Do-jun's pressure. He groaned in pain. At this time, Lee Do-jun increased his strength even more. Ryu Jun-yeol clutched his throat, his whole body trembling with sweat pouring out like rain, and said, "Please spare my life, I was wrong." Lee Do-jun just wanted to teach him a lesson. Waiting for Ryu Jun-yeol to beg for his life, he coldly said, "I will forgive you this time, but remember, there won't be a second time." The pressure that Lee Do-jun shot out quickly receded. Ryu Jun-yeol hugged his neck and inhaled for air. Moon A-kyung quickly ran over to help him and asked, "Jun-yeol, are you okay?" Lee Kang-yeon stood to the side observing everything. Right now he couldn't believe his eyes and thought, what the hell, he was able to defeat Jun-yeol with just that kind of luck. He glanced at Lee Do-jun with a slightly shy expression and thought to himself, he's a monster, not human. But Lee Do-jun didn't pay much attention. He spoke up and said, "What's wrong? Why are you calling me? Coming here like this, is it worth it for me to be here at this time?" Director Young Chol-jong, after stroking his chest for a while, sat down in his chair and said, "I would like to express myself frankly as follows. Please join us in fighting the Central Area." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun sighed and refused to say, "I will not join the attack team." The director heard the answer and immediately became silent. But in the end, Director Young Chol-jong still smiled and said, "I know that just because you helped us find the consultation form, we are already very grateful to you." He took a card from Hara's pocket and asked his assistant to bring it back to Lee's place. Jun said, "This is a little bit of our sincerity, please feel free to accept it." Lee Do-jun didn't look at the card but glanced behind him and said, "Director." Director Young Chol-jong looked up and said, "Yes, manager." Lee Do-jun glanced at him then sighed and said, "I'm a civil servant, accepting bribes like this is quite a bit." Director Young Chol-jong quickly stood up and explained, "This is absolutely not a bribe, just a little sincerity to express our gratitude." Lee Do-jun still pretended to answer, "But like this is where we are, it's an open pit." Hearing that, both the director and manager looked sad. At this time he bowed his head a bit. Lee Do-jun expressed resignation and said, "Since the director is so sincere, I really want to maintain a good relationship with the Hunter Management Department." Director Young Chol-jong then happily smiled and said, "Is that true? It's so precious." Pausing for a moment, Lee Do-jun glanced at everyone in the room. He said without fear, "In the future, if I have any request." The director is only allowed to agree. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room fell into an eerie silence. Director Young Chol-jong and Lee Kang-yeon were both extremely stunned. Next to Ryu Jun-yeol was hugging his pillow and sitting in a corner looking very scared. Lee Kang-yeon couldn't believe it and thought, doesn't that mean that he wants to become the head of the Hunter Management Department in the future? Before anything, Director Young Chol-jong said, "I know." Lee Kang-yeon and Moon A-kyung were startled and called, "Director." Director Young Chol-jong didn't answer but looked at Lee Do-jun and said, "But can you promise me this? Just say it," he said. Thinking of the hunters who sacrificed their lives heroically in the crack, Director Young Chol-jong said seriously, "Up to now, many hunters have lost their lives in the crack. The Central Area is an incomparable whole, compares to regular cracks especially in terms of its difficulty." He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "So I hope you can't let the hunters entering the Central Area die in vain." Lee Do-jun nodded and immediately replied, "I will try my best." Hearing that, Director Young Chol-jong clapped his hands. He was extremely happy and said, "Then at any cost I will keep my promise." Lee Do-jun stood up and was about to leave and said, "Let's leave other things for later, I have to go back to the training session." He looked at the director and said, "Also, in the future I hope you can stop bothering unrelated people." Young Chol-jong stood up straight and replied, "I know, then I'll take my leave," Lee Do-jun said. As soon as he left, the three people in the room immediately became exhausted. Director Young Chol-jong leaned back in his chair and said angrily, "Ryu Jun-yeol, I didn't expect you to be such a greedy young horse. You guys still don't know anything." He told the truth. Manager Lee Do-jun was the commander-in-chief during the attack on the S-level dungeon. The story of him defeating the boss alone was true. Just finished speaking, the three people Lee Kang-yeon, Ryu Jun-yeol and Moon A-kyung were all extremely surprised and looked towards him. Director Young Chol-jong continued, "Not only killing the S-level boss, the scary thing was that it didn't even take 1 minute. Ryu Jun-yeol heard that. The fear in his heart that had just passed flared up again." Moon A-kyung asked suspiciously, "Is he human?" Director Young Chol-jong joined in and said, "Could it be? Remember when I used to tease Lee Do-jun? Alpha Nu Ada is not a hunter, right? He looks quite temperamental, and also comforted people when they couldn't test their strength." Lee Kang-yeon held his head, pulled his hair, and cried, thinking, "I didn't know anything, so the first time we met, I even gave him advice. Am I so stupid?" Completely different from Lee Kang-yun, Lee Do-jun didn't have any thoughts about what happened before. He was calmly walking down the hallway to the training room. I had to quickly go back to class. As soon as he returned to the training room, he saw that there was no one inside except the lecturer from earlier. He thought to himself, is everything over yet? Lee Do-jun still walked inside and said, I have to attend class next time. The lecturer turned back to look at him. The lecturer raised his hand to greet him and said, I thought you had an urgent matter so you left. Lee Do-jun said very sincerely, oh that, really sorry teacher. The lecturer scratched his head and laughed, ha ha, you have the director's support so there is no need to apologize. I will judge that you have completed the training so there is no need to worry too much. Lee Do-jun is a bit sad to say, but I only listened for half the session. The lecturer replied, I heard that you have more important things to deal with. This is an order from the director so you don't need to worry. Seeing that, Lee Do-jun nodded and replied, thank you for understanding me. The lecturer held out the yellow box in his hand and said, also this is a random box given to those participating in the training. He honestly said, most people can only open F-level items, so don't expect too much. Lee Do-jun looked at the box in his hand and said politely, thank you teacher. After he turned to leave, the lecturer returned to the table to arrange the materials. He said in a low voice, there was no way a good item could appear there. As soon as she left the building, Yi-ji's father came running from here. She smiled brightly and said, Manager. Lee Do-jun saw her and immediately asked, she came out early and was waiting here, why did she wait so long? Father Yi-ji searched his bag and replied, I just finished work. Cha Yi-ji pulled out a B-level hunter certificate to show off to Lee. Do-jun said, wow, thanks to you, I've become a B-level hunter. Seeing that this was a funny story, Lee Do-jun suggested, let's go eat dinner. Yi-ji's father smiled and agreed. Cha Yi-ji happily ran forward and said, then let's go eat. Okay, let's go, he replied. In the evening after finishing dinner, Yi-ji's father made a suggestion, I'm done eating, do you want some dessert? Lee Do-jun refused saying, it's time to go home then let's leave it for another day okay? Yi-ji said sadly, yes. At Lee Do-jun's apartment. He put the box down in the middle of the house and sat thinking. Carrier asked, what is this, master? Lee Do-jun seriously answered, it's a random box, this is a gift after receiving training. Long Long said, okay, give it his delicious food better. Seeing Sol Yun-hee sitting in one place without any comments, Lee Do-jun asked, Yun-hee, do you want to open it? Sol Yun-hee quickly waved her hand and refused, saying, okay, I've tried opening it several times but my hands are stuck, so I didn't get anything, only F-rank items. Long Long turned to tease her and smiled evilly and said, rotten hands, that sounds dirty. Sol Yun-hee immediately explained, that word doesn't mean that. Long Long still didn't let go and said, Yun-hee was upset, her hands were rotten, and lethargic. Sol Yun-hee angrily ran after her. Long Long, seeing that, Lee Do-jun said, then I'll open it. He took the box and opened it directly. Inside came out layers of red light. Carrier Wow let out a surprised sound. At the same time, Sol Yun-hee hugged the dragon and said, at least there must be yellow light, but as expected, Dad's hand was no exception. Lee Do-jun nodded and said, that must be true. Looking at the yellow light changing color, Sol Yun-hee was extremely surprised. Blue light flared in the box. Sol Yun-hee said in surprise, I've never heard anyone say that this thing will change color. Still not stopping there, the light changed to purple again. She covered her eyes and said, it's purple again. Lee Do-jun didn't understand what was going on. He asked seriously, is this a good thing? Sol Yun-hee's hair flew back. She explained, people say that if blue appears, you can go back in life, but purple appearing in a random box like this is something you've only heard about on the map. It's only 9 o'clock news. So Lee Do-jun replied. Sol Yun-hee continued, isn't this a bit strange? Lee Do-jun stared at the box and said, is that so? Well, it looks good. As soon as Lee Do-jun finished speaking, the mechanical system rang. Congratulations, you are the one who discovered the relic. Jin looked in surprise at the small box in his hand. The box quickly turned into a screen. Lee Do-jun looked at it and thought to himself, is this a good product? I don't feel any different power at all. The system displays the information of the psychometer relic, ataraxia level, psychometer relic level, 0%, magic power 10 plus 0, notes compiled by the Epikuros Psychometer Traveler Encyclopedia specializing in non-specific central areas. If clicking on the display button on each blank page will display the object and be recorded on that page, then the completion in magic power will be increased. Look at the delicate blue book in your hand. Lee Do-jun silently speculated in his mind, is this a relic plan for the central area? Lee Do-jun frowned and thought, if it was the Central Area then the name Nostjas said that the dragon clan was born from the Central Area, then Nostjas said, you are not the great dragon clan that was born from the Central Area or something. Thinking like that, Lee Do-jun turned back to look at Long Long and asked, hey, do you know what this is? Long Long replied, I don't know. Not being able to ask anything from Long Long, so Lee Do-jun glared at him for a long time. Long Long looked at that look and said, hey, what is that look? There's nothing strange about you not knowing. Then Sol Yun-hee spoke up and asked, Carrier, what about your family? Long Long sullenly whispered, no matter what he said, he was also the king of that dragon clan, hic, and Lee Do-jun was still looking at the book, saying, relics. The carrier sat up straight and said, you don't know anything about the Central Area, even though the dragon clan was born in the Central Area, they have no memory of it at all. He caressed the book in his hand and said, is that so? Lee Do-jun saw Yun-hee behind him and asked, Yun-hee, what does granting relics mean? She answered honestly, I don't know, normally the highest level item is S level, this is the first time I've heard of the name relic level. Carrier looked at Lee Do-jun and thought, this is also the first time I've seen the owner care about something like that. He frowned and thought, maybe he was planning to go downtown. Long Long jumped down from Sol Yun-hee's hand and calmly ran around saying, oh, it's not like the food is taking too long until it's time to go to bed, everyone. Sol Yun-hee had no choice but to run after it and say, Long Long, I told you to brush your teeth before going to sleep. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun stood up and said, today, Dad will brush his teeth. Sol Yun-hee said, Dad, Long Long is so stiff that he can't walk. She quickly ran to hug Sol Yun-hee's leg and firmly said, Yun-hee, I was just joking but I'm done, quickly brush my teeth. Long Long wants Yun-hee to brush her teeth. Before Sol Yun-hee could react, Lee Do-jun had already carried Long Long's wings so he said, let's go. Long Long panicked and said, wait, master. Sol Yun-hee waved behind him and said, Long Long, obediently brush your teeth and go to sleep. The carrier also exclaimed, this action of the owner was random. Long Long was still screaming for his life. The next morning, while watching TV, Long Long sighed and said, Hastes, I'm so bored, why do all the dramas seem to be the same these days? He kept changing the channel, saying, if there was any new thing, maybe the screenwriters had run out of ideas. At that moment, there was a loud banging sound from outside. Carrier asked while eating popcorn, didn't the young master say he had work at school so he wouldn't be home until the evening? The big master was at work, there was no way he could come back at this hour. Long Long heard that and immediately became alert. Say, could it be a thief? Long Long bared his bright white teeth and smiled crookedly and said, very good, you're definitely dead. Just when he didn't know how to relieve the pain of having his teeth brushed yesterday, you brought your body here, ha ha. The door outside is also being opened a little. Long Long flew up to threaten that thief, in the name of justice, go and die. A hand grabbed at Dharma on its face. Lee Do-jun walked in and looked at Long Long and asked, what are you doing? Long Long didn't dare to move, he was sweating and said, aha, master. Lee Do-jun looked at it and said, yesterday's resentment. Long Long cried and said, no, it's not like that, it's really not like that. Long Long was devastated and had nothing to say. Carrier walked over and obediently bowed his head. Master, you're back. Yes, Do-jun replied. Long was dropped off and immediately wiped his tears and asked, Master got off work so early today. Lee Do-jun put the things on the table and replied, no. Long Long was rubbing his face and suddenly stopped moving. He thought to himself, isn't it? Could it be that the owner has been fired? Considering his behavior, this is very possible. So he cried and whispered, now that the owner is unemployed, is it possible that I will never be able to eat meat again? Lee Do-jun took the food out of his bag and replied, it's not like that, tonight I have to go to Gangwon-do on business so I just came back to pick up my luggage and also planned to cook dinner for everyone. Long Long happily said, then that's lucky, too bad the owner intended to go directly to the kitchen, he replied. Carrier wondered, Won-do gang. Long Long in the back advised, Master, it's better to let Yun-hee do the cooking. Master, Lee Do-jun went inside and thought, should I clean up first? Looking into the extremely clean and shiny bedroom, he thought to himself, it's all clean. He stroked his chin and thought, so I'll go wash it. Going there, he remained silent, not knowing what to say. Looking at the blankets and clothes that had been washed and dried, he silently groaned, this has already been done, when did she do it? Carrier came over and explained, after Master goes to work, Master will clean everything up before going to school. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun sighed and thought, I know Yun-hee is quite different from the female students nowadays but to this extent. He immediately turned around and walked into the kitchen with the thought, then let's go cook. Long Long quickly followed Lee Do-jun and said, Master, aren't you the one planning to cook? Looking at the pot of soybean soup boiling on the stove, Long Long took a breath and said, it's fragrant, but can you let Yoon-hee make a side dish of meat? The three people were making noise with each other when there was a loud noise outside. The carrier said, it seems like the young master has returned. Lee Do-jun was tasting the soup and turned around and said, he came back just in time. Sol Yoon-hee packed her bag and looked into the kitchen wondering, Dad, when did you come back? Lee Do-jun replied, tonight I have to go to Gangwon-do on business so I'll stop by the house for a bit. He brought the pot of soup to the table and said, come on, sit down. Sol Yoon-hee looked at the table of food and let out a surprised sound. She sat down to pick up the rice and said, I will eat deliciously. Lee Do-jun replied, well, eat it, but why don't you ever ask Dad for pocket money? Sol Yoon-hee said, pocket money, I already have it and Dad gave me 720,000 won last month. Lee Do-jun was surprised. So Sol Yoon-hee listed out a series of household expenses, 250,000 won for a vacuum cleaner, 340,000 won for a dryer, going to the market, buying canned herring, and kimchi. Lee Do-jun sighed and said, that's living expenses, I'm talking about money to buy personal items for you. Sol Yoon-hee raised 3 fingers and said, I spent 30,000 won on travel expenses, and also. Lee Do-jun patiently explained, no, I mean pocket money, when you go with friends you also need money. Sol Yoon-hee picked up the beef ball and said, it's okay, your dad would rather stay home and play with the dragon. Lee Do-jun said, you have to go out with friends to have social relationships, but anyway, just tell Dad when you need to. She replied yes, and Long Long skewered a dumpling on any. Luke said, bean sauce soup as dumplings. Lee Do-jun finished eating and stood up to say, so Dad, I'm about to go. Yoon-hee asked, Dad, I already have to go. Lee Do-jun put on his coat, put on his bag and went out and said, this is a bit urgent. Sol Yoon-hee reminded, Dad, be careful. Long Long and Carrier said in unison, Master, be careful. Waiting for Lee Do-jun to leave, Long Long looked at the table of delicious food in front of him and said, so the owner's meals are all yours, all mine? Carrier, you only eat animal food, right? I don't know how to enjoy the joys of life. He was about to glance at the carrier sitting on the sofa, but he couldn't see the dragon's shadow anywhere. Long Long looked around and called, Carrier. At this moment the carrier ran into the room. Sol Yoon-hee sat looking at the food table in front of her and thought, Dad is so busy, there's no time to eat anymore. On this side, Lee Do-jun had just left the subdivision when a loud call rang out, Master. As soon as he finished calling, everyone around him was extremely confused. They whispered, I must have heard something wrong. No, you heard it too. The immature voice rang out again, wait, Master please wait a moment. Lee Do-jun frowned and turned around to look. A purple-haired girl quickly ran over and said, can we go together, Master? The tall uncle looked at that strange scene and said, Master, this is happening in broad daylight, and the couple who just got off work also spoke. Did you hear what the kid just said? No, this is crazy, we have to report it to the police immediately. She immediately ran back and told the tall uncle, you thug, please say something, could that child have been tricked by that uncle? He immediately said, don't worry too much, just calm down. Old lady, who are you calling a thug? On this side, the little girl clenched her hand and said, luckily you haven't gone far yet. Lee Do-jun didn't recognize him so he said, who is that? The girl immediately explained, yes, the owner can't see, it's me, the carrier. Lee Do-jun asked in surprise, what is the carrier? The little carrier girl raised her big round eyes and said, yes, this appearance is a bit inconvenient but it helps me to be less noticeable, so that's it. On the other side, the office boy was still surprised and said, the girl continued to call him Master. Lee Do-jun said, it's really magical, then he turned his head to look back at the group of people watching the play behind him. They gathered in 5 groups of 3 and looked at him with sharp eyes. In order not to alarm others, Lee Do-jun led the carrier away and said, but first we should move, the girl said for a moment. At that moment, a hand was placed on Lee Do-jun's shoulder and said, kid, where are you going? The tall uncle said, you trash, you have to go with me to the police station right away. Lee Do-jun turned back to explain, I understand why you did this but things are not what you think. The big uncle raised his fist and said threateningly, it's nothing, I don't want to have to beat you in front of children, so if you're smart, follow me. Seeing his overreaction, Lee Do-jun thought helplessly, this is also everyone's natural reaction so I don't know what to say. The tall uncle glanced at the carrier and said, because this kid is here, he has tried very hard to hold back, otherwise you would have died by his hands a long time ago, you bastard. In Lee Do-jun's mind, he thought, how to explain this? His mouth said, it's because. Before he could finish his sentence, a small hand squeezed the big uncle's neck and scolded him. The big uncle collapsed to the ground. He couldn't breathe. The carrier glanced coldly and said, a low-class person like yours dares to speak rudely to his master. Lee Do-jun said helplessly, Carrier, stop it. Carrier said angrily, Master, I can't ignore this person. Lee Do-jun sighed and said, if we continue to stay here, it will become more and more troublesome, so we should just stay away for now. So he lifted the carrier girl up. Carrier calls, Master. Lee Do-jun turned back to look at the group of people and said, I understand that this situation feels strange and easy to misunderstand, but this is not what everyone thinks, please rest assured. Carrier said, Master, why do you leave that man alone? The more those people heard, the more uncomfortable they became. Lee Do-jun said softly, come on, be quiet. He called a taxi to go. The carrier was still screaming, wait there, lowly human. Sitting in the taxi, Lee Do-jun said, Driver, take me to Sade Mountain. The driver happily said, are you going there to travel with your daughter? Waiting to get to Sade Mountain, the driver said, we're here, the taxi fee seems a bit high, hee. Lee Do-jun took out the money to pay for the taxi and replied, please send me the money, you have worked hard. Carrier looked at the money that had flown away. The girl said dully, walking at a snail's pace, but it was only 350,000 won. Lee Do-jun had already turned around and left. The carrier was still counting the money saying, unbelievable, 350,000 won, with that amount of money, couldn't you buy 7 bags of food? So the girl had to run after Lee Do-jun and said, Master, if I fly here it will only take about 10 minutes, why would you ride that pile of red dirt? Lee Do-jun replied, if doing so will attract a lot of attention, money is just an external thing, so don't worry too much about it. He calmly said, also, later when in this form, calling me master is taboo, understand? Carrier looked up at him in confusion and asked, oh, what should I do? Will the master kick me out of the master's nest? Lee Do-jun replied, it's very possible. At the same time a father and son passed by and said, Dad, can we eat hot dogs with America? Your son can eat anything he wants. Dad, mine is the best. Lee Do-jun looked at them for a long time as if he was thinking about something. After waiting for a moment, he said, in this form, call me Dad. Carrier hesitantly said, me. Carrier happily said, it's really okay to do that. Lee Do-jun nodded and thought to himself, I have to do this so I won't be misunderstood anymore, but what can I do? Carrier happily and smilingly called out, yes Dad. Lee Do-jun patted the girl's head and said, let's go eat too. The carrier quickly replied, you didn't bring your own food. Lee Do-jun said, if you eat that kind of food in this form, I might really have to go to the police station. At some flower store up the road. Looking at the delicious bowl of noodles in front of him, the carrier innocently asked, what is this? It's noodles, Lee Do-jun replied. Lee Do-jun used chopsticks to feed the carrier noodles and said, when he was at home, Yoon-hee's health was not good, otherwise we wouldn't be able to eat this dish at times like this. He continued, because I only like dog food, so it might not be to my taste. As soon as Carrier chewed, he felt an explosion of taste. The little girl hugged her face happily and said, it's so delicious, really Lee Do-jun said. He said, it was a bit rushed so I didn't ask you why you followed me. Carrier was eating and immediately bowed his head and said, Dad, you were planning to go to the downtown area alone? Yes, he said. Carrier raised his head and said, even if it was Dad, there would still be danger. Lee Do-jun replied, so what? The little girl banged on the table and said, Dad, why are you asking that? I told you it would be dangerous. I don't remember exactly, but the feeling that place gives me is definitely not wrong. Lee Do-jun patted the girl's head and said, thank you for worrying about me. It'll be okay if I go alone. Carrier clenched his hands as if to advise again, Dad, if you were in danger, everyone would definitely be very sad, so I will also go with you to protect you. The girl secretly thought to herself, if it was a carrier, maybe it would know how to protect itself. Lee Do-jun comforted her, then to be sure, come with me, I'm counting on you. Carrier's small face seriously nodded and replied, yes. At the entrance to the center of Sade Mountain, the crack was emitting flashes of lightning, surrounded by trees and rocky mountains. 2 people stood in front of the crack. Lee Do-jun looked at it and said, its size is too big, let's go in. Yes, the carrier replied. Carrier had transformed back into his original form. He firmly thought, little master, please rest comfortably at home, I will definitely keep you safe and sound. After thinking about it, he and Lee Do-jun jumped into the hole together. The two people freely fell down and had just touched the ground. Lee Do-jun spoke up, "Is this the place where we should go before entering the real entrance of the downtown area?" Looking at the surrounding scenery, there were trees floating in the sky, he said. Compared to what the guild said, it seemed quite peaceful. Lee Do-jun reached into his pocket and took out a few things, giving them to the carrier and said, "To get in the door, you'll need this." Carrier held the ticket in his hand and stared at the card. He asked, "What is this?" Lee Do-jun explained, "It was one of the attendant's tickets, but there were countless monsters appearing, it seems true." At the same time, a goblin appeared in the sky rushing down. Carrier waited for 1 hour. Then he looked up at the sky and turned to say to Lee Do-jun, "Master, please stay behind me." A fire flared up in his hand and he said, "Let me handle this guy." Lee Do-jun quickly grabbed the carrier's hand and said, "Wait a minute," he said in confusion. "Yes, sir." Lee Do-jun calmly said, "If you do that, you will be knocked out." Carrier looked at the hand touching the fire and urgently said, let go of my hand, master." Lee Do-jun immediately let go of his hand. The carrier asked worriedly, "Oh, is your hand okay?" and at the same time released an amount of dark energy and said, "It's okay." Lee Do-jun seems to have no grasp of the source of power said, "Also, carrier, you don't need to pay attention to the monsters." He said very coldly, he would have to deal with it all this weekend. That's why it's better to just let me do it myself. A ray of light slashed straight in the middle of the goblin's head, its whole body split into two, saying, "Then we could go to work on Monday." The giant goblin immediately fell down, a breeze blew, and an extremely loud noise rang out. Lee Do-jun looked at it very calmly and said, "Oh, it seems like I've gone a bit overboard." The carrier's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The volcanic lava erupted hundreds of meters high. Lee Do-jun's face remained unchanged, but that should be the case, the trash will be afraid and avoid it. The lake's surface below also appeared small ripples. A budding spirit gradually looked around and thought to himself, shockingly, there is a new person entering the central area. It looked up at the sky through the water and thought, I can still feel his power here, the strong man has arrived. Then the spirit suddenly covered his mouth and smiled deceitfully, "Ha ha, after all, I'm quite bored, finally there is a toy worth playing with, I hope you will get here quickly." After dealing with that goblin, the two of them left immediately. The carrier asked, "Master, where is the entrance?" Lee Do-jun walking in front said, "Based on the aura we feel, we're probably almost there." Going a little further, ahead is the entrance to the crack. The carrier pointed towards it and said, "Isn't that the entrance?" Lee Do-jun replied, "Maybe so." The carrier trotted forward and said, "So the villain will go first to scout." Suddenly there was a sound. The carrier cried out 2 times. Looking at the man lying on the ground, the vines were wrapping around his body. The carrier turned towards Lee Do-jun said, "Master, at the entrance there is a person in distress, that person is seriously injured." He hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Is that a human worker?" Lee Do-jun opened the book and looked at it for a bit and said, "Let's see if it's a human being, of course we have to save it." He pointed to the illustration in the audiobook, but it said, "That existence is not human." The book's voice rang out, "Please specify the subject to be verified." The book turned to the man who gave the results, noting that this was a person of hell. The Ataraxia analyst's completion level has increased. The book gives information, classification, plant traps explained. After catching the opponent off guard by the human-like shape will approach and attack suddenly if you don't know and get close. Your face will be peeled off. Be careful, the danger level is 1 star. The system will say again, you have achieved the nickname of a psychopathic traveler. The system notifies again, your magic power has been replenished. Lee Do-jun kept staring at the book and thinking, it would be great if I could read the whole book, but right now time is tight, I have to go first. Carrier ran to hug Lee Do-jun's leg. On the side of the cracked door, a light flared up again. Looking at the hell man crawling towards him, the carrier cried out in fear. It called out, "Master." Lee Do-jun bent down to look at it. Carrier was trembling all over, clinging even tighter to Lee's leg. Do-jun said, "Master, I don't think it's scary." Lee Do-jun bent down and caressed the carrier's head to comfort him. "You're very scared, right?" That's what the carrier said hesitantly. Lee Do-jun said gently, "If you're scared, just tell the truth, I'll take you home." Carrier shyly replied, "If the villain comes in with the master, will he hold the villain's leg?" Hearing that, Lee Do-jun immediately understood. He opened his hand to Carrier and said, "Okay Carrier, I guarantee there will be no mistakes. So let's go together." Lee Do-jun asked. The carrier put his small dragon hand on his hand and said, "Yes." He thought to himself, if he goes with the owner, there probably won't be any problem. Then one person and one dragon held hands and went into the tunnel. The carrier said, "Master, there is something strange here." Carrier hugged his head. His body felt extremely uncomfortable and said, the villain felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier. "Is that so?" Lee Do-jun said. Hearing this sentence, the carrier's eyes gradually closed. He struggled and said, "Yes, just a little. No, I have to stay awake." Then darkness covered the carrier. Lee Do-jun held it up to look at it, saw that it had fainted and called, "Carrier." So Lee Do-jun transferred the carrier onto his back and continued forward. Well, he had to pay it forward. On the first floor of the tutorial center. The carrier let out a few sounds, perhaps waking up. He opened his eyes sleepily, thinking in his head, "It's so warm, should I sleep a little longer?" Carrier then closed his eyes and enjoyed it a little more. As if thinking of something, Carrier suddenly got up and said, "Ah no, I'm in the downtown area." Next to Lee Do-jun was leisurely fishing and asked, "Are you awake?" Carrier called back, "Master." Seeing Lee Do-jun so leisurely, the carrier asked, "What are you doing?" He replied, "I'm fishing. I heard that this fishing rod can catch antiques." Where could Carrier find a stick and poke it into the water and say, I mean, what bastard would dare to give orders to his master? Lee Do-jun was extremely satisfied with what the carrier said, which was not an order. "This is more like an exam, and your house looks much better now." Carrier looked at Lee Do-jun with extremely admiring eyes and thought, not only that, his condition is much better than usual, perhaps because he was born from the central area. His vitality has increased. Suddenly like that, out of his mouth he said, "Yes, I don't know why, I have a strange feeling of peace." It coyly approached Lee Do-jun and said, "But if the owner doesn't go down there and catch him himself, wouldn't that be faster?" Lee Do-jun replied, "I heard that if he did that, the animal would disappear because yet I'm waiting until my lover's house wakes up." "Yes, what is it?" the carrier asked. Lee Do-jun injected magic power into the rod and replied, "Because I don't want to make noise when your family is sleeping so soundly." Carrier said even more confusedly, "It was just fishing, how could he make noise?" Lee Do-jun's magic power was transmitted into the water. He said, "Yes, it is possible." Carrier bent down to stare at the water and said, "Master." Suddenly the water surface fluctuated. Lee Do-jun shouted a warning, "Quickly move back, Carrier. There is a possibility that the water will splash very strongly." As soon as he finished speaking, a column of water shot up 10 meters high. Looking at the fish, watches, and books splashing onto the shore, the carrier stammered and said, "Master, are you doing this too? This speed is too fast." Carrier quickly grabbed a fish and said, "It's not like we broke the rules, right?" Lee Do-jun approached and picked up the clock on the ground and replied, "I fish with a fishing rod and it's not against the rules." Looking at the fishing rod that was gradually disappearing, he thought to himself, "Will this fishing rod automatically disappear after catching the artifact? Is the mission over?" Lee Do-jun looked at the system that appeared and said, "What will be the next mission?" The system board displays a notification. "You have caught 3 ancient artifacts, you have acquired a profession, your magical power has increased to 0,5. Do you want to combine the acquired artifacts to summon a higher level artifact?" Lee Do-jun thought to himself, "This doesn't seem like a mission. What is it? There's no reason for me to refuse." Looking at the 3 items in his hand, he immediately said yes. System notification, starting the combination. Combination result, you have obtained the Magician's Bracelet. The bracelet floats in the air. The system gives instructions for use. Magician's Bracelet, Level 3 Jewelry Classification, explanation of 30% damage increase with all skills reducing 10% cost, mana cost for all magic skills. 1. This is the bracelet the magician Loi used. Looking at the bracelet in his hand, Lee Do-jun exclaimed, "This will suit Yoon-hee very well." The carrier threw away the fish in his hand and ran to ask, "Is this very good, master?" Lee Do-jun bent down and stroked its head and said, "Well, we are quite lucky," the carrier said with a blush, congratulating the owner. Lee Do-jun rummaged through his pockets and thought to himself, "What should I do now?" Suddenly he stopped and looked towards the sea ahead. A crack appeared in the sky, and waves rolled up in the sea. A hand ripped out of the sky. Carrier saw that there was danger. He ran up to cover Lee's body. Jun said, "Master, please stay behind the villain." It turned out to be the spirit from before. It smiled and thought, "Oh ho, you came earlier than I thought." Lee Do-jun asked coldly, "Who are you?" Carrier also gritted his teeth and looked at the spirit. The little elf smiled and said, "Me." It pouted its cute mouth and said, "I am Tusitala, the most steadfast assistant to the adventurers coming to this land." Tusitala appeared seductive and blew a kiss to Lee Do-jun, hoping to get help. Lee Do-jun looked at her silently as if she was sick. Three people with 6 eyes looked at each other and the atmosphere was extremely quiet. Tusitala flew over and smacked Lee's head. Do-jun said, "Ah, my beloved adventurer, why don't you react at all?" Seeing that he still didn't react at all, Tusitala flared up with power and said, "Hey." Carrier noticed that the air was changing. He thought to himself, what is this? What is this strange airflow? The flow of power around Tusitala became more and more dense. She pointed at Lee Do-jun and said, "Do you want to play a little?" The flow of power around Tusitala became more and more dense. She pointed at Lee Do-jun and said, "Do you want to play a little?" Carrier's whole body trembled. He growled angrily and looked at Tusitala. Lee Do-jun suddenly blocked the carrier's eyes and said, "Get behind me, Carrier." It asked, "Master." Tusitala suddenly covered her face. Her whole body felt like it was struck by lightning, thinking, wait, no, it's been a long time since I got a new toy. If they die right away, then what's the fun? After thinking about it, it kept flying around saying, "Oh, what is this? Everyone, have you felt the terrifying aura that has been pouring out strongly recently?" After talking for a while, Tusitala landed on Lee Do-jun's head. She breathed a happy sigh and said, "I'm so scared, adventurer, you must be so scared." He closed his eyes and said, "Surely you already know how scary this place is, right?" Seeing that Lee Do-jun's face did not change at all, Tusitala leaned close to his ear and said, "If it weren't for me, you would die immediately." Lee Do-jun glanced at it but said nothing. He remembered the goblins he had defeated before, then looked at Tusitala and silently assessed, It looks stronger than other monsters. Suddenly he smiled and thought to himself, but it's probably just tolerable. Tusitala saw Lee Do-jun's difficult attitude. She was extremely angry and thought, "I'm talking, but how dare you laugh like that?" She spread a murderous aura in her palm and thought to herself, "Should I just kill him right away?" Suddenly she stopped and no longer burst out with power. She gritted her teeth and thought, no, I have to endure. We have to prolong the fun as long as possible." Thinking about it, she flew in front of Lee Do-jun boat and said, "Then, friendly Tusitala, I will start introducing you to the central area." Tusitala didn't know where to get a stick. She began to explain that this place had a high concentration of magic power, so the strength of the adventurers would be weakened, leading them to death. Tusitala stood above a group of fainted people, his whole body emitting a halo, and said, "So the most important thing here is magic resistance," Tusitala said very confidently with her hands on her hips. "Anti-magic is the power that helps prevent and protect the body from the intrusion of magic. This type of power is neutral and unpredictable. It may or may not be good for vitality. Raising magic resistance is a very difficult task." I emphasized the point correctly, didn't I? Oh, I'm so friendly. She flew up again and said, "Also, the deeper you go, the more concentrated the magic power will be." She looked down at the black hole below and asked, "Has your house accumulated enough anti-magic power?" The hole tried to absorb anti-magic again. Tusitala said coldly, "It had to be a lot." She flew back and forth around Lee's head. Do-jun said, "It seems my beloved adventurer is ready." She kept laughing crazily, hugging her body and saying, "But even so, if it weren't for my help." Suddenly Lee Do-jun spoke up, "How would you know how to go down to deeper levels?" "Yes." Tusitala was extremely angry and said, "For the last time, I will only help here." She pointed forward and said, "Each floor will have challenges, and the challenge on this floor is to catch the monster Re, which must be completed before you can reach the next floor." Tusitala kept giving warnings, saying, "The monster Re is very scary, isn't it? We can also jump from here, but we will 100% die." At this time, Lee Do-jun spoke up and replied, "It seemed like there was nothing wrong with running down." Tusitala bowed his head without answering. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm so angry." Her face twisted. She looked at Lee Do-jun with bullet-shaped eyes and said, "It's been a long time since I had a toy, so I have favored you a lot, but why are you so arrogant and clueless?" Lee Do-jun glanced at her with disdain and thought, what the analyst wrote in the book was indeed very accurate. He continued thinking, "For now, I will believe in the information the book provides." The carrier behind him tugged at Lee Do-jun's pant leg and said, "Master, it's too dangerous, little guy." Tusitala took out a spear and said angrily, "Just right, don't let me kill you." The system gives a notification, classifying goblins, lying explanations, psychopaths, orphans, calls himself an assistant but takes pleasure in the adventurer's suffering and cannot argue with or oppose this person, because he will go crazy. 10 stars dangerous. Carrier said behind him, "Are you mistaken about something? You have to readjust yourself." Lee Do-jun's power flared up. He said coldly, "It's you." Then there was a very loud bang. A moment later, Tusitala's whole body was extremely disheveled. She was wearing a bracelet and cried, "Sorry, sorry adventurer, really sorry." Lee Do-jun walked away while holding Tusitala's rope and said, "Stop going and be less fierce." She who wiped her tears and cried. Tusitala was beaten to the point where one eye exploded and pointed forward, saying, "That bird is a monster." The bird locked in the cage was struggling to get out. Tusitala said, "Can the explorer let me out now?" "No," Lee Do-jun replied. Tusitala was still crying. On Lee Do-jun's back, Carrier covered his mouth and chuckled. He deserved it. Carrier stuck out his tongue teasingly. Tusitala angrily said, "Why am I lying to people's houses?" Lee Do-jun looked at the book and said, "If I catch that bird, I can go down to the second floor of the tutorial, right?" Hearing that, the tutor crossed her arms and seriously said, "Oh, yes, that's right." She flew to Lee Do-jun's place and said, "Is this an analysis book? Is it fake?" Lee Do-jun replied, "It's real." Seeing Lee Do-jun putting the book back, the tutorial quickly said, "Huh, how did this fall into someone's hands? Isn't this being held by an old man?" Lee Do-jun pulled out a tablet from his pocket and pressed it to say, "I can gotcha, the button slot information at this level is okay. I listened to the tutorial for a while and didn't understand it, so I said, gotcha. What gotcha is that?" Lee Do-jun immediately criticized and said, "Ah, you talk so much." The tutorial flying around replied, "Anyway, if you want to open the barrier, you have to wait 5 minutes during which time you explain it to me in detail, or not." At the same time, Lee Do-jun put his hand on the bird cage and said, "No, I don't have time." The tutorial quickly rubbed his hand to appease him. "Anyway, because of the barrier, all the adventurer's actions are it's all useless." Following his hand, a blue flame flared up around the cage. Lee Do-jun said, "What is a barrier?" Tutorial's whole body was stunned, her face was stiff and she couldn't believe her eyes, and no words could come out of her mouth. Seeing that the cage had a hole in it and the bird inside was lying on the ground, the tutorial let out a cry. Her face flashed with panic and she said, "The barrier hasn't been opened yet, how could you?" Before you can finish your exclamation, the system will notify you that you have successfully dealt with the boss monster alone. 168 hours later, the door to phase 2 of the tutorial will be opened. Please choose one of the 2 items below. Random artifact from stage 3, Traveler's Memories. Looking at the red diamond and a random box in front of the carrier, he said, "Random artifact from phase 3, good stuff here." The purple box lights up, the notification system, the random box of artifacts from stage 3 or higher, the memories of the traveler in stage 1 of the tutorial. When used, you will be immediately taken to the moment of completing the stage. Part 1 of the tutorial can only be used once. If you choose the traveler's memory, after 10 minutes you will be automatically forced out of the central area. Lee Do-jun did not hesitate and took the diamond next to him and said, "I choose the traveler's memory." Hearing this, the tutorial's whole body was extremely shocked. She pointed to the random box over there and said, "Oh my god, why did you choose that one? The random box with the artifact from phase 3 has a very high value in this place." Lee Do-jun looked at the diamond and said, "Because I have to go to work next week." Carrier clung to Lee Do-jun's shoulder and said regretfully, "But when we get back we just need to run." "Master," he replied, "there's something we need to prepare before Monday so we have to hurry up," but which the carrier continued. On this side, when listening to the conversation of 2 people, the tutorial widened his eyes and opened his mouth, thinking, "This guy is really crazy, how can he be crazy to this extent?" Lee Do-jun glanced at her and called, "You." The tutorial was startled and replied, "I didn't say anything nonsense." The system rang. "You selected the traveler's memory, you were forced out of the central area." Lee Do-jun said coldly, "Wait here for me and I'll come again next week." So there was no one left in front of the tutorial. She was scared when she heard that Lee Do-jun still wanted to come. Tutorial shouted, "Don't come again, please." The scene changes to Lee Do-jun's apartment. Sol-yeon he is standing in the kitchen struggling to cook rice. Long Long was sitting at the dining table waiting for his meal. Yoon-hee, hey, she turned around and responded. Looking at a table full of glistening vegetables, she asked, "Why isn't there any meat?" Sol-yeon he walked over and poked Long Long's round belly with her hand, teasingly saying, looking at her big belly, she had to eat vegetables too, not eating meat every day. Long Long was very unhappy being teased and said, "Is it because the owner is not at home that I don't let you eat meat?" Sol-yeon he glanced in surprise and replied, "No, that's not the case." She calmly said, "I did it all for your health." Long Long growled extremely angry but couldn't do anything. So in the next second, he was angry. The whole person flew up and said, "You are stingy, you are petty, you are mean." Long Long asked again and again, whining and saying, I'm also your family member, why are you discriminating like that? Today, Sol Yun he slowly stuffed the food into her mouth but still did not forget to reply, please be patient, when Dad comes home I will make a lot of meat for you to eat. Long Long angrily pouted his lips, tears still lingering in his eyes. So he immediately jumped off the dining table. Seeing that, Sol Yun he stopped and asked, where are you going and don't eat anymore? Long Long replied. Long Long ran all the way to the balcony, raised his big round eyes and said, Mr. Moon. Her eyes sparkled, tears welling up and she said, did you hear my prayer? The moon smiled kindly and replied, no, I didn't hear anything. Below, Long Long spread out his arms and legs, crying and screaming, please take the owner home. Ha ha, the white man said helplessly, I told you I couldn't hear anything, but why? Long Long sullenly cried. Suddenly there was a sound. Long Long was startled and said, oh maybe. At the same time, Lee Do-jun slowly walked in and said, Dad is home. The carrier climbing behind Lee Do-jun's shoulder also spoke up, I'm home, sister. Long Long's whole body was excited and he happily called out, Master. So excited that Long Long licked his mouth with saliva flowing out, he even laughed extremely fiercely. Lee Do-jun stood there dumbfounded as he watched it fly. A second later, he dodged his head to the side, and the dragon immediately hit the wall. Sol Yun he approached and said, why did Dad say he would go until Sunday? Lee Do-jun replied, well, work ended early so Dad got to go home early. Sol Yun he quickly asked, Dad, have you eaten yet? Lee Do-jun dropped the carrier and said, don't worry, it's late now, I'll get something to eat later. Hearing that, Sol Yun he quickly grabbed his arm and said, that's not possible. Lee Do-jun looked at her arm, then Sol Yun he quickly let go and said, Dad, just go take a shower first, take it slow. Then she looked down at the carrier and said, Carrier, you should go take a shower too. He raised his eyes and replied, yes, I have to take a shower too. So all three of them went to the bathroom. Outside Sol Yun he said, just take it slow and take a shower, you know. Lee Do-jun called out, Dad knows. Carrier also replied, yes, young master. Inside the bathroom, Lee Do-jun was relaxing in the bathtub, humming a song while Long Long was standing on the side crying. Lee Do-jun opened his eyes and glanced at him and said, how long are you going to stay like that? He smiled and said, I didn't mean to avoid it. Long Long replied sadly, it was all just excuses. So Lee Do-jun just ignored it. He looked at Carrier and said, Carrier, just leave it in the bathtub with you. Carrier replied, yes master. Hearing that, Long Long was covering his nose with paper to prevent it from bleeding. He glanced sideways at the carrier and said, hey, you should think carefully, should you choose me or your master? Carrier looked over. The dragon said menacingly, I am the tyrant king of the dragons. After hearing that, the carrier still didn't care and went into the bathtub to soak. Long Long clapped his hands and cried loudly, this guy should at least pretend to think a little. The carrier said very comfortably, no matter what year you think, it won't change the results. Long Long didn't resist anymore. He slowly crawled up to the bathtub. Lee Do-jun saw that and immediately said, you should come in here quickly. Soaking in the warm water bath, I immediately narrowed my eyes. 1 second later, Long Long happily returned and said, it's so warm, this is heaven, nothing else. The carrier also relaxed and said, yes sir. Later, Lee Do-jun said, hurry up and eat and I'll brush your teeth. Long Long was not pleased. As soon as they walked out of the bathroom, the three people were extremely surprised to see Sol Yun he's whole body smelling of oil smoke. She picked up the spoon and looked at them and said, has everyone finished bathing yet? Lee Do-jun took one look at her, then looked down at the table and said, Yun-hee, please tell me. Looking at the extremely sumptuous table of food in front of him, Lee Do-jun asked, what day is today? The carrier on the left said, wow, those dishes are glowing. The dragon on the right also wowed. Sol Yun he happily said, Dad, you worked hard this weekend and I just want to encourage you to try harder. Sitting at the dining table, Lee Do-jun said, Long Long called out, Master, please give me a shout. Long Long innocently said, from now on don't go anywhere else please master. Lee Do-jun asked confusedly, what's wrong? Hearing Long Long's complaints, Sol Yun he's entire body radiated an intimidating aura. She fiercely turned to look at Long Long and said, Long Long, it would be better for you to eat quietly. The words he wanted to say were swallowed by Sol Yun he's intimidating aura. Long Long covered his mouth with his hand and said, yes. After calmly resolving Long Long, Sol Yun he calmly turned to Lee Do-jun and asked, Dad, what did you eat for lunch? He hesitantly replied, oh Dad. Before he could finish his sentence, the carrier stole the words, eat noodles. Carrier happily continued, "It's delicious, sister." As if he realized he had said something wrong, he immediately covered his mouth. The dragon on the other side stood up and said, "Oh, that dish that appeared on TV." Long Long was jealous and angry and said, "Your family gets to eat food that I have never eaten before." Lee Do-jun spoke up and said, "Dad, I'm sorry." Sol Yun-hee smiled brightly and replied, It's okay to eat just once." Lee Do-jun said in surprise, "Is that so?" Long Long put his head close and thought to himself, "I have to ask her to make it for me to eat." But he wasn't happy for even a minute. Sol Yun-hee spewed out a series of harmful effects of eating noodles as follows, "But, I think Dad should limit eating such dishes. Noodles contain sodium exceeds the allowed level. If you regularly eat foods high in cholesterol, you will be at risk of high blood pressure and cardiovascular diseases such as heart failure, myocardial infarction, angina, and bone diseases such as osteoporosis is really dangerous." It's scary to hear that. Long was speechless, while Carrier was excited as if he had discovered new knowledge. Sol Yun-hee continued to say, "Not only noodles, we also have to limit eating fast food because they contain too much sodium. We must eat foods that contain fruits and vegetables." Long Long stared at the Carrier, who was taking out a notebook to write down, and silently lamented, quit, definitely don't eat noodles." After a while of explaining, the whole family had eaten. Lee Do-jun put down the clean rice and said, "Yun-hee, Dad finished eating." Sol Yun-hee replied, "Did Dad eat well?" "It was delicious," he replied again. Lee Do-jun stood up from the table and said, "So Dad, get up first. He has something to do." Sol Yun-hee replied, "Yes, it's the weekend, Dad." He immediately said, "Dad has to attend a match on Monday. The prize was held at the South Korean Air Defense." Sol Yun-hee immediately asked, "Can I help you?" The dragon next to her stroked her belly and exclaimed, "Hee, so happy." Lee Do-jun replied, "The product information is made public after the auction is over, so it's okay, no need to prepare anything." Hearing that, Sol Yun-hee was suspicious and asked, "Isn't it a scam?" Lee Do-jun replied, It's a bit strange." The next day, Monday, the seller at the auction was introducing the product. "I would like to start with product number 34 with a starting price of 5,000, so below immediately rang out sky-high amounts of money. Zai continued, "The allowable price fluctuation each time was 5,000, then 10 million, 5,000, then 20 million. Three people, Lee Do-jun, sat in the lower row and looked around. Zai spoke again, "Price fluctuation, each time is increased to 10 million. Suddenly the sound of a bid was heard next to them, 50 million. Number 83, Department Manager Kang Chul-soo looked over in surprise. He turned to whisper to Kwon Hyuk-soo and said, "Shouldn't we join in too?" He replied, "Or something like that." The manager looked at him and said, "Do-jun, what do you think?" Lee Do-jun stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "I don't think it's anything special, we should observe more." Kang Chul-soo glanced at the item and said, "You can call that thing ordinary, it has such a flashy appearance." Looking at the sparkling emerald bow on the stage, Kang Chul-soo said, "I think we should also participate." Seeing that the price was different from the number 83 and no one added any more, the auctioneer knocked the gavel 3 times and announced, "So this product will be sold for 50 million. Information about the auction bow appeared on the screen. Zai said, "We would like to announce the equipment information as follows. Quiz decorative bow, bow weapon, level E. Note the craftsman who created this bow as a gift for his wife. This item has no real combat effect and its offensive ability is also very low, short." Seeing that, everyone was discussing, not S level but E level, burning 50 million for an E level item, while guest number 83 was crying and saying, "Oh my 50 million. Manager Kang Chul-soo leaned back in his chair and said, "It was almost me because of June." "How did you know that?" Kwon Hyuk-soo stroked his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Do-jun replied, "I just had a hunch, that's all." Kang Chul-soo opened his mouth and said, Is that just a hunch?" Kwon Hyuk-soo pushed him and said, "Department head, you have to trust Do-jun. He is always the one who completes assigned tasks well." He replied, "But bidding on a hunch is a bit." At this time, the auctioneer spoke up and asked permission to start bidding on the next product. Lee Do-jun was startled. A wooden plate with red letters engraved on the stage, Zai said, "This item has a starting price of 1 million won." Kang Chul-soo sat below, put his hands on his head and said, "No one would want to buy this wooden stick." As soon as I glanced over, I saw Lee Do-jun holding up the auction board and said, "Isn't it because of June that I went to buy the wooden stick?" The schoolroom was startled and called, "It was June." He said excitedly, "Stop him quickly." Kwon Hyuk-soo quickly stopped his department head and said, "School department, you have to trust June." Looking at the wooden panel above, Lee Do-jun noticed a dense black aura around it. He thought to himself, I feel a very strong aura inside that wooden panel. It is the same aura as the one in the center in a place outside the world. On stage, Zai announced 50 million won. Someone paid 50 million won. I would like to ask a question. Is there anyone who wants to pay more? After asking, start counting 5, 4, 3, 2. Suddenly below 82 raised the sign and said, 100 million. The girl above happily said, 100 million, someone paid 100 million. Hearing this sky-high number, manager Kang Chul-soo was being stopped by Kwon Hyuk-soo and roared, Do-jun, that's it, obviously just an antique. Do-jun, hey Lee Do-jun. Lee Do-jun just acted like he didn't hear the manager cursing. I would like to ask from above, the current valuation is 100 million, does anyone want to pay more? Seeing that no one bid any more, I would like to bang the hammer 3 times to announce, congratulations, 100 million won the bid. I would like to say, then we would like to announce the product information as follows. On the screen, information of the wooden panel, old wooden panel classified as amulet/conservation level F, notes on the wooden panel of unknown source, original, when possessed, your power is +1. Seeing the information, Kang Chul-soo felt like he was struck by lightning. His whole body collapsed when he heard the people around him sarcastically say, it was just an F-grade item. They used 100 million to buy an item that was worth nothing, 100,000 won, but South Korean Airlines is not at fault in this matter. Using 100 million meat is like using virtual money, right? This is not a probability gotcha game. Seeing Kang Chul-soo's body turn to stone, Kwon Hyuk-soo called out, Captain, are you okay? Next to Lee Do-jun was still holding the auction board. He conveniently took out a bank card and said, Captain, I will use personal money to buy that item. But Kang Chul-soo still said dully, 100s of millions to buy an F-level item. No matter what, I will protect my team members. Then he reluctantly gave a forced smile and said, it's okay because June, people sometimes make mistakes. Don't worry, we can buy that thing and put it on the heritage list. If not, then it's like I've lost my pension. Next on stage, 11 was introducing a robe and said, I would like to open an auction for the next product. We will start with 1 million won. Seeing that Lee Do-jun was about to raise the sign again, Kang Chul-soo threw himself over to stop him and shouted, but please, you have to listen to your superiors too. On stage, 11 saw the number 802 and immediately said, are you going to continue the beach routine again? Kang Chul-soo shouted angrily, my pension will die if this continues. You guys. The customer above saw Lee Do-jun and immediately shook his head and said, well, then I won't buy it anymore. It doesn't look good at all. I would like to ask above, 2 million won, is there anyone else who bids? If there is no one, the product will be sold. Someone below asked, will the number stop at 2 million won or what? Above, Zai confusedly said, when announcing the information, maybe this item is a premium product or maybe, you and your friends participating in the auction, no one wants to participate in bidding on this product anymore, sir. Seeing that no one spoke up anymore, Zai helplessly said, 2 million won the bid, we would like permission to announce the item information. The information of the cloak appears, Vampire Cape, Mantle Classification, Level A. Note that the cape that vampires often use this item excels in with its physical magic resistance feature, and super durability. Seeing that it was a super high-grade item, the crowd below cried. Everyone said regretfully, what is an A-grade item? Damn it, knowing that I participated in the auction, isn't it an A-grade item? Would be worth about 3 billion won or something. Kwon Hyuk-soo Hamlet hesitantly called Do-jun's name. Then he cried and hugged Kang Chul-soo and said, wonderful, so wonderful. Lee Do-jun let out a sigh, while Kwon Hyuk-soo and Kang Chul-soo were hugging each other and crying happily, calling each other, Captain, Hyuk-soo. At the Korean bank counter, Kang Chul-soo kept saying, we are great. The bank employee asked, how are you going to pay? Kang Chul-soo said very cheerfully, we will pay under the name of the button slot management department. The bank employee gloomily replied, yes, please sign here. Manager Kang Chul-soo blushed and turned back to look at Lee Do-jun and said, Do-jun, I love you, you know I always trust you, right? Kang Chul-soo held the items Lee auctioned by June and said excitedly, with only 1 billion for one, we got 2 grade A items, 2 grade B items, it's unbelievable. Department, management has made history at this auction playground. We are the first people who can do this, and the bank employee standing below bowed his head without saying a word. Kwon Hyuk-soo also happily said, the level items alone are over 3 billion, if we also count the number of level B items, we have about 7.5 billion. Kang Chul-soo pushed with his elbow, pushed into Lee Do-jun said, he found items worth the money that other people didn't pay attention to, he didn't expect that he had the ability to heal like that. He patted Kwon Hyuk-soo's shoulder again and said, "Hyuk-soo, you've worked hard too." Kwon Hyuk-soo replied, "No, there's nothing I can do." The manager asked, "Today we have to eat something delicious." Suddenly Lee Do-jun was startled when he saw the employee holding the sign in his hand. He said, "As for that wooden board, please prepare a separate contract in my name." Hearing that, both Kang Chul-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo were startled and looked over. Kwon Hyuk-soo immediately asked him, "Do-jun, we have achieved so much, why do you still do this? This is even more wonderful than winning big on the river." Lee Do-jun replied, "I'm really okay." Manager Kang Chul-soo glanced at him, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Buzz, oh, Hyuk-soo, aren't you a gambler?" Kwon Hyuk-soo smiled stiffly and said, "No, that's not it, I'm just saying that, okay." Nien gave the old wooden board to Lee Do-jun and said, "What should I do with this?" He took it and replied, "Just do what I say and I will pay for this wooden board." The staff said, "Yes, then I would like to confirm the information." Lee Do-jun held the wooden board in his hand and thought to himself, "My feeling is not wrong." Realizing that a dark aura was silently surrounding his hand, he was certain in his heart that this was what he had felt while inside the downtown area. Suddenly a black gas flowed out from the wooden card and wrapped around him. When Lee Do-jun came back to his senses, he saw that he was standing in another space. He looked around and said, "What is this? Am I the only one who can see it?" He looked to the left and thought to himself, "It's like I just fell into the illusion of the family, maybe I have to break this thing with force." He suddenly saw a shadow of a person passing by in a corner. When that person saw him, he immediately said without a head or tail, "You." The girl was wearing a costume and was holding an ant in her hand, wanting to pull it out and tell him that she wasn't ready yet, so go back and prepare carefully before coming back here. His hand moved a black aura. Lee Do-jun was extremely surprised. The woman drew her sword and rushed towards him. Lee Do-jun wanted to move his body but he realized that his body could not move. That woman rushed forward, brandished a sword and said, "I will send you back now, but if it were you." Lee Do-jun was so stunned that he couldn't react in time. That woman swung her sword again and said, "She will definitely." Her voice spoke intermittently, flowing in the center. Lee Do-jun thinks about this problem, the central area, the flow. What does that statement mean? When he calmed down, he found himself still standing in the lobby. Next to him were the threatening voices of Kang Chul-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo. "This guy, if you dare to gamble I will fire you immediately, do you understand? That's dismissal." Kwon Hyuk-soo smiled and said, "Captain, I really don't have any money." Captain replied, "Is it true?" "Of course it's true." Lee Do-jun turned to look at them for a moment, then held up the wooden card and stared at it. He thought to himself, when the second floor of the central area is opened, I have to go there. Scene changed to the place where Lee Do-jun previously followed the book's instructions. Tusatala was screaming frantically, wanting to break the necklace that Lee Do-jun had previously worn. Tusatala screamed and said, "What did that bastard do that I can't take off this bracelet?" Seeing that she couldn't remove the necklace, she angrily said, "This wasn't an S-grade item, it was just made with mana but for some reason it wouldn't budge." Her face was extremely fierce and she said, "In this tutorial, I have never met such a strong traveler." Just as Tusatala was frantically saying, "With this power, I might have to return to that ruined downtown area, even Cecilia couldn't save me," Lee Do-jun suddenly appeared from behind her. Tusatala was still talking angrily, but there was no way that devil would listen to my request and even then, Lee Do-jun appeared nearby and said, "What, that devil?" Hearing that voice, Tusatala was startled and screamed loudly. Carrier hugged Lee Do-jun's leg and said, "Master, this guy must be punished and dismembered." Tusatala trembled and looked at Lee Do-jun as if calmly saying, "Oh, when did you come? Oh, you're here." Lee Do-jun took a deep breath and stroked his chin and said, "Okay, in this section, people say what the flow of the central area is like." Tusatala nodded like pounding garlic and said, "Yes, yes." Now he remembered the woman in that space saying, "The flow in the center," he thought, "does it have anything to do with that wooden panel?" Lee Do-jun said, "Hey." Tusatala quickly bowed his head and bowed at your feet and said, "Please don't kill me." Tusatala clasped his hands and begged, with tears in his eyes and said, "Please spare my life." He asked, "Why would I suddenly kill someone's family?" Lee Do-jun said, "I won't kill your family so quickly, tell me what happened to the downtown area." Hearing that, Tusatala happily raised her eyes to look at him. She said, "So which part should I say?" Lee Do-jun replied, "From beginning to end everything." Tusatala replied seriously, "Then I will start from this. The downtown area is currently in a crisis." Lee Do-jun stared at her. Tusatala said, "It's all because of travelers like you, Do-jun here." Tusitala whispered, even though I had only heard rumors, if the center continues to descend, one day it will reach the mind world. The closer you get to the center of the world, the stronger the source of power you will receive. Apart from a few travelers, most others who get close to the center of the world will die, but then there were 7 people who reached the mind world and adapted to that place. A group of people appeared in Tusitala's memory and said they were known as the Transcendental Sitters. She said seriously, problems also arose from here. At that time, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, saying that in the process of the transcendent group heading towards the mind world, the central area was destroyed. He remembered what the woman said, the flow in the center. Lee Do-jun thought, what the woman said at that time was asking me to restore this place. He stroked his chin in thought, once he went down there, he would know right away. Tusitala said in shock, that cannot be thought about so easily. These giant monsters can be said to be ancient prizes, Tusitala said. Before coming here you must have seen some S-class monsters, right? There are people down there who have defeated even S-class monsters. Lee Do-jun opened the space door. He went through there and said, no need to worry. He calmly said, sooner or later I have to go, this is my destiny, Tusitala replied. Looking at Lee Do-jun's back as he left, Tusitala exclaimed, how could he say such rude words? She clenched her hands and thought, but if it were him, I don't know if she would succeed. Tusitala pursed his lips and his face turned red, saying that he would most likely be able to restore the central area and save your family. The system rang again with one word, sizzly. You have reached stage 2 of the central tutorial. The current recommended magic resistance is 1. Lee Do-jun and Carrier are standing in front of the cage holding the monster. The system announces, the magic resistance you have is higher than the recommended magic resistance. If you receive blessings from the mind world, it's all just your number will be spiked. The strong wind blew Lee Do-jun's hair back. He opened the book and said, what does this mean, armed? In the book is information about the monster locked in a cage. Cyclops, monster classification, notes that the boss monster uses 2-handed weapons. Pay attention, if you think it is just a normal Cyclops, you can board a special train to the 3-star dangerous afterlife. Tusitala also came out from the space door and said, this place is the place to learn about weapons, one of the 3 most important skills in this central area. Hick, why can't I get out of this place? To put it simply, is a skill that helps strengthen the body. Tusitala pointed ahead, a train station and said, you see the train station over there, if you take the train, monsters will appear at every stop, every time you catch a monster it will be pure, armament will increase. Looking at the monster clenching its fire-emitting fist, Tusitala said, now Cyclops' hands are turning red. Tusitala pointed in that direction and said, that is the weapon skill. Then she looked at the audiobook, and in this book are there things that I just talked about. Lee Do-jun looked at her and replied, well, but you better not look at it, because you could get hurt. Tusitala laughed and said, hearing you say that, I want to see it even more. Seeing that, Lee Do-jun immediately gave the book to Tusitala to look at and said, okay then, let's look at it. Tusitala happily said, oh goat. Tusitala looked at the book like gold and thought, is it written here that I am the strongest guide in the mind world? If so, it would be a bit embarrassing. It gave her information, but she paid attention to the insolent, psychotic, orphaned explanation. Seeing that, Tusitala immediately closed the book. Carrier, standing next to him, observed, then chuckled. Lee Do-jun closed his eyes and said, I told you not to watch it. Tusitala returned the book to Lee Do-jun, while Tusitala sadly flew forward and said, let's go to the train station, right? Going to the train station, an announcement sounded, the train is opening, the train is opening. Lee Do-jun said, you just need to get on the train. The announcement rang again, train, aid classification, explaining that where you can learn weapons, monsters will appear at each rest stop. If you kill the monster, you will receive an armament book. The more you go, you will encounter stronger monsters, but there will also be more weapon books with higher proficiency. If you have a good level, you should get off at stop number 2. Carrier picked up the book and said, Master, it's already like this on the first floor, what do you plan to do? And Lee Do-jun took the notice and looked at it and said, I'm just here to gather information, the attack team will come in later. Tusitala turned around and asked, could it be that there are people on Earth who are stronger than you? Lee Do-jun turned back and replied, shut up, I don't know any more. Carrier, let's go. Carrier closed the book and said, yes, Master. But when the carrier's dragon legs step into the side of the ship, the red warning system sounds, only those who have passed the first floor of the tutorial can board the ship. Seeing that, Tusitala immediately explained that the only person who could board the ship was himself Jun. If this kid also wanted to learn armament, he had to complete the first floor first. Carrier stepped out of the ship and said, "Then, I will stay here, master." Jun bent down to receive the book. "Is it okay?" "Yes," the carrier replied. He turned back to look at Tusitala and said, "How many stops does Tusitala have here?" She replied, "I didn't know that book didn't record that information." Jun looked at the book. It seemed like that person had never experienced this, so it wasn't written, it was only written up to stop number 2. Tusitala sighed and pouted and said, "I don't know, so I have nothing to say, but I advise you not to go too far. If you plan to go all the way, it's hard to say whether it's you or Jun." Jun entered the train, the loudspeaker rang, the door was closed, Tusitala called in, "Remember what I told you, don't go too far, just go to the stop, then kill the monster and come back, also okay." Jun waved the book and said, "Okay, okay." Carrier looked at the ship and said, "You don't need to worry, my master is the best expert in the world, absolutely invincible." 2 hours later, the two of them were sitting on the floor. The carrier asked, "How long does it usually take?" Tusitala casually replied, Probably about 2 hours, he's probably coming back soon." 4 hours later, the two of them were bored at school. The carrier asked again, it seemed like it was a bit late. Tusitala tiredly replied, "Yes." Scene changed to this side. After getting off the train, Jun pulled out his tablet and said, "Wait, I have to collect information here." A person sitting on a ledge looked at Jun struggling to do something. He thought, what is that person doing? Looking at the book in his hand, he thought to himself, if I collect the information, will it be shown in this analysis book? Seeing that it appeared that the subject's information could not be verified, he thought to himself, it seems that is not possible, there is more information to collect than he thought. Suddenly a loud voice rang out, "That foreman, are you kidding me? Oh, so it's the monster." He gritted his teeth and said, "I can't stand it anymore, finally what you're doing, what the hell?" Jun replied coldly, "Well, I'm done here." Jun pointed at it and said, "It seems you don't have any weapons, so let's try my punch." The monster laughed and said, "Very well." It introduced itself, "I am an artist. No, I should be called the greatest master. Actually the name atheist is no exaggeration at all." The great master said excitedly, "I was very happy." Jun hit a round hole underneath his chest. Jun bowed very politely and replied. The system announces again, "The next station is also the last station of this trip, the starting square station. Thank you for using our train today. Please get off the train at the bus stop, on the right, the square begins, wishing you a safe journey." Seeing that the train was about to stop, a small hand in a dragon hand stretched out. The two people cried and hugged as Jun called out, "Master, Jun, you hummed." Tusitala kept saying, "How far has your house gone to the station? I thought you were dead." The carrier also asked, "Is the owner injured anywhere?" Jun held his hand and hugged the carrier and said, "I will go to the last station and then return." Hearing that, Tusitala was surprised and said, "Last station?" Jun stepped up the stairs and said, Quickly give me the weapon skills like you said." Tusitala looked at the ship emitting 7 rainbow lights and said, "Wait a minute, the weapon will be stronger in the order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, because the more you go to the back stations, the more proficiency will increase. Could it be that your family has already reached the purple level?" Tusitala was stunned for a moment and then thought to herself, originally the purple color could only be achieved by the strongest people near the heart world. So Tusitala immediately screamed in panic. "Look at the monster trapped in the cage collapsing." Tusitala stared at Jun's hand that was exuding magical power. He said, "The so-called arm thing is fine." The system announced, 168 hours later you can go to phase 3 of the tutorial. Seeing the color of the Tusitala airflow, my eyes widened and I thought, black, I have never heard of it before, let alone seen the color of palm power. A small blue system panel appears. Jun said, "We have not selected the astronaut's memories. When using the astronaut's memories, you will immediately move to the time when you exit the tutorial area." Tusitala said in surprise, "Wait a minute, what level is your mastery of arm skills at?" "It's probably 100%, Jun said coldly. 0%, well now it must be 0.1%, Tusitala said excitedly. "Then the color of the palm power should have been red. You have reached the last station. Besides, there's no way the proficiency level can be 0%. Jun looked down at the information panel and said, "Just look at the skill status display panel." Tusitala The system gives information, leg arming, skill classification, proficiency 0, 14%, explaining that this is an advanced arming skill when used, part or the whole body will have proficiency enhanced, the higher it is, the more the continuous time will increase, and the intensity will be the same, he said, skill status table. On Monday morning. At the company office, manager Kang Chul-soo asked when the weekend would come again. He sat bored and talked on the computer, still knowing that setting a record at the auction floor was a good thing, but when you can't do it, you want to do it well, when you can do it, you don't have any interest in doing it anymore, right? Standing at this moment, a person opened the door and came in and said, "Hey, it's been a long time since I last saw everyone." Yumi Sang with short whiskers on her face, smiled and said, "Is everyone still healthy?" Kang Chul-soo sullenly said, "Oh my god, that person is here again." Kwon Hyuk-soo looked down and said, "Yes," and Lee Do-jun looked puzzled. Lee Do-jun asked, "Who is that person?" Kwon Hyuk-soo leaned up and whispered to him, "Ah, that's right, because Jun has amnesia so he doesn't know. That person is a representative of a television station, Little Yumi Sang." Kang Chul-soo angrily said, "Why are you here again? The city hall is not an amusement park." Yumi Sang said to please, "I had to come all the way from Busan to meet the extremely beautiful Chief Kang, that's our boy." Kang Chul-soo said, "As expected, every time you open your mouth, lies will automatically come out." Yumi Sang winked at him and said, "Oh Koo, what you said made me so sad. I wonder if you have any budget left to buy equipment." Kang Chul-soo put his chin on his hands and replied coldly, "No more, I've already used up all that money at the auction so you can go home." Yumi Sang said in shock, "What, you bought the equipment at the auction so that's okay too?" Kang Chul-soo held his chin and said angrily, "Okay, so I did it." Yumi Sang's sweat dropped and said, "You should have bought it from our TV station. I was going to leave it to you at a cheap price. Anyway, I don't have any money left now so you should go home." So he immediately turned around to look at Kwon Hyuk-soo and said, "Manager Kwon," he bluntly said, "I won't buy it." So he turned his attention to Lee Do-jun and said, "It's so rude, but that's what makes Deputy Manager Kwon attractive." He teleported to Lee Do-jun and said, "Who is this handsome guy like a model?" Kwon Hyuk-soo said, "The representative last time you two greeted each other. Lee Do-jun is an employee of That's Our Room." Yumi Sang remembered Lee Do-jun's silly face and now said, "Hey, is that manager Lee Do-jun? He used to look so stupid." He shook Lee's back and forth as Jun said, "Can people change like this in just a few months? Are you filming? Subjective Lee, do you still remember me?" The man smiled and pointed at himself and said, "I wonder if the Mana nutrition medicine you bought last time was okay to use." Lee Do-jun turned back to look at him and said, "Sorry but I don't remember much. What is Mana nutrition medicine, so?" Yumi Sang took out a cup of water from her bag and said, "Didn't you buy nutritional medicine from me last time? It seems like the last medicine didn't leave much of an impression on you, so this time I'll give it to you. See our new products." Yumi Sang chattering with the bottle of water and said, "The manager doesn't seem to know about the legendary civil servant. He also drank this and that. There is a belief that he has the ability he has today thanks to this type of drink, this medicine. This originally cost 4 million won, but because the owner is so handsome, I will give you a special offer." Kwon Hyuk-soo sighed helplessly. And Yumi Sang crazy introduced the bottle of water. "Just drink this and you will become an S-level hunter, just for today. I'll leave it to you for 2 million won." Lee Do-jun calmly called, "Representative." Yumi Sang smiled and brought the bottle of water closer and said, "Yes, you will soon become a legendary civil servant, so today you should buy a box first, okay?" Lee Do-jun was not attracted by the offer and said, "You should be satisfied with tricking me once. Do you know that the crime of defrauding goods intended for hunters is punishable by life in prison?" Yumi Sang was surprised and said, "About that, I didn't cheat." Lee Do-jun glanced at him and said, "That legendary civil servant is in this building. Do you want to meet him?" Yumi Sang dropped her briefcase on the ground and said, "That's it." Being attacked by Lee Do-jun, Yumi Sang was depressed because she couldn't sell the goods and immediately left. Kang Chul-soo said in surprise, "Why did he leave so early today?" Kwon Hyuk-soo also wondered, "Why, is that so?" So the two of them went out to Lee's place. Do-jun asked, "What did you say, Do-jun? What did you say to him?" Cha Yi-ji came in with a paper bag and happily said, "I'm here." She put down the paper bag and said, "Manager, I have some gifts for you." The three men picked up some water bottles and looked at them. Father Yi-ji continued, "The manager and Manager Kwon also have gifts." She smiled brightly and said, "This is a Mana nutritional medicine that originally cost 4 million won, but today I was lucky enough to have a promotion so it was only 2 million won." Kwon Hyuk-soo looked at the bottle of water, then leaned next to Kang Chul-soo and said, "But this isn't it." Kang Chul-soo replied, "Everyone gets fooled the first time. Hyuk-soo, do you remember when you first came in?" He was extremely happy when he bought for 80,000 won an item that was originally worth 5 million won. Kwon Hyuk-soo said in shock, "Why did you bring that up again?" Do-jun was secretly laughing in front and saw that Kang Chul-soo said, "Do-jun, it's not okay for you to laugh." At this point Kang Chul-soo said seriously, "You were tricked even more bitterly. You spent 1,5 million won to buy that thing." Yi-ji's father didn't understand anything but still accepted it for 2 hours. Cha Yi-ji innocently asked, "Is this a scam?" Kwon Hyuk-soo opened the water bottle and mumbled, "No, no, as a hunter my father will drink this bottle dry." And even the department head drank and said, "Me too." Cha Yi-ji was extremely happy, while Lee Do-jun clutched the water bottle and looked very angry. In the evening, Do-jun also returned from work and he shouted loudly from outside the door, "Dad is home." Yoon-hee said happily, "Dad is home." As soon as she entered, Tia saw the bag of groceries in Do-jun's hand, her eyes bright and asked, "Is this edible, Master?" "I'm sorry," because Jun was bored and didn't bother to talk, she said, "Let's go play somewhere else." As soon as she entered the kitchen, Yoon-hee also curiously asked, "What is this, Dad?" Do-jun immediately said, "Mana nutritional water." "Ah, really?" He was surprised, "Do you know this too?" She smiled and replied, "This thing is very popular on the internet lately. Dad, you bought this, or it's a gift from Miss Yeji." Hearing that, Yoon-hee narrowed her eyes, frowned, and then said yes. Seeing her keep staring at the water bottle, he asked, "What's wrong?" Yoon-hee shook her head and replied, "No, it's nothing. I have to text her to thank her. This thing is very expensive and precious." Long Long was excited, "Oh, this is Mana nutrient water." "It's just that," as he spoke and giggled, from behind Dio raised his hand. He tightly covered his mouth to prevent him from saying anything, then looked at him with scary eyes and said, "You go take a bath with me." Yoon-hee smiled, "I'll go prepare dinner right away." After a while, Yoon-hee had arranged a sumptuous food on the table. She called out, "Everyone, after taking a shower, come back to dinner right away." As soon as Do-jun sat down at the table and saw the bottle of nutritional water in front of him, he was surprised. "Why is this only available at Dad's place?" Yoon-hee said with concern, "Dad works very hard, that's why he has to use expensive and healthy things." Hearing that, the corners of his lips smiled slightly. "Then pour that nutritious water into a glass. Okay, you have to drink good things." Long Long's eyes were glued to the glass of water and he smirked and said, "Even if the owner drinks this, it won't have any effect," because Jun annoyedly reminded him, "Long Long." Do-jun glared at it, his murderous aura was so overwhelming that it made the dragon tremble in fear and sweat. He could only stammer, "This thing was definitely the best elixir, that's for sure." Yoon-hee picked up the glass of water and took a sip. After that, she was a little excited and praised, saying, "Its taste is quite special." Long Long commented, looking back, "Its smell is strange." Do-jun's face changed and he said, "Isn't this wine?" After drinking it, Long Long couldn't stand it and spit it out. "Oh, it tastes so bad." He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Yoon-hee said again, "Yes, okay." Looking at Yoon-hee's face, Do-jun felt a bit uneasy. She still seemed normal. At this moment, from somewhere, black beans shot up and splashed all over the dragon's body. Long Long immediately got angry and shouted, "Why do you treat me like this?" Yoon-hee, but at this moment she acted uncontrollably, constantly using chopsticks to throw food everywhere. "She's not awake right now and babbling, why is that?" Yoon-hee's cheeks turned slightly red and she said, "I'm sorry, Long Long." Looking at this expression, Jun knew immediately that she was drunk. Yoon-hee looked at Long Long with a mysterious smile and said, "Long Long, do you want to eat anything else? Just tell me and I will make it for you." Long Long panicked and hugged Do-jun's hand, shaking her head like crazy. Her eyes looked so scary. Seeing that, Yoon-hee lost control and shouted, "Something, Long Long, why are you running away?" Long Long laughed and hugged Jun's arm tightly, saying, "Ha, there's no running away, I just retreated and fought, just a snippet." Then he hesitantly asked softly, "Is there any problem?" "What other people do, the carrier still sits and eats its part." Yoon-hee said with tears in her eyes, "Why did you run away? You hate me, right?" Seeing that, Long Long panicked and quickly denied, No, master, this really isn't my fault," because Jun stood up and said, "I know it's not your fault." He walked to Yoon-hee and told her, "Yoon-hee, you should go to bed early today, come on, get up and go to the room to rest." She saw that and stupidly said, "Honey, why?" You look very tired. After saying that, I took her back to her room. Yoon-hee said inside, so Dad, please help me clean up. Yoon-hee lies unconscious on the bed. Yoon-hee's mind was spinning and she closed her eyes, wondering why the ceiling was spinning like that. I still have to wash the dishes. But I was so sleepy. Mumbling for a while, Yoon-hee also fell asleep. The next morning, Long Long and Carrier were in the kitchen having breakfast. Yoon-hee also woke up at this time. She sat on the bed and rubbed her eyes. Long Long saw that she was awake and said, "You're awake." The Carrier also said at the same time, "Little master, you're awake." Yoon-hee with messy hair yawned and said, "Long Dragon, what happened yesterday? I don't remember anything after that night." Long Long smiled and said, "Your condition was a bit strange yesterday." After she vomited on the blanket, she cried and did it all over again. Yoon-hee was stunned after hearing that. What the hell? Long Long continued talking, and then the owner had to clean up all the mess. The more Yoon-hee listened, the more mentally shocked she became. She covered her face, thinking about how June would kick her out of the house. She couldn't bear it. If she had to chase this girl away, she would be extremely desperate. Yoon-hee grabbed Long Long's neck and kept crying loudly. Really? Really? Did Dad really say that? Long Long was scared by her strangulation and wanted to be reincarnated and quickly explained, "I'm just kidding." Then, the owner called the school to say that you will be late, so hurry up and eat the porridge. It was prepared by the owner himself. Yoon-hee was surprised to hear that. What? In front of Yoon-hee is a delicious hot bowl of porridge. Yoon-hee was moved to tears. "Dad did it for me." She walked closer to the dragon and called its name. Then it was announced that next week I won't be able to eat meat. When Long Long heard this news, it was like lightning struck him. What? Long Long painfully grabbed Yoon-hee's shirt and cried and begged, "Please Yoon-hee, I was wrong." Yoon-hee said angrily, "Who told you to joke too much?" Carrier ate and wondered, "Boss, I wonder if you are at peace at work. This place is so chaotic." At the same time, the crack management department was required. In the office, Hyuk-soo was on the phone from his superior. Yes, I'll be there right away." Seeing him sigh, June next to him asked, "What's wrong?" Hyuk-soo immediately smiled and replied, "Well, there are civilians infiltrating the crack that we are managing. They are extremely angry because they have set up a workplace at the scene but have to stop hunting." Do-jun asked, "A workplace?" He nodded sadly and replied, "Well, to be honest, for a B-level rift to create a workplace, there must be at least 15 A-level hunters. If something goes wrong, we'll be stripped of our hard-earned management rights, so I'll go first." Do-jun saw that and also stood up and said, "Then me too," but as soon as he lifted his butt out of the chair, Hyuk-soo stopped him. "Do-jun, you stay there." "Yes." He pointed his finger at himself confidently and said, "This time I will handle it directly. You just need to convey the message when the department manager arrives." "So I'll go." Seeing that, Do-jun can only wish Hyuk-soo, "Please be careful." Do-jun thought to himself, as soon as he received management rights, something happened. He held his chin and asked many questions. Are these people so easily bullied? Is that true? Hyuk-soo walked out the door and loudly called in, "Okay, I'm going to deal with the matter at work. If the department head comes, please convey the message for me." Do-jun replied, "Yes, senior." He returned to the table to continue his work but still couldn't concentrate with all his thoughts. Something's already happening as soon as he gets the management right. Is it easy to be bullied in this group? Who is the one who is so arrogant? Is the 8th ranked Gale my own guild? Quite a lot of a level. If they mess up, the seniors will be in danger. Do-jun's face was expressionless. He should have asked for help when he had to go to such a dangerous place. Why did he go alone? He rushed into danger to prove his point. Promise in the past. At this point, images of the past suddenly flashed back into his mind. The image of being in a public bathroom. Hyuk-soo spoke up, "Do you know it's because of June? The management department had just been established not long ago, so when I just joined the company and don't even have any seniors. So while working, I made up my mind that I will definitely become a kind and trustworthy senior. If I can become a strong support for juniors like you, Do-jun, that would be great." When Do-jun heard that, he smiled softly. He was already such a senior. Except for secretly going to the sauna during work hours, Hyuk-soo scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard that. That. But at this moment Chol-soo walked in here screaming loudly, "He's been working overtime for a month. What is this? Is it true, Hyuk-soo?" Hyuk was startled to hear that and said, Yes. The department head walked closer, grinned and said, "Come on, stop gossiping, turn your back here." He scrubbed Hyuk-soo's back and excitedly said, "One tree can't make a tree, 3 trees together can make a high mountain, you understand, yes?" Back to reality because June was still deep in thought. I understood his feelings, but it was really dangerous for a normal person to go like that, and at this time the manager Chul-soo had just gone to work. He spoke up, said, "Let's go to work, since you came so early, June." As soon as Do-jun saw the department head, he spoke up, "You're here." Chul-soo squeezed his shoulder tiredly and said, "But lying down so much yesterday made my body ache." Hearing that, Do-jun immediately took the opportunity to say, "If you're tired, let me drive you there." Chul-soo was excited when he heard that. "Okay, let's get some fresh air by the way." "Great, I'll buy you a cup of coffee." But when he got into Do-jun's car, Chul-soo was already regretting his words. His expression changed. "Do-jun, are you really driving?" Do-jun drove the car like a rocket on the road, making the manager scared to death and shouted, This isn't a trip to heaven, it seems a bit too fast." The camera recorded everything. "You could have your driver's license revoked." This guy, facing that panicked face because June was still calmly driving. Chul-soo screamed, "Why are you driving like this? Even if I die, you won't be able to get the position of department head. After all, you have Hyuk-soo above you." Do-jun said softly, "It's not like that." Then he began to tell the reason. "Before the department head went to work, we received news that a level A Gaomyeon guild had opened a workplace based in a dungeon. He was so angry when he heard that. What, is that true? But even so, we don't need to go like this, right?" Do-jun continued to say, "Senior Hyuk-soo was alone, going to such a dangerous place." Chul-soo was dumbfounded and asked, "Hyuk-soo, alone?" He said nervously, stepping on the accelerator faster, "Whatever the above said, I will be responsible. Gaomyeon or any of them, if they dare to touch our Hyuk-soo, I won't leave them alone." So June drove like crazy without looking at the road. On this side, Hyuk-soo also just arrived at the dungeon. He took a deep breath to reassure himself, not to worry, they won't bully him. In the distance, there was a car that drove straight towards Hyuk-soo. Hearing the sound of a car in the distance, Hyuk-soo turned around and was startled. The red and white car was also driving at extremely fast speed. The white car sped away uncontrollably. Hyuk-soo howled and dodged to the side. He turned pale and exclaimed, What do you do when you drive like this?" Do-jun got out of the car and spoke up, "Senior, are you okay?" As soon as he saw Do-jun, Hyuk-soo said in surprise, "Oh, Do-jun, why are you here?" He immediately said, "The department head said he wanted to meet the Gaomyeon guild directly." Chul-soo felt dizzy and vomited and said, "Hey Hyuk-soo." Hyuk-soo saw the department manager and immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Hyuk-soo walked close to the department head. It was June next to him who asked, "Senior, this is their base." Hyuk-soo looked at him and replied, "It doesn't seem like it, we have to go inside to confirm." Chul-soo was impatient. "Hey, Hyuk-soo, what if something happened to you with level A hunters? What would you do?" "Of course, a department head like me would have to take the lead. Am I that unreliable?" Hyuk could only hesitantly respond, "No, that's not the case." Seeing that, Chul-soo said decisively, "Also, I told you we are united. One tree cannot make a mountain, 3 trees together make a high mountain. If we go alone we will die. If we go together we will die. Then live. Have you forgotten? Don't bear all such difficult things alone anymore." Hyuk-soo couldn't hold back his tears after listening. "Yes, Chief." Do-jun smiled softly and thought, "That's cool. Department manager, you sometimes speak very eloquently." The department manager patted your shoulder and laughed loudly. "This guy, you underestimate the cracks in the management department too much. I will show everyone what strength is. Strength of citizenship. Inside the crack now. A little girl causing a disturbance, that is. The little girl prevented anyone from working. Guys, what else is there in the base?" The hunters didn't dare to do anything. Hearing that, they could only whisper and say, "It's not like that." In addition, the girl pointed her nose at the hunters and said, 10 people would monopolize 70%, so what else would it be if it weren't a base? The girl looked critical. "Besides, in a dungeon like this, why is an S-class hunter like you here? There's clearly something shady going on here." As soon as he entered the crack, Chul-soo impatiently asked, "Where is the riot? Where is it? In the name of justice I have come." Do-jun saw the girl making a mess in front of him and was filled with doubt. The girl wearing the uniform seemed to be from the same school as Yoon-hee. A student has to go to school, so how could he? Here it is. Chul-soo saw that the girl was hindering the Gaeomyeon hunter team and turned to ask Hyuk-soo softly, in the end, who did that student have behind to dare to raise her voice to the Gaeomyeon guild like that? Hyuk-soo whispered, the hunter, that level S over there is Choi Chang-sik. It's really strange to see him so confused. At this moment, 3 people also caught her eye. The rude girl immediately turned around and shouted loudly as if giving an order, you guys are civil servants, quickly arrest these people, quickly. When Do-jun saw that, he frowned and thought, this kid studies Yingong, why is he shouting so loud? Over here. Chul-soo saw Hyuk-soo keep avoiding me and asked, I smell like that, you're miserable. Unable to accept the smell of the department head's foul mouth, he quickly avoided it, just a little. Chul-soo asked the Gaeomyeon guild's people if what this student said was true. Seeing that, one of the hunters immediately denied it. There was no way that could be so. We had indeed caught a lot of monsters, but we had never hindered other hunters from hunting together. He even gave a USB as proof. There is a recording in it, please listen to it. All 3 immediately plugged the USB into the computer. Then I knew everything that had happened. Seeing that, the little girl arrogantly said, you're right. Seeing this, the head of the department coughed lightly and seriously reminded, sorry, student, but that place cannot be called a base. Seeing that, the girl looked unhappy and turned to the hunters, now you guys are siding with that level 3 guild, a new hunter said awkwardly, so I won't apologize, little Yu-rin. Hearing this name Hyuk-soo broke out in a sweat, Miss Yu-rin. Both the department head and he were pale and scared. If it was Miss Yu-rin then, could it be the person I was thinking of? What's wrong? Who is that kid? The department head saw this and quickly said, the daughter of the director of the Hunter Management Department, Jeong Young-chul. Right after that, both of them didn't care about right or wrong but came in front of the girl and bowed their heads to apologize. Hey, big lady, I'm so sorry for not recognizing you sooner. Yu-rin also seemed quite pleased seeing that. Tuan said, now that you guys are gone, be prepared to lose everything you have. Do-jun looked at Yu-rin's attitude and couldn't accept it, just because of a little girl with a dirty nose. There was a commotion since morning. Hyuk-soo lowered himself and said, oh, I'm really sorry, Miss Yu-rin. Even so, she still stubbornly spoke impolitely, it's late. Do-jun couldn't stand watching anymore and raised his voice, students should go to school, right? As soon as Yu-rin heard it, he gritted his teeth angrily and said, wait, uncle, what did you just say? Both of them immediately burst into tension. Yu-rin said contemptuously, should I make you whine and cry? I'll call my dad right away. Tell me, what's your name? Chul-soo shed tears of fear and said, Miss, please forgive me, he is a new employee so he doesn't understand yet. Yu-rin still stubbornly took out her phone. No, I will directly call my dad right now. She pointed straight at Do-jun's face, to see if he could still be arrogant. No, I'll call my dad directly right now, to see if he can still be arrogant. Hyuk-soo panicked. Wouldn't all of our parts just evaporate? If that was the case, maybe even our pensions would evaporate too. Do-jun looked helplessly at Yu-rin. As soon as Yu-rin called, the phone was hung up. The subscriber you called is currently busy. Please leave a message after the beep. She frowned when she saw that. Something, is dad busy? Then Yu-rin pointed at Do-jun's face and shouted, there you go, follow me. Chief Chul-soo saw this and immediately used pitiful eyes to beg Do-jun. Do-jun, this is related to the survival of our department, so can you calm down, I please? Do-jun nodded and replied, yes, I will try. The manager saw Do-jun walking away and tears came to his eyes in despair. No, it wasn't trying, he had to do it like that. Hyuk-soo behind him was trying to control and calm Chul-soo. Team, captain, brother, calm down. The department head now lost his temper and said, Do-jun, I only believe in you. For a civil servant, without a pension, he is even poorer than a part-time employee, you know. After a while, she was able to call her father. As soon as she called, she immediately said, Dad, I'm Yu-rin, I'm telling you this story. There is an officer here who is neglecting his job. Can you help me? Can I fire him immediately? Yes, I will transfer the phone to him right away. Do-jun didn't hesitate to pick up the phone. Seeing him hesitating, Yu-rin shouted in annoyance, what are you doing? Even if you beg now, it won't help. Answer the phone quickly. Do-jun thought to himself, it seems like the relationship between him and his daughter is very good. Then he picked up the phone and answered hello. The other end of the line spoke, I am the director of the Hunter Management Department Jeong Young-chul. He also responded quickly, yes, director, I am Lee Do-jun. The next second, the other end of the line stopped. When Do-jun saw no one said anything, he called out. Yu-rin was silent. Lee Do-jun, I think I've heard that name somewhere before. But on this side, Chul Jiang was extremely panicked, sweating profusely and said, "Ah yes, Manager Lee, nothing happened to you recently." When Du Jun heard that, he immediately said, "Yes, there's nothing wrong, but thanks to your daughter, it happened." At this moment, Yurin also felt that something was wrong, there must be something strange here. As soon as he heard what you said, he began to get excited and quickly said, I'm sorry, my daughter is still just a foolish child." Du Jun smiled and replied, "No, it's all my fault, she's still young and I hope you understand." Seeing that, Yurin couldn't believe it and thought, what is this? She trembled angrily and clenched her hands. Even the president had to respect his father, why was he weaker now? Du Jun spoke again to Chul Jiang, "So what do you think about her not going to school, then going to teach and bothering busy civil servants?" When he heard that, he couldn't believe it. "Oh, I don't know what that was all about, but I sincerely apologize." At this time, Yurin also changed her face and broke out in a cold sweat, constantly wondering, who is this person, why does the name Lee Du Jun sound so familiar? Yurin also started to panic. Oh, could it be that he is the commander of the S-level rift? Even though he is really good, he is not so good that he has to be so withdrawn. Du Jun gave the phone to her again and said, "My dad asked me to answer this phone." Yurin hesitated then picked up the phone. Then she spoke up, "Dad." As soon as he heard his daughter Chul Jiang's voice, he immediately became angry. "Jiang Yurin, what the hell did you do outside? Don't talk too much, come home today and die with Dad." When Yurin heard that, he looked angry. "Dad is angry with you." Yurin also looked unjustly, bowed her head and cried. Even when she broke an ancient ceramic vase from 1,000 years ago, her father still laughed. Looking at this attitude, Jun was secretly bored. Fortunately, Yun-hee was not like this. Outside, Chul-soo was so restless that he couldn't keep calm. Hyuk-soo next to him said, "Captain, you'll be exhausted if you keep like this." Chul-soo was annoyed. How could he not tremble? Why doesn't Jun ever come out here? He's so insecure that he'll die. At this time, the hunter also saw Du Jun coming out and quickly spoke up. "Oh, he appeared." Both the chief and Hyuk-soo were excited. Where? I only saw Yurin obediently following Du Jun." Du Jun spoke up, quickly apologized to everyone, seeing that the department head immediately said to me, Du Jun, what did you just say to the eldest lady? Eldest lady, don't be like that." Yurin obeyed and bowed his head down to apologize. "I'm sorry." Hearing the words sorry, everyone gasped. "What did you just say?" Yurin said while shedding tears, "I'm sorry to all of you for making the effort to come all the way here. I'm sorry for accusing you of intentionally setting up a base." The hunter saw that and quickly comforted him. No, young lady, just now, this situation is very easy to misunderstand." Both the chief and Hyuk-soo were stunned and couldn't keep their mouths shut. Du Jun smiled and told everyone, "Everything has been resolved." Then he told the Gaomyeon guild, "So we have successfully dispersed the civilians, we would like to go home." The hunter heard that and happily replied, "Ah yes, of course, thank you very much, you." People are still confused. Chul-soo asked in confusion, "How could you comfort her? The eldest lady was so famous for her stubbornness, could it be that you punished her?" Du Jun sighed helplessly. "This place is not martial arts, and I'm not that kind of person. You don't understand, martial arts." Du Jun immediately said, "It's okay." Then everyone walked out of the crack. Du Jun said to the department head, "Department head, I will stop by the Hunter Academy for a while." Hearing that, he was a bit curious. Why? He immediately said, "I have to take her home." "Oh yeah, so I'll take Hyuk-soo's car to go back to the office." Du Jun told the girl as he walked, "Quickly get in the car, I will take you home." Yurin did not dare to object like before but obeyed and replied, "Yes." Sitting in the car, Jun fastened his seatbelt and reminded him, "If you don't want to die, put your seatbelt on." When Yurin heard that, he froze in place. Is he asking me to put on my seatbelt before killing me? Du Jun said again, "You have your seatbelt on, so let's go." Yurin immediately replied, "Still, not yet," and quickly fastened your seatbelt. Du Jun urged him to hurry up, then he drove away. Looking at Du Jun driving like a thief, Chul-soo felt helpless. "I don't understand why he drives like that." Hyuk-soo said next to him, "But Du Jun has a driver's license. I'm always the one driving car when going out." When the department head heard that, he froze. The two of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Then panicked and screamed, "Hey, that Lee Du Jun." By this time, Du Jun had already driven the car for a while. Yurin next to him stammered, Uncle. Then the girl bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry about earlier." Du Jun nodded, "Okay, it's okay. Next time it won't be like that anymore." Suddenly, a warning sound rang out from the central area, warning of damage in the central area. A crack opened from inside. Many monsters also appeared. Yurin bowed her head and apologized repeatedly. Please let me apologize for what happened earlier, okay? He asked her, why didn't you go to school and why did you run into the crack? Hearing that, Yurin replied, because I'm so bored, I see. After that, no one spoke to each other. Seeing that, Yurin spoke up, I won't ask anything more. Do-jun immediately said, why do I have to ask? The little girl asked suspiciously, normally, wouldn't that be the way to ask why I'm bored? Is there any special reason? I thought of course you would ask. When Do-jun heard that, he asked politely, why are you so bored? Looking at your uncle, he's as bland as water. Yurin is bored and doesn't bother to talk. Reading national language books is less boring than talking to you. Yurin said all the questions in my heart, this uncle doesn't care about me at all, so why did he bring me back to the academy like that, and even spoke harshly to me? Hearing that, Jun immediately replied, because I also have a daughter the same age as you studying at the academy. Aha, I have a daughter the same age as you. Yurin was excited and noticed something was wrong. Wait, a girl, she's still a high school student like me. She was confused and couldn't believe it. How old was he when he gave birth? Seeing that, it was Jun who said, not his biological daughter. Seeing that, Yurin's spirit stabilized. A child born from the heart. Just look at it like that, then why is your school so boring? Yurin crossed her arms and complained, honestly speaking, I thought I had reached the level of a level A hunter, but school always teaches basics, it's really boring, can die. Even though my dad told me to gain more experience at the academy, I think it's just a waste of time. You also think so, don't you? Do-jun continued, let's see that even though what I said was not wrong, the director's words were also somewhat correct. Hearing that, Yurin suddenly shouted happily, yes, you're right. The central area continues to sound red alarms. Damage has occurred in the central area. Seeing that, Yurin was confused and asked, oh, area, central area, what is damage? Do-jun remained expressionless. Very quickly, from within the crack, monsters appeared and began to cause havoc everywhere. The road at this time also became extremely chaotic. People abandoned their belongings and ran for their lives. Screams and screams also echoed continuously. Run quickly. Do-jun stopped in front of the center area and got out of the car. He coldly looked at the monsters and thought to himself, didn't these people die by my hands? Why did these things that were supposed to be in the central area appear in this place? Do-jun didn't take his eyes off them. He stopped the car a few dozen meters away from the monsters. He thought to himself, I'll have to ask Tusatala about this later. At this time, a monster spit fire from its mouth and attacked everything. The fire flared up so fiercely that Yurin trembled and screamed. Its fire carried a powerful force that caused a huge explosion. Yurin covered her ears in fear and thought, I'm going to die. In the future I will become an S-level hunter. But when I opened my eyes and saw that I was still safe and sound, I was surprised. Why wasn't I dead yet? Just seeing Do-jun standing in front of Yurin controlling his car to block the monster's attack, Yurin exclaimed in horror, Uncle! She couldn't believe her eyes. This thing was... Do-jun still had the mind to think about the damage to the car. Even though this was a public vehicle, it wasn't like he caused the accident, so he probably didn't have to write a report. But since Jun doesn't have a driver's license, he still has to write a report. Do-jun began to use the magic power in his hand, reminding her, wait a moment, everything will be over soon. He then immediately responded to the monster with his own attack. Yurin shouted in despair, no, even Kang Yonopa couldn't defeat those monsters. She was so scared that she trembled as she looked at Jun stuttering, hey, why are you acting so cool all of a sudden? She covered her ears in fear, then he would have to die in pain in just one stroke. But the next second, Yurin was stunned by the scene before her eyes. With just one blow from Do-jun, all the monsters were blown away, their whole bodies were split into two halves. Do-jun calmly turned his head and asked, you're not hurt anywhere, are you? Yurin stared wide-eyed, not daring to believe her eyes. Do-jun has now cleared up trouble for the city. Yurin still can't calm down. Uncle, who exactly are you? Do-jun calmly replied, civil servant. Yurin said with inhibition, you know that's not what I'm asking about. The monsters fell to the ground with a loud thud. The two of them were still arguing, but you are truly a civil servant. Seeing that, Yurin got frustrated and stamped his feet. Hick uncle, can't you tell me, Do-jun again, but you're really a civil servant. That night it was the Hunter Management Bureau. Chief, I would like to report. Someone informed Chul-jong. Fortunately no one was injured. We are in the process of repairing and rebuilding damaged buildings. There is only one problem, that is the hunter who killed dead monsters don't appear. Chul-jong said without much surprise, it doesn't matter, after all, the only person who can solve things like this is that person. When the staff heard that, they were surprised. Who is it? Then he laughed again. Oh yeah, Manager Lee Do-jun definitely solved it for us. He didn't say anything more. Looking at Chul-jong's pensive face, the employee was a little confused and thought, the matter has been resolved, but why is his expression so heavy? Remembering the president's words, can he make whether the hunters in the central area are safe or not? Perhaps he is afraid that this incident will happen again. He couldn't help but burst into tears. As expected of the director, I will definitely follow the director for the rest of my life. Chul-jong didn't pay any attention to him and just focused on looking at the phone. Chul-jong was extremely stressed right now. Why didn't Yurin answer the phone? He started to panic. Was she angry that I was angry with her this morning? Seeing the director inciting staff to panic, Director. Then the employee immediately picked up Chul-jong and worriedly said, are you okay? No matter how worried you are about the country, you must prioritize your health first. He was scared and kept calling, Director, Director. Seeing the director's pale face, he couldn't control himself and shouted, Director. Chul-jong broke down and muttered under her breath, Yurin, Dad was wrong. At this time it was also dark. Yurin looked at the pile of missed calls from his father and immediately said, Dad, I'm sorry for not answering your phone. But I have no other choice. Because the only person who can solve my problem is you. Yurin, carrying a pile of things under her armpits, stood under the apartment building and made up her mind. Until then, she won't go home. In Do-jun's house right now, Long Long is sitting idle watching TV. At this time, a bell rang outside. Seeing that, Yun-hee looked at Long Long and said, Long Long, it seems like someone is coming, please come and see for me. Seeing this, Long Long felt a little uncomfortable and said, ah, it's a good scene. Then he went out and opened the door. Who is it? I just saw Yurin dragging her suitcase and loudly said, hello, uncle. Looking inside, there was no one and she wondered, why was there no one? I accidentally didn't pay attention and bumped into the dragon below. Long Long saw that and immediately got angry and said, don't look down, kid. As soon as I looked down, I saw Long Long. Yurin startled and let out a cry. She looked at Long Long curiously. What kind of animal is this? A monster? Are you the pet that uncle raised? Long Long looked disgusted and said, who are you to come to someone else's house? Looking at Long Dragon's calm face, Yurin thought to herself, what kind of pet has such an irritable personality? Then she openly said, hello, I'm Jung Yurin, there's manager Lee Do-jun here, I'm not home. Long Long said coldly, the owner is taking a bath now, so there is no one else at home. Long Long was annoyed, kicked Yurin out the door and chased her away. No, this house doesn't accept street vendors, please go away. As soon as Long Long closed the door, Yurin used all her strength to hold the door. Wait, I came here to see the manager. Long Long immediately shouted, please go away. Seeing the noise outside, Yun-hee inside asked, Long Long, is there something wrong? She felt uneasy and quickly went out to see who was coming and making such a noise. Seeing Yurin here, Yun-hee was a bit surprised. Jung Yurin. Long Long immediately said, what is this? Is it Yun-hee's acquaintance? That should be said, making people think it's a street vendor. Hearing that, Yurin angrily shouted, why are street vendors wearing school uniforms? Long Long quickly argued back, street vendors can also wear uniforms. Yurin stood up and happily said, thank you, thanks to you I was able to enter the house, it's fair, if we go to the same school, of course you would know me. Yun-hee stared wide-eyed. In her heart she thought to herself, why did the director's daughter come to my house like this? So Yun-hee immediately asked, what are you doing here? Yurin used her eyes to evaluate Yun-hee and then thought to herself, it seems like the girl you were talking about is him. After meeting her, I saw nothing special. Yun-hee looked at her a little nervously. Yurin immediately said, today I received a big help from manager Lee Do-jun, so I just wanted to thank him. I wonder if I can meet him. Hearing that, Yun-hee immediately became annoyed and thought, uncle, where did this girl meet her father to dare to call her so casually? Even so, he said he came to thank him so he couldn't refuse. Seeing that, she said, first you go inside, I will bring you a cup of tea, thank you. Looking at Yurin's luggage, Yun-hee thought in confusion, he just came to say thank you, why did he have to bring so much luggage? He just came back from a trip. As soon as she entered the living room, Yurin started criticizing the reviews. This house is even smaller than my room. Upon hearing that, Long Long immediately said, if it's small, will you buy another house for us? Yurin casually sat down on the chair and laughed. I heard Uncle tell the story. Are you his daughter? Yun he thought unhappily, continuing to call Uncle again. Then she turned around and said angrily, so what? Looking at Yunhee's face, Yurin thought to herself, why is he angry? Thinking so, she immediately spoke up and said, hey, are you angry? At this moment, Du Jun's voice rang out, who came? Yunhee was so happy, Dad, I finished bathing. Du Jun walks out. As soon as he saw Yurin, he sighed, is it you? Yurin stood up angrily, what do you mean by sighing? She shouted loudly, do you have to show such disappointment? Looking at Yurin's cheeky attitude, Du Jun sighed helplessly, Long, I told you to chase away those street vendors, there you go. When Yurin heard that, he got mad, you're calling me a street vendor. Long said contemptuously, sorry master, because she pretended to be close to Yunhee so I was fooled, because Jun asked again, so what are you doing here? Yurin immediately shouted, I came to thank you. Hearing that, I was a bit surprised, really? Yurin hesitantly said, of course that's not the main story, but it's true that I want to thank you. Before he could finish speaking, he bluntly refused. Yurin was bewildered, but he hadn't finished speaking yet, so Jun waved his hand in disgust and said he wanted me to accept him as his disciple. Hearing that, Yurin said confusedly, how did you know that? How could you use poison mind magic? Du Jun looked at the luggage, came to thank him and brought the luggage too. Yurin firmly said, if you agree to accept me as a disciple, I will give you 10 billion. Du Jun felt depressed when he heard that. Do you know how much an S-grade magic stone costs? Yurin confidently replied, even though I can't become an official hunter yet, I know about that, about 800 million, but why did you suddenly ask about that? Seems like that's money you can easily earn. Yurin was still stubborn, so, then I don't have any other wishes. Du Jun immediately turned away and said, I have to eat dinner, can you leave now? Hearing that, the girl immediately looked pitiful and cried with tears in her eyes, but all she received in return was a cold yes from Du Jun. Yurin is sad, it can't be like that. Seeing that, Jun said, I know, I will accept you as my disciple. Hearing that, she immediately became radiant and her eyes glowed, really, because Jun made an offer again, but with conditions. If you can graduate from the academy at the top, I will accept you as a disciple. Yurin gasped, at the top. The girl then got excited, really, if you get first place I will accept you as a disciple right away, right, so go home quickly. Yurin will be happy after receiving what she wants, I know, I will definitely rank first in the graduation exam. She excitedly grabbed Yunhee's hand, from now on we will see each other at school every day, so let's be friendly with each other. See you at school tomorrow. Yunhee was bewildered, but tomorrow is a day off. After a while, everyone was able to sit peacefully at the dining table. Long sighed, now it was time to eat. Du Jun thought to himself, from now on she will probably work harder in school, the director will probably be very pleased. In the basement of the Hunter Management Department's monster analysis room, Chuljiang's expression changed when she heard the news. Was it true? One person told him, yes, in the future there will be monsters that will be 2 to 3 times stronger than the current S-ranked monsters, in the basement of the Hunter Management Bureau's monster analysis room. Hearing that, Chuljiang couldn't help but worry, monsters above level S would continuously appear. The researcher told him with a serious face, but there was an even bigger problem. Downtown is starting to swallow the earth. Chuljiang said with a serious face, the central area is starting to swallow the earth, which means the invasion has really begun. After listening, Kang Yun next to him was a little confused. What did he mean by invasion? He immediately said, the first time you started coming to the downtown area was 3 years ago, right? He also honestly replied yes. Chuljiang continued what he had surmised. Initially, the highest level of the rift was a level, but, after he reached the center, S-level rifts began to appear. The strength index of such S-class monsters is around 1000. These newly appeared monsters have surpassed that level and the current highest is 7500. After hearing this, Kang Yun also sweated a bit, so that means the more we explore the central area, more and more powerful monsters will appear. Chuljiang nodded in agreement. Yes, the more adversity we overcome, the stronger the monsters that will flood from the central area to the earth. He asked himself, what could this be if it did not devour the earth? Kang Yun began to worry and said, "So isn't there no hope for humanity?" Chul Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's just my guess, let's discuss it again after manager Lee Do-jun gives us information about the tutorial land. Because in the end, it all depends on manager Lee Do-jun." At the same time, at Do-jun's house, Carrier politely clasped his hands and said, "Master, I will wait for you outside." After Do-jun listened, he nodded, "Okila." Just as he was about to leave, Yun-hee called out from behind, "Dad." She immediately said that this Saturday, Dad will go on business again. Do-jun nodded and replied, "Yes, Dad, I think he still needs to go on business on the weekend." Hearing that, Yun-hee bowed her head sadly and said yes. Looking at her face, he didn't know what to say. Long Long was angry with tears in his eyes and punched his thigh because Jun blamed Yun-hee for saying we were going out to eat today, so why did Master go to work? Do-jun wondered, "Yes, this is the first time I've heard it." Yun-hee heard that and immediately confessed, "Well, actually I received a scholarship, so I want my family to go out to eat and have fun. I planned to surprise you, Dad." Her face drooped and she reluctantly said, "But Dad doesn't need to worry about where to go." Long Long sadly hid in a corner and lamented that I was so excited, I was so looking forward to watching movies and going out to eat, but still, Yun, he said again, "I don't want to bother Dad." Looking at the sad mood of the two of them, it was a bit awkward. Lee Do-jun was thinking about how to be a good father. After much thought, he decided to take the kids out to nurture their relationship, and told his dad to just come home before 5 o'clock. Right, seeing that he had changed his mind, Yun-hee and Long Long both agreed. I couldn't hide my joy. Yes, that's right. Long Long excitedly hugged Do-jun. Long live his master. Do-jun smiled and said, "Dad will try to come home as soon as possible." They both smiled and replied, "Yes." This time Do-jun and Carrier then go to the tutorial belt to proceed to stage 3, below is the molten lava river. The two of them were now standing on high and looking down at this hot lava river. Do-jun did not rush to act but asked, "Tusatala, what is the mission of this stage?" She heard that and immediately said, "You need to receive the item first to start." Do-jun was surprised, the item, and Carrier was curiously looking down excitedly, "This must be very warm." While he was telling the fairy Tusatala where to go to get it now, at this moment the Carrier jumped into the lava river and immersed himself in joy. In front of Do-jun's face, a ring appeared. At the same time, the system notifies, colorless skill ring has been received. Colorless skill ring accessory classification, level 5, number of stored skills is 0, allowing you to use skills. Seeing that, Tusatala said with satisfaction, "It was a good time." It could be said that this was the most important item in the central area. He held the ring without expecting it. "This?" Tusatala said seriously, "Yes, if you don't have this ring, you can't use your skills." Do-jun displays the power in his hand and says, "I can use them," although, Tusatala laughs, "This is a tutorial land, that's why you can still use them." "Hahoo, even if it's you, it seems like you still need me." Tusatala hovered above his head and explained, "What you need to do here is to capture the gatekeepers on each floor, and increase the number of stored skills for the ring. The building has 7 floors, if you can accommodate the maximum 7 skills. You can give up at any time, but remember, having an extra skill makes a huge difference." Tusatala's attitude was a bit excessive but, this super beautiful and kind Tusatala, always said this to the adventurers, "I hope you give up at any time so as not to get hurt." At this point, she was a bit shocked and laughed out loud, "Oh my god, I'm so kind, do you think I'm too kind?" Do-jun said with a judgmental look, "Yes, that's good, but every once in a while it feels like she just finished playing with toys." Carrier shook her head in frustration, "Maybe she just thought out, owner." Do-jun pointed to the room with the gatekeeper outside and said, "So that means, we have to kill the gatekeepers to increase the amount of storage." Tusatala was skeptical, "What the hell are you talking about? If you don't do that, then what are you going to do?" Do-jun quickly pulled out a ball and said urgently, "I have an appointment today, so I don't have time. I can save time if I do it this way, I just need to kill the last gatekeeper." Seeing that Tusatala said a little panicked, "Wait." Do-jun didn't care about her and started using his power to attack the gatekeeper, even though Tusatala helplessly cried, "Please God, can't you just kill him normally?" Do-jun walked slowly without stopping. "Wherever I go, there are ruins of Do-jun." The system appears, "You achieved first place in Phase 3, do you want to make your achievement public?" Do-jun defeated the monster on the last floor and flatly refused. "No," the system didn't say anything, "you refused publicly." The ring in his hand now also lit up, the ring's collection process began. The upgrade is complete. The Dojun notification system will return to the third-floor lobby. Very quickly Dojun came back. Tusitala saw him and was very surprised. You're done. Dojun calmly replied, that's right. Tusitala still can't believe it. Don't tell me you just came back from the third floor. Dojun looked at the properties of the skill upgrade ring. Subclassification support event, heart treasure level, number of stored skills 7, description of the ring that allows you to use skills, enhances the influence power of stored skills. However, the skill has stored will not be able to be deleted. You please consider carefully. Tusitala looked at the ring that turned black and was so scared that he gasped, what, all 7 skills, and what upgrades? Dojun saw that and replied, I don't know. Carrie was overwhelmed and said, looking at you talking endlessly as if you knew everything, but it seems like you still have a lot of things you don't know. Tusitala heard that I was so angry that I was shaking. She angrily shouted, this devil, Dojun said without hesitation, Carrier, let's go. Carrier nodded, yes, master. The two of them didn't even look at her and just left. Tusitala saw that and raised his hand to shout, wait. You were there waving your arms and legs screaming, please explain to me why the ring turned black. At exactly 5 o'clock p.m., Lee Dojun finished on time and returned home. The whole family then went out to play. Yoonhee happily asked him, what movie should we watch today? I heard that Doctor's Page is the hottest right now. Dojun also happily said, is that so? Let's watch that movie. Yoonhee excitedly hugged her father's hand and replied, yes. But the scene of father and son happily joking around accidentally made Yeji's father, who was on the street, so surprised when he saw the misunderstanding that he dropped his bread. Yeji's father was stunned. Manager Lee. At this moment, she couldn't help but shed tears and said, does Manager Lee have a lover? She died a little in her heart, standing in the middle of the crowded street, muttering, Manager Lee has a lover. Images of happiness in her mind suddenly flashed back and then disappeared. She thought sadly, hadn't things blossomed between us a long time ago, and the distorted memories passed away? Yeji's father is filled with murderous intent, I can't forgive him. A pressure radiated from her body, making even passers-by scared. It was so hot. Yeji's father released his energy and shouted, the price to pay for deceiving me is your life. She lost her mind and rushed over. In her eyes right now is just the image of Yoonhee being affectionate with Dojun. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as if she wanted to devour both of them. Yeji's father rushed over and slapped his shoulder hard, saying, Manager Lee Dojun. She angrily complained, why did you lie to me? Are you treating me well just because of your image? Am I simply your toy? At this point, she couldn't hold back her tears. I'm really disappointed in you, Dojun. The two people in front saw this and turned their heads to look at Yeji's father in bewilderment without understanding what the hell was going on. Who was that? Seeing that he recognized the wrong father, Yeji stiffened and didn't know where to go. The man saw that and was confused. Did he make a mistake? This caused the girlfriend next to him to seriously misunderstand and angrily raise her fist. Seeing this, the man was scared and quickly explained, no baby, you misunderstood, I don't know her. His girlfriend saw that and got angry and grabbed his shirt even though he explained, don't pretend to be a fool, she just called your name, Lee Dojun. This Dojun is scared and miserable, said, I'm serious, I really don't know her. Yeji's father next to him saw that and cried out in fear. But she just frantically looked at the disaster she caused without being able to do anything. Suddenly there was a call, Hunter Cha Yeji. When she heard her name, she was startled and turned her head to look. I just saw Dojun looking at her and asking, are you here to watch a movie too? Yeji's father frantically said, embarrassed, no, I'm sorry, and ran away. Dojun saw that and thought in bewilderment, is she practicing the lighting feet technique? He exclaimed again. She was becoming stronger and stronger. The dragon now spoke up, Master. With pleading eyes, he pointed at the popcorn box in a man's hand and said, can we buy that too? Come on, please. Dojun saw that and spoke up, popcorn, should I buy exactly the same one? Long Long's eyes lit up and said, yes. Seeing that, he agreed and went to the counter, okay, give me a large caramel-flavored popcorn and a large can of Coke. He gave Long Long, large popcorn, and your large Coke. Long Long happily took the popcorn and jumped up and down. Wonderful, unlike anyone else, he was so generous. As soon as the words finished, a powerful voice rang out, who was that? When Long Long heard that, his face turned pale. Yoonhee said angrily, aren't you generous? Long Long trembled in fear and stammered, no, Sister Yoonhee, no, I'm not talking about you, that is. Yoonhee reached out. Seeing this, Long Long instinctively covered his face and shouted, "Please still let me eat meat." Unexpectedly, Yoon-hee just brushed off popcorn crumbs for Long Long to gently say, "Why do you let popcorn crumbs all over your face like this? The movie has started, let's go." When Long Long saw that, he was confused and asked questions. Do-jun also walked in with Yoon-hee, and only Long Long stood there looking bewildered. Long Long looked skeptical and muttered, "Yoon-hee is very strange today, no one seems to notice." After entering the cinema, Long Long 2424 always focused on Yoon-hee without taking his eyes off. "At least I will be careful and watch out for Yoon-hee." The movie also started playing at this time, Dragon Trainer. The trainer kicked the dragon away with a powerful kick. He said meaningfully, "Let me teach you a lesson." When Long Long saw that, he immediately forgot his purpose and focused intently on the movie in front of him. At the end of the movie, the dragon came out happily jumping up and down. "Dragon Trainer, once again, let's watch it again." Yoon-hee smiled and said, "Now we will go eat meat. Long Long, won't you come with us?" At this point, Long Long started to feel nervous and excited. Hearing about meat makes the dragon no longer have the mind to think about anything else. He excitedly said, "Let's go, let me lead the way." Do-jun looked at this happy scene and smiled, thinking, "It's a relief to see that you guys seem to really enjoy today's outing. This is the life I want." When Yoon-hee arrived at the restaurant, she ordered a plate of meat that was taller than a dragon's head and generously said, "Eat your ass off, you guys." The dragon sat on one side and drooled. Looking at the money made June sweat. "Yoon-hee, how much did you receive from your scholarship?" "A piece of meat was 80,000 won, but this is a lot." Carrier was shocked. 80,000 won a piece of meat, you can buy 4 bags of food with that amount. Yoon-hee said decisively, "We have to eat delicious food when we eat." The dragon next to him also responded, "Yes, that's right." Do-jun smiled and thought, "Well, I can return it anyway." Thinking so, he smiled and nodded. "Dad understood. Last time you said you might move into the dormitory, because you also received a scholarship. Doesn't that mean you can move into the dormitory?" When Yoon-hee heard that, her face immediately changed. "Dormitory?" She said a little hesitantly, "Dad, what do you think about me staying in the dormitory?" She raised many questions. If the situation allowed, would Dad want me to move into the dormitory? Do-jun calmly replied, "You don't have to do that if you don't want to." Hearing that, she was a bit surprised. Do-jun asked, "You want to stay home, right?" He smiled kindly, "Dad also wants you to stay here." Carrier heard that and felt moved. "Master." Yoon-hee immediately stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." Do-jun nodded. She rushed to the bathroom. Yoon-hee nervously took a deep breath. Feeling confused, she thought to herself, "Initially I had intended to move out, as soon as I was approved by the dormitory management. It's only been 3 months since I lived with my dad. From the moment I first met Do-jun, my heart feels comfortable and at peace, as if we have been together for many years. Is this what it feels like to have a loved one to rely on?" After a while Yoon-hee also went out of the restaurant. Look at the scene of people eating and drinking happily inside. Yoon-hee felt a bit sad inside. "Sooner or later I would have to be independent, but I want everyone to remain a family for a little longer, with Dad, Dragon, Carrier, all together." Yoon-hee tried to regain her composure and said loudly, "You've only left 10 minutes and you're already out of meat, with your mouth full of food." She said, "No, mine is here. The Carrier is helpless, the only one left. Have a piece." 2 p.m. on Saturday, the Fisher Management Department in their field tour. Chief Chul-jeong, after being drunk, stood in the car happily showing off his singing and dancing personality. "It's been a long time. But the hyuk-soo next to me is worried. Boss, that's very dangerous. Boss, please sit down." When he heard that, he waved his arms and legs uncontrollably. Hee, I don't want it, this guy." A female colleague poured wine for Do-jun. "Here's mine, Manager Lee, let's have a glass." Do-jun held out his glass and said, "Thank you." After that, the female colleague looked at Father Yeji. "Father Hunter, did you say goodbye?" But the next second she stopped. Seeing Father Yeji keep his face down shyly, he immediately said, "Are you drunk? You don't need to force yourself if you can't drink." Yeji's father smiled and waved his hand and replied, "Then please forgive me, I don't feel very well," because June sitting next to me wondered inwardly when he saw that, but she didn't drink anything. The other female colleague worriedly asked, "Really, are you okay?" Yeji's father quickly turned away and said, "Yes, I'll rest a bit and I'll get better soon." Her mind is full of confused emotions right now. I can't face Manager Lee because I keep thinking back to yesterday, she sadly thought to herself. Manager Lee, why did you lie to me? She shed tears of regret, even though it was a rare opportunity for her to sit next to him. Doo-jun took the initiative and gave her a bottle of water and said, Hunter Dad, if you get carsick, would you like to drink water instead? Yeji's father heard that and immediately pretended to close his eyes and cough. Seeing that, the female colleague behind him spoke up, oh my god, it seems that Hunter father is really drunk. Chul-soo raised his voice, if I had known she was such a gentle person, I would have expressed my gratitude sooner. Ha, you still haven't said thank you to her. If it weren't for the Hunter father, we probably would have had to sleep on the street. The female colleague laughed boredly and said, ahaha, it seems the boss is really drunk. Last Wednesday Hunter Cha Yeji had a misunderstanding at the cinema. The Rift Management Department, Chief Chul-soo in the office shouted agitatedly into the landline, what, how the hell but you guys can do that there? How can you just cancel the place we booked without any reason? The person on the other end of the line immediately said, I can't help, we will refund the money immediately. After saying that they hung up, Chul-soo got angry, hello. He kept shouting, how can we find another place to live during the peak season? Yeji's father is on the phone, Mom, yes, the subsidiary's accommodation suddenly got cancelled. Chul-soo's side is angry. Hyuk-soo, try to find out if these bastards are doing anything wrong, violate any rules in the service law. Hyuk-soo immediately replied, that is not our responsibility, boss. After calling, Yeji's father called out, Boss Kang. Chul-soo heard that and shouted, what? But then he tried to calm himself down and said, sorry, I didn't mean to get angry at you. Hunter father, you understand, right? Yeji's father smiled and said, of course, by the way, I've already taken care of our reservation, so you don't need to worry anymore. Hearing that, both the manager and Hyuk-soo were extremely surprised. Father Yeji said, my mother runs an accommodation business in Mongdal. When I asked her, she said she will let us stay there for free. As expected, Father Yeji is like the savior of life, saving people difficult times. Doo-jun held up the phone and asked, is this the place you talked about, Hunter Father Yeji? Father Yeji nodded and replied, oh yes, that's it. Looking at the phone screen, Chul-soo and Hyuk-soo were both stunned. It was 400,000 won, for one starry night. Yeji's father proudly said, I did well, didn't you Manager Lee, please praise me. Seeing him stiffen, Chul-soo walked over and whispered in her ear, Doo-jun, why don't you say anything, you should sing and dance to praise her. Doo-jun was cold after hearing that, what? Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then raised two fingers without any reaction and said, good job, Hunter Father Yeji is number one. Yeji's father was so happy when he heard that, oh my god, this Manager Lee is so strange. Very soon everyone got on the bus and departed for Mongdal. As soon as we arrived, everyone was staring. Oh my god, this is the first time I've been to a luxurious place like this. Wow, doesn't it look so luxurious? An excited voice exclaimed, Hunter Father is the best. After a while, a warm person came out and said, welcoming you all. This person is also Yeji's father's mother. She smiled and said, you guys are guests from Seoul, right? I heard about you a lot from my daughter. Thank you everyone so much for taking care of my daughter. As soon as I saw her, the manager of the department, Chul-soo, looked at me with love-struck eyes like a banana fish. One person spoke up and said, no, I'm the one who should thank you. Yeji's father's mother said, oh my god, by the way, which one of you is Manager Lee Doo-jun? Doo-jun heard that and politely replied, hello, I'm Lee Doo-jun, the crack manager from downtown Seoul. When she saw that, she spoke openly, your daughter told me a lot about you. I shouldn't let you all stand outside, please come inside. Yeji's father heard that and shouted in shame, mother. Hyuk-soo silently assessed the department head, boss, your mouth just watered when you looked at her, right? I'll tell your wife. The department manager was startled when he heard that. When did I become like that? At this time, Yeji's father walked closer and took Doo-jun's arm. She said closely, we should go in, Manager Lee. He also nodded, okay, but the two of them didn't know there was a murderous aura behind them. Yeji's father's younger sister angrily looked at Doo-jun and thought, that's the man, daring to seduce his kind and innocent sister. Doo-jun's every move is monitored by a rice-powered camera, how dare he date her? No matter where he goes, his younger sister will supervise him. I will never accept him, because June is outside engrossed in watching the sea, while the sea is so beautiful. The girl got angry and said to herself, I told you, I will never agree to that. But at this moment Doo-jun looked over and spoke up, asking him a question. He wondered, do you have something to tell me? It seems like you've been following me all this time. When the little girl heard that, she quickly panicked and said, when did you follow me? Jun heard that and went inside, so he must have made a mistake. Seeing that, she immediately stopped him, waiting. Jun turned his head to look at her in confusion. The girl immediately said firmly, don't you dare approach my sister anymore. Jun was bewildered. What? Yeji's father's sister pointed at his face and said, I know she's beautiful, has a nice body, and has a good personality. Not only that, she's also kind and always buys him delicious food. That's enough to understand why he wants her. However, I will absolutely never accept you. When Jun heard that, he thought to himself, it seems like she misunderstood something. The girl continued, of course, he wouldn't give up that easily. I won't let her go even if I die. So I challenged him to a match. The two of us went outside and the girl wanted to challenge Jun to a ping-pong match. She held the racket and said in a loud voice, the loser of a table tennis match would definitely give up on her. Jun couldn't help but burst out laughing, thinking, she's so energetic like her father's hunter. Then he softly asked, what if he wins? Seeing Jun smiling made her angry and thought, is he laughing? Then she said loudly, oh, it seems like you're quite confident. If you win then I'll do whatever you want. As I warned you, if you lose, don't even think about begging to stay with my sister. Jun immediately replied, sounds good, I accept this challenge. Then the two of them went into the table tennis match. The manager outside wondered, Hyuk-soo, what are they doing? Hyuk-soo also wondered, I'm not sure boss. The little girl vented her anger on the ball. The hand holding the racket swings the ball hard. This time I will show you my killer move. She had a triumphant look on her face, thinking, at what age can he block the deadly moves of a provincial tournament champion like me? I even have the trophy to prove it. But the next second the girl's eyes widened and her mouth gaped open. Jun's body radiated boundless energy. Her complexion changed a bit at this moment. Wait, why do I feel the energy of a master from that obnoxious gentleman? No, it feels like you. I am someone who surpasses even that expert. This feeling, the Lord of Table Tennis. Jun caught the ball and hit it repeatedly, making her unable to react in time. Cha Yeji's younger sister sprayed glue and was stiff, not expecting this. The result is 199 and one side is not, because Jun asked, are we done? Seeing that, she collapsed on the table and lamented, how did things turn out like this? Because Jun spoke up, you said you would do anything if you lost, right? Hearing that, she nodded and replied, yes. Her eyes looked up pleadingly at Jun. I will be anything you ask, so can you please let go of my sister? Jun just coldly replied, do you know how valuable Hunter father is? There is no way I would do that. The little girl lowered her face and even though she didn't want to, she had to accept. Okay, I guess this word will be useless, because I've already missed the bet, so I'll keep my word. Yeji's father's younger sister said decisively, I will turn a blind eye to you and my sister dating each other, but I will never let you marry her. After hearing this, Jun was in a panic. Who was dating who? Even the two of them were confused. What? The girl said again, you and my sister. When Jun heard that, he was helpless and quickly explained, listen, it seems like there was a misunderstanding, because I'm not on a date with my father Hunter. Hearing that, the girl got angry, pointed at his face and shouted, you're lying, you didn't even admit that you love her. He was bewildered, not understanding what the hell was going on, confessing. The girl was quick, that's right. The little girl repeated what he had said, you are priceless to me, and then sadly said, that's what he said. The hopeless Jun sighed and said, that simply means she is an invaluable employee. The energetic girl said, so what about when you said you wouldn't let her go? Jun defended it. It was true he said that, because she was someone the town hall couldn't afford to lose. After hearing that, the girl gasped in surprise, what? Jun slammed on the table and said loudly, and you, didn't you say you would do anything if we lost? The girl was a little sweaty and hesitant, well, that's true. The next moment, the girl's expression became one of carelessness. The little girl was given the responsibility of grilling meat by Jun. She held the meat tongs in her hand while grilling and complaining, why was she the only one grilling meat? The little girl sat mumbling nonstop, so this is all he wanted to tell a beautiful girl like me, after winning the bet. When Jun saw that, he walked close behind her and reminded her, little girl, don't be distracted, the little girl was shocked by you. The little girl turned her head and said, if you scare me like that, I might have a heart attack, because Jun frowned, who said he was lazy. Then he pointed to one side and said, do you see the pile of stuff in front of the bus? Bring it here for me. From now until the barbecue is ready, those are the things you need to do. Seeing that, the girl grumbled a bit. There was a lot, but because June urged her, there was no time left, so do it quickly. Seeing that, the little girl didn't want to secretly plan in her heart, she needed another plan. Seeing that, she immediately turned around and called, "Brother." Then pretended to be a weak woman and said, "Oppa, my strength is very weak, can you help me do it?" But in response was only Do Jun's cold face. Seeing that, the little girl was scared and said loudly while running, "I will quickly finish it." Do Jun couldn't help but laugh in his heart, what a smart and energetic child. Then you went back into the house. She could become good friends with Yun-hee. She was carrying a lot of things and doubting life. Why didn't that method work? Don't tell me I like that boy. In the afternoon, tourists all gathered to eat and drink. The atmosphere was extremely cheerful and bustling. "Come here to eat meat, let's drink, where is the wine?" At this time a voice rang out from above. "Listen, listen, pay attention everyone, the boss is about to say these few words." The boss raised a glass to congratulate. "Well done, everyone has worked hard for the past half a year. Today please put work aside and enjoy it to the fullest." Everyone excitedly raised their beer glasses. Chul-soo blushed and clinked glasses to have fun with Hyuk-soo. "Hyuk-soo, let's do it 100% in one go," he happily replied. "Of course, boss." The department head was excited. "Wow, that was too much Pepsi." His eyes were full of affection and he said, "Hyuk-soo, do you want to bet?" Looking at Dad Yeji and Do Jun getting close, the department head said, "When will the two of them get married?" Hyuk-soo thought and said his thoughts. Then I'll bet that they won't get married." The manager frowned unwillingly. "Hey, how can you say that after seeing them like that?" Hyuk-soo continued, "Manager Lee doesn't think of her like that. There's no love going on if the feelings only come from one side." The head of the department glanced at the two people. "I also knew that, but still. I hope the two of them will get married." Yeji's father was so drunk that he could no longer stay awake and jumped on Do Jun. "Manager Lee should drink with me too." Do Jun had no way to save him and pushed her face away and had to ask for help. "Senior Lee Yun-hee." Yun-hee looked up and said, "What's wrong?" Do Jun spoke up, "I'm sorry but it looks like Hunter father is really drunk, can you take her back to her room?" Yun-hee exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, she was like that on the bus too. Maybe her alcohol tolerance isn't high, and it just happened to be when I was planning on going on vacation too." So because Jun gave the debt to Yun-hee without any hesitation, thanks to her, Yeji's father hugged Yun-hee tightly and muttered, "Manager Lee, where have you gone?" Do Jun was breathing heavily again, then there was a sound from the manager. Yeji's father's younger sister looked up and down looking for her sister's silhouette and then wondered, "Where is my sister?" Do Jun immediately replied, "Because she seemed tired, so I took her back to the room." When the girl heard that, she immediately expressed her displeasure and said, "Did you take her to the room yourself?" Do Jun shook his head and said, "No." Hearing that made her feel relieved and said, "Well that's good." Do Jun continued, "He still hasn't forgotten." "Well, thanks for thinking that way." The girl was excited. "I guess I can give you 5 more points." Hearing that, he asked, "How many points do you have?" The girl replied, -95 points. When Do Jun heard that, he just smiled faintly and started drinking again without paying any attention. The little girl looked at him drinking delicious wine like that and was a little curious. "Is the wine good?" Jun just said, "I don't know, but I think soft drinks are more suitable for your age." When the little girl heard that, she immediately got angry. "Ha, now you're treating me like a child." Thanks to Jun's sarcasm. "Well, I'm not an adult." Hearing that, she got angry and pointed at him. "What? I'm not an adult. If a person works diligently and eats enough food, then doesn't that mean they are an adult?" "With that said, you are a very mature person," she said as she picked up the beer and took a sip to prove it. "But as soon as I drank it, I immediately stuck out my tongue and winced." The look on his face was horrified. "Hey, what kind of taste is this? How could anyone drink such a horrible thing?" Do Jun spoke up, "It's bitter, isn't it? But at this moment your mind is no longer clear." I can still drink." She staggered away. "I'm a lazy person, so I should go to work." Seeing that, the manager worriedly said, "Hey Manager Lee Do Jun, don't you think you should take her back to her room?" Do Jun leisurely replied, "After all, this is her house, it's okay, where does it happen?" The little girl was stunned and walked unsteadily and said, Why does my sister like that kind of man? She keeps talking about that uncle all day long." The image of Yeji's father lingered in her mind. His voice continuously echoed in her head. "You know, every time I have a problem, Manager Lee is always the first to help me. The first time, first, go to the city hall." The girl was now sitting down. Her thoughts were endlessly wandering. When I first heard about it from her, I thought some jerk was trying to get close to her. She put her chin in her hands and muttered, "Well, but maybe he's not that bad." But at this moment, behind the girl's back, a huge crack suddenly appeared emitting light, making her a bit surprised. Huh. As soon as I turned my head and saw the crack, my eyes widened in surprise. It was a crack. At this moment, that crack was like a giant black hole, swallowing her directly inside. A system panel appears and warns, "A crack has appeared." Operating conditions: the maximum number of hunters that can join the rift is 3. Clearing conditions: killing all monsters in the rift. Clearing rewards: all strength and agility stats, conqueror stamina plus 15, inescapable penalty during the rift, number of normal monsters remaining 7, number of champion monsters remaining 2, number of boss monsters remaining 1. Moving to another dimension, also inside the crack, the girl repeatedly hit the crack but it was meaningless. What is this? The girl panicked. Why couldn't she go out? There was a sound of footsteps coming from behind, startling the girl, and she quickly turned around. I only saw an ugly, rough goblin with a tall, drooling body looking towards her. Seeing that, the little girl trembled in fear. There was a sound of footsteps coming from behind, startling the girl, and she quickly turned around. I only saw an ugly, rough goblin with a tall, drooling body looking towards her. Seeing that, the little girl trembled in fear, thinking, what will she do when she is in danger again? I remember she said something. Quickly, I have to remember what she said quickly. The goblin couldn't stand the fragrant bait in front of him and raised his weapon. The girl looked down and finally remembered. Oh right. Right now that shiny axe was coming down towards her. The little girl's whole body was paralyzed and she could only stand and watch. The voice echoed in her head. She said Manager Kim had helped her. A scream rang out, followed by blood plasma splashing out. The monster still held the weapon in his hand. It seemed like everything was over, but luckily her life was saved. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was surprised and thought, what's going on? Why don't I feel any pain? I only saw a streak of slashing across the goblin, cutting it in two. Behind the girl is a large body protecting her. She was stunned and quickly turned her head to look and was surprised. What? It turned out that the person who had just narrowly saved her from death was June. He said coldly, he came because he felt something was wrong, but was this also caused by the center of the earth? Girl, I couldn't believe my eyes and fell to my knees. The manager. She was shocked and couldn't recover, but why did he come here? June looked at her and hummed, then thought to himself, if I leave her here while I go clean the crack, it will be very dangerous. Thinking so, he immediately carried her on his shoulder and said, excuse me. Seeing that, she cried out in confusion, hey, wait, why are you carrying me? June spoke up, why, don't you want to go home? The girl said impatiently, that's not what she meant. He didn't beat around the bush but held her tightly and reminded her, so hold on tight. She was still confused. Why, what do you mean, baby? She could walk on her own, even though she screamed loudly because June still hugged her tightly and walked towards a cave. She screamed in fear, just stop for a second, manager. June said coldly, just hang on tight. But at this time his noise accidentally woke up many other goblins. Their eyes full of murderous intent looked at June. The girl said in panic, I mean the front, that's your front, that's we'll die in that devil's cave. June used his strength and reassured him, don't worry, he'll end it quickly. The little girl said incredulously, who finished it? Us. Seeing that June was upset and said, stop yelling, my ears are ringing. The girl still can't keep calm. We'll die if we don't stop, that is. But at this moment, the scene in front of her opened her eyes. June's power alone overwhelmed them all. The slashes from June's power pierced their bodies, cutting the goblins in half. The little girl couldn't believe her eyes and pinched her cheek hard and said, ahaha, is this a dream? That's right, there's no way this must be a dream. June shook his head and said, it's not. Hearing that, her face immediately changed. So how could he kill a Class A monster in just one blow? This was too unreasonable. But at this moment, the surroundings suddenly shook violently. I was scared and quickly hid behind June's back screaming, oh mom. At this moment, right in the middle of the goblins that had collapsed on the ground, a giant foot walked by. In front of the two of them appeared a giant, muscular goblin thousands of feet tall, to which the two of them were basically no different from an ant. June didn't react at all and thought to himself, why is everyone so noisy today? The scared little girl trembled and stammered, manager, should we really run away this time? The other goblin gritted his teeth and glared at June with his blue eyes. He still looked up at it with an expressionless face. The goblin screamed, raising his weapon and rushing forward aggressively. Dujun's eyes blinked slightly at this moment. In the next second, it was blown away by Dujun's actions. Dujun's spiritual energy turned into swords of energy that rushed towards the goblin's body, making it unable to resist. There were continuous screams, "Go up!" The next second the goblin was completely defeated, it fell to the ground with a thud. The girl mumbled a few words, huh. Now suddenly a notice board appears, a great achievement, you have cleared the worthless cave in 5 minutes and 17 seconds. A hidden piece has been opened because you successfully cleared it within the allowed attack time. A copy of Belial, one of Solomon's 72 demons, has appeared. A bright light emitted, causing the girl to cover her eyes. What was going on? I thought it was over. Dujun spoke up, this is. A lotus flower appeared in front of him. Dujun now felt an energy source similar to the energy source leaking from the center of the earth. A glowing lotus flower, the petals opened, as June wondered, was it something created by Belial's clone? At this moment, a stream of light shot toward the two people. Dujun saw this and gently raised his hand to stop him. The light disappeared. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Oh, that's impressive." A man appeared with silver hair radiating a halo, and on his back were bird wings. He smiled and said, "Even though I'm just a copy, you can completely stop me, my destructive move." This person is a copy of Belial, the 68th demon of Solomon's 72 demons. He looked at Dujun and said with a smile, "That ordinary human, you make me interesting, please join my army, there is no greater honor than becoming my subordinate." Dujun said contemptuously, "Subordinate, of what is nothing more than a pigeon?" Hearing that, he frowned in discomfort. Dujun angrily compressed his spiritual energy into a ball and held it in his palm. "Who do you say becomes my subordinate?" Belial's copy felt this aura and immediately changed color. "What is this? What terrible energy is this? It is strong enough to face its original. Wait for me more a moment." Dujun didn't waste any more time and threw a move at him, coldly saying, "No, I'm busy, let him scream, but I said it's over." The little girl from beginning to end was taken by him from one surprise to another. "Oh brother, just who are you?" Dujun calmly replied, "Just a civil servant." "Stop joking, I'm serious, let's go." Wait, I have something to say before we get out of here." The child's attitude also changed 180 degrees and warmly said, "I should probably still thank you. I don't care whether you are a hidden hero, or part of the elite force team. Thank you so much for saving me, Manager Kim." When Dujun heard that, he smiled slightly. "It's strange to see you suddenly change your attitude, just act like you always do." The girl teased again, "No, you don't have to pretend to be indifferent, you did it to maintain your image in front of my sister, right?" Dujun sighed, "Not at all." He explained, "Because if you weren't there, who would clean up after the barbecue party ended?" When the little girl heard that, she got angry and shouted loudly at him. Dujun frowned. "Hey, I'm sure you promised to clean up the mess." The girl immediately begged, "Come on, don't let me down." The scene changes to another place, the heart, Belial's castle. A guy was sitting inside the castle and said, What is this?" Belial looked at the rankings while rubbing his doubts. "The tutorial rankings, it seems like they will never change." "No, they have already changed. 3rd floor rankings tutorial, 1st Anonymous, 2nd Empfehlheim, 3rd Murimu, 4th Kirill," he muttered to himself, "and this is the first time someone with a purple upper limit has appeared. I bet now Empfehlheim is gnashing his teeth." He was so angry that he trembled and tightened his grip on the chair. Most of all, Belial was indignant. "How dare he kill my body? You look no different from a pigeon." "What the hell is a pigeon, anyway? It makes me angry." His eyes were full of murderous intent and a mysterious smile. "You just wait there, you miserable, ordinary human being. I will cut you to pieces myself." Saturday morning, when Dujun entered the downtown area, Long and Carrier were watching TV together. The person on the TV said, "What advice can I give to my sister-in-law who has remarried 3 times? Long eats cake while leisurely watching TV. Ha, so funny." Suddenly, at this moment, June forcefully called for the dragon, making his heart skip a beat. "What the hell?" Dujun looked at Long and said, "Today you come with me." Long heard that and was confused and bewildered. What did the master say?" The carrier behind him spoke up and said, "It seems like you have nothing to do these days but sit at home and laugh, so the owner will bring you along to the downtown area instead of bringing me along like usual." When Long Lam heard that, he couldn't believe it and asked again, "Are you going to the central area with the owner?" Dujun nodded and said, "Yes, and in the past few days you've been able to roll." When he heard that, he choked up with tears and said, "Thank you very much, master." Then he happily danced and cheered, "Oh yeah, let's go, we're about to go out." Dujun looked at Long Long with puzzled eyes. Carrier laughed and said, "It seems like he really wants to go." Now in the center of the final tutorial land. Dujun and Long Long just teleported to this place. Looking at the scene in front of Long Long immediately said, "Wow, the scenery here is so barbaric, what's wrong, are you scared?" Under the abyss is a forest of snakes of all colors, threateningly baring their teeth at Dujun and Long Long. Hearing what he said, Long Long smiled and replied, "Honey, you only look like this, but you are the king of the dragons, completely different level from those trash guys." Long Long said with itchy hands and eyes, "Ah, look at how insolent they are, they dare to humiliate me." Underneath the snakes are biting their own species. They devour and eat meat and drink, the weak become prey for the strong, and the strong gain the upper hand. Seeing that, Long Long was a little excited and said, "Master, I can play with that thing." "No, Master, do you want me to take care of them for you?" Since June saw that, "Stop it and wait," satisfied. Suddenly a beam of light appeared from the sky, and the dragon who was rejected by him felt sad for a few times, but I thought I would be able to exercise a little after such a long time. Tusitala also appeared at this time. As soon as he saw Dujun, he suddenly said, "Why are you so late? I thought you weren't coming at all." Dujun saw that and immediately asked, "Are you waiting for me?" Tusitala continued, "Of course, because currently among the challengers, you are the only one from Earth." As well as Cecilia. While talking about this, she suddenly covered her mouth. "Oh shit." Dujun stared at Tusitala suspiciously. Tusitala continued frantically, "Anyway, I want to say that people can rely on only you." Dragon furrowed his eyebrows in discomfort and thought, how dare she raise her voice to the master. Dujun pondered, what about Cecilia? Looking at the way she tried to change her sentence, it seemed like something was going on. "I'll remember this name." Dujun then asked, "So what do we need to do here?" She gave him something long and white and said, "Well, first take this." Seeing that, Long Long's bright eyes jumped onto his back excitedly. "What is that? Can it be eaten?" I only saw that in Dujun's hand was a baby snake that Tusitala had just given him. Dujun told Long Long, "That's not food, give me the book." He listened and quickly gave you the book. "Yes, master, here you are." Reading the book, Dujun learned that this snake is called colorless status window snake. Organism classification, system, level details. Information of one status window can be used differently depending on the color of the gem that the status window snake absorbs. If you kill the snake, the gems will reappear. Danger level 1 star, currently active status window none. Tusitala spoke up, after reading the description. "Do you understand? According to the description, you need to let it absorb gems. You can't just rush through like you did on the 3rd floor. Dujun nodded. "I'll be right back, wait here." Tusitala also happily replied, "Yes, yes, have a safe trip, good luck." Dujun and Long Long rushed down into the snake nest, making a loud noise. This immediately alarmed the snakes. "Smoke and dust," Dujun said in a low voice. "Long Dragon," he replied. "Yes." Dujun immediately assigned the task, "Make sure to collect according to color the stones dropped from the snakes, and bring it back to me." After hearing this, Long Long excitedly flew up and said, "Thank you very much." Below were snakes with their tongues sticking out, looking at Long Long with a hungry expression. Dujun leisurely took out his iPad and thought to himself, "I think I left it at home for too long." After a while, the dragon had eaten all the snakes without leaving a single one behind. "Where are you guys planning to run to? Come here." Jun looked at the snake and thought to himself, maybe I should take it out for a walk sometime. Well, when Li Dujun returned home that day, he bought a book titled How to Take Care of Pets. Then Long Long walked to the place called by Jun. "Master," with sparkling eyes, he held out colorful stones and said, "Is this enough?" When Dujun saw that, he praised him and said, "Good job." Long Long said with satisfaction, "It's okay." After Dujun fed the system snake some of these stones, its whole body turned pink. Dujun turned his head and asked Long Long, "There were no more snakes?" He proudly replied, "Yes, who do you think I am?" Dujun said incredulously, "Is that so?" Then he grabbed Long Long's bag and left. He pulled the dragon up and said, "But I think I should still check to make sure." Tusitala screamed, "Ah, what is the owner suddenly doing?" Dujun thought to himself at this time, "I was wondering why I felt a strange kind of energy coming from somewhere." Ouroboros, the snake that appears in the 4th stage of the central area of the tutorial, a large snake with a strange shape. Its whole body is covered with rocks and soil, even the trees are lush and green. The snake rising in the air made the dragon afraid. "Master, what is that?" "It is a mythical creature that even Tusitala does not know." Jun now took out a sword from his hand, his whole body radiated a strong power. I don't know anymore, except that. Jun's eyes are filled with murderous intent. I have to kill him. Jun controlled the sword and slashed so hard that the snake cried out pitifully. Witnessing this scene, even Long Long had to break out in a cold sweat. I understand. Tusitala was so scared that he couldn't close his mouth. What the heck? She panicked. How did you know such a thing existed? I didn't even know about it. Seeing him stay silent, Tusitala angrily shouted, Hey, did you hear what I said? And the two of you were now staring intently at the snake that had turned black in your hand, its size also getting bigger. For a moment, Long Long was surprised. Oh, suddenly the snake moved. The snake moved and wrapped itself around Du Jun's wrist. Long Long said, but if it was red it would look cooler. That's what Jun said, that color is the weakest. The system panel displays a notification. The status window snake has devoured Ouroboros. Creature classification. The status window system is now active. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, navy, purple, black. Special Effect 1. All status windows are at 100% proficiency, except black. Special Effect 2. Black status window can be used on every floor. Special Effect 3 has lock. Long Long saw that and was angry. So strange, red is the color of the king. Lucky for you that you are red, because Jun teased, lucky for you that you are red. Congratulations, you have wiped out all the stages of tutorial land. Do you want to make your achievements public in the central area? Long Long crossed his arms in disgust. Du Jun refused to say, no. Reward system, you have received the amulet of the central zone, for completing a hidden achievement. The central amulet allows you to teleport to a location you've been to. Long Long hesitantly said, master, ahem, well, I feel like I did a good job today. So what do you think if we go to the barbecue restaurant last time? Long Long said while denying, Master, however, it doesn't mean we have to go eat beef. You're not mad, I'm not angry or anything, so don't make such a fuss. Also, he replied, really, then I can breathe a sigh of relief. But, suddenly this place suddenly trembled, then why was there an earthquake? Du Jun also shook his head, I don't know. A hole appeared from somewhere, from inside emitted strange black auras. A hole appeared from somewhere, from inside emitted strange black auras. Tusitala's voice rang out, congratulations to you. Tusitala said solemnly, this is the entrance to the first floor of the central area. Long Long was surprised, why did she suddenly do this? After that, she laughed sarcastically, probably because the owner's appearance when fighting was too scary, that's why she changed her attitude like that. Tusitala heard that and immediately shouted, it's not like that, I'm just being polite to the person who passed the tutorial, don't make up stories. Du Jun frowned, next time it won't be until a week later. Tusitala immediately replied, there is no need to do that, this is a device made to avoid overlap with other dimension explorers in the tutorial land, and this device is used for explorers to exploration in all dimensions of space supports each other from the first floor of the central area. Du Jun wonders, the adventurer in another dimension. Tusitala then explained, yes, to be precise, they were the explorers of the replica Earth. If you consider the Earth where you live as the center, then the surrounding planets will copy the Earth and create other planets. She created a sphere as evidence to prove that there will be a few planets with places identical to the Earth, but there are also other places. The adventurers from the replica world all look human, but they are not fake, they are all living flesh and blood people. Having said that, he finally understood and nodded blandly and replied, so that's it. Tusitala was speechless, that's all. She flew back and forth and said loudly, normally, when other people knew this truth, they would vomit or even faint. Du Jun said boredly, this is not surprising. In the first place, those skills and whatnot were too absurd. Tusitala was surprised, sir, are you a bit thoughtless? If you enter the central area mixed with another dimension, you will not be able to return to Earth. As soon as he said this, Tusitala quickly covered his mouth. Du Jun saw her expression and said suspiciously, can't go back anymore. Long Long Du Hoa said, so you can't eat fried ribs anymore, and spicy chicken soup. Tusitala broke down and blamed herself, I'm crazy, I'm really crazy, this person is the only person capable of saving Cecilia. With that said, who would go to the downtown area anymore? Du Jun stared at Tusitala and asked questions. Tusitala cried bitterly, tormenting herself, why am I like this? I'm really crazy, why did I say that? The biggest mistake in my life is this. Dujun now took out the Central Area charm and said, I have this, the Central Area charm, accessories classification, mind world treasure level, explanation can move immediately to the location remember, you can reuse it 24 hours after using it once. Seeing that Long Long didn't even look at him, he thought to himself, he doesn't know what the Central Area spell means. Long Long sleepily yawned and said, Master, you can't go, do I want it, eat fried pork ribs and spicy chicken soup. Seeing that, June rubbed his head and said, you don't have to worry. Long Long looked up at him in wonder, yes. Long Long happily said, then master, you won't go, right? Dujun saw that and smiled and said, no, I'll still go. He panicked when he heard that. Yes, what do you mean? I'm not going anywhere. Someone please help me call a lawyer. I told you not to go. Dujun turned around and called, Tusitala. When she saw that, she was startled and sweat dropped. Dujun said loudly, here we go, then drag dragon and accelerated forward. Tusitala didn't have time to understand what was going on but he kept saying, I'll say I won't be able to go back, he always does it on his own. Tusitala felt something was going on. Oh, wait, I haven't explained the basics to him yet. Long Long shouted loudly, seriously, even if you go, you should tell me. Long Long refused to continuously cause trouble and shouted loudly. Dujun angrily shouted, it's too noisy, please shut up. Long Long looked around and asked, when are we going to fall? Dujun roughly grabbed the dragon's head and said, almost there, yes. I said it's almost there. The two of them continued to fall into the unknown space. Dujun opens the system panel, the screen shows, the status page you were using has been sealed, the dedicated status page for the downtown area has been opened. The black status page was applied, the system snake wrapped around his wrist was now glowing. The current purple status page mastery is 100%, the black status page stat has been refined. The unlocked stat is currently true energy, the unlocked stat is effective in magic resistance, the purple status page proficiency is 100%, the black status page stat has been unlocked. Stat is activated at the base of energy. Black status page, name Li Dujun proficiency 0,00%, nickname Tian Ma, strength 5, agility 5, stamina 5, true energy 5, physical resistance 5, magic resistance 5, technique registration feature is not available. This Thai farm is absurdly weaker than its original stat. Dujun temporarily landed on a cliff. Dujun said, but this black thing, surely its stat cannot be just 5 like this. He thought to himself, the stat is open, so all you need to do is register the skill. Dujun touches the ring and activates it, registering the skills of Tian Ma Tam Fop, Huang Loi Chronograph, and Leg Armament. 2 blank panels appear. Dujun silently thought, I'll leave the remaining skills for later. At this moment, a voice rang out from behind, wow, it's been 10 years. The sound of footsteps slowly approaching, nice to meet you. I just saw a man with big scars on his face, he smiled and said, my level of maturity. Dujun was confused, you tactful person, what are you talking about? The man pulled out his spear and took 2 steps back, saying, what, before entering the central area, didn't you hear the explanation? If you defeat monsters or other adventurers here, gems that increase status page mastery will drop, Dujun calmly said, is that so? At this moment, he radiated a strong aura, his eyes were wide and he said with pride, so what is this? Senior must use your gems to pave the road, and become strong, better than that. When Long Long heard that, he burst out in anger and said, paving the way. Dujun looked at Long Long silently. The scar-faced guy saw the dragon and was interested, what is that, so cute, but the scum dragon growled. Hey, do you know how to make spicy chicken soup? Spicy chicken soup, the scar-faced guy laughed and said, what is that, you cute thing? Long Long said in a hoarse voice, what about the ribs? The smile on his lips also disappeared. Long Long's voice was harsh with every word, rice cake ribs, grilled meat. The scar-faced guy was so scared that he was pale and sweating profusely and stammered, what the hell are you talking about? The dragon has now transformed back into his giant form. His words carry a terrible oppression. I am the king of all dragons, an existence that wants to sample all the delicious flavors in this world. Someone who from now on will not be able to eat Yunni's cooking like me. Then there's nothing left for me to look at, except for the owner. When Long Long said this, tears fell from my eyes. The scar-faced man looked at the dragon's huge body and was so scared that he trembled and kept muttering. The dragon roared, its screams echoed throughout the blue sky. It collapsed in tears, my ram ribs, my spicy stewed chicken. Long Long's eyes flashed red, full of ferocity and menace. Although I really want to devour you right now, if you can make the mountains and rivers more delicious, I will spare your lives. Dujun couldn't help but speak up, Long Long. He held up the talisman and said, with this we can go home. Yunhee said he would cook ram ribs today. Long Long heard that and was stunned. Yes, really, really? Heck, why did the master only say this now? When the dragon cools down, it turns into a small form. She happily hugged his leg and choked with tears, making me think that I would never be able to eat pork ribs in my whole life, but would have to pull out grass to eat them. Dujun looked down at Long Long and hummed. Then told him, they must be about to appear. He was surprised to hear that, yes. Dujun looked into the distance and said, I'm talking about those guys over there. Hearing that, Long Long looked around and wondered if there was anyone there. Master. For a while, there was still no movement. Dujun lost patience as he looked at the scarred man and said, your teammates have been captured and you still refuse to show up. The scarred man looked at him but didn't dare say a word. Dujun said viciously, the hunters in the Murim era or here are all the same. Seeing Dujun's murderous eyes, the scarred man was so scared that he trembled. He raised his hand to release spiritual energy. The black vitality enveloped the scar-faced man, causing him to let out a painful howl, continuously asking for help. Help, help me. His whole body felt like he was being restrained and couldn't move. Even the dragon was scared. Oh, how terrible. But a few cliffs away, a hunter saw that scene and turned pale. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Many people who were also hunters like him and also accomplices of the scar-faced man all stared in surprise. Monsters, monsters. The black air radiated endlessly. The blue sky suddenly became extremely gloomy. One of them changed color and exclaimed, have we been discovered? At this distance, on this side is another person. Panic, it doesn't matter anymore. Shut up and run away. At this moment, the black vitality had spread to them, and one of them knelt down on the ground in fear, his whole body constantly trembling. He was scared and called for help. Wait for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he was swallowed whole by the air. A few guys ran away like crazy. Damn, couldn't he only use the red status panel on the first floor? What was that black vitality? How can I know that? At this moment, I only heard a whooshing sound. Another person had been destroyed. The mustachioed guy saw that and sweated and stammered. Hey, what's going on? He was scared and tried to run away. He trembled in despair. Yes, this is just a dream. Please just be a dream. A low voice rang out, the game of tag is over. I just saw Dujun standing in front of him like a ghost saying, don't tell me that killing people is boring and now you're acting scared. Seeing that, he immediately knelt down and begged, I have committed the crime of death, please spare my life. Even if he died, he would still tempt you. What do you think about Wig by Blood? That would help you a lot. The tree god is inviting Mr. Lee Dujun to swear blood oath Wig, but Dujun immediately refused the invitation. He exclaimed in horror, why? The system rang, unable to invite a blood oath to the monarch. Dujun glared at him. Wig said, pale and sweating, do you have the characteristics of a monarch? Dujun waved his hand and held his head tightly, saying, if it was a blood oath, it was probably similar to a sect in martial arts. But anyway, I don't think I'm in the same boat as you guys. Having said that, Dujun also let him go down to the golden stream with his brothers. If I were in the same boat as you guys, I would become an embarrassing father to Yunhee. At the same time, at Dujun's house, Yunhee is in the kitchen, happily carrying. Today instead of pork ribs, I'll cook spinach. What do you think? Hearing that, I didn't hesitate to give my thumbs up. I like it very much. Yunhee said hesitantly while making food, but why does Dad always go on business trips on weekends? Carrier, hearing her question, was a bit embarrassed and replied, Master told me to keep that a secret. Seeing that, Yunhee said with pleading eyes, can you reveal a little to me? You just need to pretend like you don't know anything. The carrier heard that and firmly said, no, Master, I told you that I was afraid that the young master would worry so I couldn't say anything. Yunhee's deep eyes leaned close to Carrier's ear and whispered, so Dad went somewhere very dangerous. Hearing that, he felt nervous and scared and then said everything, story. After saying that, the carrier felt extremely guilty and hugged her leg. Oh, you're so petty, why did you tempt me to say something like that? Yunhee sat down at the table, resting her chin on her hand. Seeing that, the carrier spoke up. Look, I'm already worried, she sighed and said, that's not the case. It's just that now I'm so happy that sometimes I feel scared. I was afraid that this happiness would one day disappear. When I dreamed that the long dream, the carrier and my father were no longer there, I was so scared that I cried. I'm very stupid, right? Carrier heard that and thought with emotion, little master, many times when I saw her unhappy I always wondered why. It turns out she was always so worried. He grabbed her hand and comforted her. Little master, don't worry too much, the long dragon has returned now. When you hear that, speak up, you don't need to worry. Even if you chase me away, I won't go away. Where? Hearing the dragon's voice, the two of them were startled and the swallow screamed. Long Long, Dad, when are you two coming back? Jun replied, Dad just came back, I just walked into the house. He was scared when he saw that. Why did everyone sneak into the house like that? Long Long frowned. What are you talking about? I'm going on the main road. He asked eagerly, so what did you hear? If you ask me then, I started to get into my mind, from the moment I shed tears, yes, full of tears and wetness. As he said, he couldn't see but burst out laughing at other people's pain, just like an internet novel from the 90s. He blushed embarrassedly and pinched Long Long's cheeks hard. I'm not like that. Long Long cried out in pain. I was wrong. His hand trembled as he raised it and said, look over there. The owner seemed to know about her insecurities, so he bought a huge bed. He exclaimed in surprise, what? Long Long rubbed her cheek and said, doesn't he often sleep on the dining table and cry? That's why the owner bought it. From now on you and Carrier will sleep with me. Is that true? Then Long Long seriously said, I have to tell you this, our dragon clan always values our ancestors like life, so even if you chase me away, I won't go anywhere. The carrier next to me will also enjoy it. Yes, that's right, this place has become the nest for me and Lord Eats's. After hearing this, He was deeply moved. Long Long, Carrier. Jun smiled, if that's the case, I'll feel less insecure, right, Dad? He choked up and said with tears in her eyes, thank you, Dad. He put his hand on her shoulder and said, in the future, if you have any concerns, just tell your father. We are a family. Early morning the next day. All three of them slept together on the soft bed. He slept without paying attention to the light on the dragon, causing it to wake up and scream, help me, Long Long's sound made He also wake up. Carrier sat on the bed and said, little master, did you sleep well? He heard that and said cheerfully, I don't know if it was sleeping with Long Long and Carrier or something, but I slept so well. It's been a long time since I've had such a wonderful sleep. She took the phone, now she has to prepare breakfast. But as soon as she finished checking the time, He was dumbfounded. Oh. She panicked and calmed down. It was already 8:20 a.m. Late, already late. He was all frantic. No, now is not the time for me to do these things, because Jun saw her in such a hurry and spoke up. You woke up so early. He was nervous. Dad will be late for it. Baby, I'll go prepare clothes right away. Dad, go take a shower quickly. Jun was confused. What's wrong with you suddenly? Today is Sunday. When He heard that, she froze. He asked with concern, did you wake up today? He heard you ask that and was a bit confused. Yes, what's going on? Do you still have nightmares? Hearing that, she smiled. No. Jun said with great satisfaction, luckily, changing to a big bed seems to have worked. He happily whispered, it's all thanks to Dad. Carrier spoke up, little master, let me help you prepare breakfast. Jun didn't hear anything so he asked Yunhee again. Yunhee, what did you say? She shyly said, no, it's nothing. Let's just eat a simple breakfast, then you'll prepare a more hearty lunch. Carrier saw the dragon ruin like a soulless corpse and worriedly asked, Mr. Eatses, why are you so tired? The dragon said absent-mindedly, in my life as a dragon, this is the first time I have dreamed of this. Someone is planning to kill me. Jun was currently watching TV, the host said, at 10 o'clock in the morning of Wednesday, April 10th at the headquarters of the Hunter Management Bureau, a speech about the classification of hunters, S-level will take place. Director of the Hunter Management Department Jiang Young-chul will rearrange the hunter rankings from 1 to 30. The director of the Hunter Management Department said that this is an extremely important speech, and this is attracting a lot of attention. Jun ate his sandwich and thought to himself, I have to send the Central Area documents to the director too. It's so troublesome. How about I just send him an email quickly? No, he'll probably ask this and that, so it's best to meet him and pass it on to him. Thinking so, he went to pick up the phone and call Chul Jiang, but as soon as he called the other end of the line, there was a shrill scream, Manager Lee, what happened this morning? Jun replied, Director, sorry for calling you on a Sunday morning like this, I have something to tell you. Having said this, Jun stopped and thought to himself, no, if we talk here Yun he will know about me going to the center, then she will be very worried. Chul-jeong on the other end of the line said, Manager Lee, I'll come to your house too, I'll try to arrange to be at your house within 30 minutes. Jun heard that and immediately said, no, I will send the address, you can just go there, do you have time? Chul-jeong replied pleasantly, it's okay, you don't need to worry. So I'll send a message right away, I know. A while later, at the coffee shop, both Chul-jeong and Jun arrived at the cafe at the same time. Manager Lee, you're here. He happily said, I have already ordered coffee for you, please sit down comfortably. At this point, Chul-jeong stood up, bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, I've made you feel awkward again. When Jun saw that, he waved his hand and said, no, there's nothing for you to apologize for. He praised again, but looking closely he looked really young, like a university student. 26 years old in Korea is still college age. Chul-jeong expressed, honestly, I was planning on introducing my daughter to you, ha ha ha. Thinking of Jun's naughty and unruly daughter, he was a little dissatisfied, but on the surface, he replied, thanking the director for his kindness. You put the iPad in front of Chul-jeong, please read this. He was confused, what is this? As soon as I finished reading it, my expression changed, oh, this. Chul-jeong's eyes widened in surprise. Manager Lee came to the center alone, I thought he was just looking for tickets for us. Jun said, the job is quite easy, I have completed the tutorial land once so it will be reset a month later, until then it will no longer be possible to enter there so what's the matter director reply to Behemoth for me, I will email all documents to you. After hearing this, Chul-jeong was overjoyed and stood up and bowed before what Jun said, Manager Lee, thank you sincerely. He held one of his hands with both hands. His eyes sparkled and he said, how can I repay you for this favor? Looking at Jun's somewhat outrageous attitude, I'll talk about that later, first you can just leave, my hand came out first. Chul-jeong coughed lightly then sat down on the chair, cough, sorry, it's because I feel so grateful. Jun said, before the behemoth enters the central area, please inform me, okay, I know, thank you again. Jun said again, oh, I saw the morning news, I heard you will have an important speech next Wednesday, what is that? Chul-jeong looked serious, looked back and forth, then said, that. He leaned close to Jun's ear and whispered, then only told this to Manager Lee. Jun thought to himself, that sounds dangerous. He pledged to say, please don't worry, I'm a very tight-lipped person. Hearing that, he immediately said, in fact, there are also S-level above S-level, I intend to choose Hunter Lee Kang-yeon as the first S-level hunter. Jun listened and looked at him. Is that all? He nodded, yes, that's true. When finished, Jun picked up his bag and stood up to leave, okay, I've finished talking about what I need to say, now I'll ask permission to leave. He had just walked a few steps when Chul-jeong behind him hurriedly said, wait, do you want to dine with me? I booked a table at a very nice restaurant and such. Hearing that, Jun immediately refused, I'm just an official, if I were treated to a meal more expensive than 300,000 won, it would be a big deal, so please excuse me. Seeing you leave, Chul-jeong hurriedly held on, wait, Manager Lee. Monday morning at the Rift Management Department, Hyuk-soo was working inside, Oku. Jun saw that and turned to ask, Senior, what's wrong? Hyuk-soo said helplessly, the thing is that a Class A crack suddenly appeared in front of my house, haha, I still have to pay off the debt for another 30 years, but before that, my house is already in ruins. Jun was surprised to hear that and asked, wouldn't the Hunter Association deal with cracks that appear in residential areas? Yes, that's true, but level A cracks can't be easily dealt with, okay. Speaking of this, tears came to his eyes. Even if he caught the boss monster, it was still a crack that still had remnants. The crack in front of my house was managed by the Hunter Management Department, so we can't do anything either. Jun was puzzled. He just needed to ask the Mesa Guild to do it. With Senior Kwon Hyuk-soo's personality he probably wouldn't do that. There's a staff guy over here who keeps shaking and hugging himself. Why do I suddenly feel chills all over? What's this? An idiot like you also has the flu. At this time, Yeji's father also happily greeted everyone, I'm here. Seeing that it was Jun, she was a bit surprised. Oh, the manager is also here, it's been a long time since I last saw him. Jun looked at her and thought, with Yeji's ability right now, she can completely close a level A rift alone. Thinking about it, he called out, "Ems, Yeji, yes, the manager." Dujun smiled brightly and said, "Do you want to work overnight today?" Looking at this sunny smile, the young girl's heart beat wildly. Yeji's father exclaimed, You. Dujun gently replied, "Yes." Dujun's smile is radiant. Yeji's father happily responded and said, "Yes, I like it very much. How did you know that I like to work at night? Since June is thinking, we have to exercise at night, so let's have a simple dinner." Just a few hours later, Yeji's father's face turned into a pout. Yeji happily said, "The manager." Dujun also replied, "Yes, Ems, Yeji. I'm a little disappointed, aren't we just the two of us working nights? Why did we come to manager Kwon Hyuk-soo's house like this?" Dujun immediately turned back to tell her, "Because I needed to investigate the level of insecurity of the people around here." Yeji's father heard that and bowed his head shyly and replied, "Ah. Hyuk-soo is also finished making coffee for you two. Come on, you two, stop arguing, the coffee is here." Dujun looked outside and exclaimed, "But the crack was really big. I understand why seniors are so worried." Even though it was a grade A crack, this scale was too large, and it appeared right next to his house. Saying this, June reached out to take the cup of coffee and said to Yeji, "Ems, Yeji, after drinking the coffee, go inside the crack." Hyuk-soo saw him in such a hurry and panicked. Wait, this is a Class A crack. Hunter father Yeji has an unprecedented growth rate, but this is too dangerous." Everyone finished drinking water and went home. Yeji's father heard that and excitedly said, "It's okay," saying that in her heart, just thinking about having manager June standing outside cheering her on makes her full of strength. Dujun also reassured him that it's okay, senior. At the same time he reminded himself, because he's still there. After Hyuk-soo heard it, he was moved to tears. "Why did you two go to this extent for me?" Yeji's father smiled and said, "Haha, of course, we are a team like a family." While speaking, she turned around and hesitantly said, "I absolutely did not act like this because I was thinking about being alone with manager Lee." Outside the rift, Dujun and father Yeji just arrived here. He put his hand on the confirmation machine. "The rift management department has confirmed Sir Lee Dujun." Seeing that, Yeji's father was a bit surprised. Maybe he would go inside too. Dujun replied, "The hunter under my management went inside that crack. How could I stay still?" When Yeji's father heard that, he immediately hinted, "Hey, lately you've been letting me go alone." Being told that hit me in the heart because June quickly looked away. Yeji said worriedly, "But it can't be done here, this is a big crack, you will be in danger." Dujun replied, "It's okay." And he smiled gently at her, "Wouldn't Miss Yeji protect me?" Dujun's smile is like the sun of Yeji's father's life, making her always feel warm. "Ah, yes, that's right, you're here." Dujun walked closer to the crack and said, "Okay then, let's go inside." "Hick, you're ignoring me again, you seem so sly lately." At this moment, suddenly there was a voice calling, "Sir." The two of them were startled when they heard that and turned their heads to look back. "I just saw a guy holding a video camera saying, 'Now you two are planning to go into the crack, right?'" Because June wondered if there was a problem, he immediately asked if I could go with him. "It would be difficult to hunt alone, so I wanted to get help. Of course, I definitely won't become an obstacle for the two of you. On the contrary, if you hunt together, the success rate will be higher." Yeji's father looked at the young man for a while, then widened his eyes in surprise and said, "I think I've seen you somewhere before, huh? Are you Hunter Lee Sang-woo?" Dujun heard that and asked, "Do you know this person?" Yeji's father excitedly said, "No, but recently he is very famous on internet broadcasts. He is the one who broadcasts the hunting program, by connecting the most advanced camera to the internet outside. The number of people watching him can sometimes reach up to 10,000 people. His strength is also very good. He is also a level A hunter." Sang-woo heard that and laughed and said, "Ah, it's not famous, I'm still very poor." Dujun exclaimed, 10,000 viewers is a very big number." Sang-woo humbly said, "It's nothing, there are streamers with up to 1 million viewers." He happily asked, "But what are your names?" "I'm Father Yeji, this person is Manager Lee Dujun." "Ah, so he's the hunter Father Yeji and Manager Lee Dujun." Sang-woo notices the tag on Dujun's chest. He was a bit stunned. Looking at his name tag Dujun, it turned out he was a civil servant. Coming here, Sang-woo was a bit excited. "Wait a minute, civil servant, Lee Dujun, could it be that you are that legendary civil servant?" Dujun quickly shook his head to deny, "It wasn't me, it was just a coincidence of the same name." Hearing that, Sang-woo scratched his head and laughed and replied, "Ah, so that's it, haha, of course, with such achievements, perhaps now he has become the owner of a certain building, maybe I even took a private jet and had breakfast in France, and had beef noodle soup in the evening in Vietnam." Do-jun looked at him and thought to himself, streamers are naturally this talkative, Sang-woo is recording right now, I will try my best on this hunting trip. Don't waste time, Do-jun, he thought to himself, okay, if there are two people then it will reduce Yeji's burden. Thinking about that he gradually walked towards the crack and said, yes, then let's go inside. All three quickly went inside. In front of everyone was a pine forest, which was also a level A crack in the dark elf forest. Do-jun probed around and thought to himself, there are no monsters around that could pose a danger to Yeji. Then the boss, Do-jun, felt the pressure from deep in the dark elf forest. He assessed that this guy must be from the central area. Deep in the forest, a guy was ruling under the throne. Do-jun also thought to himself, it would be difficult for Yeji and Lee Sang-woo to deal with this guy. After thinking about it, he turned around and said, Yeji, let's move. She also happily nodded, yes. Sang-woo is still live streaming right now. Hello everyone, thank you for watching. I will edit the footage and upload it to YouTube. Why do you want to ask if the person in front is my girlfriend? Yeji's father pointed at himself in bewilderment, me, but right now there's someone giving donuts to Sang-woo, murdering a couple to sponsor you 500,000 won with a comment, Sang-woo, didn't you always say you don't have a girlfriend huh? Who is that girl standing in front? Yeji's father saw this and quickly explained, no, that's not it, I already have someone to like, no, that's not it. Do-jun saw this and spoke up, Yeji, you have to be careful, at times like this, just ignore it. Sang-woo looked at how they cared and died a little in his heart, everyone saw it, it's a pity but I'm still single, so pitiful a fan has donuts, pray for Sang-woo forever, Fa has sponsor you 1001. There was another comment asking, but why is that man wearing a suit, is he going on a blind date or something? Sang-woo immediately answered, he is the manager of the beautiful Yeji mechanic who is standing next to me, here, he is a government employee who will join us in the crack. A comment with all shame said, Mom, I found my husband, where is he a civil servant, why does he look so familiar, yeah, so handsome. And right now Long Long is also watching Sang-woo's live stream, I'm a level a hunter, I will definitely tell him so don't worry too much, a lot of comments are rampant, just go get milk so I've fallen for this visual hole, Sang-woo, do you want to die, quickly turn that girl away. Long Long saw Do-jun and was surprised, Master. Yoon-hee from the kitchen, Long Long called the two words master and thought it was Jun who went out, Dad is home, what's wrong with Dad coming home so late today? Long Long immediately said, it's not where the owner is coming from, but it's on the live stream. The carrier was extremely surprised, it was so strange that I thought the owner hated this type of thing. Yoon-hee is worried, live stream, when will Dad finally come home, it's almost 8 o'clock now. The Giant S sponsored Sang-woo 100,000 won, today from start till clear again, Long Long saw that and was happy, we also sponsored to ask when the owner will come back. Immediately after saying Long Long, click on sponsor. But I couldn't because the minimum amount to leave a message was 100,000 won. Long Long is disgusted, at least 100,000 won, this guy is so greedy for money, he has no choice but to ask for help from Yoon-hee, so Yoon-hee, please deposit money here. But Yoon-hee immediately refused, no, do you know how much money 100,000 won is? When Long Long heard that, he refused and rolled around on the chair screaming, why right now my pork is getting cold, if I don't eat it quickly I won't be able to eat it, to be honest this is the owner's fault, I came back late without any warning. Seeing that, Yoon-hee felt moved and said, I know, but just this once. When Long Long heard that, his face was filled with joy. So Venerable Long Long sponsored Sang-woo 100,000 won and asked when the master would come home. Sang-woo saw that and laughed out loud, this is the first time I heard someone call me master, my house is far away so I'll probably be home late. Long Long saw that and got angry, who called you master, are you crazy, Sang-woo, do you like being the master like that? Sang-woo called with sparkling eyes, Supreme Dragon Dragon. Yoon-hee saw that and couldn't help but give Long Long a punch, this stupid thing, Long Long groaned in pain. Said indignantly, why did this guy answer? Yoon-hee saw that and got upset and blamed it, it was because of me that it turned out like that, the carrier was completely helpless, oh my god. Sol Yoon-hee saw this and scolded loudly, oh my god, Long Dragon, do you know how much 100,000 won is? Carrier was surprised, that was 5 bags of dog food. Yoon-hee cried in tears and scolded her, how could you waste money like that? Carrier put his hand on his chest and said, "You should have written the master's name," thinking, "I bet the young master would beat me if I made the same mistake." Yunhee opened her mouth and said, "Carrier was right," Long Long said, "Then Yunhee, let's try again." Yunhee lifted the dragon up and spun around saying, "You idiot, even if I want to try again, I don't have any money." Long Long covered his mouth and said, "Oh, can't you just take some from your living expenses?" Yunhee mumbled, "No, that's a wasteful use of the money that Dad worked hard to earn. The carrier also adds salt and salt." "That's right, do you know how much money the owner spent on the young master's meat meal last month was empty?" Long said with sparkling eyes, "After we work hard to earn money, we can return more money to the owner in the future, sister. Aren't you also curious about when master will come home, right?" Yunhee replied, "Yes." Long Long put on an evil plotting face and said, "So what are you thinking about anymore, or are you a bad child, not even worried about your father?" Then it changed 180 degrees and turned into an angel. "We can't use this money carelessly, because it's something Dad earned through hard work." Long Dragon Devil cursed Dragon Dragon Angel, "You idiot." Yunhee just heard it and said, "That's right." The evil dragon said, "How stupid, don't you know that he will come home sooner if we ask him? Then you can even see the owner, no, see the father sooner." Yunhee turned around and said, "What did you just say?" Supreme Long Long has sponsored you with 100,000 won. Please ask civil servant Lee Do-jun standing next to you when he will be home, and don't forget to tell him that his family is waiting. He returned. Lee Sang-woo received the news and immediately called Lee Do-jun. "Mr. Lee." Manager Lee Do-jun. Do-jun turned to call his name. Later, Sang-woo immediately called Long Long back. "Haha, are you waiting for me, Supreme Long Long? Long Long, this slow thing makes people wait for a long time." Lee Sang-woo said, "Sir Lee said that he will arrange to return within 3 hours, for the safety and peace of the family. I, Lee Sang-woo, will try my best to quickly clean up the slot this crack." He continued, "Oh, and Mr. Lee asked if you often spend money when watching streams. Dragon Dragon Chi Tun, please tell him that of course not. I love Sang-woo very much. I will finance you 2 million won if you can clear the A-grade slot within 3 hours. Take the bet." Sang-woo happily bowed his head and thanked him. "Ah, thank you so much for giving me the challenge." Do-jun thought to himself, "What is he doing?" Sang-woo smiled and said, "Well, let's start now." Suddenly his legs shook violently. Sang-woo turned around and looked in panic as the dust and ground were vibrating. Yeji's father said, "Manager Lee, please stand behind me." Do-jun still calmly looked around. Wind and dust, tree roots are also torn apart. The ground had a strong shaking impact. It's a rift of transformation. Strange gates appear. A switch button slot. "To Woo is out of luck. It's nice to know you." Yeji's father wondered, "What's going on? This is the first time I've seen a rift transform like this." Even that word is scary. In front of them is the word, "You who dare to challenge the sleeping forest, this place will be your grave." Lee Sang-woo looked scared and said with a stupid face, "It seems like we are already in front of the boss's area." Yeji's father turned to look at Lee Do-jun and said, "Manager." She thought, she needed to protect the manager, but what would happen if the door she chose led straight to the boss's room? Which door should I choose now? What should I do to protect Manager Lee? The 3 doors are all inscribed with words. The first door of the sleeping forest. You are the ones who dare to challenge the sleeping jungle. The third door of the sleeping forest. Lee Sang-woo pointed and said, "Choose the first door. I believe the edge is safer than the middle." Lee Do-jun put his hand on his chin to think and said, "That will be very difficult. I don't think all 3 of us can get in. It seems like one person can only get in through one door." Sang-woo said, "Damn, so that's what it means." Yeji's father said, "Then stay here, Manager Lee. And leave first when the rescue team from the Hunter Bureau arrives, okay?" Yeji's father walked to the first door. And Lee Sang-woo to the second door. Father Yeji is determined. "I will definitely protect Manager Lee." Lee Do-jun looked at them and said, "Okay." The 2 doors gradually closed. He thought, rescue team. I'm sure she also knew that, normally, the rescue team wouldn't arrive until the hunters had entered a crevasse. She must be feeling quite uneasy, he thought as he walked to the 3rd door of the sleeping forest. The door gradually opens. A hunter is a person responsible for his own life. He walked slowly inside the door. Inside, he put his hands in his pockets and stood looking for a while. Inside is a goblin with white hair sitting on a chair. When he saw Lee Do-jun, he grabbed the chair and stood up. "It looks like I have a visitor. Do you know why this forest is called the Sleeping Forest?" Lee Do-jun replied, not really. He continued, it was a name given by accident, because this is a kingdom where we, the Dark Elves, have had our sleep disturbed by intruders. Well, I am quite satisfied with this name. There. Sleeping Forest, isn't this the perfect name for my home to punish intruders? He laughed savagely to show his satisfaction. Then continue, because you are a guest that I just met after a very long time. So I will give you a special gift to send you off without any pain at all. He smiled and stood straight, raising his hands to create a stream of light power like a sphere. Lee Do-jun looked and thought, I don't think this dungeon will be cleared when the boss is killed. Seems like I should finish this side quickly and go help Ems, Yeji. Then he said, hey, let's stop here. I was wondering why you were the only one here, but it seems like all your subordinates ran away because you talked too much, right? The goblin was mocked and said, you dare to provoke me, you will regret it soon. Because you will soon die in a nightmare. He continues to cast spells and make threats even though no one is afraid, where you can neither see nor hear anything. The other side of the sleeping forest has appeared, your status window has been locked, the system announced so to Lee Do-jun. You think, my status window is locked? The goblin continued, oh, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you, because this suppression applies to all 3 doors. So all your comrades, everyone will feel the pain without being able to do anything, and will slowly die here. The goblin threatened Lee Do-jun, I'm sure now that all your companions have become nutrients for this great forest, you will also become a sacrifice. Lee Do-jun replied with a cold face, why don't you stop right here? Being provoked, the goblin immediately became angry, his teeth gritted and hissed every word, how insolent, how dare you interrupt me while I'm speaking? That arrogance of yours will disappear right now. Each bow and arrow was flying straight at Lee Do-jun, but he was as cold as money. He slowly said, sorry, but I don't have time, I won't listen to your nonsense. Lee Do-jun's black power spread around, throwing straight at the arrows, causing them to break. The black status panel has been reactivated, your skill enhancement ring has been activated. The elf was surprised and couldn't help but suddenly exclaim, what, how could that be? Lee Do-jun raised his hand to the sky to activate his ability. The goblin wondered, I'm sure the status panel you used on Earth should have been sealed. Don't tell me you are a superior person. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Do-jun gave him a fatal blow. Notification system, you have killed Ahenius's boss of the sleeping forest, 3 doors have merged into one. Do-jun stood from afar and saw Father Yeji and Sang-woo stabbed with spears by the goblin's men, both died. He said, I made the wrong decision. He went to the 2 of them, the goblins were also scared and said, don't come closer. He picked up Yeji and said, I never thought there would be a skill like this. But there is one thing that makes me feel relieved, that is, thanks to the skill window of the central area being reactivated. He raised his hand, activated his power, and those goblins were eliminated in the blink of an eye. Then as long as I don't die, I can still use this skill. Regression clock skill, a skill that will be activated when Lee Do-jun dies. The penalty for activating a dead person can only be applied once and is increased in power after applying. Time goes back 24 hours ago, now Lee Do-jun is in the bathroom. He stroked his hair and looked at Long Long and Carrier who were bathing in water with him and thought, it seems like I've gone back 24 hours ago. Indeed, I never thought that I could use my skills in the cracks in the earth through the status panel of the central area, or is this one of the errors when the transcendents are located, marched to the central land and caused chaos there? Considering how they called the people who broke through the CBD as adventurers, that probably means they weren't natives of the CBD, so there's a high possibility that those people came from the planet is identical to Earth. After getting out of the bathroom, drying his hair, he continued to think, the center, other planets, and the Earth are all connected together, and if this still occurs, then even if the monster is heading towards the center, the world will continue to be in danger. The carrier chased the dragon and said, you should dry yourself before leaving the bathroom. Yoon-hee, who was studying, saw him and immediately said, Dad has finished taking a bath, can you bring him a cup of tea? He replied, it's okay, let Dad take care of it himself. If you keep doing small things like this, Dad will become a fool when he lives alone in the future. Yoon-hee was writing and immediately let go of her pen. She said despondently, do you want to be alone? He said, not that you want that, but one day it will happen. When you get married, and when Dragon and Carrier return to their cave, I will be alone, right? Long Long stood there with his arms crossed and said, I'm not going anywhere. Yoon-hee stood up and hit the table, startling the other 2 girls. She said loudly, Dad, I won't get married. Lee Do-jun said, it's your choice, but, well, I guess that's the trend of being single among young people today. Long Long galloped to hug Yoon-hee and said, so you will forever make us spicy braised chicken and braised ribs, won't you, Sister Yoon-hee? Yoon-hee hugs Long Long and smiles, haha, I give up, okay, Long Long, I will be like that. Long Long is excited, Yoon-hee is number one, we will always be a family. Lee Do-jun thought, I guess I'll have to clean up the downtown area myself. If situations like yesterday continue to happen, the peaceful life I want will collapse. He rubbed Long Long's head and said, okay, let's get ready for bed. He leaned into Long Long's ear and said, Long Long Supreme. Long Long suddenly said, how do you know? When did you know? He said, tomorrow. It seems like you will spend quite a bit of money to watch those streams. Long Long started to clarify, it's not like that. I sometimes donate to others, but that's the money I diligently saved from picking up change on the street. I've never touched Yoon-hee's allowance or living expenses. Lee Do-jun went out to the balcony, closed the glass door, not listening to Long Long's voice. He screamed inside, please believe me, master, what I said is completely true. He called. The other end of the line said, hello, Manager Lee, why are you calling me at this hour? He said, Yeji, you have to live a long time. Yeji was confused. Why? What happened suddenly? He replied, I just want to hear your voice. See you tomorrow. Yeji said, yes, wait. He turned off the phone. On this side Yeji was still bewildered. She looked at the phone. The 55 seconds of the call just now were so happy. She plopped down on the bed and said, don't tell me, turn on the green light. She rolled around on the bed excitedly. What's going on? I can't believe he wants to hear my voice. I didn't expect him to be so sweet. She looked at the phone with sparkling eyes. It seemed like he even asked her to go out tomorrow. I'm looking forward to tomorrow so much. The second crack management bureau was already the next morning. Yeji, fresh as a beautiful flower, walked forward and said loudly, hello everyone, good morning. She shyly said, Mr. Lee, where are we going for our date today? When she opened her eyes, she was surprised to see no one. Kwon Hyuk-soo next to him said, oh, Manager Lee took half a day off. Yeji wondered, what? She said loudly, do you know where he went? Kwon Hyuk-soo stammered, no, I don't know, but he mentioned for me to stop worrying about my house. Young Chol-jeong's face was tense. Lee Do-jun leisurely drank water. The little dog next to him barked. Young Chol-jeong said, I heard you stopped by the rift and came here. Sorry for being late. Lee Do-jun replied, it's okay sir. Does this cafe remind me of crazy people? Interesting, my baby is at home so I don't pay much attention to the time. It turned out that it was a pet cafe, also very vibrant and bustling. At that pet cafe, the noise of dogs and cats drowned out the customers' conversations. Young Chol-jeong bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry for being late, Lee Do-jun. Lee Do-jun replied, if everyone looked at you, they'd think you were an hour late. And I'm the one who called you out here, so don't do that, it makes me feel so awkward. Young Chol-jeong stood up confused, but, we are always grateful to you so, Lee Do-jun suggested, you treating me like this in a special way makes me feel uncomfortable, so you just act like normal off and go. Young Chol-jeong then sat down and slowly said, okay, we'll try. You called me because you had any new information about the special rift. Lee Do-jun handed him the menu and said, yes, I think it will take us a while to talk about this. Do you want something to drink? He looked at it and said, then. I'll order the chocolate almond cake that makes people reminisce about their lover. He waved his hand to signal the staff to quickly go to work. Lee Do-jun stiffly asked, lover, what? Later, the staff brought out that glass of chocolate, shimmering with a layer of rich cream, decorated with 2 chocolate waffles. Here you go. Lee Do-jun looked at that glass and wondered, does he even have this dish? Young Chol-jeong read the information provided by Jun suddenly said, a dungeon where no one can use their status window. Lee Do-jun replied, I don't know when another rift like this will appear again, and I can't always deal with all the rifts, you understand that, right? Hyuk-soo said holding the spoon, so what you mean is, you want me to use this information to train the hunters to become stronger, right? I understand. Do-jun said, sipping his drink, and every time the tutorial phase is cleared, the hunters will need to choose between receiving the item or the challenger's memories, but make sure they always choose the memory, the challenger's memory. Young Chol-jeong asked, do you have a reason? He answered, they needed to get a hidden piece called the Talisman of the Central Area, only with that could they return to Earth after reaching the Central Area. Hyuksu was very shocked and quickly stood up and asked, "What? So if they don't have that item, they will never be able to return?" Accidentally, the ice cream on the spoon accidentally splashed on Do-jun's face. He gently wiped it away and said, "First, please sit down and listen to what I have to say." He said, "I'm sorry." He slowly sat down, then he continued, "I heard that there is a way to broadcast video inside the rift, right? So I want you to send a broadcast team into the central area, then I can observe them." Suddenly Hyuksu hems. Then suddenly he lifted up his body and hugged Do-jun emotionally and said, "As expected of you, Lee Do-jun, you did all this for us." Do-jun was also extremely surprised. Hey, don't do that." The scene changes back home. Lee Do-jun, along with Yoon-hee, Long Long, and Carrier are sitting and playing scratch cards, with all four legs playing lollipop betting. Long Long held the card in his hand, kneaded it, and recited it for a while. Then the card slowly appeared. The little boy's eyes sparkled with obvious joy. He looked at that attitude and said, "It seems like you have a sweet hand." Long Long laughed happily, hee. Long Long immediately took out 5 lollipops and placed them down loudly, saying, "I will play big in this match. I will bet on 5 lollipops, 3 days worth of snacks." Do-jun said, "I followed," and Yoon-hee put down her cards and told her. She dropped her cards. The carrier also put down her cards along with Yoon-hee. Lee Do-jun just took 9 more lollipops and said, "Then I'll bet on 5 and 4 more lollipops." Long Long was surprised. 9 lollipops, provoked by June. What's wrong? Don't tell me that Long Long is scared. The game now only has 2 people left, Long Long thought. It's so cold, as if a knife stabbed into my heart. But in my hand is pair 9, the 3rd highest pair. Since the carrier has a 10, as long as the owner doesn't have a pair of 3s. 8, then I win for sure. Long Long plays his cards confidently. "I have a pair of 9s, master." He happily laughed stood up and danced. He immediately rushed forward and took 9 candies and said, "Thank you for the lollipops." Do-jun immediately grabbed his hand and said, letting go. "Where are you going in such a hurry? Put your cards down." Long Long was shocked to the core. He had a pair, 3, 8, so he won this game. 3 hours later, countless rounds continued to be played to see if any luck would smile on that orange dragon. The answer is no. After all that time, Lee Do-jun has successfully collected 2 buckets full of lollipops. He crossed his arms and smiled. "It seems like you haven't had any snacks this week." Long Long was disappointed and shed tears because of the red and black game. "No, how could it be like that? Oh my god, how could you have 2, 3, 8 or even 5 games?" Carrier calmly said, "From the beginning you had no chance of winning against the master." Long Long angrily said, "Whose side are you on?" Carrier smiled and replied, "Dragons always live by keeping alive." Do-jun gave the carrier 3 lollipops and praised him. "What a good dragon." The carrier successfully won his heart and immediately accepted and said, "Data, you are too praising, master." The dragon immediately shed tears because he regretted the candy. Yoon-hee stood up and said, "I'm going to study." Carrier looked at the clock on the wall and asked by June, "At this time, is it because of the practical rift training tomorrow?" Yoon-hee replied, "Yes, I'm in Class B because I did well previous lecture. This time, you will enter the C class crack, and if you have good results, you can even transfer to Class A," she said with a voice full of confidence and determination to try. He also praised her. "Good job." Long Long said excitedly, "That sounds so interesting, I want to go too." Yoon-hee refused saying, "Haha, we will go together next time. The point of this practical training session is very important so I want to concentrate as much as possible." Long Long crossed his arms and said, I can't do anything else, then." Yoon-hee wondered in her heart, normally she would get angry and insist on going, but it seems like she has become more mature. On the surface she said, "Sorry, I will buy you delicious food, next time, okay?" Long Long turned his back and didn't say anything, just hummed. Yoon-hee looked at her and thought, "What's wrong? Is she tired? She looks like she's sulking. I feel a bit sorry." The next morning, Yoon-hee told her before leaving, "I will be back soon." Long Long smiled, "I will definitely bring something delicious back. You will look after the house." Long Long did not say anything, but the carrier did not, said, "Wishing you a safe trip, young master." Yoon-hee left, and Long Long touched her feet to the ground. He was wearing dark glasses and a black coat, ready to say, "Come on, let's go, carrier." Carrier said, "Little master will hate you if you follow that." Long Long replied, "Then stay at home and take care of your house." Carrier immediately said, "This." The angel carrier and the devil appeared. The angel said, "Don't go. Are you planning to betray the trust of the little master?" The devil carrier said again, "Don't listen to him. Do you really want to watch the house alone? What are you going to do for 10 hours alone?" Angel carrier is determined, it's better than being punished. The devil said again, "Stupid, even if you are punished, it will only be for a while, and being alone will be 10 hours. Carrier rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Immediately the angel carrier was sent flying by the devil. The carrier decided, now that I think about it, it would only take a moment to be punished. Long Long walked away and said, "I'm angry." Carrier followed and said, "Wait for me." At the Rift Management Department, everyone is working extremely hard, and so is Lee Do-jun. Suddenly there was a phone call. He picked it up and said, "Hello, this is Lee Do-jun from the Crack Management Department." The other end said, "You Do-jun, cough cough." Do-jun heard the cough and asked, "Senior Kwon Hyuk-soo, are you sick?" Hyuk-soo said, "That's right, I think I have the flu." Cough, "Sorry, but if I bother you, please let me take the day off today." Because June immediately agreed, "I will choose good words to ask your boss for permission, so you can rest assured and stay home to recuperate." Hyuk-soo continued, "Oh, there's something else, this is important, but do you mind coming to the Hunter Academy's practical training session at my place today?" Cough. "It will be easy because Hunter Han Minji is scheduled to participate as a guide today." Cough. Do-jun replied, "Yes, don't worry and hope to get better." The department head next to him also sneezed, "I want to blow up the whole office." Do-jun hung up the phone and thought, "Wait, today's training is." Yoonhee School also had a training session today. Han Minji over here was busy running to the car to go to the training session. She said, "We have to hurry to the location where the practical training session will be held or we'll be late." Suddenly she saw a crowd of people gathering on the side of the road and wondered, She thought to herself, what happened? Did a crack appear or something? Crowds of people crowded around. "Please let me pass." "Wow, what is that?" Minji looked at it and thought in surprise, "That's it." Long Long and Carrier are being grabbed by the policeman. Long Long is struggling in his hand. Let me go." "No, I mean get your hands off me. How dare you touch me? I am a dragon, that dragon." He said to the policeman next to him, "It seems like they were abandoned by their owners." The guy next to him said, "I can't believe there is such a thing as a talking puppy in this world." Long Long continued to struggle. That's unreasonable. How dare you treat me like this?" Han Minji rushed over. "Wait, let me pass. Someone there recognizes you." "What? Hunter Han Minji." She ran over and said, "Are these children causing you any trouble?" The policeman asked, "What about the children?" She replied, "Yes, they are the children I raised, but it seems like the moment I wasn't paying attention they got lost. Thank you for looking after them." The policeman said, "Next time be careful, the world is not safe anymore." Minji replied, "Yes." Long Long rubbed his chin and thought, "This woman, I'm pretty sure I've seen her before. Well, somehow, she's helping me, right?" Then Long Long rushed forward to hug Han Minji and called, "Mom," in a sweet way. Han Minji was still surprised. "What?" The two police officers were surprised and asked themselves, "What's wrong?" Carrier also thought in shock, "Is she the mother of the King of Dragons?" Han Minji hugged Long Long reluctantly and said, "Yes, honey, are you very scared?" Long Long replied, "Yes, I'm very scared, Mom." Carrier trembled and said, "The late queen." Then he knelt down and bowed his head and said, "I would like to see the late mother of the great Dragon King." Dragon wondered, What is wrong with him?" Later, 3 people climbed into Minji's car after successfully rescuing 2 leopards. Han Minji asked, "So you're going to the academy's training site?" Long Long replied, "Yes, mother." She said, "Stop calling me mom. Lucky for you I'm on my way there too." Long Long, sitting in the car, neatly wearing a seat belt, replied, "Yes, by the way, how much does this car cost, auntie?" Minji is bored, aunt. She said loudly, like 8 billion won, and instead of calling me aunt, call me sister, okay? Carrier sat in the back seat and said with a sigh of relief, thank goodness she wasn't the late queen, and Long Long was shocked at the value of the car. What 8 billion stars? Long Long immediately asked, auntie, I mean, sister, do you want to marry master? After hearing this sentence, Han Minji just drank a sip of coffee and spit it out. She was so shocked that she lost control of the car, so she staggered and said loudly, what? Long Long immediately said, hey, I'm concentrating on driving, followed by a shrill scream, ah. At the same time, at Yunhee's place, a group of students were gathering in front of the crack. The girl standing behind Yoonhee asked her, "What? It hasn't been long since you entered Class B and you're already aiming for Class A." Yoonhee replied, "Yeah, well, I'm just trying my best." Suddenly a voice from afar called her name, "Yoonhee." She reflexively turned to look in the direction of the voice to answer, "Ha." A handsome boy came up and said, "Let's try our best today." Yoonhee also replied, "Huh, thank you, good luck." The boy seemed to happily say, "Yes." He scratched his head and said shyly, "Yoonhee, by the way, do you want to go out to eat with me after training?" Without thinking, Yoonhee said, "Well, I need to review some knowledge after this training session, sorry." Being rejected, he turned away sadly. Two female students standing nearby said, "Is that Soo Jinshu, the heir to IT group?" Yoonhee's popularity is no joke. Yes, I think he liked Yoonhee from the first day Yoonhee transferred to Class B. Oh, youth is pain. Wow, I feel sorry for the girls hanging around him. The two continued to discuss. "I bet more and more men will pursue Yoonhee. I have never met a girl as perfect as him." Well, the wind meets the clouds at every level, that's right, but Yoonhee didn't know Soo Jinshu liked him, even though the whole class already knew. Maybe he wasn't interested. The teacher stepped forward and called, "Come on, everyone, gather. We will soon start the actual training session, so everyone, please form your groups. Please pay attention here." Yoonhee seemed surprised to see someone coming next to the teacher. "Huh." Teacher introduces, "This is Manager Lee Do-jun from the Rift Management Department. He spent his precious time to attend this training session. Please give him a round of applause." Yoonhee was excited when she saw her father, she thought, so her father was the one in charge of supervision. Jinshu saw her attitude and was a bit puzzled. Lee Do-jun said coldly, "Good afternoon, it's an honor to meet all of our future hunters today, and if you have any questions about the rift, feel free to ask, please ask." The female students had to exclaim, "Oh my god, he's so handsome." Yoonhee thought to herself, "Great, today I'll try harder than usual, I'll show dad how diligent I've been up until now." Lee Do-jun also looked around looking for his daughter, where Yoonhee was. Seeing his daughter, he smiled and waved, "Ah, there she is." Yoonhee also smiled and waved back to her father. Seeing that, Jinshu seemed very surprised, wondering, "Huh." The student thought, "This is the first time I've seen him smile so brightly." Then he looked at Do-jun gritting his teeth and thinking, "Don't tell me he likes that uncle." The fire of hatred and jealousy is raging inside Jinshu. "No, never, it can't be like that. I will show Yoonhee my cool side during this practical training session." At the training session, the students were extremely attentive when suddenly Minji's monster truck rushed forward. The speed of rushing straight to where the person was standing made them panic. What is coming from behind? The car parked in front of the group of people. They all quickly moved away and backed away shouting, "Be careful, who's driving?" Han Minji stepped down from the car. All of them were surprised, their eyes were wide open. That person was Hunter Han Minji. She walked over and said, "Sorry everyone, I was almost late." She said, radiant as a flower, "I will teach harder and longer to make up for this." The teacher smiled and said, "Oh ho ho, it's okay, Hunter Han, the students are excited. Hunter Han Minji will train us today." "Ah, that's great." Han Minji then smiled and said, "Thank you so much, teacher." She suddenly stopped when her eyes landed on Lee Do-jun. She was surprised. "Manager Lee Do-jun," the two students were discussing, "is it possible that we will be able to join Ocaris if we perform well?" "Keep dreaming, Dad, it's not long." Han Minji asked, "Mr. Manager, why are you here?" The students continued to discuss, whispering, "Do the manager and the hunter know each other?" In the back of the car, Long Long said, "It seems like that ant is famous." Carrier said in fear, "Sir, what are you planning to do if the owner discovers us?" Long Long immediately said, "Don't say such unlucky words. If we were careful and hid carefully, how could those kids see us?" The students were excited. "Wow, I never imagined I could see her this close. Can I ask for an autograph, Miss Hunter?" Looking out and saying, "Even if we get caught, just pretend we're toy dolls." Carrier said, "Sure, boss." Long Long sneered, and now everyone was focusing on the older sister, who could marry the master, please. Suddenly I was scared. Carrier immediately asked, "What's wrong with you?" He looked out and immediately saw Lee Do-jun standing with his arms crossed, so angry that he was on fire, looking at the two of them. He calmly said, "I'll give you 5 seconds." Both of them were startled and scared, worried to the point of sweating when facing the owner. If I knew that, Carrier thought, I'd be home. At the same time Yoon he also discovered. Long Long and Carrier, they followed me here. She thought, I found it strange that Long Long gave up so easily, so it was all just an act. This is better than seeing her in that lifeless outfit. Then she glanced at his place and thought, by the way, Dad and Hunter Han Minji, you two look so good together, is it because you both have good looks? He told Minji, thank her for giving the other two a ride. Minji also happily said, no problem, it was fun to go with the two kids. Yoonhee looked gloomy and thought, for some reason, I don't like them like that. The classmate Hyo Young next to him asked Yoonhee, Yoonhee, do you think that manager is handsome? Looking at him coldly but bringing a strange charm, Yoonhee forced a smile and said, ah, yeah, that's right. The other Hyo Young smirked and continued, but there's always a price for that handsome face. He's sure to have a lot of women around him. If that were my man I'd be upset, very. Yoonhee immediately objected, no, his father is a decent person, he knows. She suddenly realized that she had said too much, so she stopped and covered her mouth with her hand. Ah. Hyo Young immediately asked, what's wrong with Dad? Yoonhee scratched his cheek and said, no, I mean he would be the right kind of person if he became a father. Hyo Young retorted, isn't that right? How do you know? You really don't have the face to see man, that's the whole problem. Entering the training session, in the forest, Han Minji spoke up, now, just follow the rules I told you, divide into teams as announced, then you rest, I can rest now. He stood looking at Yoonhee talking to her friend. Hyo Young said, hey, I'm assigned to the manager's group. Yoonhee smiled and said nothing. Doojun smiled lightly and thought, she integrates well with her friends. Then he turned to the two children, Long Long and Carrier, with a murderous intent, but, what should we do with them? The two of us were scared and shaking. Doojun continued, let's go play. I won't scold you, you two were so surprised to look at your master. Carrier said with sparkling eyes, master won't scold us. Doojun said, yes, I'm serious, so just go out and have fun, be careful not to harm the children. The dragon chucked its beak and said, master. Carrier sighed and said, I will speak for him. Master, if you're not busy, would you like to walk with us? Doojun replied, let's go for a walk. I feel something strange behind the orc village, so the reason for going for a walk has been decided. Are you two up for it? The two children with sparkling eyes said in unison, I agree. Long Long took the lead and said loudly, let's go Hoi. The carrier reminded, sir, we have to go behind the master's back, followed by June, and Yoonhee was able to detect the three of them going somewhere. She thought, I want to go too. The other Hyo Young next to me said, wow, I want to be trained by Hunter Han Minji now. Hyo Young lamented, when will it be our turn? Jinshu behind said, don't wait any longer, go this way. He pointed at himself and said, don't worry about the orcs, because I'm here. Hyo Young chuckled. Jinshu asked, what are you laughing at? Hyo Young burst out laughing and said, ha ha, oh my gosh, don't you see that you're overdoing it? What's the reason, or do you want to act cool? Jinshu immediately said, no, it's because of me as the strongest person here. So, anyway, Yoonhee, just trust me. Yoonhee turned around and said, well, thank you, but I'm stronger now, so you don't need to worry about me. She and Hyo Young left. Hyo Young was no less angry. Oh ho, poor guy. Jinshu chased after him. Wait, me. Yoonhee walked and thought, yes, I have to focus on this training. Maybe it would be better if I showed my dad how much I have grown. But where are you going? Over here. Green-skinned monsters are groaning in fear. Long Long clenched his fists and said, ho ho, who made that noise? Bend down, can you hear me? It walked between the two groups of monsters with an extremely majestic tone. Carrier followed and said, well, sir, we left the house without permission, so I think maybe we should apologize to the young master. The dragon immediately said, what, it's okay. He turned around and gave the carrier a like, she'll forgive us, don't worry. Then he put his hands on his hands and laughed, ha ha ha, this is life. Carrier thought, have you completely forgotten that you are a dragon king? Doojun walked over and pushed Long Long aside and said, get out of the way. He clenched his fist and raised it to create a jet of black power. Notification system, warning, you have found a hidden dungeon. All three stood there watching. The two children were excited and cheering. In front of Lee Doojun, a strange space appeared. It seemed to be growing bigger and bigger. Carrier immediately clasped his hands, congratulating you, master, now you have found the hidden dungeon. I am sure you will get the treasure. Long Dragon turned around in confusion and asked, what do you mean by that? Carrier sighed and said, if you find a dungeon inside a crack, then instead of stronger monsters appearing, you will have those skills. Hearing that, Long Long frantically ran into the dungeon. Hidden prison, well, whatever, nothing special. Carrier followed, but I heard that a skill book can sell for 35 billion won. Lee Do-jun patted the baby dragon's head. Even if I told him, he wouldn't understand. By the way, I know a lot of information. Carrier put on a proud face. I only overheard them while waiting next to the young master while she was studying. Lee Do-jun heard that and immediately said, "Great, let's go inside." Carrier immediately got excited. "Yes, master." Lee Do-jun walked in, the light of the basement blinding him. Before them was a large space, with green grass below, sunshine and floating clouds above. The monsters are happily frolicking. Lee Do-jun looked at the laptop screen. "These monsters have never been registered, because you are the first to find them. Lee Do-jun, please name them." He heard that and immediately thought and said, "Well, since they're red, let's say red orcs." Long Long raised his voice full of eloquence. "This act of neglect and indifference is a type of abuse for a pet that grew up with its owner's love." Carrier said gently, "Sir, it seems you have completely convinced yourself that you are now a pet." Lee Do-jun put the laptop in his bag. "Those monsters will run away if you two go with me." Long Long heard that and showed a sulky face. Carrier respectfully clasped his hands. "Wishing you a safe journey, sir." Long Long hates picking his nose. "I also want to have fun." Suddenly it pointed in the distance. Something there." The carrier looked at it. "Look at it shining like that. It could be that treasure goblin." Long Long smiled brightly, revealing all his beautiful teeth, his face full of wickedness. "Oh yeah." He confidently waved his hand. "Hey, that yellow goblin." The goblin was carrying a heavy sack that was clearly very tired and heard the dragon's mocking voice. He was furious. "Who dares to call me yellow?" Long Long still calmly ordered, "Come here, I'll whisper." The goblin opened its eyes wide and shouted, No, you are a dragon." Long Long replied leisurely, "What, you still haven't come here yet?" 3, 2, 1. Having finished speaking, the goblin dropped the sack and quickly ran to kneel in front of the little dragon. Long Long angrily beat the old goblin repeatedly. "Hey, you're tired of living, why don't you go faster?" The old goblin's old body was beaten until he trembled. "Heck, please forgive me." The carrier was speechless. "Look, secretly resentful. Please have some self-respect." The little dragon looked at Lee Do-jun in the distance, wondering how the owner was doing over there. If an edible trophy appeared, it would be best to feed it to Mr. Long Long. Lee Do-jun now gradually loosened his grip on his sword. He picked up his laptop to read. The analysis of the battle with the Red Orc was completed. The information about the hidden dungeon was updated. Lee Do-jun said, "It seems the only thing left to do is find the goblin treasure and finish setting up the map of this dungeon." Suddenly the loud voice of the dragon rang out. "One, only one." Lee Do-jun immediately turned to look. "I saw Long Long leaning on his hip to tease the old goblin. In that big bag of yours, there's only one item. Doesn't it look unreasonable?" The old goblin cried as he poured out all the contents of the sack. "Here, I'll quickly take it all out." Long Long did not show any respect and loudly said, "I give you 3 seconds to take them all out." After finishing, the old goblin immediately bowed his head. "This is everything?" Long Long asked again. "Took everything, right?" The old goblin firmly replied, "Of course, I don't dare say. I don't lie to you, noble sir." Long Long angrily stepped on the white cloth. "No, this is not enough. It seems you forgot something." The old goblin immediately panicked, sweating. "What, did I forget something?" Long Long struggled. Food, why is there nothing to eat?" Seeing this scene, the carrier could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly his eyes opened wide. "Huh? Master, you're back," Lee Do-jun asked calmly. "What's going on?" Carrier hesitated. He was looking for food from the goblin's place, but when he saw the dragon trying to stop him, he said again, "It's okay." The old goblin heard the conversation and immediately held his head in panic. "This is crazy. The dragon clan is calling a flesh-eyed mortal master." Lee Do-jun walked over and picked up something. Long Long immediately whispered, "Master, this guy is a beggar, a super beggar." The old goblin immediately objected. "No, this is considered a rich job in my species." Carrier immediately looked at him with murderous eyes. "How dare you raise your voice to my great master? He is not someone you can judge casually." Lee Do-jun immediately patted the little dragon's head. "It's okay, carrier." The old goblin cried and knelt down. "Please don't kill me, I still have a bear wife and 30 rabbits at home." Lee Do-jun picked up the book to read and replied, "I don't intend to hit you or anything, so don't worry." Suddenly his eyes opened wide, as if something unexpected had happened. Control Chain Skill Book, Rated A, Detailed Description. Learn the control chain skill through reading the skill book will be destroyed. Skill effect is to summon increased chains corresponding to the user's mana. Minimum mana cost is 10. Lee Do-jun smirked. He's so lucky. He held up the book and said to the old goblin, I will let you go if you give me this. The old goblin heard that bewildered. What about the rest? Lee Do-jun calmly replied, no need, after all you need to take care of your life. The old goblin heard that and immediately stiffened. Normally, he remembered, humans would hunt him like crazy, and even try to kill him. His eyes were filled with tears, but he just took what he wanted and let me go. He is an angel, thank you very much, great master of dragons. Lee Do-jun heard that and immediately said, I should be the one thanking you, I will use this book well. The old goblin heard that and happily replied, yes, please feel free to take it. Long Long left but did not forget to tell the old goblin, next time you better try to hide carefully, don't get caught and then beaten again. The old man now raised his face and called, wait, great master of the dragons. Please take this too. He took out a piece of glowing paper. The three people put their heads together curiously. What was that? The old goblin bowed respectfully, great master of the dragons. Please take this too. This is the Treasure Goblin Company access card, S rank, uses. After use, you will teleport to the Treasure Goblin Company. After Lee Do-jun received the card, the old goblin added, if you come to visit, I will welcome you warmly. Then he smiled brightly, now I ask permission. Long Long smiled, opened his mouth, welcomed the stars. He was happy and hungry, so that means there will be seafood, and dishes we have never tried before. Lee Do-jun and Carrier could only watch helplessly. A blue demon was hurrying through the forest, it made a killing sound. From somewhere, a gun was aimed at them and fired. Immediately, one of the running animals was shot straight in the head. The other animals saw this and immediately cried out in fear, my dear, you should run. The other replied, please survive, my daughter. The shooter turned out to be Sol Yun-hee. Seeing this scene, a voice rang out, great, to be honest, just looking at controlling your mana gun you could easily be ranked A. Sol Yun-hee quickly turned her head to look. It was Ms. Han Minji. She smiled happily, however, because there was some leftover mana while transferring energy to the gun, but if I can handle that problem, then I won't be wasting my energy, no more quantity. Sol Yun-hee heard that and happily replied, ah, yes, thank you. Ms. Han Minji asked by the way, but where did Manager Lee go? I didn't see him anywhere. By the way, do you know where he went? Sol Yun-hee bowed politely and replied, I don't know. Hae-young happened to pass by and saw them happily laughing and talking. Hearing a noise, the two also looked over and saw Hae-young and Sujin-shu. Hae-young asked in surprise, do you two know each other? Ms. Han Minji immediately replied, ah, yes, she had been to Yun-hee's house once before. Jil Yun-hee immediately froze. Hearing the answer, Hae-young was surprised. Why did the hunter Han Minji come to his house? Wait, I know Yun-hee is great, but, that's strange, why did an S-rank hunter come to a student's house? Ms. Han Minji calmly replied, to be precise, the first time she saw Yun-hee was during the admission ceremony with Mr. Lee Do-jun. Hearing that, Hae-jin's head became even more confused. Why, Lee Do-jun is Mr. Lee Do-jun. She was surprised. Was it the civil servant from before, that super handsome guy? She hurriedly approached Sol Yun-hee to question, why was Yun-hee with him? Do you know him? Miss Han Minji hadn't noticed Sol Yun-hee's unsightly face, so she still calmly said, of course they already know each other, they are father and son. Hae-jin was like lightning struck her ears. She screamed, what's wrong? And Sol Yun-hee also quickly called out, Hunter. Sujin-shu was excited when he heard that person was his father. Good. Sol Yun-hee scolded, why did you tell them? Miss Han Minji is confused right now. Is that a secret? Sol Yun-hee looked at her. Han Minji immediately avoided, it seems there are students over there who need your help, so. She immediately ran away. Hae-young felt like her soul had left her body. Just now I said Yun-hee's father looked attractive. Sujin-shu also collapsed. Wait, wasn't it me who glared at my father-in-law star? Miss Han Minji ran really fast. She turned her head to look at the two classmates who were apologizing to Sol Yun-hee. She pondered, it seemed. It's not just Manager Lee, but the fact that she still has good friends around. I'm a bit jealous. The same evening at Do-jun's house, at dinner time. Long Long stood on the chair looking at today's food with joy. Oh my heel, party, it's a meat party. The carrier returned to her human form and looked extremely pretty. She whined, "Ah, chopsticks are so difficult to use." Lee Do-jun immediately held out a spoon and took it. The carrier was curious. "What is this?" "Isn't this for children? I can also use chopsticks like master." She frowned. "This makes me so uncomfortable." Lee Do-jun told her, Yeah, but this time please use it." Carrier said as he fed the food, "But I'm serious." Suddenly Sol-Yun-hee called out, Dad, please take this." She respectfully but shyly gave her father a small gift box. Long Long looked at the gift box and his mouth watered. "What was that?" "Food." Lee Do-jun reached out to receive it. "I gave it to Dad." Sol-Yun-hee replied, "Yes, it's not anything expensive, it's just, Dad's wrist looks empty so." Lee Do-jun opened it. A delicate but simple watch appeared. Yun-hee continued, "I bought it at the store on the way home. What do you think, Dad?" Lee Do-jun was surprised. "Did you buy it yourself?" Sol-Yun-hee replied, "Yes, I received money after hunting some orcs today, so, I want you to be the first to receive the gift. If Dad doesn't like it, then..." Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Do-jun immediately interrupted, "No, thank you, I will cherish it." He happily put the watch on his wrist, his face filled with happiness. Sol-Yun-hee felt happy when she heard that, "Yes." Suddenly Lee Do-jun bent down to get something. "Dad also has something for you." Sol-Yun-hee was surprised. "Give it to me." Lee Do-jun took out the book he took from the old goblin in the morning. "Here." Yun-hee is curious, "What is this?" She opened it, falling in love with each page. It looked like a skill book. Huh. Suddenly her eyes opened wide. A grade A skill book. She immediately closed the book. "You can't accept this." Lee Do-jun was curious. "Why not?" Sol-Yun-hee said excitedly, "What do you mean? It's worth at least 100 billion won." Long Long was surprised to hear that. 100 billion. However, Lee Do-jun calmly replied, "So what? This move makes the daughter helpless." "What's the matter?" he said. "Yun-hee. This family is more precious to me than 100 billion won." Sol-Yun-hee was momentarily calmed by her father's words. Suddenly the phone in his pocket rang. He left the dining table and went to the balcony to answer the phone. The carrier was touched by his words just now and did not forget to drop a like. Sol-Yun-hee caressed this precious book. The other end of the line said, "Hello, this is Hunter Lee Gang-yun. I'm sorry for calling you so late. I called to let you know that we are ready to enter the downtown area." 3 Lee Do-jun looked up at the sky. "Ah, that's it. Good luck guys." Hunter Lee continued, "Thank you sir." About the result of the discussion with the director, we agreed to stream the video live to the whole world as you requested. Initially, we will ask you for advice while taking action, but thanks to the detailed report you sent, I think there won't be any problems. Thank you very much. Lee Do-jun replied, "Nothing. Goodbye." On the other end, "Yes, see you after the trip." Hunter Lee turned his head and said happily, "Jun-yeol, have you started streaming yet?" Jun-yeol replied, "Yes." Everyone was now witnessing this exciting livestream, the 22nd attempt to explore downtown. Everyone was watching attentively. Now it officially begins. Everyone in Lee Do-jun's company is watching intently. His department head is excited. "Oh my gosh, look at the handsome appearance of our Hunter Lee Gang-yun, both the behemoth celebrity and the guardian of South Korea too." Lee Do-jun took his bag and said, "I'm going." The manager was curious. "Hey, where are you going?" He rolled his eyes. I can't believe I forgot. Today is the day you go to check for Class E cracks, right?" Suddenly, an employee with a surprised face said loudly, "Boss, the behemoth group has finally entered the first stage of the tutorial." Everyone's eyes are "oh" and their mouth is "ah." "What, really?" Lee Do-jun smiled lightly. "Miss Yeji, if you want to continue watching the live broadcast, you can stay." Miss Yeji, even though she was very shocked, still tried to say, "No, how can I go check? Is it okay to investigate without a hunter?" Lee Do-jun said, but it seemed like she really wanted to see them. Yeji quickly calmed down her emotions and returned with her innocent and loving look. "It's true, but, if it makes you feel guilty, then you can invite me to dinner." Suddenly a loud call rang out, "Master." Yeji was surprised, "Master," and Lee Do-jun calmly replied, "Huh." It turns out that Sol-Yun-hee led Dragon and Carrier. Cool Dragon led the way. "We're here," Carrier sighed. "Sir, as the king of dragons, can you keep some of your dignity? No, that's a shame." Suddenly Sol-Yun-hee gave Lee Do-jun a bag. He quickly helped it and asked, "Why did you all come here?" Sol-Yun-hee replied with a bright smile, "I was planning to visit the Hunter Training Center because today I have a break, and by the way, bring Dad lunch." The lunchbox was just an impromptu one, she hummed hard to say, well. Suddenly the carrier appeared dramatically, I will explain from here. Today, the young master woke up late for the first time. Sol Yunhil panicked, I'm already late, and Lee Do-jun calmly said, Yunhee, I'm fine, just go get ready for school. Carrier continued, because of that reason, she couldn't prepare breakfast for her master and that made her feel guilty. Carrier found that breakfast very delicious and Long Long was moody, this is what food. Cool. Carrier took off her glasses, and then, it took her exactly 1 hour 30 minutes and 35 seconds to prepare lunch for you. Lee Do-jun was surprised, really? Sol Yun-hee was embarrassed and tried to stop Carrier, but the girl still calmly replied, of course, we also contributed. Lee Do-jun gently told his daughter, Dad also has a convenient way to go to the training center, let's have lunch and go there together. Sol Yun-hee's eyes sparkled, yes. Long Dragon quickly climbed onto the little mistress's body, Master, give me a piece. Lee Do-jun said sternly, if you dare to eat it all, I will hit you right away. Dragon heard that and jumped up, stop treating me like I'm an evil dragon. Miss Yeji saw this happy scene and felt a bit sad, she didn't say anything. On the way, Lee Do-jun said, Hunter Cha Yeji, I will briefly explain on the way there. The rift we are about to enter is called the Tomb of Souls and it differs from the others in its vastness. It will take about half a day to see the entire area, you may have to overtime, that's okay. Yeji replied excitedly, so we will have a date, just the two of us, all afternoon. Lee Do-jun gently replied, it wasn't a date, it was a survey. Sol Yun-hee was furious at this point, she squeezed Long Long's body tightly, the boy quickly begged for help in pain, that's right, Carrier, it seems you said that pets are not allowed in the training center. Carrier's face was confused, what are you talking about? Long Long quickly covered the carrier's mouth, I think it's no good, Master, if it's convenient, could you let us go with you to the crack? Do-jun didn't think too much and replied, let's go, it's okay, Yeji heard that like a thunderbolt. Sol Yun-hee's whole body was relieved, she looked at the dragon. Seeing the boy raise a like, we'll keep an eye on that sister, please let us eat meat for a week, we don't want a stepmother either. The two smiled brightly, it seemed like this agreement had been compromised. Everyone stands in front of the door, the system announces, you have entered the Tomb of the Soul. Long Long was curious, Master, is this a dungeon that needs to be conquered? Lee Do-jun replied, yes, this is a rank E dungeon. The boy rubbed his chin, those drawings were only drawn in places where Rankheim resided. Yeji was curious, what is Rankheim? Carrier happily explained, Rankheim the Elemental King, she is the first elemental and the mother of all elementals. Yeji was surprised, the Elemental King. Do-jun suddenly looked straight ahead and then snorted. He said, the energy I felt was beyond level E, and it felt as if it was calling us to come inside, luckily we checked it out before the other hunters arrived. Do-jun rubbed his chin and thought, it seemed like letting Miss Yeji wait here was a good idea, but at this moment Miss Yeji said agitatedly, Manager Lee, how about we go back now, this is that elemental lord, is definitely very dangerous. However Do-jun just smiled. Miss Yeji saw that and added, this is not the time to smile, I object to going inside, if that is really the elemental lord, then that is the name of a monster, and it might even be S-class too. Suddenly her eyes widened in surprise, It turned out that Lee Do-jun was lifting her up, it was a pretty reasonable decision, I hope she will never forget it in the future. He put the unconscious Yeji down and said, I'll go in there and check, I want you two to wait here. Long Long was now excited, Master, I will come with you, and Carrier seriously clasped his hands, I will stay and protect this red sister. Long Long walked with bold but short steps following Lee Do-jun, oh yeah, exploring, oh yeah. Stepping inside, darkness enveloped the two of them. Do-jun looked in surprise at the light ahead, inside, so different from the entrance. With the main color tone being peach blossom pink, shimmering light covering that poetic space, the dragon looked at the scene before his eyes and said absent-mindedly, after all, this is where the Elemental King lives. Lee Do-jun suddenly laughed, Yun-hee will probably like it when he sees this. Long Long turned around and said, Master, they just look like that, but they are still the same spirits. The moment they realized there was an intruder, they became extremely noisy. It's still too early for her to meet with them. Serious dragons, high-level spirits are also an extremely surprising thing. Suddenly something happened. The dragon immediately breathed fire, Master. I didn't expect the baby dragon to be able to spit out such a large amount of fire. The grass and trees behind that fire were no longer full of life and color, instead there was a scene of burned desolation. Long Long angrily rubbed his eyes. Damn Rankin, it's you, right? What are you doing? Master is not a stranger. A voice came from the other side. I don't care who that human is, but why did you come here to find me? You are the one who ran away alone on the last day of the battle. Thunderbolts appeared to strike down at the dragon's place. The boy was startled. Hey, me, it's the last day, what are you talking about? Li Du-jun said coldly, you did something again, right? Long Long said in fear, why, not at all, but what do you mean? Rankin's tears rolled down. What a despicable thing, the king of dragons. She held out her hands to attack the dragon, the disgusting traitor. Rankin summoned a ball of lightning and said angrily, you still dare to show your face and come to me, traitor? Long Long scared, traitor, why did I become a traitor? This woman, you were the one who attacked first. Rankin heard that and became even more agitated. You really are playing stupid to death. She immediately threw that giant ball straight towards Long Long. Long Long panicked. I told you before, why do you keep attacking me? At least tell me the reason. It's so unfair to me. Suddenly, Li Du-jun grabbed Long Long's neck. The force of the ball caused rocks and soil to shatter. There was so much black smoke that no one could be seen. Rankin narrowed his eyes slightly. Huh. Du-jun held Long Long Ohi in his arms and walked out of the smoke. You are the elemental king. He waved his hand, a wave of air tied Rankin tightly, and went down here. The girl being pulled down cried out in fear. And of course there is no romantic story of a prince supporting a princess here. Rankin fell to the ground in pain. Dragon said loudly, see, my master is very strong. Li Du-jun held out his hand. I have something to ask you, so please calm down. The dragon has now transformed into a larger form, but it still mindlessly says, so you and I once allied together and created transcendent alliances or something to fight evil, is that correct? Rankin said with an angry face, you said. Long Long calmly interrupted, I don't remember anything. Rankin shouted, you wretched dragon. Li Du-jun calmly said, Long Dragon, you go down. He immediately obeyed, clear, master. An explosion rang out, as Jun said to the girl, you can stand up now. Rankin gasped, thank you. The dragon next to him said mockingly, TSK, your endurance is really low. The girl clutched her hair, but why am I being treated like this, when he is a traitor? Du-jun ponders, in short, according to what Long Long said. She should have been in the center. The fact that she appeared in this crack means something has happened to the erosion. And this place was supposed to be part of the second floor in the central area. Rankin was still bitter. The dragon betrayed, and the dragon was joking. No, what? Du-jun looks at my hand, and I can use the power from the black status panel that I normally can't use. This space doesn't look like the forest of that pointy-eared elf. If I bring this girl along, maybe it will be useful. His eyes dropped, but if I do that, these creatures will no longer have anyone to protect them. When the two sides were tearing each other apart, he said, Long Long, let's go. Long Long, although not willing, still obeyed the order, yes. As he turned away, a hesitant voice spoke and he turned around to look. Rankin said, it seems like you are going to the central area, right? What do you plan to do with those transcendent creatures and demons? They even possess the power to destroy the entire central area. Mind you, if you start a war, your life will be in danger. Will you be okay? Du-jun slightly raised his shoulders. Well, if they started the fight first, then it would be out of the question. Rankin clasped his hands, eyes full of expectation and said, ever since that dragon followed you, I immediately knew there was something. You are a demon slayer saint, a true saint. When the little creatures saw their master like that, they sprayed glue. The dragon's face was full of disgust and said, hey, your king is really strange. Her mood flipped faster than flipping rice paper. Rankin heard that and got angry and said, shut up, you coward. Immediately the dragon and the other creatures turned away as if nothing had happened. That's it. But right after that, Long Long spoke loudly again, so let's say so, but I really don't remember anything. On Saturday morning at Du-jun's house, Carrier and Long Long were sitting on the couch watching their iPad. Du-jun was busy on the phone. The Tomb of Souls dungeon had returned to the E-rank dungeon. The dungeon automatically switched back to the old rank so nothing happened. Manager Kang heard that and happily said, I know, good job Manager Lee, we're sorry for not going with you, the live stream was too busy. When Jun heard that, he immediately replied, it's okay, sir, you don't need to apologize about that. The schoolroom happily replied, thank you for saying that, you're becoming more and more kind, you should rest. Jun said the last sentence then hung up. Yes, have a nice weekend, sir. Then he came and sat next to Long Long, who was busy playing. Long Long, Supreme Being, are you spending money again? Long Long fearfully replied, no. He brought out his iPad. Look at this, he said that snake meat is very hot in recent days. Jun picked it up to see. It was just the right time. We also have to go to the dungeon, let's go there. When Carrier and Long Long heard that, their eyes lit up. Hey, should we leave now, so we can prepare? However, Jun coldly replied, no, I will go alone. Hearing that, both Carrier and Long Long's mood dropped. Carrier sighed and Long Long fainted. I understand, so you will go alone. He made a pitiful face. I heard that pets can only live if they receive the love of their owner, but you abandoned us. I understand. Why would you do that? Jun here so warily replied, okay, can we go together, but only one of us. Hearing that, Dragon immediately put on a sinister, wonderful face. Whichever dragon wins this battle will be able to go. Carrier, as he spoke he summoned his firepower. Carrier panicked. Hey, why are you such a jerk? Let's play rock, paper, scissors, that'll be fair. Long Long also immediately agreed. Okay, pull hammer and paper. So the two senseless dragons pulled hammer and paper together. However, both of them kept making fists. Long Long was angry. Why do you keep imitating me? Carrier said again, you are imitating me. For a long time, pulling the hammer and the paper was still just a fist, with Jun sitting in the middle helplessly. In the end, Carrier was the winner. Jun took her there and bought her ice cream, her small face filled with happiness. When Jun saw that, he happily asked, do you like it? Carrier smiled and replied, yes. Then he scanned the code, confirming F-rank hunter Kim Yun-woo. The Carrier happily entered. I couldn't wait to get in there. An uncle saw them and was bewildered. He's only ranked F, so he's probably just an errand boy. Why did he bring children into this place? He knows how errand men are treated. There were a few guys inside the car who looked extremely arrogant. Jun gently wiped the Carrier's mouth and ate and drank carefully. The uncle softly asked, is that your daughter? Jun turned to answer, yes. The uncle immediately said, just as I thought. But bringing your daughter into the rift is not only dangerous, are you sure you want to show her your detective side in there? Carrier is a bit tense right now. That's right, in public, plus I'm his daughter. Jun calmly replied, thank you for worrying about me. The uncle quickly reminded, keep quiet, you will be pinned by the guys behind you. The uncle smiled politely, sorry if I said too much. You see, I also raised my son alone. He grew up without a mother, that's why. He didn't tell me. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Kim Ho Chol. Jun extended his hand to shake, and I was Lee Do, but he quickly corrected himself. Kim Yun-woo, the uncle said enthusiastically, nice to meet you. Even though we are all shameful fathers, let's try our best for our children. Suddenly a foot kicked quickly. The arrogant man behind happily placed his foot on his uncle's head. He said, people will think we are bad people if they hear what you say, weak but still considered good people, and we are bad people who bully innocent people like you. The uncle trembled, of course not, I didn't mean to say that. However, the other guy smiled sinisterly, didn't you just say to keep it low? Jun raised his eyes to look at him, his cold eyes looked extremely sinister. The other guy saw that and came forward to put his hand on Jun's head. Look at this guy's eyes. What's wrong? What do you think, you trash? Seeing no movement, he immediately took out the gun. Why, what's the problem? He put a gun to Jun's head. Are you upset seeing someone like me standing in front of you? Lee Jun still did not answer him. The Carrier next to him was already angry. The uncle next to him saw this and was worried. He blamed himself. It was me. I should have been quiet. Why did I start a conversation with him? He took all his passion, trembled and said, sorry, I'm sorry. And at this moment, Jun coldly replied to the old man, without the slightest fear even though the gun was close to his head. You talk to me without addressing us, even when we don't even know. Are you my superior or something? When the old man heard that, he immediately couldn't laugh anymore. He gasped, and the uncle behind him turned to stone because he thought there was really no help. The two arrogant old guys behind saw this and burst out laughing. The yellow shirt man said, whoa, I wonder what our boss will do. The other guy also laughed mockingly. It seems like the boss has made our prestigious F-rank hunter angry. Hearing their words, the old man in red became even angrier, his teeth clenched. Jun raised his eyes and said, I will reluctantly accept your advice as your superior, but if you are trying to threaten me, then I advise you to stop. He laughed when he heard that. Look, I'm being lectured by a weak guy. He smiled evilly. You're already blind before entering the crack, I'll help you see more clearly. Dujun glanced, his pupils turned blue. I pointed. Even the carrier has strange symptoms. I'll only warn you once. Carrier looked at the old man with wide eyes, white smoke coming out of his mouth. Do you believe I will tear your body apart? The boss immediately seemed to be captivated. His face stiffened in fear. The other two saw this and happily walked over. Boss, what are you waiting for? Shoot him. The guy in black said, let me help the boss. Suddenly he shouted, no. Stop talking nonsense. His eyes are white, surrounded by Dujun's blue smoke. The old man walked back to his seat obediently, and the uncle saw that and was confused. Huh. Dujun now turned to ask the carrier, where's my ice cream? She replied, I'm angry at the fish for cutting ice cream, I'm sorry. Dujun smiled happily, it's okay, Dad will buy me another tree. Carrier heard that and replied softly, thank you Dad. I'm sure everyone is at home waiting, we'll finish and go home soon. Dujun gently replied, don't worry, because you can't go with Dad. Long Long has already gone out with Yoon-hee. Dad is sure you two will have fun. However, over here, Long Long was disgusted and said, well, Yoon-hee, I didn't say we were going somewhere fun. Yoon-hee smiled and replied, don't you feel happy? Long Long replied, how old do you think I am? Yoon-hee innocently replied, oh, 6 or 5 years old. When hear that, Long Long jumped up, I'm over 8,000 years old, yet you bring me to places like this for children. Honey, is a dragon and also a tyrant dragon. He's sulking, I can't just leave it like that, I've been patient with Yoon-hee all this time. This time I have to show off, I have to show her that my authority is second only to the master. Before he could express himself, Yoon-hee lifted the dragon up. The boy was startled. Yoon-hee's sister, me, ah. Yoon-hee did not hesitate and let Long Long play on the swing. Yes, our Long Long is already 8,000 years old. Long Long was confused. No, wait, I have something to say. However, Yoon-hee had already removed his hand. The dragon just flew down like that. Yoon-hee smiled happily. The dragon was flying. How do you feel? Are you happy? Long Long finished playing and sat there absent-mindedly, not saying a word. Even though he liked it, he still said, well, I think while waiting for the magic snake meat, I can play these things. Yoon-hee smiled and said, then next, do you want to go horseback riding? Long Long is a bit scared. Why did your tone suddenly change? Are you pulling me as a joke? Yoon-hee kept the same voice and replied, not at all, there are no bad children in this world. The way to make a stubborn child obedient is to use a kind tone with the child. Monday at the Hunter office, Dujun stood in front of everyone and said, now, Hunters at Seoul City Hall, please pay attention. As everyone knows, today is the day everyone receives enhancement items, with C-rank magic stone candidates provided by Seoul City Hall. By the way, is there anyone with a higher rank than the stone prepared today? No one responded. Dujun turned around, then I'll go inside and get everyone's items. The yellow vest guy said, well, since the car accident, he doesn't look afraid of us anymore. Before, he used to tremble when we got close. The Blackbeard guy heard that and continued, hey, have you heard about cassava worker Cha Yeji? All of a sudden, she went from F rank to A rank since working with that manager. The yellow vest guy heard that and immediately turned around. What? That type of trash has become a class. What? No damn, should I ask to change manager? That bastard Kwon Hyuk-soo, it's not helping at all. The Blackbeard replied with a smile, haha, do you really think you'll be stronger when working with what about him? The yellow vest guy smiled evilly, if he's as bad as her and can still get to rank A, then he must have some secret. If he won't tell me, then I'll have to use strong measures. Stop. Suddenly someone passing by bumped into him. He got angry. Ah, what the hell? Suddenly their eyes widened and they looked. What was going on? It turned out that 4 people in the Behemoth group were seriously bowing to Dujun, welcoming manager Lee Dujun. Everyone immediately whispered, why are the Behemoths greeting so formally? What's going on? You think I know for sure? Lee Kang-yun said respectfully, forgive us if we overreacted a bit, but as soon as we received the news that you were coming, we couldn't sit still. Right after that, Moon A-kyung also bowed, please forgive us. Dujun silently looked at them. Ryu Jun-yeol happily asked, but why did you leave that bastard alone? Lee Kang-yun quickly stopped, Jun-yeol, but he still finished speaking, Mr. Manager. He walked step by step towards the yellow vest guy. I mean, from afar we all heard everything he said. There's no way with Manager Lee's skills we wouldn't have heard it. Jun-yeol put his arm around the shoulder of the yellow vest guy. Is that true? The other guy trembled. Why, well, that. However, Jun-Yul smiled and replied, "Hey, the person you need to say sorry to is not me." He took out the spear, aimed it straight at him. "You should say sorry to him, you're lucky, I've been really stressed these past few days." Moon A-kyung was helpless, Lee Kang-young was a bit confused, he turned the steering wheel so fast. At the hunter's office, Jun-Yul frantically held a spear towards a hunter. Suddenly there was a voice stopping, "That's enough." Moon A-kyung said, "You crazy bastard Ryu Jun-Yul, what the hell are you doing?" The two people behind were also scared and said, "Mom, please log out of this world first, this ungrateful child, I'm crazy." The tip of the spear was about to touch the other person's face and stopped. Jun-Yul retracted his teacher and said, "Yeah, okay." Young Chul-jong ran over and said, "Ho ho ho, Manager Lee, it's nice to see you after such a long time." Do-jun replied, "Oh yes, but you don't have to come all the way out here, thank you anyway, Director." Young Chul-jong shook his hand happily and said, "All this is for nothing, that's the point, which we should do." He thought to himself, thank goodness he doesn't hate it. Do-jun shook his hand a little too hard, however. "Next time, I hope you think again about whether the person receiving the greeting really likes to do so," he whispered in his ear. "Because you are a wise man, I hope this form of greeting will not happen again," young Chul-jong said with a grimace, "Of course." Jun-Yul turned around and said, "Hey guys," the other two immediately bowed their heads and said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Don't regret saying bad things about Mr. Lee Do-jun, that man, treat him with all your heart, I advise you all for your own good." He looked angry, "Understand," the other two are also obedient, "Yes sir, I understand." Lee Do-jun has noticed them. At Yunhee's school, the beautiful sunshine illuminates the youthful school scene. She was walking and suddenly Hae-young walked up and hugged her and called out, "Yunhee-you," causing her to turn around in surprise. "Hae-young." At the same time, Jinshu also entered her sight. "Jinshu, are you here too?" Hae-young argued, "The practical training is over, can we go to your house to play?" Yunhee hummed, "My family, my father won't let me." Hae-young replied, "That can't be helped, but at least you should try asking your dad, not to mention you'll have trouble asking for permission too." Yunhee said, "No, my dad is very mental." Hae-young said, "That's great, isn't your dad curious about which friends you're going out with?" Jinshu's eyes are sparkling, "That's good." Hae-young, and Yunhee is glued, "Ah." She took out the phone to call her father, silently thinking, "Dad, please don't pick up the phone." The other end of the line immediately picked up the phone and said, "What's wrong, Yunhee?" At this point, she was sweating profusely and said, Dad, can I take my two friends home to play?" She thought, it's better not to go. Do-jun hummed in thought, and she was begging her father not to agree. "Please say no, please say no, please say no, please say no." Do-jun replied, "Okay," but Yunhee was confused so he asked again, "Why?" He said, "Do you want Dad to buy you anything?" Next to him was the department head who was grumbling, Do-jun. The hunters at the city hall were suddenly unexpectedly polite, they treated him like a king. "What did you do?" Yunhee over here replied, "No, Dad doesn't need to buy anything." "Yes." Hae-young was curious, "What's up, what did your dad say huh?" Yunhee hung up and said, "Dad said I could take you home." Hae-young jumped up, "Oh yeah, Jinshu too, great." Jong Hae-young, and Yunhee was stiff with glue. Back at Yunhee's house, everyone sat down to eat and drink. Hae-young took a sip of water, it seemed so refreshing that it couldn't be hidden on her face. Hae-young praised, "Yunhee, your cooking is so good, it's so delicious." Jinshu was emotional while eating, so delicious." Yunhee was shy to say, "You guys also helped me cook, you two very good cooking." Hae-young. Jinshu said, "No, every time he tries to cook he just makes a mess." Hae-young kicked Jinshu's leg angrily and said, "Try saying it again." Jinshu cried out in pain, "Squeal, why are you so violent?" From inside the room came a voice, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy out there?" Yunhee immediately knew that the other two kids were worried. Long Long and Carrier walked out sleepily and said, This is the first time I see you taking a friend home to play. Welcome home, little master." Jinshu looked questioningly, That's it." Before he could finish speaking, Yunhee flew away. She flew inside and slammed the door in front of the surprise of her two classmates. She hugged the two kids and said, "Carrier, I'm so sorry, just for today, can you two pretend to be dogs?" Long Long asked, "Why?" He said angrily, What about a dragon's pride? How can you tell us to do that?" Carrier said, "If you want then we will do it, but even if we do that, I'm still a dragon." Yoonhee said, sorry, but the situation is a bit confusing now. I heard that if people realize that you two are dragons, the whole world will be shocked, everything will be chaotic and we have to run away there. We won't be able to eat beef, or ramen noodles, or even dog food. Long Long started to fear and said, I'm sorry Yoonhee, even though I don't know what happened, but it's all my fault. Yoonhee smiled and said, Long Long and Carrier, thank you both. The three walked out. Jinshu said, oh wow, Yoonhee, I didn't know you had a dog. Yoonhee replied, yeah, I forgot to feed them, sorry. Long Dragon and Carrier were already sitting, be good in front of 2 bowls of dog food. Jinshu wondered, but they didn't look like normal dogs. Suddenly there was a sound of opening the door and entering. It was Lee Do-jun who came home from work. He walked in and said, Dad is home. Jinshu stood up in surprise and asked again, ah, Yoonhee's father. Jinshu quickly walked out and bowed, hello father-in-law, hello uncle, I'm Soo Jinshu, Yoonhee's classmate. Do-jun also greeted you back, hello. Long Long chewed and said, because of those mice, I have to eat dog food. Hey Young said excitedly, the puppies were so cute, making Long Long angry for calling him a dog. Long Long stood up and said, you're making me crazy. He accidentally spoke, do you want to, hic, suddenly stopped because Yoonhee is looking at him with murderous intent. Hey Young stood up and asked, did he just talk? So Jun said, God said my name is Soo Jinshu. Jinshu blushed and said, yes, I'm class B with Yoonhee, my name is Soo, Soo. He continued asking, are you Yoonhee's boyfriend, causing Jinshu to spit out water. Jinshu scratched his head and said, it's true that I really like her, but I haven't confessed yet. Do-jun let out a loud noise, making the atmosphere seem quieter. Hey Young is helpless, this idiot, and Jinshu is afraid to lose his color. Long Long was angry, you bastard, how dare you say that to her. The carrier immediately pulled him back to stop him, you need to act like a dog. Hey Young thought, oh my god, he just said it Yoonhee heard that and shyly dropped the spoon and said, you, like me. After hearing that, Lee Do-jun said, oh, it's obvious. He calmly said, so Yoonhee is a boyfriend. Yoonhee jumped up, She stood up and banged on the table and said, it's not like that, Dad, he's just my friend at school. He's really not my boyfriend, Jinshu said sadly. I understand, you don't have to repeat it 3 times, as June thought, she reacted violently too. The next day, in the city, Long Long was screaming, Yoonhee, wait. I brought you with me, the dragon is being torn apart by children. Yoonhee said, well, I also want a butt, the children like you very much, they always stick to you, if you go shopping it will take a long time. I'll go with the carrier, you wait here. Long Dragon was angry. It threw the children away and shouted, I am the king of the Dragon Emperor, you little mice. The children who were thrown out happily said, oh so happy, I like it so much. And Long Long is extremely angry, you guys dare Suddenly behind it a blue light appeared. Because of the effects of corrosion, cracks from the center have appeared. Warning, warning, a powerful entity from the depths of the heart's core has appeared. The monster appeared and said, oh vile and weak earth, I have finally arrived here. It is Vapula, Vapula has appeared. He stepped forward and said, I will become the law of this world. The great evil Vapula, one of Solomon's 72 demons. It is like a wolf with blue eyes and sharp fangs. All food must be destroyed, so that evil can prevail. All humanity on earth should exist for my sake, KKK. He laughed loudly and said loudly, I am a great villain, who will become the king of this earth. It is me, Vapula. The light it emitted was dazzling, it covered its eyes and said, growl, its eyes. What's the matter with that crazy guy? The little boy kept clinging to the dragon and seemed to be enjoying it, so happy. Long Long did not hesitate to speak directly to Vapula. Hey hairy dog, Vapula replied, dog, you are a bit arrogant in the face of such a great entity. Without saying much, the dragon immediately made a move, a spiral of fire from its tail rushed towards the Vapula, surprising it. The dragon said, it seems you think the earth is only worth playing with, even a dog like you is not worthy of being allowed to set foot here. Vapula widened his eyes and said, wait, let's have a chat. Long Long replied coldly, asking about my butt. The wolf immediately blew fire from its mouth straight towards the dragon, vaporizing it in one blow. But before it was time, it was immediately defeated by the dragon's power. A stream of yellow light passed through the Vapula's body. It only had time to scream and then die under the dragon's hand. After Long Long defeated it, he immediately acted. The children were full of compliments, evil, cool, wonderful, making Long Long complacent. Hey! He looked at the children and said, these mice, even though they look like that, they also have eyes. He acted like, okay, since I'm in a good mood, I'll show you something interesting. The children seemed to be excited about this game of Long Long. While playing with the children, Yun-hee and Carrier also arrived. She called, Long Long, let's go home. The children were playing happily and didn't want to leave. Their sparkling eyes begged, oh don't go, puppy, don't go. Long Long patted their heads and said, little mice, I will come back next time, don't be sad, I'm going. Yun-hee stopped by and whispered to the carrier, she seemed to like the children more, didn't she? The children happily said goodbye to the dragon. He walked over and asked Carrier, what's stuck around your mouth? Carrier immediately wiped it away. Long Long angrily said, how dare you eat the piece? Yun-hee immediately untangled herself and said, calm down, Long Long, you also have a part. She gave Long Long a ticket. He took it and asked, what is this? It's not even food. Yun-hee just explained, oh ho, it's still too early to say that. This is an event ticket that you can only get when you go shopping. She showed Long Long that on the wheel there was the word beef. There was the word beef written there. What, really? She pushed the long dragon forward and said, come now. He asked, I want you to play. He looked at the wheel and thought, he must aim for beef, only beef. The person at the booth said, now, listen to what your heart tells you, and aim for the prize, only throw one dart per round, hope you win the prize you desire in your life, lawsuit this time. The wheel has begun to spin. The dragon looked at it and thought, I have lived for 8,000 years and am the king of the prestigious dragon race, there is no way I could make a fatal mistake here. Here it is, ah, yes, that's it, it's aimed at beef and is extremely concentrated. When he threw it, the carrier suddenly said, little master, we forgot to buy soy sauce. Long Long lost focus and couldn't throw the dart straight. He said absent-mindedly, Carrier, you. Carrier said in a panic, sir, I didn't mean it. He angrily threatened, you've reached the number. Suddenly the guy behind said, congratulations, you've won the first prize. Yun-hee happily said, wow, Long Dragon, you won the first prize, that's the first prize. She picked him up and smiled. He asked, what, does that mean I can eat more meat? She replied, we will be able to go camping. It's panting, but it's not meat, I don't want it. She explained, no, it includes unlimited barbecue prize tickets, you can eat all you want. At this point, his saliva was flowing, his sparkling eyes said, really? She took out her phone and said, let me inform my father. Long Long glared at Carrier and said, lucky for you? Carrier replied, yes sir. Lee Do-jun didn't pick up his daughter's phone. The number you dialed is out of coverage area, please leave a message after the beep. She wondered, hey, where did Dad go? Lee Do-jun was in some forest, facing a little blonde girl. He said, Uncle, you shouldn't have come here. Do-jun's eyes looked at him with a murderous look. And he said brightly, you will die if you stay here. There are 3 gods with the power that can be said to be the top of the central area, the strongest being the unicorn and Tusha. Next is the god of the sky and sea, the white whale Laikar. However, the last god is still a mystery, even the explorers have never seen it before. Do-jun thinks, reacting at the end of the book, this is the first time this has happened. In his hand was a book emitting a special light. You have discovered an unknown god. This god has not been recorded in books, the information cannot be confirmed. The little girl wondered, wow, this is her aunt. Danger, you have discovered the unknown god, we advise you to run away. He looked at the child thinking, the unknown god, this child, he hugged his leg and wouldn't let go. Looking at him calmly, he answered, yes. He innocently said, Uncle, there's no time left, hurry up. He wondered why. It pointed to the lake next to the 2 people, it appeared from over there, fish. When it stopped, that giant fish also appeared. The fish looked at him and said, if a mortal dares to violate my territory, you are tired of living. He created a membrane around it to avoid getting wet from the fish. She asked, Uncle, why don't you run away? He calmly said, it's okay, there is a saying in eastern Laos like this. The girl continued to wonder and talk. He said, hit it, it's dead. Then Do-jun took the sword and slashed the fish in the middle of the body. It struggled and cried out, its body was broken in half, an amazing achievement, you have defeated Laikar, do you want to announce your achievement to the central area? Dujun said, "No." The strong wind blew everything away, and the girl gasped in surprise. He looked at him and asked, "Uncle, uncle, what is your name?" The little fish flew to the ground. Dujun sat down and said, "Lee Dujun, what about me?" She said, "I don't have a name." "Don't I have a name?" "Yes." "You make a suggestion, so please give me a name." She asked again, "Really?" Dujun smiled and said, "If you can see it, she's happy to." "Yeah, okay." "Then Buell, my name will be Buell. That girl, Buell, is my name. Someone has tamed a god, the god of downtown is just awakened." The girl emitted a strangely clear yellow light. He patted her head and said, "Buell, you have to go home now." She asked, "Home?" He replied, "Yes, I live in a place called South Korea." Buell looked sad and said, "So I won't be able to see you again?" He said, "No, I will come back." She held Dujun's index finger and said, "Remember to go back there." Dujun assured, "Okay, I promise." After returning, at the pub, he was sitting with his colleagues making glasses. The other colleague said, "Well, Dujun, I think you're really great. I'm selfish, so I'm always busy doing my own things. But for you to single-handedly raise a child at this age, that's something I can't imagine." Dujun replied, "I don't know your situation very well, but I'm sure you'll do well." He looked at the book on the table and thought, "Is he reading parenting books? I thought he was alone." "Yes. I think having a child is a good thing, but it can also be scary." He continued, "No one in the city hall cares about his juniors and teaches them as much as he does." Money confused. He clicked his lips and continued, "And if he was truly selfish, he wouldn't have bought books to educate his children." The other colleague said, "Who?" "Dujun, thank you." Dujun asked, "But this senior, when are you planning to get married?" He immediately denied, Me, I bought this book because I have to look after my nephew next week." Dujun immediately said, "Oh, I see. When you come home later, your father is home." Long Long ran back happily, "Haha, you're home." Carrier is more calm, "Welcome home, master." Long Long immediately climbed onto Dujun's shoulder. Yunhee turned around and said, "Hello Dad." Dujun immediately asked his daughter, "Haven't you had dinner yet?" Yunhee replied, "No, we already ate, because Dad told me to go out and have a few drinks, so I prepared some hangover soup for you." "Dad, don't you like bean sprout soup?" Dujun looked at the bowl of soup and said, "No, but," he hummed like that because Lee Dujun was immune to all types of poison, so he was not drunk. Yunhee said, "Let me cook another hangover soup for Dad." Dujun said, "No need, Dad likes this soup, thank you very much. Dad will drink it." He immediately took the bowl of soup and drank it without disappointing his daughter. He thought for a long time, why did he eat the soup full of grass? After drinking, he asked, "Oh right, don't you have something to tell Dad? Your school is going on a trip of 4 days and 3 nights, right?" He took the paper and said, "You will need pocket money." Yunhee was surprised and confused. How did Dad get it? The carrier immediately ignored it and went away. It was probably because of him and no one else. Dujun said, "I should have told Dad." Yunhee immediately explained, "I didn't mean to hide it from Dad. I just don't plan on going." He wondered why. Wouldn't this be the last trip he would have to go on while still at the Hunter Academy? Lee Dujun memorized the Hunter Academy's schedule to become a good father. Yunhee replied, "But, in the 4th clause of the contract, it is written that you must do housework." Long Long said, "And I don't plan to go because of that." "Master, I don't think you are that kind of person." This, Carrier immediately objected, "There is no way Master would do that." Dujun immediately said, "You should join." She was surprised by his father's decision. He continued, "There is no such thing as a father not allowing his child to travel because he has to do housework. He will give you extra pocket money, just eat and drink comfortably." Carrier exclaimed. The owner was indeed as expected, and the dragon had received a heavy blow and his head was swollen. Yunhee smiled and wiped her tears happily and said, "Then, I will join the school trip." He stretched and said, "You should go to bed early so you can wake up tomorrow." Long Long was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up and ask for help. Cough, "Yunhee, please carry me." Dujun looked at him and said, "And you raised your hands up to the sky until morning." He immediately begged, Master, please forgive me." Carrier smiled and said, "Good night, Master." The next day, at Busan Station, Yunhee was here to hang out. She carried the bag and dragged the suitcase and said, "I only brought simple clothes, why is my bag so heavy? Could it be that I accidentally brought something else with me?" A long finger stuck out from the pocket. She immediately looked down. The two of them were already in the bag protruding and said, hello, little master." She was startled and immediately closed the zipper of the bag, causing the two girls to strike. Ha ha, hey, there's a dragon in here. She went into the bathroom. As soon as I opened the two of them, Long Long crawled out and said, "Ha, I thought I was going to suffocate in here." Yun-hee asked, "Why are you guys here?" Long Long immediately replied, "The owner told us go with me." Carrier agreed, "That's right, young master." Yun-hee asked why. Long Long said, "According to the master, something is wrong." Yun-hee finally went to the festival, she said, "Where we are going today is the Hunter Festival." The host said, "Can you feel the power of South Korea, the country that has the first hunter, Lee Kang-yoon?" Everyone, then, if we have Lee Kang-yoon in South Korea, then we have Mr. Kanzaki Sojiro in Japan. The hunter who tamed the Emperor of the Sky, the Wyvern Lord. The dragon was eating grilled meat and asked, "The Emperor of the Sky, a wyvern?" The carrier said, "I know, it's unreasonable, isn't it, sir? It seems that besides the owner, there are other humans. It's really weak." The hostess then continued, "Right now, please let everyone admire the great Wyvern Lord." The purple dragon roared with a resounding sound. In riding on its back, Sir Kanzaki Sojiro will allow the students of the Hunter Academy a chance to touch the Wyvern Emperor. The students immediately shouted with excitement. A classmate immediately invited Yun-hee. "Yun-hee, let's try it." She was surprised. "Huh, what?" The girl said, "It's a top monster that we rarely meet in our lives. Now is the time to touch it like a pet." A student rushed up and said, "I'll touch it first." The instructor panicked and stopped me. "Oh wait, student," she said loudly, "you have to listen to the warnings first. Its head, you can't touch its head." But it was already too late. That student had already touched the dragon's head, making its eyes turn red, and the student asked palely, "What?" The instructor said loudly, "No, it's dangerous, run away from there quickly." The angry dragon immediately flew up and screamed. The students ran around screaming for help. Help! The dragon waved its wings, causing the wind to blow away the dragon's meat stick. Yun-hee hugged the two kids tightly so they wouldn't fly away in the wind. Dragon screamed, "No, it's my skewered meat." That dragon was still stirring because of anger. The guide asked, "Sir Sojiro, is there any way to calm it down?" Sojiro said, "It is impossible, that's why I just tell her to warn them that they shouldn't touch its head." The dragon was roaring, it was preparing to attack the student. He trembled and called for help, "Help!" Suddenly it stopped, he widened his eyes. A red light covered the sky, making everyone wonder, "What is that?" The voice rang out, "A simple little creature like you. How dare you interrupt my dragon emperor's meal?" A red dragon several times larger than that wyvern appeared threateningly, none other than the small dragon. The guide sat there in surprise. "A dragon?" Sojiro immediately ran over and said loudly, "No." Yun-hee panicked, since when was dragon there? Carrier was also surprised. "Sir, please calm down." The dragon strangled the wyvern and said, "Do you know how delicious that skewer is?" Long Long was moved and speechless. He thought about when he was at home cleaning it up. "Yun-hee, I finished cleaning it up." Yun-hee praised it. "You did well, Long Dragon. Here, thought of a sticker for you." It stuck to the collection sheet and shouted, "Wow, I've pasted all the pictures, Yun-hee." Yun-hee immediately rewarded him. "Very good, then here, 5,001 for you. You have helped me with many things, Long Dragon." He held the money with both hands politely. "That's right." He thought, "I had to collect each sticker one by one and it was very difficult to buy a skewer, so how dare he?" Long Long said angrily, "You're definitely dead." He strangled the dragon, causing it to struggle. Sojiro screamed in pain for the pet. The crowd was extremely panicked. "How could there be a dragon here? We have to run away, quickly." Yun-hee stood there thinking, thanks to Dragon, no one was hurt by the wyvern, but this thing is getting out of control again. Surely people will report on this story, ahaha. Long Long continued to strangle that dragon. "Oh, you can scream freely, and I will turn you into grilled skewered meat right away." Sojiro was hiding behind the rock, trembling and watching. He trembled and said, "I have to help him, but..." Suddenly Yun-hee's loud call, "Long Long," made him turn to look. Yun-hee rode the carrier and said, "That naughty dragon." Sojiro was surprised. "Another dragon, huh?" He was surprised. One, then another. Yun-hee said, "How can you make things even more confusing?" Long Long was still holding the dragon in his hand and said, "Sister Yun-hee, don't stop me," and Sojiro fainted from shock. Yun-hee persuaded, "I can buy you another skewer, too." "No, I will buy you 3 skewers too." Long bargain, 4. Yoon-hee immediately agreed, okay, 4 is 4, final order, nothing more. Long then smirked happily. It immediately turned into a cute appearance, okay, I'll go back to being a friendly dragon right away. Then he clenched his fist and said, but. It deserved to be hit, then it knocked the wyvern flat on the ground. Long crossed his arms and said, hey, you're lucky today. Because of you, your entire tribe is in danger of near extinction. He turned around and happily said, okay, let's go eat skewers right away, sister. Yoon-hee said, before then, promise me you won't do that again. He still argued, but I'm afraid I didn't do anything wrong. She continued, do you know what would happen if Dad knew everything that happened today? They would report on the news about what happened today. Long thought, if the owner knew. He imagined Lee Do-jun's murderous expression with the sword in his hand saying, I didn't intend to bring out this sword. Yoon-hee continued, I'm worried about you, so promise me you won't do this again, so I can talk it over with Dad. Long knew he was scared, so he hugged Yoon-hee's leg and said, yes, I promise, but you have to help me. Yoon-hee said gently, okay. Long said, is there any way to make Master busy? Something so big could even make Master not pay attention to what happened today. Carry it, that's impossible, because the Master is the strongest. At Do-jun's place, suddenly a girl ran up to hug him. He looked at the girl with puzzled eyes. You said, Hunter Moon Ae-kyung, she just said, oh, Manager Lee Do-jun, please help me. Moon Ae-kyung hugged Lee Do-jun before regaining composure and said, Manager Lee. She thought in confusion, how did things turn out like this? 30 minutes ago. Do-jun was leaving when the girl called, Do-jun. She hugged his hand and said, why are you so late? Do-jun replied, but I arrived earlier than expected. Moon Ae-kyung whispered, Manager, the situation is a bit complicated right now, so please cooperate with me a little. Do-jun asked again, coordination. Ae-kyung turned and said to the man in front of him, you see, this guy is my boyfriend, so I hope you stop bothering me and go away. The man sighed and said, ha, that's my boyfriend. He said, you were the one who seduced me first and now you say you have a boyfriend. He growled, he looked so skinny, he looked like someone in my subordinates, is this your style? He flexed his muscles to show off, I knew your eyes accidentally hit my muscles. Ae-kyung said, I told you, I don't like it. She thought, he's crazy. He said, I understand the situation, but is there really a need to do that? She whispered, if I do something stupid here, rumors might spread and get exaggerated. He thought to himself about articles such as Moon Ae-kyung of the Behemoth Group assaulting people, Moon Ae-kyung not being satisfied with ordinary men, or Moon Ae-kyung being too confident in his strength and insulting a citizen. He wondered, are these article titles real? She said, of course not, I'm not Jun-yeol. He asked, so why did that man threaten to make trouble with the behemoths? He was still delusional. Where should we go on a date? Ae-kyung replied Do-jun, I think it's like that. It might be a bit strange to say this, but if he knew who I was, he wouldn't do these things. Do-jun said, we don't have much time left, if we want to go to the first floor of the central area, so, I will help you. Ae-kyung smiled awkwardly, thank you. The other guy smirked and said, like I said, he can't protect you with that body, don't you think your man should be at least my size or more? Do-jun immediately said, you must be overweight, however, your blood flow to the heart is weak, you need to lose weight. He blushed angrily and seemed a bit humiliated and said, what did you just say? Something. Ae-kyung couldn't help but laugh, hey, it's Do-jun. The other guy immediately raised his fist and cursed, brat. Do-jun immediately blocked that fist and said, we are not simply lovers. He pulled Ae-kyung closer with his other hand, hugged her and said, we are married. You're overstepping your limit, but since you know we're married, will you stop? He's been twisting his arm so much that it hurts and makes him sweat. He hesitantly said, so she's married, you should have told me sooner. If I had known that, I would have left quietly. Ae-kyung blushed shyly, so Jun asked, really? The other guy said, of course, please, he was in so much pain. He immediately let go of his hand and said, then you can go, I'm glad everything was resolved peacefully. He left complaining about his sore arm. Moon Ae-kyung blushed and said, even so, why did you say we were married? He replied, but thanks to that he gave up. She just said, he ran away because you almost broke his arm. To the place where the volcano is erupting. He was standing there looking at it saying, it's been a while. The sound of footsteps coming. 3 people said loudly, sorry for being late, Manager Lee Do-jun. Jun smiled and said, "It's okay, everyone arrived on time, members of the Behemoth Society." Lee Kang-yun shook his head and said, "Ha ha, really, we always get scolded, so, since Jun asked, who scolds you?" Lee Kang-yun replied, well, the instructor named Tusatala always criticized us for being slow. Tusatala angrily scolded, "You guys already know the trick to overcome the challenge, but you're still as slow as a turtle, that's trash, you snail." Jun looked at Jun-yeol and said, "It seems Hunter Ryu Jun-yeol was also beaten." Lee Kang-yun said, "That's not true, he was beaten after expressing his attitude towards Tusatala." Jun replied, "I understand." Kang-yun continued, "On the other hand, Akyung was behaving a bit strangely, her face was red, maybe she had a cold, so I was a bit worried, because Jun looked and said, 'Is that so?' But her energy pulse, that's no problem at all." Suddenly there was a voice, "Wow, those rookies." 3 thugs came over, the bald guy in the lead said, Hee, if you are new recruits, you should behave properly and bow to the seniors, I see your attitude is not good, you guys just came here to hang out." Jun-yeol said, "Is he a monster? He never takes care of his face or something." Kang-yun warned again, "Jun-yeol, be careful, his energy is not normal." The bald man smiled and said, "It seems like you're very strong in the world you came from." Jun immediately turned around, the bald guy said, "Come here, I will make your asshole bleed." Huh? Suddenly he stopped. Jun asked, "What bleeding?" He realized Jun and said, What it's you again?" All 3 guys were panicked. "That person, the one who captured one of the gods in one attempt, Sir Lee Jun. So that person was with this group of new people." They immediately changed their attitude. "Ah ha ha, oh wow, so everyone is familiar with this Lee Jun. Oh my god, ho ho, I really didn't know." Then they ran away in a hurry, abandoning their belongings and running for people, so we asked for permission. Jun said, "Stand there, it's a bit troublesome for me to go around and talk to everyone one by one, so this is fine, you guys go tell all the factions on the first floor." The other guys seemed scared. He continued, "They would come to business if they dared to make trouble with the members of the Behemoth Guild, a group of 3 who came here today. And if they ignore this warning, I will come for them." Having said that, all 3 of the other guys were afraid of peeing their pants, so they ran away immediately when you spoke, understand? Jun sighed and said, "Now the thing that took me the most time today has been solved." The other 3 people replied in surprise, "Ah, yes." He continued, "So we should start evaluating the first floor, I also have a place to go, let's start quickly." Kang-yun asked, "Where to go? Is it a dangerous place?" Jun thought and said, "Dangerous huh, well, you could say so." All 3 were shocked, "Even when you said it was dangerous, manager." Jun laughed, "But I still have to go there. Because I keep thinking about my daughter." Buell sat under the tree and said, "I want to meet you so much." He wondered, when would you come? Suddenly a voice rang out, "Buell." The tree branch rolled down and hugged the girl's waist and lifted her up. It was the voice of the tree. It said, "You should not meet that person named Lee Jun again." Buell pouted and asked why. That tree said, "That person may be the one to seal the destruction of all dimensions." Buell asked, "Will he destroy the earth?" The tree lowered its leaf to pat her head and said, "I'm not sure, but that person named Lee Jun is a dangerous person, you shouldn't go near him because he might do that." Buell asked, "Can't I see you?" The girl angrily screamed, "I don't want it." Yellow light radiated from the girl, she was determined to defend Jun. "Don't speak ill of him like that." The tree also said, "Okay, but I still think it would be better if that person stayed on Earth." Buell said, "He promised, he would come here." She felt something. He immediately jumped down from the tree and ran to find Lee Jun. He was here. The tree was speechless. "Oh God, I hope this uneasy feeling is wrong." Jun and the behemoths are in that forest. His voice rang out, "We will end the basic knowledge about the first floor of the central area here." "Looks like we finished earlier than expected," Kang-yun said, "then we can fight some monsters you think we can face. Among the ones you gave us I don't see it." He turned around and asked, "Everyone had fought them once before, was it necessary to do so?" Kang-yun said, "It's a bit of a stretch to say we were the ones fighting them." He thought at that time it was Jun who fought but they didn't do anything. He continued, "Even if you help us a lot, everything will be meaningless if we cannot become stronger on our own. We don't want to become weak people who only depend on you." Akyung also nodded in agreement while Jun-yeol stood there picking his nose and didn't seem to care much. Jun smiled and thought, "That's it, I like his way of thinking," he said, "then just do it like that." Kang Yun smiled and said, "Thank you, because Miss Akyung is not feeling well today, so it's just me and Jun Yul who will go and come back soon." Akyung sounded like lightning struck his ears. "What? Please look after her for a moment." Then they both jumped away. Akyung was confused. "Wait, Captain." She immediately explained, "It's not that I don't feel well." Suddenly Byul flew down from the sky and called, "Uncle." Akyung immediately looked up. "Huh, Uncle?" The little girl hugged Do Jun's neck tightly and said, "Hee, Uncle is here." He also said softly, "It's good to see you happy like this." Moon Akyung could not help but say loudly in surprise, "A child? How could a child appear in here?" He replied, "She is not an adventurer. This girl is one of the mythical creatures that lives in the central region." "A mythical creature, so she is stronger than a SS-level monster?" Akyung asked. He replied that nothing could compare to this girl's strength. Byul looked at Akyung and asked, "Are you also from South Korea?" She immediately broke down because the girl called her aunt. He turned away and chuckled. Byul asked, "Where do you hurt?" And Akyung said loudly, "How can he laugh like that?" Do Jun immediately said, "I'm also an uncle, right?" Akyung then realized and said, "Ah, that's right, she called him that." Byul looked at him and said, "Uncle, come with me." Hey," he asked, "where are we going?" The little girl described the tree, and when she reached her giant friend, he agreed, "Okay, let's go." The girl climbed down to advise, "But you must follow me closely. There are places you shouldn't step on." Akyung wondered, where did she run off to? He thought, I think she knows where she's going. He looked and thought, it would be very dangerous for Akyung not to know anything about this place. What should I do? He offered to carry her. "Miss Akyung, climb up." She was surprised. "What? There's no other way, it's very dangerous here." He explained like that and she kept silent, like that. There was a bit of a breath. Then she climbed up and let him carry her along with Byul, who happily said, "Let's go." Akyung blushed and thought, I'm so embarrassed, am I the only one who feels embarrassed? And you said, it's true. Walk a little and get to where you want to go. Byul was happy. He arrived. He and Akyung looked up and wondered, this is it. The other tree said, "Oh sir, you should not show strangers my location." Byul immediately said, "It's okay, you're a good person." The tree continued, "Well, it's probably okay because I also need to talk to him directly. You're Lee Do-jun, right? I'll say it directly. He wants to go to South Korea, where you live." What he means is that Byul wants to go. She begged, "Yes, I want to go there." He wondered if this was due to that system notification. It felt like the little girl treated him like a father. "I haven't finished reading the new book about raising 3 to 5-year-old children yet." The tree told Byul, "Sir, remember to obey your parents." Byul was happy, "Yes." The little girl turned to Akyung and called, "Mom." Akyung immediately denied, "No, that's not true." The girl's eyes sparkled and she said, "Aren't you the mother?" Akyung was convinced and reluctantly said, "No, it's Mom, it's your mom." Byul immediately called out, "Mom." Akyung also hugged her and said, "Oh, it's Mom." He looked at the two and immediately had an idea. Do-jun immediately opened his mouth. Hunter Moon Akyung. She immediately said yes. He asked, "Do you want to live with me?" Akyung suddenly said loudly, "Why?" The next morning, at Lee Do-jun's house, everyone was preparing to start a new day. Akyung woke up and yawned, looking tired. She slept with Byul but didn't seem to get any sleep. She thought, I can't sleep. I never thought that I would actually come here just because I became a reluctant mother. She looked at Byul who was still sleeping soundly. Hey. She looked at her and smiled. It's good that Byul slept well. Byul always had a bad habit of sleeping that even the world tree couldn't stand. Akyung poked her nose and thought, cute child. The girl immediately turned around and hugged Akyung's hand tightly. She continued thinking, if Byul and I had rented a hotel, maybe I could have slept better, but Byul kept wondering because I wasn't with Manager Lee. She asked softly, Dad and Mom, don't you sleep together? Even though he slept in the living room, thinking about this, he opened the door to the room and asked, did you sleep well? Let's go out for breakfast. Akyung shyly replied, yes. He picked up Byul. She looked and thought, how can I sleep well while sleeping in the same house with a man? Do-jun woke up Byul. Byul, let's wake up. She shook her head still wanting to sleep. Akyung thought, doesn't he feel anything? Am I overreacting? Just, She went out and saw a table of decent food. Did he cook all these dishes in the morning? But this is the food Yoon-hee cooked. She even attached a message on the refrigerator. There are many side dishes in the refrigerator. Dad, take it out and eat it. Signed Yoon-hee's name. The three of them sat down to have a delicious breakfast. Aek-young thought as he ate, I always order food from outside. He's so diligent. He said, I have to go to work now, so I'll give you a bile while I go out, pretending to be husband and wife so we have to call ourselves brothers. She also replied, ah, yes. After you finished eating, stand up, I'm going. Buell immediately cooed, don't go. The little girl rushed to cling to his feet. No, don't go. Aek-young saw that and smiled and thought, they look so much like father and son. If he and I get married. Can I see this every day? What a great start to a new day. At the shopping center, Aek-young cried out, no. She is desperately calling her daughter, Buell. Don't run around, it's dangerous. She was trying to run after the girl in the center. She happily said, wow, that's so interesting. Aek-young ran and thought, if a god crashes into a civilian, then the customers in this mall are in danger. She quickly ran to catch up and picked up Buell. Relieved, finally caught it. The girl was excited, wow, it's so tall. Aek-young advised, Buell, you shouldn't run around alone like that. The little girl cooed again, Mom, are you angry? The light came out again. Of course Aek-young can't resist. No Buell, as long as you're close to me, it's okay. Yes, let's go shopping. They took each other into the clothing store. The staff immediately got excited. Hello, oh, there's this little princess. Aek-young picked out clothes for her. Let's try this first. Yes. After she tried it, she was like a princess calling, Mom. Aek-young excitedly said, oh my god, you're so pretty, Buell. The employee continued, yes, little princess, do you want to try this outfit? Buell tried many outfits. Every outfit was very pleasing to the eyes. This one is also very beautiful. This set looks pretty too. Why does every outfit look so beautiful? Aek-young had to exclaim. She immediately took out her black card to pay. Please, pay it all for me. The employee asked, do you want to pay in installments? She said firmly, no need to pay in installments. Happy staff, sincere thanks to valued guests. See you again next time. Aek-young looked at the pile of clothes and thought, wait, I only plan to buy 1 or 2 sets. Is this too much? It seems like I was a bit too excited just now. Buell looked at her and called out, Mom. Then the little girl walked over and hugged her leg and said, thank you, Mom. Aek-young immediately fell in love. The mother and daughter immediately walked out together. The store had many distinguished customers, so they sent them off warmly. Thank you very much, thank you. Next time, please stop by. Buell is extremely polite. Bay ladies. Aek-young even thought, I think I should buy more. Buell asked, Mom, where is Dad? She asked, do you miss Dad? Buell immediately said, yes, I like Dad. Aek-young indulged her daughter and said, then let's go see the manager. Meet your father. She happily agreed, yes. Do-jun at the office is being matched by his bosses and colleagues. Like I said, Do-jun, this is the only chance in your life. Hey look, the boss gave you the phone to show you a picture of that girl. Then introduced, she is an elementary school teacher and her family is also quite wealthy. I especially introduced her to you. I also told them that you have a daughter, but they said that's it, not important. Do-jun replied, if that's really the case, then it's just like the boss said, this is a unique opportunity. The boss affirmed, yes, of course it is. Do-jun refused, I really appreciate the boss's good intentions, but right now I have no plans to get married. The boss said angrily, but why? He replied, I know it's clearly difficult to meet someone like her, however, I'm really not interested. He thought, I plan to think about it after Yoon-hee gets married, but they might react enthusiastically if I say that, so it's best to keep quiet. Hyuk-soo saw what something seemed surprising. Hee. The boss asked, is that right? Hyuk-soo, you think so too, right? He was gasping for air when he saw Aek-young and said loudly, Hunter Moon Aek-young. Buell flew down from Aek-young's arms and called, Dad. Do-jun held her and asked, do you have something new? Mom just bought it for you. The little girl happily said, yes, Mom said it's very beautiful, shocking the boss. The two were so shocked that they exclaimed, Hyuk-soo, just now the baby called Hunter Moon. She called the best female hunter in our country Mom. Is that right? She also called Manager Lee Dad. Do-jun turned to ask Aek-young, but why did you come here? She replied, Buell really misses you. The little girl hugged her father, the son hugged his father, and the boss and Hyuk hugged each other, shocked and speechless. Moon Aek-young is in the kitchen tasting the food she cooked. Is this just right? Taking a sip of soup made her exclaim, it seemed a bit salty, then she had to add more water. At that moment, because June also came home from work, Buell jumped up and hugged his neck. "Ah, Dad is home." He walked over and gently touched her neck and asked, "Are you cooking?" Akyung reflexively startled and cried out when he was tickled. With the reflexes of a hunter, she immediately grabbed the soup ladle and hit it. Left, right, upper, Do-jun all dodged very easily. Buell seemed to enjoy it because his father was so good. The ladle was bent by her, only then did she realize it was him, Do-jun. She was surprised and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention." So she looked at him and then at the curved ladle. He quickly said, "I'll buy another one." He said, "It's okay, by the way, yesterday's things have been taken care of, so you don't need to worry." She asked, about yesterday?" He replied, "About my colleague's misunderstanding you as his wife." She immediately remembered. "Ah, thank you." She seemed unhappy in her heart. She thought, misunderstanding, I bet he explained to them calmly like now, Do-jun doesn't feel anything when he's with me. It seemed like I was the only one who was restless and worried. She looked at Do-jun and Buell playing. He picked her up and asked, "Are you good at home?" "Yes." He turned to look at her and asked. There seemed to be a smell. She was startled from her thoughts. "Huh, what?" He looked at the pot of soup on the stove that was about to burn. "Soybean soup." Akyung panicked again. "Ah, I'm sorry." Do-jun could only laugh lightly. He said, "But thank you very much." Akyung immediately turned to look at him. Do-jun said warmly, "Looking after Buell must be very hard. I even personally went to the kitchen to prepare dinner." Buell hugged him lovingly. Dad." Akyung hummed and said, "I just want to try this once, it's not worth that much attention." Do-jun replied, "I'm really looking forward to trying out your cooking skills." Akyung melted so much that he broke the soup ladle. She said, "It seems like there is no other choice. I hope he won't criticize." Buell asked, "Why is Mom's face so red?" She immediately denied. "Buell, that's not true." Do-jun tasted a tablespoon. Akyung and Buell are looking forward to it. "How do you feel?" How does it feel?" Do-jun said, "It's delicious." Actually, he thought, "It's salty, but enough to make Akyung happy." "Buell, your dad said it's delicious." You put your cheek against Buell's cheek. "Eat more, Buell," she said while chewing. "It tickles." Do-jun looked at her and thought, Hunter Moon Akyung, it seems like she's too into her acting, or maybe she's a great actress because she's one of the best hunters. Suddenly the phone on her table vibrated. It was her father calling. Buell immediately said, "Oh, Mom, there's a phone call." The girl picked up the phone and asked, That's strange. Dad is here, so how can he call Mom?" She immediately explained, "It's nothing, Buell, it's not Dad, don't pay attention." Buell immediately put the phone aside and answered the call. Akyung stopped him and opened his mouth in time to say, "No, Buell." She immediately took the phone from her hand. The call came from the phone. Akyung. Do-jun calls, Hunter Moon Akyung. She signaled, "Shush, yes, Dad." Her father asked, "Who is the man next to you?" She was extremely surprised why he knew. Do-jun immediately explained, "I was about to tell you, this is a FaceTime call." The FaceTime cam was pointing straight at Do-jun. Her father said, "The last time we saw you was 10 years ago. Come visit me when take your time. As a girl, that's the least you have to do." And, bringing her boyfriend along, she replied, I didn't hear anything Dad said. It seems like the signal here is too weak." She turned off the phone and immediately collapsed on the table, moaning. Buell quickly pulled up her shirt and June asked, "Dad, are you sick?" She raised her face to look at the two people. Do-jun asked, "Please tell me if there's anything I can do to help you. I've already helped you with my unreasonable requests." Akyung suggested, Then, can I go home with you to visit my family?" Do-jun replied, "Should I tell him that I'm not your boyfriend, even though it would be difficult to explain why we live in the same house? But it seems we have no other choice." Akyung thought, even though we just pretended to be a family, when I saw that he had drawn a line between the two of us, I somehow felt really sad. Suddenly Do-jun said, "Oh, there is a way." He signaled with his hand and asked her, "That is, what do you think?" She was extremely surprised. But I wonder if it was too obvious." He said, "Of course we can use different phrases." Akyung agreed, "So let's do that." Do-jun continued, "I understand, we will have to teach Buell first." At Hunter Moon Akyung's parents' house, it was as big as a mansion. The three of them were already here. Buell pointed and said loudly, "Wow, it's so big." Do-jun also agreed. "Yes, the house is really big," Akyung immediately said. "That's because Dad's business is growing quite well and he is the CEO of SG Group too." He asked, "SG Group?" He had already figured it out. The company had more than 50 subsidiaries. Was it the SG Group? So many images appeared behind him, so Buell excitedly said, "Wow, Dad, I saw something after that. There's your back." Next he wondered, but why did she become a hunter? Akyung opened the door and said, "Well, let me tell you, in case you don't know, my dad is the type of person who doesn't talk much. I hope you understand." Akyung's parents called out from inside, "If you're here, then come inside tomorrow. Why are you standing in front of the door? Come home often." While talking, the two of you suddenly locked eyes with Buell. He had to exclaim, "So cute, I mean, who is this child?" Buell immediately called out, "Grandpa." The little girl was excited. "Mom and Dad said he was my grandfather." Akyung's father was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Her mother, father, grandfather, and mother also had to say, "Oh my God." He immediately fainted, causing his wife to call out worriedly, "Brother." He was so drunk he fell face down on the ground. Akyung's mother called out, "Honey." Akyung also rushed over, "Dad," and Buell was still innocent, "Grandpa," because June was holding her. He was speechless. The sound of Akyung's father screaming in pain echoed throughout the house. He asked Do-jun, "So you are asking my permission to let my daughter play the role of a mother for today?" Do-jun calmly replied, "Yes, that's all I wanted, because her guardian will be arriving soon." The father blamed them. They should at least tell their parents on the phone. He said angrily, "It's been 10 years. Suddenly Buell called, "Grandpa." The little girl held up a few tea packets and asked, "What do you want to drink, Grandpa? Choose." In his heart, he couldn't resist her cuteness. Buell continued, "If you don't choose, I won't give it to you." He immediately melted and said softly, "Then, give me black tea, little girl." Buell happily said loudly, "Grandma, Grandpa chooses black tea." He muttered, "Well, it's truly time for Akyung to get married." Akyung immediately asked, "What did Dad say?" He immediately denied, "No, nothing." Little girl Buell went around the house and discovered, there are so many pictures of her mother. Akyung immediately turned around, "What are you talking about? Mom's picture." Do-jun also looked. Buell pointed, "There's Dad." The little girl immediately invited her mother, "Let's watch it together, Mom." Akyung immediately agreed, "Okay," but her father seemed to be in a hurry to stop her. Wait a minute." Both of them turned to look at him with wide eyes. He said, "I mean, that room is, well, ahem." The two looked at him wonderingly. "Now you guys can't go in there." "Okay, why not? Everything has its reason." Inside the room were pictures of Akyung and articles with her presence, so he wanted to keep them for himself. He let Buell sit next to him and turn on the TV. A good child should listen to adults, right? Buell pouted. Of course she didn't like it. The TV turned on and there was news that caught June's attention. Currently, 2 dragons have appeared in the National Hunter Fair in Busan. Although they disappeared immediately after appearing, everyone is still very shocked. In addition, Japan's #1 hunter Kanzaki Sojiro and his wyvern were kidnapped, which led to an emergency meeting between South Korea and Japan. Do-jun thought with a pensive face, Dragon, sure it was him, but what was he kidnapping a hunter and a wyvern for? If this isn't a big deal, then I'll have to punish him with how not to let it eat meat for a while. Buell and her grandfather are describing the dragon's wings. "Wow, what a giant pair of wings, so big." Grandma brought out tea and happily said, "Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Are you describing a bird?" After a while, the 3 of them left. The 2 grandparents came to see the little boy off. He still wanted to say something. Akyung, she immediately agreed. "Just go home anytime, with Buell and him too." The lady next to you laughed and said, "Oh my God, why did your attitude change so suddenly?" He continued, "I know I don't normally talk like this." But Dad agreed if Buell became his real granddaughter. Akyung was surprised. "What?" Buell waved, "Grandpa, Grandma, goodbye." After saying that, the 2 of them went into the house and slammed the door behind them, saying, "You can go." She reminded, "Oh look, my niece will be startled if you close the door so hard." Do-jun called, "Hunter Moon Akyung." Buell called, "Mom." She immediately woke up and said, "Ah yes." She hummed and said, "It seems like your father really likes Buell, and wants her to become a real granddaughter." Do-jun said, "It seems like that, so sometimes I will bring Buell to visit them." Whenever you're free, let's go together, because Buell also likes it very much. Buell smiled and said, I like Mom. She looked and said, ah, that's right, from today. I won't be with them anymore. She clenched her fists. She looked at the father and son and thought, if he hadn't treated me well from the beginning, I wouldn't feel as sad as I do now. Yoon-hee and the two kids have returned home. I'm home. I hope the owner is still well. Yoon-hee looked around and asked, Dad, are you out? Carrier said, I don't think so. Didn't he say we would have dinner together? She walked in and said, I didn't think Dad was taking a shower. Huh. Then suddenly her eyes fell on the shirt draped on the sofa. She picked up the shirt and said, this shirt is not hers. Her whole body exuded a fiery murderous aura. Why are there women's shirts in our house? Those two kids seem scared. Why? Do-jun's voice rang out. Yoon-hee, you're home. He asked, was the trip fun? Step 1 and 2 to becoming a good father, ask your daughter questions in a friendly way. Long Long and Carrier were stunned when they saw Buell in the arms of Do-jun, a child. Yoon-hee asked, Dad, what is this? She looked so scary, not paying attention to Buell because she was so shocked when she saw the shirt. Do-jun replied, that, I plan to bring it back tomorrow, because it's not completely dry yet so I can't give it back to her. Long Long and Carrier crept away, running away before things got worse. Worse, sir, it was a wise decision. Buell had already noticed those two dragons. Long Long sighed and said, I don't think the owner will pay attention to the news. The Carrier also said the same, I hope so too. He continued, based on the current situation, it seems like he won't mention it. Long Long nodded and said, yes, I mean, it's funny that I was scolded for hitting him. Smash a wyvern, right? I'm the Dragon Lord. Long Long turned around and asked, but who is that girl? Carrier said, I don't know. I don't think she's a normal child. Buell looked at the two of them and waved goodbye. Long Long walked around and looked at her and said, I think she probably comes from the downtown area. Buell immediately said, that's right, Buell just moved here. He quickly pinched the dragon's cheek. She was extremely excited, so happy, and Long Long was extremely uncomfortable. Oh, this girl. Yoon-hee is still angry. What did Dad do while you were away? Carrier and Do-jun just stood there sighing. After listening to Jun's explanation, Yoon-hee said, so this is a force majeure situation, so Hunter Moon Ik-young had to stay at our house for the past 4 days. I guess Dad must have had a good time. Do-jun shook his head and said, I just felt grateful because she helped with a few random things around the house while you were away. You can also complete your housework after returning from your field trip. It's okay, you must be very tired, right? Why don't we have dinner together first? Buell stood looking at Yoon-hee for a while, then ran to hug her and called, Mom. Yoon-hee was startled and asked, sister, why is this happening suddenly? Do-jun said, I guess she must have thought you were her mother. Carrier immediately explained to Buell, there is only one mother. This is not the mother but the little master. No, it is the sister. Buell listened and replied, The girl said, the tree said that women are good to their father and mother. The tree said, Buell, you will call the woman who is close to that man mother. Long Long opened his hands to count. So how many people? 1, 2, Carrier thought, is there more than one mother? Yoon-hee said, hey, that's not good. Long Long, Carrier, I think we'll start the lessons tomorrow. Long Long looked at her and asked again, what? Yoon-hee said, social education for Buell. It will be a big problem if not taught at that time, and this is the most important age to focus on children's education too. Long Long looked at her and thought, does she care about that kid named Buell? It doesn't matter if his name is Buell or whatever, but why did Yoon-hee suddenly come into our house from nowhere? Sometimes Yoon-hee is so strange. I swear, I'm probably the only one in this house who's normal. Carrier obediently said, I understand. Long Long will never admit that I'm not normal. Yoon-hee said, if it's tomorrow then, Dad, what a coincidence. Tomorrow we'll go camping together. Do-jun looked up and asked, camping? Yoon-hee happily said, Long Long spins and wins a camping ticket at the fair. Long Long was lifted up and let out a yelp. Do-jun was full of murderous intent and questioned, really dragon? Well, because tomorrow Dad also has free time before going to explore the rift. So we can go there. Yoon-hee and Long Dragon hugged each other happily. Wow, what? So tomorrow we can eat meat freely. Carrier clapped his hands slowly and said, congratulations, young master. Buell wondered, camping. Do-jun continued, so I have to lift the ban on eating meat. Long Long's face was excited, showing happiness. Carrier whispered, "Sir, do you think Master is talking about that incident? He must have planned to punish you for causing that wyvern incident, but he decided to let it go." Long Long's face immediately changed. Jun crossed his arms and looked at him and said, "As for you, you should be more reasonable, there won't be a next time." Carrier said, "We thank you for your compassion." Long Long was a bit scared and said, "Thank you." Yunhee picked up Yul happily because she was going camping. Wow, so excited. Camping, camping, camp. At the campsite, barbecue meat is sizzling on the charcoal stove. Jun was looking at his phone while grilling meat and said, "Dad has to go to work now." Yunhee turned around and said, But all this time Dad was only worried about grilling meat. He hasn't eaten a single piece yet." Jun replied, "No, what's wrong?" Carrier said, "I wish you a safe journey." Buell asked, "Dad, where are you going?" Jun patted the kid's head and said, "Yes, Dad has to go to work." He turned around and said, "Long Dragon, Carrier, I want you two to come with me." Carrier immediately said, "Yes, obey the order," and the dragon was busy eating meat and certainly did not want to leave. But in the end he was still dragged away from the meat plate by the courier. He screamed, "Why am I there too? There's still a lot of meat left. No, I don't want to go. Don't do it. Fuck me. There's a dragon. I'm being kidnapped here." Yunhee happily fed meat to Buell. "Here Buell, eat lots of delicious food. Tell me," she just said, "Mom, the puppy is crying." "It's okay, Buell, tell me." Inside the crack, a stream of people are exploring. Jun was also here. Suddenly someone called him, "Manager Lee." "It's Yeji's father, she's also here to ask after him. He came so early," he replied, "I just arrived." She pointed at the two dragons and asked, "But, Mr. Lee, what is this? It looks like the dog from last time, but a little different." Long Long went crazy and turned into a dog because he was forced to eat meat. The carrier waved his foot and said, "Ahem, I don't know that dog." Jun said, "It's the same dog, I brought it along to take it for a walk." She replied, "I see, but it seems like this is not the ideal place to walk a dog." He said, "You don't need to worry about it. Are you ready to go hunting?" Yeji suddenly said, "What, should we start right away? It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Why are we together? Let's not go take a look around first?" He asked, walking around inside the rift. "If you don't start hunting quickly, you won't be able to fight many monsters and get much loot." She didn't seem to like talking, but she still walked around. He pointed to the other side and said, I wonder why there are no hunters going that direction." Yeji looked and said, "There is a wasteland in that direction." "The wasteland? Yes, I heard that the hunters gave up because the difficulty was too high. I also heard that the Icarus Guild formed a team to clear that area a few months ago, but they failed." I got it. He thought, according to the energy source and size he felt, it was probably similar to the Malina Titan. Yeji said, "They said it seemed like the monsters were affected by something that made them feel no fear, but they were also very popular because they dropped a lot of items." Suddenly a goblin came out from nowhere. Two of them aimed at Jun and attacked. Seeing this, Long Long rushed up and spoke loudly, "I really felt my hands and feet itching like crazy." Jun immediately grabbed its head and said, "Stay there." It struggled and said, "Why? You just need to wave your wings to blow away these flies." He replied, "It's so easy, then why bring you here?" 1, 2, 3 consecutive slashes from Yeji. She quickly defeated those goblins and said arrogantly, "Mr. Lee, I have collected 3 items." She smiled and showed off her spoils. Jun smiled softly and said, "Congratulations, it seems you are stronger than the last time we met." When she was complimented, she shyly said, "Yes. She brought something for you to see, look at this." In her hand is Xenix's lotus ring. Category is accessory ring. Ranked B. Strength +10, Dexterity +10. Special effect slightly increases water resistance. Details is a ring made of a lotus flower made by the mid-level water spirit Xenix as a gift to his wife, will increase water resistance when equipped. The lotus flower ring blooming on her hand, Yeji said, "It said it was made to give to the wife. Isn't it very romantic?" Jun smiled lightly and said, "You're right." Yeji continued, "This ring reminds me of that time at the restaurant. So can we have dinner together today?" Jun immediately replied, Okay, I feel really sorry for calling you out on the weekend, so I'll invite you to dinner as an apology." Yeji said, "No, I wanted to invite you, let's go eat." He said, "It's okay, I invited you today." Then he thought, "We can go back to the wasteland after dinner." Jun continued, "So let's go collect more items before going to dinner." Yeji happily replied, "Yes, let's go." And Long Long wringed his hands and asked, "Is it my turn to show off yet?" He said, "Why does it feel like the owner treats her like a child?" The carrier replied, "It's true, seeing the owner so happy, I feel a bit like they are in love." Yeji happily hopped away and said, "Let's do our best and then let's go eat." Do-jun smiled lightly and Long Long and carrier followed her behind. Yeji sat on the bed looking at her phone and laughing like a crazy child. Ho ho, hee hee. She was filled with happiness, in a great mood. If he and I started dating at this rate, I should ask him what it was like to be in the crack, honey. Seeing that, Yeji blushed shyly. I don't know, I should see if there are any more free days. But suddenly at this time a message was sent to the phone with the content, emergency disaster message, Rift event at the Olympic Park, Rift Management Office on 30, a monster boss appeared in the Olympic Park has been defeated, all citizens, please pay more attention to your surroundings. She was surprised to see that, the crack in the Olympic Park is where I just entered in the afternoon. It is considered invincible, no one can conquer it, so who is it? Scene changes to Do-jun's residence. He sat on the chair and looked at the cloak while thinking, it would be very dangerous if I gave this to Yun-hee. System panel display, at Hunda's invisibility cloak, S-rank defense item classification, strength bonus 50, special effect invisibility effect will be activated when used. Details of the cloak used by the assassin of the abyss. At Hunda's, everyone was scared because they couldn't see him. I heard there were murders happening because of an item. I'll give it to Yun-hee when she comes back, should be stronger. At this time, Yun-hee came up and said, "Dad, I'll peel some fruit for you." Hearing that, he immediately said, "No, Dad, you don't need it." But at this time Buell's voice rang out, "Mom." The little girl clung to Yun-hee's shirt with sparkling eyes begging, "Buell, can I go out and play?" Seeing that, she waved her finger in refusal. "No way, it's too late now, let's go out to play later tomorrow." The little girl whimpered when she saw that, but Buell wanted to go out. Do-jun then spoke up and said, "It's okay, you go." The little girl was happy to hear that, yes. He turned and said, "Long Dragon, Carrier, come with me." Long coughed when he heard that, while Carrier made a bewildered face. Long strongly objected, "I couldn't go, even when I went camping, I hadn't eaten anything yet, anyway, I didn't want to go anywhere." Do-jun didn't say a word and just threw a bill. Long also quickly grabbed it, "This time I definitely won't." While talking, his eyes lit up when he saw money. "This is it." Do-jun said softly, "Now go." Long saw that and immediately agreed, "Yes, follow master's orders, let's go baby." Buell happily, "Really? Yun-hee goodbye, you guys go have fun." Outside, Buell ran back and forth, Carrier and Long Dragon chased after her out of breath. "Hey, go somewhere." The girl chasing the butterfly in front cried out, "Liga is over there." Long saw that and wondered, "What is Liga?" Buell immediately took on the role and said in a low voice, "Liga. It's always angry, and very, very big." Looking at the tiny butterfly sitting on my head, Long was bored and didn't bother to say, "It's so big like this." "Nah, you are wrong, this is not a Liga, this is a butterfly." Buell applauded, Dragon is really smart." Long heard the compliment and her nostrils widened. "Well, if I lived on Earth for about 3 months, I would be as smart as you." Buell smiled brightly, "It's amazing, Long is number 1. Long was praised for the first time, it felt great. Long pointed at me, "Am I number 1? Honestly, okay, I'm in a good mood now, I'll buy you something special called ice cream." "Tell me, this is something special that Yun-hee only lets us eat once every 3 days there." While he was talking, the carrier next to him seemed to see something and his face changed. "Sir!" It shouted in panic. Buell, who was entering a crevasse, saw that and also panicked. "Hey, where are you going?" "I just saw Buell chasing a butterfly." There was a butterfly. Long was stunned. "Wait, if things continue like this." Long remembered what Lee Do-jun said. "Do you know what will happen if you appear on the news again?" Thinking about it, I immediately got scared and hurriedly chased after Buell and stopped. The two of them ran after the girl through the crack to a vast grass field. "Stop there, what were they eating to run so fast?" Buell was still chasing the butterfly in front. Butterfly. As soon as the girl suddenly stopped, the two people behind her immediately bumped into her. Buell widened his eyes and pointed his finger and asked, "What is that?" Long angrily asked, "What else?" "I only saw in front of me 2 orcs bullying a civilian." He held his head in pain and screamed, "Don't hit me anymore, at any cost, I have to protect this bag." Long spoke up, "Something happened." Buell puffed his cheeks angrily. The unusual girl approached the orc without fear and shouted, "You shouldn't bully him." As she spoke, the girl touched his body. Who would have thought that as soon as he touched the orc, he was immediately blown away by the girl's power. It flew far away and crashed through the rock and then the mountains in the distance, scaring the guy wearing glasses. Even Long Dragon and Carrier couldn't keep their mouths shut. Buell turned around and said calmly, "Hey, they ran away." Long Dragon was sweating in fear. "Ah, what do you mean by running away? Do they look like they're running away? If you caused it, if you're in trouble, you'll be the one who gets scolded by your master." It trembled in fear. I had to hide it from the owner. If he knew, it wouldn't just stop at not eating meat. But if there were no witnesses, the dragon would radiate a terrifying pressure, threatening the guy wearing glasses. The guy wearing glasses felt scared and quickly replied, "Don't worry, I'll definitely keep this a secret. I'm just here to make some money to pay for my tuition. Please, I'm quite famous in the field of detailed drawing, digitally. If you want, I can draw as many pictures for you as you like. I'm very poor, so I have nothing but drawing." Long without a word threw down the monostones in front of him. "Huh, what are these?" Long put his arm around his shoulder and negotiated. "I will give you all these stones. You didn't see anything just now, understand?" Picked up the stone and looked at the guy with glasses, who was extremely amazed. "These are not monostones, from the orcs that were just defeated. Are you really giving me everything?" He said liberally, "Yes, next time you come here, remember to bring a weapon. I don't know if you are brave or cowardly." "Buell, let's get out of here. This time it's a secret." Wearing glasses saw them about to leave and quickly exclaimed, Please, at least tell me your name. I want to repay you one day." "What? I don't think it's necessary, but I'm Long. You're Buell. My name is Carrier. Let's go now. Let's keep this a secret, okay?" Wearing glasses and thinking to myself, as an artist, I promise on my honor, one day I will return it to you. Long, BL, Carrier. Arriving at Du Jun's residence, Buell excitedly jumped into his arms and called out, "Dad." Then the girl began to tell the story of what she had just experienced. Hearing that, the boy asked, "Did I enter the crack?" "Yes." But then Buell stammered and said, Buell played on the field." "Did Long tell you to say that?" The girl immediately shook her head. "Yes, no." "Okay." Du Jun's words made Long scared to death. He smiled at it, then followed me. Then he grabbed its head. One shot without any mercy threw it outside. Long cried out in fear, "Please forgive me." At the headquarters building, in the office, Chul Su is anxiously urging everyone, "Hyuk Su, where is today's crack management report?" He spoke up as he did, "Boss, I would like one more minute, okay? Hurry up, the bosses up there are regretting it again." Du Jun too, reported. Du Jun finished his work and calmly replied, "I just sent it." "Got it." Hyuk Su still has the report on the probability of an emergency rift. At this time Yoon Ju suddenly walked next to Du Jun and asked, Can I help you?" But he basically didn't pay attention to what she said and replied, "To your boss, I've already sent it." "Boss, you need to bring this too." Yoon Ju spoke again, "Sorry, I didn't know if I could help." But Chul Su exclaimed, "Good job, Du Jun, I'm going to the rift meeting." Both exclaimed at the same time. He walked leisurely without anyone paying attention to Yoon Ju. Hyuk Su said tiredly, "This morning was like a battlefield." "You worked hard, senior." Yoon Ju angrily shouted, "Excuse me, is there anything I can do to help everyone?" Looking at the angry girl like that, both of them were a bit bewildered. Hyuk Su trembled and stammered, Yoon Ju, why do you look so angry?" "Because you're here for internship purposes, you just need to observe how everyone works." Yoon Ju shouted angrily, "But that doesn't mean you treat me like a burden. I may not do as well as you, but I can do everything." Du Jun stiffened his shoulders and said harshly, In terms of fighting, that's true, but unfortunately I can't help us in this situation." This angered her even more. What did he just say? He said he had nothing to ask for your help. Look at the documents we made today. They took at least a week and at most a few months, so do you really think you can understand that information after looking at it once, while it compiled through all one person's hard work? It's great that you're so enthusiastic, but there needs to be a time and place for that. These words were like a fatal knife piercing her heart. Yoon Ju said awkwardly, "But, just sitting idle like this?" Du Jun asked, "Why did the school send me here to study?" "They said it was so I could learn what goes on in the work related to hunters and how the workers work to help the hunters, and they say it's up to you which direction you choose. This is where we do office work, I'm sure you can see that too." Yoon Ju can't argue with Du Jun, that is. Suddenly she remembered her brother, because every time he mentioned the manager, he always praised the manager for being great, but from what I saw, it was because of him. No, it's because of the manager, but I can't say this out loud. Honestly, if he helped the behemoths that much, would he be as strong as Kanzaki Sujiro? Seeing Yoon-ju's silence, he also wondered. Hyuk-soo then put his arm around Do-jun's shoulder and said, "Hey, Do-jun, didn't you say you had something to do? Isn't today the day to check the cracks on the list?" Yoon-ju, Hunter Yoon-ju, why don't you go with Do-jun? It's also close to the academy. Should you come along too? There will definitely be a lot of things that need your help. Yoon-ju was a bit hesitant, but still not enough to satisfy her curiosity. Wait a minute. Suddenly she thought of something interesting. I don't trust him yet, but what if I intentionally put the manager in danger? What if the manager is at least half as strong as you said? Then that won't be dangerous for you to manage at all. But if it's really dangerous, then I just need to deal with it. Everything will be over right away. After thinking about it, she eagerly spoke up. Yes, then please help me. Hyuk-soo smiled. Haha, I feel so relieved to have you here, Yoon-ju, thank you. After speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, I can't control her alone. I'm sorry, Do-jun, I'm truly sorry. Outside, Yoon-ju spoke up. Manager, go this way. No, how could a rift manager go another way? Manager, I said the crack was over there. She was annoyed. After all, my brother saw how good this manager was and always praised him endlessly. Do-jun turned around and said, I know where the school's crack is. Hearing that she looked everywhere. Really? Then why are we here? I haven't seen any cracks around here. Don't tell me you're planning to confess your love to me. I advise you to give up that idea. I'll only marry someone stronger than my brother. Because Jun saw that, he was bored and didn't bother to say anything. I don't know if you misunderstood something, but it's not like that. But he still insisted. It's a lie. I know because I've received hundreds of love confessions. Everyone said the same thing. No, the flow of gas suddenly changed recently, and it seemed like it was gradually dissipating. Her expression changed slightly upon hearing that. Huh, what? It seems I misunderstood. Suddenly at this moment a crack appeared in the air. Yoon-ju was startled. What is that? I only saw in front of me a monster about to crawl out of that crack. Why was there a slight crack? Rift rupture is a situation where monsters appear when there aren't any cracks at all. Usually, one or two low-level monsters will appear. Looking at the monster rushing towards her, Yoon-ju screamed excitedly, a Balrog. She was scared and trembling. Am I going to die here? In contrast to her horror, Jun was not afraid at all and reminded her to stay back. Yoon-ju's face darkened and she stammered, we can't escape from a Balrog, you will too. At this time, the monster was controlled by Jun. Then Do-jun knocked it away with his might. His eyes were full of fighting spirit and said, do you think you can escape? Monsters fly up, Do-jun attack. With just one move, the monster exploded. Witnessing Do-jun's power firsthand, Yoon-ju's eyes were filled with admiration. He turned to ask, are you okay? Then patted her head, I don't think you were hurt anywhere. For a student, was the scene just too violent? At this moment, Yoon-ju's whole body felt hot, her heart was pounding, thinking, how did he kill an S-rank monster with just one blow? Even my brother couldn't do that. Because she was so embarrassed, she immediately made an excuse to run away. Forgive me, I'll go home first. Do-jun was puzzled, what's wrong with her? I really don't understand today's youth. Maybe she's in puberty. I don't see Yoon-hee acting like that. Maybe she's matured faster. A while later, while at home, a notification came from Do-jun's phone. Long Long said, Master, your phone keeps ringing. When you see that, speak up and read it out loud so I can hear it. Yes. Long Long started reading with a bewildered expression. Lee Yoon-ju, sent a picture because of the major's report. Read the message, sent to the manager. I sent you a photo of the specialized report in hope that you will not be afraid of getting bored of me anymore. My heart doesn't feel right. The message makes me feel confused. Missy became a fan of Master. What the hell? What's wrong with everyone? It feels like Master is the main character in a comic. Buell, let me count how many mothers I have. The little girl turned her head and smiled and said, Buell's mother. Then held up 2 fingers. 2. Long Long immediately said, add 1 more, now you have 3 people. Wait, if you also call Yoon-hee's friend Mom, we will probably be taken to the police station, so keep the number 2 go. Yoon-hee was currently sitting on the table dozing, she said dreamily, the method of using mana and. Do-jun gently took the blanket and covered Yoon-hee's body. Looking at her, he thought to himself, if I wake her up, she will definitely want to go back to studying. Even though good parenting books don't say what to do in this situation, just let her sleep, continuing is still better. I was thinking that he had just left her a bill of money along with another piece of paper. Since I'm leaving so early, I'll leave Yoonhee a message. This test period must be very hard. I have to buy something good. It's delicious for the baby. Last thing. Doojun looked at the dragon sleeping soundly next to him and grabbed its tail and stood it up. Long Long closed his eyes and asked, Master, where are you going? Morning exercise. Without saying more, Doojun immediately took the dragon and flew outside, letting it scream and refuse. I want to sleep, Doojun said with a frown, his mouth closed. Scene transitioned to the entrance to the second floor of the central area. Inside were 3 hunters and a gatekeeper sleeping soundly. One of the 3 people blankly said, We were fooled, right? The girl next to me immediately exclaimed, That's right, that must be it. In front of them appeared a notice board, the guard of the second floor of the Kurta, classifying people and kings, describing the outcast banished from the abyss. It was said that he had been completely defeated in battle with Impelum and was sealed in hell, but now he's gone. Among the countless kings in the world, he quickly knew that he was the monk king. No, I am considered as strong as the 60th demon among the 72 Solomon demons. As soon as he saw his red eyes, the bald guy went crazy. What is this? The gatekeepers at the second floor exit must be vultures. Just looking at him made me almost pee my pants. Here, the girl next to him smelled the confession and immediately covered her nose. He really peed his pants. He quickly denied it. No, the old man turned to speak. The information on the internet said it was only worth vultures. What's wrong with you? She covered her nose and replied, Nothing. Since we were allowed to look up information from the second floor, I thought we could easily get by based on that, but in the end, because I believed in that radio guy, I thought there wouldn't be a monster, something like this guards here. The bald guy said angrily, Hey, I don't have any vinegar. The girl continued to talk. We were completely fooled, but once we get to the second floor, we can't go back to the half floor, so should we challenge the boss now, or will you wait for other fate calculations? Arrive. We have to wait. I can't trust this man who peed his pants. Hearing that, the bald guy got frustrated and tried to cover it up. What did you just say? The old man comforted him. Come on, calm down, as long as the king doesn't wake up. But unexpectedly, at this moment, someone challenging the king appeared. The gatekeeper's power has increased from 50% to 100%. The Earth Gatekeeper King Tu Kurta is awakening with high fighting spirit. The bald guy broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, why? At the same time Doojun also appeared. Looking at the startled girl, he calmly asked, why did she look so surprised? Of course it was because of the king, but why did he come here alone? Is there anyone else besides you? Yes, isn't there? Are they following you? Doojun immediately held it out and replied, I don't. No, there is one. But at this time, King Tu Kurta got angry and shouted, How long are you going to talk and make me wait? The challenge has already begun. If you don't come up, then let me have some fun together. The pressure of this person made them all scared, looking at them in fear. Their faces turned pale because June turned to say, Everyone is panicking because of that thing. The old man trembled. You have no eyes. He touched it and asked why. Seeing that, June hesitated and moved forward. I understand, seeing you in such a hurry. The old man shouted to stop. Wait, young man, you can't just attack us. We have to prepare. The plan is all ready. The girl called the old man. Wait, what's wrong? That person can at least find out the gatekeeper's attack skill, thanks to which our winning rate will increase. Hearing her say that the old man is a bit excited, even if you will die, then is this still your decision? King Tu Kurta proudly looked at the little Doojun in front of him. He said with disdain, you intend to challenge yourself alone, right? I see you brought a bug with you, so this will be the one who goes to hell with you. Small kids like this kid are nothing, he said as he touched the dragon. So please summon 100 more, no 1,000 more, or call out the strongest one you can summon. While he was speaking, this one word interrupted his words. I just saw Long Long's blood boil and said in a harsh voice, Get that thing out of my head right away. Even the king wore a kurta. And Doojun both looked at Long Long. He also pulled out his spear and said, Ahem, you're lucky that today is a good day. But if you think about it carefully, the nature of this challenge is inherently fair, so we only allow one-on-one matches. The bald guy was very surprised when he heard that. Solo 1-1, is there such a rule anymore? The girl immediately protested. There is no such thing. The people who provoked the dungeon before me said that they rushed through the gate. It's done. King Tu Kurta spoke. In this test, it is the law. Anyway, you must comply with justice. Seeing this guy babbling all day, because June was controlling him, he immediately hit him. With this one blow, he was defeated before he could even think about anything. When the three people witnessed it with their own eyes, everyone gasped in horror. Dujun said a bit depressed, I thought the process of conquering the second floor would take a day or two, but it turned out to be easier than I thought. Let's go, dragon. Long Long is still sleepy. Yes, but master, if you are so strong, why did you bring me with you? After defeating King Tu Kurta, a system board pops up saying, congratulations, you can now enter the real second floor by going through the testing room at the February entrance. Dujun and Long Long left. Master, don't treat pets like that. He immediately said, we finished quickly, now let's go back to sleep, then don't wake me up later, you really won't wake up again. Really? Okay, I understand. As soon as he got home, Long Long jumped into bed. I'm so tired, and Buell also just woke up. The little girl sat up and asked, where did you just come from? Suddenly Buell was excited, where are you going? Oh right. I didn't know what to think so I shook and woke up. Dragon, wake up. Long Long said dully, why, even you are the same, why don't you let me sleep in peace? Buell resolutely refused to scream, we have to go now, no. Right now we have to go out, right now, Long Dragon, wake up. Long Long was disturbed and said helplessly, please. Let me sleep, I'm awake. Great, let's go quickly. Long Long, hurry up. Buell immediately ran outside, Long Dragon chasing after her, where are you going? The girl ran for a while then stood in front of the supermarket and said, here. Long Long lost his breath and said, what, why are you here? Looking helplessly at the closed supermarket, they haven't opened yet, the supermarket doesn't open until 9 o'clock. Buell heard that and collapsed, the supermarket is not open. Don't tell me I'm planning on sneaking the owner some ice cream. The girl shook her head and said, no, I want to buy Bam Bam and make breakfast for Mom and Dad. I had a plan, but the supermarket was tricked. When Long Long heard that, he was suspicious and said, did you plan to cook breakfast? Where did you get the money? Buell opened her bag and said, you earned it by doing small good deeds. Then the girl took out a few coins, I have earned this much, I will show my parents how I use the money to buy food. Long Long looked at the coins and was bored. 801, sis, hey, leave. So Long Long immediately flew away and said, stand here and wait for me. Where are you going? After a while, Long Long returned with its bag. The cake shop is open, you can go there and buy something. When she heard that, she asked in bewilderment, what is that? Long Long held up his bag and said, this is a secret weapon. Then the two went to the cake shop. Buell saved 801, the price of a cake was 2,501. Buell screamed in pain, Buell didn't have enough money. Long Long chooses cakes without even looking at the price, this one, and this one too. Looking at Long Long taking a pile of cakes, Buell gasped, "Aho, no, Long Long," but he still kept choosing the cake. This cake must be very delicious. Buell impatiently said, "Mom said that if we lack even 1 penny, we can't touch it. But at this time Long Long has taken all kinds of cakes, this should be enough." Buell helplessly hugged Long Long's leg. "Don't." She picked me up, went to the counter and the female employee smiled and said, "Would you like another bag for 101? Yes, your total is 47,001. Hearing about this sky-high price, Buell was dumbfounded, it was too much. Then she took out her coins, she only had 801. But I didn't expect that Long Long would take the money and give it to me, here it is. Seeing her generous heart, she was very surprised to pay 50,001. If it was 50,001, then the number of stickers would be Long Long Forever Peak. Long Long rubbed his nose and said, "Now you know." Long Long confidently shows off his personality. "From now on, you should be called the extremely majestic Lord, the Lord of all dragons, the ruler of heaven and earth, the Lord of all things, right, Long? You don't understand what I'm saying." A few hours later the two returned home. Long Long walked into the house without stopping talking. Buell, "Okay, repeat after me, Lord." When June saw you two he spoke up, "You two are home." As soon as he saw the boy, he howled, "Hey, master is up, it's time to go to work." Long Long said guilty, "I never meant to cause trouble, even if I wanted to go out, I wouldn't do that." June nodded, "I know." Buell now called Dad. The little girl smiled brightly and held out 2 sweet sandwiches. "Dad, here they are, your favorite sandwiches." June happily took it, patted the girl's head. "Very good, thank you Buell, Dad can eat his favorite food." Buell's face looked extremely happy. "You also did well, Long Dragon." He was very surprised when he heard you say that. "Why?" Did you just immediately compliment me? You went to the supermarket with her and bought bread without causing any trouble. I will pay you tonight. Hearing that, Long Long said with a frown on his face, feeling like he was blaming me, but at this time, because June had left the house, I said hello to Dad. Long Long suddenly became confused. Wait, how did you know I went to the supermarket into the bakery? It's scared. How could you know? Please enlighten me. Carrier also just woke up. Sister Buell, is the owner going to work already? That's right. Long Long is currently in a mess of thoughts. Whatever, it doesn't look like he uses hacking to make a living, so how does the master know everything? No, it's unreasonable for me to humans can be that strong. We're weak. Buell, you can't run. I racked my brain thinking, how could it be so strong? But at this time, the dragon could not control himself and spit out fire. Unexpectedly, this action would destroy the TV. All three seemed frozen in place. Buell exclaimed, the TV is broken. The carrier also had a dark face. That's right, I saw it too. Carrier started to panic. What should we do about this now? When the owner sees, no, it's okay. Long Long said in a low voice, I just need to leave. What do you mean? You must try to live there. Long Long intended to avoid responsibility and step out, thinking in pain, peace, my children, my brothers and sisters, my house. Carrier saw this and spoke up, sir. Then ran to hold Long Long's feet. This is our home. Why did you say you were going to leave? Long Long cried with tears in his eyes. Let me go. Stay here and let me die or something. Don't pull me anymore. You'll still be fine without me. Buell thought you two were having fun while playing a game. Wow, me too. Let's go. We can't fix it. We have to buy a new one. But how can we fix a completely burned TV like that? Carrier suddenly remembered something. But let's try it first. He immediately picked up the TV and left. Please wait here for me. Hey, where are you going? You're going so fast. A moment later, the carrier arrived in a deserted place. Carrier spoke. Carrier, servant of Lord Isis, ruler of all dragons, asked for an audience. Deep inside there is a dragon residing here. Hearing that, it opened its eyes wide. Who? Carrier. Carrier was a little scared and sweating. In front of him was a huge dragon. It shouted viciously, you just said Carrier, do you still dare to come here? A deep voice called out from the bottom of the abyss, Carrier, a winged dragon with extremely muscular muscles. It was 1,000 times bigger than the carrier combined. Soil and rocks fell everywhere like rain. The voice continued to speak, making everything thousands of miles away tremble in fear. Do you still dare to come here? That guy was breathing heavily. It seemed like he was extremely angry. He also loudly said, Mouse. Carrier struggled to keep his broken TV from falling over. That evil dragon kept talking. Do you know what would happen if you appeared in front of me? As soon as he finished speaking, those sharp claws grabbed the carrier. Carrier was of course upset, so he waved along. He kept growling, his blood-red eyes staring at the little carrier. Do you know how long I've been waiting? Boom! An explosion that was not too loud or too small was heard. The giant and ugly demon dragon turned into a white-skinned dragon and smiled as pretty as an angel. That guy even toyed with the carrier. He the demon carrier kid. I rotated the carrier many times. The carrier cried and let me down. What are you doing? Let me down. That dragon of course didn't choose to give up his hobby right away. He even laughed. Ha ha ha, it's been 2 years. You used to come here often, so why are you here today? Come visit us. The little carrier was sobbing and screaming in someone's hands. Are you talking about the past? Next, because he couldn't stand the other guys spinning around, the carrier begged him to let me down first. Then I said. The little carrier began to vomit uncontrollably. That white dragon was always delusional. He said to the carrier, it seems like it's been a while since we last met, so I'm a bit excited. You should tell me if you feel dizzy. Another booming sound rang out. And this time a super handsome white-haired guy appeared. He smiled gently looking at the little carrier who was vomiting non-stop, and it seemed like he thought he was innocent in this. But why did you come here, little carrier small? Carrier didn't mince words. He got straight to the point, hugged the TV and stared at the skilled guy standing in front of him. If you don't fix this TV within 2 hours, Mr. Easy-as will die. After hearing that, the brother suddenly felt panic and horror. What? Mr. Easy-as will die. But before the carrier could regain his composure, he burst out laughing. Because he thought he was listening to the funniest story in the world. Ha 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 ha, our little carrier, do you know what you're saying? Carrier right now has black lines surrounding its little face. He gave solid evidence that Mr. Easy-as will never die because Mr. Easy-as is the Lord of Dragons. The dragon race is at the pinnacle of all living creatures, so we are very strong. All animals in this world can die except the dragon race. However, the dragon emperor is even stronger than that. I also know what he is like. Carrier clasped his hands and said, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Hearing that, he also scratched his chin, thinking thoughtfully, "Really? I mean, it sounds convincing. You're not the type of person who would mess with the Dragon Emperor, because the youngest is the most tongue-tied. Little Carrier, I'm so sorry, I'm really angry." The white-haired guy with the very scholarly doctoral gown continued to look at the real TV and said, "So tell me how the situation is. Have you even met Mr. Easias?" Carrier did not hesitate to clearly state the situation between Mr. Easias and me. "We are living together." When the doctor heard that, he was as shocked as if he had been hit with a shock drug. "What? Living together? But the Lord hates dragons living in his nest. He won't die, right? He is now, and where is he?" When he heard the exact address, he couldn't help but be surprised. "It's at Villa 401 in Chung San Sao. Where on earth is that?" "His new home is called Nam Cheu, Korea." He scratched his head because he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "I couldn't believe that you were in the same nest as the Dragon Emperor." "I understand. Let's say what you said is true. But what do you mean? What does it mean? If I don't fix this TV within 2 hours, Mr. Easias will die." The carrier carefully explained in detail why this was so. "Because this TV belonged to the great owner Lee Do-jun." The carrier pointed at the TV and said so. He repeated the name I heard for the first time. "Lee Do-jun. The first time I heard a name like this." He called Carrier again. "Carrier, you. Have you betrayed Mr. Easias?" After saying that, he gathered his energy ready to attack the carrier at any time. The carrier calmly said without fear, "Mr. Easias also called that man master." When he heard that, he just knew. He was so confused that his hair wanted to stand on end. He always has 10,000 questions about Carrier. Carrier shook his head and hastily said, "I don't have time to explain to you." Carrier complained, looking for distractions and fixing it. "Do you want Lord Easias to return to heaven early or something?" Hakase said, "Don't be so hot, I'm almost done." After a while of repairing, the TV became like new. "Okay, it's done." Carrier hugged the TV and breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, if it weren't for you, Lord Long Long would really be dead." He wondered, are you really with a super petty guy who can kill Long just because he broke a TV? I guess his heart must be very petty too. I also know your weak point. He raised his hand and said, "No, the owner is a fair and extremely kind person." Hakase leaned down and asked, "But what about killing the Dragon Emperor just for a TV? If he is such a monster, surely he must have a mountain of gold and silver in his hands." Carrier put his hand on his chin and remembered, no, on Earth, he was a very normal person. More than that, more like he didn't care about anything back then. But I can be sure, surely he is the strongest person in this universe. He was startled. "Don't say. He can also control the dark world." He shook his head. "No, that can't be possible. Besides, he doesn't expect anything from us in return. Master treats us like children. Of course, he'll be angry at Easias for destroying the TV, but because he asked us to do housework." The more he talked, the more enthusiastic he became, but suddenly his voice stopped. He was a bit worried. "Why did you stop?" Carrier covered his face and screamed, "I forgot, we have a lot of work at home. He asked us to finish it before he goes home." After saying that, he hugged the TV and flew up into the sky. "I have to go quickly," leaving Hakase in a state of curiosity. "Hey kid, wait, he's gone." He mumbled, "I want to know more about that person named Lee Do-jun, but I feel a bit scared. I don't want to go out at all." I guess that kid will come back anyway." Having said that, there were still questions in his heart, but why did the kid use such condescending honorifics towards him? He used to be a very innocent and cute child. In a flower garden. She turned off the tea and took a sip. "Do you like it, Savior?" He said, "Can you stop using that word? I told you, I'm not your master or savior. You're confused, so what should I call you?" He said, "Just call him by name." Hearing that, she tried to force herself to say, "Yes, then Mr. Lee." She screamed, "Ah, I can't do that, Savior." She quickly bowed her head and said, "You are such a wonderful person that the Dragon Emperor Easias considers you his master, and the one who brings peace to the entire continent. Calling him directly by name like that is extremely disrespectful to us." He saw her reacting so loudly and accepted it. "Well, then do whatever you like." She was happy. Oh, thank you, Savior." Then suddenly she was curious, "But why don't I see Mr. Easias here today?" He drank tea and said leisurely, "I have some housework next door that I asked Long Long to do for me." She was happy. Defensive reporter, "I mean you can ask Easias to do the housework too. What a genius, our Savior." He smiled. Newspaperman. That's true. What she said wasn't wrong. She said again, no, thanks to you, the Dragon Emperor has changed a lot. He has also become much kinder. Mr. Isaiah has changed so much that I can't even recognize him. She recounted. His eyes became more soulful, and to be honest, this was the first time I saw him smile like that, an entity that had not smiled for thousands of years. She clasped her hands in admiration. You are truly a wonderful person, Savior. He thought to himself, I can say that I didn't do anything, but she certainly won't believe it. He changed the subject. These spirits seem to really like humans, right? She held a little elf in her arms and said, no, after we lost our homeland, humans are the ones who always torment us. They are nothing like you, Savior. Actually, it's true that they look brighter than usual. These elves have never shown such affection for anyone. Lee Do-jun stood up. Okay, she said regretfully. You have to leave. He waved his hand. No, it's not that I feel inconvenienced or anything, it's just that I've collected enough Rift information for today, so I have to go home now. She regretted it. I wish you could stay longer, Dan. He said, and I'm also worried about that guy over there, so I should go check it out now. She was surprised. Hey, what did you ask the Dragon Emperor for? He told me to turn around and leave, saying it was something very important. When he got home, Carrier quickly bowed to him, master, welcoming him back. Long Long didn't dare look directly at him, saying hello to his master. He observed an unusual, TV. It's clean. Suddenly Long Long shouted, ah, master. I really miss you so much, I really miss you. He saw its strange attitude and asked, is something wrong? Long Long awkwardly said, it's been resolved. He asked again, yes, what about Buell? Long Long was confused, about that. Sir, please wait a moment. You wonder, what else? Suddenly a dark voice said, Dad is back. Buell puffed her cheeks angrily. He bent down and asked, Buell, what's wrong? She didn't bother to answer but turned around and left. No. He asked, what happened to Buell? Long Long faltered, actually. After explaining, Lee Do-jun also understood the reason. So, Buell is angry because Long Long cooks kimchi soup poorly. Carrier replied, Master, that's how it is. Buell pouted, I'm not angry, you just let it go. Yoon-hee spoke up, Long Long, why didn't you tell Carseal to do it for you? Why did you do it yourself? Long Long was asked and suddenly spit out a mouthful of water. It falters, is. You wondered, did you cause something wrong again? Long Long picked up the spoon and wanted to avoid this topic. Come on, Buell, open your mouth. Carrier was surprised. Mr. Easy is feeding someone else with his own hands. Buell ate one mouthful and was happy. So small. Long Long was a little scared. It's delicious, right? Do you want more? Carrier was next to him muttering, no way, Mr. Easy is giving the best piece to someone else normally. He should have eaten it already. Long Long was angry. Are you whispering something? She laughed. It's nothing. Buell reached out and pointed to some dishes. Give her some more of this. Yoon-hee smiled and said, this is Buell's. Long Long was still chasing Carrier, standing there. If I caught him, you would know. He was unjust. I didn't say anything. Lee Do-jun looked at the harmonious scene in front of him and smiled, thinking, how comfortable, I want to be like this forever. The next day, the gate management team, you opened the door and came in. I'm back. When I walked in, I saw Department Head Kang Chul-soo shouting through the landline, like I said, why is it always like this? When do we have to practice again? You listen, practice. Lee Do-jun walked up to Hyuk-soo and asked, Senior, is there a new intern here? He said, normally to be officially hired, you need to go through an internship, but in his case, you were recruited directly to the team. After hearing this, Lee Do-jun was immediately stunned, having absolutely no memories before coming to Muram. He hummed and said, yes, I understand. Hyuk-soo added, if you don't attend the training course, you won't be promoted to level 8, you should go there but, he said, then I just need to join. It's hard for him to say, actually, Kang Chul-soo shouted, that can't happen. What do you mean? Every year it's like that, every time the training ends, something always happens. He shouted loudly, every time he finishes the training class, the entire training class turns into a place to drink beer and wine. I don't agree to send Do-jun there. What if he comes and then quits his job? Mister, can you take responsibility? The other end of the line is still adamant. No, he has to go there. Chul-soo angrily hung up the phone. Damn, this guy's head is harder than rock. He wondered, it seemed like this happened often. Hyuk-soo sighed. It was true, there were many employees who asked to quit after attending the training course. And the boss really hates our people being underestimated, he said. Ah, I see. At this time, manager Chol-soo took a box, ate it, put it in the box and placed it on the table. Here, don't give it to anyone, I only give it to you alone. He smiled lightly. Yes, boss. He was shy. Don't laugh. If they do anything too outrageous, just call me. I will show them how to be polite. He nodded. Yes, I understand. That evening, Hunter headquarters. The manager approached and knocked on the door. Director, can I come in? Chol Jeong said. Go ahead. What's the problem? The person replied. Yes. The internship list is here. I have a feeling it needs to be approved by you. He wondered, what kind of internship? Let the human resources department take care of it, right? That person said, yes, that's true, but on this list is Lee Dojin's name. He was surprised. Lee Dojin, what the hell? He is a veteran employee of the city hall. The person explained, yes, he is a special case. He was accepted as a previous employee. I'm taking part in the training course. Should we send Mr. Dojin to a different place instead of the usual places? He shouted, damn, you want to kill us all. That person was startled and didn't understand what was going on. Chol Jeong trembled and said, don't do anything, just act like normal. That's what he wants, just act like normal, just do it for me. That person was confused but still accepted the order. Yes. Suddenly he added, no. The person asked, yes. Chol Jeong is serious, and if we receive any more notices about intern bullying this time, tell them to prepare to sign a resignation letter. Lee Dojin's house. He was sitting at work. Long Long is lazy about doing housework. Yoon Lee smiled and asked, Long Long, have you finished vacuuming yet? It's moody. Yes. She praised, it must be very good. I should give you a sticker as a reward, huh? Long Long, it has all the shapes. Wait a minute, I will give you the reward. Long Long is still gloomy. No need, I'm fine. She wondered, what's wrong? He opened his wallet and said, you don't have to give me money anymore, and here, keep it, to spend on necessary things. She took the money in her hand and looked blankly. Long Long. After that, he left. From now on, I won't ask for grilled meat anymore. After hearing that, I was completely confused. Dad, what happened to Long Long today? Uncle, is there something wrong again? What's wrong with Long Long? Hey Carseal, what's wrong with Long Long? Carrier was a bit dumbfounded. Yes. Can you confide in us? All this time, why have you had to suffer alone? Yoon-hee didn't understand. Ciel, what are you talking about? Cariel knelt down on one knee and said, you and Master don't have to hide it from us anymore, okay? We will be careful not to remind you of painful memories. Yoon-hee scratched her cheek. Sad memories? What is that? You mean Dad's sad memories? They decided to have a family reunion. Cariel and Long Long spoke up. You don't have to force yourself to remember those sad memories. Our boss already knows about you quitting your job. Lee Do-jun pointed at himself and then looked blankly. Yoon-hee and I also looked at you. Is that true? Cariel sobbed. Yes, before dinner, I saw everything. Master, I know you are unemployed now. He and Yoon-hee asked and looked at the two of them. It says, you're supposed to be at the city hall, but you're looking for trainee documents at the hunter's office, which means you quit your job at the city hall. We know that humans are a bunch of weak, greedy and selfish people. Those trashes must have been jealous of their master's talent, they must have oppressed him to the very end. But you are so merciful, it was certainly because of those people that you decided to quit your job. After saying that, Cariel hugged her face and cried for him. Long Long and Buell stood next to her, discriminating me. I was also very sad, but crying like that, Cariel screamed. It's true that the person standing at the top is often alone. Oh my esteemed master. Servant Carseal, I am truly touched by my master's altruism. Lee Do-jun decided to speak up to stop it. Well, thank you for taking care of me, but I didn't quit my job. After hearing this, the two of us were shocked. Carrier asked, but what about the internship? According to what I know, internships are an internship program at a company to give university students the opportunity to develop themselves and give them the opportunity to become official employees. Long Long held his head. No, if you are not unemployed, then what about my money, my money? It's angry. Carseal, you brat, please explain properly. Cariel was wronged. I'm sorry. Long Long grabbed his leg and spun around, apologizing, and that's it. Spin 100 times for me. Buell hugged Carrier's leg happily. Wow, this game is so fun. It's dizzy. Please, maybe you should try asking the owner to return the money. Long Long thought for a moment. Then hugged Yun-hee. That's right, you have to prioritize your wallet first. Sister, give me my money back. She laughed. Which dragon said I had to use that money for necessary things? Long Long is bewildered, but it's you. You're sinister. If you tell me, please, I'll think again. He seriously knelt down and said, please. Buell wondered, is Long Long crying? Seeing that, she didn't intend to make things more difficult. Oh, hey, I was just joking. Long Long got the bag back and was happy. Oh yeah, I miss you so much, my love. Yun-hee handed out the bill. Hey, this money too. She was surprised. She said, the reward for the sticker collection, right? Long Long was happy. Yes. It's true that I can only trust my love. Cariel over there is quietly leaving. But Long Long realized, hey, stop there, where are you planning to hide? Cariel quickly ran away. Please forgive me. Long Long angrily chased after him. Hey, that's right, Buell is happy. Me too. Me too. The next day, at the Hunter office, is Lee Do-jun's first day of internship. Do-hui was angrily shouting into the phone. I mean, what do you want us to do? Obviously you know we have to go to Gangnam right now. What should we do when you suddenly schedule a meeting like that? Besides, it's a meeting with a high-level association. You think you just need to send the content of the meeting and that's it. The other end of the line replied, but today is the first day of internship. If you ask an intern, isn't he from the city hall? Do-hui shouted, are you kidding me? Do you think that side operates the same as this side? He thought to himself, boss has really strong vocal cords. At this moment the phone beeped. He looked back. Turned it off, you bastard. Phew, that's really annoying, but he looks really slim. If we send him to those bad people, I wonder if they will break his bones. He came up. Ahem, this in turn. He looked up. Yes. He said somewhat confusedly, I'm not the type to push practice to a difficult place, but, forgive me, I have no other choice. He said, you can go ahead, let me handle the meeting. I've already reviewed the content of the meeting. You're a little worried. Do you know the process here? If those bad people itch, they won't leave you alone. He smiled and said, yes, I will remember that. I don't understand, is he a daredevil or an idiot? Seeing that everything was arranged well, he also left, so everything is left to you. I also have business to attend to, so I have to go now. Don't misunderstand, I don't mean to bully you. I'm sorry for having to give this difficult work to an intern like you. He walked out the door and sighed. Damn it, now that I think about it, why do I need to respect those old bastards? I hope nothing happens. Inside, Lee Do-jun tidied up his papers. A meeting with a high-ranking guild. There wasn't any information about this guild. That's all. I'm not too worried. Buell is at home willing to eat, drink properly, right? On the side where the sweaty manager meeting took place, Nim Hunter, you guys came earlier than we expected. The man in the black cloak asked, what about the meeting? The manager confusedly said, yes, it will start as soon as the person in charge gets here. We're sorry, but please wait for a few minutes. The person in the black coat said nonchalantly, do you guys still want to sign? Is there a contract with us again? The manager is confused. Yes, of course, please don't misunderstand like that, please wait. Oh. At this moment the door was opened. The manager said, oh, the person in charge is here. What are you taking so long to do? Sit down quickly. Lee Do-jun said, please excuse me. The man in the black cloak looked at him blankly. Hey. The people sitting on the chairs also said yes. The manager questioned. He didn't expect the intern to dare to come like that. You should have come earlier to prepare to welcome the hunters. He just gently replied, yes, I will be more careful. A person wearing a black cloak spoke up. That guy, what the hell are you talking about? Even though he's just a trainee, how dare you treat him like that? The manager was confused. Hey, but you said you would cancel the contract if the meeting didn't start. That person was confused. When did we say that, you idiot? Isn't that right? Everyone nodded their heads. Oh yeah, that's right. Lee Do-jun said, I didn't expect we would meet here. And I didn't expect your everyday attitude to be like that. Member of the Icarus Guild. Lee Do-jun said, and I didn't think you guys would act like this on a daily basis. So this is your nature, huh? Minute Hyuk quickly explained, no, not at all, but why are you here, manager? You said, I have to practice here. The other two employees were curious about what was going on here. Boss, how could someone from the Icarus Guild cower in front of an intern? The manager said, that's enough, there, follow me quickly. That person pulled the other employee out. Everyone just talked leisurely. The employee was confused, but why is that? The manager explained, "You idiot, don't you know that the Ikaru group hates us, ever since that mistake before? If anything bad happens at this meeting, the blame will fall on you." Is that the trainee's name? That mistake, about that mistake, we have agreed to let it go, right? The employee said, "I understand." Inside the room, Lee Do-jun said with a dark face, "Then let's start the meeting, Icarus Guild." Suddenly Han Minji spoke up, "Please wait a moment. We may look like people who only know how to bully others, but we also have no choice." He silently looked at her with eyes of disbelief. She was confused. "I'm telling the truth, if we weren't strict with them they would sit on Icarus's head, and they would even use our name to oppress young hunters." "You don't understand what she means." Min Hyuk was surprised. "Hey, don't you know, or are you pretending not to know? In a world like this where hunters are the foundation of a nation's power, the only way to control them is to have more power than them. Most hunters fight for personal gain. But if the managers started banding together for their own benefit, the hunters working with them would surely die." Lee Do-jun said, "You mean the last two employees were like that, and the director knew this but still ignored it?" Minji shook her head. "It's true they are dangerous, but there's no way the director would ignore this. At least when the director is here, they wouldn't dare do anything." Minute Hyuk said, "In the early days of the establishment of the Department of Hunting Fear Management, there were dozens of civil servants who exploited hunters and threatened people's lives. There were many people like that, right?" They nodded. Suddenly he raised his voice, and the person who completely changed the face of the department was the current director. "Do you know what the first thing he did when he was appointed was? That is to bring firewood to the stove. Up to 2/3 of civil servants were fired. That's about that. Of course, doing that is not easy at all. When the mouse is cornered, it will bite the cat back, and the corrupt bosses decide to gather to take revenge. At that time there was a protest, 'Fire Young Chul, fire him immediately.'" Minute Hyuk continued, "But at that time, he was in control of the behemoth group. And that trash was completely swept away." After hearing the story, Lee Do-jun immediately froze, wondering why such a thing could happen. Minute Hyuk is so confused. "Shit, that incident has been going around on Tohong TV for months and you don't know." Minji chimed in, "That's right." He raised his finger, "But the firewood could not be burned forever. If we keep handling things like this, only corrupt managers will appear." Lee Do-jun also has to be careful. Minji has a hard time understanding, what does a manager have to be careful about? Minute Hyuk said that the director did not pay much attention to internal affairs, so the situation of employee oppression became worse and worse. "Recently I heard that there is a trend of forcing trainees to death." Minji shook his head. "So you're saying that manager Lee Do-jun, here, must be wary of bullying from civilians?" Minute Hyuk is shy. "I mean I want to tell him to be careful, in case he gets too hot and beats someone to death." Minji heard that and found it reasonable. "Ah." Lee Do-jun waved his hand. "Everyone doesn't need to worry too much." Min Hyuk said, "Hey, I don't mean to say you're rude or anything." He said, "I understand your good intentions, don't worry too much." He looks so impatient, but maybe it's not bad. The employee in charge of me. At this time, Du Hui was calling on the phone, the intern. He attended the meeting alone. "Boss." After hearing it, the boss shouted, "Are you crazy, Du Hui?" The intern, "That was a meeting with that Icarus." He sighed, "But I can't postpone the meeting in Gangnam either." The boss frowned. "What did you just say?" He evaded, "It's nothing, sir." The boss was angry, which is fine, but leaving the intern there alone is not good at all. They will report everything to the department, and you let an intern welcome them. The Icarus group will think we take them lightly. Du Hui moved away from the phone and said, "But after the conversation ends, we'll just write the PPT." The boss is angry. "This idiot, what if the Icarus group wants to negotiate further? Then what do you plan to do? Tell me." Suddenly a message came to the company's phone. "Sir, I have finished discussing with the Icarus group. Additional negotiation meetings have been conducted but they confirmed that the bureau can increase our income further, 2%. The boss on the other end of the line shouted loudly, "Hello, Du Hui, where are you? Answer me. I know you have to go to Gangnam. I also know everything that happened at the meeting was not your fault, but I have what can be done about this mess." Du Hui trembled and said, "Boss, that intern, can we hire him back?" Confused boss, "What?" He said, just like what the boss said, they conducted additional negotiations, but we don't know how that intern handled it, but we received an additional 2% commission. The boss was surprised. What did you just say?" The Icarus Society's average income per conquest is about 5 billion. If we receive 2%, it must be hundreds of millions. Du Hui shouted loudly, we must have this intern at all costs, we must definitely win him. The boss said, you're making my ears explode, but what are you going to do with the crack management department of the entire town? He said, we can transfer him to the department. Really, boss, even if we have to fight with the director, we have to bring this kid back. The boss is angry, why confront the director, and if that happens, I will be the one to suffer. Du Hui said, that's it, boss, take care of it. Boss scratched his head angrily, is this guy crazy? Happy employee, how is everything? Is there anything else that needs to be prepared? The manager said, after finishing this internship, we just need to wait for the notice from the headquarters. This Saturday will be done. He took heart, it's true that I'm the only one taking care of us. At this time a handsome intern came forward, thank you very much senior, I will speak well of you to my father. The manager looked happy, KK, you don't have to do that, but if you can, I'd be very grateful to you. Another employee smiled and said, it's very right for juniors to care about their seniors, what else? At this moment a voice came out, Mr. Du-jun, I'm serious, join us, the manager said, by the way. On the other side, Lee Du-jun is refusing, sir, don't you think it's a bit strange to say these words to an intern? Hui was determined, if that was the case then he shouldn't have handled the job so well, right? I mean, who would have thought you've only been doing this for a year? I'm serious, there's no one as great as you, you're not interested, you keep saying things like that and we'll meet that's trouble, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. He hugged your leg, don't be like that, I promise to take good care of you if you come back to my team, I will hug you every morning, so please, the manager is upset, really, honey, what the hell are you doing? I thought it was that guy, Du Hui, so smart, but why does he look like such an incompetent person now? Another employee said, making so much noise, he must be trying to drag that Du-jun back to him. If that intern is hired, I will report straight to the director, that's right, how can I leave it alone? Another employee looked at him with not too friendly eyes. In the cafeteria. While he was sitting down to eat, that employee came up and said hello to Lee Du-jun, who played the role. Can I sit here? He replied, okay. He started talking, ha ha ha, isn't this the famous trainee? He doesn't look like what I thought, he's calm, He was a bit angry, ha ha ha, and by the way, we have a research gathering this weekend, do you want to participate? He asked, do all the trainees have to go there? He said, I also want to invite everyone, but because I'm a bit shy, it's probably only a few acquaintances. Suddenly a fat man approached, is this the guy you want to bring into the research team? He turned his head to look, is it here? The fat man smiled and said, he looks so bland, he's helping, ha ha, he looks rude but he's actually very kind. Lee Du-jun's face hardened, this seems like a club for rich kids. He asked, yes, how are you? Joining us will help Du-jun's future work. Just think about it, as for the location and time, it's 1 p.m. on Saturday at the training center. The fat guy approached indignantly, hey, he's the one who needs us, why are we the ones calling? He was angry and shut his mouth. Lee Du-jun smiled and thought, here we go. At times like these, I want to live carefree and thoughtless like that idiot Long Long, then I won't have to worry about these three trivial things. At Long Long's house, he was standing there dumbfounded, no, it couldn't be. Carseal, you say, this can't be happening, he said, accept the truth, sir, Buell just arrived in South Korea and can spell better than you. Long Long got 10 points and Buell got 50 points. The girl laughed and said, Nong Nong is an idiot, he is angry, who are you calling an idiot? Buell, NTH day on Earth, Long Long NTH month on Earth. Long Long muttered, damn, if that's the case. The girl smiled, Buell won, just keep your promise, you know. Cariel Joyer, Buell hasn't thought it through yet, Long Long held his head, that, Buell spoke loudly, quickly, you guys promised and then left. Long Long and Cariel had to agree, okay, Buell. The girl and her two dragon friends said, okay, let's go to Chungsan Villa to play. Long Long was embarrassed, my god, what the hell am I doing at 8,000 years old? Cariel is no better, all this is because of your poor spelling. Who has ever been worse than a 3-year-old child? This sentence touched Long Long's pride, haha, Carseal, you're right, if a subordinate is so honest, he must be very loyal, right? He's scared, no sir. Long Long stomped his feet, but you know, honest guys usually don't last long. Carol was scared by Long Long's domineering spirit, squealed. He cowered and knelt on the ground. Suddenly Byu urged, "Nong Nong, what else are Karsiel doing? We have to go." Long Long looked over. "Ha. Lucky for you." Kariel trembled, eagerly, "Yes." Long Long said, "No matter what, I promised." Suddenly Kariel spoke up, wait, Lord Buell. It's raining heavily outside, it could be very dangerous, aren't we told to stay indoors?" Long Long is confusing, dangerous, to me, tyrant, king of dragons, SSS monsters will die in one shot. Or with Buell, the god, I'm afraid the S-level hunter can't even touch it. Or you, all the hunters around the world were almost destroyed by the 9th dragon, a dragon stronger than Mazelus. Kariel is out of luck, well. He clenched his fist, I really don't want to do this but. Sir, if this gets out, you will have to be a vegetarian for a whole month. Karsiel used a fatal blow. Long Long bowed and didn't seem to care, shouldn't he eat meat, so the attack was ineffective. Long Long comes, Buell, what did I say last time, she said, we can go out. As long as we don't get caught. Long Long smiled and said, that's a good idea, kid, I don't like being wet, but this time will be an exception. She smiled, thank you Nong Nong. Kariel didn't stop seeing the two of them so happy. Young master, your educational methods have failed. Long Long asked, why aren't you going? Buell begged. Ciel had to go with him. He had to accept. Sigh, I'm coming. Buell happily jumped around outdoors. Kia, the other two people saw the girl running so fast and were afraid that she would fall, so they worriedly called out, hey Buell, wait a minute. The little girl stepped on the rain and had so much fun. It was so much fun. Long Long beside him sighed and crossed his arms helplessly at the two of them. These kids were truly unrolled mats. Carrier next to him wondered, why am I here in the end? Long Long smiled cunningly, raised one of his flaming legs and told the other two, look here, that's how people know how to play. Karsier called out in fear, sir. Long Long used his flaming feet into the puddle, which immediately evaporated. Some of them shoot water everywhere. Karsier was scared and used his shield to cover Buell. Shield. Buell, inside Karsier's shield, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Long Long outside the porch was surprised to see Karsier using his shield again. Karsier worriedly told Long Long, sir, if you destroy the buildings around here, you will really be killed by the owner. When Long Long heard that, he panicked and flustered his hands and feet. Also, fortunately, he had you, but who do you think I am? I'm just treading water, not touching the ground. Buell on the side happily shouted, sir, Long Long is so cool. Long Long can only have one reason to comfort Karsier. Anyway, when Buell grows up. Buell innocently asked the two of them. She also imitated Long Long and raised her leg. Is that right, Long Long? Before she could stop her, she stomped her foot on the ground. The water nearby was immediately shaken and splashed onto surrounding buildings. Luckily, Karsier and Long Long set up shields in time to protect the girl. Long Long angrily turned around and blamed the girl. Buell, what are you thinking? Karsier is on Buell's side, aren't you the one playing tricks? The people in the nearby building wondered and looked outside. What was that? Did you hear it? She stood to the side and asked, did they do it? People nearby were all talking in fear. It wasn't a monster, there aren't any cracks around here. Long Long felt that this was not right and immediately called Karsier. Karsier replied, I am there. Long Long asked desperately, we are finished, right? Karsier replied firmly, yes. Long Long carried Buell and told her to run quickly. People around worriedly exclaimed, is there something down there? Just finished seeing it. It's not a crack. Someone call the police. And Lee Du-yoon, who was nearby, heard the noise and guessed what was going on. Well at least they're happy. Returning home, Buell and Karsier were punished to kneel together. Buell looked innocent and wished to be forgiven. Papa, Karsier on the side bowed his head sadly. Master. Long Long, who was being punished, raised his hands. Long Long's whole body was shaking from fatigue. Buell begged for Long Long. Long Long was in so much pain. Karsier also took full responsibility on his part. It was all my fault, Master. Yoon-hee next to him sighed and prayed for the three of them. I think they have no bad intentions. Dad, please forgive Long Long. Hearing Sol Yun-hee say that, he sighed and said, okay, put your hands down. When Long Long heard that, he breathed a sigh of relief and let go of his fatigue. Seeing that, Yun-hee worriedly ran to call Long Long. And hugged it and asked, I'm not planning to do anything bad, right? Long Long tearfully replied, yes. Seeing that, Buell and Carrier sweat dropped and looked at Long Long without saying anything. Yun-hee continued to friendly remind Long Long, next time don't be like that again. Tonight we will eat braised ribs, you have to work harder, you know. Those words made him feel that she was truly an angel descending to earth. Just then suddenly Yun-hee pinched Long Long's cheeks and smiled cruelly and said, "Dear Long Long, Buell is still young, she will learn all your tricks, and everyone knows how strong she is. If she uses her power carelessly, she won't be able to get along with everyone. What does Long Long plan to do to educate Buell? Every time Buell tries to use her power, you have to teach her how to control it. Next time it happens again, you guys should practice determining it." Only now did Long Long realize, Yun-hee, you are truly the master's daughter. After being beaten by your father, you became a child. This made him only cry inside. Realizing that Long Long was extremely sad, Carrier hesitantly approached and spoke up, "Sir, recently I learned something quite interesting online. Do you want to try some fortune-telling?" Hearing that, she turned her attention from Long Long to Carrier, interested in asking about fortune-telling. "Yes, I just watched it on YouTube the other day, just playing around in my free time. But you know how to tell rice fortunes, right? Ciel likes things like that. Everyone wants to know their future, right? Let's try it." Yun-hee happily agreed, "Okay." While she wasn't paying attention, Carrier poked Long Long's hand and signaled, "Take this opportunity, run now my lord." Long Long realized Carrier's intentions, so he winked and signaled back, "You are truly a loyal servant, Carrier." Suddenly Yun-hee said to him, "Ciel, you should try telling your father's fortune." Fortune-telling for its owner made it a bit confused, so it told it, "He doesn't need it, Master is the strongest in the world." But those words were immediately answered by Yun-hee. Dad often has to go to dangerous places, so a little look won't hurt anything. Seeing that Long Long was released by her, Buell quickly grabbed her head and cried sadly, "Long Long, don't die, but that's why it hurts even more." Then she gave a glass of rice to Carrier and placed it in front of Lee Do-jan, which made it shy. So he told him, "Master, you have to understand that there might be something bad, but we'll just watch it for fun. There's no need for much exposition." Hearing that, it immediately started divining. He poured out all the rice in the cup until it scattered everywhere, then focused on one point. Then he realized something terrible and his face looked surprised. Seeing Carrier's face like that, Yun-hee next to him worriedly asked, "Carrier, what's wrong? It's not bad, right?" Then he said in fear, "Master, fortune-telling is just fortune-telling. The fortune-teller says that there will be many threats from small to large looking for owners." After listening, Yun-hee was shocked and started asking again, "Are you saying danger is coming and happening continuously? What is going on?" Hasaki comforted her master, "Little master, I think you don't have to worry too much." Yun-hee still felt uneasy and continued to speak, "You said something bad would happen, how could I not be worried?" Hasaki confidently talks about Do-jun, because he is the master, he is the strongest sentry in the universe. Yun-hee knew about such a thing but was still a little worried and said, "Still worried?" Hasaki frankly told Yun-hee that every time something bad happens, small objects in the house will fall. "Don't you feel happy when the threats are over? The real owner is the strongest person in the world." Yun-hee knew that but was still worried. Even so, she didn't know what to do but worry. It was the 7th day at the Hunter Management Bureau, the research group for interns from wealthy families. Right now there is a group of people chatting loudly in the lobby. "How long are you going to wait here? Everyone is inside and we should go." He didn't want to go in right away but decided to wait and say, "Wait a little longer, someone hasn't arrived yet." The person in charge didn't know who to wait for but was a little confused. Who was it? He frankly didn't say his name but said implicitly, "The person I invited to the restaurant. It's not time yet, so wait a little longer." The person in charge did not want to wait any longer and angrily said, "These people don't care about the time." At this moment, Do-jun walked in, making him a bit surprised as he was about to ask, "Oh, Mr. Do-jun, what's wrong?" Before he could speak, a group of people rushed up to greet him. "Welcome Mr. Do-jun for stopping by." Looking at the ridiculous group of people made him sigh. He was shocked beyond belief and wondered, wait, isn't that the day of Planning Department Director Park Jong-ryul? Why did they welcome him? The person in charge finally knew who he was waiting for. "I knew right away that inviting him to pick us up was the right thing to do, but why did he intend to be so cruel? Hey, you should have told us in advance, right?" He didn't answer but just stood and watched. The person in charge still did not forgive and came forward to ask, "Seriously, we have to prepare from now on." Do-jun finally came up to greet them. "You guys came too early." The person in charge also immediately responded enthusiastically and instructed him, "Are you here? This way, sir." While giving directions, he babbles about everything. If you join us, the quality of information will be very high. It will also help your profile a lot. He couldn't bear it, but angrily clenched his fists, thinking, what the hell? Is what Dad said true? Is it really that person? After entering the room, the person in charge started standing up and saying continuously, wow, we are a big united family, aren't we? I also inform everyone here in advance, as the person in charge of the Hunter Management Bureau, you will probably see me often, so please remember to say hello to each other. He started to poke fun at Do-jun. Everyone must be very tired with the topic of his report, right? That's why today's discussion was organized so we can share all the information necessary for each other. You must have received some secret information through your personal mountain network, right? The person in charge, after a while of wandering around, pointed directly at Do-jun and said, and in today's meeting, it is an honor for us to have the presence of a very outstanding individual. Please listen to the topic he discussed. What are you researching? When people saw a stranger being praised, they suddenly started talking. Who is that guy? I can't help it, but if that pig advertises so fiercely, he's definitely not an ordinary person, so it's probably useful information. Yes, I think so too. He sat behind Do-jun and kept staring with murderous intent. Do-jun didn't want to listen anymore, so he slammed the table and stood up to speak. Before sharing, I was a little curious. Is everyone here allowed to plan projects with confidential information? Even though we are free to choose the topic for the report, from what I found out, we are only allowed to use information published from the administration's library. After speaking, he stood up and looked at everyone around. But everyone still looked down on us and laughed. What is it, Dad? You like to make a statement? Is he threatening us? You're still asking this question after coming here. The person in charge laughed mockingly and said to Do-jun, cackling, sorry for interrupting you. I don't know why you're so loud, but since you've stepped foot in here, don't talk nonsense like that. We didn't steal this information from anyone, or what you mean is I can't use what I have. Everyone is free to propose their own topics, but here everyone tries their best, find the most effective business strategy. There is no need for information. We are not breaking any laws. We are just a place where smart people gather to develop a worker management department. Just hunt better. Having finished speaking, he also stepped forward and warned Do-jun to his face, and hey, we don't need to know who is backing you, but you should reconsider how you talk to everyone here. Next time roll your tongue 7 times before speaking, Brad. He didn't expect the person in charge to be so strong-mouthed. This pig, even though he saw the planning director clearly talking, still dared. Because June was scolded, he intended to take revenge but then still restrained his strength, so that's it. This is a gathering place for outstanding people, so if I don't, you can say it casually, right? I get it, I don't think I'm suitable for this place. The person in charge continued to insult him. Well, this guy made the whole group unhappy. I don't know where this idiot came from. He turned to blame him again, saying you kept asking to drag him there. Where are you? The person next to him immediately responded and just left. He was angry and urgently requested to follow him quickly. He chased after Do-jun and called back while running. Wait, please wait a moment. I still have a few questions to ask, sorry. Seeing Do-jun still not care and leave made him impatient and angry, thinking, damn. He started saying what he knew to keep him. Room number 401 Chung-san Villa. The average real estate there must be about 300 million. He must be in a lot of debt, right? A level 9 civil servant with a salary of less than $200, living with 2 dogs. In particular, he is a single father with an adult daughter. These words hit Do-jun right on target. He successfully held Do-jun back and continued, when I saw the leader welcoming him, I knew he was not simple. When he was about to continue speaking, Do-jun grabbed his neck so tightly that he had no time to say anything. Do-jun's face was filled with murderous intent and he angrily asked, do you dare to secretly investigate me? Lee Do-jun strangled him and held him up high, angrily said, I have met countless people like this who only know how to pry into other people's private lives. His face was filled with murderous intent as he continued coldly, these guys always think they are superior to others, just waiting for the opportunity to trample on the weak. At the same time, outside, a woman and her entourage were surrounding someone. She said, you are a scary person. She had a sharp and scheming face, held the bloody book in her hand and said, I have to kill you here, goodbye. Then his followers wielding swords rushed forward to attack him. That person's face was dull and calm, not responding. Then the sound of fighting echoed throughout the mountain. Returning to where Lee Do-jun was giving him a lesson, he held Do-jun's hand and tremblingly said, I didn't mean it like that. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun just looked at him and remained silent without speaking. Only then did he let him go. He clutched his chest, panting and coughing without being able to breathe, almost suffocating to death. Then Lee Do-jun walked up and said, Now tell me. What do you want? He was scared, holding his neck and trembling. Then he regained his composure and then said, At first I was just curious, when I met him at the training site. But after researching, I found it a bit strange. Then he thought of the conversation between director Young Chul-jeong and his assistant. He replied that he had a close relationship with the director and members of the Behemoth Society and that he alone had handled the S-class rift. Class is the equivalent of a global crisis. I also wanted to find out more, but the director intervened, so that's all I know about Lee Do-jun. That's why I don't understand even more. With a person like you, and the relationships you have, you can completely become the most powerful person in the world if you want. The more I investigated, the more I didn't understand why he could wear that cheap suit day in and day out, revealing to everyone that the suit was bought by Yoon-hee as a gift for his father. Lee Do-jun heard that and asked, So are you investigating me just because you don't understand it? He added angrily, scrutinizing others just for such nonsense reasons. This isn't the first time you've done this, right? He explained in a panic, I just wanted to. I just want to be like you, really. Then he knelt down and bowed to him, begging him to accept me as his disciple. Lee Do-jun coldly replied, Why would I do that? He bowed his head and said tremblingly, Everyone recognized what he did, especially his ability. Then Lee Do-jun sighed, his murderous intent almost disappeared. He reduced all his power, it seemed safe, there was no danger anymore. Lee Do-jun said, It looks like he's still doing his job well. He smiled shyly and asked, Oh, did you hear that? He sighed dejectedly, looked away and said, Shouldn't I listen? He was sweating, his eyes wide open in confusion and said, I'm not like that. Before I knew you, I always thought that in order for no one to look down on me, the only way was to use money and power. He was worried, sweating and continued, I know I don't have the ability to run a corporation like my father. You've seen those people too. They are just a canvas, no one has real power. We were like pawns sent to the Hunter Management Bureau according to the family's wishes, just to appear valuable to the corporation. Then no matter how well we work, people do not recognize us, they only see the silhouette of our parents running the corporation. Lee Do-jun stroked his chin thinking. Then he said, So why don't you leave everything behind? Don't want to trade, have no talent, no effort, yet you also want to become something. Hearing that, he was filled with disappointment, his feet fell to the ground, helplessly holding on to Lee Do-jun, turned and walked away, saying, I'm still trying. Lee Do-jun replied loudly, Be satisfied with your current life, there are many people out there who want to live like you guys. Then he turned back to look at him and said, And this is also the last warning for you, this kind of investigation, I will consider this the last time you do it. He reached out his hand to hold on to him, shouting loudly, Please, wait a minute. Then a voice rang out, causing Lee Do-jun and him to turn around. What are you doing? A whole group of people appeared to stand up to protect him. They shouted loudly, Is that beggar bullying you? If your family finds out, it won't be enough. The other guy pointed at Lee Do-jun angrily and said, Hey, don't think that Do-hui is paying attention and show up to us. Then he helped him up and asked, Are you okay? Oh my god, you are a golden branch with jade leaves. Why do you have to face down on the floor like this? Then he angrily ordered Lee Do-jun. He pointed his finger and said, Team leader, you must report this guy to your superiors and fire him immediately. We will never have to see his face again. Because of the director's instructions, I have not re-educated you. Why did this happen? Oh my god. He gave it to Lee. Given Jun's special instructions, he continued to criticize. The director knew full well that this genetic team couldn't do the job and still stopped him. Then Lee Do-jun said, You said you want to stand on your own feet, right? So from now on, let's practice changing the smallest things. His eyes lit up, full of hope. He was surprised. Then Lee Do-jun threw down that directive and said, Who knows, maybe you'll get lucky. Then Lee Do-jun walks away and says, At least he lives in an era where the rulers aren't evil. Managers somewhere are sneezing, and anyone mentioning it will probably know it. Then his colleagues angrily said, How dare that guy ignore me? I will definitely report this to the Rift management team. But at that time he was extremely uncaring. What you pay attention to now. Lee Do-jun gave him a chance to show his determination. His colleagues still comforted him, saying that it was because of your bad luck that you encountered him. Take a look at this. This is the document of the intern who ranked first last time. If you have this, you will be the next one. Just follow. He saw that. He was confused. He was in between two thoughts. Should he accept it or follow Lee Do-jun and listen to what he said, changing from the smallest things? His hands trembled, a bunch of thoughts appeared in his head. Until the end, he still didn't accept himself. Is this an easier way? I live in a good era. But even so, people like this will never disappear. Then he bowed his head and silently said, "Thank you, senior." In the following days, everyone came to see the bulletin board, the list of winners in the creative freedom category. Those people disagreed, got angry and blamed. What is this? Why are all the rich kids winning awards? Doesn't make sense at all. Damn it, why don't we complain? Complain, you crazy person, you think people care about your complaint? Then a laugh rang out, ha ha, I'm in first place. He went to his place, put his arm around his shoulders and boasted, I don't think I'll come first, but who knows? He laughed loudly and praised himself, because he was so domineering, then turned to tease him, don't feel sorry for yourself. Then he said, oh well, have you heard the news? That guy who disrupted our meeting, he's been kicked out of the Rift management team. It seems like the Hunter Bureau put pressure on him to fire him. He deserved that braggart. In life, you must know who you are dealing with. Elsewhere, Sol Yun he was cleaning up, then suddenly the glass fell and broke. Carrier was startled and ran over, worriedly asking, little master, what's going on? She bent down to pick up the broken pieces of the glass and said, I have never dropped it like this. Then she sweated, had a bad premonition and said, perhaps, the danger Ciel said had already happened. Good day everyone, I am a reporter from JP Daily. The authorities have expanded their investigation after receiving internal complaints related to the recruitment process of the Worker Management Department, Hunt. Among them, Mr. Kim is a character who is being mentioned a lot. Mr. Kim's special treatment for a new intern has shocked many officials and employees of the department. The journalists who attacked Mr. Kim asked, who allowed him to do these things? His defenders tried to stop these journalists, while Mr. Kim was angry when he was exposed. Such a truth, he shouted loudly, what are you saying? Don't turn off the camera yet. He objected, raised his voice, I didn't understand what you guys were saying, but isn't this too much? You tabloids are only good at doing trash, don't be so unprofessional and try to defame others like that. His colleagues heard him justifying his mistake and shook their heads in frustration. He shouted again, just bring the evidence here to see where I did wrong. Then he angrily grabbed his shirt and threatened, what's wrong, you bastards? While the others tried to stop Mr. Kim from calming down, suddenly young Chol-jong appeared, complaining that there was too much chaos here. Then Mr. Kim angrily asked who it was, then he turned around and was startled, it was my boss. It seemed he moved his mouth a bit too far. Mr. Young Chol-jong said, I have personally investigated everything, and the evidence I have collected has also been handed over to the prosecutor to expand the investigation. Now, calm down, in your situation right now, silence is golden. Then he went up to the podium and said hello to everyone. I am Young Chol-jong, director of the Hunter Management Department. Recently, I have not been able to pay close attention to internal administration due to work problems related to the Central Area, and there have been some unsettled matters. Often happens. From now on I will try to limit actions that lack professional ethics, especially among interns involved in this incident. The journalists there were all amazed at his ability to interview and solve problems. They praised him for being so great. Then he continued, I will try to overcome the consequences by banning those people from doing jobs related to the management department. That fat guy wearing glasses walked away crying. Why did things turn out like this? Mr. Young Chol-jong continued to speak, and I pledge that everyone behind them will support these people, will also be punished to the end. Hearing that, the fat man was startled and exclaimed, ha! Then he saw Lee Do-jun. He shouted loudly, it's you, this mess is because of you, right? He replied, not really, I also didn't know that the director had prepared this in advance. He turned his head angrily and said, how dare you do this to us, you son of a bitch, don't think you can live in peace after this. The same goes for that bastard next to you, everything he did was witnessed by everyone. Du-hui walked over and scratched his ears, looking like he wasn't too scared and said, so aha, let's make more noise, no matter what this guy does wrong, he won't get caught like you. Then he took the opportunity to complain, plus, the pigs can also speak human language now huh. Lee Do-jun saw that and said, but wasn't your attitude different just now, you were also so calm. Du-hui waved his hand and blew his earwax, disregarding it and said, oh well, acting is a profession, here you are. Du Hui continued, I was just following the instructions of my superiors, because I knew the director wouldn't come here to announce the details of the incident, and in fact I didn't care if those trashes were arrested or not. Lee Do-jun heard that. He replied, I understand, and the fat guy lowered his head and cursed angrily, you bastards, you guys don't take my words seriously, right? He angrily said, you guys just prepare gradually, I will definitely send you to hell. He continued, your family is not peaceful either. Then he screamed loudly, a fist flew into his face, the glasses on his face broke into pieces and he was in pain. It was Moon-ae Kyung. She angrily asked, how dare you touch someone else's family? The colleagues around didn't have time to stop her. They intervened, you shouldn't do that. Then there were people, surprised, that hunter Moon-ae Kyung, she's the one who beat up that fat guy who likes structure. Then she angrily clenched her fists and said, what are you guys doing? Take this pig away quickly. The reporters around were in an uproar again. Wow, the behemoths personally came out to handle this. Hunter Moon-ae Kyung, and the behemoths too. The guards had to try their best to stop them. Again, please step back. Du Hui smiled cunningly, placing 2 fingerprints on it, conjecturing, perhaps there was another furnace incident. Lee Do-jun closed his eyes and seemed bored, sighing and thinking, why are there so many troubles today? What a noisy day. Ryu Jun-yeol walked over at the same time and laughed happily. Ha ha, so funny. That anti-anger is scary. Listen, that pig is done. Du Hui turned around to see him startled and said, those people. It was Ryu Jun-yeol and Lee Kang-yun. They were talking. Lee Kang-yun told him, stop talking nonsense. Yun-yeol, he replied with a sarcastic tone, it's okay. Du Hui suddenly thought, this is Lee Gang-yun and Ryu Jun-yeol. A behemoth also came here. On the other side, Moon-ae Kyung is angry, murderous intent written all over her body. Try saying it again. Jun-yeol was scared when he saw that. By the way, I mean it's not the ant, it's the ant. Moon-ae Kyung continued to stomp her foot on the back of the fat guy who had just angrily said, hey, you're threatening someone else's family, you're not done yet. The guard said helplessly, please stop, when then Jun-yeol breathed a sigh of relief and said, luckily she didn't pay attention to him. Then Jun-yeol turned to whisper to Lee Do-jun, Mr. Do-jun, I think you should take some time to thank that ant over there. Du Hui nearby also thought in surprise, Ryu Jun-yeol respected him, is he like that? At that time, Moon-ae Kyung was still beating that fat guy. She was angry and beat the fat guy while shouting loudly, scum like that would definitely cause a lot of trouble for the bureau's office, but the fat guy just knows how to cry, tears and nose running, hands helplessly reaching out to defend weakly. Ryu Jun-yeol pointed at Lee Kang-yun and said, fortunately with that ant, all the troubles were prevented. Lee Kang-yun also agreed and nodded and said, this kid is right. Then Ryu Jun-yeol sighed and boasted that, besides, SG Group is also very strong. Lee Do-jun listened but coldly said nothing. At that time, he corrected his hometown by telling Lee Do-jun, damn, I speak a bit too naturally, don't you mean for me to monologue? At the same time Moon-ae Kyung walked over to them. She let out a scream that made Lee Do-jun and Ryu Jun-yeol pay attention to her. Moon-ae Kyung looked cute and friendly and said, sorry, there's no trouble. Lee Do-jun friendly walked over and replied, thanks to you everything went smoothly, I have no comments, thank you everyone for your help. Moon-ae Kyung smiled friendly and happily replied, no nothing. Ryu Jun-yeol nudged Lee Kang-yun's shoulder, smiling and sarcastically saying, wow, the fiery love of aunties is really scary, this kind of thing will soon have many children and grandchildren. Lee Kang-yun at that time he was also thumbs up in agreement. When Moon-ae Kyung heard that, she got angry and taught those 2 guys a lesson. Du Hui was right there feeling sorry for them and said, wow, it must have been really painful. Then Lee Kang-yun said, ah, sir. Well, A Kyung also handled everything smoothly, no one will know everything thoroughly, so what do you think if you go out to eat with her? Moon-ae Kyung heard that and shyly said, President. Lee Do-jun heard that and replied, so won't you come with us, worker Gang-yun? He smiled and said, A Kyung took care of everything, how dare I show my face, I think you two look beautiful together. At that time Moon-ae Kyung tried to stop him, hoping Lee Kang-yun would stay quiet, the president begs you. Then Lee Do-jun said, that's fine, tonight, Hunter A Kyung, she replied in surprise, why, of course it's fine. Lee Do-jun smiled friendly and said, let's see you tonight. She looked at him shyly without speaking. At that time, Lee Kang-yun went to check on Jun-yeol's condition and asked him to wake up. Then Lee Kang-yun said, I'm just joking, but it seems like A Kyung really likes him. Ryu Jun-yeol replied, obviously, didn't she introduce him to her? Lee Kang-yun looked at the 2 of them and smiled and replied, well I think so too, you made the right choice, A Kyung. At that time, Kyung was laughing and talking happily with Lee Do-jun. Ryu Jun-yeol said, "You talk as if they are almost there." Lee Kang-yoon replied, "So how long are you going to keep flirting?" He replied angrily, "I will die for you to see." He replied, "Okay, I'll go first." He said shyly, "No, you deal with the reporters first, I'll die of embarrassment first." Then, Lee Do-jun was shy and confused and said, "Hunter A-kyung, you're the one who helped me and yet you invited me to eat like this." Moon A-kyung patted her chest and confidently replied, "It's okay." At this time, she was well-groomed, wearing a beautiful and gorgeous dress, smiling and saying to him, "You've helped us a lot already, it's only right to invite him for a meal." In a large, majestic building, they were busy preparing to speak. Miss A-kyung was waiting. "Get everything ready. Has anyone called to inform the president yet?" The chef said, "Are you crazy? Why do I have to call him? That will only make the lady feel uncomfortable. Our lady finally brought her boyfriend home, for the first time. So we're going to give these two the most wonderful day." Every kitchen assistant looked at him and nodded energetically saying, "Yes, chef." He ordered, "Once the dishes are done, bring them up to serve, otherwise I will prepare the dishes myself." Everyone replied, "Yes, obey the chef's orders." The chef thought with enthusiasm, "You should just trust me, I won't let you down today." Then he prepared the dishes for the two of them, and here came the appetizers. "This dish is made from..." Before she could finish speaking, Moon A-kyung was surprised and didn't understand what happened and asked, "Why did Uncle Gil-dong personally serve today?" Lee Do-jun saw that and thought, "Is this her acquaintance?" She told Uncle Gil-dong, "If the chef comes here to serve like this, then who will take care of cooking for the other guests?" He replied, "I mean, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like you misunderstood. I made these dishes, and as a chef, introducing the dishes to you is the right thing to do." He put down the glass of wine for Lee Do-jun and happily said, "It's a pleasure to serve you, there's no problem with me recommending the dish." He smiled and nodded and replied, "Okay." Moon A-kyung also continued, "Say, Mr. Gil-dong, you can also introduce the menu to him." Gil-dong then brought the plate of food to the table and said, "So before introducing this dish," he said with sparkling eyes, full of pride, "Our Lady A-kyung is very beautiful." She was surprised and shyly exclaimed, "Eh?" Lee Do-jun doesn't understand what's going on. Then he continued to promote his lady Moon A-kyung, and she was not only beautiful, she also possessed great administrative ability. When Lady A-kyung started running this place, just in one short year in which she drove profits up 700%. The business room that the young lady was living in was also paid monthly with the money she earned herself, while she could have lived there for the rest of her life without spending a dime. But of course the young lady not only possesses business ability, she remembers everyone's name, even the youngest employee, and if any employee is having difficulty in life, the young lady will also handle everything by ensuring social welfare for everyone. Then he smiled happily and said, "When the sous chef's mother had cancer, you supported all the surgery costs." Moon A-kyung shyly raised her hands to protest, hoping he would stop, again. Then he boasted to his young lady, continuing that she also awarded 2 scholarships to the company's youngest employee to ensure his education. Not only that, but also, the young lady small. Before he could finish speaking, Moon A-kyung covered his mouth. She was embarrassed and begged him, "Please, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, please wait a moment." Lee Do-jun replied with a cold face, "I'm fine, but..." The chef didn't seem to be doing very well. It seemed like she covered his mouth and blocked his breathing tube. He fainted. She suddenly helped him speak, "Hey, Uncle Gil-dong." She was confused and carried him away, frantically saying, "Wake up quickly, uncle." Lee Do-jun was startled and exclaimed, "Ha!" That was the boy sitting at another table eating. He had just been warned by Lee Do-jun for bullying others. He saw him startled and panicked and said, "Ah bro." He walked over to say hello. Lee Do-jun asked, "Why are you here?" He laughed and replied, "I'm a regular customer here, sometimes I come here to dine." Lee Do-jun said, "I don't mean it like that, it's not like you're with your group of friends." He smiled awkwardly without saying anything. He raised his hand to the back of his head and said in confusion, "About that." Then he told the story. This is what happened. When he bowed his head to thank Lee Do-jun, then the others told him that if he had this document, getting to the top would be as easy as candy. Suddenly he returned the documents, bowed his head and apologized. "I can't do that." He suddenly said, "Oh wait, you will have a chance to get promoted if you follow my instructions, otherwise it's okay, your reputation is going nowhere." He bowed his head and replied, "I know what I'm doing is a bit crazy but..." Then he scratched his head and smiled and said to Lee Do-jun, "Honestly, I don't understand why he rejected them at that time, even though it was a good decision in the end." It's not like I believed I would be successful in the business world like my father, so I did that. I'm still a bit confused now. But I did the best I could to make that decision, so I won't regret it. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun nodded in agreement and happily said, "Okay, just live your life to the fullest." Then the two of them smiled happily at each other. At that time Moon A-kyung also came. She saw the two of them eating and laughing happily, thinking, from Uncle Gil-dong to this stranger, today is not my day. She sighed sadly and turned away thinking in disappointment, well, today is also the first day I dress up. Over there, Long Long was depressed, his arms and legs were sluggish and he couldn't speak. That's it. We won't eat anything else but grass, which means green vegetables, everyone, until master comes home. Hearing that, Sol Yun-hee immediately put out the fire and said, you don't remember how much money we spent on meat this month, so we don't have much meat left. Long Long attacked with a logical argument, saying, don't we still have sausages at home? Seeing this, Sol Yun-hee replied, we don't have much left, I just ate the whole package in one go. Isn't that right? The strong argument is there but it's not effective at all. Then Carrier also said, and master didn't say anything after the young master broke the glass yesterday, so the danger must have passed. Why don't we celebrate that and let Lord Long Long let's eat some sausage? He jumped up happily and said, party, that's right, there must be a party to celebrate. Sol Yun-hee leaned on her hands and sighed and said, we will only hold the party when Dad comes home. What do you guys think about us eating alone? Little Buell said, I also want to organize a party for Dad. Dad is number of pimples. Long Long angrily said, it's not fair at all. I hate Yun-hee very much. Repeat, Long Long ate 80% of the meat that Yun-hee bought. Sol Yun-hee called, Long Long, let's go eat. She went into the room and slammed the door and said, no. Buell asked, Nong Nong was angry. Carrier sighed and said, he's not angry, he was just teasing. Buell, that's for sure, he's the Lord of the Dragons. That night, Long Long opened the refrigerator to look for food. He cried while eating the sausage, knowing that I should go out and finish dinner. I'll starve to death, it's so messy, it's so delicious. I'll be in big trouble if Yun-hee catches me red-handed. But it doesn't matter, as long as this guy doesn't get caught. Then suddenly the cup and saucer fell down. Long Long was startled, what the hell? At that time, Sol Yun-hee was sleeping and suddenly woke up. Is there something wrong? Are Buell, Ciel, Long Long, you guys okay? Carrier held Buell in his arms and asked, little master, are you okay? Then she looked around and said, luckily, Ciel was there to take care of Buell, but where was Long Long? Long Long came in with a sausage in his mouth and said, it's me. Sol Yun-hee smiled a scary smile, her face starting to heat up. She crossed her arms angrily, filled with murderous intent and said, it seems that Long Long is still very safe. Little Long Long trembled, it seemed like he was about to do business. Sol Yun-hee said, and it also seems like we won't need to eat meat in the near future, right? Long Long trembled for help, please Yun-hee. She kicked Long Long out of the house. He was angry, crying and said, I don't care who the bastard you are, but I will definitely kill you. Then an announcement rang out, this is an emergency evacuation order. Repeat, this is an emergency evacuation order. Sol Yun-hee nervously called Long Long's name. Carrier said in fear, don't say, this little master. Then the system announced, a crack of unknown rating suddenly appeared in the middle of the city. People needed to evacuate immediately to ensure safety. Carrier panicked and guessed, do you think it was that thing? Then the announcement became more and more urgent, repeating, a crack of unknown rating suddenly appeared in the middle of the city. People needed to evacuate immediately to ensure safety. Is that the danger mentioned in the fortune-telling? Two gods representing the two spiritual energies of heaven and earth sat facing each other, talking to each other. The man said that the invasion of Earth seemed to have stopped. He further explained that, because no matter how the dimensions are affected, the hourglass never stops flowing. Furthermore, the Soul Stone was also destroyed. You said, so does that mean the invaders have all lost their lives? You said, that's absurd. Both Malina and Aduntas are people that even the top adventurers who can get past the central area can't touch. The god raised his hands and said, this is not something that a newbie who hasn't even completed the tutorial phase can do. Could it be that the super rookie who's been making headlines lately is the one who took their lives? If so, it seems a bit troublesome. After the invasion process is completed, I have planned to bring a few more chickens into the tutorial area so they can become my subordinates. He looked down and said, but who would have thought that the process of erosion could be stopped like that, right? On the side of the fire god Hydarian said, what do you think is so serious? The other person looked at the fire god in a puzzled way. Fire Lord Hydarian said that if we can't continue the invasion then we just need to take the next step. The other person asked again, is it true that you and I are the only ones who can come out directly, but I wonder that even if the adventurers are weaker than us, it's still impossible, subjective after the loss of life of Malina and Aduntis. Fire Lord Hydarian said boredly, what a coward, have you forgotten who I am? The fire is born from the hottest place in the three worlds, the true owner of the red stone sea face is Fire Lord Hydarian. Fire Lord Hydarian stood up and added, if Malina and Aduntis have lost their lives, then I will personally go and restart the invasion process again. The other person thought, didn't he consider the situation before acting or what, this stupid brainless thing again? Fire Lord Hydarian paused, but remember this. Everything is summoned to the earth-eroded skin guide area, it's mine after these contributions. The other god advised that, after all, he has never disappointed me. He told himself, but no matter what, if he fails, I'll have more information. And even if he succeeds, I will take everything away from him. He smiled sarcastically and said, I will definitely eat my stupid torch deliciously. The system notifies the people, this is an emergency evacuation order, a slot of unknown rating has suddenly appeared in the middle of our city, people need to evacuate immediately to ensure safety. Li Du-jun sighed and said, but it seems like this event is a bit noisy, isn't it? But it seems like this event is too troublesome, so let's clean up quickly and go home, he said with a sigh, today I keep seeing nothing but problems. Fire Lord Hydarian mumbled from above, he didn't even pay attention to me, this human also craves the smell of earth, no human being dares to have such an attitude towards me. Fire Lord Hydarian said with a bright smile, but fortunately for you, because today is the first day of my domination of the earth, you will have the honor of being the first human to become a slave to this great Fire Lord Hydarian. He looked up and smiled happily and said, you are very lucky, I really want to know how I will feel when I see this world that you have lived in for so long being destroyed by me, it will be fun, right? Li Du-jun said, you always talk like this. Fire Lord Hydarian rubbed his chin and said, let me see, he said, you are quite tough, I was thinking it would be interesting to raise a creature that can resist like you. But I still have to train you to follow the rules. Fire Lord Hydarian was hit hard, making Long Long nearby startled. Li Du-jun worriedly called Long Long's name, little Long Long angrily scolded him, go away from this pig. Long Long shouted loudly, daring like that, but still didn't know what to do and let him destroy you. Li Du-jun wondered if it didn't see him or something. Long Long pulled him up high and scolded him, if you come to someone else's house, you should be polite, or else you'll have an attitude like yours. Do you know that this place is where people fight a lot because the neighbors are too noisy, yet you dare to have an attitude like this? Fire Lord Hydarian shouted at this short, overbearing man, how dare you treat me like that, let me go quickly. Long Long angrily asked again, who do you say is this short, bossy bastard? Long Long, from his cute little appearance to a real big dragon, said, you're so good at fighting, so come follow me quickly. Seeing the true identity of Dragon Fire King Hydarian was angry and stammered, you are a great man. Why are you here? I thought you had disappeared somewhere. Long Long angrily replied, why did you pull back the entire hose like this? He bowed his head and spoke, Fire Lord Hydarian asked to see his lord. Long Long scolded him, God damn you damn monkey, my name is Long Long. Fire Lord Hydarian stammered, I understand, I will return immediately, Honorable Mr. Long Long. Long Long gave a mysterious smile and asked, do you really want to go back? If you want to go back, I have to let you go, right? Let me go quickly. Fire Lord Hydarian let out an incomprehensible sound. Before he could understand the situation, he was hit by Long Long and flew far away. Fire Lord Hydarian shouted loudly. Long Long waved his hands and said, these pests keep talking about destroying the world all day long. But after this incident, I'm sure I'll be banned from eating meat. Long Long said in the fire, just thinking about it makes me boil, just because of you, I was caught red-handed, and I also used up all my savings. Li Du-jun looked at the situation and wondered if everything was okay. Long Long put on a pitiful face and muttered, if I had money, I would only need 5,000 won. When he got home, he gave Long Long money, lots of 5,000 won bills. He gave the money and said, this is for you. Long Long was startled and asked again, what's wrong, are you really giving me money? Li Du-jun narrowed his eyes and asked again, do you no longer need it? That's it. He put the money in his pocket. Long Long was startled and quickly took the bills and replied, of course not. Li Du-jun said, I also told Yoon Hee. Long Long was surprised and asked again, what did you say to her? Lee Do-jun said, I told her clearly about the ban on eating meat with you. Long Long tearfully called out to Lee Do-jun, Master, Lee Do-jun said with a solemn face, go away. Looking at the other members who were sleeping, Long Long narrowed his eyes and said, I love you very much, Master, Lee Do-jun said with a black face, I told you to go away. Little girl Buell ran to call Mama. Buell asked if I could help. Sol Yun he looked, then Buell added, Buell nothing, I just need more votes to be a good girl. Sol Yun he replied, so what, now she doesn't need Buell or any help. Buell tearfully said, no, Buell had to get more votes, good boy. Sol Yun he looked at Buell who was about to cry and was flustered. She said, okay, our family just ran out of flippers, please go out and buy them for me, is that okay or not? Hearing that, the girl immediately smiled and replied yes. Buell went out and said loudly, Nong Nong, let's go. Long Long, who was lying down playing, heard that and replied, if you call me the super handsome King Long Long, maybe I will consider going with you. Looking at the owner behind him who was black-faced and angry, Long Long sat up and said, I was just joking. The little thing next to me spoke up and said, I will also go with everyone. The girl cried out that Ciel couldn't go anywhere. When the little thing heard that, he was surprised and asked, what's wrong? The girl said, no matter what, you can't go and I will definitely be back soon. Carrier heard that and asked the owner if I had done something wrong. Lee Do-jun replied that I can't accept it, I don't know. The girl went out and saw Long Long standing with the children. Long Long watched them play the game helplessly. In the news announcement games, you have won so many amazing victories, will you be the destroyer of this jail photo game? The other boy exclaimed excitedly, yes. The girl next to me said, please buy me some snacks to eat and I can buy anything, but I told her that the things that cost 100 only cost 1 cent. Little Buell walked over and patted Long Long's head. Long Long said, if a coin is worth 100, then the person will be 10 times more valuable. Buell said with a black face, let's go, Nong Nong. Little Buell pulled Long Long away and kept saying, we have to go. Long Long struggled and said, no way, I must play this, maybe if I get lucky I will buy 100 packs of chips. Bim, are you kidding? Long Long added, I will definitely buy Buell a lot of food, actually, Buell also likes snacks very much. Long Long said, so Buell should go alone first. Long Long didn't know that his words made her angry. Buell angrily pouted and said, whatever this stupid Nong Nong. Long Long and the children were happy and had won again. At the convenience store, little Buell went in. The kid sighed. The salesman inside asked, why are you sighing, kid, what do you need? The little girl started telling me how much spinach I had. Looking at the candy flowers, little Buell asked, Grandma, how much does that cost? She smiled and replied, this is not for sale, little one. This is our store's first prize. Little Buell raised her hand and said, I will play too. She said, you're so cute, so I'll let you play once for free. Little Buell smiled happily and said, thank you very much, you said you were very good, let me see what gift my cute girl will get. Open the ballot and inside is the final result. Little Buell asked in surprise, what's here, did I win any prize? She said, of course you are very lucky today, you won exactly what you wanted. She hid the results sheet behind her hand when she saw little Buell's bright smile and said, here you go. The little girl raised her hand to take the gift and said, thank you very much. The little girl held the gift and called out, Nong Nong, let's go home. She called out, little girl, you don't need to buy spinach anymore or something. At Long Long's place, he was lost. Little Buell happily came over and said, hey, what do you see? Long Long turned back and asked, did you pick that? I definitely won't cry. Little girl Buell asked, has Nong Nong lost everything? The girl bragged that she only played once a month and got this, thinking that Nong Nong was very smart, but it turned out that Nong Nong was that stupid. The words were like an arrow stuck in Long Long's heart. Long Long cried and flew up. The girl below called after Nong Nong, where are you going? Little girl Buell looked at her bouquet of flowers and said a few words, our Nong Nong is such a child. After that, June decided to punish Long Long for the crime of letting Buell go home alone. Long Long turned black and said, that girl just wait there. Long Long knew for sure that he would definitely die with his master, but right now, the boy's self-respect was the top priority. Long Long ran to another place and called out Hakase. Hakase was startled and turned around to scold him, your father has cultivated the habit of not being angry with life, but who the hell dares to call my name in such an empty name? Long Long rushed straight forward. Hakase looked and said, what is that? That head looks familiar, I have seen this orange bald head somewhere before. Long Long rushed over and beat and scolded me. I'm not bald, but you dare to judge my bald head, you brat. A landslide occurred. Hakase quickly ran away. Long Long screamed, come back here quickly. Hakase's face was swollen and he replied, yes, it's me. Hakase bowed his face to the ground. Long Long ordered, get up quickly. He replied, I'm sorry sir. This 5-day servant would like to pay his respects again. Long Long crossed his arms and said, okay, I would have beaten you to a pulp like always, but I'll let it go if you can do this for me. Hearing that, Hakase happily asked again, sir, is this asking me a favor? This has never happened, he has never asked me for anything. Long Long's face darkened and said, ah, you haven't been beaten in thousands of years, so now you're asking too much. He stammered and replied, that's not the case, that's not what I meant sir, by the way, I was just so surprised. Long Long said, forget it, do you know what this is? Hakase looked at it and said, aren't these the rock, paper, scissors game machines that often appear in front of grocery stores? Long Long said with a black face, so you know about it. He replied, what's wrong? I saw it in front of the house once. Long Long blamed him. I remembered that I had forbidden him from getting out of the line, but you met everyone and went out there, right? He was speechless when he heard that. Oh, that's it. Anyway, you need me to make a machine like that, is it correct or not? Long Long said, if you can finish it in 5 minutes, not just 1 minute, then I will definitely forgive you for daring to go out and loiter, but if you do it too long, you will be punished. Just practice determining. Hakase answered with tears in his eyes, it's done, here you are. Long Long looked at that machine and shouted, I don't need it. But I'm just kidding, this idiot, I have to practice new skills so I can take it away. Long Long went to the machine and said, you're lucky that you didn't get beaten up today. Hakase looked at the machine and thought, but that game machine gives random results, so it doesn't matter whether you practice or not every day. Long Long went to play the game machine. The machine sounded like I had won again. Long Long shouted, what did you say? The game machine answered, you're playing so poorly. Long Long angrily shouted, then smashed the machine. Before it broke down, the machine even said you were a chicken. Long Long ordered Hakase to make me another machine quickly. Hakase replied, yes sir. A few days later. Long Long's eyes had dark circles, confidently going to take revenge. Little Long Long held out the coin and said, now he is a master of rock, paper, scissors. But when I looked at the old place, the rock, paper, scissors machine had been taken away. Long Long was confused and asked, Grandma, where is the game machine out here? She replied, is that it? I don't know exactly, but that seems to be illegal. Yesterday the guys on the ward came down and took it away. This news was like a lightning strike to Long Long. How could the boy scream? Long Long couldn't believe it. The boy said, I've been practicing like crazy for the past few days. If I go home now, I'll lose all my money, and will be beaten by the master several times. People who get sick always die. Return to the apartment. Carrier mumbled to himself, these days have been strange, maybe because I've been thinking too much. But it was as if everyone was hiding from me to go out alone. Behind Carrier's back were Long Long and little girl Buell had returned. Carrier spoke up, Buell, sir, you two are going out alone again. Let me go with you. Buell shouted, we've already left. Then the two people ran away. Seeing those two people running away from him like that, Carrier sobbed and said, but I really want to go out too. Little Carrier is hurt thinking about the images of the past. If this keeps up it will become a habit. Miss Buell and Master Long Long deliberately left me out, but I didn't do anything wrong, or should I go ask the master for his opinion? But Carrier realized that if it didn't work like this, it would be a big deal. What should I do? It's so annoying, but if I tell the owner, he will definitely punish the two of them. I'm really falling into despair. The kid screamed, his head hurt. What should he do to make peace with them? Little Carrier suddenly thought, well, how about making something that both of them like? That's right, both of them really like to eat meat, so we have to make a big meat meal to treat the two of them. Little Carrier thought about how the two of them, Lord Long Long and little girl Buell, would praise him a lot. Little Carrier wondered, he didn't know if it would work or not, but at least I had a direction. I had to go gather the ingredients myself. Let's prepare our world-beating kimchi soup. Little Carrier went to the farmer's market. Everyone looked at Carrier and asked, Dog, this dog is really funny. Carrier didn't care but was just determined to go buy ingredients. The kid went to the vegetable stall and said to the seller, give me 1 kilo of tomatoes with these 2 ounces Other people looked at this in disgust. Oh my gosh, dogs can speak human language these days. The person next to them replied, it's nothing special. This is the first time he's seen a dog speak human language. That's it. The other person said it again. Where can I find a dog that can talk like that? Who is this guy talking to? The other person pointed to the front and said, oh my god, you don't know the name of this market, and there's another one that's red and can speak human language, and it's over there. Little Carrier heard a red dog that could speak human language and looked suspiciously in the other direction. Over there, the girl and Mr. Long Long were indeed holding their bags to run away. The other person also advised him that there are so many people in this area. Please keep up with the times, Mr. Kim. Little Carrier was surprised to realize that it was the girl and Lord Long Long. Long Long held the bag and said to Little Buell, it's covering my whole face. What did you buy so much? I was so angry. The little girl said, Nong Nong, being dirty is very mean. We buy for a reason. Long Long angrily said, it's all your fault. Little Buell said, Nong Nong is such a child. The kid called out, wait a minute, Master Long Long, let me hold it for you. When Lord Long Long heard that, he was surprised. Little Carrier ran after him and shouted, just let me help everyone. Lord Long Long and Little Buell were both frightened when they saw it. They simultaneously wondered why this kid was here. Lord Long Long gritted his teeth and said, it's true. Don't you know you have to pretend not to see us in a situation like this? Buell kid, let's go. Little Miss Buell replied aha, while Little Carrier stammered in surprise, sir. Little Carrier said to himself sadly, so I've really been left out. Then they won't want to eat the kimchi soup that I'll cook anymore. But why do they hate me so much? Carrier carried many bags and returned to the apartment. She muttered, I'm home. The kid raised his hand to open the door but was surprised to wonder why the door was locked. The kid sat down and screamed. Lord Long Long stuck his head out from inside and said, hey, the door is here now. Little Carrier is calling for you, sir. Long Long said that he would call, and the door wouldn't open, so he had to know the way to go another way. This idiot is really... Two people, one person outside, one person inside. Just hold the door tightly. One person wants to go in. One person doesn't want the other person to come in. Little Carrier screams, boss, why do you treat a petty person like that? So, this kid has done nothing wrong to be spurned like this by you, huh? I have been your loyal servant my entire life. Little Carrier added angrily, this petty man did everything to serve you, yet you treat me like this. Long Long had difficulty saying stop. Hey, I said stop. Little Carrier screamed angrily, where did the poor man go wrong? In the end, the door was really broken. Long Long hugged the door and lay there struggling, and Carrier was sitting next to two shopping bags crying on one side. Lord Long Long turned to remind him, hey, this girl, I told you to stop, what are you doing? The kid was still crying and said, sir, I'm sorry, I'm so emotional, that's why I'm like this. It's not good, I'm already hated, I broke the door, now even the owner will hate me too. A person outside came out and asked, oh my god, what's wrong with the door, where has Long Long gone? The kid held his head and said, little master, the door is broken. Looking back, her sister had a birthday hat on her head. Little Carrier wondered, what was going on? She asked this Carrier kid, when did you come back, are you okay? Master Long Long on one side complained that I was about to lose my life. Yun-hee kicked Long Long away and told her to go away. She turned to ask Carrier, where is your pain? The kid is always excited to call little master. Yun-hee saw the expression of the little thing in front of her eyes and asked, what's wrong with you? Little Carrier asked my sister, what is this? What are you guys doing inside? Inside is a banquet table, on which there is also the name of Carrier's child with the words love. Yun-hee explained that it was because she had worked so hard and tried so hard for so long, and she also always reminded me that our house was lacking something else, and also because Long Long always took money to spend, my chores too. When Long Long heard that, he was startled. Lee Do-jun walked over and put the hat on the kid's head. He said, that's why the whole family wanted to throw you a surprise party, but you came back earlier than everyone expected, so Long Long did that. The little boy sobbed and said, I don't know. Everyone went to hug the child. Little girl Buell came out of the house and called out Carrier's name. Little Buell gave Little Carrier the bag of candy flowers that she won at the store the other day. She said, here, I always love and appreciate you very much. Little Carrier trembled and reached out to receive her bouquet of candy flowers. Little Carrier cried and said, I thank everyone so much. Lord Long Long came over and said, this guy told me to pretend not to see us, but I, Kui Long, am not the low-class type that would boycott others like that. Bodhisattva's compassionate heart, even the gods up there are far inferior to mine. Lord Long Long added, "From now on don't think like that anymore." Looking at the 2 bags of stuff, the boy asked, "Hey, what is this? Hey, what is this?" Long Long added, "Don't tell me this is meat. It's better to let Lord Dragon Emperor himself, as benevolent as a parent, prepare a dish for his subordinates." Everyone exclaimed, "No way, we can't eat his cooking." Hearing that, Long Long pouted and said, "That's it, why should I be so emotional?" The sister explained that, "Well, it's not that we hate the food that the cute Long Long cooked, but because we prepared too much food today, so let's save it for next time, okay or not?" When Master Long Long heard that, he excitedly said, "Then tomorrow, let's prepare a meat meal to congratulate this carrier kid, Master." He shook his head and said, "Stop it." Long Long heard that and said, "Why is that? Today is the opportunity for us to have a good time." "That's only right," Li Du-jun asked, "Where did you learn that sentence?" He added, "Then I'll leave the credit card tomorrow. Guys, let's go out tomorrow and find something delicious to eat, okay? Tomorrow I have to go to the 2nd floor of the astral world." In the middle of the 2nd floor, the people there scolded Li Du-jun, saying that that bastard has stirred up every corner of the 1st floor. "It's really unbelievable." Looking at Li Du-jun's picture in the illusion, he added, "It's been a while since such an interesting person appeared." But once he arrived here, the 2nd level of the astral world, he said, "I will definitely let him go visit the King of Hell immediately." Carrier petulantly asked, Master, is it too much of a bother to let this little person follow you like this?" Li Du-jun replied, No. Holding the laptop, he wondered why he suddenly thought like that. Carrier awkwardly replied, "Well, the little guy came to help, but it didn't seem to be very useful, because the owner is the strongest on this server." As he spoke, little Carrier showed an innocent expression with both hands poking around, looking super cute, looking like this who can be angry. Du-jun held the tablet in his hand and bent down to talk to Carrier, wanting to help me. Carrier explained, "Because of the party yesterday. Yesterday was the day the super cute Carrier lay obediently in Sol Yunhee's arms." Carrier continued, somewhat reproachfully, saying he wouldn't be able to go out to eat with everyone, "But, little man, I'd rather have everyone go out to eat together. I've never experienced that cozy feeling when the Dragon Clan eats together before." Carrier thought to himself, not daring to say it out loud. His previous personality was a bit hard to say. So the poor person wants to help, so that the owner can come home soon to have a meal with everyone. Faced with these caring and sincere words from the cute baby, Li Du-jun patted the baby's head, praising, "So thoughtful. It seems like today we will be able to leave early because Carciel is helping us." He added that we will have many assistants with us. Carrier looked around but didn't see anything. He was confused, wondering where he was, then asked Du-jun, but he couldn't see anyone. Li Du-jun smiled and replied, "Well, we will meet them soon." Looking down from a distance in a large tree branch, there are 2 tiny figures standing in the canopy. One of them laments, "It's broken." The guy with the freckled face asked, "What do you mean?" The guy with the long brown hair replied, "It seems like we've been discovered." The guy with the freckled face didn't think so, saying, "What, are you kidding me? How could anyone have discovered us from so far away? Could it be a high-ranking ranker of the inner world? Surely not." That's right, it turns out the brown-haired guy just said that because he saw Carrier and Li Du-jun. The brown-haired guy holding the binoculars looked worried, on high alert, thinking to himself, "Why would a monster like that come to our village at a time like this?" He said to the freckled-faced guy, "Hey, quickly run back and tell the villagers that there is a very dangerous person here." The guy with the freckled face was startled and jumped. What about you?" The brown-haired guy holding the binoculars saw that this guy was so stubborn and got angry and said, "I'll try to stop him, just go back to the village and report." Bayong left. That freckled face guy was still very playful, as if irritating my friend, and kept asking, "But I still didn't know why he was here." The other guy saw that the enemy was beating him to the butt, and his friend kept asking so many questions that he became extremely angry and shouted, wondering so much, would he hurry up? The freckled-faced friend quickly ran away. Hearing that, only left alone, the guy wearing binoculars thought, "Of course he came here because of Yggdrasil." Suddenly the guy with freckles turned around and said, "Let me stop him. You go tell the villagers." The guy wearing binoculars saw, so I was so angry. "What the hell? I told you to go back to the village and hide." The freckled face pulled out his sword and rushed towards Li Du-jun and told his friend in a chivalrous manner, "You are an important member of the village self-defense team. I cannot sit still and watch you die." Li Du-jun said to Carrier, "See, it's so sacred." Carrier understood and thought, "Oh so?" He asked, "Are you planning on asking him to lead the way?" He used a palm to block the sword blow that the freckled face guy brought down towards him and replied, "Well, to save time." Seeing Li Du-jun's strength, that guy started to tremble. In my head, I was so scared that my blood pressure dropped and I was complaining, but on the outside I still had to be stiff. I picked up the sword that Lee Do-jun had just hit, breaking most of its body, and pointed it at him, swearing that I only needed one breath left. I will never let you lay a finger on Yggdrasil. Seeing that the other person had misunderstood his purpose and said a strange name, Lee Do-jun looked dumbfounded and asked, Yggdrasil. Looking at the instruction manual, Carrier told him that that tree over there was Yggdrasil. Do-jun understood. The freckle-faced guy, in a martial arts attack stance, threw away the broken sword and raised his voice to threaten Lee Do-jun and Carrier. You adventurers, I know you're here to attack my village, at that monster's command. Carrier read the manual and then spoke. The owner let me explain a bit. Yggdrasil is a divine tree that has a very, very long lifespan. Its leaves are filled with vitality that can be used to heal wounds, and its sap has the effect of increasing longevity, but, it also because of that, it is often attacked by a monster named Tarantuloso who lives under the lava lake. Finally, Carrier finished with a sentence, and it seemed like he had been targeted by adventurers recently. He understood and said, then it's understandable that the misunderstanding was there. That freckled-faced guy was standing there, trembling like a leaf. When he heard Do-jun say that, he didn't believe it. He shouted and questioned, misunderstanding what a misunderstanding is. Suddenly, another guy wearing a cloak jumped down from the sky and ordered him to stop. The freckled-faced guy spoke up in surprise. Mr. Bayong, Bayong said, he's not someone you can handle, stay back. The freckled face was still worried and asked again, if he was here, who would take care of Tarantuloso? Looking at Lee Do-jun who was standing there blankly, Bayong seemed to care about the two villagers, but I was worried that you guys would get hurt. Lee Do-jun thought to himself, Mr. Bayong. Carrier looked at the situation in front of them, saw that it wasn't very good. They were sweating and seemed a bit worried. It seems like you have become a villain, Master. Do-jun asked, is that so? Bayong talked about Lee Do-jun. He was the guy who wiped out the first floor. Carrier stood next to him and asked, Master, should I lightly chop off his head? That guy Bayong still hasn't calmed down. He seems bitter, very owlish, emphasizing that first floor. Lee Do-jun also agreed with Carrier's question, just asking again how not to hurt him. Hearing that, Carrier felt a bit awkward and said, this must be difficult, because he's so weak. Lee Do-jun smiled and teased, if you work hard, you'll make money. The name Bayong had a murderous look on his face. His words clearly showed bitterness. You bastards, how dare a chicken who just barely walked out of the first floor dare? His hand firmly grasped the sword. A purple light source was the one he was using. That light gradually radiated around the sword. This guy unleashed his power towards Lee Do-jun and Carrier, shouted loudly in a chili-flavored voice, and ignored me. He continued, don't blame me, this is because you all brought it on yourself. Contrary to the opponent's tense look using a lot of force, Lee Do-jun was completely calm, seemingly unaffected by the attack just now. He turned to ask Carrier if he was okay. Carrier also didn't care at all. After receiving several blows like a cat scratching a mosquito bite from Bayong, Bayong yawned provocatively and replied, no, her skin wasn't even scratched. Seeing that both of the people he hated were unharmed before his attack, Bayong became even more bitter and angry, this time determined to tighten his ass muscles and tighten his abdominal muscles to win enough with the other two, saying, is that still not a loss? Okay, I will use 10 tons of attack power. Suddenly the ground shook violently, a sea of bright orange fire appeared, everyone there was surprised. Thinking it was Bayong's attack on the two intruders, the guy with the freckled face showed admiration and silently complimented him. He was so cool, he complimented him, but he didn't expect that he had only done a few punches, but his internal force caused the ground to tremble. Contrary to the expression of the freckled face, Bayong now seemed scared, replying, it's not me. Hearing that, the freckled face was startled and asked again, what are you saying? I didn't hear clearly. At this moment the monster Tarantuloso appeared, breathing fire. At this moment Bayong was so scared that he wet his pants, and could only stammer, I do. The monster Tarantuloso opened its mouth and shouted loudly. The sound it screamed made Bayong and the other freckled face cover their ears. The freckled face could only groan, quack, my ears, and Bayong groaned, he could only groan. Why is it in at this moment? Only Lee Do-jun and Carrier were still unaffected, their demeanor very calm and leisurely. At this moment, Bayong clearly showed his cowardice, begging Lee Do-jun, that intruder, if you don't want us to die here together, you must deal with that monster first. Lee Do-jun refuted this idea. Hey, don't attack it first. If you don't identify its weak point and continuously attack it, it will only make it crazier. Having finished speaking, Lee Do-jun swung his sword to slash the dragon-shaped monster that had just appeared. I wonder if some idiot shouted, don't. In the sea of fire he created himself, the Tarantuloso was cut in half. Tarantuloso's body fell, easily breaking into hundreds of pieces before Bayong's extremely surprised eyes. At this time, Lee Do-jun turned to Bayong in a superior manner and asked, "Can we talk now, or should I rest a bit?" Bayong stammered, "Oh that." By now he has been completely subdued by Lee Do-jun, his tone and way of addressing him, his attitude has completely changed. "If you give me a bit." The sea of fire created by the tarantuloso gradually receded. Bayong smiled and looked very embarrassed, making a long excuse, "But if you said early that you came to survey the area, it wouldn't be that bad. I just heard that you swept the entire first floor, so I thought that you came to target Yggdrasil." Hearing these words, Carrier appeared dissatisfied and angrily spoke up. There was no time to do anything. Before he could even open his mouth, everyone rushed in. Hearing this, Bayong became speechless and did not know how to respond. Carrier stood next to Lee Do-jun on crutches, looking angry, scolding Bayong and then ordering, "If he wanted, the master would have blown up your village a long time ago. If he understands, then quickly come and help him explore the second floor. Hey, quickly." Bayong no longer had the overbearing look from before. He called out as if welcoming a distinguished guest, "Yes, please come this way. I will provide you with detailed information about this second floor." Carrier turned to ask Lee Do-jun, the owner, to please hand me that tablet so I can help you complete the remaining half of the survey. Lee Do-jun smiled affectionately. "Thank you," Carrier said. Fresh as a flower replied, "Nothing." Carrier raised his voice to threaten the two names Bayong and Freckled Face. "That guy, hurry up and leave before dinner." The other two guys ran first, saying yes. A moment later, Lee Do-jun patted Carrier's head affectionately and said, "Thanks to Ciel, we completed the work in one day." Carrier politely replied, "It's okay, it's just Bayong and Freckles," to the point of lying on the ground. Carrier has an idea. "Tell Lee Do-jun, Master, how about we accept these guys as subordinates? They seem useful." Hearing that, Bayong stammered, "But we still have to protect this place." Lee Do-jun didn't mind the old grudge and said, "Never mind, there's no need for any subordinates." Bayong said, "Oh yes." Carrier heard that and said regretfully, "Okay, I'll let it go because you guys helped so that the master could come home early for dinner." Thinking to himself, "It's a bit regretful, but still." Lee Do-jun said, "Let's go home." Carrier replied, "Yes." Carrier happily said, "The boss at home will be very happy to have the owner come home for dinner." Lee Do-jun teased Carrier, "Is it really like that, or is it just because if we come home, how much meat can he order?" Not being scolded by Yoon-hee either, Carrier awkwardly admitted, "Well, it's not so wrong to say that." Sol Yoon-hee spoke up with a worried expression, Long, don't, you can't." Long smiled and said, "I can and I will." Yoon-hee stopped her and ran after the mischievous dragon Long, shouting loudly, "No Long." Yoon-hee stopped her and ran after the mischievous dragon Long, shouting loudly, "No Long." After Sol Yoon-hee caught Long, she was very angry. She pinched Long's body and scolded her, "Don't do that." When she was beaten for being naughty, she screamed and cried. She started to go into the water to make peace, picked up the newspaper and said, "Peace, calm down, leave me alone and read the newspaper." Long pointed to the bulletin board in the newspaper. The bulletin board reported rumors about an artifact worth billions of won in a tunnel in Songbuk, but the hunters disappeared. Long convinced, "See, up to 1 billion won't. Let me come and get it for you. Our family can't eat and wear well because you have to worry about money." These words did not calm Sol Yoon-hee's anger, but made her even angrier and growled, "Don't you remember the time when reporters showed off her transformation into her true form just because of a grilled chicken skewer? It was peeled off." In the past, Long was speechless and could only weakly resist. "What? Why don't I remember anything, haha?" Sol Yoon-hee warned, "If something like that happens again, Dad will give you a beating, you know, and money is not important. Isn't it good to live peacefully like this?" Hearing these words, Long acted like angry to the point of fuming. He reluctantly agreed, then stopped going. At this moment, Sol Yoon-hee's attitude became more cheerful and she proposed a condition with Long, so she had to wave her hand and promise not to go there. Long looked dissatisfied and tiredly asked the annoying sister again, "Did he need to go? Is it to that extent?" She nodded, "Yes." Long's heart was unconvinced. His face also showed his reluctance. He still had to wave his hand to make a deal and said angrily, "I'm sure I'm a child. I didn't expect that one day I would have to make a promise like this. It's a long way to go. The king is so powerful and domineering, yet he does something embarrassing." Sol Yoon-hee smiled and asked, Long, what did you say?" But the words carried murderous intent. Long was so scared that he cried and immediately denied, "It's nothing, I promise." Sol Yoon-hee continued to question, Long, could it be you?" The sound outside the door interrupted Yoon-hee's words. It turned out that Lee Do-jun had returned. He saved the naughty guy Long Long from a losing goal. Long Long ran to hug Do-jun's chest, showing that he missed his master very much. His voice was happy and thoughtful. Master is back. Mainly, seeing Long Long's unusually enthusiastic attitude, both Do-jun and Carrier widened their eyes in surprise. Lee Do-jun replied, "Well, today Ciel helped me so I finished work early." Hearing that, Sol Yun-hee happily picked Carrier up and praised. Ciel followed. "Very good, Ciel," and Long Long next to him had an unpleasant look on his face, hugged Lee Do-jun's leg and asked coyly, "Oh, Ciel helped the master." He turned away and his attitude changed completely, his face filled with glee and secret satisfaction. "Oh, that means he made his master happy, that means we won't be scolded in the near future," I thought and laughed kokokaku, making Lee Do-jun and Carrier beside him understand nothing. Lee Do-jun felt suspicious so he acted cautious and asked Long Long, "What are you plotting?" Seeing everyone's suspicious eyes directed at him, Long Long showed a cute expression that cut the other person's heart mixed with countless innocence and replied, "Oh boy, there's no such thing." Lee Do-jun, Sol Yun-hee and Carrier did not believe in this scheming dragon who was not very shameless and all agreed that the evil-faced person still argued when he saw his great-grandmother. Later, when Carrier and Long Long were alone together, Carrier warned, "Sir, if you appear on the bulletin board again, you won't simply be banned from eating meat." Despite Carrier's sincere words, Long Long decided to break his promise to Yun-hee and firmly said, "Just a few words, how could we let that 1 billion won slip out of our hands? With that amount of money, do you know how much meat you'll be able to buy? You really don't know how to value money." As you spoke, you smiled a disgusting smile, exclaiming, after hearing Long Long's next infamous words, "You really wanted to hit him, blow, but you weren't just helpful for master, that means if I were discovered and you were with me, I wouldn't be dead." Moreover, there is also a reason why Long Long confidently acts without fear of being punished, he explained. "Besides, this dungeon has more than 100 entrances, so even if it is the owner, how can he find us? Okay, even the owner's great-grandfather wouldn't have known that we would enter through the 79th door." Confiding all of his intentions to Carrier, Long Long felt that Carrier was hiding something from him, looked suspiciously at Carrier questioningly, and "Hey, why do I see that you seem to be so restless lately, and often talk nonsense?" Again, being told that hit me right in the heart, Carrier was so worried that he was sweating and replied, "No, I only said that because I was worried that we would be caught." He held the phone in his hand and put it in the call function, so the person on the other end of the line can hear. I can't finish what Long Long said. Long Long came to Carrier's side and ordered him to stand still, doing something that made Carrier more and more afraid. Long Long asked, "Are you hiding something?" These words made Carrier tremble more and more. Long Long questioned, "What are you hiding?" and walked behind, causing Carrier to tremble and quickly stammer to explain, "It's nothing, sir." Long Long pulled Carrier's hand and put it on the table, interrogated him until the end, almost caught him in the act. So he was tired of living, huh? When he lied about it, I cut off his hand, you know, Carrier weakly explained. "Little, it's strange that you don't do anything." Suddenly, Carrier's head changed gears and he decided to use a diversionary tactic, but this tactic was a bit old and not very effective. "Hey, what's wrong with that boss over there? Long Long probably knows this trick to trick children, so he didn't. I was deceived and spoke up, but now you want to deceive me. I don't know if it's really something strange over there or because of the timing, but it turns out there are 3 dead bodies of men ahead." Carrier pointed in that direction and explained, "Actually, over there, there's someone, lying on the ground." At this point Long Long also believed Carrier's words, so he asked, "What's going on?" Remembering the bulletin board he had read, Long Long understood and said, So these are the missing hunters causing chaos. Should have chosen the route with more people. Why did they lie down, a bunch here all together like this?" Long Long criticized the hunters, swearing that, except for the master, these hunters were all weak and delusional about their strength. Carrier asked, "Then eliminate everything, make it compact." After hearing these cruel words, Long Long was speechless. It showed a scared face, immediately protested, babbling something like, "I have to help them, Ciel, you really are cold-blooded." Long Long began to cast a spell to save those hunters, complaining, "What a trouble, everything comes to me." The rest. Carrier stood bewildered, his eyes wide open and his mouth softly calling, "Sir." The little girl thought to herself, "But I said that because I thought you would definitely leave them here." Carrier remembered the image of Long Long cheering happily. "How could my flesh be torn apart if you were with me?" Along with that infamous smile Keck. Remembering those unkind images, Carrier did not dare to believe what Long Long had just said, thinking to himself, that selfish, narcissistic and gluttonous Dragon King is actually helping people. Strange. Carrier was sobbing with emotion. He had really grown up. I really couldn't hold back my tears. The 9-mook dragon Ciel. While Carrier was so emotional, Long Long ordered, "Hey, I've healed them. Come get them. Throw it away somewhere." Carrier stomped his foot on the ground and cast a spell. A pink light emitted around him. While casting a spell to carry away the unconscious hunters, he suddenly felt something unusual. Carrier asked, "Huh, what is this? A trap?" From the ground a strong force shot up, causing the ground to crack. Seeing that, Carrier was scared and called out to Long Long, "Sir." Seeing a strange white, spherical object shooting up from the ground, Carrier became more and more afraid and shouted loudly, "Sir." Carrier was so scared that he cried and kept calling, "Sir." Next to that white object, a monster appeared with a mocking voice, "You idiots, I didn't expect you flies and mosquitoes to be fooled by such simple traps." He challenged, "You idiots dare." Those contemptuous words from the monster that angered Long Long angrily cursed back, "Stupid, flies, you are the stupid one, do you know you just provoked him, who doesn't?" Seeing Long Long's attitude, Carrier worriedly thought, "I just felt a little reassured because he was performing well recently, but you made him return to his cruel personality, that's cruel, ha-hoo-hoo." Long Long unleashed his palm, a stream of light gathered as big as a fireball and returned to that monster. "Oh, how happy, have you had enough fun? It's just this trap, it's been a long time since I released it." The monster asked in surprise, "Why don't you have any scratches? Wait a minute." Seeing Long Long swinging his palm at him, the monster now knew he had hit the wrong person and spoke up to stop him. "If you let out that blow, the whole tunnel will collapse, this world will collapse, and you will too, injured again." In response to these words, Long Long asked contemptuously, "What is that buzzing sound?" Long Long launched an attack towards the monster, making it scream in fear. Seeing the opponent's weakness, Long Long gloated, laughing and saying, "Kua ha 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 ha, I'm going to die." Seeing that the situation was not good, Carrier exclaimed in panic. He knew right away and had to quickly notify the owner. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice spoke, "It's okay to startle him, huh?" Li Du-jun appeared to control Long Long and said, "I came because I knew how this would happen." Li Du-jun squeezed the dragon's head and refused to listen, causing him pain, so he had to beg, "Master, stop, or the tunnel will collapse now." Realizing that what he said was a bit contradictory, Long Long felt guilty. "Oh well," Li Du-jun ordered, without many words, to stop immediately. If the tunnel collapsed, the people inside would be injured. Long Long was now afraid and stammered and asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Li Du-jun interrupted, anxious to be punished. Long Long obediently replied, "No." "But why are you here?" Du-jun replied, "It was Ciel who told me the news." Looking at the purple stone, he announced the news that made Long Long angry, and this item worth 1 billion won would be handed over to the government. "We cannot use this to buy meat." Long Long angrily asked, "Why didn't you stop me if you already knew about this?" Du-jun retorted, "What if that's the case? If you do that, will you sit still at home? You can't refute." Long Long is very bitter. He turned to Carrier to vent his anger. "Ciel, you," saw Long Long Carrier's angry attitude and were very shaken. When Long Long was questioning Carrier, "You betrayed me." Li Du-jun stood next to stop him and lifted Long Long up to defend Carrier. "That's what I told him to do. What do you think would have happened today if Ciel hadn't reported? Believe me again, this whole place will go up in smoke." Carrier stood aside and turned away, but his face looked bright, breathing a sigh of relief like an innocent person who had just been exonerated. Hearing these words and being controlled, Long Long was unable to refute anything with an extremely annoyed look on his face. Suddenly Li Du-jun spoke up to acknowledge Long Long's contribution, making him surprised and bewildered. "But at least you destroyed the monster and maybe that will sell for some money." And the three of them looked at each other, at the monster's head lying on the ground. He added, "I will be gentle with you because Ciel has reminded me 100 times that you have saved many people today." Hearing these words, Long Long's attitude turned 180 degrees. Just now he seemed to want to devour Carrier. Now his big round eyes were filled with tears of emotion. He raised his hands towards Carrier like "I want a hug" and exclaimed, "My good subordinate." Faced with this unexpected cheesy attitude, Carrier probably felt a little goosebumps, so he didn't express any attitude, picked up the monster's head and gave it to Long Long. "Just take this, sir." Receiving this item, Carrier said excitedly, "Hey, now let's see how much it's worth." The monster's head is considered to be rank leader's skull. Talisman type, luck enhancing effect. This increases when held by young people. Carrier further informed that a B-class item is probably not worth 1 billion won, but it is enough to buy meat to eat for a lifetime. Congratulations to the owner. Long Long picked it up to look at it and evaluate it. Long Long silently thought, little child, Long Long lamented, hey, damn. Seeing Long Long's sudden change in attitude, he seemed uncomfortable. Carrier asked in confusion, what's going on, master? Long Long didn't answer, just lamented. Lee Do-jun stood by, not understanding anything. Returning to the apartment, Sol Yun-hee shouted, Kyaak, what is this? Take the B-rank leader's skull to Long Long and give it to Yun-hee. This is your gift, here, take it. Sol Yun-hee clearly didn't like the gift and said, Long Long, why did you suddenly give me such a terrible bone hat? It's okay to not like it. The gift looks terrible and Long Long's attitude of giving it is not sincere. Lee Do-jun, Carrier and Buell stood watching the two sisters Long Long and Yun-hee argue. Long Long responded, hey, it doesn't matter if it's a bit disgusting. Aren't you about to have a field trip to the dungeon? That's great, just keep it in your pocket. Yun-hee was irritable. What the hell did it have to do with the field work? Seeing Yun-hee's sister keep nagging, Long Long also became irritable. How annoying. If you know it's a genuine product, just take it. Long Long thought to himself, angry, without letting her see the information of this hat. In contrast to the anger of the two fire people in front of him, Carrier smiled brightly and happily called Lee Do-jun. Sir, Lee Do-jun replied. Then let's go have a barbecue before Yun-hee goes on a field trip, shall we? Hearing that, Long Long is very happy. Lee Do-jun asked Long Long's opinion. Beef, I just heard this. Long Long looked hungry, drooling and asked again as if he couldn't believe his ears. Really? Little girl Buell shouted. Buell agreed. Do-jun said, yes. Yun-hee happily told Do-jun that I'm coming to practice. He smiled and reminded his daughter, be careful. She smiled brightly and replied, yes. While she was hastily putting on her shoes to go out, Long Long ran to stop her. Wait. The mysterious voice said just so she could hear, Yun-hee, did you bring that thing with you? She was shocked and shouted, the skull I gave you. She stammered and told it, of course it was in her backpack. He coldly snorted, held out the skull and asked, really, what is the debt? Yun-hee frantically asked, where did you find it? She was very surprised to see Long Long find it because she hid it very carefully in the closet. Long Long said angrily, it radiated ghost energy, how can I hide this strong dharma? He angrily said to Yun-hee, do you know how much money I can sell this for? It's too precious to give it away, but you're leaving it like this. If I sell this, I'll have money to eat. Yun-hee looked at the skull in front of her eyes that was emitting a strong dark aura with fear and faltered in apologizing to Long Long. He gave the head to her and said, so what are you waiting for? Take it with you. Yun-hee finally took the head in her hand and reluctantly said, okay, just take it. Long Long saw that he had given her such a precious thing, so he asked her to buy meat for her to eat when she was hungry. Yun-hee sighed helplessly and agreed to his request. She was continuing the sentence, meat is meat, but suddenly realized that this was not true. She looked at Long Long in panic. What did you just say? Long Long was very happy at this moment to lure her into his trap. He jumped up and then excitedly cheered, amazing. Lee Do-jun on the side looked at Long Long who was happy to trick Yun-hee and then spoke up. Normally he is a person who is often tricked like that. Today it seems the wind has changed direction. Carrier looked at him calmly without any hesitation. Thinking about getting involved, he immediately asked, are you just going to leave it alone? With one hand, you skillfully spooned rice for Buell to eat. Do-jun looked at Long Long in the distance who was having fun, then raised the corners of his lips and smiled, saying, this time it's okay to let it go. Long Long has worked hard. At the Hunter Academy's practice dungeon, Troll Valley, the teacher said to everyone, come on guys, what is the most important thing we need to pay attention to in this practice session? The students shouted loudly, practice is real combat. If an unfortunate situation occurs, you must run immediately. The teacher said sternly, yes, accidents in a large dungeon like this are unavoidable, so what should we do when we fall into a dangerous situation? Yun-hee excitedly responded to the teacher's answer, left the dangerous area immediately and informed the teacher. The teacher was very satisfied with her answer and warned everyone, don't be foolish and rush into danger to save your teammates, you might die, it's best to go find a teacher to help. After saying the important things, he shouted loudly, now gather in the assigned groups and then disperse. Everyone was just waiting for this sentence from the teacher, so when the command was given they all shouted in unison, clear, then quickly ran away. Hae-young looked at Yun-hee's huge backpack and curiously asked, by the way, Yun-hee, what are you doing with your backpack one day on the program? She heard him and immediately stopped trying to find a suitable answer. Lee, oh well, I forgot. Jinchu ran up to her flirtatiously and said, Yun-hee, do you need me to help you put it on? Hae-young looked at him and couldn't help but tease and provoke him, he's a jerk. The two of them started to fight in the background. Yun-hee didn't know what was going on so she calmly refused. Okay, I can wear it myself, she thought, I can't let everyone wear this thing. Hearing what she said was very awkward. Jinshu was still idly thinking, what's wrong? Why did Yoonhee refuse? Don't tell him he feels uncomfortable with me. Hae-young laughed when she saw his expression. That stupid face is definitely starting to think again. But the truth is that's not the case. Yoonhee was just embarrassed by Long Long's gift. Jinshu firmly touched the backpack and said, okay, just leave it to me. But before he could touch it, Yoonhee pushed his hand away. Raise the gun at the right level right next to Jinshu. Then she shot a monster behind him. She coldly reminded, Jinshu, we are in an area full of monsters. He froze because of Yoonhee's concentration and seriousness. She looked at him seriously and said, focus, but inside she was already worried, please, don't pay attention to the backpack. He heard her say that and could only hum in agreement, but it was also very hurt, and Hae-young had the opportunity to defame her. What an idiot. Looking at Yoonhee to study, he had to know when to be serious about work and when it's okay to be funny. The misunderstanding is getting deeper and deeper. Hae-young made up her mind like Yoonhee, now we should focus on the mission. While she was chattering, Yoonhee and Jinshu saw the horror before their eyes. Hae-young said while looking behind her, having to raise her guard but before she could finish her sentence, she panicked. A crowd of monsters stood before them. Yoon-sung and Hae-young quickly took out their weapons to fight, and Jinshu was somewhat confused. He didn't even have a weapon in his hand. Jinshu raised his fist and said, I'm done. The remaining two people are preparing to fight. But after a while, Hae-young felt that the monsters' forces were completely overwhelmed. They couldn't fight like that, she said confusedly. There were too many of them. Should we run away? Yoonhee also said awkwardly. Being surrounded on all sides, there was nowhere to run anymore. Jinshu shouted, let me open the way. Yoonhee panicked and stopped him, but it was too late. Jinshu said aggressively, if there has to be an injured person to open the way, then leave it to me and step back. Hae-young said helplessly, now is not the time to show off. Dad, Yoonhee also asked in confusion, why do you have to take such risks? True to their thoughts, Jinshu even touched the monster and it gently knocked it away. The monsters punched and kicked him, but Jinshu still tried to say, I will protect you. They rushed to fight the monster that was kicking him, and Hae-young was speechless and blamed him, TSK, idiot. Jinshu finally escaped those monsters. Yoonhee fought with one hand, while worriedly asked, are you okay, Jinshu? He was embarrassed and thought, what if he thinks I'm a pathetic guy? Surely he would think that. I should have maintained the formation. Why do I have to show off so enthusiastically? Hae-young was constantly fighting monsters, looking at him even more irritated. Damn it, stand up and fight. What are you doing holding your head there? He trembled and blamed himself. He's such trash. Hae-young helplessly turned to Yoonhee and said, let's try to think of a compliment or something to wake him up. Hurry up, I'm tired. Yoonhee didn't understand what was going on, so she wondered, praise, you can say it. She shouted loudly, no, it's you, hurry up, urgently. Yoonhee hesitantly agreed and then said loudly, Jinshu's act of sacrificing himself to protect his teammates was so cool, it was so reassuring, when you have protection in the front line. After hearing her words, Jinshu tearfully repeated her words as if he had a holy medicine, reassuring and cool. Hae-young happily said, see, he's woken up. Looking at Jinshu standing up and kicking away the monsters holding him down, Yoonhee breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness. Jinshu used his bare hands to punch the monster in the face. Seeing this scene, they felt reassured. Hae-young excitedly shouted, up, biting hard. Yoonhee seriously thought about it and asked, Hae-young, if there were so many monsters suddenly appearing in other places like this, the situation would be very dangerous, right? Hae-young also agreed with what she said. The monsters just kept growing. Hae-young told her, I know you have a bodhisattva heart, Yoonhee, but there's no way to help anyone anymore, when we're being held here. Scene change, the teacher seriously evaluates the student in front of him. Looking at the three students with messy hair and tattered clothes, it seems like they had to fight hard. Their classmates also looked at them in surprise like they were strange creatures. Looking at the piles of fainted monsters, he said brightly, congratulating you guys on taking first place. This is the first time I've seen students destroy so many monsters. Hae-young smiled and said, we finished first. The teacher told them, you guys are really lucky. Having that many monsters gathered in one place is extremely rare, you know. Hae-young was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said, luckily, I was so tired that I was able to go home. When Yoonhee heard the teacher talk about luck, she suddenly understood. She touched her backpack and thought, don't tell me it's because of this. She reluctantly smiled, trying to control her anger. Thank Long Long, thanks to that, we came in first place. At this time, there was another dark voice also speaking. It was truly an unforgettable experience. When you return, you must let it know the smell. Long Long on the other side suddenly sneezed. Why did I suddenly feel cold down my spine? I turned to ask Du Jun, Master, why did you take me with you? I don't like places like this at all. You said helplessly. You said you wanted to go. Because he was bored at home. He hugged himself and said tremblingly, but he didn't know that he would end up in such a dark place. He asked him, are you scared? Long Long heard that and immediately frantically said, you're the Dragon King. He sighed and said, if you're scared, just say you're scared. No wonder you never dare to watch horror movies. Long Long tried to justify but Du Jun didn't care. He was scared to death. He confusedly said, it's nothing like that. At this moment a woman appeared. Du Jun asked him, so it's okay for something like that to appear? Long Long said, stretching his chest, it's unbelievable. Master, who do you think I am? A child. But when it turned its eyes forward, it immediately screamed. She said darkly, capture the intruders, the trash that is destroying this world. Sensing the adventurer's presence, I will destroy all the trash. The eighth true dragon said angrily while using his strength. The intruder was stopped and destroyed. Long Long looked at the person in front of him who looked somewhat familiar and asked, does it look familiar? Du Jun also just landed and was a little confused. Your acquaintance. After thinking for a while, Long Long said again, apparently not. Unexpectedly, at this moment, she used all her moves to attack, making the two of them even more confused. Long Long saw it but couldn't say a word but helplessly said, well, maybe I'm in a bad mood. But I still felt it was wrong as I flew and thought for a bit, I've clearly seen her here and there before, or should you just be gentle with her? Since June hadn't done anything yet, he was told in advance, making him confused and said again, I have no intention of doing anything to her. According to the report, this is normal. He waved his hand away from everything around him and continued talking, and no hunter had ever died in this S-class dungeon. She just knocked them unconscious and then got out. But I only came here to survey the abyss. So for now, just find out why she did that. Can you tell me? Long Long looked at him walking around, looking here and there, confused and asked, Master, where are you looking? He looked around the castle then replied, I want to talk to the real owner of this place. The eighth true dragon looked at his squirrel eating the seeds and was still a little confused. He didn't expect that a human could use his body's strength to destroy his magic. Couldn't even probe much, had to check to see if he was really that person, even though they looked quite suspicious. Just using puppets won't work. You have to get there yourself. After seeing that, she was determined to go to the place but discovered something. My God, it seems like my worries were in vain. The eighth true dragon realized who Long Long was. He was really the Dragon King, not a fake. Long Long was picking his nose, still not knowing what she was planning to do and asked again, something, Unexpectedly, she began to realize what her master said, eight-legged dragon Aang, please see the great Dragon King. Only after she introduced Long Long did he recognize her. I remember, Aang, right? Hey, when did you show up like that? I almost didn't recognize her. But the eighth-legged Long Aang calmly replied, it's normal, sir. After you fell into hibernation, it was understandable that you lost most of your memory, due to exhaustion after the final battle, so I need to rest to recover my strength. Long Long listened to what she said but found it strange and asked back, in the last battle, he thought it was his nature to be so frivolous like this. After hearing this, Du Jun asked again, have you lost your memory? She began to explain that Dragon Clan often lost memory after deep sleep, but how should I address him? But Long Long turned away in embarrassment and said, why do you say that in front of people? Suddenly the eighth true dragon called out a name, Lord Aegis. Seeing that she misunderstood, Long Long explained again to the eight-legged Long Aang, this is my master. But the eighth true Long Aang has a different decision, so he will also be my master from now on. I will follow him. Long Long sadly followed and cried, oh, it hurts so much. Du Jun coldly denied it, no need to call me master. But the eighth-legged dragon Aang was still determined and stubbornly said, as long as Lord Dragon King still serves you, you will still be my master. Long Long saw this and immediately advised Du Jun to just leave her alone. This case is very painful, it's only a few thousand years old so it's difficult for her to tell her, but Du Jun has his own thoughts, so why are you still so young when you are 8,000 years old? Only then did Long Long remember what he needed to ask, but why are you here? Humans often come to disturb these places. Eighth-legged Long Aang immediately replied seriously, I am here to wait for you, because I need to inform you about the situation in the middle world. Suddenly, the eight-legged Long Ang pulled out the orb and asked for permission to use this memory orb. Sir and Master, Long Long also wanted to continue watching and agreed, well, I'm also a bit curious, that Brad Elemental King just keeps babbling about incomprehensible things. After receiving approval, the eighth-legged Long Ang began entering the memory sphere, then. Lord Aegis is the supreme king before the dragons fall asleep, today is the leader of the entire clan and all creatures of the origin world. All submit to the Lord who is day by day. But that day Solomon, one of the administrators of the middle world, raised a war. After hearing this, the two of them stopped talking, so there was a rebellion. With this trait, it really deserved it. Eighth-legged Long Ang shook his head to deny, saying that was not a rebellion. Perhaps I should explain to this manager first. Mr. Aegis was born in the astral world and is the king of the existences there. The administrators of the astral world are gods who invaded the mind world hundreds of years ago, before. Among them, there are two shells who inherited power from the astral world and became administrators responsible for maintaining order in the world. No one knows why and how they were given power. The important thing is that one of them, a man named Solomon, went down an evil path, along with the army that the demon is under. And the other gods sided with him to wage war against the inhabitants of the astral world at that time. Our honorable Lord Aegis, suddenly Du Jun shouted again, cutting off the conversation, wait a minute. Are you really talking about your family's longevity? Long Long angrily asked his master what he was going to do. What a master he was. The eighth-legged dragon Ang continued to explain again. It may sound a bit unbelievable, but Mr. Aegis was once a highly respected dragon king. Long Long realized something and asked again, what are you talking about? But the eighth-legged Long Ang didn't know how to answer and just remained silent. I didn't expect Du Jun to tell the eighth-legged Long Ang. Continue. This made Long Long unable to accept it and angrily spoke up. Yes, it's me. Who else? What are you so hesitant about? Quickly continue. Eight-legged Long Ang continued to tell the story. You will understand why Lord Dragon King is loved and respected when you hear the following story. The Dragon King was angry again and called her back, pleading. Not long after the war broke out. After witnessing countless pain and loss, along with the demise of the world, Lord Aegis did not have the heart to see anyone else suffer, so he decided to fight Solomon alone. But even if he is a lord, it is still an unequal battle when he alone has to fight all enemies. Failure is inevitable without someone's help. When that person attacked, Solomon suddenly shouted loudly. What the hell? Everyone also started shouting loudly and running quickly. Solomon still couldn't believe it and worriedly said, why are you? Long Long calmly responded, hey, why are you so late? If you want to help, you should be on time. Mother Cecilia turned around and apologized to Long Long. Sorry, Lord Aegis, after all, he is my old friend. Solomon did not expect Cecilia's decision and asked again, so she decided to point the sword at me. But Cecilia still attacked, making her name ring out, Cecilia. The battle turned around. Cecilia took action and sided with the opposing enemy Solomon. He screamed extremely angry and indignant. Solomon angrily said, so you have decided to confront me. The 1,000 years of friendship between us governing this place has ended. Due to the greed of the adventurers, the spiritual world is now being destroyed, and the speed at which it invades other dimensions is getting faster and faster. Then Solomon attacked Cecilia as he attacked and said, and then all dimensions would be destroyed. See what? They came in droves like hungry tigers, when I promised them that I would kill Long Long and give them the power to rule. Cecilia countered, but that doesn't mean you have the right to destroy all life. Solomon used many arrows to attack Cecilia's group and said, once I become the king of all worlds, I will wipe out all living things, only then can the dimensions avoid the fate of destruction. Cecilia created a barrier while Dragon created a circle of power right in the middle of his mouth. Cecilia said, killing the Lord does not mean you will be able to become the king of 10,000 worlds. Because the challenge to become the king of the 1,000 realms can only be done by a worthy person. At that time Long Long counterattacked Solomon's move. After the story, Aang held the orb in his hand and said, in the end, even though we won, we still could not completely destroy Solomon, but could only seal him. Then she continued, so the villains are gathering forces to wait for the day the Dragon King awakens so they can finish Solomon. Long Long heard that and said, but how can you remember everything? The other subordinates are just like me, and don't remember anything. Then she put her hand on her chest and said, that's because you ordered the villain not to hibernate. At least there needs to be one member of the Dragon Clan awake, to remember everything that happened in the middle, gender. Long Long said confusedly, so we have left you behind. Eighth True Long Ang bowed his head and said, that is my responsibility, please don't worry too much. Then Long Long pointed his finger and pulled back and said, so you did a good job, you must feel very lonely. Eighth True Dragon Ang closed his eyes and smiled happily thinking, he is still as warm as before. Then Li Du Jun asked, do you know what happened to Cecilia after that? Long Long jumped down and said, she must have run away somewhere. Eighth True Dragon Ang said, about this, it's worth it, sorry. No one has seen Cecilia since that day, is she an acquaintance of yours? Li Du Jun replied, oh not me. But there is someone looking for her, Ang replied, so if I find out her whereabouts I will inform you. Li Du Jun suddenly got a phone call and said, wait a minute, I have a call. He picked up the phone and the other end said, Dad, something big is happening. Over their Sol Yun he worriedly said, Buell is seriously ill. Li Du Jun suddenly said, what? Then she replied, giving medicine won't help, and if I take her to the doctor, it will be discovered that she's not human. What should I do now? After listening, Li Du Jun said, okay, I'll go home soon. Long Long heard what happened and also worriedly turned around and said, Buell is sick. Eighth True Dragon Ang bowed his head and said, then I will report the situation of the astral world later, because it seems you are busy. Li Du Jun quickly hugged Long Long away and quickly replied, thank you. Well then, see you later. Then they went through a black hole in space. Long Long waved his hand and said, good job, we'll come back later. She stood at attention to see off Long Long and Li Du Jun said, walking carefully. At that time, Buell was at home wrapping a blanket around her sick body and sneezing. Long Long said, hey, is it okay over there? Buell weakly replied, Buell will be fine if he drinks lamb duoc. Long Long asked in surprise, what the heck is lamb duoc that you have to go fishing to get it? It's 2 o'clock in the morning, on the first floor of the astral world, at a certain lake, the noises echo on the quiet lake surface. Just go see a doctor and get an injection and you'll be fine. Don't tell me you're joking, this is just because I'm afraid of needles. Hearing that, Li Du Jun hugged baby Buell and said, if you're so worried, just accept it. Normally you wouldn't be able to wake up at this hour, so why would you want to come along today? Long Long was sitting fishing. He was shy and angry to cover up his shyness and shouted, what are you worried about? There's no such nonsense. Buell, tell me what lamb duoc is. What? The little girl pointed at the lake and said, there it is. It's what's at the bottom of the lake, lamb duoc. Hearing that, Long Long quickly jumped down and said, let's just jump down and scoop it up. Before he could say anything, he jumped down, making Li Du Jun sigh in boredom. Then he used his strength to lift Long Long up. He didn't understand why he stopped him from asking, oh master, why? Li Du Jun explained that if he didn't use a rod to fish for lamb duoc, it would disappear. Long Long struggled in the air and asked, what the hell is that? Little Buell also helplessly replied, if he didn't use a fishing rod to fish, if you hook it up, once it leaves the lake, it will immediately disappear, so just stay here. Then suddenly there was a noise below the lake. That is lamb duoc. As soon as he finished fishing, Li Du Jun gave it to the girl and said, here's a drink. The girl thanked her father. At that time, Li Du Jun held the lamb duoc. At the same time, he no longer held the Long Long in the air, and took a sip, fell into the lake. The girl received lamb duoc from him and drank it. Immediately after that, the girl recovered. Long Long crawled up from the lake and said, can't you take me down gently? The girl stood up, raised her hand and said innocently, Buell is fine again. Long Long said in surprise, strange world, it's really cured, so fast. Seeing this, Long Long wanted to pretend to say in front of Li Du Jun that good things like this must be brought back to Yunhee. He's not weak, he won't feel secure about going to the dungeon. Yunhee is a promising hunter among the top of the academy. Li Du Jun sighed and smiled. He also seemed to think about others. How about treating him to meat today? At the same time, Buell quickly held his hand and said, Dad, since we've come this far, should we go look at the trees? Long Long wiped his body and asked, why don't you go home? I want to go home, but if you don't like it, then. Long Long heard that and suggested that. Then, Master, there is this really good place. I heard that Poco Po meat is very delicious, if I let Yunhee cook it for me. He looked at Long Long and said, so that's your main goal. Buell looked at Long Long and said, Nong Nong is ugly. I thought he was worried about others. Hearing that, Long Long said confusedly, worried, of course, I swear. Then Li Du Jun stood up and said, then go, oh just go. Long Long was surprised and dumbfounded and asked again, really, Master is really letting me go? He replied, why, don't you want to go? Long Long heard that and was happy. He ran away happily and said, "It's okay, I'll be right back." Lee Do-jun saw this and said he couldn't help but thought he had become more mature. Then from somewhere came a voice, "You are here, Buell, and the one who will turn the middle world upside down." Hearing that, Buell raised his hand and said, "Hello to the tree, Buell is here," he said numbly, "Huh. The title is so funny." Then he cried and said, the astral community was now discussing very heatedly that instead of despair, peace is now returning to the astral world. At that time, the astral community, the anonymous person said, "Weak people like me now have a chance to survive." The second anonymous person replied, "Yes, especially since Mr. Lee Do-jun appeared, there is no more danger." And the third person said, "Am I the only one who sees a positive change in the astral ecosystem?" The fourth person commented like this, "Yes, it is confirmed that the astral atmosphere is becoming stable. Better yet." Anonymous person number 5 replied, "I really like it." Then the tree continued, "But when you reach Do-jun on the second floor, the rebels on the first floor are starting to play tricks. Can you handle them?" Lee Do-jun heard that and calmly said, "Okay, it's not that difficult." He was surprised. He didn't expect a person with such incredible strength to agree so quickly. Then he was bewildered and couldn't believe it and asked, "Will you help without asking anything?" Lee Do-jun replied, "Yes, it's a small chore, Buell, just stay here and play, I'll be right back." Buell was wrapped around the tree and flew up. She played happily with the plow and then she agreed to wave goodbye to Lee Do-jun. He also waved goodbye to her and left. As soon as he left, the tree felt happy. It silently thanked and admired him. Then it thought, even though he possessed the power to take over everything with violence, he was not greedy at all and was very friendly, gentle with everyone. Then he trembled in fear, remembering a brutal character from before and thinking, if that sleeping person is awakened by Mr. Do-jun, then the end of the world will soon come. The tree watched Lee Do-jun's back disappear. It thought, however, after Mr. Do-jun arrived on the second floor, the rebels on the first floor were starting to play tricks again. He thought back to that time when he asked Mr. Do-jun if he could handle them. At that time, Lee Do-jun went down to the first floor to punish them. They were beaten up by Do-jun and helplessly said, "Why the hell did you send that guy down to the second floor?" They replied, "How do I know if he is anything, come down or not? This guy at the top of the village, he's so tired that he's still complaining." The bald head trembled and said, "I thought you had to complete all the floors of the mind world and then use a special item to return to the upper floors. So how can someone who has already gone down to the second floor I can come back here? I thought I was comfortable so I went to rob him." The other guy replied, shutting his mouth for me. At that time, they were being punished by Lee Do-jun, each of them carrying a rock on their back. He saw that they were still able to bear it. He said, "Wow, it seems like these appetizers are still light and boring. Each person has to carry 2 more, rock for me." Lee Do-jun continued calmly, then fainted again. When they heard that, they were stunned and exclaimed, Don't. Seeing this, Lee Do-jun crossed his arms and said, "Wow, you still have the strength to scream that loud, so 1 more hour." When they heard that, they braced themselves to carry the rock. Their faces turned red, some couldn't bear it and fell to the ground. Then Lee Do-jun said, "Everyone listen clearly." They heard that and weakly replied, "Yes, sir." He heard the threat in a low voice, mumbled like that or could it be another word? Before they could interrupt, they used all their strength to shout loudly, "You heard clearly." Then the scary Lee Do-jun raised his hand and said, "As you can see, I can go anywhere freely, so if I ever hear that you guys are harassing the natives, don't expect tomorrow." They trembled and said in unison, "We will not do it again. From this day on, we will make up for all the previous damages." He said coldly, and in case other adventurers plan to do the same thing, they all said in unison, "That will not happen, please trust us." Then after that, Lee Do-jun returned with his children and said, "I'll go and leave early." Sol-yun he said, "Let me go with you," and Carrier replied, "Master, be careful on the road." Buell saw this and sadly asked why she had to go to work every 3 days. Carrier told her, "Buell, don't be sad, let's go down to the playground." Buell heard that. The little girl asked, "What's so interesting about going down to the playground?" At that moment, Carrier suddenly put his hands on his hips and angrily said, "Come on, sir, if you cause trouble again this time." At that time, Long Long was joking and saying, "What do you think? It looks so good." Carrier was surprised and asked, "Sir, is that what the master gave to the young master?" Long Long replied, "That's right. What do you see? You can't feel anything, right?" Then Long Long leaned against that cloak and touched Carrier's cheek to his head. He replied dejectedly, "Yes, it looks good, but what about this? How can he not feel anything?" Hearing that, Long Long covered his body and said, "What about?" Only the head asked, "What about this?" Buell was excited by Long Long's joke, but Carrier was not like that. Long Long raised his hands and said, "What do you guys think if I wear this and silently follow the owner, then suddenly jump out to scare him?" Carrier sighed and replied, if you're going to do that to the owner then like he's already found out, sir, if you're trying to scare him." Carrier thought of that scenario. At that moment Lee Do-jun found out that he would hold an 8-meter-long knife and beat Long Long, spitting blood into the distance, then said, "Who is planning to assassinate me?" Carrier thought with trepidation and said, "Somehow it would end up like this." Long Long angrily asked, "Hey, why was I blown away?" Carrier said confusedly, "I was just guessing." He angrily scolded Carrier, "This girl, do you want to die?" Buell heard that and panicked and stopped him, "Don't hit Ciel." Long Long said dejectedly, "Well, okay, so what's the bet? I guarantee that I will never be discovered wearing this," taking out a week's worth of snacks. Carrier heard that and immediately said, "Then I bet you will be caught in battle right away." Long Long heard Carrier underestimate his abilities and his face turned black with anger. It said, "Oh my, you dare to bet, you have a lot of guts, opposing me." Carrier said in fear, "Wait, you're the one who said to bet." The villain just followed suit. Buell witnessed this and shouted angrily, "Stop bullying Ciel." Long Long said confusedly, "That's it, let's go." Then they went to Do-jun's workplace, which is the city committee. In the office, the department head urged him, "Do-jun, when will you finish the dungeon situation report?" He took the time to type and reply, 3 more hours and it will be done." Then department head Kang Chul-soo ran back to apologize. It had to be done today. Hyuk-soo had this month's meeting schedule finalized yet. Hyuk-soo hurriedly typed and said, "Yes, the meeting will take place in room 2 of the association, Hunter." Manager Kang Chul-soo scratched his head and shouted under so much pressure, he really didn't want to go at all. "Could you go instead of me, Do-jun?" He ignored that question and replied, "You walked well, I will send a report after finishing." Manager Kang Chul-soo sighed and blamed him, "This guy doesn't know how to love anyone." Hyuk-soo softly told him, "Go early or you'll be late." At that time, Long Long's group also entered his office and whispered, "See, I told you that we won't be caught." At that time, the 3 of them were in the invisibility cloak. Ciel replied, "That's right, I thought I would be discovered right away." Buell quickly replied, "Now jumping out to scare my father." Ciel stopped. "Wait a minute, Buell has to wait until the master finishes his work. That's why the master has been waiting all this time." Long Long smiled and looked at Buell and said, "Just say what I mean, Ciel, there is no way to do such a thoughtless thing." Ciel sighed and complimented, "It was Lord Dragon King." Long Long was angry. It seemed like Ciel was mocking him and said, "What are you insulting me?" Meanwhile, Do-jun was still working hard. Buell couldn't wait anymore and complained, "It was so boring." Ciel said, "Just wait a little longer, Buell, it's almost done." An hour later, Long Long, Ciel and Buell could not stand it, because the air above was too little and very hot. The girl angrily shouted, it's so hot." Ciel scared her and reassured her, "Buell, it's almost time, try to wait a little longer." The girl said angrily, she couldn't wait any longer. Buell wanted to go out and play with her father. Ciel didn't have time to stop her. Ciel's eyes were so scared that he couldn't help but reach out and say, "Buell." Luckily at that time, a girl quickly ran in. Cha Yeji called out, "Mr. Lee," and Buell stopped doing that in surprise. She walked over to Lee Do-jun and said, knowing that he would come here after completing the dungeon, "Let's go have dinner together." Buell asked naively, "Is it a mother?" Ciel saw that and replied, "He looked like he was very close to the owner, so maybe it was really like that." Long Long said, "Why does he always recognize his mother wherever he goes?" Ciel was confused. Reply, "Sir, please." At that time, Lee Do-jun shook his head and replied, "That tonight is a bit difficult." She asked confusedly, "What, if you're busy working overtime then I can wait?" He replied, "No, I have an appointment tonight." Yeji sadly said, "Who are you going to dinner with?" At the same time, Moon A-kyung also appeared and called, "Mr. Lee." The 2 girls faced each other. They stood still and said, "Ha, ha," and Do-jun saw that and turned around. He was sweating. Father Yeji asked first, "What are you doing here, Hunter Moon A-kyung?" She replied, "What, Ami?" Che Yeji felt like there was a thunderbolt in her heart when she heard Moon A-kyung answer that she had a dinner date with Lee Do-jun. Yeji said, "So you already had an appointment with him?" A-kyung calmly replied, "Otherwise he invited me." Yeji was dumbfounded and said in surprise, "What does that mean? And Long Long is in that cloak, eat popcorn while watching dramatic action movies played by 2 women and a man." Then he wondered, "But why does Master keep getting into trouble with women while he's always busy working?" Ciel replied, "It's understandable, ahem, it's been a long time. Even though he's male, or female, it is necessary to give birth to an excellent offspring." Hearing that, Long Long quickly covered Ciel's mouth and said, "Stop now, do you want to fade away?" Ciel didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Long Long replied, "No, it's just that this kind of thing is a bit sensitive." Then Lee Do-jun turned towards Long Long's group. He said, "You guys came out to the dike right when I had something to say." They were stunned. The one who was the most stupid and stiff was Long Long, and Ciel said, "As expected, the owner had already discovered it. I hope he raised it high and hit it lightly." And Buell was happy. Then it was out. Huh? Hearing that he said, "It's okay Ciel, I won't punish you guys, this is definitely Long Long's trick." At that time, the other two girls were also stunned. A-kyung asked, "Mr. Lee, who are you talking to?" At that time, Buell immediately rushed out and shouted, "Mama." The little girl ran to hug Moon A-kyung. She didn't understand what was going on and asked, "Why are you here, Buell?" Che Yeji said more and more desperately, "Mom, the baby called you." Then she watched Buell think, even the hair color is the same, don't tell me. At that time, Buell was happily hugging Moon A-kyung's leg. Lee Do-jun sighed sadly and said, "It seems like he followed these two here." Long Long clasped his hands and said apologetically, "There's something you want to say." Tu Long is listening. Ciel was afraid and hid behind his cloak. He said, "First let's ignore this matter, because I need you to look after Buell tomorrow." Long Long replied in surprise, "Will the owner really ignore it?" "Oh, and Ciel is coming with me," he said. "I'll let it go because tomorrow I need him to come with me to the astral plane." Ciel asked in surprise, "What, me? Hearing that, Long Long got angry and said, "I won't take it, I'll take you too." He sighed and said, holding back so he could watch Buell carefully. At that time, somewhere else, a scream rang out. He collapsed on the ground, trembling in fear, saying, "Please don't kill me, why are you here?" That guy walked back and said, no matter how he was a guard, why were he shaking like a leaf? I swear you guys are so weak. That guy said with murderous intent, "In my time, pathetic people like you could not survive." That was Dang Gak, a prominent figure in the mind world, one of the 7 supreme men. Dang Gak grabbed the head of a soldier. Then he squeezed the soldier's head like Tranquocto and crushed an orange. Dang Gak picked up the stone and said, "But you also have some use. You just need to absorb other creatures to get stronger." That's amazing, that's a golden training stone, it's a consumable form. The special effect of this stone is... Suddenly Dang Gak felt something was wrong. He waved his finger and said, "That's strange, it's not much of a difference." Then he realized, so there was no point in killing these guys, and the effect of this stone was to strengthen the owner after killing adventurers in the astral world by absorbing vitality and energy, skill. Seeing that, he touched the other half of his face and thought, should I come and kill that ugly thing? I must avenge the half of my face that it took away from me in the Great War, the trashy, clumsy lizard called Iges, that's the lovely Long Long now. At that time, from Lee Do-jun's group, there was an announcement that the bridge area on the 3rd floor of the astral world had been synchronized. Ciel said, "Master, Ciel has completed synchronizing the information into the data system." He praised, "Very good." Then Ciel said, "But..." He looked at the screen and said, "Whoever caused this," a group of people were lying dead right before his eyes. Ciel exclaimed, "Could it be? You knew in advance that something would happen on the 3rd floor, right, Master?" That's why he brought Ciel along instead of Lord Long Long, because he only knows how to do and destroy. Ciel's face was full of pride and hope and he said, "Ciel is very good at controlling his strength, you can trust him, let's go Master." Then he was like pouring cold water on its face and said, "No way." Ciel looked dumbfounded and asked, "Hey." He said, "I didn't know that something like this would happen. I brought Ciel along to help survey quickly. Telling Long Long to follow and enter data would be a disaster." Ciel said dumbfounded, It must be Long. Master Long will do well." He patted his head and praised, "What a good dragon." He happily said, "Well, Ciel wouldn't dare admit it, Master Long Long is sometimes very good, but other times he is." Then he suddenly realized that asking you, laughing at times like these, is it strange? I don't understand asking him. "Huh?" Ciel cried and realized his mistake. He said, Ciel should have known how to control his emotions. Ciel is so bad at bathing. He suddenly giggled happily in front of his master when his fellow humans lay in a pile like that. Position. He patted its head and replied, "I don't think anything nonsense." It shook its head and refused to answer. "It's embarrassing, please don't comfort Ciel." Then it turned into a dragon and said, "The child would punish himself." Then Ciel flew up and said, immediately flying to investigate this entire area. After saying that, Ciel immediately flew away. He stood there thoughtfully, still not understanding what was so embarrassing about it. After that, Lee Do-jun had to buy a book titled Understanding Girls Going Through Puberty. Then Ciel went to investigate. He assessed that it seemed like every floor was full of turmoil. Then he suddenly realized something. It looked up to listen to the situation. Then he said, "Master, what? Yes, it's okay." Then suddenly a light appeared in front of Ciel and he exclaimed, "Ha! That thing attacked Ciel." It didn't have time to stop and instead it screamed, "What?" Then Ciel fainted and fell to the ground, coughing. "That's dang gak," he smiled and said, "Oh wow, I didn't expect to meet the limbs of that ugly lizard here." Then he ran to attack Ciel and said, "After the great battle, not a single day passed when I stopped thinking about you guys. It was really amazing." Then Dang Gak attacked and said, "But it's boring to die when you just appeared like that. I have to tear you apart to satisfy my disappointment." Then Ciel trembled in fear. He closed his eyes and let whatever happen to him. Then he continued to scold me, "I have to make you half dead before slowly torturing you." Number 9. Then smoke and dust appeared after that attack. He covered the dust and excitedly said to himself, "I'm so excited about dying that it's a bit too much. But it's a dragon so it's not necessarily dead." Then suddenly an arm appears. It was Lee Do-jun. He strangled him and lifted him into the air. Dang Gak had difficulty breathing and said in panic, "Who are you?" He exclaimed in surprise, "You? Where did it come from?" Lee Do-jun remained silent and did not speak. Then his face was filled with anger. He threw the other guy with quite a force, sending him flying straight into the wall. Dang Gak couldn't bear it and spat out blood. Then Lee Do-jun said, "Are you okay?" Dang Gak fell to his knees and shouted, "Are you crazy? After trying to kill someone, you still asked if it was okay." Then he turned around and said, "No." Without asking you, he turned towards Ciel. It replied, "Oh yes, thanks to the master, Ciel is okay." Ciel, open your shield to block the attack and pretend to be injured." At that time, Ciel didn't understand what was happening but still listened. "What? Yes." Then he thanked you. No thanks to his master, reminder that now Ciel has been hit hard. Dang Gak hugged his stomach in surprise. "What's the matter? Why are you still so unharmed?" Hearing that, the descendants of the Dang Vuong Sichuan family shut up and knelt down. Suddenly Dang Gak was controlled by something and knelt down. He didn't understand what happened. "What the hell?" I looked at him appraisingly. "It seems like you are a supreme being. Tell me why you went to destroy the astral world and bring this world to destruction. What do you and those demons want? Why do those bastards want to destroy the middle world?" Because of greed. Dang Gak with every word of Do-jun, his expression became more fierce. In the end he used most of his strength, hit the ground hard under his feet. He gave a crazy smile. Carrier stood opposite him and said confusedly, "What's wrong? Can you still smile?" Dang Gak continued hoarsely, "How do we know what those bastards think? I just want revenge on the king of this purple lizard. I have to kill them all." And then he shouted, "You bastards!" His voice echoed loudly, causing the surrounding rocks to collapse. From the ashes he flew high. Smiled a crazy, happy smile, looking so stupid. "If Solomon knew about these things he would come to kill me. I also want to eliminate those vile demons. But dealing with that red lizard must come first. What if the middle world is destroyed? I don't care. When this world is destroyed, I'm still alive." Do-jun nonchalantly asked again, "Is that all?" Dang Gak still laughed. He, this world has nothing to do with me. If all dimensions are destroyed or burned down then it's up to me also." But he didn't know that while he was happily flying in the sky, June blocked his flight path, surprising him. Where did he get out so quickly? Do-jun calmly opens up the energy in his palm, "So for no noble reason at all, hopefully the rest of you bastards are the same type of nonsense as you." A perfect flight directly attacks Dang Gak's body. That is Do-jun's power. A scream from that guy, cough cough. "We can't die like that." Suddenly his body emitted a strange light. Carrier was very surprised. What was he planning to do? June kindly explained, transferring energy. The carrier kept asking, "Where are we going?" Do-jun kindly explained, maybe he had already prepared a substitute for him. The carrier was so excited, so we had to stop him. Do-jun replied easily, "Never mind." The carrier was confused. After an hour, he told me again, "Just trust me." Another place had two guys waiting to chat. The first was copy number 1 of Dang Gak, named Dang. Dang was the first guy to detect the strange energy appearing. What is this, you know? Dang Gak's number 2 clone's name is Gak. He calmly replied, The guy asked if the subject was dead. Gak leisurely replied, probably so. Who would have thought he would die on the third floor, standing on the pile of corpses, he said. This subject is truly hopeless. He hugged his stomach and laughed out loud, but it was really funny. Could it be that he was slaughtered by some demon god riding a dragon like in the story I read? The Gak sitting below leisurely answered, but why did he transfer his power back to us? It's not like he immediately fell after separating, meaning he was asking for revenge or something. He didn't care to continue talking, leave him alone. Gak affirmed, let's use this power to resurrect Solomon so he can destroy the other nobles who dare to look down on us. He opened his hand into a fist and punched it down hard, saying, good idea. Those earth-brain demons were probably so busy wreaking havoc that they probably never thought about reviving Mr. Solomon. Are being arrogant, so it has to come to us. We have to give those bastards a lesson about looking down on others. However, as soon as the words ended, those two bodies were absorbed by the fire and merged into one, burning into smoke. Clones of Dang and Gak had been destroyed. At this time at home, Long Long happily welcomed Du Jun, the master, welcoming him back. The whole family is eagerly waiting for you to come home. Du Jun heard a bad smell somewhere, so he propped himself up and said, if he honestly tells me what he did, I'll be gentle. Buell quickly ran out and said, Papa, Long Long today is very strange. Du Jun asked, really, how strange? Buell lazily replied, she cleans the house and washes clothes. But when serving the meat, he said he had to wait for Papa to come home from work. Carrier shouted loudly, sir, you're sick, it doesn't seem like you have a fever. Long Long got angry and said, hey, do you want to die? Carrier bowed his head, apologizing, sir. Du Jun doesn't beat around the bush and just straight up tells him presents. Long Long trembles, yes. Du Jun asked, what do you want? Pocket money. Long Long said slowly, there's no such thing. Well, if the owner wants it then he also has it. Long Long pushed as hard as he could and said loudly, the baby has something to go for 2 days. Hearing that, he said quickly and approved. Long Long surprised, yes. Why did you agree so suddenly? The owner always told you not to go out, because June freely explained, at a glance you knew you weren't going to play around so there wouldn't be any mischief. Carrier at this time also asked Long Long, sir, please let me go with him too. Buell also hugged Long Long and asked, here too, Buell also wants to go. Long Long did not let anyone follow him because he decided to go alone. Du Jun took off his shoes and asked, where are you going? Long Long politely replied, to some trusted subordinates. Carrier asked, so is it Hakase or Aang? Long Long sighed, it's true they are all quite good at their jobs. But it seems like I have to ask for help from Aang. I have something to ask him, and also to make sure he keeps my identity confidential. The scene changes to another place. In front is a castle surrounded by dense, fanciful mist. The true dragon Aang was inside holding a squirrel in his hand that was eating a chestnut as he spoke. It seemed like the owner had already taken action. At this point, she sighed again. Who would have thought that a noble would fall so simply? During the time the dragon clan was asleep, they must have become much stronger, but still. Aang's true dragon read each line. His face suddenly darkened and he said, humans are still struggling, looking for ways to satisfy their greed even though thousands of years have passed. Mr. I just fell into a deep sleep to save this world, and they were still joking around. The squirrel on her shoulder also nodded and smiled as if expressing consent. The true dragon Aang petted the squirrel and smiled and said, that's right, now that he has an owner, Mr. Aegis will no longer be lonely. Over here, Hasaka is alone, muttering to himself, master. I mean, Aegis is master, he's really domineering, but he's also incredibly strong. There's a possibility there's something shady here. At this point, he suddenly widened his eyes in confusion. Ah, could it be that he used the carrier to threaten you? Klel is the youngest so he's still weak. Just think of the scene where Long Long and Carrier were bullied by June, causing Hasaka to break out in a cold sweat and say, could it be that he used binding magic, or curses, and how? Lord Aegis's personality is a bit strange, but he still takes care of his subordinates. He dares to do so, but how can he let a human take control? Suddenly, the trespass warning siren sounded. Trespass warning, the red bean octopus was approaching, only to see a flash of light from above. The dragon with its shiny head is rushing downwards. As soon as Hasaka looked up and saw this, he couldn't close his mouth and shouted in surprise, ah, sir. At this time, the machine in Hasaka's hand rang again and again. The red bean octopus was still 500 meters away. Hasaka held the machine tightly. From afar Long Long shouted, hey, are you ignoring me? The machine rang again. The red bean octopus was still 300 meters away. Hasaka was panicking and didn't know what to do. Be quiet. He couldn't hear it. The dragon was about to land and immediately became angry when he heard that. Blood shouted loudly, I heard it. This Hasaka dog. The machine beeped again and again. An emergency warning. The red-headed octopus was coming. At this point Hasaka had no choice but to decisively throw the machine in his hand away. The dragon also landed safely in front of him. Long Long said with a puzzled face, What are you doing? Why are you breaking things like that? Hearing that, Hasaka clutched his shirt and respectfully said, It's nothing. Welcome to me, Great Aegis, the most powerful and domineering king of dragons in this world. Long Long frowned when he saw that. There's no need to be so formal. Hasaka is trying to act like he's fine right now, but deep inside his tears is a wide ocean. Haha, it's true that words alone are not enough to express your greatness. That's right, respect must be kept in the heart. At this point, Hasaka immediately started flattering, winking and saying, Of course, your Hakase always puts the word middle first. This made the dragon even more angry. Oh, but red-headed octopus, do you think my ears are deaf? Hasaka was scared by the dragon's aura and faltered, saying, Oh, what? No, so what's the matter? Long Long raised his voice and reached out. Is it a tape recorder? Why does it keep jerking like that? Oh, I've heard that the old disc player plays well as soon as you give it a shake. Arrived, only to hear a loud explosion followed by screams a second later. The dust and smoke dissipated, screws flew everywhere. Long Long blew out a breath and said, I seem to be a bit weak lately. If it were me, you would have been beaten for a month already. Lying in front of Hasaka, miserably on the ground, his head was punched until it was swollen. Hasaka felt pain, his face was bruised, he trembled and stammered, coughing, Sir, what's wrong? Seeing that, Long Long frowned and said, What's the matter? What do you think? I heard Ciel announce that you have a new master. Long Long raised his fist and said in a harsh voice, What to do? What is your opinion? Hasaka stammered. The young man didn't have time to speak because the last time he came so unexpectedly. But when did he come? Were you threatened by a human? Hearing that, Long Long was puzzled. Hasaka immediately knelt down and said loudly, If that's the case then the villain will find every way to solve it. Looking at Hasaka, Long Long confused. What to solve? Hasaka's mouth moved faster than his brain to a corner and then mechanically welded. I know that you are accepting a human as your master, because Ciel is cursed and manipulated by mental magic. I can't accept the bitterness you must be going through, having fun partying all day, having to live like a pet like that is really not Aegis Sir at all. Longed to hear him talk nonsense, then he got angry and clenched his fists. No partying. Long Long angrily walked towards Hasaka's back. This brat really likes to be beaten. Just as he was about to teach Hasaka a memorable lesson, at this moment Long Long suddenly jumped out at something. He stopped and thought, but wait a minute, that might be fun again. After a while, Hasaka excitedly turned around and gave Long Long a cube and said, Okay, with this, we will be able to break all magic curses. Long Long pulled his shirt, causing Hasaka to exclaim in surprise, Sir. Long Long started playing his role and cried, saying, Hasaka, my most loyal subordinate, you guessed right, I have no choice but to do this to save the carrier. Seeing this, Hasaka also shed tears of sympathy and said, Sir, I will never forget your heart. Your most loyal subordinate, this Hakase will do a good job. Seeing that, Long Long turned around and smiled, then wished him luck. With a wicked look on his face, he said, Oh yes, remember to never mention my name to the master, and never reveal that I have met you, is that clear? When Hasaka heard that, he couldn't help but get excited and scared. What, maybe it was a curse that bound the soul? Looking at Hasaka's belief, Long Long couldn't help but smile, turned around hesitantly and said, Ah, yeah, like that. As I spoke, I thought to myself, it's obvious that the master will kill me right away. Long Long shed tears of frustration and said, I can only trust you now, only you can save me, Hasaka. Hasaka patted his chest and told himself, Please believe in me, Sir Aegis, I swear I will try my best. In the real world it was dark outside. At Du Jun's house, everyone is having dinner together. While peacefully outside the window, suddenly there was a loud explosion. Hasaka shouted loudly, Insolent human, I, the fifth true dragon, Mr. Aegis' trusted subordinate, Hasaka has arrived. Hasaka aggressively rushed into the house because Jun shouted, When Carrier's curse is broken, you will have to go through extreme suffering for thousands, hundreds of millions of years. Carrier saw Hasaka's face and growled angrily. He frowned, the window, because Jun was helpless and didn't bother to say anything. Immediately, Do-jun's eyes full of murderous intent stared at Carrier. Carrier was also scared by his murderous intent. Buell innocently asked, "Are you sick, Ciel?" At this time, Hasaka spoke up, "Don't pretend like you don't know. Cruel human, start the device." As soon as the device starts, it emits light and begins to scan the source of the Carrier's curse. Hasaka said, "Wait for me, Carrier, and I will save you." But at this time suddenly the device announced again, the curse was not detected, the system stopped working. Hearing that, Hashake immediately became dumbfounded. Carrier was speechless, covering his face and saying, "Save you." Hasaka bewilderedly tapped the instrument and said, "Surely Lord, I just said that Ciel was cursed. Is it broken? Why is that so strange?" Do-jun glared at him with murderous intent and said, "What did he say?" As he spoke, he waved his hand, and with just a little force, Hasaka immediately knelt down and asked, "Did Long Long order you to do that?" Feeling this oppression caused Hasaka to change color, clutching his neck and screaming, "What the hell are you?" Do-jun cleared his throat, "Long Long, where is it?" Hasaka was beaten more miserably. He tried to explain, it was because the villain was so worried about Ciel. Looking at Hasaka's bruised face, Do-jun also felt a bit too much and calmly said, "Oh, is that so?" Carrier shouted angrily, quickly swept his hand up to see. Hasaka said with tears in his eyes, he was sweeping. People have good hearts but are so tense. Hearing that, they brought murderous eyes and said, "How come the beatings weren't enough or something?" Seeing that, Hasaka scanned faster, his mouth stammering, "No." Buell was frightened by the Carrier and cried. Ciel was so scared. Yun-hee was holding her and immediately comforted her. "It's okay, Buell." Carrier frowned and said, "What did the Dragon King's face look like when he talked to you at that time? Tell me." Hasaka closed his eyes to think and then said, "Oh yes, it looks similar to this." He described Long Long's facial expression at that time. Then he also saw that something was wrong, held his head and said, "It's broken, that's his face every time he plays tricks on us." Carrier got angry and criticized, "I saw it and was deceived. What's the excuse?" Hasaka quickly said helplessly, "I know it was wrong and I'm sorry." Buell said in fear, "This is the first time I've seen Ciel look like this. Ciel is scary," Do-jun said with a sigh. He tried to act like that. When Yun-hee heard that, her mouth dropped open. "What an act," Do-jun continued. "She punished that guy first so that I wouldn't have to pursue him anymore, even though I didn't know who that guy was." Hasaka and the Carrier are no different from the market. Hasaka is sweeping helplessly and hopelessly. "I'm trying my best with the house, isn't it?" The Carrier shouts, "Keep sweeping. Can't see there are still pieces of glass scattered around like that, ah." Do-jun rubbed Buell's head to comfort him. "When we were in Trung-Win we also had a few juniors like that." Yun-hee was confused. Trung-Win, with martial arts, but he immediately replied and left. Yun-hee looked at the food spilled on the table and felt sad. "But for dinner," Do-jun immediately said, "Let's book a restaurant. What do you guys like to eat?" Buell heard that and was happy. "Papa, Buell wants to eat goldfish." "You don't understand. Goldfish, yes, for dinner." Buell cheerfully said yes. Yun-hee just said, "These days Buell keeps asking for taiyaki." At this moment, the Carrier spoke up. The owner, hearing that, immediately turned his head. Carrier grabbed Hasaka's hair and said with sincere eyes, "The room has been cleaned, and Hasaka is also very sorry. Please forgive him this time." Hasaka cried out in pain, "This brat, my hair is gone now." Seeing that, the Carrier got angry and grabbed Hasaka's hair and said, "Isn't it interesting that now my hair or my life is more important?" Hasaka was in so much pain that he was shaking and quickly apologized. Carrier solemnly bowed down and said, "He knows his mistake, please forgive him, master. This guy is very good at repairing electrical appliances. He will definitely be very useful." Dio immediately said, "Okay then." He gently held the Carrier with both hands and said gently, "You also bowed your head like that. Ciel, it's not your fault." Looking at him being so gentle with the Carrier like that, Hasaka immediately became as dumbfounded as a chicken with hair moving his lips. It's obvious that Ciel calls you master. Normally, the master will have to beat his subordinates until they die. If they do something wrong, think again about how Long Long treats him every time he makes a mistake. Hakase does it again. I screwed up. Yes, please forgive me this time. Whenever that happens, Long Long will use violence to solve the problem. Forgive me, you dog." Hasaka scratched his head and said with a feeling of jealousy, "But why does the atmosphere here seem cozy, so harmonious?" Carrier then said again, "Master, can you spare Aegis Sir too?" But Do-jun hesitated a bit. At the same time, at Hakase's lair, Long Long was blaming himself. He should have thought twice before letting him go like that. Long Long's heart was filled with anxiety at this moment. I tricked Hakase into letting him get beaten up for fun, but I'm sure it wouldn't be revealed that I pulled it off, if he gossips then. But at this moment, June suddenly appeared from behind Long Long and said, "What's the point of gossiping? What are you planning to do?" Long Long heard that and instinctively immediately answered, asking like a question, then had to deny it. "Let's go away first, but there's no way he can talk. If he opens his mouth, I'll beat him right away." June heard that and glanced at Hasaka. He said again, "So why don't you tell the truth?" Hearing that, Long Long stomped his feet and said, "If you tell the truth, if you have that butt, you won't only get beaten up, but you'll also have your pocket money cut off." That can't be forgiven. Long Long heard that and got mad. The hand emitting fire said, "This king is angry. Why would anyone else dare to say such nonsense? Do you like to die?" But when I turned around and saw June standing in front of me, I sprayed the glue until it became stiff. Long Long smiled wryly. "Strange, why is master here?" June smiled. "What's the matter? I know you're playing a trick. I was planning to be gentle if I saw that you were repentant, but it seems that's not possible. As you spoke, you used your power to surround everyone to fly up." The carrier had no choice but to say, "Good luck to you, sir." Hasaka stood aside pale and trembling and stuttering. "What the hell? His pressure is stronger than that of Lord Iges, who is considered the strongest of the mind world." June radiated murderous intent and looked at Long Long without any expression. He said in a low voice, mentally preparing to be punished. In the end, only a loud bang was heard, the ground causing an earthquake. The smoke dissipated. June wiped his hands and looked at Long Long. Long Long lay miserably on the ground. There was still a lump on his head. June spoke up, "Hey, Hasaka." He heard that and replied in fear, "Yes." June immediately said, "I heard you are very good at making machines. Can I ask you a favor?" Hasaka immediately replied, "Yes, of course. What do you want to do? Gaming computers, anything is fine." Then, "That guy, do your business carefully." "Yes." The next day, outside a large apartment building. Overnight Hasaka also made a cart under June's orders. He looked blank and held cooking utensils in both hands. Outside the shop was a long dragon holding an advertising sign. He angrily said, "That guy, be careful with your business." Hasaka fearfully replied, "Yes. Just focus. I still have to walk around in this embarrassing state. If I don't focus, I'll sell out early and I won't be able to go home." After a while, Buell happily ran up and waved, "Hello." Hasaka saw that and warmly said, "Yes, yes, what do you want to eat?" Buell even the carrier drooled and said, 2 red ones." The carrier is upset. "That means 4 red bean cakes. Make it quick, Hasaka." But June shook his head and said, "I don't like it." The carrier heard that and asked again, "Why? The owner doesn't like taiyaki." "No, it's just that." As he spoke, he took out a ticket from his pocket. "I have urgent work to do now. Treasure Goblin Company entrance ticket, rank S, effect immediately teleports you to Treasure Goblin Company once." In the house, Yunhee immediately said, "I'm going to work." Long Long spoke up, "Good job." Yunhee heard that and immediately reminded, "Long Long, don't destroy anything at home, I know." As soon as she walked away, she immediately complained, People have already spent 8,000 green springs, how can they destroy it? Consider this king as a child." At this point, Long Long smiled half-heartedly, wondering why the cow had white teeth. "No one knows how much pain and suffering I have had to take care of this house." June then arrived in front of a company outside covered in gold. He thought to himself, "Is this the place?" While I was a bit confused, I heard a shrill scream from behind, "Sir June." A guy ran up and said loudly, "Wait for me, I miss you June so much." June unconsciously asked, "How did you know I was coming?" The goblin stood panting and said, "That. If you tear up the ticket, I will automatically be notified." Seeing that, June said, "It's okay to come slowly." The goblin quickly said, "No, how dare a little devil like me treat a benefactor who can't come and escape, because June is bored and can't even bother to talk, that's a bit too much." The goblin looked sideways and asked, "Oh but Sir June, so the Dragon Clan lords, are you going with you?" He immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "If they don't come with us then it's lucky, their presence is so scary that we don't even dare to breathe, as you humans call those bad delinquents, they are truly extremely complex people." Miscellaneous. Hearing that, the carrier, who was in his pocket, spoke up, "What's that?" He glared, he was a bully. Seeing that, the goblin was so scared that he couldn't say anything. The carrier jumped out and said grumpily, "How dare a little monster dare to insult Mr. Iges?" After saying that, it stretched out its strong, muscular arms, grabbed the goblin's neck and lifted it up. The goblin suffocated and rolled his eyes. The carrier still squeezed his neck and said, even though our Dragon King is a bit stubborn and has an erratic temperament, it's not the turn of a nonsense person like you to scold him. The goblin said difficultly, please don't kill me. Seeing that, he immediately held the carrier and said, CL, stop committing murder now. The goblin fell to his knees on the ground panting. He breathed and said, thank you, sir, for once again saving this cowardly life. So let's go in, to the treasure that made our golden goblin race what it is today. Inside, Du-jun did not hesitate to praise, it looked luxurious. Hearing that, the goblin giggled happily, Mr. Du-jun really has trusting eyes, let me briefly introduce you. In our place, the rarest sacred items will be displayed in the basements from 1 to 8, the further down we go, the higher the value of the items will be. I'm not bragging, but I have collected them myself, quite a few sacred items are placed on the lower levels. Du-jun thought to himself, Yun-hee probably needs a few things. The carrier spoke up, but is it okay to leave these precious things hanging out like that? What if someone wants to steal them? The crime of scolding Aegis, sir, you must be speechless. Seeing that, Du-jun secretly thought that he was angry at the goblin for speaking ill of Long Long, but still. He stared at the carrier and said, it seems like Ciel plays with the dragon a lot, so Ciel seems to appreciate it a lot. The carrier quickly waved his hand and denied, it's not like that. Ciel is only telling the truth, if you keep displaying precious things so carelessly like this. But as soon as it touches the object, a protective glass immediately appears, causing the carrier to sag. Goblin laughed, haha, even if the great devil of the mind world comes here, or the great cosmic super dragon king Aegis comes, don't expect to catch anything. Hearing that, the carrier became even angrier and said, your voice sounds so annoying. Feeling the murderous aura of the carrier, the goblin knelt down in fear and said, yes, I swear I have no intention of insulting you, Lord Dragon Clan, I just said something, really. Du-jun helplessly picked up the carrier and asked, why did he seem so emotional today? CL, the carrier grimaced and replied, that bastard dared to disregard Aegis Day. As always, CL cut him off all day long, then took him away until he was satisfied. The goblin trembled continuously when he heard that. He gently patted Carrier's head to comfort him. That's enough, come on CL, he's scared, CL is a good dragon, right? Carrier calmed down his anger and said, if the owner says so then that's it. After speaking, he turned to the goblin and said, you better keep your mouth shut. When he heard that, he immediately bowed his head, yes, I understand. He was moved to tears, my beloved Du-jun saved my life once again, this name Du-jun is truly a blessing. I don't know if you guys have heard, recently, people call Mr. Du-jun the king of the lower world. Only after you came to wipe out the rebels in the downstairs area did lowly residents like us have peaceful days. Although the number of items we collected decreased, the number of customers visiting increased a lot. They were all promising characters who were specially invited by my clan. Although they currently do not have any reputation, who knows what kind of trouble they will cause in the future. But at this moment, someone below suddenly stopped and spoke up, not yet famous, who is it? Me. The goblin heard that and immediately turned around to explain, dear guest, it seems you have misunderstood, every guest we invite has the potential to break through to the ends of the middle world, Sir Wei Jinki. Wei Jinki said uncomfortably, it's been a long time since someone dared to call me a nameless little pawn. The goblin bowed his head again and said, I don't dare, dear Lord of the Astral World, how dare I look down on Lord Wei Jinki, the third highest person in the world. Wei Jinki now looked at Du-jun and Carrier and gasped in surprise. The goblin begged helplessly, Sir Du-jun and the Dragon Clan, please forgive me but I beg you, please quickly perform the ceremony like me. I beg you, he trembled, thinking his life was really over at this point. But even if goblin spoke, Du-jun still stood looking at Wei Jinki. Wei Jinki darkened and said a little angrily, really interesting. Du-jun looked at him without speaking. The confused goblin continued to beg, Sir Du-jun, please, just this once. Carrier immediately showed his attitude towards Wei Jinki. Wei Jinki said, I really didn't expect to meet again in this place. Right after that, he solemnly knelt down and said, the leader of the divine sect, the supreme leader of the 10,000 demon army, the supreme demon belonging to the system, please respectfully bow. The person following him also immediately knelt down respectfully. Wei Jinki continued to say, maybe the supreme demon will not recognize this lowly subordinate, but the truth is that this villain has always been a loyal servant for a long time. Hearing that, Jun immediately replied, of course I know you, even though you started later than your peers, you've already gotten here. Wei Jinki was a little confused and said yes. He was very surprised and said, even though you were the last person to pass the novice training course, after that you also tried very hard to become a member of the Muyong squad, so there is no way I could forget. Do you still remember that petty person, among the hundreds of followers at that time? In response, Du Jun just nodded and smiled. Seeing that, Wei Jinki could not control his emotions and said with tears in his eyes, "Oh great devil!" They immediately knelt down and shouted, "Heavenly demon is eternal." Wei Jinki smiled and said, "But my god, your image is really different from before," because Jun asked, "Is that so?" Goblin couldn't believe his eyes and said in confusion, "Why the hell is Mr. Li Du Jun?" The carrier next to him interrupted, "The owner is like that. This noble existence can remember all the names of his subordinates, but what the goblin is wondering isn't that, no, it means how he can stand up to such a powerful force. The mental world is like treating a pet like that." He thought again, but if Mr. Li Du Jun and Mr. Junki were acquaintances, so maybe he came to take all the treasures here. No way. I have to find him a decent gift, no, an expensive one. I have to do it to please the guests who come and please the guests who leave, take care of his health. The goblins are a bit worried, but in reality it's just June coming, is to check information related to the company only. As for Long side, Hasaka is still busy selling cakes. "Please give me 2 red bean cakes, I bought 4 cakes, people waiting in line to buy them." Hasaka has both hands moving quickly without stopping. Yes, please wait a little bit. "Thank you, if you are selling, please come soon." Then happily jumped up on Hasaka and said, "Hey, Hasaka." He said confusedly, "Sir, Long is now a bully." "That's right, you should be happy to see me, come serve me." Seeing that, Hasaka became angry and shouted, "Sir, don't you see that I'm trying to sell the rest of this cake according to the owner's orders? If you're not careful, you'll set up this stall now, customers outside will see." When Long ate the cake, he bewilderedly said it was my cake. Seeing that, Hasaka immediately took the bag of cookies and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, my dog is a bit fussy. Are you okay? So I'll give you another cake for free as an apology." The girls outside were immediately captivated by this handsome face and exclaimed, "Oh my god." Long got angry and said, "Hey, did you just call me a dog?" Hasaka shouted, making the dragon startled. "Do you see this long queue? We dragons always put our whole heart into carrying out orders. I'm really busy selling to customers. So please stop bothering and quickly come and help." The girls with glowing eyes looked at Hasaka and exclaimed, "So strong." Long reluctantly asked again, "Okay, now what do you want me to do?" Hasaka rushes, first puts on the headband and apron, then pours out the dough, then bakes the fish cake. Long screams, "Save me." After a while, the two of them posted an out-of-stock notice to see you next time. Both tiredly lay down on the ground. Hasaka praised, "Good job, sir." Long was so tired that he was breathing heavily. Then he angrily stood up and waved the mushrooms. "Bastard! How dare you order me around? I'm about to become the Dragon King, rushing in alone to take this throne." Hasaka is tired and still meets a strange dragon. Other than being helpless, he doesn't know what else to do. Long criticized, "Where is your noble dragon clan honor? How can you be here selling fish cakes to humans?" Hasaka immediately explained, "I just like it because I can interact with the outside world. Well, I've been alone for too long. A while ago, a lonely young man created a friend named Wilson, and it was a ball with 2 red handprints attached to the front arms. He talked to himself all day and said hello to Wilson, 'I'm Hasaka.' But Wilson can't talk." This made Hasaka bite his lip. Sadly said to Wilson, "You bad guy," then threw Wilson away. Thinking about this, Hasaka became sad again. This villain has always been alone and can't meet anyone. Even if he could invent anything cool, he wouldn't be able to, no one to brag about. He hugged the fish cake grill, tears streaming down his face. Even though it was just a pile of scrap metal, it was extremely meaningful to the poor man. When Long saw that, he didn't know what to say but hesitated. "Oh yeah. Why are you suddenly so sentimental?" Long looked at Hasaka without pity. "Or are you pretending?" Hasaka immediately said, "There's no such thing. But Sir Dragon King, there's this matter that you're wondering about." "What?" "If you ask stupidly, I'll punch you." Hasaka quickly said, "It's true that Master is very strong, but how does he compare to you? Aren't you one of the strongest existences in this world, so Master will be on par with you." At this point, Long was speechless. "Oh well." Seeing that the dragon was still gurgling, Hasaka said excitedly, "Perhaps, you are not my master's opponent." Long quickly replied, "Talking nonsense, of course we are equal. Well, I have 8,000 years of combat experience. Hearing that, Hasaka said with admiring eyes, I knew it right away. You don't know how scared the young man was when he saw his master release the energy. Ah, just a little surprised, Long urged, then okay, now give me a number. Hasaka is confusing. What number? Well, just give me a number and I'll know. If it goes well, I guarantee you won't have to sell fish cakes anymore. Hearing that, Hasaka said excitedly, and then, 122,300,500 2,300,500 2,333. Hearing that, Long got angry, grabbed his shirt and shouted, Do you like to die? Hasaka said angrily, You said just give me a number. This number should be carefully inserted, yes. Time passed very quickly and it was already dark. Dojun has also returned home. Hello everyone, Carrier is happy, he's home. At this moment, Long was like a soulless corpse lying on the chair. Dojun said in confusion, What's wrong? Yoonhee hesitated, Well. Then she sighed in frustration. He went to buy the lottery but missed everything, because June was speechless. Did he really go to make money like that? Long collapsed and lamented, My pocket money was gone, I was penniless, I was thinking about the whole family. Dojun squeezed his chin and mumbled, If this keeps up, nothing will happen. I was planning on asking him to do some chores to get some pocket money. When he heard money, the young man's eyes immediately lit up. Long stepped forward and June said, No, I can do it. Master, do you have any instructions? Dojun immediately said, An SSS rank dungeon just appeared. So I need your help. Some were filled with death and darkness, skulls were piled up around him, blood flowing into rivers. Kirill sat under a field of decomposed skulls and said, Wei Junki, it's decided, I will become a king, but I'm tired of this life of fluff. In his hand, he also holds a teleportation book, a treasure of the mind world. This item can teleport you to the desired location. Wei Junki asked in confusion, King of what? Kirill replied simply with the earth. A sinister smile appeared on his face and he said, I will become the ruler of the earth. Kirill heard that and didn't know what to say. In his heart, he thought, Earth, he's talking about a place where the corruption process has stopped spreading. Junki laughed and said, That's a joke, can I tell another story? Kirill saw that and lost interest. Talking, my mouth is faster than my mind. He closed the book and confidently said, Even though I am weaker than you, I am after all the strongest existence in the mind world. The earthlings who can't even pass the tutorial are nothing. Junki threw him another audiobook. Well, I'll take another one just to be sure. Kirill saw that and expressed his attitude and said, Hey, you look down on others too much. Junki threw another book and said, Stop adding another book, I'm not kidding, I'll definitely use it. Returning to Dojun's house at this time, after hearing the owner's words, Long said with some disbelief that there was an S-class dungeon appearing so he needed me to help. Long walked back and forth excitedly saying, I will blow everything up according to Master's orders. Where is that dungeon? Hawaii, Jeju Island. Dojun immediately said, It is a monster dungeon. Hearing that, Long lost interest and said, That's only Class D, the kind for the weak class. Buell heard that and salivated and said, Monster chicken is very big. Seeing that, he asked the girl, Is Buell hungry for monster chicken? Buell's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, Papa can read minds. Buell was confused. Why is that? June asked with concern, What kind of food do you want to eat? Buell excitedly said, Well, first you have to take the wings and skewer them until crispy, then grill them, then cook them. Yoonhee looked at the cute girl and couldn't help but pick her up. She knew so many things. Our Buell is so good. Buell said again, Then the last dish had to be dipped in sauce. When Yoonhee heard that, she smiled shyly and whispered, But it's so expensive. Buell's face was so pale that she didn't bother to speak. Long coughed lightly. His saliva flowed like a river. He patted his chest and said firmly, Just trust me, this dragon's body can take care of everything. Let me bring back the monster chicken meat. He turned around and said, Master, the little man is willing to use all his cowardly strength to bring monster chicken meat back to Buell. When June heard that, he immediately said, Since it's urgent, I will also go with him. Hearing that, Long immediately showed an expression as if he were attending a funeral. Asked by June, It probably won't be a waste of time, catching monster chickens. Long said enthusiastically, Of course not. Catching monster chickens, it's not that complicated. A moment later, the two of them also set foot in that dungeon. As soon as they sat down, Long grumbled, But what is this? Dojun also noticed something at this time. It seemed like there was a stranger, somehow from the astral world, just arrived here. It must be. Long's expression also immediately changed. But at this moment, suddenly a loud bang sounded, the surrounding ground shook and rocks flew everywhere. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the dragon angrily snorted. He said angrily, "That bastard is back." Curiel also slowly appeared from the smoke and arrogantly said, "No one can withstand a single blow from me, so how the hell can they stop the corruption from spreading? Being in the middle world is comfortable, but being king of the earth seems to be easier than I thought." Long Long heard him say but was speechless. What king of the earth? Seeing it mocking him, Curiel got angry, raised his bow and arrow and said, "Who are you?" "It's me, it's your great-grandfather, give it exactly 5 seconds, say Long Long and count down 5. Seeing that, Curiel shouted in confusion, "You little lizard, say something." At this time, Long Long had already counted to 0. Without saying anything, he suddenly appeared behind him, swung his fist and flew towards Curiel. He was still ignorant and didn't know what was going on. Don't blame him, mouth. But at this moment he realized that Long Long had lost his funeral and was bewildered. What? As soon as he discovered the dragon, it was too late and he was given a powerful blow by the dragon. As soon as the powerful punch landed, there was immediately a fierce explosion. Curiel he stuck his head straight into the ground. Long Long angrily walked closer to him and said, "Are you tired of living? Why do you dare to wander around the earth?" Then he roughly pulled his leg and forced him to open his mouth. Curiel's head was jerked up and his face turned pale. Long Long bitterly said, "Master, allow me to teach this guy a course on pain." Seeing that, June immediately said, "Stop," he thought boredly, "he's learning the language of the market, where is it?" Curiel screamed in pain. June saw the bow in his hand and immediately picked it up. "Let's see what it was." He saw that and shouted, "Don't." But since June still took it up to look at it, it seems that this bow is his main weapon, so for now, just confiscate it to avoid trouble. This bow is called Gungnul, a treasure of the mind world. It is said that this bow was personally given power by the gods. The person who uses this bow has the potential to become the strongest character in the middle world. Curiel shouted, "The bastard, give it back." Seeing him making noise, he immediately emitted a murderous aura and glared as if he wanted to devour Curiel. While running, Curiel's entire body suddenly stiffened and remained motionless on the spot. He exclaimed in terror, "What's wrong? I can't move." Seeing that, June immediately said, "Calm down first." Curiel grimaced and struggled, unable to move even once. June looked at his face and took a breath. "Hey, I just wanted to calm your head a little, but it seemed a bit too much. I didn't expect it to be this unbearably weak." After a while, he also escaped from June's control and fell to the ground. The dragon next to him said in frustration, "Master, that's it, why don't you just beat him and say goodbye?" He took out a book from inside and said, "Damn it." Seeing that he was still stubborn, Long Long made a few punching and kicking movements and said, Oh, do you want to continue playing? I appreciate the spirit of death." Curiel shouted loudly, I swear I will return one day," he said as he tore the book in two. In the blink of an eye, Curiel had disappeared. When Long Long saw that, he was stunned. Bastard, he ran away. Where did he hide? At the same time, Curiel promptly teleported back to his residence. What the hell? He doubted life, why the Dragon King was there. Wei Jinky next to him saw his unstable spirit and understood something, so he opened his mouth and said, saying it was wrong to take a few more forbidden books, right? While he was talking, he couldn't see where his bow was and curiously asked, "Where is your bow?" Curiel said helplessly, "It was robbed." He was now filled with confused thoughts. How could there exist a person in the world who could treat the Dragon King like a dog? He continued, not only the 9 dragons and the Dragon King also bowed to his feet. Curiel saw that and looked down at the ground. So that's it. Wei Jinky also didn't understand what happened. What? Curiel fell into a state of panic, holding his face and saying, "Li Jun, that bastard, is the king of the earth. So how can I get the bow back now?" From that moment, the name King of the Earth, Li Jun, spread quickly in the mind world community, and at Long Long's house again caused trouble. Carrier covered Buell's eyes and said, "Buell, don't look." Jun radiated a terrible oppression called Dragon, making it afraid and not daring to move. To clarify the current situation, we must go back an hour ago. Long Long, after returning home from the dungeon, yawned loudly. "I'm home." Yun he saw that and spoke up. "Long Long, where is Papa? He won't be back soon." Carrier carrying a pillow under his armpit said, "Welcome back, sir." Buell closed his eyes and called out, "Long Long." Carrier asked curiously, "How was everything?" Long Long raised his bow and smiled. "What do you think? It's not cool." Carrier was surprised. Sir, where did you get such a bow? Yes, it's a hot item. Open your eyes and admire it so I can shoot it. Long Long said so and then tried to pull the bowstring tight, but he couldn't pull it, so angry. I don't know why it was so big. Long Long went crazy, opened his mouth to see. At this time, the dragon, after all his strength, was able to pull the bowstring up. Seeing this, the carrier opened his eyes in surprise. Oh, something is shining. But a second later it was gone again. Yunhee shouted in panic, it looks really beautiful, but hey dragon, don't tell me you're really planning to shoot. The carrier also intervened. It's really beautiful, don't ask sir, don't move. At this time, Long Long had also pulled the bowstring. He happily smiled and said, of course there is no problem, he's grown up, it's not every day that he's mischievous and has to be punished by his master. Suddenly Buell jumped up from each other and jumped on him, laughing and saying, that's right, Nong Nong is a slimy dragon. Long Long was startled and said, right man, but slow down Buell, don't. Doing so is dangerous, it then loses control and immediately lets go. Immediately the arrow rushed like lightning straight into the glass window, causing it to shatter. This energy arrow caused all four people to retreat in shock. The four then stared blankly at the large crack outside the window. Buell opened his mouth to scream. There was the neighbor's wall. Dragon's face was dark with fear. Carrier calmly spoke up to reassure him. It's okay, sir, as long as we can deal with the consequences before the owner. But as soon as I mentioned Cao Cao appeared, because June just returned. Everyone, sorry, I'm a bit busy today. When Buell saw him, he happily ran to hug Du Jun's leg and Papa. And that's it, this long life comes to an end. Back to the present time, June's face darkened. He grabbed Long Long's head and said, Long Long. Long Long was so scared he could only stammer. Du Jun said angrily, from today on, he will have no pocket money and eat meat. After hearing this, Long Long felt sad. That's right. The next day, Long Long was correcting his mistake yesterday. He was fixing his glasses and muttering to himself, the weather today is so beautiful, the air is fresh, the windows are open like this, there's nothing better than going outside to play. From outside, the sound of Buell's laughter and talking was heard. The baby had returned. The carrier also spoke up and said hello to everyone. He stayed up all night and looked like he had aged 100 years. His back hurt and his knees were sore. He turned his head and said, hey, you guys are playing, happy. Next, the carrier took out an advertisement and said, sir, look at this. If you see it, you will definitely be happy right away. Long Long is upset. Hey, go through that door, you idiot. The carrier held up the advertisement and said, come on, take a look. Long Long immediately took it and read it. What was wrong? At this moment, his eyes also lit up. Turns out this is an advertising photography contest. Hanwoo beef is a luxury, genuine, smooth beef raised in Korea. The quality is outstanding. First prize is 100 kilograms of A++ grade Hanwoo beef ribs or find a face. Second prize is a washing machine. Third prize of kitchen utensils. Excited Dragon. A photo contest. 100 pounds of Hanwoo beef. Carrier also excitedly said, yes, or we can exchange it for cash, then the house repair fee will be taken care of, and another prize also includes a washing machine. The owner is also feeling inconvenient when having to use the old washing machine. Even if we only get second prize, it's still very rewarding. Hearing that, Buell said, if mom is happy, then Buell is also happy. It would be great to bring it back to mom. Thinking about it, the carrier happily held Buell's hand. Our Buell is really kind, let's please the owners. Buell also whispered for a few hours, of course. Carrier turned around to ask for advice, surely you will also participate. Just thinking about a pound of Hanwoo beef is enough to make Long Long's mouth water. Hee hee, heartwarming beef ribs, it's heartwarming to listen to. Looking at Long Long's excited expression, Carrier was speechless. Sir, it seems like he didn't think about repairing the house. Long Long immediately said without thinking too much, go, Carrier, Buell. Let's develop, the carrier kept reminding, but this boss, it's not for the meat, it's for the money to repair the house. Oh God, why worry so early, we'll figure it out when we get to the finals. Long Long then secretly led the two people to a place. Carrier was filled with questions. Sir, what are we doing here? As soon as he finished speaking, he reminded him to just wait here. Right after that, Long Long went to the booth, pulled Hasaka's shirt and said, because this guy will be our model. Seeing Long Long pulling him, Hasaka was bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. Oh sir, Long Long thought about it and pulled out this handsome face to use. He took Hasaka to a corner and said, "Yes, that's why I stopped selling cakes today." Hearing that, Hasaka was a bit confusing. "What? Why suddenly?" Long Long shouted impatiently, "It's urgent, pack up the goods quickly and leave." Seeing that, Hasaka awkwardly said, It's a bit difficult to say." "What? It's because of those tails over there, isn't it? Are those little brats more important than my orders?" Looking at the angry eyes of the customer, Hasaka waved his hand and said, "No, no." Seeing that, the girls outside got angry and scolded him. "He's a kid, but you're the jackfruit seed. He's our idol, you understand? Look at yourself. He's short and ugly and looks like a puppy. How dare he scold someone else's oppa?" Hearing these criticisms makes him tremble. Hearing these words, Hasaka couldn't help but laugh. Long Long couldn't help but roared and rushed forward. Fortunately, the carrier behind him was able to stop him. When the girls saw it going crazy, they got scared and quickly ran away, screaming, "Get out, don't come back." Hasaka also sighed helplessly. "Sir, the master will definitely punish you very severely if he sees this scene." Buell burst into laughter. "Nong Nong looks so funny." Long Long angrily said, "Never mind, I just want to chase those fish away quickly." Carrier sounded like a thunderbolt. "It turned out it was intentional. Sir Dragon King was different, so ingenious. The villain thought he was you, being possessed by a dog." Hasaka is bored and doesn't bother to talk about it. "It's just that the king's dragon product has fallen to the bottom of society. Is there a need to be so emotional?" At this time, Long Long also took out his iPad and said, "Okay, go stand next to Buell, Hasaka." Hearing that, he and Buell immediately stood next to each other with their hands raised in a V shape. Hasaka asked, "Here, like this?" Long Long said with satisfaction, "Yes, both of you raise your hands in a V shape," then laughed. "Come on, take this photo." As soon as he took the first photo, Long Long got mad and cursed. "Let's see, can't your face express naturally? Just pretend, come on." Hasaka said blankly, "Yes, but do that what for?" But Long Long only grimaced and gritted his teeth. Seeing that, Hasaka was so scared that he didn't dare open his mouth to say anything more. After taking a while, Long Long finally chose the photo he liked. "This one is probably okay." Hearing that, the carrier asked again, "Are you sure? Isn't the view here a bit boring?" But then I thought deeply, perhaps this photo was very cleverly arranged to show the beauty of different races living together on this ancient street in Korea. During the ancient times, in a multicultural, multi-ethnic world, you have conveyed your wish for peace to the viewers. You are truly a dragon king. Carrier said admiringly, "Being your servant and not being able to see your hidden meanings is truly a crime. Right here, I swear that I will serve you in the most thoughtful way and be your strong support. I'm sure it would be an honor for you, little man, to be a subordinate of the revered Dragon King." "Ah, is that so? Well, at least you have it. I'm very happy." Sir, a few days later it was time to announce the results, but the contest results were not as expected by everyone. Yoon-hee returned from outside and greeted everyone. As soon as she entered, she saw a heavy atmosphere, making her immediately show a bewildered expression. Quickly asked, "What's going on, everyone?" Carrier quickly explained that Buell wanted to give the young master a gift after winning the photo contest, but she was sad because she couldn't do it, and the master was sad because he didn't have meat to eat. Buell sadly said with tears in her eyes, Buell wanted to give Mom a gift. When she heard that, she smiled and comforted her. "So Buell, it's okay if you have a heart, you're so good." At the same time, Do-jun also returned. He carried a big box into the house. "We're home." Yoon-hee was curious. "Dad." Buell was still sad and crying. "Papa," Do-jun now said. "Yoon-hee, take this meat, beef ribs." Hearing the food makes my eyes light up. Yoon-hee is happy, really. He couldn't believe it and thought to himself, "It's all meat, and it's beef ribs." Long Long couldn't help but shed tears. He felt a little regretful and thought, "This is the best prize if we win, but we probably won't get it. If we win first prize, then the story was different." But this time it was June calling out, "Dragon, dragon, eat this meat again." Hearing that, Long Long was a bit surprised. "Yes, what did the new owner say?" He smiled. "You also contributed, so you should also be rewarded." Seeing that, Long Long was moved and hugged Do-jun's leg tightly as he said, "Even though he didn't know what I had done, I had to sincerely thank my lovely master. Indeed he is the best, he loves people the most." Do-jun spoke up, "So you don't want to eat? Hey, don't tease me." It turns out that the picture that June accidentally took secretly from them was actually the photo that won the first prize, which they did not expect. Buell teased, "Nong Nong is an idiot." "What?" Long Long frowned. "Today I'm in a good mood so I'll let it go." Carrier smiled. "You're really grown up, sir." In one room, the system sounded, starting simulation training. Kang Yun was suddenly attacked. He fell down to avoid a blow. The attacks came in succession. But basically these things cannot make it difficult for you. At this time, the monsters also rushed out. When Kang Yun saw them, he snorted coldly. The next second he rushed in, swinging his sword and slashing at them decisively without thinking. A few people outside who were watching Kang Yun's battle also had to exclaim. They couldn't believe it. He took care of all those ogres in just 5 seconds, and even dodged all the magic arrows. It was scary. The young man next to him continued. Maybe he could get past the 50th floor. Chul Jiang was silent and only hummed. After the battle, he brought a towel to Kang Yun and said, "Good job." Kang Yun picked up the towel and wiped his face, thanking the director. Chul Jiang asked again. It seemed like he still hadn't gotten over the obsession at that time. Hearing that, Kang Yun immediately said, "I'm feeling much better. The 10th true dragon Mazelus has been constantly haunting my dreams, and recently he hasn't appeared anymore." He suddenly remembered the past, when a raging dragon destroyed an entire city. The dragon's breath is enough to engulf the entire city in flames. Kang Yun screamed, "Everyone stop it quickly, otherwise it will be destroyed." The other hunters are also scared. "Come help quickly, yes." Seeing his teammates being burned by the dragon's fire made Kang Yun terrified. He was helpless and could only scream, "No." After remembering, Kang Yun frowned and said, "But I won't forget." After saying that, he thought to himself, yet another dragon appeared in less than 3 years after subduing Mazelus. That nightmare can recur. Then he asked Chul Jiang, "Have we determined the exact location of the dragon that appeared in Bangbidong?" He immediately replied, "No, everyone is still trying their best to gather information. Only know the number on Mazelus's head is 10. And on the heads of the 2 dragons that appear in Bangbidong are 1 and 9. According to information collected, the lower the number, the stronger the dragon." Hearing that, Kang Yun felt a little uneasy and said, "Honestly, I don't think I can defeat them." He patted his shoulder to comfort him. "If both of those dragons really appeared at the same time, then perhaps it would be you." Li Du-jun couldn't cope either. At the same time, the phone rang. Kang Yun picked up the phone. "Sir Li." On the other end of the line is June. "You talk to Kang Yun, tell him quickly to make it right. I will hand over the manual on how to complete the 2nd floor of the astral world, so if you have time, please come over, let me discuss the details." Hearing that, Kang Yun couldn't hide his joy and said, "Of course, it's really an honor for me, Sir Li." "Okay, then let me send you the address, see you soon." Immediately he excitedly ran away. "I have something to go." Chul Jiang waved his hand. "Wait a minute." Looking at the back of his deceased brother, he felt a bit regretful. "I also wanted to go with him." A moment later Kang Yun arrived in front of Du Jun's house. He spoke up, "Sir Li, it's me Li Kang Yun. It's an honor to receive your invitation to my home." Inside, Long Long spoke up. His family has read a lot of newspapers. Kang Yun was surprised. "Mr. Li." Seeing Long Long in front of him, he exclaimed in surprise, "Where did he get such a bright red dog? Is it a rabid dog?" Long Long sighed and said, "Ha, marketing people are really rowdy these days. It's so appropriate now." Hearing that, Kang Yun quickly introduced himself. "I'm not here to sell newspapers. I'm Li Kang Yun of the Behemoth Group. Mr. Li Du-jun asked me to come to this address. Is he home?" Long Long didn't care, just looked at the cake box and asked, "Is this cake bought at the big store in front of the door?" Kang Yun immediately gave it to Long Long and said, "Oh yeah, because it looks so delicious so I bought it as a gift. Can you have a piece?" Long Long heard that and said drooling, "That looks a bit suspicious, but if you have cakes, you must be a good person. Let's show them here." Picking up the cake box, she happily ran inside. "Oh yes, there's cake." At this time the carrier also came out. She yawned and said, "Sit and wait a while." The owner said he would go to the market for a while and then return. Hearing that, Kang Yun nodded and replied, "Oh yes." He was a little surprised. Owner. If it weren't for him, he would just be with Yunhee. Long Long had already opened the box of cake to eat. While eating, he asked Carrier, "Hey, can you have a piece?" Carrier lay down on the chair and said, "You can eat it all, go." Suddenly Kang Yun seemed to see something. It turned out that the carrier had transformed back to its original form. Seeing that, he screamed in surprise, "A purple dog!" But then Kang Yun saw that something was wrong. "Wait a minute. Where have I seen these numbers before?" Long Long is eating delicious cake. Kang Yun immediately walked over and picked up Dragon. The next second he was scared and sweating. It couldn't be. Dragon was confused. Something was wrong. "Put me down." Long Long was angry. Only the owner is allowed to let me fly on the plane. Let me go. The cake will fall to the ground and he will be horrified to see that the number on its forehead is 1. Looking at the carrier, I said to myself, the other one is 9, don't tell me it is. At this time, Long Long also dropped the cake on the ground. Dear cake, please pay me back for the cake. At this time, Du Jun had also returned from outside. As soon as he came in and saw Kang Yun, he immediately said, sorry, he had to wait for a long time. When Long Long saw Du Jun, he was startled. Master. Kang Yun turned pale and trembled and said, there is a dragon at Mr. Lee's house. Hearing that, Long Long was scared and quickly defended himself. I didn't do anything. Hearing that, Jun smiled softly and said, well, they look cute, right? At the headquarters, during the meeting, Kang Yun sat like a lost soul. He thought to himself, Mr. Lee is truly on a completely different level. As soon as A Kyung turned around and saw Kang Yun's expression, he was startled and wondered, what's wrong with him? Du Jun stood on the podium and spoke, because there is currently not enough personnel to survey all 200 dungeons, so I would like to invite everyone here to assist. Kang Yun frowned and stared at Du Jun, thinking to himself, I was wrong. Before, I only thought he would be about 2 or 3 times stronger than me, but who would have thought that he would be so terrifying that he would raise a dragon to watch over his house? It is shallow to underestimate his strength, indeed, a peerless master. Du Jun continued to say, however this job is not mandatory. Jun Yol heard him say and yawned. Kang Yun now looked at Du Jun with an admiring look, thinking, Mr. Lee Du Jun is so cool. A Kyung pinched Jun Yol's cheek, making him scream in pain. It hurts so bad. A Kyung growled, paying attention, come in and listen. Speaking of this, she suddenly turned her head to look at Kang Yun. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hearing that, he asked in bewilderment, what opportunity? This is the first time Mr. Lee has asked us for help. We have always received favors before, so this time we must let him know what S-class service is. Jun Yol laughed and said, it's a fart, it's okay to go around flirting with other people's ass. Kang Yun nodded and said, of course, this is the chance to repay him. A Kyung shouted, hey, monkey head. Jun Yol shouted, I told you it hurts. If I were a monkey then it was Kadut. There were only 2 people and it was as noisy as a market. Kang Yun told himself, everyone tries their best to express themselves in front of Mr. Lee, so I have to make sure to complete this job at record speed. Right after that everyone voted, we will try our best. Seeing that, Jun thought to himself, everyone is very enthusiastic. The scene changes to another place. Kirill sits and sighs dejectedly. Wei Jinki spoke up, sighing, why don't you go and ask again? Gungnul, hearing that Kirill angrily said, crazy, tell me to go meet that crazy guy again. He immediately turned around and asked him, so do you have any other choice? He confusedly scratched his head and said, I know that, but if I return to Earth, that crazy guy will kill me. Wei Jinki walked closer to the sarcastic table. A few days ago he insisted on being the king of the earth, thinking he preferred being the king of the blind land rather than hanging out here. Hearing that, Kirill immediately screamed, shut up, who are you? Knew he was there. Wei Jinki smiled softly. He immediately said, but just calculate carefully, in any case, you won't lose with Mr. Lee Du Jun. At the headquarters right now, Chul-Soo and Hyuk-Soo are both panicking, Chul-Soo stuttering, can someone explain this scene to me? Hyuk-Soo is equally surprised, I'm at a loss, room. Why are there so many S-level hunters gathered here? At this time, Du Jun had just arrived. Seeing this, Hyuk-Soo immediately asked, Du Jun, do you know anything? He immediately replied, I accept. Then the department head gave Hyuk-Soo the file in Du Jun's hand. Then he said, give it away. He took it and quickly replied, yes. Chul-Soo walked over and put his arm around Du Jun's shoulder and gave him the card saying, Lee Du Jun, take it and go buy some drinks. That's why Jun asked, this is my personal credit card. Relax, remember not to buy anything too cheap. Du Jun looked at the hunters and said, everyone drink cold Americano. Hearing that, Chul-Soo quickly waved his hand to stop him. Don't blame Jun, they're so picky, they're full of famous people like this and let them only drink Americano. We'll probably get fired, and maybe not, just lose your job, just lose your life. But at this time all the hunters bowed their heads and said, okay, thank you chief. Du Jun spoke up, they seemed to like it. Seeing that, the department head was a little surprised and said, why is that? 10 minutes later at the meeting, Du Jun told everyone, according to the plan, I need each person to explore 10 dungeons, which is a bit much, so if anyone has any ideas, please speak up. Kang Yun immediately asked, what if we could do more? After saying that, he immediately thought, with this, we only need less than 3 days to complete, there is still plenty of time, we have to take advantage of this opportunity to win people's hearts, Mr. Lee. A-kyung also spoke up, I can also exceed the target, I take 20 dungeons, no, 30, Minji also enthusiastically said, I can do 32. But was immediately stopped by Do-jun, just 10 was enough. Another hunter spoke up, so can I get your phone number? Do-jun told them to wait a bit and then started writing down his phone number on the board, thinking to himself as he wrote down, I didn't save anyone's contact information except the Behemoth and Icarus groups, so let's chat a little, good. Having your phone number, the hunters all smiled strangely and said, thank you, Mr. Lee. Junyol thought to himself, Ryu Junyol, made a bad impression before, so I can't let it go wrong this time. Was normal when he shouted, I will go now, Sir Lee. After saying that, he immediately turned around and left before everyone's confused eyes. Kang Yun said helplessly, Junyol, we have to finish the discussion. A-kyung was also speechless, that jerk, I'm so sorry Sir Lee. Do-jun immediately said, oh yeah, the meeting is almost over, no problem. Somewhere, Hunter Junyol wearing a hunter outfit ran everywhere excitedly shouting, let's fight, this time I will shine. A few people around were surprised to see him, what is it, why is Ryu Junyol here? The blue-haired guy immediately took out his phone to take a photo of Junyol and said, he didn't expect to meet him in real life, should I come ask for an autograph? Curiel, standing in the crowd, saw this and wondered why, with such a large gathering, the king of the earth was coming. Junyol stroked the handsome man's hair and said, but if my report is the same as everyone else's, then it doesn't mean anything, I wonder if there's a way to make myself stand out more. Seeing you, everyone was like seeing an idol, there's Hunter Ryu Junyol, so cool, can you take a photo with us? Hearing that, Junyol seemed to have an idea, oh yeah, we have to add pictures to make it more vivid. Then he pointed his finger and said, hey, tall boy, come here. Curiel heard that and pointed to himself and asked, I'm sorry, Junyol immediately said, that's right, come here and take a few pictures with me. Hearing that, Curiel got angry and said, you idiot, how dare you order a noble person of the mind world? Just as he was about to rush over to give him a lesson, Junyol's phone rang. He quickly picked up the phone, wait a minute, Lee Do-jun, seeing that Curiel immediately stopped, Jun on the other end of the line spoke up, is there a problem? Of course not. Seeing this name, Curiel immediately changed face and started sweating, thinking, what, Lee Do-jun King of Earth, does he have eyes and ears everywhere, how did he know I was here? Junyol looked at Curiel and said, just take it and take a picture for me. Come over here, take the same photo, add more people to make it more vivid. Seeing that, Curiel screamed in her heart, it was broken, and was planning to quietly approach and sweetly ask him to return her gungnal, but before she could do anything, she was threatened like this. Meanwhile at a coffee shop, A-kyung complained to Kang Yun and Junyol, that idiot didn't know if he could make any rice or porridge. Kang Yun smiled and replied, he didn't do anything wrong. While talking, Junyol sent a message asking, are you guys working? I'm being very productive. When she saw that, she immediately said, what kind of creature possessed him? Kang Yun continued, I have a bad feeling. Junyol sent another text message, I also took a photo to report the progress. He said don't believe it. Kang Yun doubted life, why did he suddenly know how to use his head today? After saying that he texted back, where is the photo? Let's see. A-kyung was so upset, he didn't know how the photo he took turned out. But as soon as he saw the photo, the two people's faces immediately changed. Are you kidding? Kang Yun panicked. Don't tell him he really intended to use this photo in the report. On this side, Jun was working when he heard the announcement. He was surprised. Someone had already finished it. Do-jun immediately picked up his phone to look at the photo. Looking at the photo Junyol took with the young man Curiel, he frowned and thought, this photo can't be used, but why is Curiel here? Junyol texted, do you think it's okay? Do-jun immediately said, this photo can't be used, okay. At the same time, while Wei Jinky was sitting, Curiel also returned. Seeing that, Wei Jinky asked him in surprise, he's back again. Curiel lay exhausted on the ground panting and said, is that King of Earth an almighty being? I haven't had time to do anything yet, but how come he's already found out? Wei Jinky calmly said, there is nothing difficult to understand, you have always been a supreme existence, there is nothing that he does not know. At Do-jun's house right now, he crossed his arms and looked at Long Long and said, hey, come and accept it. Long Long pouted and said, I told you I didn't do anything wrong. Yoon-hee also objected, so did I. Why are Yoon-hee and Long Long suddenly sulking like this? Finished eating, let's eat. Carrier happily, yes, young master. Buell is also hungry. There is rice. Jun uttered a wonderful word. Long Long looked at the food and immediately complained, what, it's soybean soup again. It's not that I'm being picky, but this is a bit too much. Yun Hee, this week our family has eaten soup 3 days in a row. Well, there's not even any meat left. Yun Hee brought over a plate of sausages and said, what else is there with sausages? Let's eat. No comments. Eat a variety of foods to grow. Long Long picked up the sausage and lamented, I ate this last week, how can I grow up anymore? Long Long picked up the sausage and then intentionally threw it up. The sausage immediately flew onto Yun Hee's head. Seeing that, Long Long chuckled and said, I'm sorry, I'll eat that piece. At this point it's also reached my limit. Long Long, you. She trembled angrily and spoke loudly. It seemed like she didn't like dinner tonight. Seeing her angry and scared, she stammered. Yun Hee immediately took Long Long's rice and said, then don't eat any more. Long Long saw that and was upset. So what should I do? Yun Hee angrily said, if you keep that attitude, you won't be able to eat or drink anything. Seeing that, he immediately got up from his chair and ran away angrily, thinking that I was easy to bully, so let me leave this house. Seeing Long Long so defiant made Yun Hee angry and wanted to apparate. Seeing the murderous aura on her body, Buell and Carrier were both scared. They were dead. Actually, Long Long was not angry at all, but just sulking a bit, just like a child. Long Long ran away from home and wandered the streets. He was starving and babbled as he walked. This pork bone soup, rib porridge, and spicy rice cakes, all of which were delicious. Passing by a Long Long food store, I stopped and looked inside. What do they sell here? Inside the restaurant, 2 people on both sides were looking at the man eating a giant bowl of noodles and kept cheering. There were 3 minutes left. Come on, there's still time. Long Long couldn't hold back his hunger and went into the restaurant to ask. The uncle asked, what was he eating? As soon as the shop owner saw Long Long, he was surprised. Oh my God, where did he get this red dog that can speak human language? Seeing this, Long Long put his hands on his hips and said angrily, really, why are there so many impolite people in this world? Come on, never mind, just tell me what you guys are doing. A waiter immediately answered, there is a ramen eating contest here. If you can eat the entire bowl of noodles within 30 minutes, it will be free. If you eat 2 bowls, you'll get a coupon for free noodles for the whole month. If you eat 3 bowls, you'll get a coupon for 6 months of free food. But be warned, not even mukbang YouTubers on the internet can do it. When Long Long heard that, his eyes lit up and he drooled, saying, free ramen for 6 months, am I dreaming? At this time, the man who took the challenge could not pass. Seeing this, the waiter spoke up. 2 seconds, 1 second, what a pity, it didn't work, because he lost. The bill for this bowl of noodles will be its 40,000 won. The man said breathlessly, I really couldn't believe it, it was almost done. The employee scratched his head. It was really difficult because this bowl is for 5 people to eat. Long Long smiled proudly and said, here it is. Then he immediately ordered a bowl of ramen to try, and that's it, 3 bowls. Hearing that, both the shop owner and the waiter gasped. At this time, 3 bowls of hot noodles were brought up. The waiter said, remember, if it fails, it will be charged 40,000 won per bowl. Once you're ready, pick up your chopsticks, and... The innkeeper started counting the time. Looking at Long Long eating, the waiter was curious, wondering if this puppy would be successful. The shop owner immediately said, Hess, didn't you see earlier, that big fat guy can't even do it anymore, got lucky today. Long Long raised the bowl of noodles and said, let's finish 1 bowl. The shop owner saw that he had finished eating a bowl in less than 3 minutes and was extremely surprised. He thought to himself, 1 bowl is fine, but the second bowl is the real challenge. A moment later, Long Long finished another bowl. The restaurant owner must also be scared of Long Long's food quality. How long has it been? The waiter spoke up, it's only been 3 minutes. Long Long smiled and said, owner, please clean up this bowl and make 3 more bowls. Hearing that, both the restaurant owner and the waiter were stunned. The next day at Jun's house, Yun Hee spoke up and said, dinner is over, let's come eat. Yun Hee thought to herself, it seems like yesterday I was a bit too much, today I have to prepare a little more meat. Dragon is already having a hard time taking care of the kids. Then she brought out a pot of hot soup and said, today I'm cooking the spicy chicken stew that Long Long likes. But when Long Long heard about food today, he didn't care much and still lay on the chair refusing. Oh well, everyone just eat. When Yun Hee saw that, she couldn't believe it and thought to herself, Long Long criticizes spicy chicken soup. Buell spoke up, Long Long didn't eat dinner. Did Long Long go to eat ramen pieces? Buell smelled ramen. Hearing that, Yunhee misunderstood and said, the smell of ramen, Buell wants to eat ramen, so let me go make ramen. Dojun sitting next to him turned to look at Long Long. At this moment he also noticed something. It turned out to be the photo of Long Long receiving the award after the noodle eating challenge. Seeing that, he thought to himself, what is it doing this time? After a while Yunhee finished cooking the ramen noodles. She asked Long Long, do you want some ramen, Long Long? Hearing that, Long Long immediately said, oh well, everyone just eat, I'm full. Seeing that Long Long refused over and over again, she thought to herself, Long Long also criticized ramen, then sadly said, you don't like the food I cook. Long Long sat up with a gasp. I just saw that Yunhee had angrily left the room, hating Long Long. Seeing that, Long Long explained, Yunhee, it's not like that. The next day, Yunhee sadly walked down the street, muttering to herself, I shouldn't have scolded her yesterday, but criticizing the food I cooked was too much. How long did it take me to prepare dinner? Unknowingly, she passed by Hasaka's fish cake stall and saw him mumbling, what fate has brought me to sell fish cakes, it's so boring, I want to rest so much. Yunhee saw that and immediately went over to ask, you are Long Long's acquaintance, right? Hasaka was surprised to see her, oh young master. I heard that the fish cakes he made were delicious. Hasaka immediately gave her a fish cake and said, it's okay, she caught me while I was nagging, I've been so busy lately, but I saw everyone eating well so also fun. Yunhee said quietly, I understand, when I see my family eating the food I cooked, I feel very happy, but maybe I should rest a bit sometimes. Hasaka heard that and immediately said, let's rest together. Hearing that, she was a bit surprised. He replied, anyway, there is someone who can do our work for us. Seeing that his idea was not bad, she said, doing it for us sounds good. Thank you, Hasaka happily replied, you're welcome. So the two of them immediately returned to Dojun's house. Yunhee patted her chest and said, sister. Hasaka also patted his chest and said, me. Standing in front of Long Long, Carrier and Buell both said in unison, strike. All three heard it and were bewildered. What? Yunhee crossed her arms and said, I won't be doing any housework today, so please take care of yourself. When Long Long heard that, she exclaimed, why did this suddenly happen to Yunhee? I can't help it. Hasaka also said, sir, I've been very tired lately. My eyes widened in surprise. Hasaka, don't you really like selling fish cakes? Yunhee and Hasaka immediately expressed their attitudes. She criticized, why not? If you can do it, I can do it too. He next to me also continued, I still have my own research to do. That's it, Long Long takes care of the rest. The fish cake counter will hand it over to the carrier. Long Long screamed in pain, what the hell, suddenly forcing me to do all the housework. Only Buell happily shouted, fish cake. After that, Carrier and Buell went out to sell fish cakes together. The girl excitedly invited, come buy fish cakes, delicious gold fish cakes. Carrier also spoke up, buy fish cakes, 2 cakes are only 1,001. But for a while no one came to the restaurant. Carrier was depressed, why is it so deserted Buell? The girl immediately said, the fish cakes are delicious. Carrier sighed, how can I sell all of this now? Buell said while eating the cake, wait, the white-haired guy is very good at selling. At this point, the carrier suddenly pondered, why was he pushed to sell this cake? At this rate, not even a single cake could be sold. Buell suggested, go ask Long Long, he's good at this. Hearing that, Carrier immediately said, what, now? There are no customers anyway. After saying that, the girl pulled the carrier's hand and ran away. Behind her, she said with tears in her eyes, there's no need for Buell to dwell on pain like that. After a while, the two of them returned home. As soon as they arrived, Buell spoke up, Nong Nong, how to sell so many fish cakes now? The carrier also asked, sir, do you know how to do it? But as soon as they entered the house, both of them stiffened because of the terrible scene in front of them. They were nervous. The carrier faltered, sir, what is this? There were clothes everywhere inside. The dishes hadn't been washed yet. The water in the sink was overflowing. The whole house was flooded with soap. Long Long was cleaning the house and said, oh, you're back. Carrier exclaimed, sir, why is our house so messy? Long Long awkwardly replied, well, I had just washed the clothes and dishes, but this one suddenly started acting up. Hearing that, Carrier helplessly held his forehead and said, I told you to just pour a cup of laundry detergent. Seeing that, Long Long immediately held out the water bottle and said, that's what I did. Is this the right cup? Carrier sighed sadly, no, that's the cup containing washing liquid. Long Long immediately argued, no one makes mistakes in life, so why do you guys come here? Why can't you sell fish cakes? Carrier and Buell immediately showed bored faces like cockroaches. There were no guests at all, sir. It was completely deserted. Long Long heard that and sighed. What, that's all. Both of you follow me, let me handle it. Long Long said as he opened the cabinet to take out the things inside. Here, this, here, then this. Seeing that, the carrier wondered, isn't this our food? Long Long questioned, Hasaka left the bakery for us to take care of. Are you planning on going bankrupt like that? Carrier hesitated. No, but business is too difficult, sir. Long Long immediately suggested, should we change jobs? Hearing that, Buell immediately objected vehemently. The cook was terrible. The carrier immediately said, but he has good taste, it's just his hands and feet are a bit clumsy. Long Long heard that and was a bit bitter. Hey, so you punch and rub at the same time? Hey, I know how to do business very well. Long Long said confidently, and you are good at doing housework, carrying, and making fish cakes, but I don't know much. Carrier confidently replied, yes, then let's try changing jobs. But Buell was the complete opposite. The girl said loudly, Buell will supervise Nong Nong making fish cakes. Long Long then put on a wicked look and smiled to himself and said, oh well, it's over, the housework now depends on you. Carrier, looking at his expression, Long Long felt a bit uneasy, not knowing what to do. Can you believe him? Buell continued, very excited. After that, Long Long replaced the carrier to sell fish cakes. Buell loudly invited, come and buy fish cakes at a discounted price. Long Long also spoke up, today the fish cakes are delicious, 4 are only 1,001, 4 are 1,001. Meanwhile, on the carrier's side, he was sitting on the chair worried, not knowing if this was okay, going to change the job that the young master and Hasaka left behind, but the master was really quicker. It's true that I'm better suited to housework, but it's not easy. Returning to Long Long and Buell's side, customers were already coming. Long Long excitedly said, your aunts and uncles, come and try it, it's delicious, it's so delicious, I'm dying. As soon as everyone took their first bite of the fish cake, they were a bit surprised. This sweet potato flavor, mine has strawberry jam filling, and mine has peanut butter. Long Long couldn't catch his breath and said, if the situation continues like this, my fish cake might even be more popular than Hasaka's, but that's troublesome. Why is business so good but I feel so sad? This. Hasaka bought fish cakes and asked, is the business okay, sir? Seeing him surprised, I thought you would be home late. Buell was startled, there's Uncle Hasaka. Hasaka smiled bitterly, because the owner was so worried that he couldn't rest. To taste it, he said as he picked up a fish cake to try it. But as soon as he finished eating, he screamed, it was too spicy. His face turned red and he said, give me a glass of water. Buell immediately said, I'm so sorry, there's no water at the counter, are you okay? Long Long immediately gave him a can of water and said, drink my can of water, Hasaka. Hasaka was spicy and brought tears to my eyes as I drank it and said, how can you sell this, sir? Long Dragon said, it's in stock, no wonder no one calls. Then they both held up a bucket containing a lot of money and said, see, that's a lot of sales. Buell happily said, a lot. Hasaka exclaimed, not daring to believe his eyes. At Du Jun's house, Carrier was cleaning up when he saw Yun He had returned and was a bit surprised. Why did she come back? I can't believe it, you did it all yourself, Carrier. Looking at the clean and shiny house, Yun He couldn't keep her mouth shut. Carrier hesitantly replied, yes. At night Yun He asked Long Long, so you two changed jobs? He quickly replied, yes. Both Carrier and Buell also replied, yes. Hasaka asked, how are you feeling today? All three of them spoke lifelessly, tired to see the great-grandmother. It was not easy, it was tiring. Yun He immediately said, we didn't know you two had to work so hard. Carrier lamented, doing housework in business is really hard. She smiled softly and said, it's true that we also want to teach you guys how hard your daily work is, so seeing you try so hard is also reassuring. Having said this, she immediately held out her hands, thanking everyone for their kindness. I will tell my father to make a grand feast to celebrate today. Long Long is a bit remorseful. Yun He, sorry for nagging all the time. I promise I will be better in the future. Carrier will also help little master with housework more. Mama, Buell will also work hard. But at the same time Du Jun also returned from work. Seeing everyone, he smiled and thought, looks like I have to make reservations at the barbecue restaurant tonight. Now at Amon's palace. Amon, sitting on the throne, said, so the Earthman took away the Fire King's original fire. If he had fought with the Fire Lord, the Earth King would have been very weak. At this point, he proudly said that before he recovered, he had to attack immediately and take back that primordial fire. Amon stood up, laughed loudly and shouted, "The Fire Lord's primordial fire will be mine, soldiers come to earth." At the office, Do-jun is working. At this moment, the phone notification rang. A message appears on the screen: "The water line will be shut off for maintenance from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. We apologize for the inconvenience." Seeing that, he noticed the time. It was already 9 o'clock, so he went to the public bathroom. At the public bathhouse, at this moment from outside, a young man with tired limbs walked in, complaining that his whole body was swollen. Entering the changing room, he mumbled, it was empty today so he was able to shower comfortably, but now he saw Do-jun and was surprised. There's still people there. As soon as he realized it was because of June, he was a bit surprised. Mr. Lee. Hearing someone call his name, he was startled and looked in his direction. Seeing him, Do-jun spoke up, "Did you come here to take a shower too?" The guy scratched his head shyly and said, Yes, it was a coincidence. It feels like it's been a long time since we've seen each other." So June immediately said, "Just the other day we were in a meeting." Hearing that, he was a little embarrassed and smiled and replied, "Oh, that's right." They both sat in the hot bath, feeling the quiet atmosphere. He thought to himself, it's really awkward to stay silent like this, we have to start a conversation first. After thinking about it, he immediately spoke up and said, "Mr. Lee, I am very grateful for the elixir you gave me last time." What he said was the vial of Rumarg Heart Essence, permanently increased 30% healing in wound speed and vitality. He said again, "Rumarg Heart Essence is really effective, I benefited a lot from there it is." Do-jun said, "If only I could find something better." Hearing that, he immediately waved his hand and said, "No need, everyone is jealous of me, that thing is very wonderful." Seeing that he appreciates the gift, he immediately said, "That's good." After a few words, the atmosphere became quiet again. The guy didn't know what else to say at this point, but thought to himself, I'm so embarrassed, what else should I say? Thinking about it, he said, "Oh yes, Mr. Lee, I remembered that this lake has a special effect. I heard it works very well if you immerse your entire body, including your head, in the water, or let's make a small bet, this lake is a magic lake that is very effective in dispelling fatigue, and restore magic power. If the whole body including the head is submerged under water, the effect will be more obvious." So June asked again, "What?" The guy laughed and said, betting to see who could hold his breath longer. June immediately agreed, "Yes, but why are you so close?" At this point, he silently judged. It seemed that this young man was also a bit young, like a dragon. The guy started to cover his nose and said, "Then let's start, prepare to dive." As soon as he finished speaking, he dived into the water. Because June was bored, I planned to take a shower and relax. But at this moment he suddenly noticed something and looked in one direction, but it seemed like something had changed. At the same time, Amon also came to Earth. He stood on the high-voltage electricity pole and said, "So this is Earth, I can feel the aura of that Earth King nearby." He smiled confidently and said, "Come out, King of the Earth." While speaking, the next second there was a loud explosion. Amon was startled and shouted, "Who are you?" I only see that it was June who spoke, a lowly civil servant. When he heard that, he said with disdain, "Civil servant, how dare a cheap person like you show up here?" As he spoke, he released a deadly demonic aura and said, "No, this is better, if I kill all these weaklings, he will definitely appear." Seeing that he was talking flirtatiously, June didn't bother to answer and just waved his hand. Then he waved his hand. Amon saw that and made a bewildered sound. Do-jun smiled faintly, showing off. He raised his hand and flew up, his whole body radiating the aura of the male lead. Amon was angry. Why is everyone saying that to me lately? I only saw Do-jun swing his hand at him. Immediately he had to experience extreme pain and screamed. At the public bath, the guy with the scar across his face was still underwater, wondering how much longer he had to hold his breath. At this point, he was about to exceed his limit and couldn't take it anymore. The guy immediately rose from the water and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that June said, "When did you come up?" he immediately replied, "About 5 minutes ago." He said in surprise, "So I won." Thinking about that, I thought to myself, I didn't expect Mr. Lee to be bad at this. I won. Do-jun smiled and said, "That's right." He looked at his face and couldn't help but laugh and think, he really is exactly like Long Long. So he immediately took a photo with Do-jun along with the message, "Minji, I won Mr. Lee, I have photo proof." Minji was walking on the street and just saw a text message, "What is it, banana milk?" She didn't understand, what's so good about drinking banana milk? But this time she enlarged the photo to look at Do-jun. She looked for a long moment. Then immediately saved that photo. A few days later, Sunday morning at Jun's house, he was sitting on the chair reading the newspaper. Carrier in human form walked up to him and politely said, "Master, Carrier would like permission to go out." Hearing that was because Jun asked, "Go see Angha." Carrier heard that and was surprised. "How did the owner know?" "That's strange, I didn't tell anyone." He smiled and replied, "Just." That's all I could guess, but it turns out he saw her holding a bag of food for a one-horned squirrel in her hand. Meanwhile at Aang's secret base, Aang's true dragon spoke up, "This is the first time I've seen this. A frozen hourglass." Carrier strode down the street. "Luckily I'm already familiar with this place." She squinted her eyes to block out the sunlight. Aang was currently outside the door sweeping the yard when he saw the carrier speak. "Aang, I'm here. I'm happy, the carrier has arrived." She immediately held out a bag of fish cakes and said, "Finish eating these and then go." Seeing the bag of fish cakes I was a little curious. "What cakes look so good? Where did you buy them?" Thinking of Aang and Hasaka arguing like a cat and a dog all the time, Carrier immediately said, "I bought it on Earth." After that, she thought to herself, it's because Aang and Hasaka don't like each other very much, so there's no need to say it clearly. Aang heard that and said, "Yes, let me make some more tea." Carrier asked again, "So what are we going to see today?" "Well, I just found a swamp in Argos in the Heart World." Carrier's eyes widened in surprise. "Argos, it seems only the dragon race can handle them, that's why they can occupy a small area in the center world." "That's right, no one else has been able to defeat them before, but Argos, one of the strongest monster species in the mind world, a novice adventurer wouldn't be able to survive for more than 3 seconds when confronting them. It's best to run far away." At the same time in another location, a guy with long hair, his body was full of scars, he was holding a spear covered in flames and said, "It's really entangled, if you see me coming you should know the way, stay away, you stinkers." Suddenly he frantically swung his spear and shouted loudly, shutting his mouth. The monsters screamed in pain under the heat of his spear. Looking at the weak monsters, he raised his voice and said, "Is there no one stronger?" But at this moment he noticed something, his sharp eyes glanced sideways. On this side, the carrier felt guilty seeing this. He discovered me. Looking at him under the surface of the lake, Aang immediately said, "Maybe you don't know about this carrier. The kings of the mind world have become much stronger over the past thousands of years. The third moon Merlmu, the noble ranked second on the list ranked. During the Great War he showed extremely overwhelming strength compared to other superiors. Neither you nor I can fight him." Hearing that, the carrier said, "We are both true dragons, how can we know if we don't try?" Aang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you sure?" The carrier immediately became quiet. She raised her hand to transform and continued, "Even though we are currently living and depending on the earth, one day we will have to return to the old place. How can we stay there forever? The new world of mind is where we belong." Carrier was stunned, that is. In front of it was a usurper clock, and the earth and moon were floating above it, which showed the remaining time until the earth was completely corrupted, but for some reason the clock has stopped. Carrier continued, "But anyway, these things can't reach Earth without teleportation books." Hearing that, Aang also breathed a sigh of relief, "So that's lucky." Carrier asked curiously, "And when did it stop?" Aang flipped through the book and replied, "Let's see if the exact date is March 8th, that's when it started to slow down, but now it's completely stopped." Hearing that, the carrier immediately racked his brain and thought, March 8th, then he said it was a meal of noodles. He was bewildered. Right after that, the carrier also turned around and left. "I'm coming back." When she saw that, she immediately said, "Yes, next time I'll bring more fish cakes, yes." The carrier rushed back and had to quickly report this to the owner. But this time he accidentally saw something. "What the heck? I only saw a group of hunters being chased and scattered by one-horned squirrels. Where were they going, flying around so viciously? I didn't know." As soon as Buell saw the carrier, he spoke up, "There's the carrier, Papa, so Buell is here, there's a carrier coming." Carrier asked in surprise, "Why are you all here?" Jun immediately replied, "It's just a coincidence, I have something to do to survey the dungeon, and Buell wanted to go with me, that's why." "Have I met Aang yet?" Carrier replied, "Yes, the little man is done, but what's wrong with these one-horned squirrels?" Long scratched his head. "Well," Buell quickly replied, "they are too fast to catch, and they are also cute." In the one-horned squirrel dungeon a few hours ago, Jun told Dragon, "Remember to look after Buell." Dragon nodded and replied, "Sure, wish Master a safe trip." As soon as he left, he started complaining, "It's so boring, what am I, babysitter? But at this time, Long Long suddenly heard a scream. As soon as I looked over, I saw Buell being harassed by squirrels and screamed, walked out, so sad. Seeing that, Long Long angrily shouted, "Hey, those rodents!" The squirrels climbed on Buell's neck and said, "You smell like our race, show your true form, what are you?" Long Long couldn't stand it anymore and angrily walked over and shouted, "I said stop." Buell was scared and hugged Buell, sobbing and crying. They were bullying Buell. Long Long waved his hand and ordered them to come here. As soon as the words ended, the squirrels felt the dragon's pressure and trembled in fear. "What's wrong with my body? Something is wrong. That red guy is so scary." Long Long growled, "Hey, if you want to play, you have to tell me, apologize first, then play around later, I'll be there." Hearing that, a squirrel stuck out its tongue sarcastically, "Hey, who wants to play with you?" Hearing that, Long Long got angry and punched him in the head, saying, "What is that?" Buell started talking, "What are your names?" "I'm Buell, it was given by Papa." They replied unhappily, "We are one-horned squirrels, we don't have names." The squirrel that was beaten just now jumped on Buell's head and said, "But your smell is really strange, very fragrant." The two squirrels below also spoke up, "That's right, and also very similar to us. You're some kind of monster. What kind of thing is that?" Buell immediately said, "Buell is not a monster, but why don't you guys have a name?" Hearing that, one of them said helplessly, "It'll be gone by tomorrow anyway, what's the use of having a name?" The little girl said sadly with tears in her eyes, "It's so muddy, even the hot water still has a name." The dragon next to her said, "Hey, it's just because they're too weak, they're overpowered." The squirrel calmly replied, "It's okay, we're used to it." But at this time Buell thought of something. She said excitedly, "Buell has this idea, Long Long is bored, what do you want to do again? Just be good." Buell pulled Long Long's hand and said, "Let's go, Nong Nong." When he saw that, he started to sweat. Long Long cried out in tears, "No, I don't want to be punished again." Buell pulled Long Long straight to the goblin company. The squirrel on her head was curious, "Where is this?" Long Long reminded, "Hey, I shouldn't go to places like this." At this moment, when the goblin saw the two of them, he was quite surprised. "Oh my god, let's see who's coming, isn't this the great Dragon King, the supreme leader of the dragon clan?" The dragon replied, "Ah yes, also it's been a long time since we arrived." Seeing that, he immediately said enthusiastically, "Let the little man ask, are you afraid there's something going on here?" Long Long said, "Ah, it's this kid who dragged me there." "Hey, Buell, what are we doing here?" Little girl hesitantly replied, "Well, the squirrels are very slow. Buell wants to make sure they don't get caught." The squirrel hears her and gets angry and scolds her, "We're not slow, you humans are too fast." The goblin closely stared at the squirrel and said, "F-class monsters, these guys are really fast but can still be easily caught by humans. Our goods are too precious to be used for these weaklings." Hearing that, the self-deprecating squirrel said, "See, we're just random monsters, what do you expect?" Buell couldn't help but burst out in anger and shouted, "The squirrels are Buell's friends, not random things." Long Long complained, "Hey, why did you make her so angry? Let it go." The goblin said in a panic, "I understand, I'm sorry, my lady, I have something perfect for you here." The squirrel's eyes lit up when he heard that. Really? Buell was also curious. "Yes." The goblin then took out a bottle of medicine and said, "This is a fish, they will move faster after taking the medicine, the effect is permanent, they will be able to run so fast that humans can hardly see it with the naked eye." This potion is a movement speed increasing elixir, a mixed consumption form, ranked 3rd, with the effect of permanently increasing movement speed after using it once. Details of an elixir made by extracting hemorrhage of the ancient monster Ramsey Thunder. Drinking it will give you the ability to move faster, effects do not stack. Buell happily said, "It's sparkling, give it to me, 100 bottles in." The squirrel is also happy, "Humans won't be able to catch us if we have this." After hugging this whole box of elixir, Long Long didn't care and left. "Can we go, Buell?" Buell replied, "Go." Seeing that the goblin shouted, "Wait, who's paying?" Long Long heard that and said sarcastically, "Oh, I thought it was a gift, it's not really anything fancy, what's the use of money?" Goblin saw that Long Long intended to steal and pulled on Long Long's tail, saying, "There's no way, if you do that, the poor man's family will starve to death." Seeing this, Long Long angrily said, "Joking around, you still have a lot of goods, release me." He frowned and began to threaten, a bit petty, but he had to use this method. Knowing this, I wonder if Mr. Lee Do-jun will agree. If you don't want to make a big deal of it, please pay me in full, it only costs 100 gold in total. Hearing the sky-high price, Long Long burst into anger and cursed loudly, it's too much, I still want it for these cheap drinks. Okay, you common crook. Buell was sad, gold, but Buell had no gold. Hearing that, the goblin immediately shook his head and said, that's no good, without gold you guys can't take it away. Buell immediately thought of a way. The girl went over and opened the bag and said, how about this one, it's yummy. Long Long sighed, what's the point of that, huh? The girl immediately stuffed a cake into the goblin's mouth and said, yummy, try eating it. He immediately chewed the cake. The goblin was stunned. This is, lady, what is this thing called? Buell held up the package and said, Chocopi. Goblin couldn't resist its irresistible taste and exclaimed, it's fine in exchange for this, 100 pieces, give me 100 pieces. Dragon can't believe it, it's true. He stood there dumbfounded, wondering, is the chocolate that good? Buell was so happy, excited, he went to buy more chocolate. Long Long also nodded and replied, oh yeah. Then Buell went back to the dungeon. She gave each squirrel a bottle of medicine. Each of you a bottle. You will be Ramsey 1, this one will be Ramsey 2. The squirrels immediately said thank you very much. The next moment they drank the elixir together. As soon as I finished drinking, my spirit became refreshed and full of energy. I felt the power. A flying squirrel was extremely excited. Look, the street is on fire. I also see this light body. Long Long still can't believe it. Can't believe that even taking chocolate can buy things. Oh, this world, no pocket money left. Looking at the Buell squirrels happily smiling from ear to ear. Everyone is faster, okay, great. Then she seriously said, now is the time to work to repay my gratitude to my husband. I heard it but had difficulty understanding. The squirrels, filled with murderous intent, said, money and chocolate to return the favor. Seeing that, Long Long was bored and didn't bother to say it, but you guys are only F rank, just keep your body, don't get excited and attack players or you'll be ruined. Back to the present, after hearing the story, the carrier immediately said, that's why you bought that medicine with chocolate pie, and that's why the squirrels are so fast. Long Long kissed his coin and said, well, that's it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, they're pretty good. At first I didn't have much hope for these G-class guys, but it turned out these guys are also good at making money. But right now the squirrels are still constantly biting and robbing the hunter's money, vomiting out 101, give me the money, that guy, give 101, the hunter is in pain and can't do anything but scream for help, life, help, stop, we will return the money equal to that chocopi. Carrier looked at the scene in front of him but was bored and didn't bother to speak. Just a few hours after the news of the squirrel riot was broadcast on television, the hunters returning from the F-rank one-horned squirrel cave dungeon in Yongsan, Huangdong simultaneously filed a complaint. Jun's whole family was eating dinner. Yun-hee heard the news and immediately said, it seems like there's a lot going on in the dungeon. Suddenly the one-horned squirrels are so fast, normally they're perfect hunters, perfect for newbies. And did Dad check that dungeon today? Jun immediately acted like he didn't know how to speak. Okay, Buell said while eating. Ramsey friends won't be bullied anymore. Carrier ate while looking at Jun. He bowed his head and thought silently, I still haven't told him about that. What should I do? I have to report the situation of the mind world and the story of the hourglass suddenly stopping. Suddenly he let out a sigh, and when Jun noticed, he let out a loud gasp. He patted Carrier's head. Then asked, is it fun to visit Aang today? Carrier spoke up, owner. At this point, he reassured himself, that's right, the hourglass stopped because of the master and the nobles couldn't do anything to him. The master is the strongest so there's nothing to worry about, he thought. At this point, the carrier also felt less worried and said, yes, I'm very happy. Long Long shamelessly stole food. The carrier ate it greedily and said, hey carrier, if you don't eat, I'll eat it for you. The carrier is bored, what a great person. Looking at the two of them arguing, Yun-hee said, stop you two, there's still a lot of meat left. Carrier is upset, sir, don't be so greedy, if Long Long still has an excuse, you won't eat it. At this time, in Wei Junki's homeworld, his house was still brightly lit. Junki is reading a book right now. Suddenly from outside there was an urgent voice saying, Wei Junki, it's shocking. I only saw Kiriel rushing in and saying, hey Wei Junki, I said I have shocking news. Hearing that, Wei Junki still calmly reminded him, shoes. When he saw that, he looked down and saw that his shoes had soiled the entire floor before he noticed, oh yeah, I have to take my shoes off first. Then he snapped his fingers. With just a snap of his fingers, all the dirty dust disappeared. Kiriel spoke up, okay. Wei Jinki then asked, "What's going on?" Kirill immediately told him, "Amon is dead. I see his name has just been removed from the rankings. That idiot came to Earth, so it's obvious who killed him. It must have been the king of the Earth." Wei Jinki also agreed and said, "I see, if it was him then it's very possible that he would be praised by people as the ultimate demon." Kirill flashed a confused look. "Hey, is it true that you used to work under the King of Earth?" Wei Jinki did not deny it and said, "Well, I used to be a member of the Dark Shadow Squad under the Heavenly Demon Sect. There are a total of 5 squads in the Tianma sect and the Dark Shadow Squad in charge of investigation and intelligence. Normally only the best disciples from the Black Church are accepted into the team. But I was accepted after making great progress because of Mr. Li Dujun's guidance." Hearing that, Kirill smiled sinisterly and said, "I don't care what the Dark Shadow is, I only know that you were once with the King of the Earth. Show me his weakness, then I'll give you this." He took out a unique rainbow-like fragment, detailing a consumable monkey god that can increase magic power. Wei Jinki just confirmed that he doesn't have any weaknesses. Kirill said in disbelief, "Just think carefully, he probably doesn't have one or two." Wei Jinki closed his eyes and thought, "Let's think. Remember the time when he was still the supreme demon?" Wei Jinki started telling the story from 5 years ago. At that time he was still a young man in the sect. Today everyone was crowded to the leaderboard. They were all confused, not looking at each other. "If you see anything, get out of the way, get out." Wei Jinki searches for his name, Wei Jinki, Wei Jinki. A moment later he also saw his name, Wei Jinki, rank 207. Suddenly there was a laugh and said, "Idiot, why bother looking for your name from above?" I only saw 3 guys laughing and saying, "No matter how hard you try, you're still at the bottom of society." Seeing them, I thought to myself, Han Zhangpyong is a genius, my brother has never even left his position. Bored, they said contemptuously, "Stop pretending to be deaf, deliberately ignoring us." Wei Jinki looked at Han Zhangpyong with jealous eyes and thought, the sex rumors say that he is a bright candidate for the position of leader of a small group. With such top results he will definitely have a chance. I'm about to face a demon. Other things aren't worth mentioning, but this point alone makes me feel really jealous. At the same time, accidentally June was also here. Right after that, you called Wei Jinki over to talk. Are you dissatisfied with the ranking results? Seeing him, Wei Jinki was a little confused and thought, who is he that suddenly called me here to interrogate him like this? A new teacher. Thinking about this, he felt a bit sad. Even though he was a new teacher, he probably already knew that I had been at the bottom of the rankings for the past few years. But what could I complain about? My own weakness. It was so obvious. After resting he immediately replied, "No." Dujun continued to say, "A year ago, he woke up an hour earlier than everyone else to practice swordplay." After hearing that, he was extremely surprised. How did he know that? Dujun stood up and asked if he had any regrets. Hearing that, he bowed his head a little self-consciously and replied, "I just felt disappointed in myself. The result was not surprising. It was as if my efforts were going in the wrong direction." Seeing that, June took out a piece of paper, a review. Wei Jinki was a little confused and took the paper. "Yes," he immediately said, "write it down. There's only one chance." After speaking, Dujun opened the door and went out. Wei Jinki squeezed the paper in his hand and thought, reflecting, what did I do wrong? Is there anything wrong with trying to become a leader, childishly thinking that if you try harder than others, results will come? And then receive the result of a ruined body due to overexertion. There are times when you can't think of anything other than blindly practicing, which is just a half-hearted effort. If only I could turn back time. What kind of wishful thinking is that? How could such a thing happen? It was also raining outside. Wei Jinki took a pen and wrote a review. After a while, Dujun came back and asked, "Are you done yet?" "Yes." Seeing that, he immediately said, "Very good." Wei Jinki immediately replied, "It's nothing." He put the review sheet in his shirt and told Wei Jinki, "Okay, in the next 3 years try to train according to my instructions. It will be more difficult than before." Hearing that, I was a bit surprised. What did you mean by that? And that was the first meeting between me and the Great Demon. Kirill didn't care and just asked, "Oh, where is that weakness? Tell me quickly, I don't have time to listen to stories." Wei Jinki calmly said, "Take your time. I just saw you handing him a few pieces of paper saying, 'Here.'" Kirill finds it difficult to understand. "Huh?" Wei Jinki smiled and said, "You should write one too, a review." He was bewildered. "Huh?" Then the content of Kirill's review began to spread, all over the astral forums, and then it came to Earth. At the same time on the street, Donpul shouted excitedly among the crowd, "I'm finally on S rank, let's admire this masterpiece, platinum card." Suddenly a voice rang out, like that. Donpul was startled when he heard that and turned his head to look. Hunter Ryu Junyol, I was told that someone would come to take me to the S rank area, but I didn't expect that person to be older brother. Junyol immediately told him, follow me. What an honor, it's too noisy, shut up, Dad, I understand. After that, the two of them went to a grocery store together. The employee at the counter spoke up and confirmed their identity. Hunter Ryu Junyol, I wish you a happy shopping. That employee also happily looked at Donpul. You must be an S-level hunter with a Joan Donpul promotion. Congratulations. Hearing that made Donpul extremely happy. Wow, thank you very much, thank you. He walked close behind Junyol and thought to himself, since I got this card I've been treated like a VIP. It's a completely different feeling than when I was a Class A. At this time, Junyol brought him some armor and a few other items and said, take this too. Donpul took these items and was as happy as a child. He couldn't believe that he had the honor of having Senior Ryu Junyol personally choose and equip them for him. He would take good care of them. Junyol asked, and hey, you, what weapon are you using? He immediately replied, well, I use a spear. Coincidentally, you use the same weapon as your senior. Hearing that, he half smiled and said, darling, you really know how to choose, so let me teach you a few things. Donpul opened his mouth in surprise, instructing, really? He then took out a notebook and said, yes, this is the handbook of life philosophy that I have learned. With it, your life will be extremely successful and fulfilling. How do you like it? In other words, there is no hunter in this world, other than criminals, who can live as carefree and thoughtless as Ryu Junyol. Donpul immediately reached out his hand. I really like it, but he immediately snatched it back and said, hey, it's not that easy. Let's meet tonight. Ah yes, let's go. Senior, there's a quality drinking stall nearby. Spread. Hearing that, Junyol got excited. Oh, is there any pub I don't know about? They make some delicious appetizers. Fish cake is the most popular dish. Oh well, whatever. Let's go Dongho. Hyung-I laughed awkwardly when I heard that. It's Donpul, Senior. Junyol's face was red at this time. Oh, I'm starting to see that. Did you read that carefully? Donpul smiled and said, Senior is the best. Looking at the notebook that Junyol gave him, Donpul asked, so you mean you just need to learn from this person named Lee Do-jun? He immediately replied, yes, just follow him and you will live like a fairy. Donpul immediately said, but he doesn't look any different from normal people. I don't see anything special. At the same time, Do-jun came to the shop and asked Hasaka, long how much he owed. Hasaka saw him coming and was very surprised. Yes, Sir Lee Do-jun. Sir, what's going on with you two? Hearing that, Donpul also turned his head to look. Do-jun. Long was grabbed by his head while struggling and defending. It was just a misunderstanding, master. I don't owe anyone anything, because Jun gave money to Hasaka and asked, is this degree enough? When he saw that, he smiled and scratched his head and replied, yes, that's enough for you. Junyol also saw Do-jun and his eyes glowed. Mr. Lee. He immediately went over to say hello. Nice to meet you. Do-jun looked at his expression and exclaimed, are you drunk? Donpul saw him and secretly thought, he didn't expect a famous hunter like Ryu Junyol to be so obsequious. That must be a very big person. Junyol grabbed Donpul and said, yes, let me introduce to you, this guy is a newly promoted S-rank hunter. What's his name? Donpul scratched his head shyly and said, hello, my name is Joan Donpul. You also introduce yourself. I'm Lee Do-jun, currently working at the Seoul Dungeon Management Board. Hello. Well, so this is Mr. Lee Do-jun. He immediately raised his hand, very pleased but unfortunately dropped the notebook. As soon as Do-jun shook hands, his eyes caught a few lines in the notebook that made him confused. What is it? Information about Mr. Lee. Are you following the owner? Seeing that, Donpul immediately bent down to pick it up. Oh my god, what is this? Why is this here? Do-jun immediately glanced at Junyol. Seeing that, he pretended to ignore it and looked away. The next day at the Hunter Association, in the meeting room, Chol-jong asked, where is Hunter Ryu Junyol? A-kyung spoke up, this, Mr. Lee Do-jun sent him to do something. He half believed and half doubted and said, really? Over here, Junyol is being punished for writing a review, whining while writing. How could anyone write a 100-page review? So Jun immediately said, remember to write an essay analyzing legal regulations, about protecting personal information too. At the end of the meeting, A-kyung went out in an angry mood. Not even the surrounding staff dared to say a word. She carried murderous intent and went straight to Junyeol's office. After opening the door strongly, he shouted loudly, "Hey, Ryu Junyeol." He was currently playing games with headphones on so he couldn't hear her voice. "Love Paradise." Seeing that, Ae-kyung walked over and put his hand on the chair and said, "Hey, put the phone down," and I said. Junyeol was immediately startled. He turned around and asked her, "What was that?" He was startled. She didn't know how to knock on the door. The phone was still ringing. That love game. He explained, "Do you want to go out today?" Junyeol frowned. Why did he have to barge in here? Ae-kyung felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Well, can you give me a little advice about love?" Hearing that, he said, "Why ask me?" Normally when talking to Lee Kang-yeon and Moon Ae-kyung, this young man Ryu Junyeol always brags that he is a lady killer when the truth is that he is not even one piece of love shoulder to shoulder. Afraid of losing face, Junyeol smiled and said, "Then you found the right person. The love assassin is right here, right?" As he said that, he thought, "That's right, I can't flirt with all the girls in the game, right?" Ae-kyung hesitated. "I actually wanted to win Lee's feelings." Looking at her slightly shy expression, Junyeol immediately said, "That's right, that facial expression is so obvious. Do you want him to notice you? On the inside, I'm like an old woman with sudden bones, but my soul is so dreamy. But the subject is Mr. Lee. The test is too difficult. People are like Buddha statues. Hearing the confession will probably go in one ear and out the other." Seeing him wandering around the three kingdoms, she was a bit impatient and said, "No matter what, okay, if you have any articles, post them." Junyeol raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Okay, it's been a long time since this guy had a chance to show off." Then he began to write a few lines on the paper and continued, "We will have to use the strategy of winning quickly. No matter how difficult this game is, there is a way to win." Ae-kyung said confidently, "Ryu Junyeol, thanks to you." A while later at Do-jun's workplace, Chul-soo looked around and asked, "Do-jun, where is the dungeon report?" Do-jun replied, "On the table behind him. Department head, here it is, thank you. Are you busy with anything this Saturday?" Seeing that, he immediately said, "No, I don't have any plans yet." Hearing that, the department head happily said, "How lucky, you guys were planning to gather for a few beers after work. If you have free time, let's join in the fun." Suddenly, there was a text message from Ae-kyung, "Come, are you free this Saturday? Let's go have lunch together." Seeing that, Jun immediately refused to tell the boss, "Sorry boss, I already have an appointment." Chul-soo was surprised, "What appointment? Normally you rarely go anywhere." Do-jun immediately replied, "Well, I'm going on a date, I guess." Hearing that, Chul-soo was a bit suspicious. It was probably a date. "If you don't want to go to a gathering, just say something," Do-jun said. "I'm telling the truth." "Never mind, otherwise I can go with Hyuk-soo." Hyuk-soo smiled and said, "Chief actually, me too, you too, that's it, I'm the only one who's alone." In front of Gangnam Station, Ae-kyung in a flowing dress with beautiful, flowing white hair was standing in front of the station. I was a bit early. Some people passing by were happy. "There's Moon Ae-kyung. Huh, that's right, let's ask for an autograph." At this time, Do-jun also arrived. He raised his hand to say hello. "You came so early. Thank you for accepting the invitation. Let's go to the restaurant. I already made a reservation." When you heard that, you immediately said, "The person invited should be thanking you. Let's go." Looking at Do-jun, her heart was filled with anger. Crazy, he's so handsome. This is the first time I've seen him in casual clothes since Buell's incident. My heart is dying. She remembered what Junyeol had said, "First be calm and then find a chance to hold his hand. Be quiet and don't say anything." She looked at his hand and thought, holding his hand like this, Ae-kyung gently held his pinky finger. Do-jun also looked over slightly. Then she let Ae-kyung hold her hand without any comments. Seeing that, her heart was as happy as Tet. Lee smiled, "Ryu Junyeol, you really did the job." The two of them then went to the restaurant, both talking about all sorts of things. Then she held his hand and walked on the road. Ae-kyung silently thought, the meal also went very smoothly. Next is. She remembered Junyeol's advice, men are often very soft-hearted towards weak women, take advantage of this point well. She was a bit worried, women seem weak, but I'm an S-level hunter and I've never had the flu before. If it's that, she suddenly stopped and said. Pointing inside, he said, "Lee, how about we play target shooting?" Do-jun immediately agreed, "Okay. As soon as you get inside, the shop owner warmly welcomes you. Let's challenge ourselves to hit the bullseye in 10 shots with a magic gun, 200,000 won per try. Hello everyone, what a beautiful couple, do you want to try? Hey there. I wonder if she is Hunter Moon Ae-kyung or not." She nodded and said, "Oh yes, that's right." He saw that and complimented her. Your boyfriend is so tall and handsome, do you two want to try shooting? What? Because June was a little interested and said, let's try it out. The store owner gave them a gun and said, here it is for you two. She quickly said, thank you. A-kyung took the gun and thought to himself, I just need to intentionally miss, then when it's Lee Hyung's turn, I can just stand there and cheer, but if I miss it, it will be too obvious, so just shoot, just hit the target a few times and then it counts. As soon as she fired a few shots, she was extremely surprised, but why didn't she hit? A-kyung concentrated and closed her eyes, am I really that bad at shooting? It turned out that it was all the innkeeper's trick. He was smiling proudly and said that as a hunter Moon A-kyung, hitting the target is a small matter. That's why I used illusions. You're Moon A-kyung's worker, so you can't eat anything from me. She fired a few shots but didn't hit them, which made her feel a bit unbelievable. Oh my god, why was it so difficult? Seeing that, Do-jun immediately walked closer to her and said, focusing on her, raising his head high. Contact at such a close distance made her blush a little and think, what is this? Because June was guiding at this time, relaxed the trigger, carefully aimed at the target and then aligned it with the gun's nose. Remember this feeling well. He said, that's it. As soon as he received Do-jun's instructions, A-kyung immediately shot the gun and was unexpectedly hit. Continuously, she hit the bullseye of other targets. The shop owner gasped in surprise, how could this be possible? But A-kyung was now blushing flustered and her ears were red. After that, she received a gift of a cute little rabbit-shaped keychain. Seeing her happy, June said, it seems like you like it a lot. A-kyung smiled, yes, very pretty. The subway station is in this direction, right? Seeing that, she felt a little reluctant to say, I want to hang out some more. As she said that, she pulled his shirt. Could you go a little slower? Do-jun turned back to look at A-kyung and replied, let's walk slowly together. He took the initiative to hold her hand right now. Let me invite you next time, when it's convenient, just tell me. A-kyung blushed and replied, any time is fine. Yeah, whenever you want, so let me think. Because I want us to have more time to learn about each other. Buell and Long Long are sitting watching TV. On the screen is broadcasting the following information. In this week's Wild Nature program, we will visit the life of a monk in the wild mountains and forests. Dinner monk dome's present is white rice with button mushrooms. This mushroom can be prepared with rice, steamed and stir-fried. At the same time, this is also a precious medicine that has the effect of nourishing the body. 20 years ago, Monk Dome decided to live in isolation and strictly followed vegetarian diet. Dragons sit and eat snacks. When they hear that, they complain, what? Living without eating meat, that's very bland. But Buell is completely different from Long Long. Buell likes mushrooms. Buell wants to eat mushrooms. Buell also wants to be a monk. Long Long holds a snack package, just finished his mouth full of meat yesterday. Yoon-hee had just finished cleaning the house and heard that. Buell, are you planning on not eating meat from now on? Buell clearly showed her dedication. Yes, Buell wants to be a monk. She won't eat meat anymore. Long Long laughed. I said, hee, let's see if I can last a day. Buell heard that and got angry and hit Long Long. Long Long was stupid. Buell said yes. Long Long crawled out and ran out. Save me, save me. Yoon-hee held her hands together and came up with an idea that she herself felt was not a bad idea. Then let's make some mushroom dishes today. I don't have any mushrooms in the refrigerator, so I'll have to wait a little longer. After going to the market, Long Long screamed and nominated himself. Me, let me go. I'll go buy it for you. Yoon-hee immediately told Long Long, the last time I went to the market I only brought back meat. No way. But of course Long Long did not miss this opportunity. I swear I will buy the right things this time. Let's go Yoon-hee. While the two of them were arguing, Do-jun remembered that, let's see, it seems that the fourth floor of the astral world has a lot of mushroom-shaped monsters. Let's check it out a bit. The main plot content is that the fourth layer of the astral world is a place called the fairy world. There are a total of 10 fairies living there and the most eccentric among them is Cho Yanwoon, also known as the demon fairy. There was a fairy who was cultivating. He kept muttering, just one child would be fine, and that was also the reason why he was often looked down upon by other fairies. 10 immortals will take turns accepting disciples into this world. Now it's Yang Woon's turn to welcome adventurers and accept disciples. Let Yang Woon close his eyes and stroke his beard thinking, it's been 2 years, no ghost has come, it's really miserable for me. At this moment he looked up at the sky, he was surprised, oh what, a red dog. The red dog he was talking about at this time was the dragon. The dragon landed strongly. Du-jun also landed behind Cho Yang-woon's back. Du-jun's voice made him startled. Is this the fourth floor of the astral world? The carrier on Du-jun's back spoke. It seems to be correct, master, by the way. Yang-woon angrily scolded Long Long because he kicked the ground around, splashing everywhere, and this bad dog. Long Long also scolded him back, babbling something. I am a dragon. Yang-woon wiped his face. Is this my new disciple? He looked at what Jun said. He didn't look anything special, he was just plain ordinary. A weak guy like this is my disciple, it's really boring. TSK. Du-jun shook hands with him. Hello, I'm Lee Du-jun, Yang-woon thought to himself, holding out his hand to his master. Yang-woon even scolded him. This brat, this kind of tough guy, he needs to be taught from early on. He needs to be taught how to be polite. Make him clean the bathroom first, then wash his clothes. What else? Cho Yang-woon just shook hands with Du-jun. He was thinking about many other things. Du-jun feels, greetings are too stressful. Let's just join the family as usual. After that you grabbed his hand really hard, unintentionally causing Yang-woon pain. He had to scream at Du-jun in his heart. Ah, stop it, take back your comment that this guy nothing special. But because it was so painful, he had to stretch his whole body back and shout loudly at Du-jun, let go, it hurts. Hey, I'm a fairy. Long Long had a worthy expression on his face. No one said he likes to be aggressive. The carrier also added, it seems like this fairy is nothing special. Du-jun let him go. He clasped his hands angrily and said, why are you so strong? Follow me. Du-jun went into the gate after him. He said, don't you have any other disciples? Let Yang-woon answer. They all ran away. They're all weaklings. Du-jun looked around and saw no one. I completely agree. Let Yang-woon turned to look at Du-jun, but I see that he looks very calm. He wants me to have a little more demeanor. Yang-woon stroked his beard and spoke, as if he knew in advance that he would become how to become a disciple. Long Long listened to Yang-woon's words and was extremely disdainful. Who is this weak old man? And what is a disciple? Carrier has his hands on his hips. Disciple, Long Long whispered to Carrier. He really thinks that the master came to pay homage to him as a teacher. He has delusions of power. Suddenly Du-jun pointed to a picture with a person on it. That person looked a bit familiar. Yang-woon was surprised. What? You know this person? He also added, is this person named Black Bintam? Yang-woon was even more surprised. How did you know? Only us 10 fairies know the identity of this person. Du-jun explained. Of course he knew. There was a time when we were in the same sect. For Yang-woon at this moment changed from surprise to a state of extreme curiosity. He no longer thought anything about his image. Me too. Tell me in more detail, everything you know about him. Du-jun set a condition. I'll tell you if you promise me one thing. Let Yang-woon clasp his hands together as if praying, his eyes showing that even this old body must hear Du-jun's story. I promise. His face is full of black lines and confusion. Oh, what is possessed by this guy? Position. Du-jun said that a long time ago, Du-jun came to ask to join the Black Bin sect. Please join the Tian Ma sect and become the leader of the Phi Tian team. That person was picking grass when he replied in surprise, huh? Then immediately refused. No way, I have chosen to wash my hands of the sword and leave martial arts. You go home, because Jun said indifferently, then next time I will come. That person sighed. It was useless. However, Du-jun still did not give up and began to learn all the secret books related to immortality. There are methods in there that I practice with peace of mind, then use them to practice in front of him. At first, he didn't even look at me but gradually realized my efforts. Yang-woon exclaimed in surprise. Long Long still has a face full of black lines. What's with that face? Du-jun continued to talk about it. Hak Bin Tam told Du-jun that he was very gifted in the path of immortality, but there was no way I would join the Tian Ma sect and tell me more or stay as a disciple, mine. Du-jun at that time worshipped Hak Bin Tam as his teacher and asked for guidance. After 2 years of studying with Hak Bin Tam, Du-jun surpassed his master. Yang-woon was horrified. How could that be? In just 2 years, Long Long looked at him with tears in his eyes. He didn't have any other expressions. Yang-woon suddenly realized something. If this Du-jun has surpassed Mr. Blackpiece, does it mean that he can ascend to the upper world in that legend? Hak calmly knelt down under Du-jun and said, please, accept me as your disciple. Du-jun told him, then join the Tian Ma sect. Black calmly replied quickly, okay, I will do as master says. Made Yang-woon tremble, so it turns out he is a true fairy in the upper world. Yang-woon couldn't stand anymore. He knelt down and begged, please accept me as your disciple. Du-jun calmly said, sorry, but I don't accept disciples anymore. Yang-woon held out the precious mushrooms and begged, please. Dujun coughed lightly. Okay, if you are so determined, Long Long said contemptuously. The owner just turned around so quickly because of a mushroom stem. Yang Moon hugged the book and jumped up and down with joy. I couldn't believe that I was able to meet a true fairy in the upper world. I was truly blessed. From that day on, other fairies started calling Yang Moon old man, bad. Dujun brought a gift for Yunhee, which was a mushroom dish. Yunhee was surprised it was a straw mushroom. Why does it look so strange? Long Long said this mushroom is extremely good. Buell cried out with red eyes, there are mushrooms. Yunhee smiled and said, how does it taste, Buell, is it delicious? Buell clasped his hands and said, Monk Buell started eating mushrooms today. My life in seclusion for the past 20 years has been so pure, I'm angry, I've only been eating a mushroom for 20 seconds. The mushrooms wiggled in front of Long Long's face. Stop grumbling and let's have a piece. Long Long can't stand it, he thought. There was an argument at the whole table. Long Long insisted on eating meat. There was no fuss at all. I'll eat the meat. Looking at Long Long eating meat, the carrier ran after him demanding meat. You should know how to share, sir. Yunhee was angry. Long Long, come back now. Buell cultivated his mind and said, Monk Buell Hem likes violence. Long Long was happy. The meat was delicious. Seeing that, the carrier said, you finished the whole plate. Seeing that, Yunhee got angry and said, Long Long, I confiscated my rice bowl. Curiel hurriedly ran. His purpose right now was to give the review to Young Ki. Wait with Wei Young Ki. I was almost finished writing, but before I could finish speaking, he kicked a strange jar placed haphazardly on the ground. Curiel was scared. What is this? Is the bottle broken? But never mind, he doesn't care about the thing he just broke because there are more important things. Hey Wei Young Ki, I finished writing the score. Young Ki spoke up in annoyance. The noise made his head dizzy. Writing a review was like showing off his achievements. Curiel proudly shows off his achievements. Please read my perfect score. If necessary, please give me feedback and I will correct it. Young Ki thought suspiciously, this guy's perfection is very questionable. Let's see. The content of the review is, who, me, when, waiting for me to come to Earth, where, in the dungeon, what, king of the Earth, how, when I met him, why. Young Ki doubts life and panics, thinking, this is a review, why don't you finish writing the paragraph? Curiel happily explained, I don't know why I met the king of the earth, maybe it was because I was so unlucky that day. Young Ki could only laugh. It was true, he was so unlucky, but in his heart he always thought, blame you for playing foolishly, what bad luck. Curiel was upset, he said something. Young Ki reread the scorecard and analyzed it for himself. If he was as ignorant as this guy, the demon probably wouldn't have the heart to kill him, and he also needed to get the gungnal back. Curiel snapped his fingers. What does it look like? Is the quality right? By the way, why did you leave that jar outside the door? Young Ki said with a happy face, asking what he was doing. Young Ki thought he was about to eat. Curiel innocently replied, I accidentally broke it. After hearing that, Young Ki immediately became crazy. What is he doing? Curiel innocently added, it doesn't look important inside. Young Ki called Curiel's name with a dark and hoarse voice. Curiel still just said, ha. He brought out the review again and said, the report was impeccable. Curiel stood in front of the house as June walked back and forth. He kept muttering to himself, hello, I'm Curiel, we've met several times before, I would really appreciate it if you would give me back my bow. I even wrote my own review in advance. While Curiel was busy thinking about what to say, the door suddenly opened. Buell inside asked, who are you? Curiel was surprised and wondered, what are you? Long Long was the first to speak. Isn't this the guy whose bow was confiscated by the owner? Carrier politely said, you know this person. Buell, be careful, this guy has bad intentions towards Dad. Curiel speculated based on the girl's words. Papa, so this girl must be the daughter of the king of the earth. Curiel said politely, it's true that I was a bit thoughtless before. Buell obediently said, yes, but Papa isn't home. He was worried. Would he have to wait long? Buell didn't know, so he didn't answer. Suddenly Curiel hugged his stomach and spoke lowly through his teeth. Buell was worried. He was hungry. Carrier whispered to Long Long, what should I do, sir? Let's take him to the supermarket. Long Long is kind. Well, that's fine. It's pitiful. Buell happily waved his hand. Let's go. Curiel spoke helplessly because it seemed like everyone was misunderstanding him. I just want to get gungnal back. Dragon replied lazily. Then don't eat. Curiel calmed down. That's it. It's a joke. Buell happily greeted the sales lady. Hello, Grandma. The sales lady gently said to the girl. Is that Buell? Ho going alone today? You'll be polite, you're going with the rambutan-haired uncle. The landlady tried to look at Kirill with eyes that were no longer clear. The rambutan-headed uncle. Long Long now wants to run to preserve the money. Please remember to only take one item. I don't have much pocket money left. Carrier tries to hold on to his master but can't. Sir. At this moment, Kirill feels strange being in the supermarket. Where is this place? What are these things? Long Long is very hungry for snacks and takes a lot of things. He misses them so much, my lovely snacks. Carrier explained to Kirill that this place is called a supermarket. Remember that you have to pay to get the items back. Buell picked up the dish and shouted, Uncle, this is very delicious. Buell likes this dish the most. Kirill was bewildered. Then take this. Buell came to the owner's counter again. I said hello. Long Long laughed loudly. KKK, tonight's dinner is going to burn. Kirill took the items back with everyone. He was very wondering how to eat this thing. Bile instructed, first, you have to smell it carefully. Then taste it first and then put it in your mouth to eat. Hearing that, he immediately followed suit. Kirill sweated when he tried his first cake. This. Long Long said that I know you very well. What do you think? Isn't it delicious? The flavor makes people fall in love with it. Carrier said to Long Long, you can be the brand ambassador for Chocopi. Sir, arrogant dragon. Hey, if I were a brand ambassador, this dish would be on a cosmic level. Kirill spoke up movedly. It was so delicious, he even imagined himself chasing after a lovely Chocopi, waiting for him with that stupid Chocopi. Kirill burst into tears thinking, it was so sweet and soft, an unforgettable taste, I can't find it in the mind world, it makes me want to eat it forever. Kirill clasped his hands in front of Buell and asked, is there more? I only want 3, no 2 more. Buell opened her wallet and looked, but Bile ran out of money and only had 401 left. Carrier suddenly discovered something. He immediately pointed and said to Buell, how about I try that one? Buell, if I win I will have money to buy chocolates. Long Long was skeptical. This machine looked a bit suspicious. Kirill looked at the machine and asked, can we buy chocolate with this thing? Buell cheered. No matter how far he played, Kirill immediately had the will to fight. At the same time, Do Jun was on his way home from work. He thought about it. Should I buy some snacks for the whole family? And he suddenly noticed the loud noises of Dragon, Carrier and Kirill in the game console area. No way, we have to go to the other side. Is it too light or is it orderly? That's it, this idiot. Do Jun accidentally sees a piece of paper falling from Kirill. Do Jun immediately picked it up and read it, but it was extremely difficult to understand the content inside. After reading the contents of the paper, he looked at them and laughed. That's right. Kirill was pleased, watching the king of games come here. Buell also cheered, Uncle Rambutan is so good. Do Jun chuckled, maybe letting the bow return to its owner would be fine. The next day, in the Dungeon Management Board meeting room, Chief Chul-Su told the 2 hunters, dressed in neat suits, to stamp here as well. He picked up the paper and said, thank you, please take care of us for the next 3 months, Hunter Yang Sung-ho. Sung-ho sighed and replied, yes. Sung-ho didn't seem to want to accept this person, thinking to himself, this place was personally introduced by the president, but there's really nothing special about this person. I don't understand what he was thinking when he told me to go back to work, for the government too. Stop trying to endure for 3 months and then fall. Chul-Su stood up and said politely, he was so busy with work, he forgot to offer you guys some water. Please wait for me. Dong Yun smiled, it's okay. Dong Yun advised Sung-ho, it was the right decision. Being a contract hunter is actually not that bad, especially for someone who has just returned to the profession like you. Sung-ho said impatiently, I just did the right thing, it's only been 3 months. If it wasn't for your introduction, I would have wanted to join. Dong Yun said again, just do it, settle down first then consider if you want to join my group then you have to do that. Sung-ho asked again, after this round, you will approve it for me, right? Dong Yun happily replied, okay, so calculating. Dong Yun advised, well, I told you first, you have to perform well in front of me. Lee Do-jun, Sung-ho will criticize you when he hears that. If he works here, he must be a normal civil servant. Why should he? Are you flirting with him, or are you mistaken somewhere? Dong Yun heard that and immediately warned, hey, that mouth, you know director Young Chul-jeong, right? He once stated that he will not forgive anyone who displeases Hyung Lee. At the same time, the phone vibrates to say that Lee Do-jun is calling. Sung-ho was surprised, he even had the director's back. Sung-ho didn't know and still said, no one would believe what he said. Dong Yun immediately picked up the phone, yes Lee, yes. He gave him the phone and said, Lee said he wanted to see you. Sung-ho said contemptuously, honey, how dare you tell this guy wrong? Sung Ho didn't let Du Jun wait too long. He went to where Du Jun was sitting. Du Jun was quite surprised. Really fast, the meeting ended so soon. Sung Ho breathed heavily and said, "Ah, yes, it's no big deal." Seeing that, he immediately gave him a can of water and said, "Sweat is all over his body, let's have a can to cool down." Sung Ho refused. "Okay, just drink it." Du Jun didn't force him to see that, so let's go inside and talk. It's a bit sunny out here. Du Jun sweated for another hour. Du Jun put the documents in front of his eyes. This also took some time. Sung Ho thought to himself, what is that? Why did he have to call me all the way here? Damn, why do I have to bow down to this guy? Sung Ho is being polite to Du Jun. Just say it out here. Du Jun didn't talk too much. He held up the file loudly. So how about this? I heard you're very close with Hunter Han Dong-yun because they lived in the same guild 2 years ago. Sung Ho crossed his arms and said, yes so. Du Jun continued, at the same time you had to retire due to injury, now you are planning to return to work, right? Sung Ho heard that and got a little worried. Yes, my recovery process ended 3 months ago, now we have secured enough capacity to go to the field. Du Jun happily replied, yes, okay, tomorrow you will explore the dungeon with me. Here is the dungeon file. This information has not been officially announced yet. Sung Ho was extremely surprised to see that. What, tomorrow? He asked again, are you busy? Sung Ho quickly replied, no. He said he was always ready, but Sung thought to himself, isn't that a bit too hasty? The captain told me to take it slow, but if I refuse now, he'll probably sacrifice my life. Sung Ho spoke helplessly, I have an opinion. Du Jun leisurely asked, what is that? He said excitedly, tomorrow is the weekend. Du Jun also happily replied, working on weekends is paid 1.5 times as much as weekdays, right? The next day, Sung Ho did as Jun told him to do, but he felt a little worried. It's just a C-rank dungeon, but it's been 2 years since I fought, so cheer up Yang Sung Ho. If you're not careful, even a goblin can kill you. Du Jun saw him. He was a little surprised and asked, you came so early, Hunter Yang Sung Ho. Sung Ho of course suddenly shouted. Du Jun looked at his now very compact hunter equipment for a while. This is your hunter equipment, Sung Ho honestly said. Yes, it's a bit old but still usable. Sung Ho excitedly introduced his equipment. Here, look, Jun commented, it looks a bit faulty, but still. Sung Ho put on his equipment. He was extremely proud. Still fighting well. Let's go in. Du Jun replied, okay, guess right, it's all old clothes. Just when Sung Ho entered the dungeon gate, somewhere its system is on red alert, dangerously dangerous. The people in the laboratory were panicking. The director had a big problem. The danger level of the C-class dungeon near Oksu subway station had just reached 6,000. No, but 7,900, much higher than the 4,800 of ordinary S-class gate. The only person who can handle this case is Mr. Lee. Chul Jiang called Du Jun and kept urging him to answer the phone, please. Du Jun immediately picked up the phone and asked, yes sir. The director immediately said, Sir Lee, sorry for calling so early in the morning. But right now there's an extremely urgent situation. An S-class dungeon just appeared at Osku Station. We're in the process of summoning S-class workers. I don't know if you can. The other side hasn't finished speaking yet because Jun immediately replied, no need. Hearing that, Chul Jiang was a bit confused. Du Jun said, coincidentally I had just entered that dungeon. Chul Jiang immediately changed expression when she heard that. This S-rank dungeon at Osku Station carries a dark and evil aura, with only the smell of death everywhere. The monsters in the S-class dungeon are extremely hungry. KKK humans. The king ordered us to capture humans. Notification system. The gate has been transformed, activated. Special mission, force corruption. Defeat Ball's minions within a limited time. If successful you will receive the title of royal weapon. If you fail the astral guide mission will continue forcing you to teleport to the astral world. Remaining time is 23 hours 59 minutes 10 seconds. Sung Ho just came in and sat down in panic. What is this? The king of the astral world is sitting on the throne. He smiled hoarsely and said, interestingly. The guy in black looks so calm. It shows that you are very confident in your strength. Hopefully it's not just coloring. Du Jun clenched his fists. Well, why do I always get bothered wherever I go these days? Sung Ho shouted because he was afraid that something bad would happen to Jun. What the hell are you doing? You'll definitely die there. Du Jun looked at the king with cold eyes. The king was annoyed and answered me, human. Why are you not surprised when you see me? Are you the king of the earth? Du Jun spoke up impatiently, who knows, but it is true that there was a time when I sat in a similar position to the king. The king of the middle world turned black. This is the first time I've seen such a pathetic little black snake like this. Don't tell me your arrogance comes from trivial things like this. Dujun sarcastically, the trash of the astral world are all equally talkative. The demon was of course angry because he was angered. Stupid thing. So it's because you're brainless and not confident at all. At this point, he couldn't help but rush over. Mouth constantly talking, or are you really tired of living, so let me complete it for you, he said as he swung his fist. I only saw Dujun raise his hand. Suddenly the pupils in his eyes shrank. Dujun tightened his grip on his neck, making him unable to move even once. Dujun told him that if he had known his fate, he would have saved his life, so why do he have to come up here to live and die? Then he dropped him from above, causing the earth and sky to shake. He panicked and ordered his disciples to quickly return to the mind world and report to Mr. Bale about this monster. Dujun looked at him. Then he took out a sword from space. Dujun took a step towards him and decisively swung his sword. This made him from scared to bewildered. You destroyed the space gate, even Mr. Bale couldn't do this. He looked at Dujun in disbelief. How could a human possess that kind of power? Who are you? Dujun held out his hand and said, "Shut up." He knew something was about to happen, so he shouted his name. Wait, don't. A movement as gentle as water with a passing cloud, but it made a high-ranking devil of the dungeon disappear without a trace. Sung Ho spoke up in panic. What the hell is wrong with Lee? Before he finished speaking, he fainted. He was really weak, Jun thought to himself. A few days later, the office kept complaining, the department manager, the media kept calling. They asked if we could share some pictures or videos related to the dungeon at Oksu Station. The department manager came up tiredly. Why do they want that? But we don't have anything to give it to us. Why don't we think it was secretly handled by a group of S-rank hunters? Drawing the real story, Hyuk-soo spoke up. That's true, right, it's just my room that's tiring. At this time, Sung Ho with a bright face brought tea to greet. Good morning seniors, everyone must be thirsty. The tea department manager said, aren't we supposed to buy you coffee? Hyuk-soo saw that and immediately thanked him. Sung Ho suddenly bowed and said, sincerely thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to work here, please take care. And then he tremblingly gave water to Dujun, offering him Lee. Thank you very much for helping me during my dungeon survey, please take care. Lee Dujun smiled and said, thank you. Sung Ho suddenly blushed and said, Lee, I will follow you for the rest of my life. The rest of us were confused. What's going on? Hyuk-soo raised his face in disbelief and added, I agree. Yoon-hee is trying the soup she just finished cooking. The broth is finished cooking. The noodles are also fully prepared. Yoon-hee put a lump of noodles in a bowl and started pouring water in. Long Long stood next to him, salivating in anticipation and saying, oh, that's ramen, right. It moved its arms and legs to move forward. Buell saw that and frowned. Then the girl gave Long Long a smack and said, Hand, we have to wait for the whole family to eat together. Yoon-hee went to the living room and said, Dad, dinner is ready. Long Long smelled the delicious bowl of noodles and asked, what is this dish called? The carrier next to him looked over and said, it looks a lot like ramen. Buell also looked intently at his big bowl of noodles and soup. Dujun took a bite and said that it was rice noodles. Long Long was a little surprised. The rice noodles then tasted it. Carrier and Buell also started eating. As soon as they ate it, the rich flavor made three people unable to resist its delicious taste and exclaimed, it was so delicious, it was like a chef evaluating. The taste was just right, not too heavy on the stomach, delicious. Seeing everyone fascinated, Yoon-hee happily said, there's a lot left, everyone can eat comfortably. All three said together, thank you for the meal. After eating a full meal, my stomach was full and I let out a long belch. Then said, my stomach is full, let's not go to the convenience store today Buell. Buell said, covering her nose in annoyance, Buell also doesn't feel very well, that's all. When Jun saw that, he spoke up, the noodles will be eaten up quickly, let's just go, we're out of snacks. Long Long immediately waved his hand and said, it's okay, I'm really full, you can rest assured and work, master, people eat and drink in moderation, not as profane as pigs. Dujun didn't force him but nodded, yes, then, he thought to himself, that's right, it eats better than a pig, compared to that, it sounds like a pig. 2 a.m., Yoon-hee's room. Buell couldn't sleep because his hungry stomach kept growling. The little girl heard her stomach gurgling and muttered, Buell is so hungry. Buell couldn't sleep but sat up, what should I do? If I ask for food now, my mother will scold me. However, unable to hold back his hunger, Buell gently got out of bed and left the room. As soon as he walked down to the kitchen, Buell saw the refrigerator opened and food falling everywhere. He was startled. Huh, thief. The culprit was none other than Long Long himself. He mumbled angrily, it was so boring, he should have gone to buy more snacks earlier, there was nothing left to eat. Buell slowly walked up behind him and said, is that a thief? Hearing that, the dragon howled in horror and turned his head to look back. Seeing that it was a long dragon, Buell immediately said, ah, it turns out it's Nong Nong. She rubbed her belly and said, Buell is hungry, Nong Nong is hungry too. Oh God, is it Auntie? He is also hungry. Look at the pile of canned goods on the ground in Long Long Bao. There are still these things, let's try cooking something. Hearing that, Buell objected vehemently, no way. Nong Nong, don't cook it, it's so disgusting, I'm afraid someone will find out the Long Long, so I raised my hand to signal silence. Hey, just be quiet, wake up the whole house now, I know, just reheat it. Buell said with some doubt, really? Long Long replied idly, oh. He put the pan on the stove and whispered instructions, but Buell had to be very quiet, you know. Hearing that, the girl immediately covered her mouth with her hand. But due to bad luck, Long Long was careless and dropped the pan on the ground. A loud noise rang out, causing both Long Long and Buell to turn pale. At this time there were also footsteps. Both Buell and Long Long covered their mouths in fear. Long Long whispered, was it Yun He? If she caught her, she would definitely die. At that time, she would have to starve all day tomorrow. I was scared when the carrier came up and said, what are you two doing, sir? Buell, my heart is pounding, everything is so scary. Buell thought his heart was jumping out of his chest. Carrier spoke up, I'm so hungry, Sir Iges. Hearing that, Long Long started putting the pan on the stove and said, wait for me, I'm about to reheat some side dishes. While waiting to eat, the carrier suddenly remembered something. He bent down as if he was looking for something under the cabinet. Carrier wondered what he was doing. Carrier took out a box of noodles and said, here it is. Seeing that, both Long Long and Buell's eyes lit up and said, it's ramen noodles, where did you get that? What a wonder. Carrier said in a low voice, okay, let's just boil the water first. But at this time Yun He did not know when she appeared. She spoke up, where did she find it? Hearing that, all four of them looked at each other. When Long Long saw her, he felt like he saw a ghost, startled and panicked. Ouch, Sister Yun He, ah yes this is. The carrier stammered in panic, little master, we little people are so hungry. Yun He glanced at the leftover food from earlier and said, the food on that plate is the leftover side dishes, that's right. She sighed, didn't know what to share, ate late at night without bothering to call anyone. When Long Long heard that, he immediately blamed her, that's right, that's really mean, why don't you guys wake up Yun He? Buell also pouted and said, Nong Nong didn't call this group either, I don't think so, that's not what you should say. At this time, she also reheated the food. Yun He blew and said, this is hot, if you don't eat it, I will eat it all. Then she fed Buell. Long Long cooed, it wasn't fair, I also wanted to be fed. Carrier was making noodles while spouting, the little girl also wanted to eat. It was too loud and I accidentally woke up June. He smiled and said, I wanted to. Buell saw him and happily called, Papa, and the three of them howled like swallows. What, you're awake, Master, Dad, Master, this is, Du June said with a laugh, knowing it's like this no matter what. Who told you not to go buy snacks earlier? The next morning at the Hunter Association, Chul Jiang said, as everyone knows, the recent dungeon incident was extremely dangerous. Luckily, thanks to Mr. Lee Du-jun being present at the scene, everything was quickly resolved, but we can't just rely on him. So what needs to be done now is to quickly conquer the second floor of the astral world. What do you think? Hearing that, Kang Yin immediately said, it's true that we can't let Lee Du-jun alone carry the burden forever, we all have to become stronger. A Kyung said seriously, we will try our best. On the contrary, with the serious faces of the two people named Junyol, he laughed and said, a Jen's guy like me can't stand by and watch these two old bodies rush in. If I can mix it, let me show everyone what youth is like. Chul Jiang continued, then I assigned the task to 3 people to conquer the second floor of the astral world. Hearing that, all 3 replied in unison, yes. At Wei Jinki's house, there were many beams of light falling like meteors in the sky. Wei Jinki and Kirill were sitting in the cool air and saw it too. He immediately said, the aura seems so strange. He felt the same way. It was true, or there was another lifeless guy coming to challenge the king of the earth. Kirill said as he ate the cake, but is this aura from that guy? But now somewhere. Inside the dark main hall, there was only a shapeless man. All around him was a black aura. He continuously grumbled. Even Kamatra was defeated. Useless army. Whoever goes will die. It's because you weaklings don't know how to use your advantage of numbers. Must find another way. If he keeps dividing his troops to attack many places at once, he will have to give up. He will not be able to keep calm if others suffer, and what he cherishes will disappear. He said to his subordinates with a sinister smile, "Now my ungrateful subordinates, go, rush out and kill them all." Yoon-hee hugged Long Long and looked at Do-jun with expectant eyes. Do-jun, after thinking carefully, said, "Well, go ahead." Hearing that, she excitedly said, "We really get to go to the resort. This trip is only 2 days and 1 night. Dad, you also have to brush Buell and Long Long's teeth." You drink tea while said, "It's okay." Long Long also became excited and jumped up, howling, howling. Yoon-hee looked at Long Long and saw that something was wrong. Why was Long Long so angry? Long Long, from somewhere in the house, found a pair that sang and laughed happily. Carrier spoke up, "The young master can rest assured, just let me take care of you and Buell." Long Long heard that and said with a bewildered smile, "I'm also going on vacation." Buell is confused, "Why are you here?" Seeing that, Yoon-hee understood the problem. She sighed and thought, thinking about following along. Then she leaned close to Long Long's ear and said, "Wait, Long Long, if you obediently stay at home, I promise to bring Korean pork back. There's a lot of meat there." Hearing that, Long Long still wasn't satisfied, "Just pork. So you want to go there and sneak into a corner to grill some meat or something?" Long Long replied, "But if you stay at home to take care of the children, you won't be able to eat." Long Long, after thinking about it, made a decision. "Well, I have to say it again and again, as the second roof here, I have to take care of everyone. Don't worry, I'm here." Do-jun rested his chin and thought to himself, "I'll probably have to go back to the kitchen tomorrow. If it's convenient that day, I'll go return the bow to Kiriel and then go buy things." The next morning, in front of Do-jun's house, Kiriel received his bow back. He was so happy that he couldn't put it into words. Finally, Kiriel raised her bow. "It also returned to me." Long Long grumbled, "Please take it away from me too. Every time I clean it, my hands and feet get tangled up." The carrier next to me also complains the same way. The carrier doesn't clean up, but I see you're right. Seeing that, he immediately kissed the bow to comfort him. "Don't listen to those words, you are the best bow, the highest." Long Long frowned and was bored, not bothering to say, "Ooh, once the object is returned to its owner, then go quickly." Buell spoke up, "Are you going to my uncle's house?" He heard that and immediately refused. "I have nothing more to ask for, so why go there?" Buell innocently said, "Why are you crying?" "What's wrong, Mom? I haven't cried for a long time." The little girl showed a pitiful expression. "Uncle, are you coming?" Looking at that expression, Kiriel reluctantly said, "Oh well, oh yes, I'll be back. Giant, let's go to the fish cake shop." Buell pretended to cry. Then he immediately turned around and left even if Kiriel didn't want to. Arriving at Hasaka's stall, Buell spoke up, "Uncle Hasaka, give me a fish cake. You see, the little girl is happy, the little star is here, you want some cakes?" As soon as Kiriel saw Hasaka, he exclaimed in surprise, You. Even Hasaka couldn't hide his surprise. As soon as they saw each other, they were like sworn enemies. They immediately argued in some alien language. "Hasaka, sung doremi x science otaki, angry Hasaka, otaku, this cheeky guy, after getting the bow, you started to show your face to me." Long Long saw that and laughed and said, "Oh my, it looks like the two of you are very close." Carrier panicked, "I don't think it's very similar. This is not the time to laugh, master, if this place is in ruins." Hasaka frowned and immediately looked for something to say. "Let's continue talking about the unfinished issue thousands of years ago." He didn't even raise his bow and said, "What about the dragons who are both lazy as pigs and stubborn as devils? Other than the Dragon King, there's nothing special about them." "Calm down, my friend." Both sides exchanged words but no one gave in to the other. "Hasaka, you are the one who should be alert." "Then what did you just say? Who is the pig?" The dragon is speechless. "Why are you both lazy and stubborn? The slightest thing will happen." They fought each other, and then he gave them several blows on the head. "Really, I don't care if you guys are arguing or talking about your age, but if there were any scratches on the road surface here after a fight, do you think he would leave it alone?" You two hear that, there's a bit of a pause. Dill teeth. But Long Long then half smiled and said, "But how can we ignore this hot topic?" He waved his hand and said, "You two, follow me." Long Long led the two to a deserted place and said, "Then, each of you take your position, as long as you don't send the other person off to sell salt. The rest can punch or kick whatever you like. This is the rule, come on." After saying that, Long Long and Buell ate popcorn and drank Coke while waiting to see a good drama. Only the carrier spoke uneasily and paused for about 2 seconds. Is this okay? If he finds out, it's not you, me too. Long Long leisurely replied, it's okay, everyone has to give and receive in order to grow up, just keep your eyes open and watch. Carrier doubts life, then he is mature yet. Hasaka's sighed provoked, what's wrong, don't attack, or don't dare, you're sneaking up on me. Kirill angrily snorted and said, you unruly lizard. Please accept my 7 colors of fire, white winter, white language, river tiger fish, he said while drawing his bow and shooting 5 arrows. 3 arrows rushed towards Hasaka. Faced with danger, Hasaka smiled faintly, not at all afraid. As soon as the arrow fell, he also struck, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. Soil and rocks were scattered everywhere, smoke and dust filled the air. Buell watched the match attentively and said, Hasaka is so fierce. Long Long spoke up, what's more, Hasaka is inherently a cunning character, so he's good at hiding himself. Hasaka suddenly appeared behind Kirill and shouted loudly, with a dragon spear. Kirill's eyes full of fighting spirit turned back immediately. As soon as Hasaka launched the move, he raised his hand to block it immediately and said, do you think this move is good for me? The two sides were evenly matched, with one attacking and the other defending. No one would yield to the other. Kirill raised his bow again and said, it's useless, you stupid lizard. Hasaka raised his hand to create a large ball and said, are you planning to cheat? If you don't raise your bow, you're probably going to sell salt, otherwise block the attack with faith. The two forces of Hasaka's arrow and attack collided violently, the atmosphere roared, and the surrounding rocks were all smashed to pieces. The intense battle was no different from a 3D blockbuster. As soon as he attacked Kirill, he didn't forget to sarcasm in Hasaka. After taking a long break, he was completely weaker. Carrier then heard a cracking sound. Seeing that, he worriedly said loudly, Master, look, the battle between the two of them has already caused a rift. Long Long said incredulously, oh really, just children playing around with each other and it's already broken, ah. Seeing that, Long Long immediately ran to stop him. Hey, don't fight anymore, there's a cracked barrier there. But these two people basically didn't pay any attention to Long Long and were still arguing fiercely. I told you to stop. Kirill grabbed Hasaka's collar and shouted, what are you saying, you smelly lizard? Carrier also tried to stop him. Come on, if it really collapses, well, I don't know where we will fall. Buell also said, that's right, let's make peace. Long Long shouted loudly, hey, don't listen to me, what, you know my hand. Hasaka eagerly raised his fist and rushed forward, die. Kirill couldn't help but rush over and shout, I will show you my strength. As soon as the two rushed into each other, the barrier couldn't stand it anymore and broke. Immediately the two fell into the black hole of the barrier. Seeing that, both Carrier and Buell were incensed. Long Long helplessly said, I told you to stop, but rest assured, each guy is as strong as an ox so he won't be able to break his bones and flesh. At the same time, Du Jun was on his way home from work. He was walking and thinking, I've been eating too much pork these days, so now I'm switching to mackerel for protein. Suddenly he seemed to discover something. Right at this moment, Hasaka and Kirill suddenly fell right in front of Du Jun. But even so, they still didn't stop tearing each other apart. Hasaka hit Kirill, this damn meathead. He also grabbed his hair, grabbed his neck and yelled at him, he's a rotten lizard. Seeing that, Jun said in confusion, the two of you, hearing that, you calmed down and looked up. Du Jun asked coldly, what are you doing? It's true that avoiding a melon shell instead meeting a coconut shell, Hasaka saw him and was afraid to show his sweaty face and say, this was all arranged by the master. Even Kirill blamed it. That's right, it was all the dragon guy. Du Jun is so bored that he doesn't even bother to say anything. Long Long, yes. At Du Jun's house, Long Long and Carrier, Buell was sitting eating ice cream. Carrier was curious, where did the two of them go? Where did the two of them go? Long Long said, fall wherever you fall, don't just choose his place. Du Jun is on the subway. He heard the phone vibrate in his pocket. Seeing that, Jun immediately took out his phone to look at it and suddenly smiled. Turns out he sent him a photo with her friends with a message asking if dad had breakfast yet. I'm having breakfast right now, and this is a photo I took yesterday. It doesn't look too good, but looking at it again and again, it seems like there's something wrong with this photo. Du Jun looked at the photo and said, looking at the kids is also fun. At this time, there was a message from the carrier saying, Hasaka is in the process of completing a self-criticism, sir. I will monitor him carefully. The carrier immediately took a photo as evidence. Seeing that, he was very satisfied and said, "Well done. Should I cook stewed fried chicken for the kids today?" Today is also the day of the fencing tournament. At the tournament, the host spoke up, "Hello, the microphone is okay. The fencing tournament will start soon. I hope everyone will quickly settle down. The organizers will stop controlling the activities until the match ended." People gathered here. Two people talked. One said, "Did you know that there was a special press conference at the city hall before the match?" "Not yet at this meeting." One person replied, "Yes, what have I heard? Somewhere. Maybe I'll go over there later and see what happens, but it seems like someone has already signed a contract with that place. Look at Kim Young-hui, he's the best candidate this year." In the waiting room, Kim Young-hui and the other players were warming up. He thought to himself, "I must win, to show everyone that I am a genius worthy of competing with S-rank hunters. Moreover, I need to ask the director about it." At the same time, the director also arrived outside. Someone immediately greeted me. "The director of the Hunter Management Association and the hunters have arrived." Kim Young-hui looked at the director and the hunters and frowned and said, "And about the insolent officials yesterday, there was definitely something between the director and those people." Yesterday afternoon, in the conference room of the city hall, Do-jun spoke loudly in front of the entire crowd. "Hello, I am Lee Do-jun. Today I will briefly tell you about the special contract of the city hall. Mainly, the special interview will take place right after the fencing competition ends, and takes priority over the hunter entrance test." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand was raised and said, "Wait a minute, why is this so strange this time?" Kim Young-hui wondered and asked Do-jun, "Joining the Hunters Guild is 10,000 times better than coming here to work. Why do you have to prioritize that special contract?" Do-jun looked towards him and replied, "Maybe he thought so, but I don't have time to explain to unqualified people." Hearing that, Kim Young-hui's face immediately became a little unhappy and he thought to himself, "What, does he mean that I don't have the right to participate?" Kim Young-hui is determined. "I have to find out why the tattered contract, without any benefits, is placed above the contract with the Hunter Association, clearly stating it is corruption, isn't it? I will tell everyone outright." A young man excitedly shouted loudly, "Wow, the hunters who advised me to give up are already present. This exam seems to be stressful." He laughed awkwardly and talked to Do-jun as if he knew each other. "Do you think that's right?" Do-jun replied blandly, "Yeah." When he saw that, he immediately introduced himself. "Oh my god, I forgot to introduce myself. Hello, I'm Jae Choi, I'm in the J management team. I wonder which room you're in." He also politely introduced himself. "I'm Lee Do-jun, the Dungeon Management Department employee at Seoul City Hall, a city hall." Hearing that, his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees and said, "Is that so? Hello." In my heart I felt a bit disdainful. "What is this? Are you from the city hall? Let's stay away for a bit." At this time, Chul Jeong had just entered the arena and the hunters also looked at Do-jun, a hunter who spoke, "The director, that is." Jeong was surprised. "Mr. Lee Do-jun came here personally." Then he respectfully bowed his head and said, "Everyone quickly say hello to the general manager." Jae Choi saw this scene and looked around in bewilderment and said, "Did the director and those hunters just say hello to us? What's going on? Is there anyone here?" When Kim Young-hui happened to be here, he couldn't believe his eyes and thought to himself, "Hunter Gian Lee Elephant's Hunter Min-hyu Kang," and he had to bow. Just because of a city hall employee. This contest seems to take a lot of money as a bribe. At this point, countless thoughts about doing wrong flooded his mind at this time, even if it meant destroying Behemoth, the strongest clan in the world today. The profit is so much that she is willing to do it like that. The host's voice rang out again. "In just a few moments, the fifth sword tournament will officially begin. Please, guests, please stay in your seats." But Kim Young-hui was still thinking to himself, "There is only one reason. It's that they're aiming for the moment I blurt out everything. If I asked about corruption in front of many people, they certainly wouldn't leave me alone." The players were now on the stage. The MC spoke loudly, "And now, the fifth sword tournament is allowed to begin." Jae sat in the audience and said, "This is the match between Shohun Han and Myung-gil Lee." Shohun Han is a player who specializes in defensive attacks. He has now launched a shield that reduces damage according to his magic power. With a score of 81, this player is also strong in attacking at close range. And player Lee Myung-gil is no slouch in this regard. It's very likely that the attack will be completely blocked by the magic shield. After all, his score is still 10 points lower than Shohun's, so Han Shohun is sure to win this match. But since Jun said that, I think Lee Myung-gil will win. I bet the win on him. Jae Choi was quite surprised by his answer. No matter how you look at it, Han Sho-hoon has the advantage. But now the result was out. The referee spoke. Lee Myung-gil had won. Jae Choi immediately looked at him with different eyes. Oh, what? Do-jun didn't explain anything. Jae bets again. This time it will be on the right. He immediately said, the left is correct, this time it's right. Mom, I thought right was wrong, continuing is right. In the end, the result of the second match was still Jun's correct guess, which made him very surprised. How did he guess so correctly? So Jun immediately asked him, have you ever fought a monster? Have you ever fallen into a crack? Hearing that, he immediately replied, no, never. Why? I asked because you depend too much on data. What do you mean by that? Do-jun reminded, focusing on the match taking place in front of you is still more interesting than staying glued to the computer screen. Hearing that, Jae Choi frowned and said, I'm also focusing on the game, but the data is very important. I mean, it's not that data isn't important. Skills are equally necessary, everything is important. He heard it and then made a loud noise. Do-jun continued to talk, seeing with your own eyes. Did you feel the excitement in your body? How did you feel? What did you think? Didn't you come here to see it live? Seeing that it was correct, he immediately closed the computer and said, I understand. I suddenly came to my senses, and after saying that, he immediately watched attentively. MC announced, the winner of the 5th Hunter Academy Swordsmanship Tournament is. Everyone was excited to hear the name Kim Myung-gil, a third-year student. He proudly held up the trophy and said, thank you. Congratulations on second place, player Han Shola. She smiled and nodded, thank you. After player Kim Myung-gil's speech, he was going to Han Shola, but the match hadn't even ended yet. She left the stage and left, making the MC confused. Oh, player Han Shola doesn't want to say a few words. Han Shola immediately refused. Okay. Kim Young-hui told himself, okay, let's talk. Now I'm talking to staff and the city hall director. Speaking out in front of so many people, everyone must pay attention to me. He stood up on the podium and began to speak. Before expressing his feelings, Director Jeon Young-chul. Perhaps saying this is very impolite, but I would like to ask you a direct question. A few days ago, an official in the city hall mentioned the special contract. Honestly, I don't understand, he said without a single stumble, why this thing takes priority over the Hunter Association contract. Besides, the director and the hunters in the top 10 are the board of directors, consult. But told me I was not qualified to be admitted. I really hope the director will give me a proper answer for this matter. No matter what the reason, the city hall's lack of proper support is ranked higher than the Hunters Guild. Hey civil servants, please tell me the truth. Hearing that, Jun let out a sigh of relief. Kim Young-hui is still talking. Why was the contract pushed to the city hall, when you guys couldn't do anything? Is this some kind of bribery? Please answer me. Kang Yun and Min Hyuk looked at him making fun of people and thought inexplicably, what is he saying? Chul Jeong was also sweating. Oh wow, the director doesn't like too much attention. Do-jun also thought, Then he smiled and said to the director, I think it's not very good for city hall staff to speak up about this, so please explain clearly to the director. He also replied, yes, yes. Then Chul Jeong immediately stepped down, took the mic and said loudly, there is no bribery here. This is because most of the current work in the Hunter world is handled by the City Hall, which is why we chose to strengthen the contract with them. Kim Young-hui immediately spoke, regardless of what the City Hall can do, I still don't understand why that is the most necessary thing. Chul Jeong looked up in a cold sweat, confused and thinking, if I told him this was up to him to decide. Do-jun also sees a problem, it's not okay. Chul Jeong doesn't know what to do. Although he was still confused, he still spoke. The main purpose here was. Everyone was listening attentively. He was still saying, expanding the center and looking for more talent. Hearing that, Kim Young-hui was full of doubts. Seriously, isn't it unreasonable to let the city hall do this? Kang Yun also spoke up, that part is for me to explain. He explained that it was because at the city hall there was a person with more energy than me but worked for free. As for whether there was corruption or not, it was clear to use the law to verify. Everyone immediately discussed things non-stop, but it was clear that girl was better than Behemoth. Did you hear what the new friend and that friend just heard? They said they would use the law to verify it. Kang Yun glanced back and thought, I'm not allowed to mention the general manager directly, so I can only say this much. Moreover, this was an idea that he personally proposed. Even if there was a proper trial, the general director would still choose to do so. Listening to them whispering bad words because of Jun's thoughts, I suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Kim Young-hui opened his mouth blankly and said loudly, "So let's do it, shall we?" He still couldn't accept it and thought to himself, a person who is more famous than a behemoth, working for free, I only think about being famous, then the news spreads on TV and radio. After this diving trip, in the name of Korean hunters, I will do my best to protect everyone's safety. Kim Young-hui is even better. Kim Young-hui smiled proudly, always immersed in the image of a mature young man. Right now, he has begun to become more mature. He compares himself to a dark knight full of majesty. When the match ended, Do-jun went outside and said to the director, "Thank you for your answer." Hearing that, he shyly rubbed his head and replied, "It's okay, I was worried about what I said, too rude, luckily not." "But what is the tactical progress, sir?" Do-jun replied, "Currently we are aiming for the 4th floor, haven't found any difficulties yet." Stepping into the crowd, people shouted, "It's true that Mr. Do-jun is different, I admire him so much." Do-jun also thought to himself, everyone looks so strange today. At this moment, the phone rang with a message. Chul-jeong asked again, "By the way, did you target any players in today's fencing tournament?" He picked up the phone and replied, "Yes." He continued, "Just now, you said you needed to check your phone, please go ahead." Do-jun replied, "No, I'm just looking at the review." "Review? You mean the papers the kids often write on?" He replied, "That's right." Hearing that, Chul-jeong's mind suddenly flashed another thought, who would dare to fight with Mr. Do-jun? He really lost his mind. Do-jun also thought. He finished writing quickly. The phone glowed with a picture of Hasaka and Kirill and Long Dragon with a report card in hand. Moving on to a new scene. Last night at Do-jun's house, in everyone's sleep, Long Long sleepwalks and babbles. Long Long wants to eat chicken stew. At this moment, Buell exuded energy that made her extremely uncomfortable. Buell rubbed his body uneasily. It's so ticklish." This made it impossible for Buell to sleep. She opened her eyes and thought, "Is my mother tickling me?" Suddenly she heard someone say her name, "Buell." Before leaving, "Listen to what I say, when you feel a small flow of energy around you, come find me." Buell was stunned. "Why?" From the top of the tree appears a colorful leaf. "Here." The foliage opens to reveal a card saying, "Buell, this will guide you." The little girl caught the card and asked, "Can I use it?" The sound of Long Long talking in his sleep brought Buell back to reality. Long Long wants to eat chicken. Long Long craving for chicken. Buell walked closer to the bed and reached out his small hand trying to wake up Long Long. "Wake up and help me. Long Long is still in a dream. Give Long Long 3 pieces of chicken, 5 pieces of meat." Buell's face wrinkled and he called out loudly, "Long Dragon. There's something wrong, wake up." Long Long was startled and panicked, saying, "What's wrong?" Buell said to Long Long, "Nong Nong, how can I use this? Something's wrong with me." Long Long fell to the ground, rubbed his butt and frowned, saying, "What's wrong, Mom, what's wrong?" Buell showed the card to Long Long. In response, Long Long said, "I can't eat this, why are you suddenly standing up?" Buell said with a serious face, "I want to use it to go see the tree." Hearing that, Long Long innocently said, Isn't it food?" Seeing that, she felt angry and could only eat. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Buell, only you can use it." Hearing that, both of them were startled and turned their heads to look. Buell spoke up, "Dad, can you use it?" Long Long wondered, "Why is the owner here?" Do-jun grabbed Buell's hand and let her tear the card in half and said, "You have to do this." As soon as the card was torn off, suddenly a blinding beam of energy appeared, causing Buell to speak, "Wow, what's so bright?" All three were now transported into another space. In front of them was an old tree that Buell had met before. The old tree spoke again, "Buell is here." Long Long was surprised. "Hey, he's gone to another space." Next to Buell, a stream of energy appeared covering him. Buell spoke in annoyance, suddenly feeling ticklish. Long Long saw that and immediately asked, "Why is it itchy? Have you been bitten by a bug, or have you not bathed?" Buell said as he scratched, "Stop tickling." Seeing that, he asked, "Can you feel it?" The old tree also spoke, "Not because of any aphids, this is a sign that the girl is ready." At this moment, a unicorn appeared in front of him. Buell comes from a heavenly species, so he will have a name worthy of his stature. Antushia and Ricker, the ones you defeated, also had the title of being close to the gods. Normally, celestial beings that already have physical entities can be harmed at the hands of explorers, but this matter will be left for later. Long Long's face was full of doubt. If Buell asked for help, then why would she come to the owner's house to live with such a tiny body? Long Long shouldn't have asked that question. The old tree took the girl up. It seems Buell is ready now. Buell's eyes lit up and the energy radiated in his hands raised and he said wow. A powerful energy from the girl's body shined in an area of dazzling yellow energy. A notification appeared on a system panel. The story of the astral world had changed.